Dragon Kingdom, Nanfu Province, Linhai City, Linhai No. 2 Middle School. At this moment, all the high school students on the playground who have turned 18 are waiting for their turn to awaken. Meanwhile, the school's leaders and teachers are all hoping that someone will awaken to top-tier talent. A group of teenagers, their eyes burning with fervent light, stared expectantly ahead. God help me, I don't ask for much, I'll be satisfied if I can awaken a B-level talent. B-grade talent? You should take a look at your own strength first. Someone nearby bluntly exposed the truth. The boy, exposed, blushed and couldn't find any words to refute her. In the distance, Su-chen watched the scene unfold before him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to me, 18 years have already passed. It's been a long time. My name is Su-chen. I am a time traveler. I am 18 years old. I have parents and a younger sister. I don't smoke or drink. I have no bad habits. I am still a virgin. That's right, Su-chen is not from this world. In his previous life he died in a car accident. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself turned into a baby. The feeling of becoming a baby was extremely strange. The whole world suddenly became incredibly vast, which frightened him greatly when he first arrived. It took him a long time to gradually accept the fact that he had become a baby. Although it was hard to accept, there was nothing he could do about it. This world was very similar to his previous life, and at first he thought he had just been reborn back to his original world. Upon discovering that this was a parallel world that had experienced a spiritual resurgence, his spirits shattered. As a staunch scientist, he was suddenly faced with the shock of discovering martial artists capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the depths. His worldview completely collapsed. After years of struggle, he finally gradually got used to this new world. Lin Xiaofan, support type, healer, rank D. Upon hearing the result, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the girl named Lin Xiaofan, and those around her cast envious glances. Although she is only at the D level, the talent of being a healer means that she will never have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Wang Dong, elementalist, little flame, F rank. Pang Delan, beast-like, dog, rank E. Some are happy, while others are sad. Not everyone gets what they want. Many people cried bitterly upon hearing the results, because they knew that from now on, they would forever remain at the bottom of society. Next up, Su-chen. A loud announcement reached Su-chen's ears. He took a deep breath, knowing that the moment to decide his fate had arrived. Look, it's Su-chen. I heard his parents are Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun. I wonder what his talent will be. It probably won't be too good, right? After all, Su-chen only barely became a quasi-martial artist at the age of 18. Even if a person has poor talent, they will become a martial artist before the age of 18. But his parents were geniuses back then, so what if he's a genius? He's ruined now, isn't he? Shu, don't bring this up in public. After all, they are heroes, but our son isn't talented enough. Su-chen listened to the gossip around him, his face remaining expressionless. He had heard such discussions countless times over the past 18 years. Of course, he wasn't the type to swallow his anger when insulted. Whenever someone insulted him to his face, he would immediately retaliate. Based on their experience from 2 lifetimes, these young people were unable to defeat him when their cultivation levels were similar. When he occasionally encounters someone he can't beat, his life motto is, even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of flesh. It's this ruthlessness that makes no one dare to mess with him easily. Gradually, his reputation spread throughout Linhai No. 2 Middle School, and even many people in surrounding schools knew this ruthless character, known as Crazy Su. Standing on the awakening platform, Su-chen suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at the people behind him who were gossiping, scaring those who had just been talking back into retreating. Student Su, please place your hand on the awakening stone. The person in charge of the awakening bureau looked at the scene with a friendly expression, clearly knowing Su-chen's background. Although he knew that Su-chen's talent was not outstanding, as Su Xinghai's son, he still treated him kindly. Su-chen nodded lightly. He immediately closed his eyes, gently placed his hand on the awakening stone, and silently prayed, I hope I can have a good talent. The stronger the light emitted by the awakening stone, the more powerful the awakener's talent. However, Su-chen's awakening stone did not react for a full minute. He stared at the talent displayed on the stone, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. F-rank spirit eye? It seems that's all there is to it in this life. The person in charge of the awakening bureau announced in a low voice, Su-chen, support type, spirit eye, F-rank. He looked at Su-chen with pity, because he knew that as the son of 2 geniuses, Su-chen only received the weakest F-rank talent, and it was a spirit eye with no combat power. This meant that he was destined to never be able to hold his head high in this life. Upon hearing the result, the audience members sneered and couldn't help but laugh. What? Spirit eye? F-rank? That's hilarious. Isn't spirit eye the weakest talent? It can only observe movements within a 50-meter radius. What's the use? At 50 meters, people are practically face-to-face. What's the point of spirit eye? And it's only F-rank. He'll probably only ever be an ordinary martial artist. They dared to mock him so blatantly because they firmly believed that Su-chen would never be able to stand on their level. To them, the spirit eye talent was utterly useless in combat. Even self-defense would be a problem, while their future future was bright and they would inevitably surpass Su Chen far. Teacher Wang, Su Chen's homeroom teacher, couldn't help but sigh. He's clearly a good student, but he only has the spirit eye. Although Su Chen's cultivation talent was mediocre throughout his 3 years of high school, his theoretical knowledge ranked among the top in the city. However, theory is ultimately just theory. In this world full of power, those without strength will eventually be eliminated. Teacher Wang comforted him. Ling Tong is good too. At least he can stay in the rear and focus on scientific research. He understood that he shouldn't upset Su Chen now, and with Su Chen's knowledge and talent, he could definitely become an outstanding scientific researcher in the future. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes were glazed over, and he slowly returned to the classroom. Everyone assumed he was so dejected because he couldn't accept reality. However, a shocking scene flashed before his eyes. Ding! Hello, host. I am the multiverse mission system. Would you like to bind to the system? The system's voice entered Su Chen's mind from who knows where. System? Did I hear that right? He froze, looked around, and then an overwhelming joy welled up inside him. Ding! Failure to respond within 10 seconds will be considered a refusal to bind. 10, 9, 8. Su Chen shouted urgently, bind, bind, system, I choose to bind. Although he had never seen a system, after reading novels for so many years, who didn't know that a system was the golden finger that transmigrators relied on for survival? Ding! Congratulations, host, successful binding. The multiverse mission system is at your service. Host, as this is your first time using the system, there is a newbie gift pack here. Would you like to open it now? Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, don't open it yet, let's talk about it when we get home. He certainly had his reasons for doing so. The awakening ceremony was currently crowded and chaotic. If the newbie gift pack contained anything extraordinary, opening it rashly would surely cause a sensation, resulting in more harm than good. At this point, his strength was still weak. Even if he possessed treasures, he couldn't protect himself. He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime very well. System task. Attended the awakening ceremony at Linhai No. 3 Middle School. Reward for successful mission, 10 HP. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 10 HP. Time limit, complete within 60 minutes. This task is too easy, isn't it? Su Chen stared at the task in front of him, slightly stunned, incredulous. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 10 HP. As soon as the mission was completed, a warm power surged from nowhere and instantly spread throughout my body. He clenched his fist instinctively, feeling his strength double. This meant that 10 points of chi and blood were almost equivalent to the strength of a quasi-martial artist. Thinking about this, he found it hard to believe. After all, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to become a quasi-martial artist. If it weren't for his daily hard training, he might not even qualify as a quasi-martial artist now, because his talent is simply too poor. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the joy of becoming stronger, a shocked voice came from the stage. Moo! Morong Shui, elemental type, freezing 10,000 miles, S-rank. The head of the Awakening Bureau, his voice trembling, delivered the result in its entirety, relying on his years of professional experience. What? S-rank? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang, the principal of the 3rd Middle School, couldn't help but walk over, suppressing his excitement, and carefully examined the awakening stone. After confirming that there were no problems, he turned to look at Morong Shui gently. Miss Morong, you are indeed a genius. S-rank 10,000 miles of frozen freeze. You will surely become a top expert in Linhai City in the future. Morong Shui was as indifferent as her nature, only responding with a faint hum. Then she left directly, as if there was nothing around her that was worth her attention. Principal Wang understood that to build a relationship with a true genius, one needed to offer help when things were going well, not just add to their success. However, considering Morong Shui's background, he also knew that she didn't need his help at all. This did not prevent him from expressing goodwill. After all, the other party was the daughter of the Morong family. The Morong family is one of the top families in the entire Linhai City. If it weren't for someone from the 1st Middle School constantly harassing Morong Shui, she wouldn't have come to the 3rd Middle School, which is at the bottom of the rankings. Principal Wang's lips curled up slightly as he thought, if old Zhang knew about this, he would probably be furious. Principal Zhang of the 1st Middle School is unaware of the situation at this moment. If he knew what was happening today, he would definitely do everything in his power to keep Morong Shui. The students below the stage stared wide-eyed at Morong Shui's departing figure, their faces filled with envy. An S-rank talent, and an unparalleled elementalist at that. This is a true genius, isn't it? I really want an S-rank talent, even if it's not elemental. Stop daydreaming. The Morong family's daughter has S-level talent. Isn't she destined to be stuck with Ding Ding? Compared to those whose parents are geniuses but who themselves only have F-level spiritual eyes, Su Chen is not bad. After all, he is just a piece of trash. Upon hearing this, many people secretly glanced at Su Chen with disdain. Ultimately, what truly makes everyone disdain Su Chen is his extremely poor talent. If he had a B-grade talent, perhaps people wouldn't say that, but he happens to possess the weakest spirit eye talent. Su Chen ignored those gazes and didn't care about Morong Shui's departure because he knew in his heart that with the system, he would never be inferior to anyone else in the future. At this moment, all he wanted was to get home as soon as possible and study the system's functions properly. He didn't want to waste any more time here. If it weren't for the fact that this was an awakening ceremony, he would have left long ago. What are you all talking about? Do you want me to tell you? Su-chan, come with me for a moment. Teacher Wang glared angrily at the students who were still gossiping, then looked at Su-chan with a hint of worry in her eyes. Me? Su-chan was taken aback, wondering what Teacher Wang wanted to see him about. Walking aside, Teacher Wang said gently to him, Su-chan, I know you've always been passionate about martial arts, but if this path doesn't work out, you might as well try scientific research. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely shine in the field of scientific research. Every word was carefully considered by Teacher Wang. He didn't want Su-chan to be discouraged. Hearing this, Su-chan felt a warmth in his heart, but he still shook his head and declined Teacher Wang's kindness, saying firmly, Teacher Wang, don't worry about me. I will never give up on the path of martial arts. Is that so? Since I can't change your mind, you can come to me anytime you encounter difficulties in the future. After all, I am your teacher. Teacher Wang understood that she could not sway Su-chan's will. Su-chan's stubbornness was something he must have learned from someone. He was usually quite obedient, but on certain matters, he was always stubborn and opinionated. He smiled slightly. Okay, Teacher Wang, I will definitely become a martial god in the future. He had almost no close friends at the school, and the only one willing to lend a helping hand was Teacher Wang. If it weren't for Teacher Wang's help, I would have been expelled long ago, right? Su-chan recalled that every time he got into a fight, it was Teacher Wang who had to step in to barely calm things down. I'll be going now, Teacher Wang. See you tomorrow. The awakening ceremony was almost over. Su-chan couldn't wait to say those words to Teacher Wang before hurriedly leaving. Teacher Wang couldn't help but chuckle. This child actually wants to become a martial god? Watching Su-chan's departing figure, he felt a surge of anticipation, thinking that Su-chan might truly have the potential to become a martial god. He found it amusing himself, shaking his head and saying, am I overthinking this? After all, Su-chan's talent is only F level. Many parents of the students who were awakened today gathered outside the school gates. The school did not allow parents to enter to participate in the awakening ceremony because it was worried that spies might infiltrate the area. The Dragon Kingdom had suffered a great loss in this regard before. That bloody lesson led to the fall of an entire generation of geniuses. From then on, any unauthorized personnel were prohibited from entering the school during the awakening ceremony. The parents outside the door looked inside with expectant eyes because they knew that their child's future superpowers would determine their fate. As soon as Su-chan appeared, many eyes turned to him, but once they realized he wasn't their child, they quickly looked away. He completely ignored the stares and walked straight towards home. As for why Su-chan's parents didn't come, it was because they were afraid of putting too much pressure on him, so they waited quietly at home. In an inconspicuous little corner of Linhai City, Lin Muyun paced back and forth in her room, nervously glancing towards the door every now and then. Honey, why hasn't Chenner come back yet? Does the awakening ceremony take this long? She asked anxiously. Su Xinghai sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, and said, trying to appear calm, don't rush. The awakening ceremony will definitely take a while. You're a grown man, can't you be a little more composed? However, his eyes revealed that his mind was not on the newspaper at all. As the head of the household, he could only feign composure. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs. It was Su-chen rushing back from school. Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun exchanged a glance and immediately assumed their positions. They had already discussed it beforehand, and no matter what level Su-chen's ability was, they wouldn't discourage him. Whatever he wants to do, they will fully support him, will not interfere, and will respect his decision. After Su-chen entered the room, he called out, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Yes, it's good that you're back. Su Xinghai wanted to ask what talents were discovered during today's awakening ceremony, but then he thought better of it and decided not to ask for now. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. We'll find out sooner or later. I'm going back to my room now. With that, Su-chen quickly returned to his room. In the living room, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun exchanged a glance. What exactly is Chenner's special ability? I don't know, he didn't say. It doesn't seem too bad, since he doesn't look unhappy. Thinking of this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, Chenner's ability level doesn't seem too low. His previous talent for cultivation might just have been an accident. While in this world, a higher martial artist level before the awakening ceremony usually indicates a higher level of superpower, this is not absolute. After all, before our cultivation was damaged, we were at least A-level superpowers, and Chenner's superpower level shouldn't be too much different. However, what Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun didn't know was that Su-chen's ability level was actually only F-level, and it was the weakest of the Spirit Eye type. How would they feel if they knew the truth? As soon as he returned to his room, Su-chen impatiently chanted in his mind, System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding! New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of Divine Might kaleidoscopes. Do you want to merge now? Wow, this is amazing. Kamui Manjikyu Sharingan? Isn't that Obito Sharingan? Su Chen stared at the reward the system had given him in astonishment, hardly believing his eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the void. Strangely, the eyes also contained patterns resembling shuriken, making them look sinister and eerie. Only Su Chen, who possesses the system, can see all of this. Is this the Kamui kaleidoscope? He murmured to himself. And it's a pair. Isn't this going to make me invincible? He stared excitedly at the kaleidoscope in front of him. He had previously thought that the system's newbie gift pack might be amazing, but he never expected it to be the divine kaleidoscope. Do you wish to fuse with Kamui kaleidoscope? Merge. Merge. I'm not stupid. How could I leave such a treasure unmerged? Suddenly, the pair of eyes in the void flew directly into Su Chen's eyes. It hurts. System, you never said it would hurt this much. After all, if you're going to get a kaleidoscope, your original eyes will definitely have to be replaced. After a long time, Su Chen lay on the bed covered in sweat, a slight smile on his lips. It really hurt so much. So this is what it feels like to get new eyes. People in the Naruto world didn't experience any pain when getting new eyes in my previous life. Although he kept complaining, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. He felt the power emanating from his eyes, the terrifying pupil power resided within them, ready to be unleashed at any moment. However, given his current level, he probably won't last long before the power of the kaleidoscope drains him dry. System, is there a control panel? I'd like to see the current attributes. Ding. System panel opened. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm, quasi-martial artist. Special ability, S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope. Chi and blood, 20 points. Strength, 40 points. Speed, 20 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, holification, Kamui, points, 0. Looking at the panel in front of him, Su Chen was shocked. Apart from his mental strength, all other attributes were normal. The mental strength aspect is completely wrong. Could it be because of the kaleidoscope? Probably, since the power of the kaleidoscope is likely another manifestation of mental power. Moreover, I am a transmigrator, and my mental strength is naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. Su Chen lowered his head and pondered. Is the Manjikyu Sharingan only S rank? Then is the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan SS rank, and the even higher ranking Rinnegan SSS rank? However, these things are still too far away for him right now. As for the previous Spirit Eye ability, it has long been replaced by the Sharingan. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping it? I feel that the current attack methods are somewhat limited. Su Chen's only offensive method right now is Divine Might. But the energy expenditure of Kamui goes without saying. In the original work, Kakashi Hatake was completely exhausted after using it just a few times. He can only unleash his divine power once at most now. However, thanks to the Sharingan's perception, almost no one his age could beat him in close combat. If all else fails, you can use the ethereal transformation to enter the Divine Might space. He didn't believe anyone could find the Divine Might space, which was his kaleidoscope's unique pupil technique. Hey bro, come down for dinner. Su Chen's younger sister, Su Ningyue, called out. She had a fair complexion, bright almond-shaped eyes beneath her brows, and long, neatly draped hair. She was no less beautiful than the former Morong Shui. She is completely different from Su Chen, that good for nothing. She will only be in high school next year, but she is already a martial artist, having completely inherited her parents' talent. Moreover, he is obedient and sensible at home and never makes anyone angry. When the principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School heard about her talent, he immediately visited her and invited her to enroll. It's important to know that No. 1 Middle School is the best school in Linhai City, attracting the city's most talented students. Moreover, these people are all either rich or powerful. However, Su Ningdal hadn't made up her mind yet, so she declined for the time being. Principal Zhang of the first middle school wasn't angry, but gently told her, contact me anytime if you have any ideas. The doors of the first middle school are always open for you. At school, she was known throughout the school as a cool and aloof goddess, staying away from the pursuit of boys, and only showing a gentle smile when facing her family. Upon hearing Su Ningdal's voice, Su Chen had no choice but to put down the system he was studying, turn around and gently say to her, I understand, Lele. After saying that, he got up and went downstairs. In his heart, family is the most important thing. In his past life, he was an orphan without parents, but now he has a warm family, which is what makes him most content. Lele, eat more, you need to grow. Su Chen picked up a piece of meat and put it into Su Ningdal's bowl. Su Ningdal pouted, wanting to argue that she was no longer a child, but due to her older brother's authority, she didn't say anything and just silently ate the meat in her bowl. She wanted to ask Su Chen what his special ability was, but didn't know how to bring it up. Her mother, Lin Muyun, had the same question. A silence fell over the dinner table. Cough cough cough. Su Xinghai cleared his throat. Shuner, you participated in the awakening ceremony today, he said, breaking the silence. What special ability did you awaken? Regardless of your talent, your mother and I will respect your choice. Whether it's martial arts or academics, it's fine. Seeing that no one spoke first, Su Xinghai had to take the initiative to ease the tension. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Muyan pinched his flabby flesh under the table, her eyes seemingly reminding him that he had been too direct. Su Xinghai felt the force coming from his waist and couldn't help but gasp. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nonchalantly shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth and calmly said, "A special ability? My special ability is F-rank Spirit Eye." "Oh, great, it's a Spirit Eye." "Wait, a Spirit Eye?" Su Xinghai repeated in surprise. "Yes, Ling Tong, but Ling Tong doesn't have much combat power." Su Xinghai was stunned, not knowing how to respond, because he had thought his son's superpower was worse than he had expected. Lin Muyan looked at Su Chen with concern. "It's alright, Shuner, at least this way you won't get hurt." She didn't really care about Su Chen's talent. After experiencing so many stories of geniuses, she understood that only being safe and sound was the most precious thing. As a mother, she didn't want Su Chen to be on the front lines, constantly fighting against the monsters. Back then, she was an A-level support character and had seen too many people become paralyzed from the waist down due to injuries. Even now, she has almost no cultivation. Su Chen remained silent, because he understood that no matter how much he explained, his parents would not easily believe that he had the ability. "I'll tell mom and dad when I have the chance. Don't worry, brother. Even if you're not very talented, I'll protect you from now on." Su Ningyue comforted him. This was not just empty talk. With her current talent, she might reach the level of a martial arts master during the awakening ceremony in 2 years. Protecting Su Chen will be a piece of cake for her at that time. Moreover, the higher one's talent, the better one's aptitude for superpowers. Although there is no conclusive evidence, this is a well-known fact. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that his family was comforting him in their own ways. He smiled slightly and said, "That I will rely on Miss Lele from now on. I only hope that Miss Lele will not find me unworthy." Su Ningyue was surprised that Su Chen actually went along with her words, and her cheeks flushed. "Humph, that depends on your performance." Seeing this harmonious scene, Su's parents smiled with satisfaction. The fact that Su Chen wasn't affected by his superpowers was the best possible outcome. After finishing her meal, Su Ningyue returned to her room to begin training. Now, she couldn't afford to waste a single second. "Dad, Mom, and my older brother, I'll protect them from now on." She felt that since Su Chen had no talent, she was the only one who could shoulder the responsibility of the family and become its pillar. What she didn't know was that although her parents' cultivation had basically disappeared, they still possessed the strength of martial arts masters, just among the weakest. At their peak, both of them were martial spirit level figures. Keep in mind, even the director of the Awakening Bureau in Linhai City was only a martial spirit. When the two were injured, they were only in their early 20s, the prime of their lives. Otherwise, they might have already become martial king level experts. Su Chen returned to his room and asked, "System, what exactly are you for?" Ding! The main function of this system is to issue tasks, with rewards consisting of various items from all the realms of the universe. The system's ultimate goal is to assist the host in becoming the strongest person in the world. Su Chen nodded, slowly understanding the system's purpose. "Wait, what are the points for? How do you earn points?" he then asked. Ding! Points can be used to redeem various items in the system shop. The main way to obtain points is by defeating monsters. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you will receive. Good grief! If I hadn't asked, they weren't planning on telling me at all. Su Chen couldn't help but complain. Otherwise, when would I have ever known about this system shop? He didn't expect that he would have to discover all the system's functions by himself, without any instructions or explanations. What a ripoff, he muttered to himself. However, there was nothing he could do about the system, since it was bound to him. So far, the system has been quite effective. After all, he's not a greedy person, and what he has now is enough for him. No matter how many resources he has, he won't be able to use them at his current stage. System, open the system store. Su Chen decided to see what treasures were in the system shop that were worth exploring. The system shop is now open. The first thing that catches the eye is a large pile of items that gleam with gold. The 9 Revolutions Profound Technique costs 1 billion system points. The price of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Art is 1 billion system points. The Ultimate Skill costs 1 billion system points. Su Chen's eyes turned red, and he wished he could snatch the system away immediately. Damn, so many zeros, I can't afford even one. Who can understand the pain of having a pile of treasures but being unable to possess them? That really hurts. He clutched his chest, forcing himself not to look, and continued scrolling down. A pair of Eternal Kaleidoscope glasses costs 100,000 points. Owners of the kaleidoscope can purchase them at half price. Eternal Kaleidoscope? Su Chen knew in his heart that prolonged use of the kaleidoscope would eventually cause blindness, but he wasn't in a hurry now. I've accumulated enough points. I definitely need to redeem a pair of Eternal Kaleidoscopes. Su Chen asked somewhat embarrassedly, by the way, system, can those cultivation techniques be paid for in installments? Yes, each cultivation technique has 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of martial arts practitioners, excluding quasi-martial artists. How many points are needed for the first level of the 9 revolutions profound technique? Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that it could be paid in installments. Ding! Purchasing the first level of the 9 revolutions profound technique requires 10,000 points. Su Chen thought about it and found the price acceptable. Compared to 10 billion points, 10,000 points was much more cost-effective. Let's buy the first level of the 9 revolutions mystic technique first. As for why the 9 revolutions mystic technique was chosen, although it is not as powerful as other top-level techniques in the early stages, it excels in the accumulation and the gradual release of power that surpasses others at the same level. The effect of the 9 revolutions mystic art doubles in the first revolution, doubles again in the second, triples in the third, and so on until the 9th revolution, when the effect is equivalent to 360,000 times. What does this mean? His mana will never run out, and while the enemy is still struggling to calculate his mana, he can already attack infinitely. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the 9 revolutions profound technique is quite outstanding among techniques of the same level. Ding! System task. Want to become strong? No matter what, you can't do it without hard work. Train hard, young man. Task. Cultivate for 1 night. Reward. Fireball technique. An unavoidable mission. Perhaps the system sensed Su Chen's determination to become stronger, so it simply assigned him a cultivation task. That suits me perfectly. I'll cultivate all night tonight. Even without the tasks assigned by the system, Su Chen had originally planned to cultivate all night. Now that there are tasks, it's even better. The great fireball technique? Not bad, at least I have a means of ranged attack. He was worried about not having a ranged attack skill, and now he has one. Moreover, the fireball jutsu is very suitable for him at this stage, as it consumes little energy but deals considerable damage. As for the fire release technique not being able to kill people, what a joke, that's someone else's problem. Su Chen doesn't think he'd be like that. After saying that, he began to perform the 24th set of national gymnastics exercises in the room. Although the name sounded strange, it was a common cultivation method in the Dragon Kingdom, and most people could use it. This set of exercises is a technique passed down through generations and continuously refined and improved through the experience of countless people. It is quite effective for building a foundation during the martial arts stage. Many people of low social status initially practiced this set of gymnastics to improve their physical fitness. Su Chen's body was constantly performing complex movements in the room. Although it looked complicated, each movement was a perfect workout for every muscle. As he practiced, he noticed that his blood and chi were increasing much faster than usual, which made him wonder, could it be because of his S-rank talent? He guessed correctly. When the system merged with the kaleidoscope, it also modified his aptitude, allowing him to successfully enter the S-class ranks. After completing a set, Su Chen opened the system panel with a hint of anticipation. System, open the system panel. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, quasi-martial artist, special ability, S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope, chi and blood, 20.5 points, strength 41 points, speed 20 points, mental strength 200 points, skills, holification, Kamui, points, 0. One set of exercises can increase your chi and blood by 0.5? Su Chen's face lit up with joy. Before, each set of exercises could only increase his chi and blood by 0.1, which was already considered pretty good. It's unbelievable that my chi and blood have increased by 0.5 in one go, and I didn't feel tired at all after completing one set. In the past, he needed at least half an hour to rest after completing a set of gymnastics exercises, otherwise he would not be able to continue exercising, because the body cannot absorb that much blood and energy in a short period of time. At this rate, gaining over 10 units of chi and blood in one night is no problem at all. The fusion of kaleidoscopes not only enhanced his aptitude but also strengthened his physical endurance. Su Chen continued practicing one routine after another without showing any signs of fatigue or stopping to rest. Increases HP by 0.5. Increases HP by 0.5. Increases HP by 0.5. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Su Chen stopped performing the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics, his muscles cracking and popping, his blood surging violently. He exhaled a long breath, clenched his fist to feel the power within his body, and muttered to himself, I feel like I could beat 10 of myself from yesterday. He wasn't mistaken. He practiced a full 40 sets of gymnastics last night. Based on an increase of 0.5 points of chi and blood per set, a full 20 points of chi and blood were added in one night. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Cultivate for one night. You have received the reward, Great Fireball Technique. Use it? In the next instant, the method of using the Great Fireball Technique quickly entered Su Chen's mind. Is this how the Great Fireball Technique is used? He felt a surge of excitement after experiencing it for a while, eager to try out the power of this move. However, he had to hold back, because he didn't want to burn his house down. System, open Open the system panel. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm, quasi-martial artist. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Chi and blood, 40 points. Strength, 80 points. Speed, 40 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, basic fireball jutsu, 0/500. Looking at the panel, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. I still need 60 more points of chi and blood to become a true martial artist? He was satisfied with his current rate of progress. After all, he had gained 20 points of health and mana in just one night. This improvement in just one night was almost equivalent to the results of his years of hard work. Is this the talent that comes with an S-class ability? A complex expression appeared on Su Chen's face. He had thought before that perhaps geniuses cultivate extremely quickly, but as long as they work hard enough, they can catch up one day. What about SS rank, which is even higher than S rank? And what about the strongest SSS rank? How fast will their cultivation speed be? Although these questions lingered in his mind, he didn't dwell on them and got up to go to school. After the awakening ceremony, many people choose to cultivate at home on their own. After all, the National College entrance examination is just around the corner. In a world where spiritual energy has been revived, the college entrance examination is no longer just a theoretical test, but a true practical assessment. Each province will select the top 100 strongest participants to compete. Simply put, this is an elimination tournament where only the most outstanding individuals can reach the end. Of course, those ranked after the top 100 are not necessarily unable to get into university. It's just that the top 100 are more capable. Su Chen decided to apply to the school and study independently at home from then on. He felt he had to make good use of this time. Instead of staying at home, why not go out of the city to hunt monsters? This will not only train you but also earn you system points. Isn't this Su the good for nothing? When you see me, do you know you should greet me? I've awakened a B-level superpowered wolf, so we're not on the same level anymore. A burly boy, followed by several henchmen, looked at Su Chen with a mocking smile. Su Chen glanced at them indifferently and was about to ignore them and leave, but unexpectedly, Wei Pingyun's henchmen were not happy about it. Upon seeing this, Wu Maodian immediately stepped forward and said ingratiatingly, "Brother Wei, should I go and teach this kid a lesson so he'll remember it?" Wei Pingyun nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead, let Su Chen know that things are different now." Upon receiving the command, Wu Maodian shouted, "Fire!" A small fireball condensed in his hand, and surprisingly, it showed no intention of attacking. It simply burned quietly in his hand. "I'm a D-level superpowered little fireball. Are you scared? If you beg for mercy from Boss Wei now, maybe he can spare your life." Wu Maodian stared at Su Chen smugly. "Don't forget, we still have to give Boss Wei some money every week." Another person chimed in, immediately eliciting laughter of agreement from the crowd. "What a petty person who has gotten his way. He didn't dare to mess with me yesterday. I think I beat up this Boss Wei once, but I can't quite remember." Su Chen sighed inwardly, for troubles were already piling up on the second day of the awakening ceremony. Since someone was causing trouble, he neither provoked nor feared trouble. He immediately turned around and stared coldly at the group. "Are you looking to die?" His tone was so calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. "Ha, did I hear that right? This brat dares to say we want to die? Fine, fine. A mere waste of a spirit eye talent dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't want to live." Su Chen's words thoroughly enraged them, and they decided not to let him off easily, already plotting how to torture him. "Die, you piece of trash." Wu Maodian threw the small fireball in his hand at Su Chen. The fireball flew towards him, accompanied by a wave of heat, but for Su Chen, the temperature was merely a warm-up. He sneered, "You dare to use this little bit of stuff to scare people? Let me show you what real flames are." Fire release, great fireball technique. He quickly formed hand seals in the air, then spat out a fireball that was more than 10 times larger than Wu Maodian's. Wu Maodian proudly raised his head, not bothering to look at the result, because he was already certain that he would hear Su Chen's screams next. Why haven't we heard any sound yet? He looked ahead with some confusion, only to see an immeasurably large fireball rapidly approaching, many times larger than himself, already rushing towards him. Wait, how could this be? When Wu Maodian realized something was wrong and was about to dodge, the fireball was already close at hand, and he had no chance to escape. The fireball instantly engulfed his entire body. Fortunately, Su Chen hadn't attacked with full force, otherwise Wu Maodian would have been burned to a crisp by now. Even so, Wu Maodian, who had been hit, could not bear it any longer. Before fainting, he stared at Su Chen in disbelief. You kid, aren't you a spirit eye ability user? I've never heard of Ling Tong being able to use fire-type abilities. Isn't it supposed to be F rank? Wu Maodian vividly remembered that Su Chen was just a useless person with the spirit eye ability. How could he possibly activate fire-type abilities and be so much stronger than him? But he didn't understand at all that Su Chen was actually a cheater. How could he possibly win against a cheater? How is this possible? Several people in the distance looked at Wu Maodian lying on the ground in disbelief. In their eyes, this matter should have been easily resolved. Wei Pingyun said in a deep voice, "There's something fishy about this kid. Don't let him go alone. All of you go together. I'd like to see if if I can win him over. Although he couldn't understand how Su Chen could use a fire-based ability that had nothing to do with Ling Tong, it didn't stop him from being wary. Moreover, Wei Pengyun didn't believe that Su Chen could defeat so many opponents here. Su Chen, let's see what you do now. Two fists can't fight four hands, so just beg for mercy, he thought excitedly to himself. Wei Pengyun will never forget the scene of Su Chen easily defeating him. Although his cultivation level was far higher than Su Chen's combat skills easily overwhelmed him. At that moment, as Wei Pengyun watched Su Chen's retreating figure, fear surged within him for the first time. With his imposing physique, he had never tasted defeat, yet he had been defeated by this man. Just when he thought he would never be able to take revenge, he was surprised to find that Su Chen was actually considered to have the weakest Spirit Eye talent. This was also the second day after he awakened his superpowers. He couldn't wait to stop Su Chen, determined to avenge this grudge. At this moment, the four people on the field had completely surrounded Su Chen. The four men exchanged glances, and the next second they shouted in unison, "Go!" The four of them unleashed their supernatural abilities simultaneously, launching a fierce attack on Su Chen, determined to take him down in an instant. Facing the four people's attack, Su Chen glanced at them indifferently. Sharingan. He had only activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He felt that these people were not worthy of him using his full power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. This was not because he underestimated them, but because there was simply no need for him to do so. His Sharingan kept spinning because he knew that without specialized training, it was impossible to achieve perfect teamwork. As long as we find the weaknesses, we can defeat them one by one. Sure enough, he discovered the opponent's weakness the next moment and rushed forward. The man reacted and immediately threw a punch at Su Chen's head, but Su Chen had activated his Sharingan and could not be hit so easily. He tilted his head slightly to dodge the fist, and at the same time, he exerted a little force in his hand, striking the other person hard in the abdomen. With a scream, the person who was hit knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach and vomiting bile. That's right, Su Chen's punch actually made the other person vomit bile. However, Su Chen had no time to deal with these trivial matters at the moment. The next attack followed immediately. So slow, so slow. They're moving way too slowly. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that with the Sharingan, he might be able to see their movements clearly. Unexpectedly, in his eyes, their movements were like slow motion, making it easy to see the trajectory of their attacks. Is this the power of the Sharingan? No wonder. Su Chen gradually understood why every Uchiha clan member who awakened the Sharingan was so arrogant. It turned out they possessed a talent that other clans lacked. The Uchiha clan members believed that possessing the power of the Sharingan made them fearless, and this arrogance made them increasingly overconfident. It was precisely this arrogance that ultimately indirectly led to the demise of the Uchiha clan. With three dull thuds, three more figures, writhing in agony, appeared on the ground. After dealing with them, Su Chen turned around and stared coldly at Wei Pengyun with his Sharingan, as if silently telling him, "You're next." How is this possible? Wei Pengyun looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen clearly awakened the Spirit Eye. How could he be so strong? His lips trembled as he muttered to himself, and his body shook uncontrollably. Clearly, this scene terrified him. As Su Chen approached step by step, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice, but deep down he could not hide a trace of fear. "Su Chen, you forced me to do this. Transform into wolf." Wei Pengyun's superpower is wolf form, which allows him to transform his body into that of a wolf, gaining wolf-like strength and speed. His body gradually swells, covered in fur, his teeth grow wildly, revealing sharp points, and his fingernails and toenails become incredibly sharp. At this moment, he is no longer human, but a true werewolf. As it turns out, when a person is driven to the brink, he will no longer fear anything, and Wei Pengyun was just like that at this moment. "Prepare to die, Su Chen. I'm going to crush you." He roared and charged at Su Chen, as if he wanted to vent all his fear and anger on him. Facing Wei Pengyun, who had already turned into a wolf, Su Chen smiled faintly, showing no fear, and didn't even use his Manjikyu Sharingan. "Die!" Wei Pengyun had already approached Su Chen, his claws raised high, pointing directly at his neck, as if he could see blood splattering everywhere in the next second. He didn't care at all what would happen next. All he wanted to do at that moment was to completely eliminate Su Chen from this world. Faced with the swung claw, Su Chen's Sharingan turned slightly, calmly dodging the attack. "What? How is that possible?" Wei Pengyun stared at Su Chen in disbelief, his mind filled with doubt. His claws were about to strike Su Chen, but were dodged in an instant. He couldn't believe the gap between himself and Su Chen was so huge, and like a madman, he attacked Su Chen frantically. "Die! Die! If you've got the guts, don't hide. Let's have a real man's head-on clash." Wei Pengyun roared, trying to provoke Su Chen's desire to fight head-on, but Su Chen was no fool. After all, he was only a quasi-martial artist, while Wei Pengyun was already a martial artist and had the added advantage of wolf transformation. He had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Su Chen found himself somewhat addicted to the feeling brought by the Sharingan. The feeling of controlling everything was something he couldn't help but be drawn to. No wonder everyone says the Uchiha clan is proud, brave, and skilled in battle. It's truly not without reason, he remarked while dodging attacks. attacks. When Wei Pingyun realized that Su Chen had dared to be distracted while he was attacking Su Chen, his anger burned even brighter. He even suppressed his fear of Su Chen, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Don't you dare run away!" By now, Wei Pingyun was no longer a fool. He could see that he couldn't grab Su Chen's clothes at all, but escaping was not an option now. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue the attack. While attacking, he also kept provoking Su Chen with words. Gradually, Su Chen felt increasingly bored. Monotonous avoidance was meaningless, and he decided to end this farce. "That's enough, I don't have time to waste with you." He took a step back to dodge Wei Pingyun's attack and quickly formed hand seals, the gestures for the Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A fireball shot out from Su Chen's mouth, heading straight for Wei Pingyun. When Wei Pingyun saw the sudden fireball, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. "Damn it, there's no way to dodge it. I can only grit my teeth and take it." He put his hands in front of him, trying to use his wolf-like body to block Su Chen's attack. However, things did not go as he wished. This time, Su Chen clearly knew that Wei Pingyun was tough and resilient after transforming into a wolf, so he did not hold back and attacked with all his might. If Wei Pingyun understood Su Chen's thoughts, he would definitely exclaim, "No, I can't take a beating at all." Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Wei Pingyun was thrown out by the fireball, his fur charred black, and his wolf form was dispelled. Cough. Wei Pingyun lay sprawled on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Seeing that he was powerless to resist, Su Chen felt bored and was about to leave when suddenly, "I am a B-level ability user. Why would I lose to trash like you?" Wei Pingyun endured the pain and questioned, word by word. Su Chen didn't turn around, and said calmly, "Because you are weak." Unexpectedly, these words seemed to enrage Wei Pingyun, who stared at Su Chen with a frantic look in his eyes. "I refuse to accept this. Why should you, like your trashy parents, live your whole life at the bottom of this world?" "What did you just say?" Su Chen turned around, his eyes icy cold. "I said." Su Chen reached out and grabbed Wei Pingyun by the neck, easily lifting him off the ground. He repeated each word in a cold tone. "What did you just say?" His eerie red eyes were fixed on Wei Pingyun. At this moment, Wei Pingyun seemed to be stared at by a ferocious beast, and he would die on the spot if he was not careful. With his neck being choked, Wei Pingyun, suspended in midair, had his facial features contorted in agony, tears and saliva streaming down his face. He couldn't understand how the Spirit Eye ability could be so powerful, and what exactly was the origin of Su Chen's red pupils. "I admit defeat." Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, he managed to squeeze out those words from his throat, struggling desperately with his limbs and his eyes filled with pleading. However, Su Chen remained unmoved. "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll never dare to mess with you again." Wei Pingyun begged for mercy frantically. At this moment, Teacher Wang, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but step forward. "Su Chen, if this continues, he'll die." From the moment Su Chen entered the school, Teacher Wang, as his teacher, had been keeping an eye on him. Faced with this situation, he was initially reluctant to get involved, but planned to step in and help at a crucial moment. As the battle unfolded, seeing Su Chen's confidence, he decided to observe first, figuring that with Su Chen there, nothing serious would happen. Unexpectedly, what happened next shocked him greatly. The flames that Su Chen spewed from his mouth were so hot that even Teacher Wang, who was far away, could feel the shock. His blood-red pupils were even more eerie. By the time he realized what was happening, Su Chen had already lifted Wei Pingyun high into the air. Worried that Su Chen might lose control and hurt his classmates, Teacher Wang quickly stepped in to dissuade him. In China, fighting is common, and martial arts are valued more than academics, but if someone dies, especially among classmates, it will not be tolerated. Otherwise, you'll only be able to eat peanuts for the rest of your life. "Teacher Wang, what brings you here?" Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned his head and saw a familiar face, which surprised him slightly. He had vaguely sensed that someone was observing him, but the difference in their cultivation levels was too great to pinpoint the person's location. "I saw you being brought here by Wei Pingyun, and I thought I'd come help you, but let him go," Teacher Wang said helplessly, his eyes filled with disbelief, while glancing at Wei Pingyun in midair. He could sense that if he didn't let go, Wei Pingyun would definitely suffocate. Su Chen nodded and released Wei Pingyun from his grasp. With a heavy thud, Wei Pingyun fell heavily to the ground, drool dripping onto the floor. But he had no time to care about that. He was only focused on panting and trying to steady his breathing. He had genuinely thought he was going to die there. His eyes became glazed over, and his heart was filled with regret, remorse for everything he had done that day. He looked up and gazed at Teacher Wang with gratitude. If it weren't for Teacher Wang's help, the outcome today would have been unpredictable. "From now on, avoid me whenever you see me." Su Chen gave Wei Pingyun a cold look, and Wei Pingyun immediately understood. He used all four limbs as if he were avoiding a demon, and quickly fled the scene. From this day forward, Wei Pingyun vowed never to provoke Su Chen again. If he did, he would be a dog. "Su Chen, what's wrong with you?" Teacher Wang looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Su Chen in front of him and hesitated before speaking. But after thinking for a moment, he chose to remain silent. After all, everyone has their own secrets. It's not surprising that Su Chen has a secret. "Teacher Wang, I would like to apply for permission to cultivate independently quietly at home. Su Chen smiled faintly, completely unconcerned about Teacher Wang's doubts. After all, in the eyes of others, he was still just a weakling with the ability of spiritual eyes. His sudden display of power beyond spiritual eyes was bound to arouse suspicion from Teacher Wang, who had taught all his life. Teacher Wang wasn't surprised to hear that Su Chen wanted to cultivate at home on his own. With Su Chen's current strength, he couldn't be of much help at school. At most, he could only improve his grades. It was better to let him cultivate at home. He would progress much faster that way. Yesterday, many students made the same request to Teacher Wang, and he agreed to them all, because he understands that the only chance to strive in life may be now. Okay, I approve your application. Su Chen, no matter what happened to you, I will always be your teacher. Don't let me down. Teacher Wang looked at Su Chen seriously, with a hidden worry in her heart that his power might come from improper means. In the past, there have been students who, dissatisfied with their superpowers, secretly took illegal drugs to temporarily gain great power, only to ruin their lives in the process. Banned drugs are nothing more than overdrawing your body's reserves in exchange for temporary strength. Don't worry, Teacher Wang. Don't you know me? I'll definitely know what I'm doing. Su Chen nodded gently. He understood Teacher Wang's concerns, but he couldn't reveal the existence of the system to him. He could only assure him that he wouldn't do anything foolish. How could he not know the dangers of banned drugs? He's not stupid. He would never take such a risk. That's good. Be careful. Remember that. If you'd like, don't forget to come and take the college entrance exam in Linhai City next week. Teacher Wang reassured her. The college entrance examination in Linhai City involves selecting the top 100 students from each city in each province to participate in the provincial college entrance examination, and then gradually entering the national college entrance examination selection process. The entire process is completed 1 month before the national college entrance examination. Of course, those who feel it's unnecessary to participate can choose not to go. It's entirely up to the individual. Su Chen nodded. How could he forget the Linhai City college entrance examination? This was a crucial opportunity to become stronger. I must get into the top 10, or even first place, in the Linhai City college entrance examination. He made up his mind. In a world where spiritual energy is reviving, monsters invade cities every year, and geniuses will inevitably be given important positions. There may be undercurrents among people, but they will never be brought into the open, because at this critical time, any blatant infighting is not allowed. Many countries in the previous life disappeared during the spiritual energy revival. A few surviving countries formed an alliance to jointly resist the threat of monsters. This alliance is known as the Central Federation of Humanity. The Human Central Federation, as the central organization, is composed of the strongest individuals from each country. Although hostility or competition between countries still exists, cooperation has largely shifted. Of course, competition still exists between each generation of young people. Now, what should I do to become stronger? By the way, I can go to the bounty hall in Linhai City to accept missions and hunt down monsters. His eyes gleamed with determination. Su Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea. Killing monsters not only earns you points, but also makes you money. It's a win-win situation. He pictured his parents' injured bodies, then thought of the reshaping pill in the system shop, and then of his father's dejected state over the years. He immediately made up his mind that he must get those 2 pills, not for anything else, but for his parents. Rejuvenation pill. After taking it, the body can recover from damage and even reshape its physical condition. Of course, while the reshaping pill is not entirely unavailable in the alliance, its price is outrageously high, requiring 100 million alliance coins to buy just one. Moreover, even with money, one is not guaranteed to purchase it. One also needs connections to obtain this pill. Back then, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun had also tried to find a treatment, but they gave up immediately after hearing the price of the elixir. Because at that time they already had Su Chen and Su Ninglu, they simply didn't have the money to buy the reshaping pill. Young Su Chen once asked Su Xinghai, "Mom and Dad have made so many contributions to Linhai City, but this is the end result. Do you regret it?" Su Xinghai smiled faintly. "Silly child, of course you won't regret it, because Linhai City is the home of your mother and me, the place where we were born and raised. We must not let monsters destroy it. It is the home on which I depend for survival." He patted Su Chen's tender head and patiently explained the reasoning to him. After listening, Su Chen opened his eyes wide, a hint of sadness in them, and looked at his father, saying, But you've lost most of it." Su Xinghai looked at him earnestly and said, "Word by word, Chener, let me tell you, with great power comes great responsibility." Lin Muyun, standing to the side, looked at the father and son and smiled gently. "Inside the bounty hall in Linhai City, are you sure you want to register as an adventurer? Then start accepting missions? Little kid, you're still just a high school student, right?" Wu Yuhan, who was at the front desk, looked at Su Chen's youthful face and kindly reminded him. Over the years, she has worked at the front desk and seen too many passionate young people who want to slay monsters, register as adventurers, accept quests, and traverse the city. However, most of the young people who entered the monster forest with dreams perished, with countless deaths and injuries. Those who returned alive were mostly filled with fear of the monsters. To enter the monster forest, one must possess a mission stamp from the bounty hall or prove that they are a martial spirit level expert. As for why students can also enter the monster forest, it's because the Dragon Kingdom doesn't need hothouse flowers, but rather geniuses who have truly experienced bloodshed, which is why they don't stop them. I'm sure. Please process it for me, Su Chen said with a firm look and a smile. He didn't mind Wu Yuhan's good intentions. He knew she must have had a reason for saying that, and there was no need to refute it. Alright, but the monster forest is very dangerous. I suggest you stay on the outer edge and don't go too deep. You usually won't encounter any strong monsters there, and it's best not to spend the night in the forest. Visibility is low at night, and the eyesight and sense of smell of monsters are much stronger than those of humans at night. Looking at the determined Su Chen, Wu Yuhan knew she couldn't stop him, so she could only tell him some common sense about the monster forest. She would say these words to every boy who came here, because she did not want any boy with a bright future to be lost in the monster forest. Although her reminders won't be remembered by most teenagers, there will always be a few who will take them seriously. Many people think that they have learned a lot of knowledge in school and that monsters are not scary. But how could a monster that could force humans to build city walls not be afraid? Su Chen nodded seriously. Although he was stubborn, he was not someone who couldn't listen to advice. It's all taken care of for you. Now you can go and choose a task. Wu Yuhan taught him how to accept tasks on his phone. In that case, you can accept the task directly on your phone, but you still need to come here in person to submit the task items. I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Wu Yuhan. You can just call me Sister Wu. She smiled and said with a sly glint in her eyes, as if she wanted to take advantage of Su Chen. I've never been called sister before. She was secretly pleased. Although Wu Yuhan is not as outstanding as Morong Shui and Su Ningyue, she is quite pleasing to the eye and gives people a pure and innocent feeling like first love. Su Chen replied with a hint of gratitude, okay, Sister Wu, thank you. After all, these were valuable experiences from his seniors, and he had no reason not to listen. Besides, he had a good impression of Sister Wu. You're a very kind girl. He didn't think Wu Yuhan was meddling. On the contrary, he thought she was kind-hearted. After saying that, he began to select tasks on the bounty platform on his phone. Slay the Silver Ice Wolf and extract its demon core. Reward 12 million Alliance coins. Recommended for late-stage martial spirit level experts. Slay the Rock Banyan Beast and extract its demon core. Reward 10 million Alliance coins. Recommended for mid to late-stage martial spirit level players. Collect the rare treasure, Spirit Crane Lotus, in a certain location within the monster forest. Reward 8 million Alliance coins. Strong players are welcome to participate. Please contact the employer for the specific location or complete the quest directly. Which task should I choose? Su Chen looked at the dazzling array of tasks and slowly searched for the one that suited him best. I suggest you don't just pick tasks randomly like that. It's a waste of time. As Su Chen flipped through the items one by one, Wu Yuhan couldn't help but offer a reminder. I'll teach you. She took his phone, tapped a few times skillfully, and then handed it back to him, her eyes full of expectant praise. Me. See how convenient this is? I've separated the tasks for aspiring martial artists and martial artists. Su Chen glanced at it and, sure enough, the previously chaotic task list was now neatly divided into the quasi-martial artist area and the martial artist area. As for the higher level tasks, Wu Yuhan probably knew he couldn't complete them, so she simply blocked them. Thank you, Sister Wu, but why are you so kind to me? Su Chen asked, full of questions. I'll only help you out because you seem like a nice person. I recommend you take on this task. Wu Yuhan pointed to a task on the screen. Remove a pair of black antelope horns, being careful not to damage them. Reward 100,000 Alliance coins, open to all martial artists. Moreover, this mission isn't too dangerous, and I can also gain some experience in the monster forest. She was quite optimistic about this mission. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, it's indeed good, then I'll accept it. After accepting the mission, Su Chen said goodbye to Wu Yuhan and headed straight for the monster forest. As for whether or not to tell his parents, he plans not to for now, since he doesn't want them to worry. My parents will definitely think I was at school today. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the monster forest. A row of fully armed soldiers stood at the entrance, conducting strict checks on everyone who wanted to enter the monster forest in order to prevent criminals from taking the opportunity to enter. To prevent wanted criminals from escaping capture through the monster forest and endangering others. This place has been the site of countless vendettas sparked by the exposure of astonishing wealth, resulting in numerous deaths and injuries. After all, if someone is killed in this forest, almost no one will hold them accountable. Therefore, the monster forest is also known as the lawless land, where many people encounter misfortune every day. Hello, please show your proof. Two soldiers spotted Su Chen and immediately approached him for questioning. Su Chen looked like a student, with a gentle demeanor, and did not arouse suspicion. He took out his phone, and the screen displayed proof of his mission. This is my proof. The two soldiers took the phone and carefully checked it. Although he was just a student, a soldier's duty is to ensure that no criminals can pass through here. No problem, student, you can go in. Thank you for cooperating with our military. Two soldiers saluted Su Chen with standard military salute. It's alright, cooperating is what we should do. Whether in his past life or this one, Su Chen deeply admires soldiers because they protect the country with their blood and are the most beloved people. Especially when monsters attack the city, regardless of whether there was an order or not, they always risked their lives to stand firm on the front line against the monsters. Behind them are their country, their families, and their loved ones. They have no reason to back down. Just as Su Chen stepped into the monster forest, a voice came from behind him. Student, if you encounter any danger, you can come to us, and we will help you. He didn't turn around, but simply waved behind him to express his gratitude. Do you think he'll come back alive? I don't know, but there are often young people like that who rush in full of enthusiasm. However, I hope he can come back safely. The two soldiers shared the same thought. Neither wanted to see such a young boy perish. Upon entering the monster forest, Su Chen immediately tensed up, not wanting to encounter any accidents so soon after entering. He would occasionally look around. Let's complete the bounty mission at the designated location first. He doesn't have a specific goal yet. He plans to complete the bounty missions first, and then try to kill the monsters to gain system points. Ding! System task. How can a young man venturing out of his thatched cottage not have his hands stained with the blood of demons and beasts? Go forth, young man. Mission requirements. Defeat 10 demonic beasts at the martial artist level. Reward, lightning release, Chidori. Accept? The system really thinks highly of me? 10 demonic beasts at the martial warrior level. I'm only a quasi-martial warrior now. Demonic beasts at the same level are generally far stronger than humans. Su Chen couldn't help but complain to the system, but then he changed the subject and smiled slightly. However, it looks very challenging. And there's also the Chidori ninjutsu. This is the most suitable ninjutsu for the Sharingan, combining the Sharingan's keen dynamic vision with Chidori's super fast movement speed. Although the loud noise when Chidori is released is a drawback. But so what? As long as we defeat the enemy quickly, that's all that matters. He thought to himself that he had always coveted those Chidori stream ninjutsu. When he watched Naruto in his previous life, he thought Sasuke's Chidori stream ninjutsu was extremely cool. With that in mind, Su Chen headed toward the location marked with black antelopes. Is that a black antelope? It is said that black antelopes are temperamental and will attack without mercy if anyone gets close. I don't know if it's true or not. Su Chen hid in the shadows and activated his Sharingan to observe, trying to find its weakness. The black antelope grazed leisurely on the grassland, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Its enormous horns also explain why some people would want them. He took out his phone to confirm, and the monster in front of him was indeed a black antelope. That's it. The moment he made up his mind, Su Chen rushed forward, pulled out two small knives, and stabbed them directly into the black antelope's eyes. Meow, meow, meow. The black antelope howled in pain, its injured eye causing it extreme fear and making it highly emotionally unstable. It thrashed about on the grass, as if only in this way could it alleviate its inner unease. Su Chen plunged his knife into its neck, and the black antelope immediately fell silent. After its limbs trembled for a moment, it stopped breathing completely. Although he could wear down the black antelope until it was exhausted, the smell of blood would attract other monsters. Killing it outright might give the black antelope a good time. Is this what it feels like to kill a monster? Su Chen stared at the blood-stained blade in his hand, momentarily stunned. He had specifically chosen a new knife, yet even a single demonic beast had damaged its blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 black-horned antelope. Gained 100 system points. A demonic beast at the first level of martial arts can actually earn 100 system points? This is pretty good. Su Chen nodded, feeling quite satisfied. He could earn 100 system points from just a single demonic beast at the first level of martial arts. Each major realm is divided into 9 minor realms. This means that a martial artist in the second realm receives 200 system points, and so on. To avoid attracting monsters with the smell of blood, Su Chen didn't dare to delay for a moment. He quickly cut off the black antelope's horns and then extracted the demon core from its body. He then left immediately. Not bad, this thing should sell for at least 1,000 alliance coins, right? Su Chen said thoughtfully, holding the black-horned antelope's demon core. The purpose of a demon core is to extract energy from the body for refining elixirs. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his Sharingan spun wildly, and he took a step back. A gust of wind swept by. Where Su Chen had been standing, a wolf that was entirely black and looked extremely ferocious suddenly appeared. This looks like a shadow moon wolf? Su Chen recalled the description of the shadow moon wolf in the textbook, but he remembered that the shadow moon wolf usually only came out to hunt at night. Don't shadow moon wolves only come out at night? He frowned in thought, but the shadow moon wolves wouldn't give him a chance to think too much. Its entire body was tense, maintaining an attack posture, constantly circling around Su Chen, searching for a weakness. A deep growl came from his throat. The deep growl made Su Chen's heart tighten. He wasn't sure if the shadow moon wolf had any companions. If he has companions, the situation is dire. He can handle one or two, but if it's a group, he has has no chance of winning. However, he possesses the Kamui Manjikyu Sharingan, so even if he can't win, he can still run away. He would never easily admit defeat. Moreover, the aura of this monster in front of us seems to be only at the 3rd level of martial arts. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. The Shadow Moon Wolf tensed its muscles and, seizing the moment, lunged at Su Chen with a howling roar. Its target was Su Chen's neck. Killing its prey with a single blow was its method. Fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with the roaring monster, how could Su Chen simply surrender? He quickly formed hand seals in the air. He channeled his internal energy, directing it towards his mouth. Just as the demonic beast was about to pounce on him, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. It lunged straight at the Shadow Moon Wolf's face. The Shadow Moon Wolf was unable to dodge in time and was engulfed by the sudden fireball. When it reappeared, its fur was singed, and its once heroic image was now in a sorry state. It endured the burning pain, slowly stood up, and stared fiercely at Su Chen, as if vowing to turn him into its meal. The moment the werewolf and the human locked eyes, Su Chen's Sharingan with its 3 tomo spun wildly. Illusion, freeze body spell. This is a genjutsu inherent to the 3 tomo Sharingan. It's the first time he's used it, and the effect is still uncertain. The Shadow Moon Wolf, shrouded in illusion, suddenly felt its body stiffen and struggled desperately but could not move. Howl. It didn't understand why it was completely unable to move just because the 2-legged creature in front of it glared at it. The ferocity in his eyes was gone, replaced by the fear of being suppressed by the immobilization spell. It tried its best, but remained motionless. The Shadow Moon Wolf's fierce eyes reflected Su Chen's approaching figure, and sensing the danger to its life, it struggled even more fiercely. The fact that it could still move despite being bound by the immobilization spell gave the Shadow Moon Wolf, which had been in despair, a glimmer of hope. Howl. It struggled frantically, finally breaking free of its restraints and escaping danger. Before I could even feel relieved, I felt a sharp blade pierce my neck. The intense pain made it cry out, but what good did that do? Su Chen's bloodshot eyes showed no pity. Before dying, the Shadow Moon Wolf, knowing it had no hope, gave Su Chen a resentful look. A woo a woo a woo. Its repeated mournful cries were its final screams of life. The sound gradually stopped, and the eyes slowly closed, never to be opened again. Su Chen didn't approach rashly, but instead cautiously observed the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. After all, some demonic beasts would feign death before they died, fooling many people, so he didn't rush forward, but waited for the system to confirm whether the other party was really dead. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Moon Wolf opened its eyes again, its gaze filled with resentment, before closing them again in despair. Luckily, I didn't rush up impulsively. He looked at the monster with some fear, not expecting that it was actually pretending to be dead. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host, for killing a Shadow Moon Demon Wolf at the Martial Artist Level 3. Received 300 system points. Hearing the system notification, Su Chen felt relieved and stepped forward to collect the valuables from the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Ding! System task. How can a young man venturing out of his thatched cottage not expose himself to some demonic beasts and see some blood? Go forth, young man. Mission requirements: defeat 10 monsters at the Martial Artist level, 2 out of 10. Reward: lightning release, Chidori. Are we still missing 8? Su Chen murmured to himself. I should have brought more knives. I'll definitely upgrade my equipment when I get back. He nodded without saying anything more. The blade in his hand was completely broken and unusable. System: open the system panel. Multiverse system. Host: Su Chen. Realm: quasi-martial artist. Special ability: S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Chi and blood 40 points. Strength 80 points. Speed 40 points. Mental strength 200 points. Skills: intangibility, Kamui, basic fireball jutsu 30/500 points 300. Does using skills increase proficiency? Su Chen stared at the proficiency level of the great fireball technique on the skill panel, pondering calmly. It seems that each attempt can increase the level by 10 points, which means it will take 47 attempts to reach the intermediate level. It doesn't seem that difficult. However, he knew in his heart that he was just saying that casually, and that the proficiency requirements would increase exponentially as the skill level progressed. The great fireball technique is still only at a beginner level. A woo a woo a woo. Upon hearing the howling of wolves coming from afar, Su Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. He saw figures flashing through the surrounding woods, all of them being Shadow Moon wolves. I was careless. How could I forget that? Shadow Moon wolves are clearly social animals, he thought to himself, keeping a close watch on things. He had noticed that the Shadow Moon wolf was alone and thought it was strange, assuming it had gotten separated from its pack. However, he was surprised to find that the entire pack of Shadow Moon wolves was nearby. Su Chen's original 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate, and gradually the 3-tomo disappeared, replaced by a shuriken-shaped Sharingan, the Manjikyu Sharingan. This was the first time he had activated the Manjikyu Sharingan in actual combat, and he was visibly shaken after activating it. Is this the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan? Previously, he had always activated these in secluded places and hadn't felt anything special. This time, however, the activation brought him immense shock. In those eyes, no creature within sight can hide. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolves that kept flashing before Su Chen's eyes became exceptionally clear with the help of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and he began to count how many there were. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 13 Shadow Moon Wolves in total, plus the one we just killed, making a total of 14. It really is a pack of wolves, not a lone wolf at all. He secretly blamed himself for letting his guard down at such a crucial moment. It must have been because he hadn't encountered any danger since entering the monster forest that he mistakenly thought it wasn't so dangerous. It really shouldn't have happened. Nevertheless, Su Chen wasn't too worried about whether he could get out alive. With his ability to become ethereal, he felt that escaping shouldn't be a problem. Wait, there are more than 10 Shadow Moon Wolves here. Does that mean my mission is complete? He suddenly remembered his system. He was still missing 8 missions, and these dozen or so Shadow Moon Wolves were more than enough to complete his objective. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he thought of this. At school, he was known as Crazy Sue, a title that held true even in this dangerous situation. He had made up his mind. What could a single pack of Shadow Moon Wolves do to him? It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. Kamui. Su Chen's kaleidoscope spun wildly, and a force that distorted space shot towards one of the Shadow Moon Wolves. The Shadow Moon Wolf that was struck had no time to react. The power of the divine might erupted within it, and its entire body twisted and collapsed. Until its death, it couldn't believe that this two-legged beast possessed the power to kill it instantly. What was even more unexpected was that, despite being surrounded by more than 10 Shadow Moon Wolves, this guy actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Congratulations, host, for slaying a first-tier martial artist Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Gained 100 system points. Seeing this, the other Shadow Moon Wolves' playful mood vanished instantly, replaced by pure hatred in their wolf eyes. Although they were inherently cold-blooded, the death of their kin was intolerable. They had originally planned to gradually wear down Su Chen's strength, slowly eroding him amidst his suffering, to avenge their fallen kin. However, they hadn't expected Su Chen to possess the power to instantly kill them. Their playful mood vanished instantly, replaced by extreme caution. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. The remaining 12 Shadow Moon Wolves seemed to be in sync, crouching low before charging at Su Chen, determined to kill him in one fell swoop. The 12 wolves surrounded him from different directions, giving him no chance to escape. To prevent their people from dying here again, they decided to end the battle quickly. Su Chen's attack just now was like a wake-up call. No one was confident they could withstand his next attack. Faced with the fierce attack of the Shadow Moon Wolves, Su Chen stood quietly, seemingly giving up resistance and waiting to die in their eyes. But as a time traveler, his life had only just begun. How could he easily admit defeat? The kaleidoscope in his eyes spun gently, and he muttered a spell. After becoming ethereal, Su Chen appeared to be standing motionless, but in reality, his body had already been transferred into the divine might space. Countless gusts of wind howled past as the Shadow Moon Wolves passed through Su Chen's body, with some even colliding due to their excessive speed. On the surface, Su Chen appeared calm and collected, but in reality, the depletion of his divine power meant that he could only unleash it once more. Fortunately, the ethereal transformation did not consume too much of his vital energy. Taking advantage of the Shadow Moon Wolves' confusion over their failure to hit him earlier, Su Chen swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his vital energy into his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 consecutive fireballs slammed into the 2 Shadow Moon Wolves that had collided. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack 3 different ones, but, with his current strength, a single fireball could only severely injure one, far from killing it. That's why he attacked the 2 wolves that had collided. Congratulations, host, on slaying 2 Shadow Moon Wolves. Reward, 300 system points. The howls of the wolf pack rang out, and the system indicated that the kill was successful. However, Su Chen did not let his guard down. The remaining 10 Shadow Moon Demon Wolves had already regained their senses and were staring at him with piercing eyes. Tisk, if I could reach the martial arts realm, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state, he thought to himself, but his hands never stopped moving. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Perhaps the eerie scene earlier had frightened the Shadow Moon Wolves, preventing them from acting rashly. They merely stared fiercely at Su Chen from a distance. This, in turn, gave him an opportunity to unleash a barrage of fireballs. 2 more Shadow Moon Wolves fell. Even the Shadow Moon Wolves, known for their bravery, couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. However, there seemed to be an even more terrifying presence behind them, making them dare not retreat and forced to face Su Chen head-on. Congratulations, host, for killing 2 Shadow Moon Wolves. A reward of 500 system points. Su Chen stared at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's figure, his brows furrowed, his expression gradually becoming serious. Could there be even stronger demonic beasts behind us? Could it be the Shadow Moon Wolf King? No wonder we hadn't seen that guy before. It turns out the leader of this pack of Shadow Moon Wolves had been hiding in the back, observing the situation. He hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome problem on his first trip into the monster forest. Feeling his vital energy dwindling, his brows furrowed deeply. This situation is really bad. Su Chen knew that he still needed 4 more martial artist level demonic beasts to complete the mission, but even if he did, the results wouldn't be significant. The reward for completing the quest is Chidori, but using Chidori also requires consuming health points. He secretly wondered, perhaps by then, I'll have no more vital energy and won't be able to use Chidori at all? Just as he was distracted, a figure much larger than a normal Shadow Moon Wolf rushed towards him like lightning. Oh no, it's too late to blur the image. His muscles were tense, and he dodged a fatal blow at the critical moment, but he was still grabbed in the waist. With a soft thud, blood gushed from his waist, and the pain made Su Chen's face turn pale. Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King? At this moment, the Shadow Moon Wolf King stared triumphantly at the injured Su Chen, while the surrounding Shadow Moon Wolves, smelling the blood, also became excited. System, what level is it? That speed was too fast. Ding! Detection in progress. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King in the distance, martial artist level 9. This enemy is far stronger than the host. The chances of victory are slim. Escape is advised. Su Chen smiled bitterly. If only I could run, but in this situation, it's almost impossible to run. I can only fight to the death. He used his chi and blood to temporarily stop the bleeding from his waist, and his Manjikyu Sharingan spun wildly as he tried to use illusion to confuse the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Unfortunately, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, at most causing the Shadow Moon Wolf King to be momentarily dazed, which was still a precious amount of time for him. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. In the critical moment, his hand speed was as fast as 5 seals per second. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Countless fireballs spewed from his mouth. At this critical moment of life and death, he dared not conserve his energy any longer and vowed to fight his way out. Congratulations, host, on slaying 2 Shadow Moon Wolves. Reward, 300 system points. Just as he was opening a path to escape, the Shadow Moon Wolf King blocked his way like a mountain. It glared angrily at the human in front of it, never expecting that the other party would use methods it did not understand to make it confused, and after regaining its senses, it lost 2 of its people. Each member of their tribe is the foundation upon which they survive in the monster forest. How could the loss of several Shadow Moon Wolves in just one day not enrage them? Although they live in dangerous forests, they can still survive steadily by hunting. But the arrival of this human has severely weakened them, and their future days will likely be difficult. The Shadow Moon Wolf King roared, and all the Shadow Moon Wolves pounced on Su Chen, determined to tear this intruder apart. Su Chen's waist pain was becoming increasingly intense, and he dared not be careless or distracted in the slightest, focusing all his attention on the charging pack of demonic wolves. The moment they launched their attack, he quickly activated etherealization. The Shadow Moon Wolves felt as if their attacks were hitting thin air, utterly powerless, and they couldn't understand why their attacks missed when they were clearly aimed at the humans. Kamui. The instant the Shadow Moon Wolf King pierced through Su Chen's body, he swiftly activated the Manjikyu Sharingansai technique, intending to instantly kill the Shadow Moon Wolf King and thus throw the Shadow Moon Wolf Pack in chaos, leaving them leaderless and without a master. In this way, they might not even need Su Chen to take action. They would instinctively sense the danger and flee for their lives. However, as a 9th-level martial artist, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King, with its years of combat experience, instinctively sensed a deadly threat the moment Su Chen unleashed his divine might. With this perception, it managed to dodge slightly at the most dangerous moment. With a tearing sound, Shinwei's attack missed its head, striking only one of its ears. Now, it only had one ear left, and even if Su Chen were killed, the wound would not heal. Looking at the Shadow Moon Wolf King's remaining ear, Su Chen's face instantly darkened, because he knew he had failed to kill his opponent. His vital energy was no longer sufficient to support him in unleashing his divine power once more. System, your host is about to die here. Don't you have the power to help me? He couldn't help but ask. We're sorry, host. The system cannot provide you with external assistance. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but complain, you damn system. The host is about to die, and you haven't helped at all. Before he could finish speaking, blood and tears streamed from his eyes due to overuse. His injuries began to spiral out of control, and he began to breathe rapidly. It seems like this time it's really over. The Shadow Moon Wolf King stared at the human before it. Years of hunting experience told it that this guy's strength was almost gone. With just a little waiting, the meal in front of it would be its for the taking. At this critical moment, the system suddenly prompted. Ding! The host can purchase recovery pills to restore previously depleted health and mana. Su Chen was stunned. Bang! 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 There's actually something like this? System, why didn't you tell me before? The system confidently replied. The system is only responsible for providing the functionality. The host's failure to discover the existence of the elixir is the host's own problem and has nothing to do with this system. Ah! Su Chen roared in exasperation. I'm going to file a complaint. This system does not accept any complaints. If you don't buy it quickly, the Shadow Moon Wolf King won't give you a chance. Cursing under his breath, Su Chen opened the system shop. Seeing the price of the recovery pills, he couldn't help but explode. One recovery pill costs 100 system points? System, you're so greedy. Buy it or don't. Left with no other choice, Su Chen gritted his teeth and bought it. After all, life was more important than points, and he knew the difference. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have purchased a recovery pill. 100 system points deducted, remaining 1200 system points. Welcome to purchase again. Upon seeing this, Su Chen's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied with the systems and scrupulous merchant behavior. But then he thought, after all, this was a good thing for restoring qi and blood, and it was already good that it was sold to him in a critical moment. Without the system, I'm afraid I would really be helpless. He took the newly purchased recovery pill and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, the sparse blood and qi in his body quickly became abundant. Could it be because my qi and blood are too low, so eating one pill can restore me to my peak condition? He wondered silently, unsure whether the recovery pill was only effective for martial artists or applicable to all realms. If he could recover to his peak state with just one recovery pill at every level, then he might truly be invincible in the future. The Shadow Moon Wolf King was stunned. Wasn't this human in front of him already exhausted? How did he suddenly recover after eating something? Before it could recover from its shock, Su Chen had already shown no mercy and unleashed a divine might attack. Congratulations, host, on slaying a martial artist level 5 Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. A reward of 500 system points. Just as the Shadow Moon Wolf King was preparing to evade, it suddenly realized that divine might was not targeting it, but rather its other members of the race. The Shadow Moon Wolf King turned its head and saw that yet another member of its tribe had died at Su Chen's hands. Before it could even get angry, Su Chen's voice rang out again. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. With Su Chen's final powerful fireball technique, the system mission was finally completed. Ding! System task. How could a naive young man not let the demons taste his blood? Go forth, young man. Mission requirements: defeat 10 monsters at the martial artist level, 10 out of 10. Reward, lightning release, Chidori. Completed. The instructions for using Chidori came to Su Chen's mind. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling very pleased with this ninjutsu. Next, it's your turn, Shadow Moon Wolf King. He glanced indifferently at the Shadow Moon Wolf King, while the ordinary Shadow Moon Wolves were naturally not in his sight. Divine might. This time, Su Chen did not aim directly at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King's head as before, but attacked its legs instead. Even if you can't kill the opponent, you can greatly restrict their mobility, and that's enough. Kamui twisted the Shadow Moon Wolf King's legs wildly. It originally thought that it could easily dodge the attack by figuring out the opponent's attack method, but it did not expect that this attack would target its legs, catching it off guard. After the divine might ended, the Shadow Moon Wolf King survived at the cost of losing a leg. Even if it survives, it will likely fall from its kingly position. Lightning release, Chidori. Su Chen understood that he could not give the Shadow Moon Wolf King any chance at this moment. His blood surged, and he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. His vital energy gathered in his hands, and for some unknown reason, his hands became filled with lightning. As the lightning intensified, it seemed as if 1,000 birds were chirping in unison, and Su Chen's entire body crackled with countless bolts of lightning. He suddenly rushed forward. The Shadow Moon Wolf King sensed the energy gathering in the human's hand. Although it didn't know what it was, its keen intuition told it that it absolutely could not let that thing hit it. Without hesitation, it retreated quickly, no longer caring about the survival of the other Shadow Moon Wolves, only hoping not to be caught by this demon. Go to hell. However, how could Su Chen, who wields the 1,000 birds, easily let go of the prey before him? At this moment, the identities of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King and Su Chen had been reversed, and the roles of hunter and prey had been turned upside down. As Su Chen pressed closer, the Shadow Moon Wolf King grew increasingly agitated, realizing that simply running away would eventually lead to its capture, and began frantically maneuvering. However, Su Chen possesses the Sharingan, enabling him to perfectly control Chidori and adjust its direction and speed in a timely manner. With a rip sound, Su Chen's 1,000 birds pierced through the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King's body without any hindrance. Seeing their king fall at Su Chen's hands, the ordinary Shadow Moon wolves in the distance lost their will to fight and slunk away, abandoning their king for their lives. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Was the former king abandoned as soon as he died? Although he found it cruel, it was none of his business, and he began to clean up the battlefield. After all, these demonic beasts were treasures to him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a martial artist level 9 Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King. Received 900 system points. After finishing packing, he prepared to leave, but his face suddenly turned pale. TSK, is it because I've been injured for too long? While recovery pills can restore vital energy, they cannot heal injuries. Furthermore, the intense mental strain of the battle and the immense pressure from frequently using the Manjikyu Sharingan left him extremely exhausted after the fight. We can't give up yet. He was still in the demon beast forest. If he collapsed, the stench of blood would attract countless demon beasts. In his unconscious state, he would be powerless to resist. Su Chen struggled to lift the spoils of war packed in a sack and slowly made his way towards the exit. He could feel his body growing heavier and heavier, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. The scenery of the monster forest was originally quite beautiful, but Su Chen had no interest in paying attention to it and could only move his feet little by little. Fortunately, he had the foresight to avoid venturing deep into the monster forest, and the bounty mission was only located in the outer area. Even at his current speed, reaching the exit shouldn't be too difficult. Finally, he saw the exit of the monster forest, and a look of joy appeared on his face. But the next second, everything went black, and he fainted. Speaking of which, did that kid really die in there? After all, anyone who dares to come to this place must have some strength. The two soldiers who had let Su Chen pass earlier looked worried. Although they said that, they also knew that if he didn't come back for a long time, he might die. Look what that is. One of the soldiers saw a black dot fall in the distance, and his eyes widened immediately, realizing it was a person. That looks like a person? I'll go check it out. You stay here and keep watch, the other person said cautiously. After all, guarding this place was their duty. To check on the fallen person in the distance, only one person could be sent. The area was too large, it was impossible for just the two of them to go alone. They were simply assigned to this location. Isn't this the student from before? The soldier approached step by step, looking at the boy covered in blood and carrying a sack. Based on his military experience, he was certain the sack contained the corpse of a monster. The sight made his eyes widen in surprise. He couldn't fathom the extent of the battle the boy had endured to end up in such a terrible state. But there was no time to dwell on it. He could only quickly hoist Su Chen onto his shoulder and head back. He could still faintly hear Su Chen's breathing, and his heart tightened, so he quickened his pace. Hang in there, classmate. Zhao Yuanshan, what's going on? Who's that person on your back? That student from before, he's seriously injured. Come quickly and help. Wei Goen, where am I? Su Chen woke up groggily and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Could it be that I've time traveled again? He smiled bitterly, thinking that if he had time traveled again, he really wanted to give up. Just then, the door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. It was the soldier from before. You're awake, young man. You were injured and fainted at the entrance of the monster forest, remember? My name is Wei Goen. Wei Goen was taken aback when he saw Su Chen wake up, but he spoke gently so as not to frighten him. However, thinking to himself that Su Chen was covered in blood when he saw him before, he probably wouldn't be able to scare such a ruthless person, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Before Su Chen woke up, they had already checked the contents of the sack, which was full of monster corpses, and there was nothing unusual inside. This surprised them, because according to the investigation, Su Chen was only an F-level Spirit Eye ability user, and theoretically it was impossible for him to achieve this level. However, the battle traces before them were irrefutable evidence, leaving them completely baffled. How could someone with only the Spirit Eye ability kill so many demonic beasts? Among them was even a demonic beast like the Shadow Wolf King. Moreover, that was the Shadow Wolf King, a 9th-level martial artist. Even without using firearms, they couldn't defeat it easily. What shocked them even more was that the tests on Su Chen showed that his chi and blood had not even reached the level of a martial artist, and were even far below that level. This meant that he had surpassed one or even several major realms and defeated an enemy that was originally impossible to defeat. Upon learning of the situation, they immediately reported it to their superiors. After receiving the news, the superiors issued a strict order of secrecy and demanded that Su Chen be personally informed of everything once he woke up. I remember, thanks to you guys for saving me. How long was I unconscious? Su Chen lowered his head and pondered for a moment, recalling the previous situation. He had fainted because of the battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his injured waist and found that it was wrapped with bandages. Seeing this, Wei Goen smiled and said, "Young man, our medical staff have already given you some basic treatment for your injuries. If you'd like, a healing type ability user will treat you later. Leave your things here." As he spoke, he pointed to the sack on the table, which faintly smelled of blood. It was clearly Su Chen's spoils of war. Su Chen nodded, stood up, and said gratefully, "Brother Wei, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I probably would be dead already." Hearing him call him Brother Wei, Wei Goen raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't say it aloud, he was very happy to hear Su Chen address this eccentric genius in this way. That's right, he's a prodigy. They all think that Su Chen, the Spirit Eye ability user, is a prodigy who can kill so many monsters. This world is not lacking in such people. They may not have strong superpowers, but they can still kill monsters by other means. He quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't save you. Zhao Yuanshan brought you back to life. I only found you lying there. Come to think of it, he happened to see Su Chen fall at that moment. Otherwise, Su Chen's fate would be hard to say now. No, you said it yourself. If you hadn't found me, my fate would be unknown. And Brother Zhao, I have to thank him personally. Su Chen looked at Wei Goen earnestly. In his heart, he must remember the kindness of anyone who had helped him. If I have the opportunity to help in the future, I will repay your kindness tenfold. Seeing Su Chen's seriousness, Wei Goen could only put on a helpless expression. Alright, then I'll call Brother Zhao over for you so you can meet him. The soldiers really liked Su Chen's personality. They didn't ask for anything in return, but receiving sincere thanks would make them happy for a long time. Therefore, Wei Goen not only didn't dislike Su Chen's earnestness, but actually liked it even more. Of course, it was normal liking, nothing more. This is a true genius. As Wei Goen pondered this, he walked away into the distance. Zhao Yuanshan, that little classmate has woken up and wants to see you. See me? Zhao Yuanshan, who was resting, was taken aback, somewhat surprised that Su Chen would come to find him after waking up. What happened? It's nothing, that little student just wanted to thank you in person. Wei Goen looked at Zhao Yuanshan with a teasing expression. Having known him for so many years, he had long understood his personality. Sure enough, upon hearing Wei Goen's words, Zhao Yuanshan's eyes widened, then he scratched his head sheepishly. I only saved him because of you, so you should be the one thanking me. I can't. That was his true thought. After all, if Wei Goen hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed Su Chen's situation at all. He felt he was not entitled to steal Wei Goen's credit. No need, that student already thanked me. No need, that student has already thanked me. Wei Goen showed an expression of I knew it all along and patted Zhao Yuanshan on the shoulder. Go on, don't keep him waiting, he's a prodigy. Zhao Yuanshan sighed helplessly. In fact, this kind of scene was very unfamiliar to him, someone who had always stayed in the military camp, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Young man, are you alright? My name is Zhao Yuanshan. Zhao Yuanshan pushed open the door, forcing a kind smile on his face, and said gently to Su Chen. Hearing the sound, Su Chen turned to look at the doorway and saw a burly figure standing there. Judging from his aura, he was definitely a soldier. Brother Zhao, it was you and Brother Wei who saved me. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been. Su Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Brother Zhao. Upon hearing this familiar name, Zhao Yuanshan paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. Young brother, there's really no need to be so polite. I remember when you first entered the monster forest, I told you to come find us anytime if you were in danger. These are things we should do. He felt that as a soldier, how could he not step in to save a young life in danger when he saw it in the distance? He believed that even if it had been other soldiers, not him, who had encountered him in the monster forest that day, they would not have hesitated upon seeing this situation. Su Chen shook his head and said gratefully, even so, without your help, I would not have been able to do this at all. Just as Zhao Yuanshan was about to continue speaking, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged man walked into the room. He had a serious expression and his demeanor exuded an air of authority. Hello, I am Wang Weigua, in charge of this monster forest. His expression softened slightly upon seeing Su Chen. What's wrong? Su Chen glanced at Wang Weigua thoughtfully, wondering why the person in charge of the monster forest had come to see him. Despite his seemingly low rank, Wang Weigua controls the defenses of the monster forest and wields real power. His influence is far greater than it appears. Young Master Su, you are so talented at such a young age. You are truly a remarkable young man, a force to be reckoned with, Wang Weigua said with a smile. When he first saw the spoils of war in Su Chen's hands, he was somewhat incredulous. However, after personally inspecting the demon beast forest, he discovered the battle. Traces left by Su Chen, and the aura of blood and qi permeating the air confirmed that it was indeed Su Chen himself. As a martial spirit, he would never mistake him. If Su Chen is really that strong, then that matter has. Wang Weigua's words made a glint flash in Su Chen's eyes. He realized that Wang Weigua had come to him for something else. He frowned slightly and asked calmly, Commander Wang, is there anything I can do for you? If it's within my capabilities, I can consider it. Su Chen's attitude towards Wang Weigua was noticeably more indifferent than towards the other two. His decision to agree or disagree stemmed partly from the kindness Zhao Yuanshan and the others had shown him, and partly from his understanding that such matters were unavoidable and his desire to quickly become stronger. Wang Weigua glanced at Su Chen with some surprise, not minding the difference in address at all. Young brother Su, isn't your special ability the spirit eye? How did you reach this level? After saying that, he added, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. After all, it's your secret. Wang Weigua did have some suspicions about Su Chen's superpower. After all, some people's superpowers did mutate after the awakening ceremony. As for whether mutation is good or bad, no one can say for sure. Some people's strength increases greatly after their superpowers mutate, while others become weaker instead. Su Chen remained silent, pondering whether to tell Wang Weigua that he possessed the Sharingan, as it would bring him no benefit. Fortunately, Wang Weigua did not intend to delve into his secret. Greetings, sir. Zhao Yuanshan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and greeted Wang Weigua. Hello, Zhao Yuanshan, it seems I have quite a few promising talents among my soldiers. Wang Weigua glanced at him. Although his talent wasn't outstanding, he was still willing to give him some face out of respect for Su Chen. With Wang Weigua's care, Zhao Yuanshan and Wei Goen's lives will at least not be too bad. Zhao Yuanshan was somewhat flattered and scratched his head. People of this caliber were a rare sight for lowly soldiers like them. The other party's politeness left him somewhat at a loss. However, he knew very well that all of this was because of the young man sitting in front of him. Without him, he wouldn't have received such treatment. Commander Wang, I'll take my leave now, so as not to disturb your conversation with Brother Su. Zhao Yuanshan knew that what Su Chen and Wang Weiguo were about to say was not something he should listen to, so he took the initiative to leave the room before they could speak. Good eye for opportunity, Wang Weiguo thought to himself. He wasn't worried about his subordinates' lack of ability. What he feared most was that they were ignorant and incompetent. After Zhao Yuanshan left, Wang Weiguo suddenly spoke up. Brother Su, I know about your spirit eye ability. It must have undergone some kind of benign mutation, right? The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at his opponent, his Sharingan swirling as he calculated his chances of defeating him. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea, because he knew that the person in charge of the monster forest would definitely not be weak. Purpose? No, I meant no harm. Su Chen admitted that he had become much more cautious since he acquired the system. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask Brother Su for help with, but don't worry, there will definitely be a generous reward afterward. As a seasoned and shrewd old man, Wang Weiguo naturally noticed Su Chen's misunderstanding immediately and quickly waved his hand to explain. Commander Wang, you are the person in charge of the monster forest, a high-ranking official. How could you possibly need someone like me to help you with something? Su Chen couldn't help but complain. After all, he felt that someone like Wang Weiguo, who needed his help with his kaleidoscope ability, probably wouldn't even be able to hit anyone. He'd be lucky to escape. Unexpectedly, Wang Weiguo said earnestly, I want to invest in you. Unexpectedly, Wang Weiguo said solemnly, Brother Su, I intend to invest in you. His words echoed in the room. The tense atmosphere was instantly broken by those words. Su Chen's face was tense, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Clearly, Wang Weiguo's words made him laugh. Commander Wang, are you kidding me? Invest in me? No matter what, I'm just an F-level spirit eye ability user. Investing in me might result in a loss. Wang Weiguo did not directly respond to Su Chen's question. He had anticipated Su Chen's reaction long before Su Chen spoke those words. Brother Su, have you heard of the resource competition? He asked slowly. The resource competition was jointly organized by 4 nearby cities: Changhu City, Pingcheng City, Jiangxing City, and Linhai City. Each city's military district will send 3 students who have just passed the awakening ceremony to participate in this competition. Although it's called a resource competition, it's actually a contest of resource allocation between military regions. Whichever military region sends out the strongest talent will have the most abundant resources for that city's military region in the following year. Resources never come from nowhere, they are earned through strength. Therefore, the resource competition is a highly anticipated event every year, and a fierce contest between the geniuses of the 4 cities. Although little is known to the outside world, soldiers within the military region would spread the results of the competition after it ended. Of course, not all geniuses will help the military region. The military region needs to find them on its own. I've heard of it. Commander Wang, you want to invite me to participate? Aren't you afraid that I'll cause the resource competition to fail? If I lose, the resource allocation for the Linhai military region will be significantly reduced over the next year, Su Chen said calmly. He never expected Wang Weiguo to ask him to participate in such a matter. He nodded seriously. My intuition tells me that inviting you might bring a pleasant surprise. He then said with a slightly bitter tone, Brother Su, you should know that Linhai City has been at the bottom of the resource competition in recent years, so you don't need to worry. Even if we lose again this time, your responsibility won't be too great. He had one more thing to say. If they lose again this year, he'll probably have to step down from his position as head of the monster forest. Seeing that Su Chen had no reaction, Wang Weiguo knew that if he didn't offer something substantial to attract the other party, today's plans would probably fall through. After the resource competition selects the finalists in Linhai City, it will be held a week after the National College entrance examination. If Brother Su agrees to participate, I can provide you with 5 chi and blood pills every day starting today. He had already learned about Su Chen's family situation, and he believed that the other party would not refuse such an offer. Su Chen nodded slightly, then shook his head. Commander Wang, the conditions you've offered are indeed very tempting, but if I win, what reward will you give me? When Wang Weiguo saw Su Chen shake his head, he was taken aback, expecting Su Chen to refuse outright. Hearing the rest of the conversation, however, a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Brother Su, I'll reward you with 1 million alliance coins for each opponent you defeat. If you win the championship, I'll also give you a Xian-level martial arts technique. He knew in his heart that this young man was still a long way from winning the resource competition. After all, Su Chen's blood and chi value was only at the level of a quasi-martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of using the chi and blood pill to motivate him. When combined with cultivation, chi and blood pills can strengthen the body to the greatest extent. Wang Weiguo was taking a gamble this time. He believed that Su Chen could bring him a surprise, which was why he kept today's events a secret. Alright, I agree to participate. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kind of treatment was already quite good for him. 5 chi and blood pills are provided every day, totaling 35 pills per week. With only 1 week left until the college entrance examination, the resource competition will begin immediately after the exam. After 2 weeks, Su Chen will have 70 Qi and blood pills. Each Qi and blood pill is worth 50,000 alliance coins, meaning Wang Weiguo will have spent 3.5 million alliance coins in these 2 weeks. For Su Chen, who was only a quasi-martial artist, this was a godsend, greatly helping him with the upcoming college entrance examination. Clearly, Wang Weiguo had anticipated this, which is why he generously gave him the Qi and blood pill. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. 3.5 million alliance coins, I never even dared to dream of it. After all, his family lived very frugally every month so that his 2 children could practice martial arts. I must win the championship. Even if I don't use the Shen-level martial skill myself, I can still sell it for a good price, at least 10 million alliance coins. This price is actually the lowest. Good Shen-level martial arts techniques can be worth hundreds of millions. As for the rarer D-level and Tian level martial arts techniques, due to their extreme scarcity, they are often controlled by families or can only be obtained through universities. Ordinary people simply have no access to such channels. Since you agree, that's good. Wang Weiguo's serious face finally showed a relaxed smile, and the last contestant in the resource competition was finally determined. Now he can breathe a little easier. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Su Chen suddenly remembered this and asked Wang Weiguo. Let me think, probably a day and a night. Wang Weiguo lowered his head and pondered for a moment before telling Su Chen this disheartening fact. A whole day and night? Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting that he had been unconscious for so long. No wonder it was still daytime when he woke up. He thought he hadn't slept for very long. My parents won't hit me, will they? Brother Su, your parents called while you were unconscious. Don't worry, I told them what happened, so I didn't go home last night, Wang Weiguo said, seeing Su Chen's worry. Hearing this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Then thank you very much, Commander Wang. If it weren't for Wang Weiguo, he would have really had to go through a lot of trouble to explain. Afterwards, the two exchanged contact information, and Wang Weiguo handed over all 70 Qi and blood pills to Su Chen. As for Su Chen lying to him, he didn't even think about it. Given his status and position, the number of people who could deceive him was truly very small. Afterwards, Wang Weiguo thoughtfully found a healing-type ability user to check on Su Chen and confirmed that his injuries were not serious before he left the border of the monster forest with his spoils. The military region is located on the edge of the monster forest, so it can receive the news and suppress the monsters as soon as they start to riot. Finally out. Let's go to the bounty hall and turn in the mission first. Su Chen glanced at the sack in his hand, thinking that it would be difficult to explain if he brought this home. It would be better to find a place to deal with it first. As for the spoils of war other than those from the mission, he could simply take them to a monster material shop and sell them. After all, the fur of monsters can be made into armor, their sharp teeth can be used as weapons, and their meat can even be eaten to replenish qi and blood. Inside the bounty hall, the kind-hearted young lady Wu Yuhan was still there to greet Su Chen. The mission is complete, I thought. Wu Yuhan's eyes lit up when she saw Su Chen, her tone filled with joy. But she immediately noticed that Su Chen's clothes were tattered and worn, obviously from a fierce battle. Don't worry, I'm a genius, after all. A mere black antelope is a piece of cake for me. To ease the other person's worries, Su Chen deliberately spoke in a very strong tone to prove that he was in good condition. Alright, little brother, you're the best. Wu Yuhan chuckled in agreement, but in her heart she knew that Su Chen was just a spiritual eye ability user and his strength wouldn't be too great. He should have teammates, right? Why didn't they come to receive the award together? She looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression, but didn't voice her thoughts. Although she didn't look down on Su Chen, she felt that with his spirit eye talent, it was impossible for him to kill the black-horned antelope alone. He must have had teammates to help him. Having lived 2 lives, Su Chen could naturally see through the young Wu Yuhan's thoughts and understand that she felt he was not strong enough to complete the mission alone. Although he can be stubborn at times, he is more composed than most adults. Faced with such doubts, he disdained to deliberately show off his abilities, as it would be a waste of breath and might not even convince people. The truth would naturally be revealed during the college entrance examination. Little brother, 100,000 alliance coins have been transferred to your account. Welcome to come again next time, Wu Yuhan said with a smile. Su Chen nodded his thanks, bid her farewell, and left the bounty hall to deal with the remaining monster corpses. Which store is the most cost-effective to buy from? Su Chen pondered as he walked down the street. In reality, he only had 2 options. Xianbao Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion each have their own unique characteristics. Xianbao Pavilion focuses on high-end items and mainly targets advanced martial artists, but the highest level they can reach in Linhai City is only martial spirit, and that's probably the highest they can go. Wanbage focuses on the low-end market, tailoring its products specifically for lower-level martial artists, emphasizing cost-effectiveness in both buying and selling. While Wanbage also carries high-end goods, its overall selection is not as extensive as Zuanbage's. With both shops spread throughout the country, each naturally has its own unique advantages. Su Chen remembered that his previous weapon was broken. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to go to the Xianbao Pavilion. After all, all, he wanted to pick out a slightly better weapon, preferably one that he could use until he reached the Great Martial Master stage before replacing it. He had also considered Wanbage, but the weapons had to be better. He didn't want to suffer any more losses, and fighting head-on with his fists was completely out of character for his handsome and dashing image. Interestingly, Zonebage and Wanbage have stores right across from each other in Linhai City, as if they're deliberately competing. This isn't surprising. If one goes bankrupt, the other can monopolize most of the Dragon Kingdom's market. Su Chen stood at the entrance of Xianbao Pavilion. The sunlight shone on the building, making it appear exceptionally noble. The three large characters Xianbao Pavilion on the plaque above his head made it clear that the interior was extraordinary. He thumped the bank card in his pocket, a little worried. Will 100,000 alliance coins be enough to buy it? But then he thought, having lived 2 lives, how could he be frightened by such a trivial matter? Thinking it over, he walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out, looking like a nouveau riche. If someone didn't know him, they would think he was some rich second-generation heir, but his tattered clothes were particularly eye-catching. As soon as you enter, a blast of cool air hits you, a welcome relief from the sweltering heat. This contrasts sharply with the heat outside. Su Chen nodded to himself, thinking this place was nice. He walked straight to the weapons area and observed silently, but no one came forward to greet him. In fact, the sales staff had noticed Su Chen as soon as he entered the door. They initially thought another big customer had arrived, but seeing his dirty appearance, they gave up the idea of taking the initiative to introduce him to the customer. If Su Chen knew about this, he would definitely feel wronged. He had just returned from the monster forest and hadn't had time to tidy his clothes. If he weren't too lazy to make 2 trips, he wouldn't have wanted to appear in such a disheveled state. Why? Silver horn sword, priced at 80,000 alliance coins, forged from the horn of a blackhorn antelope and silver ore, capable of cutting through iron like butter. Black iron blade, priced at 100,000 alliance coins, forged from black Oregon. Su Chen looked at the black iron sword and nodded slightly. Although the price was almost the total reward for this bounty mission, it was actually acceptable for a weapon forged from black ore. Besides, he still had monster corpses he hadn't sold, which should theoretically be worth over 100,000. The black iron sword is entirely black, without any fancy decorations, giving it a feel reminiscent of an ancient Tang dynasty sword. Just hanging on the wall, it exudes a remarkable weight. Afterwards, Su Chen strolled around the weapons section and found that most of the weapons that caught his eye were too expensive, and he simply couldn't afford them with his current abilities. However, the black iron blade is already quite good. After all, I only need to reach the Great Martial Master level, Su Chen thought to himself. He firmly believed that once he reached the level of a Grand Martial Master, he would definitely be able to afford better weapons. I just don't know if this sword can be used in conjunction with my Chidori stream. Even he wasn't sure about that. You get what you pay for. 100,000 alliance coins may be a lot for ordinary people, but for martial artists, it's really nothing. Just as Su Chen was about to pick up the black iron knife to examine it closely, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Stop! What are you doing? A man dressed in the Zuan-Beige uniform walked angrily toward Su Chen. Su Chen frowned, but ultimately lowered his hand from the black iron knife, looking at the person in front of him with a puzzled expression. He was puzzled. Why would a staff member stop him from taking the black iron knife? Does it mean they dislike me? He thought to himself that Zuan-Beige was a large store that was all over the country, and it shouldn't be the case that they would treat people so rudely. After all, I'm not the main character, so I shouldn't attract any hatred, right? But Su Chen didn't know that the other party was actually looking down on him. Zuojin walked over, carefully examined the black iron knife to make sure it wasn't damaged or dirty by Su Chen, and then glanced at Su Chen with a disdainful look. You dare touch our store's stuff? Do you even know your place? Can you afford these things? And if you break them, can you afford to pay for them? Before Su Chen could respond, he was overwhelmed by a barrage of questions. Zuojin looked at him arrogantly, as if he were a petty person who had achieved his goal. Actually, you can't entirely blame Xianbao Pavilion. Zuojin's qualifications weren't enough to get him a job at Xianbao Pavilion, but his uncle was the head of Xianbao Pavilion in Linhai City, and he arranged for him to get the job directly. If other employees saw the sack Su Chen was carrying and smelled the strong stench of blood inside, they would definitely be able to tell that he had just been in a battle. Zuojin was completely unaware of all this. He had only managed to get into Zuanbage through connections with relatives. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. It'll break if I touch it? He was amused and indignant to see a plot that often appeared in novels come to life for the first time. Anyone would get angry if they were questioned about their ability to afford something when they were shopping. This isn't about whether it's bad or not. What if you get it dirty? What if other people see it and don't buy it? A beggar like you doesn't deserve to be in our Xianbao Pavilion. Get out of here. Zuojin pointed to the door, looking at Su Chen with a mocking expression, indicating that he should leave immediately. The customers nearby stopped and watched the farce unfold, seemingly wanting to see whether Su Chen would leave looking disheveled or whether Zuojin would apologize. Watching the increasingly chaotic scene, Su Chen felt not panic, but rather a sense of irritation. He had only intended to buy a weapon and sell some monster materials, but unexpectedly Unexpectedly, someone was causing trouble for no reason. Whether I can afford it or not, is this how Xianbao Pavilion treats its guests? Su Chen questioned inwardly. I've seen it for myself today. Although I'm not rich, I'm not someone your Xianbao Pavilion can bully at will, Su Chen said to Zuojin with a cold smile. Zuojin never expected that a poor boy would dare to talk back to him. Normally, when others heard him speak like that, they would slink away. What a quick-witted kid. If you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving the Xianbao Pavilion. Zuojin blared at Su Chen fiercely, then took out his phone to contact the security guards at Xianbao Pavilion, intending to teach him a lesson. If you're so capable, then don't leave. Alright, I'll wait here and see what tricks your Xianbao Pavilion can pull. Even so, just in case, Su Chen still picked up his phone and dialed Wang Weiguo's number. He wasn't afraid even if the other party was a first-level Grand Martial Master. What he feared most was that Xianbao Pavilion would bully the weak, so he decided to ask Wang Weiguo for help. Brother Su, what's the matter? Didn't you just leave? Wang Weiguo asked with a hint of doubt when he answered the phone. It's like this, I just encountered some trouble at the Xianbao Pavilion. Su Chen began to explain the situation. I'm coming right away. Wang Weiguo never expected that anyone would dare to act so recklessly. He had been worried about not having a chance to owe Su Chen a favor, and now this opportunity had come to him for free. He knew that Su Chen had done nothing wrong, but he had to help him no matter what. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. When Zuojin saw Su Chen calling for help, he showed a contemptuous expression. He simply did not believe that a poor boy could find any help. What good are the help they've found? They still have to bow down and admit defeat when facing Xianbao Pavilion. Young man, you've chosen to go after the Xianbao Pavilion, you're courting death. He's finished. Getting involved with a force like the Xianbao Pavilion, the ending is unlikely to be good. Alas, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The onlookers, witnessing the scene before them, couldn't help but sigh at Su Chen's fate. In their view, ordinary people are simply no match for a giant like the Xianbao Pavilion. In the end, they either have to admit their mistakes or have their cultivation destroyed. Isn't that Su Chen? It's true, Su Chen actually got into trouble with the Xianbao Pavilion. In the distance, Su Chen's classmate Yi Chunhua looked at him in surprise, with several other classmates beside her. Although Su Chen was handsome, they had no intention of helping him. Before his superpowers awakened, they might have admired him a little, but after the awakening ceremony, they understood the reality of this society where strength reigns supreme. Naturally, they look down on people like Su Chen, who have F-level superpowers and are from the lower rungs of society. Don't get close to him, lest people misunderstand that we're close. Several female classmates deliberately kept their distance from him as if avoiding a plague. Su Chen glanced at them indifferently without saying a word. After all, he didn't have a good impression of his classmates. This reaction was within his expectations. He had never expected them to be able to help him. What a hassle. He sighed softly, watching the security guards slowly approaching from a distance. I just wanted to buy a weapon that I liked, but I never expected it to cause so much trouble. However, he did not regret it. If he had easily retreated from the path of martial arts, he would have been unable to break through the bottleneck he encountered in the future. Young Master Zhua, who's causing trouble at Xianbao Pavilion. Let us brothers teach them a lesson. Zhang Degu, wearing a security guard uniform with the three large characters Xianbao Pavilion printed on it, walked over menacingly with several of his men. As they passed by Su Chen, they cast a pitying glance at him, already guessing who their target was. However, in order to please Zuojin, he decided to teach Su Chen a lesson. That's the kid. Dressed in rags, he actually dares to come into our Xianbao Pavilion to buy things. He's practically ruining our business. When Zuojin saw the security guards arrive, he became even more arrogant, pointing disdainfully at Su Chen as if he had already decided his fate. Zhang Degu sighed, turned to stare at Su Chen, and the security guards who were with him also looked at him with pity. As long as you don't resist, we'll try our best to be lenient. Young man, as long as you don't resist, we can be as gentle as possible. Zhang Degu revealed a kind smile, full of false goodwill. His pity might be genuine, but driven by the necessities of life, he knew in his heart that within the sphere of influence of Xianbao Pavilion in Linhai City, the Zhua family was the ultimate ruler. If he could win Zuojin's favor and receive a small reward, he might just rise to great heights. So he pretended to be kind on the surface, but secretly tightened his grip on the stick and slowly moved closer to Su Chen, preparing to give him a surprise attack. Kid, don't mess with Xianbao Pavilion again. He swung his stick and smashed it hard at Su Chen. From a distance, Zuojin saw this scene, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He turned to leave, confident that Zhang Degu would handle the matter well for him. Just as Zhang Degu approached, Su Chen had already activated his Sharingan in the face of his hypocritical expression. He's not stupid. How could he not see through this trick? Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as the stick was about to strike, Su Chen nimbly dodged, his hands quickly forming a hand seal, and a fireball shot straight towards Zhang Degu and the other security guards. Ugh! The fireball enveloped the group, and they felt as if they were being roasted alive. They jumped and struggled, trying to extinguish the flames on their clothes. Just as Zuojin was about to leave, he heard a commotion behind him. He frowned, turned around, ground, and stared wide-eyed, as if the scene before him was unbelievable. After a while, Zhang Degu stood up in a disheveled state, while the security guards around him had already chosen to play dead. After all, they were just trying to survive, and even if they defeated Su Chen, all the credit would go to Zhang Degu. It's much more worthwhile to fake your death than to take the risk. Zhang Degu looked around and found himself standing alone, his lips twitching slightly. He could tell what the others were thinking. After all, they had known each other for so long. He had long seen through their thoughts. A bunch of bastards. How dare they impersonate me? He cursed inwardly. Zhang Degu, what's wrong with you? You can't even beat a poor kid. What use are you? Believe me or not, I'll have my uncle fire you. Zhuo Jin's sharp voice rang in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Zhang Degu's face, but he immediately suppressed his emotions, daring not to resist in any way, and respectfully bowed and scraped to Zhuo Jin. Young Master Zhuo, I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. I was careless just now and didn't use my full strength. Please give me another chance. Zhuo Jin nodded in satisfaction. It was precisely this attitude that he liked. Kid, I admit you've got some skills, but that's no reason for you to be arrogant. This is the Xianbao Pavilion. You will pay the price for what you have done. Zhang Degu tore off his mask of hypocrisy and glared fiercely at Su Chen. Su Chen simply yawned in response. If you're going to fight, then hurry up and stop talking nonsense. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, calmly watching Zhang Degu. His bright red Sharingan seemed to disregard everyone present. Indeed, with the Sharingan's enhancement, he had become even more arrogant. Zhang Degu was right about that. However, his arrogance was not without reason. Possessing skills such as Kamui, Holification, and Chidori, he was virtually invincible in one-on-one combat against opponents below the Grand Master level. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Degu's forehead veins bulged. Arrogant brat. You must pay the price for your actions. Superpower, enhanced strength. After releasing his superpower, his arm quickly turned bright red, and you could feel the power contained within just by looking at it. He stared proudly at Su Chen. Kid, never seen this before, have you? This is my D-level power enhancement ability, which doubles all my strength. You're not mistaken, are you? You have fire-type abilities, aren't you? After saying that, he ignored Su Chen's reaction and rushed over madly. Faced with Zhang Degu's fierce offensive, Su Chen nodded. A D-level ability could indeed double one's strength, and its power should not be underestimated. But for him, that's far from enough. He might have been more cautious if his opponent was a Grand Martial Master, but Zhang Degu was just a martial artist, not even as strong as the Shadow Wolf King in the Monster Forest. Su Chen remained calm, his Sharingan slowly rotating and gradually coalescing into the shape of a shuriken. He suddenly looked up, meeting Zhang Degu's gaze. Zhang Degu was walking aggressively when suddenly his steps came to an abrupt halt, as if frozen by some unseen force. His whole body stiffened like a puppet, with only his eyeballs still moving. Zhang Degu, frozen in place, was filled with panic in his eyes. He desperately tried to move his body, but his fear grew stronger every day in the face of Su Chen's Ziri Sharingan. Although he didn't understand how Su Chen had controlled him, he knew that if Su Chen wanted to kill him now, he would be powerless to resist. Why did Zhang Degu suddenly stop? Hey, what's going on? What happened? What's wrong with that boy's eyes? They look terrifying. Zhang Degu himself wanted to understand, but when he looked into Su Chen's eyes, he felt a sense of powerlessness that he couldn't escape. Zhang Degu, what are you doing? Zhuo Jin asked angrily as he watched Zhang Degu remain motionless. Everyone present realized that Su Chen's strength was extraordinary, even somewhat strange. Only Zhuo Jin stared blankly at the motionless Zhang Degu, completely bewildered as to what was happening before his eyes. Just then, the atmosphere inside the Xianbao Pavilion began to subtly change. Those who were initially certain that Su Chen was dead began to waver, secretly considering whether they should befriend him later. Didn't you notice? Your good dog can't move anymore. Su Chen looked at Zhuo Jin with sarcasm. Zhuo Jin was startled when he heard this. He thought Su Chen was playing a trick on him and was about to continue cursing when he caught a glimpse of Zhang Degu's frantically darting eyes. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. What did you do? Zhuo Jin asked, stammering. For someone with limited martial arts skills like him, what was happening now was simply unbelievable. What did I do? Ha ha ha. Now you'll have to experience my power too, Su Chen mocked, conjuring 1,000 birds in his hand as he advanced step by step toward the left. No, you dare touch me? The pavilion master of Xianbao Pavilion is my uncle. If you touch me, you're dead. Zhuo Jin stared at Su Chen, who seemed to be possessed by Thor, and his steps involuntarily took a step back. But faced with the oppressive feeling of Su Chen, his legs began to go weak, and he finally sat down on the ground with a thud, watching helplessly as Su Chen approached. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Chen didn't react at all. He walked up to Zhuo Jin, raised the 1,000-bird sword in his hand, and prepared to stab him. Don't mess with me in your next life. No! Zhuo Jin was terrified. As the lightning-like attack drew closer, his skin felt as if it were being electrocuted, and his face turned deathly pale. He had no idea how to defend himself and could only desperately pray that someone would come to his rescue. Just as the 1,000 birds were about to pierce through, a slightly aged outstretched hand suddenly grabbed Su Chen's hand. Su Chen frowned and looked up, only to see a gentle and refined old man looking at him with a calm expression, easily holding his hand as if there was no resistance. "This is a Grand Martial Master?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Judging from how easily the old man grasped his hand, he could clearly sense that the other man was exceptionally strong, and that he was no match for him. "Sir, is there any reason for stopping me?" Although he knew the other party might be there to help Zhuo Jin, Su Chen was not afraid at all and questioned him calmly. "Ha, young people are so energetic. I am a servant of the Xianbao Pavilion, young man, let's leave this matter here," the old man said with a smile, clearly intending to leave the matter at that. Upon hearing that it was someone from Xianbao Pavilion, Su Chen's face darkened. He thought to himself, why did this person have to appear just when I was about to defeat Zhuo Jin? They must have arrived a long time ago, they just haven't made a move yet. Judging from this situation, it seems that the people from Xianbao Pavilion have been wronged and have immediately rushed out to support them. It's disgusting. Zhang Shifeng, you've arrived. Zhuo Jin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly brightened up as if he had seen a savior. He immediately got up and looked at the old man with admiration in his eyes. However, there was a drop of water on his trousers, emitting a strange smell that slowly spread from his body. Zhang Shifeng glanced at Zhuo Jin, then looked down at his trousers, his face immediately darkening. "You good for nothing, more trouble than you're worth. Do you still want to embarrass yourself here? Get out of here." To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the pavilion master was Zhuo Jin's uncle, he wouldn't have wanted to come out and help at all, for fear of being accused of bullying the weak. At his age, money is no longer important. What he truly values is face. So it's no surprise that he was displeased to see Zhuo Jin in such a disheveled state. Upon hearing Zhang Shifeng's reprimand, Zhuo Jin looked down at his pants and realized that his fear had caused him to lose control and wet himself. Left peeing his pants. "You won't be able to stay at the Xianbao Pavilion anymore, will you?" The people around looked at the water stains on the ground with a mixture of disgust and ridicule. They had long been dissatisfied with Zhuo Jin, but they had kept quiet because of his status. Now that he has lost face so badly, it has become a perfect opportunity for them to make fun of him, and they will naturally not let it go. Zhuo Jin pointed at the crowd with trembling hands, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, and could barely speak. You all." He knew in his heart that once his uncle found out about this, he would no longer be able to work at Xianbao Pavilion, and all of this is the fault of the boy in front of us. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for this kid. In his opinion, if Su Chen had been more sensible, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. Zhang Shifeng, I order you, kill this brat in front of you." Hearing this, Zhang Shifeng frowned. After all, he was also a grand martial master, and being given such orders by a quasi-martial artist made his face turn somewhat unpleasant. "Young Master Zhuo, you have no right to order me around." He said this calmly. If it were the left pavilion master, he would obey, but Zhuo Jin was only a quasi-martial artist, so he could completely ignore him. You. Zhuo Jin then remembered that he had no right to order Zhang Shifeng, who was a grand martial master. "Young man, you should leave now. Let's leave it at that." Zhang Shifeng stroked his beard, looking at Su Chen with an air of, "I'm doing this for your own good." "Xianbao Pavilion, this is outrageous." Su Chen uttered these words in a low voice. If Zhang Shifeng had stepped in from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But things have already escalated to this point. What's the point of him hypocritically stepping forward? I see. The people from Xianbao Pavilion are such hypocrites. I, Su Chen, have truly learned something new today. After saying that, Su Chen turned to leave. Today's humiliation had taught him a lot, and he would definitely settle scores one by one in the future. Faced with a grand martial master, he could only temporarily yield. "Young man, you certainly have a sharp tongue. Has our Xianbao Pavilion been too quiet for too long? You will stay here today to demonstrate the majesty of the Xianbao Pavilion." A flash of anger crossed Zhang Shifeng's eyes. Before he could finish speaking, his aged arm grabbed Su Chen's shoulder, intending to subdue him on the spot. Having been a master martial artist for many years, this was the first time he had encountered someone who disrespected him so much. Whether for the sake of Xianbao Pavilion's prestige or for his own face, he was determined to teach this young man a profound lesson. That old bastard is bullying the younger ones. Su Chen felt the force hurtling towards him from behind and thought to himself that something was wrong. He hadn't expected that the grand martial master would disregard his status and attack directly. For a moment, he didn't know how to avoid it. Intangibility? No, revealing the power of intangibility would be too difficult to explain. He didn't want to reveal his trump card so soon, but Su Chen knew that only by becoming ethereal could he evade Zhang Shifeng's attack. "You've exposed my hand," he thought to himself. Just as Su Chen was about to use his intangibility ability, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, old Zhang, what do you want to do?" Wang Weiguo stormed in angrily. He frowned upon seeing the mess inside the Xianbao Pavilion, then turned to Su Chen and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not seriously injured. He then looked at him with surprise. He never expected that so many martial arts masters would be so easily defeated by Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was only a quasi-martial artist. This is truly shocking. This further solidified Wang Weigua's resolve to make Su Chen owe him a favor. Lord Wang. Zheng Shifeng looked at Wang Weigua, paused, and said cautiously, Is there something you need? Although he was a grand martial master, the Wang Weigua in front of him was a martial spirit level expert, not to mention that he was also the person in charge of the monster forest. In fact, the person in charge of the monster forest is also the highest-ranking military officer in this city. Su Chen is my man, Wang Weigua said calmly. Do you know that Su Chen is someone I need to protect? Wang Weigua's tone was domineering, while also questioning Zhang Shifeng. Misunderstanding. Zhang Shifeng hurriedly explained. Lord Wan must have misunderstood. He forced a fawning smile on his aged face, which looked somewhat comical. In truth, Zhang Shifeng was quite confused at this moment. Normally, they lived a peaceful life in the Xianbao Pavilion, where no one dared to provoke them. This time, I happened to run into a young man who was being ignorant, and I wanted to teach him a lesson. I never expected that this young man would have Wang Weigua backing him up. If he had known beforehand that Su Chen's backer was Wang Weigua, he would never have acted so easily. Thinking of this, Zhang Shifeng sighed inwardly, knowing that he had really met his match this time. Wang Weigua said calmly, Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm so easily fooled? Today, he has come to seek justice for Su Chen. No, I just think that our Xianbao Pavilion might have some misunderstanding with this young master. Zhang Shifeng waved his hands repeatedly, looking at Su Chen with pleading eyes, hoping that the other party would let him go. Wait, Zhang Shifeng, what do you mean by this? Why are you backing down? Suddenly, Zhuo Jin interrupted without any sense of propriety. He should have left much earlier, but he stayed to see what would happen to Su Chen. Instead of Su Chen being defeated, someone came out to help him. This infuriated Zhuo Jin, who had been extremely excited. Ignoring the surprised looks from those around him, he angrily questioned Zhang Shifeng. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense, and both the onlookers and Zhang Shifeng, who was covered in sweat, froze. They never expected that Zhuo Jin didn't know who the person in front of him was. From the moment Wang Weigua appeared, many sharp-eyed people had already recognized his identity. He was even more shocked because he recognized him. At the same time, he was also wondering who this young man was, that he could get such an important person to help him. Once he realized what was happening, Zhang Shifeng quickly mobilized all his power as a grand martial master, and with a wave of his aged hand, he struck Zhuo Jin hard across the cheek. Before Zhuo Jin could react, he felt a powerful force strike his left cheek. In that instant, the intense force distorted and deformed his facial features. He was just a quasi-martial artist. How could he withstand the palm strike of Grandmaster Zhang Shifeng? In the blink of an eye, he was thrown far away. Cough. Why? Zhuo Jin struggled to lift his head, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, and his middle front tooth had fallen out. As he spoke, he could still feel the pain of air leaking from his mouth. Shut up! If it weren't for you! Zhang Shifeng looked at Zhuo Jin, who was completely unaware of what had happened in the face of the current situation. His originally calm mood was instantly filled with anger. He gave Zhuo Jin a stern reprimand. Even my uncle has never hit me like this. You're finished. You're completely finished. Zhuo Jin covered his swollen left cheek and shouted frantically. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings became eerily quiet, and an unsettling atmosphere filled the entire scene. Fortune changes, and situations can turn around. Su Chen looked at Zhuo Jin with pity. Ignorance itself is not terrible. What is truly terrible is not only ignorance but also foolishness. Look around, he said slowly, offering a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jin laboriously looked up and around. Everywhere you look, some people are gloating, some are indifferent, and some are showing pity. All of this filled him with doubt, and fear gradually crept into his heart. Why are they all looking at me like that? Zhuo Jin's voice echoed throughout the silent hall, but no one was willing to respond. He turned to stare at Wang Weigua, and gradually felt that the person in front of him was becoming more and more familiar. You are. He stared wide-eyed at Wang Weigua in disbelief. Finally, he understood why Zhang Shifeng treated him this way and why the people around him had stopped talking. So that's how it is? Zhuo Jin smiled bitterly. He had no solution of his own and could only blame Su Chen. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Zhuo Jin hurriedly came down from upstairs. Judging from his aura, he was also a martial spirit level expert. However, judging from their aura, Wang Weigua was far superior to this man. After all, one is a soldier who has fought in battles for many years, while the other is a pavilion master who has no worries about food and clothing. Even if their strengths are equal, their combat experience is worlds apart. Brother Wang, it's been a long time. How have you been? Zhuo Lindian came to his side, and without even looking at Zhuo Jin, he smiled and said directly to Wang Weigua, Not bad, but Brother Zhuo, your nephew has somewhat tarnished the reputation of Xianbao Pavilion. Wang Weigua said with a smile, You can't hit someone who's smiling, and naturally he didn't make Zhuo Lin lose face. People at their level see each other all the time and won't easily make things difficult for each other. Their relationships are already quite familiar. This was indeed a mistake by Xianbao Pavilion. I apologize apologize to this young man on behalf of the pavilion. As for this kid, I guarantee he will never work for Xianbao Pavilion again, and I will no longer care about his life or death." Upon hearing this, Zuolintian nodded earnestly, then turned to Su Chen and took the initiative to apologize, deciding to immediately resolve Zuo Jin's matter. He was actually a little stunned when he heard his subordinate's report. It was one thing to be a little flamboyant, but he never expected to offend Wang Weigua. He then looked at Su Chen gently and said, "Young brother, how about we go upstairs and discuss this in detail? Xianbao Pavilion will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Su Chen met Wang Weigua's gaze and, after receiving an affirmative nod, nodded in response. Actually, he was already quite satisfied with this result. For the head of the Xianbao Pavilion to treat him this way was quite rare. However, he knew that all of this was not because of himself but because of Wang Weigua beside him. Without Wang Weigua, he might not have even caught the other party's eye and might have left in frustration. He clenched his fists involuntarily, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. This scene was noticed by the perceptive Wang Weigua, who smiled faintly, fully understanding Su Chen's thoughts. That's normal, though, since the fundamental reason is a lack of strength. It should be noted that back when he was still a quasi-martial artist, his strength was less than 1% of Su Chen's. Even at the martial artist level, he wasn't sure he could defeat Su Chen, who was also a quasi-martial artist. Is this the legendary prodigy? He couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, Su Chen and Wang Weigua followed Zuolintian upstairs to the reception room of Xianbao Pavilion. The reception room of Xianbao Pavilion is usually reserved for distinguished guests. "Thank you for your help, Commander Wang." Su Chen bowed to Wang Weigua, who was standing to the side. Wang Weigua gently shook his head, indicating that there was no need to take this matter too seriously. In his view, this kind of thing was not difficult at all, and it can also help Su Chen. No matter how you look at it, you're not losing out. On the contrary, you're making a huge profit. He smiled and hinted to Su Chen, "Young brother Su, isn't it a bit too formal for you to still call me Commander Wang?" Su Chen snapped out of his daze and paused for a moment, realizing he shouldn't have kept calling the King of Wei Commander. He nodded seriously. "But I don't know how to address him appropriately. If I'm too friendly, I'm afraid he might misunderstand and take advantage of me. If I'm too distant, I'm afraid he might be displeased." I'm hesitant for a moment. Wang Weigua noticed his hesitation and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Just call me Uncle Wang, that's what many young people call me." "Alright, Uncle Wang." This time, Su Chen didn't hesitate and called out directly. Now that things have come to this point, and he's not stupid, Wang Weigua clearly wants to get closer to him, so how could he possibly refuse? "In this resource competition, I want to give Uncle Wang a surprise," he secretly plotted in his heart. On the other side, Zuolintian secretly observed the two of them, wondering what kind of relationship existed between them. Hearing Su Chen call him Uncle Wang, he guessed that the two had only known each other for a short time. But Wang Weigua's care for Su Chen was clearly very thorough, which surprised him somewhat. Just who exactly is this Su Chen? He gave his assistant a wink, and the assistant immediately understood, leaving the crowd to investigate Su Chen's background. "Please sit down. Please sit down." Roar! Zuolintian greeted Su Chen and his companion warmly, showing no airs of a sect leader, but rather as friendly as a neighborly uncle. It must be said that he is a smart man. Although he possesses strength and power, unlike Zuo Jin, he does not easily provoke anyone. Only after thoroughly investigating the other party's background can one decide how to treat them. Su Chen sat down with peace of mind and found that the environment of the reception room was more luxurious than downstairs, showing off its wealth and power. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the world of the truly wealthy. This is the society of martial artists." Those without martial arts talent toil away every day, only earning a few thousand alliance coins a month. Talented people, like him, easily earned over 100,000 alliance coins on their first bounty mission in the monster forest. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, martial artists spend money far faster than they earn it. Keep in mind that a single chi and blood pill costs 50,000 alliance coins, and that's just for pills used by novice and expert martial artists. What about the higher level ones? There are also various healing pills, pills to restore chi and blood, and all sorts of rare and precious treasures. In addition, there are the expenses for weapons, equipment, and martial arts training. These expenses are not small amounts. "Young Master Su, may I call you that?" Zuolintian asked in a friendly manner. "Please proceed, Master Zua." Zuolintian wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected Su Chen to refuse anyway, so he continued to ask, "Young Master Su, did you just awaken? You're already so powerful. It seems that another genius has been born in Linhai." "Yes, I have just awakened." "Then why haven't I seen you at Linhai No. 1 High School before?" "Because I studied at Linhai No. 2 Middle School, which is not well known." "It's normal that Master Zua hasn't heard of it." The more Zuolintian asked, the more confused he became. Su Chen just revealed that his family consists of ordinary people, and there are no powerful martial artists among them. He couldn't understand how Su Chen, from an ordinary family, would know someone like Wang Weigua. Of course, if he had seen Su Chen, a near martial artist, fighting against multiple martial artist level experts on his own, he wouldn't think that way. way. Perhaps he will even try to curry favor with Su Chen. However, he always believed that the warriors who had fallen on the ground were all killed by Wang Weigui in a fit of rage. Zhuo Lintian, who witnessed this scene, was still marveling at how merciful the king of Wei was, only suffering a minor injury. If they knew that Su Chen was behind all of this, I wonder what kind of expression the other person would have. Soon after, there was a loud knocking on the door. The person who arrived was Zhuo Lintian's former assistant, and she nodded to Zhuo Lintian. "Gentlemen, I'll take my leave now. Please have some tea," Zhuo Lintian said in a gentle tone. He then left the reception room, went outside, and casually asked his assistant, "Have you found out the other party's identity?" The assistant nodded and handed him the information he had found. Zhuo Lintian looked at the names on the file and felt they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. The mother is Lin Muyun, and the father is Su Xinghai? Upon seeing this, the assistant quickly explained, "These are Su Chen's parents. They were once geniuses, but they met with an accident when the monsters attacked the city. This caused them to lose almost all of their cultivation." After listening, Zhuo Lintian finally matched the two names together in his mind. So it was them, no wonder. The once talented couple could only live an ordinary life in Linhai City without any fame. As he looked at the details of the family of four in Linhai City, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "We can't let them." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, immediately shut his mouth, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Thinking that Su Chen's talent was only F-level ability, he immediately felt a little relieved. As for Su Ninggle, now is not the right time to take action. Although he was wary of Su Ningle's talent, he was confident in his own abilities and knew that he could handle Su Ninggle once he grew stronger. After reviewing the documents, he dropped his gloomy expression and immediately became amiable. However, this kindness felt vaguely strange. A flame suddenly burst into flames in his hand, and the documents instantly turned to ashes. Back in the reception room, Zhuo Lintian immediately apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, something came up and I wasted a little of everyone's time." Wang Weigua, who had been silent all along, looked up at him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and then silently drank his tea. Su Chen looked at Zhuo Lintian with suspicion, feeling that something must have happened during the time he was gone. With the spiritual support of having lived two lives, he keenly sensed the change in the other party's attitude. Having lived two lives, Su Chen is particularly perceptive. Otherwise, how could he have dealt with several people by himself before he even awakened his superpowers? He buried his doubts in his heart and stared at Zhuo Lintian nonchalantly. "Master Zhuo, it's getting late. Didn't you say you would compensate me?" Su Chen had not forgotten Zhuo Lintian's promise. No matter what the other party's attitude was, as long as Wang Weigua was present, he was not afraid and would bring it up to Zhuo Lintian with a clear conscience. He firmly believed that with Wang Weigua by his side, Zhuo Lintian would not dare to do anything to him. Ding! System task started. Why has the previously gentle Zhuo Lintian suddenly become hostile towards the host? Mission: investigate the reason for Zhuo Lintian's hostility. Reward: Amaterasu, the kaleidoscope eye technique, an inextinguishable flame capable of burning everything. No time limit. This is a consecutive mission with generous rewards. Recommended for the host to accept. Su Chen, who was pondering why Zhuo Lintian's attitude had suddenly changed, was startled when a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the strange gazes of Wang Weigua and Zhuo Lintian, his eyes gradually became dull. Confused, Zhuo Lintian glanced at Wang Weigua, but Wang Weigua shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. At the same time, Su Chen stared at the task panel, lost in deep thought. What is the significance of this mission? Where exactly did Zhuo Lintian go just now? Why did your attitude towards me change so drastically? I shouldn't have attracted his attention. For a time, Su Chen had no useful clues. The only thing he was certain of was that this matter was definitely related to him, otherwise the system would not have issued this task. He believed that there must be a reason why the system issued the task. Zhuo Lintian must be hiding some unspeakable secret, and it must be extremely important to me. Anyway, there's no time limit, and the system didn't mention any penalties. Taking on this task is not stressful for me. System, accept the mission. Ding! Mission accepted successfully. For Su Chen, since there was no time limit, he could investigate slowly later when he had time, and he wouldn't suffer any losses anyway. Moreover, if it truly has an important relationship with oneself, then the people who are anxious are probably not oneself but those hiding in the shadows. Although he didn't really think anyone would have any designs on him, he had no choice but to believe what the system said. Coming to his senses, Su Chen looked at Zhuo Lintian and Wang Weigua with a puzzled expression, not understanding why they were staring at him with those kinds of looks. What happened? He was completely unaware that his blank expression and silence while looking at the system task panel had attracted the attention of the two people. What were you thinking about just now, Brother Su? A moment of silence followed. Then Zhuo Lintian smiled and said, I heard that Brother Su wants to buy a black iron knife? Then I'll do you a favor and give you this black iron knife. He smiled naturally, without the slightest hint of guilt. For someone of his status, something worth no more than 100,000 alliance coins was utterly insignificant. If Su Chen and he had an extraordinary relationship, he might even have given him an even more lavish gift. After the investigation, he only felt that Su Chen's parents' status as martyrs had won Wang Weiguo's appreciation, which was why he was so kind to him. As for anything else, he didn't think much about it. Black iron knife? Su Chen froze slightly. He had originally hoped to obtain some divine weapon or miraculous medicine, or at least a large sum of alliance coins. Unexpectedly, Zuolintian dismissed him with just a black iron knife worth 100,000. It wasn't that he was greedy, but rather that Zuolintian was simply too unfair. Even the usually composed Wang Weiguo couldn't help but frown, clearly dissatisfied with this compensation. After all, Zuolintian was a well-known figure in Linhai City, a martial spirit level expert. The compensation given to a junior was merely a black iron knife worth 100,000. It would be a joke if word got out. Zuolintian said matter-of-factly, "That's right, it's the black iron knife. Brother Su, don't you want it?" There was not a trace of shyness or embarrassment on his face, as if he was genuinely considering Su Chen's best interests. Su Chen could only nod awkwardly. "No, I like it very much. Thank you, Pavilion Master Zhua. That's good. I knew Brother Su would like it. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Zuolintian snapped his fingers, and his assistant immediately walked in, carrying a box. It clearly contained that black iron knife, which looked very important. Wang Weiguo curled his lip, showing considerable contempt for Zuolintian's actions. He hadn't spoken yet because he wanted to see Su Chen's reaction first, and also to consider whether Su Chen was worth having to fight against a martial spirit expert. After all, the resource competition is only held once a year, and most of the participants will go on to enter their ideal universities afterward. Basically, there is no longer any contact. Of course, most of the contestants come from powerful and influential families, while ordinary people like Su Chen have virtually no resources. "Brother Su, come here." "Oh who? Here, take the black iron sword." Zuolintian looked at Su Chen with a gentle expression and handed him the black iron knife, but a hint of disdain was faintly revealed deep in his eyes. After Su Chen accepted the black iron knife, Zuolintian took his leave. Su Chen and Wang Weiguo stood outside the Xianbao Pavilion. "Young Master Su, do you think Zuolintian is particularly stingy?" Wang Weiguo suddenly spoke up and asked. "No, you're quite generous." Su Chen kept his conscience in check, and only he knew his true thoughts. "Pa, don't be fooled by him. Although I don't know why he's being so stingy today, giving you a black iron knife worth 100,000 is simply disrespectful. I really don't know what he's up to." Wang Weiguo complained while muttering to himself in confusion. "You should focus on your cultivation." Before he could even finish speaking, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the sound of the wind. Su Chen sighed, still holding the bag of unprocessed materials in his hand. "Sigh, I should have asked Zuolintian to sell these materials for me first." He took Wang Weiguo's words to heart, but his current strength was far from sufficient, so even if he had any secrets, he couldn't use them. He could only focus on cultivation for now. Su Chen stood at the entrance of Xianbao Pavilion, pondered for a moment, then turned and walked into Wanbao Pavilion. He didn't believe that anyone in either place would look down on him. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, someone came over and asked him if he wanted to sell or buy something. Su Chen naturally wanted to get rid of the monster materials he had. "I want to sell monster materials. Do you buy them?" he said casually. "Yes, of course we'll accept it." Hearing this, Su Chen handed over the sack filled with the stench of blood, expecting the other person to be disgusted. To his surprise, the other person showed no reaction, smiling as they took the sack, weighed it in their hand, and then said with a smile, "Guest, your strength is truly remarkable. You've managed to kill so many demonic beasts. Can I count the quantity first?" After receiving permission, the staff of Wanbage opened the sack in front of Su Chen. A strong smell of blood hit him, but fortunately, he was used to handling these materials, so the smell was nothing to him. However, he still felt that the young man in front of him was more capable than he had imagined. He checked each item one by one. Shadow wolves? Not bad, there are so many shadow wolf corpses. It seems this young man has provoked a pack of shadow wolves. Pretty impressive. Wait, what's this? The staff suddenly discovered a corpse that looked somewhat unusual. Although it resembled a shadow wolf to a great extent, there were still some differences. Surprised, he immediately remembered. This should be the Shadow Wolf King, right? To be honest, he had worked at Wanbage for many years and had only seen the Shadow Wolf King a handful of times. Not only because it is the king of the Shadow Wolf Pack, but also because the Shadow Wolf King will not easily appear in front of its prey unless it is extremely certain. He looked up at Su Chen and found him to be young and inexperienced. He was surprised and impressed that someone so young could kill the Shadow Wolf King, but he did not stop his inventory work. "Guests, all items have been inventoried. The total value of your materials is approximately 250,000 alliance coins, among which the Shadow Wolf King is worth 100,000 alliance coins due to its rarity." Upon hearing 250,000 alliance coins, a hint of joy appeared on Su Chen's face, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, "Not bad, let's leave it at that. Do you want cash or bank transfer?" Not long after, a record of 250,000 alliance coins appeared on Su Chen's phone. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave Wanbage. Take care, guests. Walking home, Suchin said thoughtfully, Wanbage is really good. Between Zunbage and Wanbage, he would definitely choose Wanbage. Although Zunbage sells higher-end goods, Wanbage's service is indeed more satisfactory. Now, I guess I have some money, right? He looked at the more than 300,000 Alliance coins on his phone and was filled with emotion. However, when he thought about the various resources needed for cultivation, he quickly put the thought of money out of his mind. With this little money, we're still far from being truly wealthy. He knew perfectly well that the Chi and Blood pill in his hand was worth 50,000 Alliance coins. Such a pill was priceless. Wang Wegwei gave him a full 70 pills in one go, without even blinking. With my current financial situation, I can only afford to buy 7 at most. He couldn't help but complain. He fought desperately in the monster forest, facing numerous dangers, but could only buy 7 Chi and Blood pills. No wonder everyone says that training martial artists is a bottomless pit. Suchin smiled helplessly. Honey, where did Suchin go? The military said he has an important mission to complete, but he's only an F-level ability user. How could he be so important? Like any ordinary mother, Lin Muyun was filled with worry for her son, fearing that he might encounter some trouble outside. I don't know either, but now we can only wait. Su Xinghai sighed. He had also considered going to see for himself, but he had been silent for so many years, and the military said there was no danger, so he didn't act rashly. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Suchen walked in. What on earth did you go doing, kid? The usually gentle Lin Muyun's eyes flashed with 3 parts anger and 7 parts worry. However, when she saw her disheveled son at the door, all her anger turned into anxiety. She quickly stepped forward. Shinner, are you alright? I'm fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? Su Chen replied with a smile. Lin Muyun didn't believe it. She lifted his clothes and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no wounds. It's alright. Then you need to explain clearly what you've been doing these past few days, Lin Muyun pressed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stiffened. He hadn't yet figured out how to explain it to his parents before he came. Tisk, and this outfit, doesn't it make it obvious that he's been doing something very dangerous? He muttered to himself. Lin Muyun's sensitivity is understandable. After all, Su Chen's current appearance clearly shows that he has been through a fierce battle. How could bloodstains on clothes disappear so easily? For a moment, Su Chen was at a loss, unsure of how to begin. Actually, I'm very strong. He spoke frankly about what was on his mind. The room fell silent. In the end, it was Su Xinghai who broke the deadlock. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, honey. Shenner has grown up now, so we don't need to delve into some secrets. Lin Muyun sighed after hearing her husband's words and gave up on asking further questions. Well, at least I'm home safe and sound. Shenner, go take a bath first, you're filthy. Are you hungry? Come and eat later. Upon hearing the word eat, Su Chen realized that he hadn't eaten anything, which explained why he had felt inexplicably weak earlier. He nodded gratefully and immediately ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun exchanged a silent glance, a relieved smile appearing on their faces. In their eyes, Su Chen was still that child, their son no matter what. While taking a shower, Su Chen felt the warm water and his body gradually relaxed, shedding all his fatigue. Home is still the best. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As Su Chen was happily taking a shower, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Somehow, the fragrance managed to seep through the crack in the bathroom door and into his nose. Ah, this is the taste of home. He didn't think much about how the aroma wafted in. He simply felt that only the scent of home could penetrate the barriers and reach his nose. Already starving, Su Chen couldn't resist the aroma. He quickly finished his shower and rushed to the dining table. Mother, your cooking is as delicious as ever. Lin Muyun pouted. You're such a sweet talker. You know it's delicious before you've even tasted it. Innocent, mother. I smelled the aroma of food while I was taking a bath. It must have tasted delicious. Su Chen cried out as he tried to explain. Su Xinghai, who was standing next to him, nodded. Indeed, Shinner has always been particularly sensitive to food since he was little. He has a very keen sense of smell, just like. Su Chen was speechless. Although Su Xinghai didn't say it explicitly, his usual tone made it clear that it wasn't a nice thing to say. Dad, you're not saying I'm like a dog, are you? I didn't say that. Don't make wild guesses. You admitted it yourself, Su Xinghai quickly retorted. Seeing this, Lin Muyun snorted coldly. Hurry up and eat. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. Even though she heard Su Chen praise her cooking, she still had to maintain her maternal authority and sternly reprimand the two of them. The father and son exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with smiles. They were already used to Lin Muyun's antics. Stop standing there, go eat. Lin Muyun urged them hastily when she saw them still standing there. Right away. Go wash your hands first. The two then sat down at the table and began to eat. As soon as he sat down, Su Chen began to eat heartily, completely disregarding his image. However, at home, everyone is used to showing their most authentic selves. Compared to Su Chen's wolfing down his food, Lin Muyun and Su Xinghai appeared exceptionally elegant, chewing slowly and deliberately. Shinner, eat slowly. There's more if you're not full, Lin Muyun said with eyes full of tenderness. sadness. She could already imagine that Su Chen must have suffered a lot these past few days, but he didn't show it. From childhood to adulthood, Su Chen has always been more mature than his peers. Okay, but mother, your cooking is just too delicious, Su Chen said, his mouth full of food, his voice muffled. You silly child, swallow the food in your mouth before you speak, Lin Muyun said, both amused and exasperated. As for whether this is impolite, you're overthinking it. This is your own son. How can you not let him eat freely in your own home? Oh whoa. While eating, Su Chen suddenly froze, as if he had remembered something. What's wrong? Lin Muyun asked, who had been watching him eat. No, it just feels like something's missing, Su Chen said, trying to make sense of it. You mean Lei? Su Xinghai asked. Right, she hasn't come back today. Could something have happened? Su Chen suddenly stood up. No wonder he felt something was off. His sister hadn't been around. Su Ninglu, thank you, brother, Su Xinghai said calmly. Don't worry, Lei has been working hard in her training lately. Fenlei Martial Arts School recognized her talent and invited her to join. It's said that the headmaster of Fenlei Martial Arts School is a Grand Martial Master. When Su Xinghai mentioned that the head of the martial arts school was a Grand Martial Arts Master, he slightly curled his lip, somewhat disdainfully saying, if it weren't for my strength. Thinking of this, he became dejected again. Fenlei Martial Arts School, Su Chen was oblivious to Su Xinghai's unusual behavior and was focused on Su Ningle's matter. Fenlei Martial Arts School is pretty good. It's one of the 4 strongest martial arts schools in Linhai City, and its reputation is very trustworthy, Su Chen said. Furthermore, Fenlei Martial Arts Academy will provide Lei with a free qi and blood pill every month, Lin Muyun added gently. After all, the family's income is not high, only a little over 10,000 alliance coins per month. They could barely make ends meet, but it was far from enough to cover the expenses of their 2 children's martial arts training. The monthly subsidy of 1 qi and blood pill is already a rare and valuable help. Although Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun can still unleash their martial spirit power, it will only last for 10 minutes at most. After that, they will be very weak and could even be easily defeated by ordinary people. This is one of the reasons why they have the ability, but their income is not high. Of course, the 2 of them also simply wanted to live a quiet life. In fact, they did not want their children to pursue martial arts. They only wished for them to live peacefully and safely. It seems the Fenlei Martial Arts Academy is quite generous, actually willing to sponsor a qi and blood pill every month. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He knew that not everyone could enjoy such treatment. If Su Ninglu himself didn't have exceptional talent, he wouldn't have received such preferential treatment. It must have been really tough. He knew that Su Ninglu regarded him as the hope of the family and carried a heavy burden on her shoulders. On second thought, this isn't so bad. At least my cultivation has a clear direction, and I won't get lost. Lei has really been working hard lately, Lin Muyun said with emotion. Before I knew it, my 2 children had grown from their childhood to now and have begun to have their own opinions. Looks like I'm not young anymore. Su Xinghai saw through Lin Muyun's thoughts, gently took her hand, and smiled. Alright, we're an old married couple. Stop showing off your love in front of me. Su Chen couldn't help but complain after taking a big bite of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. I've finished eating, I'm going upstairs to cultivate now. Looking at the balance on his phone, Su Chen wondered, how can I get my parents to accept this money? After all, this money is not of much use to him in the short term, and he can earn it back quickly if he loses it, but these more than 300,000 alliance coins are a huge fortune for his family. This will at least significantly improve Su Ning's dietary conditions. Sigh, I told the truth before, but they didn't believe that I was really strong. Thinking about this, Su Chen felt a little troubled. He had clearly intended to be honest, but his parents thought he was joking. Fortunately, my parents didn't think too much about it, the black iron knife that they had been carrying on my back before. He guessed that Su Xinghai and the other man probably just thought it was something he bought to show off, so they didn't ask any further questions. If they open the black iron knife and find that the blade is exceptionally sharp, it will probably be difficult to handle, since this thing looks very valuable at first glance. In fact, there are also things in this world specifically used for storing items, such as storage rings. However, these kinds of things are usually ridiculously expensive. A ring with a space of 10 square cubic meters costs a full 10 million alliance coins, while a ring with a space of 100 square cubic meters costs as much as 1 billion alliance coins. The price is 100 times higher than that of a 10 square meter ring. Larger rings are basically priceless and unavailable. Once they appear, they are snapped up in a frenzy. Because the space ring is extremely valuable in terms of both practicality and value retention, space rings require special space stones, which are extremely rare. In addition, the blacksmith must have superb craftsmanship, otherwise it will be a complete waste. Su Chen had originally intended to buy it, but he immediately backed out after hearing the price. While the spatial ring is convenient, it's not a necessity for him right now. Of course, he will definitely consider buying it when he has more money in the future. Let's see how well we've fared on this trip with the monsters. System, open the system panel, Su Chen said calmly. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, quasi-martial artist, special ability, S-rank Kemui kaleidoscope, chi and blood, 40 points, points. Strength, 80 points. Speed, 40 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Fireball Jutsu, beginner, 100/500. Lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 20/500. Points, 1200. I only need 400 more proficiency points to upgrade the Great Fireball technique? Su Chen nodded to himself. This rate of improvement is already very fast. Other geniuses have to honestly and slowly cultivate their martial arts skills. If others knew how quickly he had improved, they would definitely be envious and jealous. After all, at this rate, it won't take too long to reach the maximum proficiency level. Do you want to use system points to exchange for proficiency? The system spoke in a cold, emotionless voice, like a robot. Okay, the system is a robot after all. What does exchanging system points for proficiency mean? Could it be that the proficiency of martial arts skills can be improved using system points? After much deliberation, Su Chen concluded that this was the only possibility. Yes, host. To help the host grow faster, martial arts proficiency can be increased using system points. Su Chen stared at the sentence on the system panel in disbelief. Logically speaking, the system shouldn't be so generous. What's the exchange rate? It can't be ridiculously high, can it? He asked skeptically. If that's the case, it makes sense. Host, please do not doubt the system. This system is truly a good system that considers the host's needs. We will never engage in unethical business practices. The ratio of martial arts proficiency to system points is 1 to 10. Very conscientious. 1 to 10? Is the martial arts skill level 1 or 10? The martial arts skill is obviously 1. How could it be 10? Host, are you dreaming? This is supposed to be fair? 110 is outrageous. System, you're a black marketeer. Su Chen roared at the air. Lin Muyun, who was about to open the door to ask her son if he wanted some fruit, immediately closed the door silently, turned to Su Xinghai in the living room, and said with a worried expression, "Honey, Chenner seems to be having mental problems. I just saw him talking to himself." Wait, Mom, it's not what you think. After some explanation, Su's parents finally managed to believe him, at least on the surface. Back in his room, Su Chen couldn't help but curse at the system. Damn it, it's all your fault, you damn system. Host, don't blame your own problems on others. The system clearly doesn't want to take the blame. Su Chen knew in his heart that he just wanted to vent through the system. Then, he said seriously, "System, I have something to tell you. The path of a martial artist emphasizes continuous training to reach the pinnacle. Relying solely on external aids disqualifies one from being a true martial artist. I will become the strongest martial artist in the world." The system was stunned for a moment because Su Chen would say such a thing. Host, system, I misunderstood you. Ding! The system has wrongly accused the host and has awarded the host 1,000 system points. Now it was Su Chen's turn to be stunned. He only wanted to show off in front of the system, but he didn't expect the system to take it seriously. It was utterly absurd. 1,000 system points. Is that even possible? He was dumbfounded. It seems the system isn't entirely intelligent. At least mine is definitely an idiot. Thinking about how the system had so readily given him 1,000 points, he felt inexplicably guilty. But despite feeling guilty, he had no intention of returning the money. Once the money was in his pocket, why would he think about returning it? So Su Chen said calmly, "It's okay, system, I forgive you." You can't blame him for being shameless. After all, the system has so many assets, and as its host, it's not unreasonable for him to help share some of the burden. Ding! System task. As the future strongest martial artist, how can I slack off? I must seize the time to complete the scroll. System task. Cultivate for 10 hours. Quest reward, 10 HP. Time limit, complete within 24 hours. Note, host, you don't want to be looked down upon by the system, do you? Hey, system, you were all fine up to this point, so why does the last sentence have such a strong neon vibe? Su Chen's lips twitched, and he stared at the task details with a face full of black lines, unable to help but complain. He doesn't need the system to remind him to cultivate, he can do it on his own. There are still 10 points of chi and blood left as a reward, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 hours of cultivation. He was almost never dissatisfied with the system's rewards. Although 10 points of chi and blood may not seem like much, it's a huge benefit for someone whose total chi and blood is only 40 points. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately began performing the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics. Inside the room, Su Chen continued to throw punches tirelessly, his gaze unwavering, his blows sharp and powerful. If someone had a cheat program that could see his status, the scene would be astonishing. All that could be seen was something floating above his head. Chi and blood plus 0.01. Chi and blood plus 0.01. Chi and blood plus 0.01. Chi and blood plus. But Su Chen, who was immersed in his workout, couldn't feel the numbers jumping around at all. He only felt his body gradually warming up and the heat spreading through his body. Su Chen slowly exhaled a heavy breath of hot air, as if he were expelling all the hard work from a whole night of cultivation. System task. Cultivate for 10 hours. Done. Reward automatically issued. He was still adjusting to the increased blood and chi from a night of cultivation when the system suddenly gave him a bonus. Catch catching him off guard. His face turned bright red, as if it were about to explode. A few minutes later, he suddenly threw a punch into the air, releasing all the pressure that had been building up. Bang! The force of the punch echoed wildly in the room, scattering items on the table. My room has been burgled? Suchin looked at the mess in front of him, unaware that he was the one who had done it all, but he couldn't help but mutter complaints under his breath. System, what's wrong with you? My house has been burglarized, and you didn't even warn me? Anyway, there wasn't anything valuable in the room. After what happened yesterday, he tried to use this method to see if he could cheat the system out of points. Host, please do not blame the system for the problem. You caused this yourself. Suchen was stunned, and asked in confusion, I caused this? What exactly did I do? He subconsciously looked down at his still reddened fist, then looked up at the room and immediately understood what had happened. Could it be that I become this strong? Suddenly, a feeling of weakness washed over him. How is this possible? I've only been cultivating for one night. It shouldn't be like this. In fact, he didn't know that the punch he just threw contained all his vital energy, and the entire force burst forth with the punch. Otherwise, with his strength, he could never have caused such destruction. Chinner, what happened? I heard a loud noise coming from your room. A sound came from outside the door, and then the door was pushed open, and Su Xinghai walked in. He, who usually enjoys getting up early for a morning run, heard a loud noise from his son's room and, feeling worried, hurriedly opened the door to check. The sight before him stunned him. The room was a complete mess, with even the window glass cracked. If you didn't know better, you would think it had been hit by a natural disaster. What's going on? Su Xinghai looked at Su Chen, expecting an explanation. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, stammering, and not knowing where to start. Should I confess that I did all of this? Putting aside whether he'll believe it or not, just the sight of all this ruin will probably get him a scolding. Seeing his son's predicament, Su Xinghai didn't ask any further questions, but just gave him a deep look. Perhaps, in his heart, his son does indeed have some ability. After Su Xinghai left, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the mess inside the house, he knew he had to clean it up himself. There was no other way. But I need to eat something first, otherwise I really can't take it anymore. He rubbed his stomach, which cooperated by making two woof noises, as if urging him to fill his stomach quickly. Walking down the street, he randomly chose a breakfast shop. The owner was a middle-aged woman, and from her appearance, one could tell that she was honest, hardworking, and diligent. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. That's normal. Breakfast shops usually have to get up early to prepare breakfast. An ordinary person could endure such hardship for 1 or 2 days in a row, but over time, it will definitely become unbearable. Boss lady, give me 20 meat buns first, Su Chen called out. The proprietress asked doubtfully, young man, this meat bun is quite large. Are you sure you can finish it? I don't think so. Su Chen replied confidently, don't worry, I can not only finish it, but it might not even be enough. Go ahead and eat. It's not like I don't know how to pay. Upon hearing this, the steamed bun shop owner simply nodded and silently went to prepare the steamed buns, but her eyes still held doubt, clearly not believing that Su Chen could eat 20 meat buns. After all, this is the age of martial artists, and everyone's appetite has generally increased a lot, but that's mainly due to the physique that only martial artists have. Given Su Chen's physique, the proprietress simply didn't think he could eat that much. However, since the customer insisted on buying, she wouldn't refuse. After all, no one would turn down money. 20 meat buns, here they are. The proprietress brought them to the table. The buns were still steaming hot, clearly freshly steamed. Faced with the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Chen ate 3 meat buns at a time, quickly reducing the mountain of meat buns to fewer and fewer. The proprietress, who had previously been skeptical, couldn't help but look at Su Chen with new respect. Compared to his wolfing down his food at home, Su Chen ate more elegantly outside. Although his eating manners became more refined, his speed did not decrease at all. Before long, he had devoured all the meat buns on the table. 20 steamed buns are only 7/10 full? Oh well, that's about right. Su Chen frowned. He hadn't expected his appetite to increase so significantly overnight. Whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, he himself couldn't say for sure. He didn't know that the increased appetite was due to the large consumption of qi and blood, requiring him to replenish his energy through eating a lot. When Su Chen paid the bill and left, he was still very satisfied with the steamed buns at the shop. They were good quality, inexpensive, and tasted great. The proprietress standing nearby was dumbfounded. What? 20 meat buns are only 7/10 full? What kind of monster is this? If Su Chen knew what the landlady was thinking, he probably would never come again. Back home, Su Chen took a shower first, then went back to his room to continue his cultivation. System, open the system panel. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, quasi-martial artist. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Qi and blood, 80 points. Strength, 160 points. Speed, 80 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Fireball Jutsu, beginner, 100/500. Lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 20/500. Points, 2,200. Aside from the 10 points of Qi and blood rewarded by the system, I actually cultivated 30 points of Qi and blood in one night? Su Chen was somewhat somewhat surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt it made sense. After all, he hadn't spent as much time cultivating before, so he started cultivating immediately after dinner and a shower last night. As Su Chen felt the power within his body, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. All of this is real. He is only 20 points of chi and blood away from becoming a martial artist. At the current speed, I can break through to the martial artist realm today. I'll be more confident when I take the college entrance exam. What is this? Chi and blood pill? Wait, did I forget to take the chi and blood pill yesterday? Su Chen stared at the chi and blood pill, startled. He remembered that he was in a hurry to cultivate last night and carelessly put the chi and blood pill aside without taking it. Damn it, how could I make such a basic mistake? If I had taken the chi and blood pill, I might already be a martial artist, he thought regretfully. He knew that if he had taken the chi and blood pill earlier, he would definitely have become a martial artist, not just be a possibility. Never mind, I can still eat it now. Su Chen picked up a chi and blood pill and put it in his mouth without hesitation. Instantly, the effects of the medicine burst forth in his body, and streams of warmth flowed along his meridians, spreading throughout his entire body. So this is the chi and blood pill? It truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder it's worth 50,000 alliance coins. It's definitely worth the price. Su Chen felt the surge of medicinal power within his body. If I had taken the chi and blood pill last night, I might have been able to cultivate all night, increasing my chi and blood by more than 60 points, doubling my cultivation speed, and even breaking through to the great martial master level within a month. Unfortunately, the medicine's effects are only temporary. With that in mind, he wasted no time, took off his clothes, stood naked in the room, and began to perform the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics. He completed those strange and unusual movements with ease. Although the movements are strange, they actually work every muscle in the body. If chi and blood only increased by 0.01 last night, the rate is now estimated to have increased to 0.02, or even 0.03. As Su Chen moved, the effects of the chi and blood pill gradually revealed its true power. So comfortable, so refreshing. He felt warm all over, as if he had inexhaustible energy flowing through him. At this moment, his cultivation speed far surpasses that of even some geniuses from major families. 82 chi and blood, 84 chi and blood, 90 chi and blood, 95 chi and blood. Suddenly, Su Chen's body trembled. His chi and blood reached 100 points of the martial artist realm, and all the shackles on his body were removed. Is this the power of a martial artist? He felt that his physical strength, endurance, and speed had all improved significantly. System, open the system panel. I want to see the current attributes. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, warrior, special ability, S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope, chi and blood, 100 points, strength, 300 points, speed, 200 points, mental strength, 200 points, skills, intangibility, Kamui, fireball jutsu, beginner, 100/500, lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 20/500, points, 2,200. Breaking through to become a martial artist directly adds 100 points of strength, speed doubles? How can this be so exaggerated? Su Chen stared at the panel in surprise. He knew that all his attributes would improve after breaking through to the martial artist level, but he didn't expect it to be so much more than he anticipated. Speaking of which, how exactly do you improve mental strength? He stared at the unchanging mental strength value and fell into deep thought. If I hadn't been reborn into this world, my mental strength probably wouldn't be this high. The system shows I have spiritual power, so I can definitely improve. Maybe my cultivation level isn't high enough yet. Although he was unclear about the specific effects of mental power, he had some guesses. It's probably an improvement in memory or perception. In both of these aspects, he is better than most of his peers, and at least he has never met anyone who was better than him. His mental strength gave him an exceptionally good memory. He could usually memorize the contents of a textbook after reading it only once. When faced with danger, he can also vaguely sense it and avoid it in time. These are all benefits brought by mental power. Other effects are not yet clear, since they were not taught in school, so we can only guess. Does everyone who breaks through to become a martial artist receive such a significant boost? He thought about his illogical attributes and couldn't help but doubt himself. After all, if everyone could strengthen themselves to this level, he wouldn't have been able to defeat so many martial artists so easily before. He was right, the attribute increases varied for each person who broke through to the martial artist level. Simply put, the higher your talent level, the more attribute bonus you receive when breaking through. The lower your talent level, the less bonus you receive. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have taken the first step towards breaking through to the martial artist realm. Reward, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Ninjutsu. Ha! The system will reward you for breaking through to the martial artist realm? Su Chen was a little surprised, but he felt that his system was indeed quite powerful. Aside from his reluctance to ask questions and the system's generally limited commentary, which is a drawback, he is otherwise impeccable. The Earth Wall is nice, but I wonder if we can put a few dog statues on it like Kakashi did, Su Chen said with a smile. To be honest, Su Chen was quite happy to have obtained a ninjutsu for free. Previously, when he was in the system shop to Liubi required 1,000 system points to redeem. Now that the system is being offered to us for free, it's no wonder we're so happy. More importantly, the Earthflow wall has excellent defensive capabilities, especially when defending against ranged ability users. Su Chen returned to the living room and found that Su Ningla had already left early in the morning. Did you go to Fenglei martial arts school again? Last night, he cultivated while waiting for his younger sister, Su Ningdal, to return. Seeing that Su Ningyue returned home exhausted, Su Chen didn't disturb her and let her rest. Su Ningyue, the younger sister, didn't even notice that Su Chen had returned. After all, anyone would be exhausted after a whole day of cultivation. After taking a shower, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. Su Chen covered her with the blanket. It seems Lele is truly determined this time. Previously, even with his exceptional talent, Su Ning had never worked this hard. That's probably because of me. Su Chen felt a sense of relief. His younger sister, who had always followed him around since she was little, had finally grown up and understood how to work hard for her family and create a better living environment. But what would Lele's expression be if she knew that her older brother was actually a super genius? A wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's face, but a chill suddenly ran down his spine. He always felt that if he really told Su Ningyue, she would probably be very angry. Let's tell Lele later. It's actually a good thing to encourage her to work harder. Su Chen coughed and decided not to reveal the truth for the time being, leaving her with an unexpected surprise. Although this surprise may be more like a shock. Having broken through to the martial artist realm, I haven't even had a chance to test my current level. With that in mind, Su Chen picked up the black iron knife and immediately headed towards the martial arts hall in Linhai City. The martial arts hall is a place specifically for certifying martial arts levels, but only those who have reached the Grand Martial Master level can be certified there. After all, even without talent, a martial artist can reach a certain level as long as they have perseverance. However, to reach the level of Grand Martial Master, one must possess a certain level of talent. Only after reaching the rank of Grand Martial Master can one come to the martial arts hall for certification. Even if you do nothing each month, you can still earn 10,000 alliance coins. But there is one condition. That is, whenever monsters attack and the city is in a life or death crisis, we must stand up and resist them. Prioritizing the evacuation of ordinary people is a form of protection that the Dragon Kingdom provides for its citizens. Martial artists might have a chance to escape when attacked by demonic beasts, but ordinary people have no chance at all and can only become prey for the demonic beasts. This is also the reason why the Dragon Kingdom established this rule. If someone accepts 10,000 alliance coins per month but deserts during a monster attack on the city, they will be considered guilty of treason. Of course, most people were willing to step forward, and almost no one deserted their post. After all, this was their hometown, the place where they were born and raised. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have an indescribable affection for the land they live in. However, there are bound to be a few bad apples. However, there are very few people who reach the level of Grand Martial Master. In fact, they are extremely rare. Besides certifying martial artists, the martial arts hall has other functions as well. For example, specialized equipment for testing strength, etc. Of course, these services all require a certain amount of alliance coins. Su Chen arrived at the martial arts hall. The place was bustling with activity, and powerful martial artists would pass by him every now and then without stopping. Inside the hall, there were people eagerly signing up for the Grand Martial Master certification, martial artists who came specifically to test their combat prowess, and a group of staff members diligently working. Is this the martial arts hall? This is my first time here, and it's much more lively than I imagined. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had always thought that the martial arts hall was a quiet place where everyone was well-mannered and powerful martial artists. But now it seems that although there are indeed martial artists here, their strength and quality are quite uneven. For example, a passerby overheard his remarks and immediately mocked him. What an ignorant country bumpkin. You're here for the first time? You've polluted the air. Su Chen immediately turned his head, staring sharply at the other person, looking for trouble. He really couldn't understand why there were always people picking on him wherever he went, which gave him a huge headache. Looking into Su Chen's deep eyes, Wang Sheng couldn't help but take a step back, feeling as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. If Su Chen hadn't just broken through to the martial artist realm and his mindset wasn't still relatively stable. Otherwise, based solely on that one sentence, given his personality, he absolutely wouldn't be able to resist taking action. He was known as Crazy Su at Linhai No. 2 Middle School, so how could he remain indifferent when insulted? Seeing that Wang Sheng didn't react, Su Chen sneered and turned to leave. After Su Chen walked away, Wang Sheng couldn't help but sit down on the ground. Su Chen had secretly used some force on his foot, and he was covered in sweat. "Pa, why should I be afraid of a country bumpkin? He's just a pretentious country bumpkin," he muttered stubbornly to himself. But if Su Chen were to appear before him again, the result would definitely be the same. "Hello, I'm here to test my combat ability." Su Chen walked to the combat area and prepared to request a private testing room. "Okay, a private room costs 1,000 alliance coins per hour. How long long would you like to stay? The receptionist asked with a professional smile. 1,000 Alliance coins. Su-Chen gasped, surprised that the private rooms in the martial arts hall were so expensive. Yes, although the price is a bit high, I guarantee the room is absolutely worth the money. The receptionist noticed his hesitation and explained earnestly. Each private room is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, which naturally comes at a high price, not to mention the ongoing maintenance costs. In fact, they are losing money to gain publicity even if it costs 1,000 Alliance coins per hour. If the Dragon Kingdom hadn't treated this as state-owned asset, it would have been unable to withstand such extravagant spending long ago. Okay, give me an hour to drive. Su-Chen reluctantly agreed, since the facilities in the private rooms were much better than those in the public areas. Besides, who knows how long the queues would be in the public areas. He was pressed for time and every second counted. He absolutely did not want to waste it on something as meaningless as queuing. Okay, sir. Will you be paying in cash or by bank transfer? For some reason, Su-Chen felt that the receptionist's smile was gentler than before, perhaps because of her commission, or perhaps because she thought he was quite handsome. After Su-Chen transferred the money expressionlessly, the staff led him to his room. Guest, this is your private room. Please call the phone on the wall if you have any questions. After speaking, the staff member left, leaving Su-Chen alone in the room. Is this what money tastes like? Su-Chen walked into the combat zone, looked around at everything, and couldn't help but sigh. There are not only various testing areas here, but also a dedicated rest area, all to ensure that guests experience the best service. TSK, the rich really do enjoy life. He looked around the room, touching everything. Even without touching anything, just looking at these high-tech devices, he could feel the atmosphere of luxury. Ahem, I'm not here to enjoy these things. Thinking about his purpose for today, he muttered to himself somewhat awkwardly, it's these things that attracted me. However, he believes that these things will eventually become commonplace and readily available to him. As long as you work hard, Alliance coins will be available. The system will award points. Your cultivation level will also improve. Everything will belong to him. Su-Chen first arrived at a strength testing area. In front of him was a black mat, clearly a device used to test strength. Then I'll try using 300 points of strength and see how many kilograms I can hit. Su-Chen looked at the force measuring device in front of him with anticipation on his face. Although he had a general idea that his strength was over 300 gene, he had never been able to measure the exact value. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated, cleared his mind of all distractions, and focused all his strength on his fist. There was a loud boom. The fist sliced through the air, striking the force gauge and creating a gust of wind. The numbers on the force gauge kept changing. 20 gene, 50 gene, 80 gene, 150 gene, 260 gene, 312 gene. Ultimately, the weight was 312 gene, approximately 146 caddies. 312 gene, not bad. Let's try it a couple more times. Su-Chen looked at the number and was satisfied. It should be noted that the strength of other first-level martial artists mostly hovers between 100 and 200 gene. Only those with exceptional physical abilities or who have taken miraculous elixirs can reach a weight of around 300 gene, 150 caddies. Most first-tier martial artists have not yet fully unleashed their full potential. Keep trying. The next two tests showed weights of 306 gene and 330 gene respectively. This should be my limit, right? Su-Chen looked at the data and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He guessed that his strong physique might be related to the Sharingan's modifications to his body. After all, the true potential of the Sharingan is far more than just an S-rank ability. There's also the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the Rinnegan to come, which fills him with anticipation. Thinking back to the punch I threw at home earlier, I realized that only a person with abundant blood and energy could deliver such power. If it weren't for sufficient chi and blood in the body, that punch wouldn't have been possible at all. Under normal circumstances, he could not possibly generate that kind of punching power. Even if he could, it would exhaust all his vital energy. Generally speaking, fist-based martial arts require specialized training in order to be used properly. He planned to learn a fist fighting technique when he had the chance, otherwise he would be doomed if he had no defensive ability in close combat. At this stage, he can barely manage with the Sharingan. Let's test the speed next. Su-Chen walked to the speedometer and saw a prompt on it to select his realm. Choose your own realm and then take the test. It's quite interesting. Since speed is difficult to measure precisely, it is roughly judged by dividing it into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Grade A is the fastest, and Grade D is the slowest. With my strength, of course I'll choose the Great Martial Master realm, Su-Chen said confidently. After all, he is a genius. If he didn't have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, he would probably be laughed at. Without hesitation, he adjusted the difficulty to the Grand Martial Master level. The speed test is essentially a simulation of a martial artist running. As long as you can keep up with the speed, you can pass the test. It starts at level D difficulty, but if you hold on, the difficulty will gradually increase to level C and then level B. Su-Chen knew in his heart that he had not learned any travel skills and could only rely on the most primitive way of running. From the very beginning, the speed pressure from the Grand Martial Master level was immediately applied. Even at the lowest D-level speed, he couldn't catch up. His face turned bright red, and he gritted his teeth and persevered for a few seconds before finally giving up. If I had known, I would have learned some movement techniques first, and I wouldn't have suffered so much here. He knew in his heart that he was able to dodge the monster attacks earlier entirely because of the Sharingan's prediction. The Sharingan can keenly detect the moment a demonic beast attacks, but that doesn't mean it's fast. He simply dodged the attack a few seconds earlier. Therefore, when it comes to speed alone, he is clearly at a disadvantage. If you encounter an opponent who is quick-witted and agile but physically weak, you will definitely be completely defeated. Let's see if there are any movement techniques in the system. After a moment's thought, he finally realized that the only thing he could do now was to buy a movement technique from the system shop. After all, he could instantly learn anything sold by the system. Although it wouldn't be at the maximum level, mastering it in one go was already quite good. Open the system store, Su Chen muttered to himself. The system shop is now open. 9 Revolutions Profound Technique, priced at 1 billion system points. The Profound Art of Heaven and Earth, priced at 1 billion system points. Ultimate Skill, priced at 1 billion system points. Skip this, skip this. You know I can't afford it, but you still put it on the first screen, Su Chen said to the system with disdain. He felt that the system clearly lacked empathy. Didn't the system know his financial situation? It insisted on putting the most expensive items at the front, deliberately making things difficult for him. System, bring me movement type skills. The Great Shift of Heaven and Earth, priced at 1 million system points. Divine Speed and Versatility, priced at 500,000 system points. A dense array of various movement techniques appeared before Su Chen, but unfortunately, he simply couldn't afford most of them. Tisk, can you give me some movement techniques that I can afford? With a ding from the system, the movement techniques that had previously filled the screen were finally reduced to just a few that suited him. What kind of Shursui-style body flicker technique is this? He asked curiously. Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique, beginner, price, 1,000 system points. Upon seeing the word beginner, Su Chen's face immediately darkened. A beginner's version? Trying to pull these capitalist tricks on me. Although he cursed, he knew in his heart that the peak version of the body flicker technique couldn't possibly cost only 1,000 points. After all, it was Uchiha Shursui's signature technique. Sigh, it seems I'm destined to work for the system for the rest of my life. System, I'll buy it, okay? Su Chen said helplessly. Although the system offered other movement techniques, including the shave technique from One Piece, he chose Shursui's version of the body flicker technique. This was because using shave was too noisy and would easily reveal his location. However, Shursui's version of the body flicker technique completely lacks this flaw, making it even more unpredictable. This is an honor that Uchiha Shursui earned with countless lives. Shursui of the body flicker technique. His teleportation technique was known for its unpredictability on the battlefield. At his peak, Uchiha Shursui could use this bizarre body flicker technique to instantly create 5 or 6 shadow figures. Each shadow could actively attack the enemy and even swap positions with the original body, making it impossible for the enemy to figure out which one was the real body. This is precisely what terrifies the opponent the most. System, buy me the instantaneous movement technique, Su Chen said. He didn't expect to be able to negotiate with the system, so he had no choice but to accept it. Ding! Successfully purchased the still water version of the instantaneous movement technique. 1,000 system points consumed, 1,200 system points remaining. Can the basic still water body flicker technique only create one silhouette? Detailed information about the body flicker technique flooded his mind, and he wasn't disappointed. Although he can only create one clone now, he believes that he will definitely be able to cultivate this body flicker technique to the level of Uchiha Shursui in the future, or even surpass him. Maybe in the future, I'll be known as Su Chen the Instantaneous Traveler, he thought excitedly. In his mind, he fantasized about one day using the instantaneous movement technique to make his enemies completely unable to figure out his whereabouts. Even the usually composed man couldn't help but smile at this moment. However, he always felt that something was missing to make it perfect. When he saw the black iron knife at his waist, his eyes lit up. By the way, I'm still lacking swordsmanship skills. Buying a sword without swordsmanship skills is just a sharp piece of iron. Su Chen suddenly realized that he had previously thought buying a knife would make it easier to kill monsters. Monsters were large and had thick fur, so using a knife was the most effective way to kill them. But people are different. They won't just stand there and let you chop them up at will. Unless you are far stronger than your opponent, simply swinging your sword will easily be blocked by them. At this point, the effectiveness of knife skills becomes apparent. A flexible and varied sword technique has a much greater advantage than simply swinging the sword. System, give me a basic sword technique, intermediate level, please, Su Chen said after pondering for a while. He had seen the intermediate sword technique before, which only required 1,000 system points. He had just bought the instantaneous movement technique and had 1,200 system points left, enough to buy a set of basic sword techniques. Ding! Basic knife skills purchased successfully. 1,000 system points consumed, 200 system points remaining. Immediately, the various movements of the 13 basic sword techniques, chopping, sweeping, slashing, cutting, striking, picking, parrying, supporting, thrusting, wiping, intercepting, pressing, chopping, etc., were explained. All of it was poured into Su Chen's mind, as if a master swordsman was constantly explaining these moves. Chop, sweep, flick, cut, collapse, pick, parry, support, stab, wipe, intercept, press, chop. He repeated the process again and again until he fully understood how to use the knife. The figure in his mind sensed that Su Chen had mastered the basic swordsmanship, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly before dissipating from his consciousness. This is basic swordsmanship? It's much better than I expected. The 13 basic sword techniques contain moves to deal with various enemies, giving Su Chen a significant advantage the next time he encounters an opponent who uses a sword. It is equally useful even when encountering enemies who do not use knives. Su Chen chose the most basic swordsmanship instead of those fancy moves, for a simple reason. He had heard a saying, a towering building rises from the ground. Without a solid foundation, practicing fancy sword techniques alone is no match for someone defeating you with the simplest and most basic moves. He knew that he should focus on building a solid foundation first, since he would have plenty of time later. True masters have long since simplified complexity. Every blade of sword and blade in their hands contains boundless power. System, open the system panel. Su Chen was a little curious about how much proficiency was needed to upgrade the instantaneous movement technique in basic swordsmanship. Host, Su Chen, Realm, Warrior, Special Ability, S-Rank Kamui Kaleidoscope, Chi and Blood, 100 points, Strength, 300 points, Speed, 200 points, Mental Strength, 200 points, Skills, Intangibility, Kamui, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner, 100/500, Lightning Release, Chidori, Beginner, 20/500, Shui version of Body Flicker Technique, Beginner, 0/1000, Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Points, 200. Su Chen saw that the basic swordsmanship required 2,000 proficiency points to level up and thought to himself, is it because the basics must be solid? As for the required proficiency level for the instantaneous movement technique, he simply nodded, unsurprised. They even felt that the demand for teleportation was somewhat low. Next, we will continue testing. With the Sharingan's sharp reflexes, he successfully achieved an A-level rating. The last project is a practical test. Most people stop at this point because few have the courage to continue when faced with monsters. Lacking practical combat experience, they possess only a set of seemingly powerful but ultimately useless strength. Now, let me try it out in real combat. This time, Su Chen did not underestimate his opponent. He chose a first-level martial artist demon beast and tried it one level at a time to see where his limit was. Roar! The simulated monster's eyes lit up as soon as it saw Su Chen, and it charged straight at him. It looks quite realistic. Su Chen observed the monster in front of him. It was just a pig-biting creature. Faced with its attack, he lightly drew the black iron knife from his waist and swung it at the biting pig. The black iron knife instantly pierced the pig's body, but the pig did not react at all and simply vanished in front of Su Chen. Not even any blood came out? But the feeling of chopping it up is weird. Su Chen looked at the black iron knife with a puzzled expression. Although he could feel the blade touching something, he inexplicably felt as if he hadn't cut anything at all. This simulation device, while quite realistic, still falls short of the real experience of battling actual monsters. After all, the real scene is when a white knife cuts in and a red knife bleeds out, and the blood can even splatter with a warm feeling. However, achieving this level is already quite impressive, he remarked. Modern technology is truly astonishing. He didn't blame the simulation machine, but felt that the current technology far surpassed the level of his previous life on Earth by a significant margin. Perhaps it's because of the pressure that technology has developed so rapidly? Su Chen said thoughtfully. Although this simulation machine in front of us can't achieve the most realistic effect, it's already quite good because it allows people to feel the sensation of fighting monsters in real life. However, some people will definitely feel that this simulator is just a simulation and can't really give you a real sense of life and death. That's not wrong. Because of the limitations of the simulator's programming, it can only injure a person at most, and then automatically determine failure. It's enough to detect their true combat strength. For Su Chen, he was not afraid of fighting, he just wanted to figure out his true level. Thinking of this, a fighting spirit suddenly ignited in his originally calm gaze. Next to appear is a second-tier martial artist monster. He still used basic knife skills to accurately find the fatal point and end the opponent's life with a single strike. Even monsters at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank of martial artist level couldn't last more than 5 rounds against him. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Facing a forest tree demon at the 6th level of martial arts, Su Chen first used his black iron sword to cut its vines, and then used the Great Fireball Technique to perfectly subdue the forest tree demon. The 6th level of martial arts seems to be a minor qualitative change. Both speed and strength of the demon beasts have been improved. After Su Chen sensed the power brought by the forest tree demon, he found that it was indeed significantly different from the previous demonic beasts. He hadn't noticed this when he was fighting the Shadow Wolf pack in the monster forest. That's because he never confronted the Shadow Wolves head-on, but instead used his Sharingan to dodge their attacks. His repeated use of divine power led to a skewed understanding of the combat strength of demonic beasts. At this moment, the 7th-tier demonic beast, the fire giant ape, slowly appeared. Roar! 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 As soon as the fire giant ape appeared, it began to pound its chest with its powerful arms, staring defiantly at Su Chen. Is this a show of force against me? Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. In an instant, his originally black pupils changed. It turned red, and 3 black symbols flickered inside, as alluring and captivating as tadpoles. As for why he didn't just activate the kaleidoscope directly, it's because he felt it wasn't necessary. If you just use a kaleidoscope, what's the point of the challenge? It would be better to use divine power to eliminate the monster in front of us in one fell swoop. At this stage, Xunwei's attack is practically a matter of dimensional reduction. After all, at the martial artist stage, who could possess the power to distort space, unless they were a space-type ability user? Besides, he was well aware that using a kaleidoscope too much could lead to blindness. Unless he is truly outmatched, he will not easily choose to use the power of the kaleidoscope. Su Chen formed hand seals, instantaneous movement technique. A figure exactly like him rushed towards the fire giant ape. Although the fire giant ape was somewhat puzzled as to why one human had turned into 2, it did not affect its understanding that the human in front of it dared to attack it. Originally intending to toy with Su Chen, it suddenly flew into a rage. Roar! It pounded its chest and charged angrily at Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen was naturally not to be outdone. He snorted coldly and used a combination of real and fake attacks to slash fiercely at the giant fire ape. Faced with the ambiguous Su Chen, the fire giant ape first threw a punch at one of the figures. Its fist actually passed right through Su Chen's body. Before Su Chen could react, another Su Chen had already stabbed it with a knife. Whoosh! The fire giant ape, realizing what was happening, was unaware that one of Su Chen's was an illusion, thinking that the opponent was too fast and missed. When the pain struck, it frantically swung its fists, as if only in this way could it alleviate the sense of crisis in its heart. Clang! Su Chen's blade collided violently with the fire giant ape's arm. The black iron blade, which could cut through iron like mud, could only penetrate about 1 centimeter into the fire giant ape's arm. He paused for a moment, staring at the fire giant ape in surprise. Although it hit, the effect was minimal. This guy is even tougher than the Shadow Wolf King, a 9th-level martial artist? Looking at the still energetic fire giant ape, Su Chen couldn't help but complain. He used his knife to block the fire ape's fist, and immediately his hand vibrated, and his tiger's mouth began to go numb. This guy is not only thick-skinned and tough, but also incredibly strong. If it weren't for its slow speed, it would definitely be a martial artist-level overlord monster. Thinking this through, he decided to stop confronting the fire giant ape head-on, as continuing in this way would not do him any good. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball suddenly spewed from his mouth, hurtling straight at the fire giant ape. Bang! The fireball hit its target, instantly sending up thick black smoke. Thinking of the no harm from smoke principle, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will this still be able to withstand it? Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, the fire giant ape emerged unharmed, with a hint of reminiscence on its face. The fire giant ape, could this guy be immune to fire damage? Su Chen wondered to himself. It seems that's really the case. In fact, he didn't know that the fire giant ape wasn't truly immune to fire damage. Rather, the power of the great fireball technique wasn't yet sufficient to harm the opponent. This is really troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to use that. Su Chen sighed. He hadn't expected that a 7th-level martial artist demon beast would force him to reveal his trump card. He swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted in a low voice, "Lightning release, Chidori." Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in Su Chen's right hand, transforming into a lightning blade as sharp as a knife. The thunderous sounds from his hand rose and fell, like the chorus of 1,000 birds, terrifying to behold. With a whoosh, Su Chen used the instantaneous speed brought by the 1,000 birds to rush towards the fire giant ape. The fire giant ape sensed the threat and was preparing to throw a punch to block it. Unexpectedly, Su Chen skillfully dodged the attack with his Sharingan and tried to continue his attack, but it was too late. The 1,000 birds lightning in his hand pierced through the fire giant ape's defenses without any resistance. The next moment, the lightning blade pierced directly into the opponent's body. Watching the giant fire ape gradually dissipate, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we've taken it down? It seems that without using the kaleidoscope, my normal combat strength is enough to defeat a 7th-level martial artist monster, but I can't guarantee anything beyond that. However, the battle ahead will not be easy, and I have also expended a lot of energy. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, a warm current suddenly surged into his body. What's going on? My blood and energy have actually recovered? He looked around in confusion. Could it be that defeating a 7th-level martial artist monster can restore all my stats? Su Chen wondered, but no one has ever told me why this is happening. He had never heard of such a situation before. door. Never mind. Whatever the case, the most important thing is that we don't need to rest and can continue fighting. He figured that since no one would have any ill intentions towards him, he might as well act like he was defying the heavens as the protagonist. Yes, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, in the control room, a young staff member, watching Su Chen's performance on the monitor, was shocked. A first-level martial artist can actually defeat a 7th-level martial artist demon beast? What are these strange attack methods? What kind of superpower does this person have? In all his years of work, he had rarely seen such an extraordinary genius. Su Chen was believed to possess fire-based abilities, but he also displayed lightning-based abilities. He was completely baffled as to what kind of superpower this was, because once the simulated battle in the private room begins, it will automatically record the martial artist's strength. One reason is to better cultivate geniuses. Secondly, it is to simulate the unavoidable damage in combat. Generally, those who can work in the control room are people with clean families or who have made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. This was to prevent true geniuses from being assassinated by alien races before they had even reached maturity. Realizing the situation, the staff immediately stood up and hurried towards the leader's office. He arrived at the office door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Yuanchang, who was working in his office, paused for a moment when he heard the knock on the door, and then calmly said, "Come in." Upon seeing who it was, Lin Yuanchang was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Su, is there a problem with the control room?" "No problem." Xiao Su was stunned, completely bewildered, not understanding why Lin Yuanchang asked such a question. "So, what can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Su immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Another genius has emerged in the simulation room. Chief Lin, you must go and see." Lin Yuanchang looked up at Xiao Su and asked calmly, "Xiao Su, are you sure? What level is the opponent?" He knew very well who the geniuses were this year. There were basically only a few. One was a young lady from the Morong family who possessed S-level superpowers, and the other was a young master from the Li family who only had a mere A-level superpower. Although a few ordinary people have awakened A-level superpowers, they have no powerful backers, which means they have limited resources. There is still a considerable gap between him and the geniuses in his family. This year, the number of geniuses in Linhai City is far less than in previous years. If it weren't for the S-level superpower of the Morong family, Linhai City would have really lost face this year. "Of course I'm sure. The other party is a first-level martial artist," Xiao Su hurriedly replied. Lin Yuanchang was taken aback. "Martial artist level 1? He then realized that Xiao Su was still young, which was why he regarded a first-level martial artist as a genius. He looked at Xiao Su gently and said calmly, "Xiao Su, there's no need to recommend someone at the first level of martial arts to me. Many geniuses at this point are already at the 7th or 8th level of martial arts. Some people have even started aiming for the Grand Martial Master level." Lin Yuanchang did not blame Xiao Su, but instead told him in the tone of someone who had been through it all. Realizing he had misspoke, Xiao Su immediately explained, but the opponent is a first-level martial artist, yet he can kill a 7th-level martial artist monster on his own. Would you call this a genius? He believed that someone as appreciative of talent as Lin Yuanchang would not miss out on a genius who could easily surpass the 7th rank, and perhaps even more. "A first-level martial artist certainly can't be considered a genius," Lin Yuanchang said matter-of-factly, then suddenly paused. "Wait, what did you say? A first-level martial artist fighting a 7th-level martial artist demon beast?" He seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at Xiao Su. Xiao Su felt uncomfortable under that gaze. "Commander Lin, your eyes are scary." Lin Yuanchang withdrew his gaze and asked seriously, "Are you telling the truth? Although the strength of a first-level martial artist is indeed low, anyone who can fight against a 6th-level opponent can be considered a genius. The simulated combat may not be of high quality, but this is still quite remarkable." "Of course it's true, don't you believe me?" Xiao Su quickly retorted. He didn't want to be doubted when it was clearly true. Lin Yuanchang's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, indeed, although Xiao Su is young, he has never lied, and going there won't waste too much time. Thinking of this, he immediately got up and walked towards the control room. As he reached the door, he said to the still-dazed Xiao Su, "Let's go. Didn't they say there's a genius here?" "Xiao Su, if this is true, then you have done a great service." "Oh, I'm here," Xiao Su responded excitedly. They went to the control room and stared intently at the monitor screens inside the simulated combat chamber. A figure suddenly appeared in the surveillance footage. That was Su Chen. Having calmed down a bit, Su Chen stood up, ready to fight the 8th-level martial artist demon beast. "Although my blood and energy suddenly recovered for some reason, I still feel mentally exhausted and need rest to alleviate it." An 8th-tier demonic beast. Not long after, two figures appeared in the simulated combat room. Su Chen stared at the demonic beast before him, a hint of surprise in his expression. "Isn't this my old friend, the Dark Moon Demon Wolf?" He never expected it to be an 8th-tier demon beast. "I've even killed a 9th-tier Dark Moon Wolf King before, so why would I be afraid of your little brother?" he thought to himself. However, his gaze remained unwavering, his Sharingan fixed fixed directly on the Dark Moon Wolf. Sharingan Genjutsu, Genjutsu. Su Chen suddenly glared at the Dark Moon Demon Wolf with his Sharingan, and the latter immediately became dazed and confused. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he formed hand seals, body instantaneous movement technique. They rushed towards the Dark Moon Wolf. His black iron blade pierced the Dark Moon Wolf's eye with pinpoint accuracy. That's too much. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the Dark Moon Wolf's old rival, he was already familiar with its attack rhythm and launched a continuous, uninterrupted attack, giving the Dark Moon Wolf no chance to catch its breath. The Dark Moon Wolf, panting, shouted, "No sportsmanship!" And so, this mighty 8th-tier demonic beast, the Dark Moon Wolf, was ultimately defeated by Su Chen's occasional sword strikes and fire escape attacks. From beginning to end, the Dark Moon Wolf couldn't even touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes, and just like before, it was powerless to resist. An 8th-tier demonic beast? It seems even easier than a 7th-tier demonic beast? Su Chen couldn't help but complain. However, he did not know that his ability to easily kill an 8th-tier demon beast was entirely due to the experience he had gained from fighting the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. The fire giant ape was different. Not only was its skin thick and tough, but Su Chen's fire escape technique had no effect on it. This is what led to the current situation. In the control room of the martial arts hall, Xiao Su and Lin Yuanchang stared intently at Su Chen on the monitor, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets in shock. Am I seeing things? A first-level martial artist actually beat an 8th-level demon beast so badly that it couldn't fight back at all. Lin Yuanchang was shocked and then pinched Xiao Su's arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Ouch, that hurts. Commander Lin, what's going on? While immersed in Su Chen's strength, Xiao Su suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He turned to look at Lin Yuanchang with a wronged expression, but dared not get angry. After all, a higher rank can have a huge impact, not to mention that Lin Yuanchang was more than one rank higher than him, a world of difference. It's nothing, I just wanted to see if I was really dreaming, Lin Yuanchang said calmly, his eyes fixed on the monitor screen. Why the hell are you pinching your own arm? It's not like it hurts you if you pinch someone else's arm. Xiao Su couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he dared not say these words to her face. For the rest of my life, I'll probably only be a marginal figure in the martial arts hall. Chief Lin, if nothing unexpected happens, is he going to challenge a 9th-tier demonic beast next? Xiao Su asked, looking at Su Chen who was still not leaving. Young people are energetic and will definitely not stand still. If he wants to challenge a 9th-tier demonic beast, arrange for him to take on the strongest one, Lin Yuanchang said. His purpose was clear. He wanted to see just how strong Su Chen really was. What a joke. With him here, how could he not guarantee the safety of a martial artist? The strongest. Xiao Su was stunned. It should be noted that the strongest monsters in the simulated battles still have a trace of dragon blood flowing through their veins. Although it's only a trace, it's the legendary dragon bloodline. Anything associated with dragons is definitely not ordinary. He hesitated as he looked at Lin Yuanchang, but seeing the other man's serious expression, he knew that he was not joking, but serious. He sighed softly, looking at Su Chen in the picture with pity. Good luck. A monster, resembling neither a dragon nor a snake, slowly took shape and appeared in the simulated battle arena. Lin Yuanchang stared at Su Chen expectantly. Will you bring me more surprises? What is this thing? Su Chen stared in disbelief at the creature before him, but he could feel the overwhelming aura, and even he himself sensed a hint of danger. In his mind, he recalled this creature that had appeared in his textbooks. The dragon python is a giant python species. Because it possesses a trace of dragon blood, it has dragon-like horns on its head. It inherits the powerful physique of the dragon bloodline, and even great martial arts masters dare not easily provoke it. The dragon python is ferocious. Any creature that trespasses into its territory will be met with its frenzied attack, hence its name. Is this a 9th-level martial artist demon beast? Su Chen looked at the enormous creature in front of him and couldn't help but complain. It's ridiculously strong, much stronger than a typical first-level grand martial master demon beast. He knew that a 9th-level martial artist beast was only one step away from becoming a grand martial master, and its strength would not be weak, but he did not expect it to be a monster like a dragon python. Ding! System task. As a genius, fighting opponents of higher levels is only natural. Mission: defeat the 9th-tier martial arts dragon python. Mission reward: Navy Type 6-finger pistol, max level. They really think highly of me. Su Chen muttered to himself. Accept the mission. Ding! Mission accepted successfully. He sighed softly. The finger pistol, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, was extremely tempting to him, perfectly compensating for his lack of close combat skills. Moreover, it was a max-level finger pistol. Its power was certainly not to be underestimated. He had no reason to refuse. However, the greater the reward, the greater the difficulty of the task. The word cowardice simply doesn't exist in Su Chen's dictionary. Ding! His 3-tomo Sharingan began to operate wildly, transforming into a shuriken-shaped Sharingan, commonly known as the Manjikyu Sharingan. Faced with such an opponent, even with his confidence, he dared not fail to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan. Perhaps in the eyes of the dragon python, Su Chen Su-Chen was like an ant, being looked down upon from a high place. Taking advantage of the moment when the dragon seemed unconcerned, Su-Chen gripped his black iron blade and charged at it. If possible, he hoped to end the battle in one fell swoop. 3 crisp sounds of blades clashing rang out as Su-Chen slashed the dragon python several times with his black iron sword. However, he did not feel joy at hitting his target. Instead, his face darkened. It wasn't that he missed, but rather that he saw only 3 shallow white marks left on the dragon python's body, not even enough to break through its defenses. Damn it, can't even break through its defenses? He glanced at the black iron knife and realized that it wasn't the knife's fault, but rather that he was too weak. It was normal that he couldn't cut through this mighty dragon python. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su-Chen formed hand seals and spat out a fireball. The python sensed the temperature, glanced disdainfully at the fireball, and tilted its head back as if to swallow. This made Su-Chen feel uneasy. The next moment, a burst of scorching flames spewed from the dragon's mouth, shooting straight toward him, its temperature far exceeding that of his fireball technique. I had a bad feeling about this. Su-Chen cursed inwardly. The flames clashed instantly, with Su-Chen's powerful fireball quickly suppressed by the dragon python's flames. After all, one was a first-level martial artist, and the other a 9th-level martial artist. They were simply not on the same level. The intense heat soaked his clothes with sweat, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rolled to the side to avoid the flames. Tisk, if I were hit by this flame, I'd definitely be burned to a crisp, right? He thought to himself. Although we know that few people die in simulated combat, it doesn't mean there's no danger. Inside the control room, the 2 men watched Su-Chen with bated breath. Impressive. To have such agile reaction speed at the first level of martial arts, it's at least an A-level ability. Moreover, this young man's flames are quite impressive. He was able to withstand an attack from a 9th-level martial artist for a few seconds with the body of a first-level martial artist. Lin Yuanchang and Xiao Su took turns commenting on Su-Chen. Maybe it's even an S-class ability, Xiao Su suddenly guessed. The 2 exchanged a smile, a hint of teasing in their eyes. Judging from this battle, they still don't know what kind of superpower this is, but they could tell at a glance that Su-Chen's combat talent was exceptional. With this talent, he actually killed an 8th-tier shadow wolf, which is truly admirable. However, they failed to see the true extent of his superpowers. Xiao Su, what kind of special ability do you think this kid possesses? Lin Yuanchang asked. Can use fire-based abilities and also control lightning-based abilities. Could it be dual superpowers? And what's with his red eyes? Lin Yuanchang was filled with confusion. Although he didn't expect Xiao Su to provide an answer, this was the first time in all these years that he had seen such a rare superpower. It doesn't resemble an elemental system, and its spiritual eye ability doesn't really qualify as a spiritual eye ability. He clearly saw that there were 3 black dots in Su-Chen's eyes just now, but they suddenly changed into another shape. Could it possibly change shape? He wondered to himself. However, this kind of superpower is extremely rare, and Lin Yuanchang couldn't be sure. I can't explain it either, but this young man should still be a student, right? Looking at his combat talent and reaction speed, he can remain calm even when facing a monster 8 levels higher than himself. This is definitely a combat genius. Xiao Su praised it with great joy. This world is truly amazing. Some people may not have particularly strong superpowers, but their combat abilities are surprisingly formidable. This is what is called a combat-type genius. Even with mediocre superpowers, one can still narrow the gap with advanced superpowered individuals through talent. Lin Yuanchang nodded in agreement with Xiao Su's assessment. He could clearly see Su-Chen's strength. He was indeed a combat genius. Let's continue to observe. Even if we can't defeat the dragon python, it's already quite an achievement. Let's turn back to Su-Chen. The python stared at Su-Chen, who had dodged its attack, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. It thought its attack would easily defeat its opponent, but it was unexpectedly dodged. Although Su-Chen looked disheveled, he was completely unharmed. It was completely enraged and roared as it pounced on Su-Chen. Faced with this fierce attack, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Su-Chen's forehead. It seems, I have no choice but to use that. He was referring to the kaleidoscope eye technique, Kamui. He initially didn't intend to use it, but his opponent's strength grew stronger. The 1,000 birds should be able to injure the dragon python, but it's not enough to kill it. The Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly glared at the dragon. Kamui. A terrifying spatial force suddenly appeared in the center of the dragon python's body, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Faced with Su-Chen's gaze, the dragon python felt dizzy. The body that was originally rushing towards Su-Chen instantly veered to the side to dodge. How could one easily dodge the spatial power unleashed by Kamui Kaleidoscope? Despite the python's best efforts to dodge, the spatial force still struck a part of its body. The tearing sound echoed throughout the simulated combat room. Is he still alive? Su-Chen asked himself. Looking at the large chunk of flesh that had been torn from the right side of his body, he exclaimed, "This guy really has a tenacious will to live." The dragon python was also in pain at that moment. Although it is just a simulated creature, it can truly feel pain. It was extremely angry. The human before him, though seemingly as insignificant as an ant, dared to confront him head-on. It almost cost it its life. This This series of provocations caused its anger to escalate. Am I getting old and my eyesight is failing me? Was that attack just now a spatial attack? Lin Yuanchang asked incredulously, pointing at Su Chen's attack in the monitor. Xiao Su swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing, speechless with shock at Su Chen's divine power. Space-based superpowers? Lin Yuanchang and Xiao Su exchanged a glance and came to the same shocking conclusion. S-rank superpower. The second S-level superhuman has been born in Linhai City. Even if they are not family members, their status as S-level superhumans can easily attract many discerning investors. The two seemed to see a rising star. Although they didn't put in much effort, they were still incredibly happy. After all, they were all locals from Linhai City, and they had witnessed the decreasing number of geniuses emerging in Linhai City each year. Although no one said it out loud, this heavy sense of loss weighed on their hearts. Now, Linhai City has 2 S-level ability users this year. Although they can't hold their heads high, at least they won't have to be humble anymore. Moreover, spatial ability users are not only powerful in attack but also extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, in a sense, Su Chen is undoubtedly a powerful figure who commands respect from all sides. His strength far surpasses Morong Shui's 10,000 miles of freezing. Just one glance. Although both of them possess S-class abilities, there are fundamental differences between S-class abilities. Having weathered the storm, Lin Yuanchang was the first to calm down. He looked at Xiao Su seriously and said solemnly, "Xiao Su, this matter must not be told to anyone." Xiao Su nodded seriously, indicating that he had been in the control room all day and nothing unusual had happened. Looking at this sensible subordinate, Lin Yuanchang felt a sense of relief. He liked this kind of insightful subordinate. Suddenly, his face darkened, as if he had seen an ominous sign. He rushed out the door and headed straight for Su Chen's room. "Xiao Su, the dragon python has gone berserk." Xiao Su's voice trembled slightly. Those who can drive a python to a frenzy are usually not afraid of their opponent. But Su Chen is different. In their eyes, although Su Chen's superpower was strong, his own realm was only the first level of martial artist, and frequent use of his superpower consumed a lot of energy. It's even very likely that they will no longer be able to activate their space-based abilities. An unenraged serpent might not be able to instantly kill a simulator, but once it goes berserk, it could very well defeat the simulator in an instant. This is why Lin Yuanchan rushed out the door. The rarity of a space-type ability user is at least equivalent to that of 2 ordinary S-class ability users. Each year, each city may awaken 1 or 2 S-class ability users, but S-class space-type ability users are extremely rare, and it is almost impossible to find one every few years. After all, once a space-type ability user grows up, they can quickly reach various battlefields, and coupled with their insurmountable nature, they are practically walking nuclear weapons. Damn it, we should never have released the dragon python. I should have just released any 9th-tier demonic beast. As Lin Yuanchang hurried toward Su Chen's room, he said with frustration. He originally intended to use this opportunity to test Su Chen's true strength. He was surprised to find that ordinary 9th-tier demonic beasts posed almost no threat to Su Chen. That's why they decided to release the dragon python, to see just how capable Su Chen really was. No one expected that Su Chen would be able to drive the dragon python into a berserk state. He thought he could at most injure the dragon python, but with his strength he could still save Su Chen. But once the dragon python became angry, he dared not delay and prepared to go to its rescue immediately. "My little darling, hold on, I'm coming right away." Although Lin Yuanchang was over 50, he was unwilling to become a sinner in Linhai City at this age. After all, it was he who proposed simulating battles and directly deploying 9th-tier demonic beasts. How much I looked forward to it back then, how much I regret it now. It's infuriating. Why does the martial arts hall have so many complicated rules? Lin Yuanchang said, extremely annoyed. Logically speaking, someone his age should have already cultivated his character and temperament, and he has always been gentle. But what was happening now made it impossible for him to remain calm. If something happens to Su Chen, not only will others be unable to forgive him, but he himself will also find it difficult to let go of the guilt. Su Chen stared at the enraged dragon python, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This guy withstood one of my divine attacks without any problems and was still full of energy. What's going on with him now? Could it be one of those bosses in the game that goes berserk? He muttered to himself, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The enraged dragon python retreated to the edge of the simulated combat chamber, opened its enormous mouth, and a surge of energy gradually gathered within it. Countless flames suddenly erupted from its mouth, so dense that they almost covered the entire area. No wonder the dragon python retreated so far, it was to ensure its attack could cover the entire area. Su Chen suddenly realized. At first, he didn't understand why the dragon python retreated so far, but now he understood that it was to leave himself no room to escape. He frowned, but showed no sign of panic. The Manjiki's Sharingan in his eyes flashed. Blurring, Su Chen stood motionless, letting the flames pass directly through his body. This scene stunned the dragon python in the distance. Lin Yuanchang and Xiao Su's guess was correct. Su Chen's blood and energy were indeed running low. In addition, Chen, he used the illusion technique at this moment, which made his already insufficient blood and chi even thinner. He knew he had to find an opportunity to defeat the dragon python as soon as possible, or trouble would fall on his own head. Su Chen suddenly leaped up, soaring into the air above the flames, moving away from their attack range. The Manjikyu Sharingan suddenly opened wide. Kamui. The careless dragon python failed to completely evade Su Chen's attack. As the sound of flesh tearing rang out, its other half was ripped open by the power of divine space, revealing a beating heart. Shockingly, the python was not completely dead. It simply crashed to the ground with a thud, writhing in pain. No, Su Chen certainly wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity. Body instantaneous movement technique. Lightning release. Chidori. Two Su Chens, like phantoms, rushed towards the dragon python. What was particularly striking was that their right hands were covered with endless lightning. Using the instantaneous movement technique combined with the speed of the 1,000 birds, Su Chen moved as fast as a blur, rushing straight towards the dragon python. His goal was clear, the heart of the python. A dull thud sounded. Su Chen's hand easily pierced the dragon python's heart, because the dragon python was completely unprotected at that moment. The excruciating pain rendered it unable to resist, which allowed him to easily pierce its heart. Even if you have a strong life force, you can't possibly survive now, right? Su Chen said calmly. If the dragon python is still alive, then he will have no choice but to admit defeat. The dragon python's body began to gradually dissipate. This means that within the realm of martial artists, it is virtually invincible. As long as you don't provoke a grand martial master, basically no one can defeat it. Moreover, only those with outstanding talent and illustrious family backgrounds can become grand martial masters of the same age. For example, his younger sister, Su Ninggle, is only 16 years old this year, but she already has the strength of a first-level martial artist. Reaching the level of a grand martial master at the age of 18 is not impossible, but it requires a lot of resources. It's finally over. It seems my strength is somewhere between the 9th level of martial artist and the 1st level of grand martial master. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and secretly assessed his strength. Quest completed after defeating the 9th tier demonic beast, the dragon python. Reward, Navy Type 6 finger pistol, max level. The system notification sounded on time, promptly delivering the mission reward to Su Chen. He closed his eyes and silently felt the finger gun skill transmitted by the system. He didn't close his eyes before because the skill at that time was only at a beginner level, and there was no need to focus on experiencing it. But this time was different. Finger pistol was a max level skill, and various ways to use it gradually entered his mind. Finger pistols are said to have the power of a gunshot. All the body's strength is concentrated in the index finger, and the hardened fingertip releases a strike like lightning, with the power of a bullet that can easily penetrate the human body and even steel. Is this the finger gun? It's much better than I imagined. Su Chen understood that this was because the finger gun skill given to him by the system was at its maximum level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a sense of awe. Now, if I encounter the dragon python again, even without using divine power, I can break through its defense with my finger spear, right? He pondered, head bowed. However, he did not doubt the power of the finger gun, firmly believing that even though he was only a first-level martial artist, he could definitely break through the dragon python's defenses by using a fully leveled finger gun. TSK, my eyes hurt a little. Su Chen couldn't help but cover his eyes. Overuse of the Manjikyu Sharingan caused blood to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. At the same time, he felt his vision blurry, but it quickly returned to clear. However, he knew that with the frequent use of the Manjikyu Sharingan, sooner or later he would go completely blind due to overuse. Fortunately, I have a system. Even if I am about to go blind, I can use points to exchange for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Su Chen knew in his heart that as long as he accumulated enough system points before losing his sight, he could exchange them for a new Sharingan. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, today's events had basically come to an end. First, he successfully assessed his true combat strength in the simulated combat room, then he defeated the 9th tier dragon python, and the system also rewarded him with a max-level finger gun. His haul today put him in a great mood. But I still prefer playing with knives, Su Chen thought to himself. He had no complaints about finger guns, but felt that men were more imposing when wielding knives. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly forced open. Generally, the door to this type of room cannot be opened from the outside. It can only be opened by someone inside. His eyes flashed as he warily stared at the doorway. Was it forced open? Although it was a question, he knew in his heart that unless they forced the door open, no one outside could get in. A hurried figure rushed in. It was Lin Yuanchang. As soon as Lin Yuanchang entered the room and was looking around for Su Chen, a long black knife was placed against his neck. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why did you barge into my room? Su Chen said coldly. If this were in the monster forest, he would have already mercilessly swung his sword and killed them. But now that he was in Linhai City, and even more so in the martial arts hall where masters gathered, he didn't believe that anyone would attack him in such a place. Even Zhou Lintian wouldn't be foolish enough to cause trouble in a place like this. Lin Yuanchang paused for a moment, looked looked around, and then looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Ha 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 ha, I sensed you were in danger, so I came to rescue you. Shouldn't you be? The enraged dragon python. He seemed to have thought of something unbelievable, staring at Su Chen with a strange look. I have already killed the dragon python. A deep look flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Lin Yuanchang's words just now revealed a lot of information, such as that they were able to watch the simulated combat room scene at any time. In other words, they just saw all of his cards. Thinking about this, he felt somewhat unhappy. If I had known there were surveillance cameras, I wouldn't have come here to simulate combat. Su Chen secretly vowed never to come to this place again. There was no privacy left at all. Although Lin Yuanchang found it hard to believe that the young man in front of him had actually killed the dragon python, which was at the 9th level of martial artist. With the strength of a first-level martial artist, the facts were right in front of him. The dragon python had already disappeared. Who else but Su Chen could have done it? Besides, even if he's lying to himself, he'll definitely review the previous battle records when he gets back. Lin Yuanchang noticed that Su Chen's tone was somewhat distant, and coupled with what had just happened, he immediately understood why Su Chen was keeping his distance from him. Is it because they discovered we were monitoring the simulated combat room? He was a little embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not only in Linhai City, but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, almost every martial arts hall and private room is equipped with surveillance cameras. This is also for safety reasons. He could understand Su Chen's anger. After all, no one wants their trump cards to be exposed to others. Everyone who discovers that the simulated combat room is under surveillance is furious. Sigh. Lin Yuan sighed. Young man, I'm really sorry. Your strength will be kept secret by our martial arts association, Lin Yuanchang said earnestly. The martial arts hall is subordinate to the martial arts association, and all matters concerning martial artists, especially their backgrounds, are basically controlled by the martial arts association. The martial arts association is the authoritative official force of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen nodded calmly, somewhat understanding the martial arts hall's intention in doing so, but when it happened to him, he couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He could sense the sincerity in Lin Yuanchang's words, which put him at ease. After all, the old man before him was definitely a high-ranking member of the martial arts hall, though he didn't know exactly how high. He could vaguely sense from the old man's aura that his strength far surpassed his own. If the old man hadn't shown no killing intent, he would have already used his divine power to escape. Young man, the martial arts hall accidentally violated your privacy, and we are willing to offer compensation, Lin Yuanchang said. He understood that the most important thing to cultivate a closer relationship with a genius was to provide them with resources before they matured. This was especially true for ordinary geniuses like Su Chen, who needed these resources most. Su Chen stared blankly at Lin Yuanchang, thinking to himself, is he as stingy as that guy's Walindian? What kind of compensation? He asked casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchang immediately took out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring. The fragrance of the pills filled the air, and a hint of heartache appeared in Lin Yuanchang's eyes. Su Chen could tell at a glance that this was definitely a good thing. I observe that your combat strength is extraordinary, but your cultivation level is still stuck at the first level of martial artist. Lin Yuanchang said, this bottle of pills is called blood enhancement pill. A martial artist can increase their chi and blood by 100 points with one dose, but the effect will gradually weaken with repeated use. There are 10 here. Consider it compensation from the martial arts hall. Although it was a little heartbreaking, considering Su Chen's talent, this sacrifice was worthwhile. One pill increases chi and blood by 100 points. There won't be any side effects, right? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Upon hearing about the pill's effects, he immediately realized it was an extraordinary treasure. Although a single pill only increases chi and blood by 100 points, which may seem insignificant, it would take at least 3 to 4 months of actual cultivation to reach that number. After all, he is currently a first-level martial artist with only 100 points of health. Don't worry, Lin Yuanchang quickly explained. My name is Lin Yuanchang. I was sent by the Martial Artists Association to manage the Martial Artists Hall. I guarantee that this pill has absolutely no side effects. However, you can only eat one at a time. Seeing that Su Chen didn't quite believe him, he quickly added. He had never been so polite to anyone before. If Su Chen hadn't been an S-class ability user, he wouldn't have acted this way at all. Moreover, Su Chen possesses an S-level spatial ability, which is a privilege that most S-level abilities don't qualify for. In addition, because of his own mistake, he almost caused a major disaster, which can be considered part of the compensation. Su Chen glanced at Lin Yuanchang with some surprise, not easily believing it, and silently asked in his heart, System, is this pill real? System replied to host, this pill is 100% genuine. The first use can indeed increase chi and blood by 100 points, but the effect decreases with subsequent uses, and there are absolutely no side effects. Su Chen looked at Lin Yuanchang with suspicion, shook his head, and sighed, I can't accept something for nothing. Even if it's because of the monitoring in the simulated combat room, I shouldn't be given such generous compensation. He guessed that the other party had taken a liking to his special abilities, thought he was extraordinary, and therefore planned to invest in him in advance. He wasn't offended by this, but he still wanted to find out the truth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchang was not angry at being suspected. Instead, he admired Su Chen even more, secretly praising him. Not being blinded by wealth, that's really good. He explained, indeed, this kind of elixir is extremely precious, and it is naturally impossible to give it away easily. I'll tell you straight, I've taken a liking to your talent. It should be noted that each of these pills is worth approximately 10 million alliance coins. Even someone like him, who holds a high-ranking position for many years, would not typically possess many such treasures. He chose this pill because he saw that Su Chen's cultivation level was indeed not high, and he felt that this thing would be of great help to Su Chen's growth. Although the price is high, as long as Su Chen can successfully break through, his investment will definitely not be a loss. Have you ever heard of a genius concentration camp? Lin Yuanchang smiled slightly and asked Su Chen earnestly. Upon hearing the words genius concentration camp, Su Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Is there anything special about the genius concentration camp? Lin Yuanchang seemed to have expected this, and said calmly, a genius concentration camp, as the name suggests, is a place where geniuses gather. Talented teenagers from all over the country gather there. Moreover, the resources of the Dragon Kingdom will be poured into that place indefinitely, so any genius who has stayed there will at least improve by one major realm after they come out. As he said this, a hint of longing, a touch of anticipation, and a dash of regret flashed across his face. If I had been able to get in back then, I might not have been a mere martial spirit at all. I might have become a martial king long ago. Su Chen nodded to himself, guessing that this high-ranking old man must have experienced many stories. Lin Yuanchang's words aroused his great interest. How can one get into a genius training camp? If such a place truly existed, he would certainly want to go in, not only because it is a gathering place for true geniuses. More importantly, they can enjoy preferential treatment in terms of resources from the Dragon Kingdom. The amount of power and resources a country invests is not small. It contains countless precious resources that are impossible for outsiders to find. If you have the ability, you can probably obtain it easily. The minimum requirement is the strength of a 9th-level martial artist to be eligible to apply. You also need someone to recommend you, or to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. Lin Yuanchang glanced at Su Chen and earnestly explained the conditions for participating in the genius concentration camp. 9th rank of martial artist, is that the minimum requirement? Su Chen nodded in slight surprise. He hadn't expected that 9th-level martial artists would be among the weakest in the genius concentration camp. It should be noted that Morong Shui, currently the strongest genius in Linhai City, is only at the 7th level of martial arts. The further a martial artist progresses, the slower the advancement becomes. Only after awakening a special ability will the rate of advancement increase significantly. How long until we reach the genius concentration camp? Su Chen looked at Lin Yuanchang and asked in confusion. There was a whole week before university started, which was a week of training time. However, young brother, I advise you to make sure your cultivation level improves by then. It's not easy for martial artists to survive inside. Seeing Su Chen's keen interest, a glint of light flashed in Lin Yuanchang's eyes, and he quickly said, he had no doubt about Su Chen's talent, but his current level of cultivation was what worried him the most. Sigh, if only I had known about this genius sooner, Lin Yuanchang sighed. But he also understood that before Su Chen awakened his special ability, apart from his appearance, he must have been very ordinary. After all, if someone had such great talent, how could he not have heard of them? To be honest, this young man is actually quite good-looking. It has the style I had when I was young. Lin Yuanchang looked at Su Chen with a hint of appreciation, even though Su Chen didn't have a stunningly beautiful face. But he has a unique, roguish charm that others don't possess, and every move he makes exudes a roguish air. In addition, his sword-like eyebrows perfectly enhanced his roguish charm. His face might not be stunning at first glance, but the longer you look at it, the more you can sense a kind of charm that other handsome men can't match. His features are pleasing to the eye. He's the type of person who gets more handsome the more you look at him. Su Chen was unaware of Lin Yuanchang's wild thoughts. He simply raised his eyebrows subconsciously and lowered his head to ponder. The week before school starts? There's still plenty of time. I should be able to reach the 9th level of martial arts by then. Suddenly, he looked up at Lin Yuanchang. So what are your requirements? You wouldn't invest in me for no reason, would you? Lin Yuanchang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there is no free lunch in the world. I don't know how long I've been stuck at the 9th level of martial spirit. My only wish is that you can help me find the breakthrough fruit in the future, or help me break through to martial king. Lin Yuanchang's aura exploded completely. The pressure of a 9th level martial spirit emanating from him alone made Su Chen feel extremely dangerous, as if the old man in front of him could easily take his life if he made a move. Perhaps he wouldn't even have a chance to use his ethereal ability, as the martial spirit expert's reaction was incredibly swift and he could subdue him in an instant. Faced with this powerful aura, Su Chen involuntarily took a few steps back. Sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. Lin Yuanchang smiled and patted Su Chen's shoulder apologetically. Old fox. Su Chen knew in his heart that this was just a warning from the other party. Once he agreed and accepted the benefits, he would have to do everything in his power to help Lin Yuanchang achieve his goal. He had no reason to refuse. This was an opportunity for him to become stronger. As for Lin Yuanchang's breakthrough to martial king, he could rely on the system later to see if there were any relevant pills to assist him. Right now, one's own strength is the most important thing. In the long run, having these resources is crucial for future development. Who would turn down strength? That's how martial artists are. We must strive for any valuable resources. On the road to becoming a strong person, countless geniuses have fallen or chosen to give up. There's a famous saying on the path of martial arts: a martial artist must fight for everything. Su Chen also kept those words firmly in mind. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Lin Yuanchang's wrinkled face broke into a smile, clearly satisfied with his decision. This is not only beneficial to Su Chen, but also to himself in the future. Su Chen was unaware that even if he didn't find any treasures like the breakthrough fruit, Lin Yuanchang wouldn't blame him. After all, such things are extremely valuable and very difficult to obtain. Lin Yuanchang said this simply to give him a goal to focus on in his cultivation. As for the previous investments, just kidding. What's wrong with giving some small perks to these promising but underperforming young people in Linhai City? Anyway, it's Lin Yuanchang's own money, so he can spend it however he wants. These chi boosting pills are for you. I hope you will work hard. I will inform you before the genius concentration camp begins. Until then, just focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Lin Yuanchang handed the bottle containing the chi boosting pills to Su Chen. Su Chen took the pill, staring blankly at Lin Yuanchang, his heart pounding, realizing the pill's value was unexpectedly high. You just gave it to me so easily? Although he didn't know the exact price of the pill, he knew it was definitely expensive based on its effects alone. Yes, it's that simple. Are you sure you don't want to sign any agreements? No need. I trust your character. Believe my ass. Su Chen cursed inwardly. After exchanging contact information, Su Chen walked out of the martial arts hall looking completely bewildered. This time, all my purchases at the martial arts hall were waived. Su Chen thought to himself, is this person thinking anything strange about me? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder and quickly headed towards home, glancing back every now and then, afraid of being followed by some strange person. Inside the control room of the martial arts hall, Xiao Su opened the monitor of Su Chen's battle and handed it to Lin Yuanchang to watch. Why can't the flames hit this kid? Did it pass through his body? This spatial attack skill is incredibly powerful, and this lightning elemental penetrating skill deals massive damage. As Lin Yuanchang watched, he kept exclaiming in astonishment. Xiao Su stood to the side, silent for a while, before finally asking, what kind of superpower does this guy have? He has spatial abilities, fire element, and lightning element. I really can't figure out what kind of superpower he has. Bang, bang, bang. However, the only thing he was certain of was that this person's superpower was definitely at least S level, otherwise it would be impossible for it to be so powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchang watched the video of Su Chen's battle, pondered for a long time, shook his head, and said, I also don't understand what kind of superpower this is. Perhaps it's a special type? Special abilities refer to those strange and difficult to classify abilities, which are usually called special abilities. This does not mean that special abilities are weak. On the contrary, because of their special nature, special ability users are usually very strong. No matter what, he is definitely not weak. Like father, like son. I never imagined he would be the son of a hero. Lin Yuanchang looked at Su Chen's family background and sighed thoughtfully. Xiao Su, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Su Chen immediately ran into his room. System, open the character panel. Open the character panel. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, warrior. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Chi and blood, 100 points. Strength, 300 points. Speed, 200 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, great fireball technique, beginner, 150/500. Lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 5500. Sure sway. Version of body flicker technique, beginner, 100/1000. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 100/2000. Finger pistol, max level. Points, 200. Su Chen looked at the attributes on the panel and nodded to himself, noting that his attributes changed every day. Let's see the effects of the chi boosting pill. He poured out a chi boosting pill and placed it in his hand. Even before swallowing it, he could feel the powerful chi and blood contained within it. He took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. There doesn't seem to be any reaction? Cough. Just as he was beginning to have doubts, a powerful surge of chi and blood suddenly welled up in his abdomen. Adhering to the belief of not wasting a single bit of the medicine's power, Su Chen took another chi and blood pill. Then he quickly began performing the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics. The effects of the chi boosting pill and the chi blood pill were working intensely to nourish his body. Although the effects of chi and blood pill are not as strong as those of chi boosting pill, chi and blood pill is by no means inferior. With the help of the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics, the effects of the two pills miraculously merged together. As the medicine flowed, Suchin felt his heart pounding violently, as if cheering the surge of blood and energy within his body. However, he was not basking in the joy brought by the medicine, but was desperately trying to control the surging blood and chi in his body. He had to prevent the powerful effects of the medicine from overwhelming his body and causing him to collapse. Ouch! This hurts. The intense pain caused Suchen's facial features to contort, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his lips turned white. The unexpected combination of the two elixirs caused his meridians to expand continuously, which was the reason he felt excruciating pain. The expansion of meridians means that more chi and blood can be stored in the future, and skills can be used faster and more flexibly. Although the process was painful, the overall benefits far outweighed the costs. Having realized this, Suchen gritted his teeth and focused all his efforts on controlling the flow of chi and blood in his body, impacting all the meridians, while trying his best to prevent excessive chi and blood from causing his body to collapse. Fortunately, the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics has special effects in protecting the body. This significantly reduced his pain while he was enduring it. In response, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this is a basic exercise that has been promoted nationwide. It actually has this effect. I really admire how our predecessors created this. Hiss. As crackling sounds emanated from various parts of his body, Suchen's complexion gradually returned to normal, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. This meant that his cultivation session had been successful, without any side effects. Woohoo! This little bit of training is no challenge for me at all. Successfully broken through to the second tier of martial artist. In just one day, he actually broke through to the first level of martial artist. Suchen felt a barrier within his body completely shattered, and he was certain that he had reached the second level of martial artist. He glanced at his health points, stunned, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? My chi and blood value has skyrocketed to 223 points. The system character panel displays: Multiverse System, Host, Suchen, Realm, Martial Artist, Second Tier, Special Ability, S-Rank Kamui Kaleidoscope, Chi and Blood, 223 points, Strength, 669 points, Speed, 223 points, Mental Strength, 200 points, Skills, Intangibility, Kamui, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner, 150/500, Lightning Release, Chidori, Beginner, 5500, Sure Sway. Version of Body Flicker Technique, Beginner, 100/1000, Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate, 100/2000, Finger Pistol, Max Level. Points, 200. Not only did his chi and blood levels increase to 223, but his strength even reached 3 times that of his chi and blood. 2 words, takeoff. The increase in chi and blood exceeded expectations, reaching 100 points, simply because Suchen took both the chi boosting pill and the chi and blood pill at the same time. This is why the gap between geniuses and ordinary people becomes more and more obvious as their level of understanding improves. An ordinary person's strength is usually at most equal to their blood and chi, or even less. The higher a person's superpower level, the more significant the increase in strength they bring with each breakthrough. Some people even possess supernatural abilities, and the power they gain with each advancement in their cultivation level is not to be underestimated. As expected of me, Suchen, ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Emotions need to be released at the right time. Brother, you. Suning Yue, the younger sister whom Suchen hadn't seen in a long time, suddenly pushed open the door. Seeing Suchen's actions, she initially seemed incredulous, then quickly closed the door and called out to Lin Muyun in the kitchen. Mom, my brother's gone mad. Wah-ah. Realizing what was happening, Suchen quickly covered Lin Muyun's mouth. Seeing that she hadn't heard yet and Su Ningyue hadn't caused any major trouble, Su Ningle struggled desperately, but found that she could not resist her brother who had become a martial artist. She was both confused and shocked. Isn't my brother the quasi-martial artist? Why can't I, a martial artist, resist my brother, who is a quasi-martial artist? She thought this to herself, but her movements didn't stop at all. She continued to struggle desperately. Lele, if you promise not to say anything out of line, I'll let you go. Suchen spoke calmly. If Su Ningle doesn't give her a guarantee, given her personality, she'll definitely talk nonsense in front of her parents, and then I'll have no way to defend myself. Su Ningle rolled her eyes and looked at Suchen with a pitiful expression. Brother, I promise, I will definitely not say anything wrong. She thought that this would fool Suchen, but Suchen wasn't stupid. In other words, he could see right through Su Ningle's nonsense. Seeing that her brother wasn't going to let her off the hook, Su Ningyue decided to use her ultimate move. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, making her look incredibly pitiful, as if a huge golden bean was about to fall from her eye socket at any moment. Suchen, who usually treated her like a daughter, immediately let go of her hand and tenderly wiped her eyes. Su Ningle muttered, I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my dad? Are you alright, Lele? Su Ning rolled her eyes at her brother, scrutinized him for a moment, and then asked, Humph, bro, you've gotten stronger? She refused to admit that she was completely powerless against Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. This kind of thing couldn't be kept secret sooner or later. Although he hoped that Su Ningguo could maintain her determination to become stronger, judging from his strength. Even if his sister didn't work hard, he could still ensure that she would have no worries about food and clothing and live a comfortable life in the future. Therefore, he felt there was no need to continue hiding it. In any case, the matter would be revealed sooner or later when Linhai City selected candidates for the college entrance examination. Su Ningguo was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of joy flashed across her face, and finally she snorted coldly, "Umph, brother, what is your strength now?" "But, I don't really want to know." She turned her head away to avoid Su Chen seeing her expression, but secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Her ears perked up, eager to hear what he would say next. Seeing Su Ningguo's textbook perfect arrogant demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected his younger sister to be such a genuine tsundere. She thought to herself, I just hope I don't end up like a loser. If any man dared to treat her like that, he would never let it go. Su Chen looked at her younger sister, whose jet black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, radiating youthful energy. Even without any makeup, her natural beauty easily surpassed that of other girls. It was a beauty they could only envy. I wonder how many boys at school regarded her as their ideal woman, their dream goddess. Bro, are you even listening to me? Su Ningguo couldn't help but turn around and stare at him when he didn't respond, only to find that he was in a daze. This infuriated even the usually amiable Su Ningguo to the point of madness. "Oh, I was just spacing out," Su Chen quickly explained, then added, "Actually, my strength is already at the second level of martial artist." He didn't want his sister to know what he had been thinking. Upon hearing this, Su Ningguo first stared at him with a suspicious look, but then, thinking that she, a dignified first-level martial artist, had been so easily controlled by him, she put aside her doubts. But then, as if remembering something, the doubts that had been put aside resurfaced, and worries arose again. "My sister really has a lot on her mind. Brother, you didn't use banned substances, did you? Why did you do that?" Su Ningguo looked at Su Chen seriously, as if she would tell her parents if he said yes. Her eyes were slightly red, and she lowered her head, a stark contrast to her previous fake crying. "No, absolutely not. I know the dangers of banned substances. That's practically burning the candle at both ends." "How could I not know?" Su Chen quickly explained. He wasn't angry, he just felt a warm feeling in his heart, the feeling of being cared for. He had previously told everyone that he was just an F-level ability user, but now he has directly broken through from a quasi-martial artist to a second-level martial artist. Anyone who hears this will be suspicious, let alone associate it with banned substances. After all, every year a number of teenagers ruin their lives by believing in banned drugs. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Su Chen certainly wouldn't easily believe in such a windfall. To him, banned drugs were no different from heroin in his previous life. Both were harmful to the body. "Really? Su Ningguo asked slowly, her eyes red-rimmed. Really? I swear I didn't use any banned substances." Su Chen raised his hands and solemnly swore an oath to Su Ningguo, a scene that looked somewhat comical. Su Ningguo gave a soft "oh," turned her head away, intending to ignore him, and secretly decided, "If you dare make your sister worry, I won't speak to you for a month." A month is too long. How about a week? No, let's just have a day. However, not long after, she looked at Su Chen again and asked, "Brother, aren't you an F-rank superpowered being with the spirit eye? Why are you cultivating so fast? Could it be?" In that instant, as she gazed at Su Chen's handsome face, her mind immediately conjured up those melodramatic scenarios, and she stared at him in disbelief. "Dude, you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself." Su Chen was speechless. Hearing these words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He was clearly shocked by Su Ningguo's wild imagination. "Lele, do you think your older brother is that kind of person?" Su Ning nodded without hesitation. "Brother, strength doesn't matter, just don't." She thought to herself, since Su Chen didn't use banned drugs, it's very likely that he's being kept by a rich woman. Those wealthy and powerful women directly gifted my brother a lot of valuable resources, which is why his cultivation level improved so quickly. Given the guy's good looks, she felt there was a very high chance he was being kept by a sugar daddy. Faced with Su Ningguo's wild thoughts, Su Chen silently raised his right hand and gently tapped her on the head. "Don't overthink it. My brother is not the type to live off women. If he were to meet a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman, he might consider it." "Hey bro, how come you cultivate so fast?" Su Ningguo covered her head, feeling like she had a bump on it. She was about to snap back, but when she saw her brother's fist, which was as big as a sandbag, she immediately shut up. "To be honest, I'm actually a genius." Su Chen looked up, his eyes filled with aloofness as he gazed out the window, leaving Su Ningguo with the image of a genius yet lonely figure. "Ha, dude, you're so stupid. No, I mean, you're incredibly cool." Su Ningguo originally wanted to say that Su Chen looked a bit clumsy, but after seeing his raised hand, she immediately changed her attitude and began to praise him. This group of girls' classic Sichuan opera face-changing performance is absolutely amazing. You're smart to know what's good for you. There's a reason why I call myself a genius." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and stared at his sister with his sharp Sharingan. What is this? Wow, bro, you look so cool. You're even wearing colored contact lenses. Where did you buy these colored contact lenses? I wanna buy some too. Suning Yue stared blankly at Su-Chen activating his Sharingan, then asked excitedly, wait a minute, bro, I don't think you were wearing colored contact lenses just now, right? She remembered that Su-Chen's eyes were black pupils just now. How did they change like this after he turned around? She seemed to have thought of something. Brother, this isn't your special ability, is it? Su Ning looked at Su-Chen incredulously, even though she knew that when the spirit eye ability was used, the eyes didn't change much. And those red eyes, combined with the guy's good looks, make them an exceptionally good match no matter how you look at it. In a word, handsome. Yes, this is my special ability. It should have been a spiritual eye, but for some reason it suddenly mutated and became like this. Su-Chen smiled and nodded, tacitly acknowledging Su Ning's guess. As for why his superpowers changed, he could only give a vague answer, because he himself couldn't explain it clearly. Wow, that's amazing. I've heard before that there's a chance that superpowers can mutate. I never thought something like this would happen to someone like me. Su Ning's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but move closer to Su-Chen to examine the Sharingan closely, trying to uncover its secrets. When Su-Chen didn't activate his Sharingan, people would just think he was wearing regular colored contact lenses. But Su Ningyue knew that if she wanted Su-Chen's cultivation speed to skyrocket, this special ability was definitely not simple. Moreover, the power of mutated abilities usually increases several times over. Alright, stop staring. Su-Chen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Su Ninglu, so he simply put away his Sharingan and reverted to his original black pupils. He's not an animal. Even if his sister stares at him with a surprised look, he'll still find it strange. Although Su Ninglu wanted to continue looking at the Sharingan, she restrained her curiosity due to her proud and arrogant nature. Because Su-Chen's talent improved by leaps and bounds, the pressure she had accumulated before was also relieved a lot. Originally intending to shoulder the burden of the family alone, she looked at her brother's back and realized that she wasn't the only one supporting the family. At least Su-Chen was there too. When the family sat down to eat, Su Ning's face inexplicably showed many smiles, and she looked much more relaxed, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. Lin Muyan looked at her and asked, but Su Ningyue refused to say more. Lele, you're in such a good mood today, is it because you saw your brother? Su Ningyue blushed slightly, quickly shook her head, lowered her head to concentrate on eating, and then got up and returned to her room. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell her parents about Su-Chen's strength, but rather that she thought Su-Chen had already explained it to them, so she felt there was no need to bring it up again. However, Su-Chen thought that Su Ningl would take the initiative to find an opportunity to tell her parents about her superpowers. Both of them thought the other would tell, but only their parents were kept in the dark. The father, Su Xinghai, who had been silent all along, glanced at Su-Chen thoughtfully, feeling that all of this was very likely related to his son. Chener, his strength has actually reached the second level of martial artist. He was stunned for a moment as he sensed Su-Chen's blood and chi, but he did not detect any trace of the use of forbidden drugs. Chener, isn't it a spiritual eye ability? Su Xinghai began to doubt the authenticity of Su-Chen's ability, but Su-Chen was unaware of this and was still eating hot white rice. Chener, you've become much stronger lately. Really? It seems that's true. Su-Chen was a little stunned, not quite understanding the meaning behind his father's words, and could only respond in agreement. Hearing this, Lin Muyun was also stunned. Then, after sensing Su-Chen's chi and blood, she was shocked. Martial artist level 2? What's going on? She looked at Su Xinghai anxiously, wanting to find out what had happened, but the latter gave her a reassuring look. Su-Chen was unaware of the conversation between his parents. After all, exercising his chi and blood had consumed a lot of energy, so it was understandable that his appetite had increased significantly recently. There are 4 days left until the selection process for candidates from Linhai City to participate in the provincial college entrance examination. After returning to his room, Su-Chen swallowed a chi and blood pill and continued his cultivation. Although there is still a month until the national college entrance examination, it would be truly shameful not to even have the opportunity to be selected. With this in mind, he calmed down and began to perform the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics. With the help of this set of exercises, Su-Chen quickly exhausted the effects of the chi and blood pill and opened his eyes to feel that his chi and blood had increased by a full 25 points. However, upon examining his physical condition, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that his chi and blood had increased too little, but rather that his chi and blood felt floating and sinking within his body, inexplicably weak. Could it be that I've been taking too much medicine lately and haven't been able to settle it properly? He looked at the character panel, recalling the improvement in his cultivation speed over the past few days. The awakening system has only been running for 3 or 4 days, and it has already broken through 2 levels in a row. It currently has 248 points of chi and blood, and I estimate that it will soon break through to the 3rd level of martial artist. He felt that it was because his chi and blood were rising too quickly, and before they could settle, new chi and blood were constantly being added to his body. This cycle caused his chi and blood to become weak and unstable, which was the reason for his unstable state. This situation situation usually occurs when one's cultivation level rises too quickly and then continues to cultivate without sufficient time to consolidate one's progress. True geniuses all have a solid foundation. Mission: sensing the host's chi and blood are weak, alleviate the current state through combat. Mission objective: kill 10 demonic beasts at the 9th level of martial arts, any species. Reward: light cloud body refining technique. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes when he saw the mission details. Is this a task assigned by the system? Although he had never heard of the light cloud body refining technique, he was certain that anything produced by the system would be of high quality and would never be used to fool him with useless things. Since the mission concerned his weakened state, he didn't hesitate any longer, immediately got up, opened the door, and went out. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a while and I might not be back for a few days. Chener, where are you going? Lin Muyan called out, but received no response, because Su Chen had already walked out the door. Although Su Ningyue didn't know what her brother was going to do, she knew he had his own plans and was stronger than her, so she didn't say anything. Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun exchanged a glance. Chener, why have you already broken through to the 2nd level of martial artist? Su Xinghai shook his head, looking at the slightly gray hair that appeared on Lin Muyun's head, and sighed softly, I don't know either. It seems that Chener's special ability is not just F level. Thinking about how his beloved had transformed from a gifted young girl into a mother who had worked tirelessly for the family over the years, his eyes welled up with tears. Although Lin Muyun's appearance still faintly retains its former radiance, the traces left by time on her face are still obvious. Yuner, you've worked so hard following me all these years. He reached out and gently smoothed her soft hair. Perhaps it's because of her natural beauty. Lin Muyun's hair has always been so smooth. Old Su, what are you saying? I've never complained all these years. Lin Muyun felt the warmth on her head, smiled slightly, and teased, we're an old married couple. Why are you still doing this? Su Chen walked towards the bounty hall in Linhai City. Since the system had released monster-related quests, he decided to take on a few along the way and earn some extra money. Sigh, I wonder which lucky star is destined to get a man like me. He walked along, proudly raising his head, muttering to himself, what? You're taking on so many tasks? Wu Yuhan, the receptionist, looked at the 5 or 6 tasks in his hand and, seeing Su Chen's youthful face, her tone became serious. She hadn't forgotten the boy from before. Although she believed he had the ability to complete the mission, the workload was simply too great. Yes, leave all these tasks to me. Don't worry, I've chosen tasks that are within my capabilities, and I know my abilities very well. Su Chen looked at Wu Yuhan seriously, his tone calm, as if taking on these tasks was only natural. In fact, the tasks he chose already had the lowest threshold, mostly requiring only the strength of a martial artist at the 3rd level. This was intended to alleviate Wu Yuhan's concerns, but perhaps because there were too many tasks, she was still somewhat worried. How would you know your own limitations? Wu Yuhan's lips twitched upon hearing this, and she seemed somewhat unbalanced. Last time you came here you only accepted a 1st-level martial artist mission, but now you dare to accept a 3rd-level martial artist mission, and 6 at once. Have you forgotten how embarrassed you were when you handed in the mission last time? Besides, you are a spirit eye ability user. Wu Yuhan stared wide-eyed, nervously pouring out her worries to Su Chen. Listening to her words, Su Chen felt that she was even more nagging than his own mother. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and began to explain. Sister Wu, thank you for your concern, but I've decided to take on these missions. To be honest, my family isn't well off, so I need to earn resources through missions even more. But don't worry, the missions I choose are definitely commensurate with my abilities. I'm not stupid. Why would I go and die? He didn't mind Wu Yuhan talking a lot, because she genuinely cared about him, and he was willing to patiently explain. He wouldn't bother with anyone else. After all, accepting a mission is his right. After listening, Wu Yuhan's expression was complicated. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while before finally nodding and saying, okay, little brother, I hope what you said is true. In any case, safety comes first. After saying that, she handed over all the tasks to Su Chen. Just as Su Chen turned to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait, what's wrong? He asked, turning around. Don't exceed the time limit for the task, or you'll get double the compensation. After saying that, Wu Yuhan smiled, a smile that was exquisite and charming, just like a school beauty. The men around her were mesmerized by her smile, their eyes widening and their cheeks flushing slightly. At the entrance to the monster forest, only Wei Goen and Zhao Yuanshan remained, responsible for the most basic checks. This made Su Chen wonder if there were only the 2 of them here. However, seeing the layers of defense around him, he knew it was impossible. Brother Wei, Brother Zhao, long time no see, how have you been? Su Chen greeted the 2 warmly. He saw the blush creeping up their faces and immediately understood that Wang Weiguo must have greatly improved their treatment. Brother Su, what brings you here? The 2 greeted Su Chen with smiles in unison, then looked at each other and laughed out loud. You 2 are so in sync, like real brothers. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled. Although he hadn't said it aloud, he was filled with gratitude towards those who had saved him. The 2 scratched their heads. It wasn't the first time they'd heard such praise. Su Chen handed the pass to Zhao Yuanshan to enter the monster forest. Although the group had some acquaintance, this was ultimately their duty, and he didn't want to put them in a difficult position. At first, the two thought Su Chen had come to ask them for help. Upon seeing the pass, he immediately understood his purpose. When they looked at Su Chen, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Brother Su, are you going into the monster forest again? That place is too dangerous. You almost got into trouble there last time. Are you going again this time? That's right, Brother Su. To be on the safe side, it's not too late to go after you've become stronger. You're still just a student, right? Why not focus on cultivating and preparing for the college entrance exam instead of risking your life in the monster forest? Wei Goen and Zhao Yuanshan tried their best to persuade him not to go into the monster forest again. They've seen too many self-important geniuses who went in and never returned, and some whose remains have never even been found. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he shook his head firmly in response. Brother Wei, Brother Zhao, don't worry. I only returned in a sorry state last time because I was careless. My strength has improved a lot now, so you don't need to stop me. I've made up my mind. Not going to the monster forest? That's simply impossible. He can't go on his journey if he doesn't kill the monsters there and complete his mission. But Zhao Yuanshan and Wei Goen didn't understand. They thought Su Chen was just young and impetuous. Having escaped by sheer luck last time, he wanted to try again. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with helplessness. Just as they were about to let Su Chen pass, a loud shout came from afar. Brother Su, long time no see. You've come to the monster forest again. The person who came was Wang Weigua. He looked at Su Chen's cultivation level and his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Su Chen had reached the second level of martial artist in such a short time, and was almost at the third level of martial artist. He still remembers the last time Su Chen came, he was only a quasi-martial artist. Now he has directly jumped to the second level of martial artist. He didn't believe this was the effect of the Qi and Blood Pill. Although the Qi and Blood Pill was helpful, it couldn't possibly make someone improve so quickly. The only possibility is that Su Chen has experienced a new adventure, but he doesn't care about it. Uncle Wang, long time no see. Well, I'm going into the monster forest for training again today. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Meeting Wang Weigui in the monster forest was somewhat unexpected for him. Normally, it would be difficult to meet such an important figure as Wang Weigua. Oh, you're here for training. Young brother Su, you're so young. I didn't expect you to be so dedicated. Come on in. Wang Weigua wasn't surprised that Su Chen had entered the monster forest again. For true geniuses like them, battles are just an everyday occurrence. By the way, 50 miles south of the monster forest, there's a small town you can go check out. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Wang Weigui reminded him. Su Chen paused for a moment. This was the first time he had ever heard of a small town in the monster forest. He was both surprised and curious, wondering what a small town in the monster forest would be like. The interior of the monster forest was largely unchanged from when Su Chen last visited. The surrounding area is filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and lush greenery. If it weren't for the threat of monsters, this place might be a paradise on Earth, but unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. Now that we're already here, let's complete the bounty mission first, so I can focus on finding the 9th-tier demonic beast. Su Chen looked at the 6 task sheets in his hand, having learned from his previous experience. He quickly headed towards the mission location, and it must be said that the mission descriptions were quite professional. Even the possible locations and danger levels of the mission objectives are clearly marked on the mission interface. Before long, he arrived near a pool of water, where the temperature had dropped significantly. In the center of the pool stood a medicinal herb, which, unsurprisingly, was his target. Is that the cold forest grass? I remember the mission said that there are demonic beasts guarding the cold forest grass, because the demonic beast's cultivation can be greatly improved after eating the cold forest grass. Su Chen stared at the picture of the cold forest grass in the mission, muttering to himself as he stood still. With his Sharingan activated, he carefully surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of any living beings. However, he did not rush forward. Since we didn't see any monsters around, are they hiding in the water? Maybe the water is too deep for the Sharingan to see underwater. Su Chen stared at the bottomless pool and sneered. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the water. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, forming the Manjikyu Sharingan. The spatial force struck the cold forest grass directly. Although it did not damage the grass, it formed a vortex on the grass, slowly drawing the cold forest grass into it. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly and switched his gaze to Kamui. Although his eyes felt a little sore, it was within his tolerance. After quickly completing one task, he can confidently move on to the next challenge. Suddenly, a pair of bright blue pupils opened from the depths of the pool, with a vertical line running through the center of each pupil. Its body was covered in blue scales, and a unique forked tongue protruded from its mouth. Suddenly, it moved. The once calm water surface was stirred up into waves. The huge waves crashing against the shore were enough to prove that the monster was enormous. The ice python lurked at the bottom of the pool, quietly waiting for the frost forest grass to mature. It originally intended to swallow the cold forest grass whole to improve its cultivation, but it didn't expect to oversleep. However, it didn't care too much. After all, every powerful monster has its own territory. Under normal circumstances, outsiders will not invade this place, so it can grow up in peace. While asleep, the frost python suddenly sensed the disappearance of the frost forest grass's aura, and was immediately enraged and incredulous. It never realized how the winter grass had disappeared. If it weren't for its familiarity with the scent of the cold forest grass, it probably wouldn't have even noticed that the grass had disappeared. The frost python raised its massive body and stared at the center of the pool. To it, Suchen was nothing more than a tiny human being. Moreover, it could not sense any threatening aura emanating from the other party. The scene in the center of the pool was starkly reflected in the eyes of the ice python. The place where there should have been frost grass was now completely empty. The frost python, which had been waiting for the frost forest grass for a long time, finally could not suppress its anger. It flicked its tongue and began to search for any suspicious targets. Suchen had already quietly hidden behind a large tree the moment the ice python erupted in anger. The tree was just the right size to shield him from view, which made him secretly glad that he was lucky. This ice python must be furious right now. I'll come quietly and leave quietly, without disturbing anyone. Although he sensed that the frost python in front of him was a 9th level martial artist demon beast, which just met the requirements of the system mission, Suchen did not choose to fight it head-on. The reason is simple. This is the territory of the frost serpent, surrounded by water. If a battle breaks out, it will be extremely disadvantageous for him. Even if the ice python was no match for him, it could quickly dive into the depths of the pool, leaving him helpless. If a martial arts level demon beast that is not good at swimming were to encounter a martial arts level demon beast that is good at swimming and is at the 9th level of martial arts, it would probably have no choice but to flee for its life. Let's retreat first to avoid being discovered by the ice python. Seeing that the frost python had searched for a long time without noticing him, Suchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and decided to leave this troublesome place. Anyway, I've already got the cold forest grass. As for the task of summoning 10 9th-tier monsters issued by the system, there is no specific time limit, so it's okay not to rush to complete it. The system replied, "Thank you for the reminder, host." Just as Suchen took a few steps, he heard a crack sound under his feet. Cough cough cough. He accidentally broke a small twig at the crucial moment. Although the sound was soft, under the oppressive power of the ice serpent, the surroundings were unusually quiet, making the crisp snapping sound particularly jarring. Even the faintest sound can be amplified to an extreme degree here, especially since the frost python is a 9th level martial artist. How could we not hear such a loud noise? He stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. Just as he was relieved that the ice python hadn't noticed him, he couldn't help but turn his head and meet its pair of azure vertical pupils, instantly freezing his body. It turns out he had already been discovered. The frost python opened its gaping maw, and the smell inside was indescribable to Suchen. A mixture of pungent odors and fishy stench assaulted his nostrils. "No, I'll just dodge you for a bit, but don't think I'm afraid of you." Suchen suppressed the urge to vomit his dinner from the night before, snorted coldly, formed hand seals, used the instantaneous movement technique, and quickly fled into the distance. The stench emanating from the frost python's mouth not only made him physically unwilling to approach it for even a moment, but also psychologically repulsed him. The reason the ice python didn't attack for the time being was to sniff out whether he had taken the frost forest grass. Seeing him escape, the frost python flew into a rage and pounced in the direction he fled, intending to swallow him whole. Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Suchen heard the surging momentum behind him, quickly rolled away, and dodged the attack. The ice python crashed into a large tree, and with a loud boom, the tree collapsed to the ground. Startled, countless small birds flew out of the forest and circled in the air. The frost python, however, was unharmed and continued to stare intently at Suchen with its azure vertical pupils. Suchen hadn't attacked before because he found taking down the ice python troublesome, not because he was afraid of it. Now that the ice python was provoking him repeatedly, he no longer needed to be polite. Lightning release, Chidori. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and in the next moment, lightning gathered in his hand before placing it on the ground. The lightning crackled and hissed as it rushed toward the ice python, leaving charred black marks on the ground where the lightning had struck. The ice python felt its entire body go numb and looked in terror at a certain part of its body. The body, which had seemingly crashed into a massive tree without sustaining any injury, now had a deep bloody hole from which blood was gushing out continuously. Hiss, 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 hiss. Its azure vertical pupils reflected Suchen's figure, and its previous killing intent vanished, replaced by terror. Suchen passed through the body of the ice python, slowly stood up, looked at it calmly as if it were already in his pocket, and said in a calm tone, "It is said that snakes are very vengeful creatures. He will not let the ice python go today, no matter what. It seems that we can only compromise with it, which is also a compromise with ourselves." After all, after killing the ice python, he still had to carefully skin and debone it. Before Suchen could react, the frost python swiftly slithered towards the pool. It was already severely injured and had no will to fight Suchen anymore, because it sensed that the human in front of it was not as easy to bully as it had imagined. imagined, so he decisively chose to run away. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Su Chen understood its thoughts, of course. He had said before, snakes are very vengeful creatures. He didn't want to have to guard against a cunning snake every time he came, lest he be ambushed from the shadows. Although he wasn't afraid, he found it too troublesome. Body instantaneous movement technique. Su Chen used his instantaneous movement technique to quickly catch up with the frost python. As if sensing impending death, the ice python frantically twisted its body and desperately tried to dive underwater. The underwater world is where it feels safe. This also reflects its unease. Sigh, when I wanted to leave before, you wouldn't let me go. Why? Now you can't leave either. Su Chen sighed softly, blocking the way for the frost python. Extending a smooth finger, he expressionlessly uttered two words, finger gun. With his fully upgraded finger gun, his smooth fingers easily pierced the ice python's forehead. There were no obstacles, only the strong smell of blood made him frown slightly. Aside from that discomfort, everything else was fine. The ice python's enormous head, with its turquoise vertical pupils filled with terror, stared intently ahead, as if facing immense fear. His body trembled slightly a few times before finally stopping completely. The vitality of demonic beasts is truly tenacious, Su Chen remarked, completely unconcerned that he was the one who killed the ice python. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 9th-tier martial artist, the frost python. Received 900 system points. Mission objective, kill 10 level 9 martial arts level demonic beasts, any species, 1 out of 10. Mission objective, kill 10 level 9 martial arts level demonic beasts, any species, 1 out of 10. Reward, light cloud body refining technique. Somewhere in the monster forest. Holding a black iron knife, Su Chen slowly peeled away the skin and flesh from the frost python's body. The black iron blade gleamed with a jet black luster and was incredibly sharp. The tip of the knife was still dripping with blood, clearly the blood of the frost python. This poor ice python was just sleeping at the bottom of its own pond, waiting for the frost grass to mature, when Su Chen suddenly appeared. It not only took away the cold forest grass it had painstakingly gathered, but also its life. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Without strength, one is at the mercy of others. Speaking of which, there must be energy inside the demon core, right? Can I exchange the demon core for system points? System? Su Chen stared at the demon core in his hand, which was the same color as the eyes of the frost python, and this thought suddenly popped into his mind. Ding! Host, you've done a great job. A tier 1 martial artist demon core can be exchanged for 100 system points, increasing sequentially. A 9th tier martial artist demon core can be exchanged for 900 system points. Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his face darkening and his lips twitching. Damn system, why didn't you say so sooner? I sold all those demon cores I had before. Ding! Host, you didn't ask. The system's casual remark left him speechless. This was his serving system. Then give me this 9th tier demon core in exchange, Su Chen said helplessly. Ding! Redemption successful. You have gained 900 system points, and currently have 2000 system points remaining. He was already used to the system's glitches and didn't want to deal with it anymore. Instead of wasting time, he'd rather finish what he was doing. He used a black iron knife to cut off all the valuable parts of the ice python. He didn't let anything like snake gallbladders go unpunished, and then used his divine power to store them all into his divine space. It wasn't used before because the author forgot. If the frost python hadn't been so far from the pool, it might have actually escaped this time. Luckily, it was careless, otherwise it would have suffered a huge loss. Su Chen said calmly as he wiped his black iron knife. He left the pool, and the lingering smell of blood in the air indicated that the ice python was dead. This means that this area is a geomantically auspicious place, and there are no longer any overly powerful monsters around it. The mission was supposed to kill a 3rd level martial artist monster, but I ran into a 9th level martial artist. What a ripoff! Su Chen couldn't help but retract his previous praise of the bounty haul. If it weren't for his formidable strength, any other 3rd level martial artist attempting to obtain the cold forest grass would have been committing suicide. On the rest of the journey, he completed the remaining 5 tasks within 2 hours. Along the way, he also encountered 2 9th tier demonic beasts, which he dealt with without serious danger. This made Su Chen, who had been in a relaxed mood, tense up. No wonder everyone advised me not to come. It's basically no longer the outer area. Besides killing 2 9th level martial arts demonic beasts, there are more than 10 7th or 8th level demonic beasts. The blood red light reflected off the black iron blade was a testament to the countless battles that had just taken place. At the same time, he also understood that unless one is a grand martial master, no one can guarantee that they will get out safely. As dusk fell, the brilliant sunset bathed the monster forest, and the shy moon slowly rose. It seems I'll have to spend the night in the monster forest. I'll go check out that monster town. Maybe there'll be something there. Su Chen looked at the sky, knowing that completing the mission today was unrealistic, but he didn't want to go back empty-handed. Then he remembered the town that Wang Weigua had mentioned during the day and decided to go and find out more. Is it 50 miles south? Su Chen used his teleportation technique to quickly head in the general general direction. After all, it was getting late, and staying in the monster forest might lead to danger. The sooner he arrives in town, the sooner he can feel at ease. But wouldn't using the instantaneous movement technique for travel be too taxing? There will definitely be some cost, but it's unavoidable for the sake of speed. Since Wang Weiguo warned him, the monster town shouldn't be too dangerous. As Su Chen's expression grew increasingly gloomy, his vital energy was almost completely depleted. As the sun set and the moon rose, a ray of light finally appeared before us. The closer you get, the more surprised you become to find that what you see before you is a small town surrounded by walls. Inside the walled compound, lights flickered, indicating that there were people inside. Quite a few, mostly martial artists. I've finally arrived. At the main gate of the wall, there were two soldiers checking each of the martial artists entering the town. Wait, soldiers? Su Chen suddenly remembered that Wang Weiguo had a faint smile on his lips when he left. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, he realized that Wang Weiguo had a smile on his lips. No wonder this is a military outpost set up in the monster forest. I knew it. Who else but the military could build a town in the monster forest? He shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. As long as he had a place to rest, he wasn't going to be picky. With military protection, at least he could sleep peacefully at night. Hello? To enter town 85, you need to pay 10,000 alliance coins. A soldier saluted Su Chen and said politely, I still have to pay. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say much. He took out his phone and transferred 10,000 alliance coins, successfully entering the town. Paying money is normal. After all, building a town in a place like this requires a lot of manpower and resources, and the people who come here are unlikely to care about 10,000 alliance coins, Su Chen thought to himself. He understood that countless heroes had sacrificed their lives and countless families had been torn apart by the construction of such a large town in such a place. These are stories that are impossible to know. So, 10,000 alliance coins is really cheap compared to all that's been paid. What's more, the military has never publicized this. They've just quietly built the town, collected a meager entrance fee, and even assigned people to protect it. Aren't those all firearms mounted on the city walls? One burst of fire would be enough to overwhelm even a Grand Martial Master, and even a martial spirit level expert would have to avoid their attacks, Su Chen muttered to himself, gazing at the rows of firearms on the city walls. Perhaps soldiers are not particularly talented, but with the added advantage of firearms, they are especially effective against low-level monsters. I didn't expect there to be so many people in the monster town in such a short time. As Su Chen walked, he was surprised to find that although the town was not prosperous, it was full of martial artists. You won't see any ordinary people here. Come and see the holy sword left behind by the sword saint when he slew the dragon. Only 200,000 alliance coins. Grab it now. I'm reluctantly selling my ancestral secret manual, but I guarantee I'll break through to the martial spirit level. This elixir was personally refined by Master Xiao Yan. After taking it, the cultivation effect will be increased dozens of times. Honest and fair, limited quantity, first come, first served. Various noises came from the street. Some people are desperately trying to sell their goods, some are haggling over a little money, and there are even martial artists fighting over counterfeit goods. However, those who ultimately take the initiative to intervene are immediately taken away and questioned by the patrolling soldiers. Clearly, just like in the city, private fights are strictly prohibited here. All of this filled Su Chen with mixed emotions. A small town with almost no trace of technology is home to a group of skilled martial artists from Linhai City. I'm not going to places that sell cheap goods anymore. I'm just not cut out for bargains. Su Chen glanced at the items on the stall, then looked away. He didn't understand, and rather than being taken advantage of, he figured he'd better leave quickly. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure. It was Morong Shui, the strongest genius from Linhai No. 2 Middle School. Morong Shui, whose name reflects her personality, is as cold as ice, like a snowflake in the dead of winter. Her aura is so intimidating that it makes people hesitate to approach, as if separated by thousands of miles. Strands of long, jet-black hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, framing her fair face with delicate, willow-leaf eyebrows. Even without a trace of blush, she is enough to captivate all beings. At a glance, one can tell she is an unparalleled beauty. What's even more shocking is that her martial arts cultivation has reached the 8th level of martial artist. It seems she could break through to the 9th level of martial arts at any time. At that time, with her S-level ability to freeze thousands of miles, her college entrance examination results will surely shine brightly. These things have nothing to do with Su Chen. He glanced at Morong Shui with admiration before turning his gaze away and beginning to look for a place to stay for the night. After all, the two had no connection whatsoever and lived in completely different worlds. What? 20,000 alliance coins for one night's accommodation? This is a ripoff. Su Chen's expression was uncertain. His good mood was instantly shattered by the price. It costs 20,000 alliance coins for one night, which is faster than robbery. It's expensive, to say the least. He also checked out the accommodations, and to sum it up in one sentence, even prison conditions are better than this. Take it or leave it. Who cares if you insist on staying? There are plenty of people who want to. Get out. Don't get in my way. The hotel owner squinted, looking somewhat impatient. His expression seemed friendly, but his words carried an air of self-righteousness. It was as if he had experienced this countless times. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the city, he would have already sent someone to teach Su-Chen a lesson. Su-Chen remained expressionless and calm. He cursed inwardly, but pretended to be indifferent and silently walked out of the hotel. If they don't want me here, there are plenty of other places that will. Pa, what a lousy place. The accommodations are outrageously expensive. I curse you to go out of business soon. After walking a distance, he finally couldn't hold back and loudly complained in the direction of the hotel. Life had to go on, so he visited several more hotels and finally found one that was better and more affordable, only 10,000 alliance coins. If this were anywhere else, he would have turned around and left as soon as he heard the price. But it's too dangerous here, and prices are 100 times higher than in the city. However, most people who can afford to stay here are not short of money. Sigh, whatever the outcome, at least I can clearly feel that the constant use of chi and blood in the battle today has made me more skilled at controlling chi and blood are becoming more and more stable. Su-Chen felt the flow of chi and blood within his body and said with a hint of joy, perhaps the effects of the chi boosting pills I took previously are still lingering in my body. Through continuous integration within the body during battle, the body's chi and blood received a slight boost. As a result, some black impurities appeared on my body. Previously, he hadn't noticed because of the pervasive smell of blood in the outside world. When I was alone in the room, I smelled a pungent stench. Damn, is this impurity coming from my body? Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed into the bathroom and took a long shower. Black water flowed across the bathroom floor as he washed. Phew, this is life. Su-Chen, wearing a bathrobe, calmly walked out of the bathroom. The pure white moonlight shone on his muscular body, highlighting the strong abdominal muscles. He didn't mind coming out in just a bathrobe. He was in the room anyway, so he could wear whatever he wanted since it was so comfortable. System, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su-Chen, realm, martial artist tier 3, special ability, S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope, chi and blood, 260 points, strength, 780 points, speed, 260 points, mental strength, 200 points, skills, intangibility, Kamui, great fireball technique, beginner, 300-500, lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 120-500, sure sway, version of body flicker technique, beginner, 500/1000, basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 800/2000, finger pistol, max level, points, 8,600. Your chi and blood have already reached 260 points? Your skill level has also increased significantly? Su-Chen smiled as he checked the data item by item. When he saw the points panel, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. 8,600 system points? He couldn't help but laugh out loud twice, never expecting to accumulate more than 8,000 points in just one day. We're not far from our goal of 10,000 points. If he works a little harder tomorrow, he should be able to exchange for the cultivation technique he has been dreaming of, the 9 revolutions profound technique. Calm down. I am the future god of war. How can I get carried away by such a small achievement? Even so, Su-Chen couldn't help but smile. Soon, he finally calmed himself down and exhaled a breath of stale air. After swallowing a chi and blood pill, he began to perform the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics. As time went by, his movements became faster and faster, and his blood and energy surged. He swallowed another chi and blood pill, and growled softly, break. Martial artist level 3, successfully broken through. After breaking through to the 3rd level of martial artist, Su-Chen felt the surging power within his body and nodded in satisfaction. This time, my realm is very stable, without any sense of instability. Perhaps it's because I've been honing my skills in actual combat. To consolidate his gains, he further strengthened his chi and blood before slowly falling into a deep sleep. He knew that a balance between work and rest was often more effective than simply engaging in high-intensity training. Coupled with the continuous fighting during the day, their mental state had already reached its limit. In the early morning, sunlight stubbornly streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Su-Chen slowly opened his eyes, and after a moment of stunned silence, he remembered where he was. Waking up in a different place is indeed a bit unusual. Oh well, let's continue hunting monsters today. After a quick breakfast and some dry food, he prepared to embark on his journey once again. Unexpectedly, I ran into Morong Shui on the street again. She was accompanied by a man and a woman, and the man was extremely attentive to her. Judging from Morong Shui's impatient expression, she had clearly been putting up with the other party for a long time. It seems they also planned to go to the monster forest for training. To have gotten this far, one must truly be a genius. The two passed each other by. Morong Shui glanced thoughtfully at Su-Chen's retreating figure, feeling as if she had seen him somewhere before. Su-Chen remained expressionless and stepped back into the monster forest. No matter how many times I come here, the tranquil atmosphere always confuses me. A great start. We've only been inside a short while, and we've already encountered a 9th level martial artist monster. He looked at the ferocious ferocious tiger in front of him and raised an eyebrow slightly. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would most likely choose to avoid such a monster. Although King Kong Tiger is not the strongest among martial artists, his strength far surpasses that of most humans of the same level. The Vajra tiger lowered its body, braced itself on its arms, and extended its elbows beyond its shoulders, resembling two wings. The next instant, it exerted force and lunged at Su Chen with both arms, revealing its sharp claws. If you get scratched by these claws, you'll definitely lose a chunk of flesh without even thinking about it. Facing the attack from the Vajra tiger, Su Chen remained calm and casually drew the black iron knife from his waist. With a leap, he easily dodged the opponent's sharp claws. The claws scraped across the ground, leaving 3 deep, long gashes. Basic swordsmanship, slash. He swung his black iron sword and slashed fiercely. With his current strength of 900 points, he was equivalent to a 9th-level martial artist. Although there is a slight difference in strength compared to King Kong Tiger, the disparity is not significant. King Kong Tiger felt excruciating pain and quickly retreated, but it was too late. Warm blood kept seeping from the tiger's back, and as the smell of blood spread, it became increasingly agitated. It circled around Su Chen incessantly, growling in a low voice. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Chen first formed hand seals, then spat out a fireball. He then formed more hand seals and whispered, instantaneous movement technique. He raised his black iron sword and, using the cover of his fireball technique, quickly approached Vajra Tiger. As expected, the Vajra Tiger, with its limited intelligence, didn't notice Su Chen's approach after dodging the fireball. Instead, it looked at him smugly. Unexpectedly, Su Chen had already raised the black iron knife and pierced it precisely between the eyebrows. Even if he tried to dodge, Su Chen's Sharingan detected his movements in advance and stabbed him first. Thus, after a series of attacks, King Kong Tiger fell to the northwest, filled with resentment. It probably never imagined in its entire life that the one who killed it was just a human at the 3rd level of martial arts. Not only has my strength increased, but my speed has also improved, although the improvement is not particularly significant. Su Chen felt that his combat power today was significantly improved compared to yesterday. Despite being only a 3rd-level martial artist, he now possesses the strength of an ordinary 9th-level martial artist. Whether wielding a black iron sword or using a finger gun, one can easily inflict massive damage on demonic beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 9th-tier martial artist demon beast. A reward of 900 system points. 6 more heads needed to complete the mission. Successfully exchanged a martial artist rank 9 demon core for 900 system points. Su Chen wasn't worried that the smell of blood would attract monsters. As long as it wasn't a monster at the great martial master level, he was willing to face it head-on. Kill 1, kill 1, kill 2, kill 2. Moreover, this is only the outer edge of the monster forest, and monsters at the grand martial master level generally do not appear in places like this. System, this method of finding monsters is too inefficient. Is there any function that can quickly locate monsters? Su Chen asked. He searched for a long time but only found a few small fish and shrimp, which he easily dealt with. Even though he deliberately made himself reek of blood, it seemed he couldn't attract any demonic beasts at the 9th level of martial arts. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed, despite his initial calm. Host, this function does exist. It requires 1000 system points and can be activated for 2 hours, detecting surrounding lifeforms. Dried me for 2 hours. Su Chen was too lazy to bargain with the system. Spending 1000 points for 2 hours of detection was a reasonable price-performance ratio. A flat map immediately appeared in the upper right corner of my eyes, covering an area of about 1 kilometer, marked with green and red markers. Green represents humans, while red represents monsters. However, why aren't the realms marked? System, shouldn't you explain that? Su Chen suppressed his anger and questioned the system in a low voice. He had a vague feeling that the system was playing word games with him. A sense of foreboding welled up inside me. The system previously stated that this function can only detect surrounding lifeforms. Additional payment is required to add other functions. Add 2000 system points to unlock the function of viewing the realm of lifeforms. Unlock? Oomph. Unlock my ass. Su Chen sneered. If the system could see his level of affection for it, it would probably show a negative one. There's still a fight going on nearby? Su Chen saw on the map that 3 people were desperately attacking a monster. Although the level of the demon beast was not discernible, it was clear that the 3 were at a significant disadvantage. Go take a look, it won't hurt me anyway. At the same time, Morong Shue's face was pale, and she had multiple injuries on her arms and legs. The situation of his 2 teammates is also not optimistic. Sister Morong, what should we do next? Are we going to die here? Zhao Yuer asked tremblingly as she treated Morong Shue. Unexpectedly, this time they encountered a demonic beast at the 9th level of martial arts. Sister Morong, my vital energy is almost depleted. I can only recover once more at most. Beads of sweat the size of rice grains kept appearing on Zhao Yuer's face. His lips were pale, and he looked like he had almost completely lost his energy. He was a pitiful sight. Her special ability is miraculous healing, which not only heals her teammates' injuries but also also restores their health and mana, and can even add beneficial buffs to them. Among A-level superpowers, her miraculous healing abilities are highly sought after, and no team would refuse to have such a superpowered individual join them. These versatile superhumans are extremely sought after wherever they go. No, don't talk nonsense, we will definitely survive. Morong Shui suppressed her fear, stared at the monster in the distance, and summoned several ice shards to shoot towards it. She knew that as the core of the team, she absolutely could not show any abnormality. As the team leader, she had to take responsibility for everyone's lives. Morong Shui's attacks were not very effective. The crocodile easily blocked the attack with its body and slowly approached the three of them, seemingly extremely excited about the hunt. Ah, are we going to die? I knew I shouldn't have come. As the young master of the Zhou family, why haven't you been enjoying life yet? He's clearly an A-level ability user, and he even has the Earth Spirit protection that's known for its defensive power, yet he still encountered something like this. It's all your fault, Morong Shui, for leading us down this dead end. Zhou Yukue crouched on the ground, his head in his hands, his eyes filled with terror, tears streaming down his face. The Earth Spirit's protective ability had been shut down out of fear at some point. He was originally responsible for blocking the attacks, but now he did nothing, clearly leaving Morong Shui to bear all the pressure from the demonic crocodile. Even with sufficient chi and blood, she could only inflict minor damage on the demonic crocodile, let alone now that her chi and blood were insufficient. Hearing these accusations, Morong Shui's already exhausted body became even more shaky. She gave Zhou Yuqiu a cold glance, but did not respond. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuer couldn't help but want to refute them. It was clearly Morong Shui who was desperately resisting the demonic beasts. So what were you, Zhou Yukue, doing? Although she was afraid and terrified of death, she had no intention of blaming Morong Shui. Just then, a pair of fair hands landed on her shoulders. Zhao Yuer turned around and saw Morong Shui forcing a smile and shaking her head. Sister Morong. Zhao Yuer looked up at her. She had always thought that Morong Shui was difficult to approach, but after spending some time with her, she found that she was actually very easy to get along with. He may appear cold on the surface, but he is passionate inside. Zhao Yuer, I'll use my ultimate move in a moment. It should be able to temporarily control this demonic beast. Morong Shui stared firmly at the demonic crocodile. Then you must escape quickly, and whatever you do, don't look back. She was prepared to sacrifice herself. Zhao Yuer was stunned for a moment, looking at Morong Shui in disbelief, and shook her head, saying, we'll go together, we'll die together. Once Sister Morong controls the monster, we'll run together. As a healer, I won't be able to reach a safe place. Morong Shui remained silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, but a warm feeling welled up inside her, and her face remained calm. She nodded slightly. As Zhou Yukue listened to their conversation, his eyes first flashed with hatred, fear, and regret before finally settling on sinister intent. Are you going to abandon me? You two despicable women. Morong Shui, I've been so good to you, can't you see that at all? Fine, if you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Yukue thought to himself with a sinister malice. He now hated the two of them to the core and was planning to escape on his own, completely disregarding their lives. But what he didn't know was that the two of them actually thought he had broken down, so they didn't tell him. But out of camaraderie for the past few days, they won't really abandon him. All of this was just Zhou Yukue's imagination. They're almost here, Zhao Yuer reminded her. Morong Shui took a deep breath and mobilized all the chi and blood in her body. After this next move is released, she will suffer from a period of chi and blood deficiency, a vast expanse of ice and snow. Her aura suddenly intensified, and her body shimmered with blue light. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and layers of broken ice appeared on the ground. She chanted the incantation word by word. Instantly, the crocodile, which had been posing as if torturing its prey, sensed the powerful aura and tried to turn and run away. Unfortunately, this was Morong Shui's full-force attack, and she would not let it escape so easily. The crocodile trembled violently as ice rapidly spread from the ground, covering its body. The next second, it completely transformed into a monster ice sculpture, with only its eyeballs still staring fiercely at the three of them. Morong Shui knelt down weakly, her face even paler than before, which unexpectedly added to her delicate and beautiful appearance. Go, hurry up, I can't control the crocodile for much longer, she gasped, speaking with difficulty. She understood that the three of them had to find a safe place as soon as possible, otherwise they would surely die in the monster forest. Okay, Sister Morong, let me use my superpower to help you recover first. Zhao Yuer's eyes were red, and she raised her hands, which emitted a green light as she prepared to use her superpower, miraculous spring healing. Just as her hands were about to touch Morong Shui, Zhou Yukue, seeing that their plan was progressing smoothly, felt resentful and suddenly knocked Zhao Yuer unconscious. What are you going to do? Zhou Yukue. Morong Shui stared at him coldly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. What am I going to do? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yukue laughed wildly. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Don't you pride yourself on being smart, on being a genius? I'm going to kill you two bastards here. Only your deaths can hold back this demonic crocodile and give me a chance to live. I will remember everything you've you've done. He laughed wildly. Although he liked Morong Shui, it was only because of her beauty. In this life or death situation, he naturally prioritized his own safety. Morong Shui, if you had submitted to me sooner, you wouldn't be in this state now. After saying that, he turned and walked away quickly, into the distance without any hesitation. In fact, to prevent the demonic crocodile from catching up, he even increased his speed. Morong Shui watched Zhou Yukui's departing figure, her eyes dim, but she did not choose to beg him for help. Rather than live without dignity, she would rather die standing, at least retaining some dignity. Am I going to die? She murmured to herself. It's a bit of a regret. There are still so many things left undone. Soon after, she watched as the crocodile, having broken through the ice, slowly crawled toward her eyes devoid of any hope. Am I too late? A deep voice rang out, like the last ray of light in the darkness. Am I late? Su Chen was like a ray of sunshine, suddenly shining into the darkness and into Morong Shui's eyes. She froze, staring blankly at him. The young man before her wasn't the most handsome, but he exuded a reassuring aura. Who are you? No, you should leave now. Don't worry about me. If you can, take my companion with you. Morong Shui realized what was happening and immediately shouted to Su Chen, I'll help hold off this monster. She didn't want to burden innocent people because of her. Hearing her words, Su Chen turned to look at her, his eyes widening slightly and his lips twitching slightly. Morong, what a coincidence. He didn't abandon her. If he hadn't seen her, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that he had, how could he just stand by and watch a young girl fall into despair? Besides, the demon beast before him was a 9th-level martial artist, which met the requirements of the system mission. Su Chen smiled faintly at Morong Shui. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Then, he calmly looked at the slowly approaching crocodile. The crocodile is so scary. He looked at the crocodile mockingly, pretending to be afraid. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui initially thought Su Chen was quite capable, but these words instantly plunged her into despair. Even at a time like this, you're still joking? Heavens, can't you send a powerful expert to save me? Her lips twitched involuntarily. Although the crocodile couldn't understand Su Chen's words, it vaguely sensed that they were mocking him, and immediately prepared to use its unique skill on him. Being bitten, while not necessarily fatal, will almost certainly result in losing an arm or leg. Su Chen remained expressionless as he circulated his internal energy and began forming hand seals with one hand, a faint blue light emanating from his right hand. Wait, 3rd-level martial artist? Are you kidding me? As soon as Su Chen mobilized his qi and blood, Morong Shui immediately sensed the level of his qi and blood. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that he was only at the 3rd level of martial arts. Even someone as calm as her was stunned by the confidence of the young man before her. A mere 3rd-level martial artist dares to attack a 9th-level martial artist demon beast? Isn't that courting death? Even as an 8th-level martial artist, she might not be able to defeat that monster even if she tried her best. She slowly closed her eyes, unable to bear looking at such a young man, dying right before her eyes. Lightning release, Chidori. Morong Shui only heard Su Chen slowly utter these 4 words. Although I didn't open my eyes, I could clearly feel a tingling electric current in the air. She opened her eyes curiously. She will never forget the scene before her eyes. Su Chen showed no fear in the face of the demonic crocodile's attack. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, as if he could control it. As the crocodile approached him, he made a move that defied comprehension. His whole body tensed up like a string, and with a leap, he landed on top of the crocodile's head. You have to understand that in the air, he had absolutely no room to dodge. If the crocodile attacks now, he will have no choice but to take the hit head-on. Just as Morong Shui's heart was in her throat, the crocodile opened its massive jaws, preparing to bite Su Chen, who was caught in mid-air and unable to dodge. But Su Chen is not so easy to deal with. Lightning crackled in his hand, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. As if possessed by 1,000 birds, he plunged the 1,000 birds in his hand directly into the crocodile's brow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the 9th-tier martial artist demonic beast, the demon crocodile. Reward the host. The tearing sound reached Morong Shui's ears. She initially thought the victor was the demon crocodile, but when her gaze slowly shifted to Su Chen, her eyes widened suddenly. His expression froze instantly, his mind went completely blank. With a complex and incredulous expression, she softly uttered 4 words. How could this be? The demonic crocodile, a 9th-level martial artist, was easily defeated by a 3rd-level martial artist. If someone had told her this before, she would never have believed it. But the facts are right in front of us. Morong Shui, who has been hailed as a genius since childhood, is now deeply mired in self-doubt. She began to doubt whether she was a true genius, and whether the boy in front of her was the real genius. Morong, are you alright? After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen decided to greet Morong Shui. Although the two were not familiar with each other at school and had never spoken, they were classmates after all, and seeing the other injured, they had to lend a hand. Morong Shui stared at Su Chen with a complicated expression. This made Su Chen wonder if he had done something wrong. She simply pursed her lips slightly, trying to keep her tone calm, and said, Thank you, but who exactly are you? Why are you calling me Morong? I don't remember having such a genius as you at school. Su Chen felt a little awkward and answered indirectly. quickly. I'm just an ordinary person, not some kind of genius. As for calling you classmate Morong, it's because we go to the same school. I've heard of the name Morong Shui before. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui looked at Su Chen with an incredulous expression. Hearing the second half of the sentence, she found it somewhat amusing. The man in front of her was clearly far more talented than her, yet he showed not a trace of pride. Was I too arrogant? Did I lose myself in the world of being the center of attention? Since awakening her superpowers, she has always considered herself a top genius. Therefore, he neglected his cultivation but enthusiastically went to the monster forest for training. He wanted to break through the bottleneck of the 9th level of martial arts, but he never expected to encounter such an ending. The proud Morong Shui had never shown any sign of distress in front of outsiders. This time, however, her eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to shed tears. Morong, are you alright? Seeing that Morong Shui was about to burst into tears, Su Chen was stunned and didn't understand what had happened. Everything was fine just now. How could it suddenly turn into this? Morong Shui gently shook her head, and Jean Daodu immediately stopped. Although her clothes were covered in dust and she looked somewhat disheveled, her eyes still shone with her own pride. Indeed, recalling her previous arrogant attitude, Morong Shui strengthened her resolve to cultivate diligently. She silently vowed to herself that she would work even harder in her cultivation from now on. As for Zhou Yukue who ran away before, when she gets back, she will definitely not let him off the hook. She'll at least make him suffer a lot. Ahem, since you're alright, Morong, I'll be going now. Su Chen coughed a few times and gave Morong Shui a slightly embarrassed smile. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. After all, he still had to complete the system tasks. He didn't want to waste a single one of the 1,000 points earned in 2 hours. Wait! Morong Shui shouted at Su Chen's retreating figure. You know my name, but I don't know yours. That's so unfair. Known for her aloofness, a blush had crept onto her fair and delicate face. My name is Su Chen, the Su in Su Chen, the Chen in Su Chen. Su Chen turned around and smiled faintly. He had no ulterior motives towards this girl who was once out of his reach. There was no reason for saving her, nor any other thought whatsoever. In a word, it was on a whim. After all, no matter what, the demonic beast that Morong Shui couldn't defeat even with all her might, he could now handle with ease. This isn't about showing off, it's just some reflection. Zhao Yuer, are you alright? Morong Shui asked slowly. Hearing her voice, Zhao Yuer opened her eyes, looking somewhat confused. She was confused about what was happening before her eyes. The next second, her eyes widened and her voice trembled slightly. Sister Morong, are we in heaven? Wah. Hearing this, Morong Shui couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling both helpless and amused, and muttered idiot under her breath. Zhao Yuer, we are still alive. No one will die. She gently stroked Zhao Yuer's head, trying her best to comfort her. Having experienced life and death, they understand better than anyone that being alive is the greatest fortune, and they dare not have any other thoughts. Yuer, Morong Shui called out gently. Just call me Yuer. Zhao Yuer turned her head away, her ears turning slightly red. Morong Shui smiled and nodded, replying softly, Yuer. A few minutes later, the two finally calmed down and found themselves in a cave. Because Morong Shui's vital energy was almost completely depleted, she was unable to carry Zhao Yuer to a safe place on her own and could only take refuge in the cave for the time being. Speaking of which, Sister Morong, how did I suddenly faint? Who saved us? Zhao Yuer asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Morong Shui, full of questions and hoping for an answer. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and she sighed softly. You were knocked unconscious by Zhou Yukue back then, and he ran away by himself. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let father let him join the team. He's a despicable person. This was the first time she had ever disliked someone so much. Before, no matter how much Zhou Yukue pestered her, she hadn't said anything too harsh out of consideration for her teammates. She had simply subtly told him that she had absolutely no interest in that kind of thing. I never expected Zhou Yukue to be this kind of person. It's so disappointing. I blame myself for trusting him too much. What? Zhou Yuchio did it? I knew he wasn't a good person all along. I just haven't said anything because of Sister Morong. Once I get out of here, I'm going to settle the score with him. Zhao Yuer's eyes widened in anger. The two little buns on her head were particularly eye-catching. She never expected that her teammate, with whom she had spent so much time, would run away on his own, and even more unexpectedly, he chose to knock her unconscious before escaping. This will help to hold off the monster and increase its chances of survival. So who exactly saved us? Zhao Yuer asked curiously. She could imagine the suffocating loneliness and fear that Morong Shui felt when she faced the monster all alone. I don't know. I only know that the person's name is Su Chen, and he should also be from our school. Morong Shui shook her head. More than anyone else, she wanted to know who Su Chen really was, and she secretly resolved to investigate thoroughly when she returned this time. Su Chen. I feel like I've heard that name before. Zhao Yuer lowered her head and pondered for a while, but finally shook her head, thinking it was just her imagination. But the most important thing now is to treat Morong Shui. She stretched out her hands and began to treat Morong Shui, slowly restoring her energy and blood. Looking inside the cave from the outside, bursts shafts of green light could be seen flickering within. Mission objective: kill 10 level 9 martial arts level demonic beasts, any species, 10 out of 10. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Reward: light cloud body refining technique. After many twists and turns in the monster forest, Su-Chen finally killed 10 monsters at the 9th level of martial arts. Although the battles of the past 2 days were not particularly dangerous, they did leave him feeling somewhat exhausted. System: open the character panel, he said to the system as he walked back. Multiverse system. Host: Su-Chen. Realm: martial artist tier 3. Special ability: S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope. Cultivation technique: light cloud body refining technique. Beginner: 0/10,000. Chi and blood: 300 points. Strength: 900 points. Speed: 300 points. Mental strength: 200 points. Skills: intangibility, Kamui. Intermediate fireball technique: 20/1000. Lightning release, Chidori beginner, 300/500. Shursui version body flicker technique beginner, 850/1000. Intermediate basic swordsmanship, 1500/2000. Finger pistol, max level. Points: 19,800. After obtaining the light cloud body refining technique, I got a new technique panel? Then why isn't the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics in there? Su-Chen looked at the light cloud body refining technique and suddenly remembered the 24th set of broadcast gymnastics. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. As for the light cloud body refining technique, it was only at the beginner level, and he was already used to it. That was just the system's nature. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that he needed 10,000 proficiency points later on. This light cloud body refining technique must have something special about it, otherwise it wouldn't require such a high level of proficiency. The more difficult a martial art is to master, the stronger it may be, but it will never be weak. He didn't study the light cloud body refining technique here, since he was still in the demon beast forest and would have to go back to do so later. It's worth mentioning that when Su-Chen killed the monster, his fireball technique had already advanced from beginner to intermediate level. The intermediate level not only reduces the number of hand seals and the consumption of chi and blood, but its power remains undiminished. If a basic fireball is only the size of an egg, then an intermediate one is at least several times larger, and its power is also greatly increased. Is this what it feels like to have power constantly growing? No wonder people have been tirelessly pursuing power throughout history. Su-Chen admitted that as his power gradually increased, an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. Even with a cheat system, he can't escape being vulgar. Afterwards, Su-Chen walked out of the monster forest and found that the gatekeepers had changed. It was no longer Wei Goen and Zhao Yuanshan. He almost suspected that the two men had taken over the gatekeeper's spot. Thankfully, no. So he successfully left the monster forest. Before leaving, he took out his previous spoils from his divine power space and put them all into a sack. Hee, Wanbage, your big client has arrived. The boy's tattered clothes, the pervasive smell of blood, and the blood-soaked sack in his hand made it clear that he was no good person. This young man is Su-Chen. He had just returned from the monster forest, carrying his spoils, and was planning to head to the treasure pavilion to make a little money. Perhaps it was because of the strong smell of blood on him, or because of the excessive blood seeping from the sack, but passers-by quickly moved away. Although no one stared at him directly, the disgust on their faces betrayed their attitude. Su-Chen shook his head, walked expressionlessly through the crowd, and headed straight for Wanbage. As for why he didn't choose Xianbao Pavilion, it was of course because of Zhuo Lingtian's existence, plus the atmosphere of Xianbao Pavilion that left ordinary people with no way to get involved, which he simply didn't like. Moreover, Zhuo Lingtian harbored ill will towards him, a fact he had always kept in mind. Coupled with his previous mission to investigate this matter, he became even more curious about the reasons behind it. Guest, are you here to buy or sell something? A girl in a Wanbage uniform, with above-average looks, looked at Su-Chen with a smile. Based on her years of experience, she could tell that Su-Chen had just been through a fierce battle. His blood-stained appearance meant he was carrying something he had just hunted, and he was probably here to sell his goods. I want to sell some things, and there are quite a lot of them. I'm afraid they'll get dirty if I just leave them here. Is there another place? Su-Chen turned to her and said. His words were calm but completely true. The female staff member's expression remained unchanged, and she politely replied, Sir, yes, please follow me. She led Su-Chen to an empty room, which had no decorations or furniture, only a carpet laid on the floor. Su-Chen calmly released the sack in his hands, because he knew that the carpet was specifically used for trading, so as not to dirty the ground. The sack hit the ground with a thud, and blood slowly seeped from its opening. The female staff member looked up at him seriously, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su-Chen had hunted so many demonic beasts, exceeding her expectations. She initially thought he was exaggerating, but the truth turned out to be far more than she had imagined. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Then she picked up the sack and emptied everything inside in one go. Her eyes widened even more. From initial indifference to current shock, the change happened in just a few seconds. What's wrong? Can't I sell my things? Su-Chen frowned slightly when he saw her standing there, somewhat puzzled. After After all, he had personally skinned these furs, and apart from lacking demon cores, they were all quite valuable. Wanbao Pavilion shouldn't have refused to buy them. No, the female staff member quickly denied. Sir, I'm so sorry. There are too many things inside, and their combined value is far beyond what a small employee like me can handle. She quickly bowed to Su Chen to apologize, cold sweat beating on her forehead. She already knew in her heart that the young man in front of her was definitely a big client, and no ordinary one at that. As for whether those monsters were real or not, and whether they were hunted by the young man alone, she had no way of knowing. Then go and call someone who can handle this, Su Chen said calmly. Okay, please wait 2 minutes. Shortly after, the female staff member brought in a middle-aged man wearing reading glasses and with slightly aged skin. He appeared quite refined in demeanor. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the room, Su Chen began to observe him closely. Hello, I am Steward Zhang from Wanbage, specializing in handling the sale of large quantities of martial artists, Steward Zhang said to Su Chen with a smile. He's seen this kind of thing many times and is already quite adept at it. Oh, not bad. Although they are all demonic beasts below the level of Grand Martial Master, there are actually 10 demonic beasts at the 9th level of martial artist. That's really rare, he said in surprise. There are also demonic beasts of other levels, so there are even more. Deacon Zhang cast a surprised glance at him. He had seen many of these things before, but it was rare to see so many being sold at once. No one is as young as Su Chen, yet he is able to sell so many demonic beasts. Why are some of the monsters' skin and flesh damaged? He wondered, but didn't say anything, only thinking that it was caused by some kind of special ability. However, in this case, the price will be slightly lower. That's right, some of the demonic beasts were in this state precisely because Su Chen attacked them directly with his divine power. 1 9th-tier Vajra Tiger, 1 9th-tier Demon Crocodile, a total of 3.86 million alliance coins. Since you're a new face, I'll round it up to 4 million alliance coins. Deacon Zhang smiled at Su Chen. He could make the decision on such a small amount of money. After all, this was about making friends with a genius, and even if the pavilion master knew, he wouldn't mind. Moreover, a sum of over 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Wanbage. Su Chen nodded, giving Deacon Zhang a deep look, but didn't say anything, understanding the reasoning behind it. Just after Su Chen accepted the money, Deacon Zhang walked over with a smile and handed him a card. This is our Wanbage membership card. With it, you can enjoy a 10% discount anywhere under the Wanbage umbrella. This was specially given to you by our pavilion master, Steward Zhang explained. He didn't expect the pavilion master to give him a membership card, perhaps because he quite approves of the young man in front of him. Alright, I'll accept it. Please thank the pavilion master for me. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then accepted the membership card from Deacon Zhang. A 10% discount might not seem like much, but the more you bought, the more money you saved. For example, if you buy items worth 10 million alliance coins, you can save 1 million directly. Although Su Chen's current assets are only a few million alliance coins, his cultivation expenses are enormous, and he will soon spend all of this money. This is how quickly martial artists burn through money, and it's also why ordinary people find it difficult to bear the economic pressure of cultivating martial arts. Seeing Su Chen accept the card, Deacon Zhang's smile became even more amiable. At least the young man before him had established a preliminary friendship with their Wanbao pavilion. In the future, no matter what happens or what needs to be sold, Wanbage will definitely be the young man's first choice. Perhaps this young man's future steps will not be limited to the small coastal city, but for now, this beginning is enough. On his way home, Su Chen planned to check what he could redeem with his current points in the system. He hadn't visited the system store because he was afraid of getting envious, so he hadn't checked it out. Back home, after confirming that no one was inside, Su Chen turned on his phone and found a bunch of messages. Chener, is it hard outside? Are you tired? When are you coming back? Zhao Muyun asked. Chener, don't worry about things at home. Just focus on your work outside. No matter what, you'll always be our pride, Su Xinghai said. Hey bro, where have you been lately? Any fun things to do? Why didn't you take me with you? Humph, Su Ningdal said. Seeing this information, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. After a moment of silence, he went into his room. System, purchase the first level of the 9 Revolutions Profound Technique. Ding, successful purchase of the first level of the 9 Revolutions Profound Technique, consuming 10,000 system points. 9,800 system points remaining. The next moment, the power of the 9 Revolutions Profound Technique rapidly surged into Su Chen's mind. It was a mysterious and elusive power. He tried to touch its source, but he could neither touch it nor see it. Feeling the knowledge brought by the 9 Revolutions Profound Technique, Su Chen consciously straightened his posture and straightened his back. Sit cross-legged with your hands flat on your knees, and keep your head, neck, and back in a straight line. He nodded in satisfaction. Close your eyes, adjust your breathing, and gradually your breathing becomes steady. Your mind is free of distractions, and your thoughts are clear, like an ascetic monk without a single thought. He was like a calm, still stone. If it weren't for the fact that my heart and pulse were still beating regularly, the spiritual energy in the air flowed naturally into his respiratory tract with each breath. eventually converging at his dantian in his abdomen, where it lingered. However, the body does not yet possess a container capable of holding these spiritual energies. At this moment, a mysterious and profound power was slowly rising. A power surged from Su Chen's body, and his spiritual energy slowly transformed into blood and qi. This qi in blood is completely different from ordinary qi in blood. Ordinary qi in blood only maintain the normal functioning of life and have no other special role. The blood and qi transformed from spiritual energy are not only more concentrated and powerful, but also provide greater benefits to the body, and are even purer than ordinary blood and qi. Su Chen's 100 points of qi in blood are equivalent to others' 200 points or even more. Of course, this only applies to newly generated qi in blood. What I accumulated before was just ordinary qi in blood. 10 minutes later, one cycle of the cosmic orbit is complete. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, a trace of impurity brought out during the transformation of spiritual energy. Phew! My whole body feels so good, like I have inexhaustible energy. He stood up. Although he had been sitting cross-legged, he felt no discomfort in his legs. After all, he was a martial artist. Sitting cross-legged won't make his legs go numb. Wouldn't that be a joke? System, open the character panel. Su Chen said expectantly. Although it has only completed one cycle, it may bring about many changes. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist tier 3, special ability, S-rank Kamui kaleidoscope, cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, 600/10,000, light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000, qi in blood, 320 points, strength, 960 points, speed, 320 points, mental strength, 200 points, skills, intangibility, Kamui, fireball jutsu intermediate, 300/1000, lightning release, Chidori intermediate, 0/1000, Shui version body flicker, technique intermediate, 0/5000, basic swordsmanship intermediate, 1805/2000, earth release, earth flow wall beginner, 0/100, finger pistol, max level, points, 9800. Upon seeing the panel, Su Chen was stunned, not because he was shocked by the significant increase in his qi in blood. Instead, while the blood and qi remained unchanged, the strength significantly increased. Wait, why is this happening? He lowered his head and pondered, trying to find the reason. Suddenly, he sensed the flow of qi in blood within his body. Although the quantity of qi in blood has not changed, it has become purer and deeper. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately saw the truth. What the hell is going on? He had long felt that the 9 revolutions mystic technique couldn't possibly not increase qi in blood. The only improvement now is in the purity of qi in blood. Before, qi in blood were not pure enough and were similar to those of an ordinary person. But if things can get better, who would care if the blood and energy didn't increase? With that thought in mind, he stopped worrying about the amount of qi in blood. As long as his strength steadily improves, he has no complaints, which paves the way for the future. The 9 revolutions mystic art is based on the principles of continuous development and a solid foundation. Moreover, the power generated by each rotation increases exponentially. In the future, perhaps opponents of the same realm won't even catch my eye. Su Chen sighed with emotion, thinking that even now, he could easily crush opponents of the same realm. Pa, how could you think like that? The world is so big, and Linhai City is too small. I don't want to be a frog in a well. Only by constantly climbing can I see the view from the top. He knew that Linhai City was too small, with few geniuses, and the strongest among them was only a martial spirit. As for the legendary King Wu, he had never even heard of his name, which indirectly proves the limitations of this place. Only by setting foot in the capital and Shanghai can one witness truly top-tier geniuses. With his fighting spirit growing stronger, Su Chen was filled with anticipation for the college entrance examination and longed to compete against the real top experts. The most important thing right now is to continue cultivating. First, thoroughly purify the qi and blood in your body. Thinking about these things, he seemed to enter a state of detachment from desires, and his whole being calmed down. After all, the most crucial thing right now is to have pure blood and qi. Regardless of the requirements of the genius concentration camp, he understood that he had to reach at least the 9th level of martial arts. He took out a qi boosting pill and a qi blood pill and swallowed them one after the other. Su Chen, who had previously suffered greatly from these 2 pills, felt almost nothing after taking them. Instead, I felt warm and comfortable all over. He speculated that his physical fitness scores had improved significantly. In addition, the meridians in his body were greatly expanded due to the simultaneous consumption of these 2 types of pills. That's why he can now bear it with ease. It just goes to show the old saying, no pain, no gain. Sweetness comes after bitterness, Su Chen remarked. In the past, he would probably have thought that the right thing to do was to experience sweetness first and then bitterness. He sat cross-legged on the bed, calmly pressing the 9 revolutions mystic technique, slowly regulating the energy within his body. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. During the cultivation process, the proficiency of the 9 revolutions profound technique gradually increased. Although it's not much, at least we can see progress. Brother, you're back. Brother, you're back. Upon seeing the shoes by the door, Su Ningyue immediately pushed open Su Chen's door and said with delight. What came into view was Su Chen sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, body straight, palms facing upwards. Hearing his sister's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Brother, are you practicing? Didn't you use the 24th set of National Broadcast Gymnastics? Su Ningle asked curiously. The 24th set of National Broadcast Gymnastics exercises the body by continuously stretching to improve blood circulation. Su Chen was just sitting cross-legged. No wonder she guessed he hadn't used the set of broadcast gymnastics. Yes, I've stopped practicing the 24th set and just started practicing a new technique. Su Chen nodded calmly and then looked at her. The next moment, he frowned, stepped forward, carefully examined her face, and asked seriously, Lele, tell your brother, what happened to the injury on your face? And what about the bruises on your arms? Were you bullied at school? Su Ningle's body trembled slightly, and a trace of discomfort flashed in her eyes. It wasn't at school, and I wasn't bullied. Getting injured during training at the martial arts gym is common. Don't worry, bro, who would dare to bully me? As she spoke, she forced a smile in an attempt to avoid arousing Su Chen's suspicion. Is that so? Lele, then you'd better be careful. After a long while, Su Chen looked at his sister's eyes, which showed she didn't want him to worry, and ultimately didn't ask any further questions. But that doesn't mean he'll sit idly by. Brother, I'm going back to my room now. Su Ning was pleased that Su Chen wasn't going to press her further, so she quickly left. Unbeknownst to her, every unusual action and behavior of hers was a clear flaw in Su Chen's eyes, but he hadn't exposed it yet. The room was empty. Su Chen sighed softly, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Given Lele's personality, she would never provoke others on her own initiative, so her injuries must be serious. If she was injured while training at the martial arts school, her master would usually apply a healing ointment, but she didn't have any. It must have happened at school. Lele was afraid I would worry, so she chose to keep it from me. But Lele, your silence only makes me more worried. Su Chen decided that he had to resolve this matter before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, things will get even worse when my sister is alone out there. Nothing major is happening tomorrow. With this in mind, he stopped being anxious and behaved perfectly normally while eating, as if nothing had happened and he didn't show any abnormality. Seeing her brother like this, Su Ningyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just thinking about what happened at school made his eyes dim slightly. Back in his room, Su Chen circulated the 9 revolutions profound technique and sat quietly cross-legged. A faint red light flashed in the dimly lit room. Then things calmed down again. It was as if nothing had happened, yet it was also as if everything was happening quietly. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The warm sunshine bathed the earth, bringing a touch of warmth to pedestrians heading out in the morning. In a small, unassuming house in Linhai City, a petite girl finished washing up, forced a smile, and then stepped out of the house to go to school. Meanwhile, in the room next to hers, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He followed the girl out, keeping his distance and quietly trailing behind her. The girl was none other than Su Ningyue. I wonder what will happen if Lele finds out later, Su Chen thought to himself, wondering how he would explain himself if she found out. A pervert stalking his own sister? No, he was just concerned about his sister. Along the way, apart from occasionally attracting the attention of passers-by because of Su Ningle's stunningly beautiful face, nothing unexpected happened. Su Chen nodded to himself. As the older brother, he greatly approved of his sister's looks. Back at Linhai No. 2 Middle School, Mingning asked for leave to participate in the National College Entrance Examination selection, and then came back. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at his alma mater where he had spent 3 years. After watching Su Ningyue walk into the school gate, he followed her inside. Su Ningle was originally qualified to attend the first middle school, but because she was already there, she chose the second middle school, which had relatively poor teaching resources. However, the two rarely saw each other at school. Even if they occasionally meet, they would never reveal to outsiders that they are siblings. One is a genius in the school who is not only extremely good-looking but also has an illustrious reputation. One is an ordinary person who is good at studying but has mediocre talent in martial arts. Who would have thought they were siblings? Su Chen carefully concealed himself. After all, he was at school and someone might recognize him. Although most students in the same grade choose to practice at home on their own, some students with poor martial arts aptitude still participate in the National Civil Service Examination. Compared to the National Martial Arts Exam, which requires multiple rounds of selection, the National Academic Exam, while having no entry requirements, is still highly competitive. The two are simply on different paths, but both are striving for the future. atmosphere, and Suchen deeply understands this. Didn't you find anyone strange? He observed the students around him. Although his relationship with Su Ningel wasn't particularly good, he didn't encounter any malice. Perhaps it's because she's too talented that she doesn't have any friends. After all, having a genius around is too much pressure, and many people can't handle it. Is anyone in the class ostracizing Lele? Or is there something else? Su Chen observed expressionlessly. At this moment, he felt somewhat annoyed that he didn't have the ability to become invisible. After Su Ningel entered the classroom, he could only judge the situation by observing the expressions of his classmates. The next second, a red light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and his original black pupils instantly turned red. If the Uchiha clan knew I used the Sharingan to do something like this, they would definitely curse me to death, right? He couldn't help but laugh at himself, then began to observe carefully. As soon as Su Ningel entered the classroom, the previously noisy classroom froze for a few seconds before returning to its usual clamor. Although it was still noisy, the atmosphere had clearly changed. Su Ninglu remained expressionless throughout, as if he had long been accustomed to it all. She quietly sat down in her seat and began to review the day's lessons. She ignored the occasional strange looks from those around her, focusing solely on her own tasks. Seeing this, Su Chen clenched his fists. Su Chen used his Sharingan to observe the situation in the classroom from a distance. Although Su Ningyue remained silent, he inexplicably sensed a strange atmosphere permeating the air. The culprit behind all this has not yet revealed its true identity, so he could only suppress his discomfort and patiently continue to observe. School bullying mainly manifests in several forms, including physical bullying, verbal abuse, social exclusion, and financial extortion. Looking back on the atmosphere in the class, it was basically a result of social bullying and physical violence. They actually laid a hand on Lele and even colluded with other classmates to systematically ostracize her? I will make you pay the price. As Su Chen thought of this, his blood-red eyes involuntarily turned cold, like a lion ready to unleash its fury at any moment. He knows Su Ningli's personality very well. Although she never gets close to boys, she would never provoke anyone. She is gentle to people and never puts on an arrogant attitude as a genius. As for why she didn't tell her family, perhaps it was a sense of pride, or perhaps it was a desire not to worry her parents. At this moment, a group of girls walked in. The girl in the lead glanced at Su Ningel, then snorted coldly as she passed by, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Perhaps as the core figure of the small group, she felt that her average-looking face gave her a strange sense of superiority over Su Ningyue. Su Ninglu, my injuries hurt so much. She spoke with a mocking tone. Su Ningyue ignored him, looking down at the books on her desk with a wandering gaze, as if she were pondering something, a hint of disgust flashing between her brows. Su Ninglu, why are you ignoring me? Did you chicken out? Su Ningel remained silent, which only emboldened the other party. They thought she was scared. Su Ningel slowly turned her head and said calmly, have you made enough of a scene, Jia Xiaomei? Her cold tone, coupled with her delicate face and expressionless demeanor, was a stark contrast to her lively personality at home. This is the change brought about by the environment. You! Jia Xiaomei was so angry that her face turned red and her neck bulged. Looking at Su Ningel's stunning beauty and elegant demeanor, she felt a surge of jealousy mixed with hatred. If possible, she would love to have Su Ningel's face swapped onto her own. But there are no what-ifs in the world. So, she decided to ruin Su Ningel's flawless face. You just wait. I'll make sure you regret this. Jia Xiaomei understood that this was a school, and for the time being, she was helpless against Su Ningel. She could only make some harsh remarks and wait for an opportunity to teach her a lesson. So what if you're pretty? Who in the class will help you? Who's on your side? Looking at her classmates standing by and watching, she felt secretly pleased, thinking that she had gained the upper hand in this war with Su Ningel. That's right, it's her, Jia Xiaomei. She subtly manipulated her classmates, causing them to unconsciously isolate Su Ningel. They even spread rumors that Su Ningli's current strength was due to his relationship with a rich second-generation heir. Su Ning sighed silently, a sense of powerlessness rising in her heart. She knew that Jia Xiaomei would never let her off easily, and that she would probably be in trouble again, just like before. Hopefully, when I get home today, my brother won't notice anything. Having been pampered since childhood, this was the first time she had encountered something like this. Her first reaction was not to go to her parents, but to feel that she could get through it on her own. Therefore, she didn't tell anyone about it. The bullying she experienced made her realize the complexity and cruelty of the school and society, filling her with resentment. She preferred to stay at home rather than go to school. Su Chen's face was grim, his eyes fixed on the Sharingan as he witnessed everything that happened in the classroom. Although he couldn't hear anything, his intuition told him that the girl in the lead was the culprit who had injured his sister. It's best not to alert them before they make a move. He decided to continue observing and collecting evidence of her wrongdoing, waiting for her to receive the punishment she deserved. Lele, how's school? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Su Chen took out his phone, opened his sister's chat interface, and after a moment of silence, decided to test her thoughts. The reply came quickly, within 2 minutes. It's not bad. Of course I get along well with my classmates. classmates. Why are you suddenly asking this, bro? Suning Yue replied to Su Chen's message, but at the same time she was a little puzzled. Her older brother, who never took the initiative to contact her, suddenly started chatting with her this time, which made her feel that this was strange. But she still pretended to be happy when replying to messages, afraid that her brother would notice something was wrong. Nothing, what's wrong? Can't you even show some concern for your cute little sister? Su Chen lowered his eyes, his expression indifferent, as if he was pondering something, and his reply remained expressionless. Pa, you're like a weasel offering New Year's greetings, you're up to no good. Why didn't you reply to my messages before? I was outside and my phone was dead, so I couldn't reply in time. The conversation ended abruptly at this point. Su Chen had already noticed that Suning Yue was pretending to be nonchalant, but he did not expose her. Whether Suning will admit it or not is one thing, how he knows is another. Time flies. The rise of martial arts indirectly led to the decline of the technological path, and schools naturally place less emphasis on academic subjects. More time and energy are devoted to the students' martial arts development, rather than just academic subjects. Therefore, the school usually lets students go home to practice on their own around 3 or 4 p.m. Only those who feel they have no future in martial arts will choose to stay and continue learning. When Zhao Xiaomei saw Su Ninggle get up and leave, she quickly took out her phone, made a call, and then quietly followed behind her. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Suning Yue come out, and then Zhao Xiaomei appeared shortly after. He was getting impatient waiting for this day. These days, every day is extremely precious to him. If it weren't for Su Ninggle's matter, he wouldn't waste his time here at all. If it were anyone else, he would have stopped caring long ago. After leaving the school gate, Zhao Xiaomei did not continue to follow Su Ninggle. Instead, she and her friends headed straight for a dark alley. Xiaomei, should I continue to teach that girl from yesterday a lesson? That girl had a terrible temper yesterday. If we hadn't outnumbered her, we would have capsized. That being said, that girl is really beautiful. I wish I could have some fun with her. The young men chatted and laughed, completely unaware that a pair of red eyes were watching them from above. Su Chen listened silently while simultaneously turning on his phone to start recording. I will not let you get away with this. I will make you pay the price. Su Chen stared at the group of young people in front of him and muttered to himself. He was relieved that he discovered it in time, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop it from going wrong. We must teach Su Ninggle a lesson today, Zhao Xiaomei said, her face full of resentment. She wanted to teach Su Ninggle that arrogance comes at a price. Don't worry, we're experts at getting things done. But what if we do this? Won't her family retaliate? One of the young men hesitated for a moment before expressing his concerns. He felt that getting into trouble because of this would be a greater loss than gain. I've investigated. Her parents are very ordinary, so don't worry. Don't bully them. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Zhao Xiaomei proudly raised her head. Although her family wasn't a top-tier aristocratic clan, her father was a grand martial arts master. She lived a very comfortable life at Linhai No. 2 Middle School. None of her classmates were as well off as her, and no one dared to mess with her. We're relieved to hear that. We might as well give that girl a try. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaomei's affirmation, the young leader smiled, a glint of lust flashing in his eyes. Zhao Xiaomei frowned, looking at the greedy people in front of her with displeasure, who actually wanted to make a move on a high school girl. Don't they know how dangerous the consequences would be if they were exposed? Besides, it's not like she didn't pay. If they are discovered, even if her father is a great martial arts master, he cannot protect them. I also want to try that girl. She's incredibly beautiful. Indeed, indeed. As Zhao Xiaomei listened to their conversation and thinking of Su Ninggle's stunning figure, a burning jealousy ignited in her eyes. Why am I not as beautiful as her? Just a commoner. Fine, go ahead. But make sure to record a video so I can enjoy it later, she ordered fiercely. Thinking about how the usually arrogant Su Ninggle would react to such a situation, Zhao Xiaomei secretly felt smug. After receiving her approval, the young men were so excited they almost lost control. They were preparing to head along the route that Suning would inevitably take home, as they had already thoroughly studied the route beforehand. Very good. Just then, Su Chen suddenly jumped down from upstairs with a bang, scattering rocks all around him. He stared at them expressionlessly. Are you trying to cause trouble for Su Ninggle? He slowly turned his head and said in a low, cold tone, none of your business, don't meddle, or we'll kill you. The group was startled by Su Chen's sudden appearance. At first, they thought something serious had happened, but after seeing that it was Su Chen, they immediately showed a contemptuous expression, thinking that a high school student dared to block their way. I know, you must like Su Ninggle, right? Zhao Xiaomei spoke with a smile, but her eyes revealed dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, why does everyone like Su Ninglu, but nobody likes me? You are all very good. Seeing that verbal persuasion was ineffective, Su Chen had no choice but to resort to physical force to make them obey. Are you looking for death, kid? How dare you come and provoke us all by yourself? They laughed and slowly gathered around, forming a circle. Su Chen remained calm as they approached. Without using any special techniques, he simply activated his Sharingan. He wanted to make these people feel the pain of being punched hard. They suddenly rushed over with sinister smiles, intending to subdue introduce Su Chen together. Su Chen subtly dodged to the left, avoiding the impenetrable encirclement, and then raised his fist. Aura, aura, aura. One after another, the four guys fell to the ground under Su Chen's attacks. Is that all you've got? Su Chen glanced disdainfully at the people lying on the ground and coldly uttered 4 words. Their attacks were nothing more than a warm-up for Su Chen. They were more like an after-dinner workout. Brother, we were wrong. We're sorry. We shouldn't have offended you. Whatever you command, the brothers will obey. The leader of the group of young people stepped forward and looked at Su Chen with pleading eyes. Su Chen ignored him, but slowly turned his head to look at the trembling Zhao Xiaomei and approached her step by step. No, don't come any closer. My dad is a grand martial arts master. If you touch me, the consequences will be dire. However, Zhao Xiaomei was too naive. Not everyone was afraid of her father, a master martial artist. At least Su Chen was not afraid at all, and even chuckled inwardly. With his strength, what was it to face an ordinary grand martial master? Moreover, he has a martial spirit expert backing him up who is willing to stand up for him. Oh, Su Chen replied casually. Why? Why do you all like Suning music? What's so great about that bitch? I must kill her. I'm going to ruin her face. Zhao Xiaomei watched as Su Chen showed no sign of stopping, her jealousy growing stronger. She clearly saw Su Chen's strength. He could easily defeat a group of people. Yet this very person stands beside Su Ninglo, whom she hates the most. Su Chen's face turned cold, his gaze indifferent, and he raised his hand and swung it down hard. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the quiet, dark path. Zhao Xiaomei looked at Su Chen in disbelief, the pain on her face making her cover her cheek. Su Ninglu is my sister. If you ever dare to cause her any more trouble, I will make sure you suffer. Su Chen's tone was calm but left no room for doubt. He spoke very seriously. If it weren't for the fact that she was still a student, he probably wouldn't just be standing there talking now. Did you understand? Seeing Zhao Xiaomei standing still and not responding, Su Chen raised his voice. I understand. I understand. Zhao Xiaomei trembled all over, staring at Su Chen's bloodshot eyes, her heart filled with fear. You really can die. You really can die. This person is really serious. Zhao Xiaomei's intuition told her that if she did anything to Su Ningl would never let her off easily, even though her father was a powerful martial arts master. Thinking of this, she lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Even my brother dotes on Su Ningl so much. I'm so jealous. Why did the boy I like confess to you? Why doesn't he like me? Why can you so easily reject the boy I like? Su Ninglo. It turns out that Zhao Xiaomei provoked Su Ningl simply because the boy she liked had fallen for Su Ningl. This is what triggered the whole controversy. No, perhaps it shouldn't be considered a disturbance, since this matter wouldn't have ended so quickly without Su Chen's intervention. Zhao Xiaomei's girlfriends had already fled when the situation turned unfavorable. Seeing that Zhao Xiaomei had admitted defeat and promised not to harm Su Ningl again, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Of course, if she does anything again, Su Chen will not hesitate to take action. Remember to apologize to my sister, and remember to be sincere. Zhao Xiaomei nodded involuntarily. Then, Su Chen turned to the young men lying on the ground. What about you? Aren't you going to do anything? Or do you want to take advantage of my absence to continue targeting my sister? His tone was calm, but not intimidating. He believes that these people who have been through the ups and downs of society know how to distinguish between those they can mess with and those they can't. No, we didn't mean to refuse. We promise we will never disrespect your sister in the future, right? When the young man in the lead saw Su Chen staring at them, he quickly responded in a flattering manner, and then looked at the others. Yes, we would never disrespect your sister in any way. The others were also intimidated by Su Chen's imposing presence and could only nod repeatedly. They were now filled with regret, wondering why they had taken such a brutal beating for a little money. This young man was definitely not an ordinary person. Since you're so sensible, I'll be leaving now. You'd better take care of yourselves. After the matter was more or less resolved, Su Chen didn't intend to say anything more and left directly. At this moment, Zhao Xiaomei stood up shakily, preparing to leave. She no longer dared to provoke Su Ningl and only wanted to avoid her completely. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, how dare you just leave like that? The young man in the lead was furious when he saw Zhao Xiaomei acting as if nothing had happened and preparing to leave. Wei Zirui, what else do you want? I've already paid you. She was afraid of Su Chen, but she didn't care about these social scumbags at all, and even temporarily forgot the pain on her face. Besides, it's not like she didn't pay. Zhao Xiaomei, didn't you say Suning Lejia was just average at first? Now my brothers and I have been beaten up for nothing. What does this mean? Wei Zirui questioned. If they had known earlier that Suning Lejia had such a powerful older brother, they would never have provoked him. They won't be beaten for nothing. How should I know? I got beaten up too. Were you the only ones who got beaten up? Zhao Xiaomei retorted angrily. Compared to Su Chen, this group of people annoyed her even more. I don't care, my brothers and I were injured today, you have to compensate us, or else, Wei Zirui threatened. Zhao Xiaomei's face darkened as she looked at the people around her gradually standing up. She knew that she wouldn't be able to leave safely today without offering something. Here, take it all. She finally gave in. Suning Yue had just entered the martial martial arts gym, her mind filled with doubts. She knew she had clashed with Zhao Xiaomei that morning, and Zhao Xiaomei would never let her off so easily. She had expected to be confronted after school, and sure enough, she was. Just as she stepped out of the classroom, she noticed Zhao Xiaomei's movements. So she quickened her pace and tried to walk in crowded places, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaomei did not come to find her. Su Ninggle wasn't afraid of Zhao Xiaomei alone, but she had brought a large group of people with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten injured before. However, Su Ninggle was not afraid. On the contrary, she felt that these experiences would help her grow faster. She firmly believed that one day she would pay back everything, but she had no idea that this group of people were planning to do something illegal to her. Senior Sister Su, training is about to start. Aren't you going to change into your training clothes? A kind junior sister reminded her when she saw that Su hadn't changed into her martial arts gym uniform yet. Oh, you're here. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ningyue immediately snapped out of her daze. With these questions in mind, she began her training for the day. Time flew by. After returning home, Su Ningyue glanced at Su Chen and found that he was cultivating, so she didn't disturb him. After she left, Su Chen opened his eyes and smiled. Little sister, don't be so polite, I'm the best brother in the world. He never admitted that he was a complete siscon. The next day, Su Ninggle arrived at school as usual. Walking towards her was Zhao Xiaomei, who was accompanied by her group of girlfriends. Su Ningyue looked at them, her body involuntarily tensing up, ready to deal with any possible conflict. However, Zhao Xiaomei bowed deeply to her in front of the whole class. What are you doing? She looked at them with a face full of doubt, not understanding what their purpose was. Were they trying to frame her again? Su Ninglu, I'm so sorry. Su Ninglu, I'm so sorry. Su Ninglu, I'm so sorry. Zhao Xiaomei and the others apologized repeatedly. Originally, the others were unwilling to apologize, feeling it was too embarrassing. But Zhao Xiaomei's words, if you don't come to apologize, brother Su Ninggle will come looking for you, scared them so much that they immediately ran over. Su Ninggle stared at the scene, which resembled a movie plot, and was at a loss for how to react, standing there dumbfounded. The classmates stared at them in disbelief, completely bewildered by what had happened. Zhao Xiaomei actually apologized to Su Ningyue? My 2G network is almost outdated. Could it be that the person who was keeping Su Ninggle taught Zhao Xiaomei and the others a lesson? The surrounding students were talking amongst themselves, but no one really knew the reason. They just stared in shock. But they always think about it in the darkest way. Hearing these comments, Zhao Xiaomei broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at everyone and said seriously, don't talk nonsense. Su Ninggle wasn't kept at all. It's all just me making things up. She knew that after saying those words, she would definitely not be able to get along in class, but the thought of Su Chen filled her with fear. That can't be. How dare Zhao Xiaomei say such a thing? The surrounding students gasped in shock, as if they were contributing to global warming. We're sorry, please forgive us. Seeing that Su Ninggle had no reaction, Zhao Xiaomei continued to apologize. However, she also had a plan in mind, so she changed Itoi so that even if she wasn't forgiven, she wouldn't have to bear the responsibility alone. Meanwhile, she kept waving her right hand across her cheek, as if she felt no pain. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Su Ning looked at Zhao Xiaomei and the others with complicated emotions, knowing that they were the source of the rumors. Although I was mentally prepared, I still had some doubts. After all, she didn't understand why the other party was doing this, or what benefit it would bring them. I accept your apology, Su Ninggle said calmly, but you have to tell me why you did this? I don't remember ever offending you, so why are you suddenly apologizing? Zhao Xiaomei and her disloyal girlfriends exchanged glances for a few seconds before finally looking at Zhao Xiaomei, who was in charge. Can I talk to you alone? She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Su Ningyue was willing to forgive her, but what he said next made her fall silent. What she said next was both shameful and foolish to her. As for Su Ninggle's last question, why should we apologize? Zhao Xiaomei had no idea how to answer. Doesn't she know that her brother did all of this? On the school's rooftop, two figures stared at each other. Tell me, what is the reason? Su Ningyue crossed her arms, her brows furrowed, her expression bearing a striking resemblance to Su Chen, though she was slightly less imposing. Also, weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? She felt that someone must be helping her behind the scenes. Otherwise, she knew Zhao Xiaomei's personality very well. She would never back down easily, and might even look down on most people in the school because of her privileged family background. Actually, I liked someone before, and then you. Zhao Xiaomei's face showed embarrassment, but in front of Su Chen's imposing presence, she still told the story bit by bit. Just because of that? Su Ningyue's eyes widened in disbelief that this was actually part of her life's plot, a melodramatic scene from a novel actually happening to her? This was no joke at all. Just because of that, you treat me like this? The melodramatic plots in novels are not funny in real life, they only evoke anger. Zhao Xiaomei lowered her head and buried it in her chest. After a long while, she nodded, which was considered an admission of the matter. Thinking of Su Chen's immense strength, she couldn't help but yearn for power. If only I had that kind of power, then. I just hope you can forgive me. Forgive you? Su Ning laughed angrily. She was clearly the victim, so why was Su Ning acting like one. And what about me? What about my injuries? Are you just going to pretend they never happened? Zhao Xiaomei's ridiculous reasons made her feel suffocated. She might as well just say that Zhao Xiaomei didn't like her. I can give you a lot of money to compensate you, Zhao Xiaomei said softly, then thought that Su Ningguo had that brother, so she shouldn't be short of money. I only have this. Fate is always strikingly similar. Yesterday I was slapped by Su Chen, and today I was slapped by Su Ningguo. Don't think everyone cares about money. Su Ningguo slapped Zhao Xiaomei hard. This slap is for myself. Her slap was incredibly powerful, and it landed precisely on the spot where Su Chen had hit her the day before, causing her already swollen face to swell even more. Also, why the sudden apology? Zhao Xiaomei felt that Su Chen hadn't told her sister, and if she did, she might face retaliation. I can't say. Upon hearing this, Su Ningguo turned and left. Since we can't get an answer, why waste time staying here? At least she knew someone was helping her, and it must be someone close to her. Watching Su Ningguo's receding figure, Zhao Xiaomei gently covered her swollen cheeks, her body trembling, her nose stinging, and she lowered her head to sob softly. I want to become stronger, so that no one can bully me. In this world, strength is paramount. If I don't want to be bullied, the only way is to become stronger. She realized that it wasn't Su Ningguo's fault, it was all her own. At the same time, a seed of pursuing power was planted in her heart. Perhaps after experiencing all this, she might strive harder and become a powerful figure, but at that time, none of that will matter to Su Ningguo, much less to Su Chen. Then, will Su Chen still be afraid of her? Su Ningguo returned to the classroom. Facing the strange looks from everyone, she remained expressionless and calmly returned to her seat, but in her heart, she kept thinking, who is helping me? She sorted through all her relationships, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be my brother? He saw the injury on my face that day but didn't say anything. Maybe he went to the school to investigate later and eventually found Zhao Xiaomei. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that was the case. Although she was a well-known genius and a goddess-like figure at school, who would have thought that she had almost no close friends? Therefore, naturally, very few people are willing to help her. It just so happens that Su Chen discovered her injury that day, and even though he had a conflict with Zhao Xiaomei the next day, he was not bothered by her. If I'm not mistaken, my brother observed at school yesterday and found that Zhao Xiaomei and I had a conflict. After school, he followed her and discovered quite a few things, and then he even resorted to violence. Thinking of this, Su Ningguo's lips pursed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Su Chen secretly helping her. But a warm feeling welled up inside me, and that feeling couldn't be faked. She could have just said it directly, but she insisted on helping secretly. What kind of behavior is that? She muttered under her breath, the slight upturn of her lips betraying her current mood. The classmates who were secretly observing her expression stared in disbelief at the smile that appeared on Su Ningguo's lips. Goddess Su actually smiled. So beautiful. She truly is Goddess Su, forever a goddess. Don't tell me you're laughing because you're a boy. That's right, everyone calls Su Ningguo Goddess Su. Once the rumors were debunked, everyone's attitude towards her changed dramatically. That's human nature. Su Ningguo didn't care about this at all. She just wanted to get home as soon as possible and find out the truth from Su Chen. She had no interest in going to the martial arts gym where she usually trained. Of course, she had no intention of skipping training at the martial arts school. Even though Su Chen is now very powerful, she doesn't want to be just a pretty face. On the contrary, Su Chen's strength aroused her determination to become stronger. Moreover, she gradually realized that improving her skills was actually a joyful, fulfilling, and satisfying experience. With that thought in mind, Su Ningguo slowly picked up her school bag, ignoring everyone's gaze, and walked firmly toward the Fenglai martial arts school. Today I will become twice as strong. The breeze she stirred up as she walked was filled with the vitality of youth. So soon? I didn't expect it to be the eve of the selection tomorrow. Su Chen just received a call from teacher Wang, informing him that he needed to go to school tomorrow to participate in the Linhai City college entrance examination selection process, and asking if he wanted to participate. If so, he was to arrive at school on time tomorrow. System, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel open. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist, rank 4, special ability, S-rank Kemui Kaleidoscope, cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, 600/10,000, light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000, chi and blood, 450 points, strength 1350 points, speed 450 points, mental strength 200 points, skills, intangibility, Kemui, intermediate fireball technique, 20/1000, lightning release, Chidori beginner, 300/500, Shui version body flicker technique beginner, 850/1000, intermediate basic swordsmanship, 1500/2000, finger pistol, max level, points, 9800. That's right. After 2 days of training, Su Chen successfully broke through from the 3rd level of martial artist to the 4th level. Although there are countless people in Linhai City with higher cultivation levels than him, but now his strength has reached 1350 points, which alone is comparable to a 1st level Grand Martial Master. faster. There might be some shortcomings in terms of speed. However, absolute power can completely make up for this shortcoming. At the very least, he was confident that getting into the top 3 in the selection should not be a problem. In his opinion, Morong Shuet, the strongest genius in Linhai City, was only slightly stronger than him in cultivation. But in a real fight, his opponent still couldn't beat him. It seems I can only fight with the strength of a 4th-level martial artist tomorrow. If it's someone of the same level, I don't think anyone can be my match. Su Chen stared at the attributes on the character panel and nodded to himself. Although he knew that tomorrow's competition might not be as exciting as he had imagined, he still felt a strange sense of anticipation. Lele, you shouldn't get bullied again today, right? He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and subconsciously glanced at the video saved on his phone. If you dare to do anything again, I won't be so polite. The phone contained evidence of Zhao Xiaomei's transactions with them. He believed that once this evidence was exposed, Zhao Xiaomei's fate would be dire, so he ultimately gave the other party a chance. A rhythmic knocking sounded, and soon the door was pushed open, revealing Su Ningdal. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Su Chen thought to himself with deep emotion, then asked, Lele, is something the matter? As he spoke, he observed Su Ningyue's condition and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she had no injuries, knowing that things were finally really over. As for the sweat on her body, Su Chen guessed it was probably because she was too tired from training at the martial arts gym. Su Ningyue lowered her head, biting her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. She had so much to say, so many questions to ask, but in the end, she couldn't utter a single word. Brother, yesterday, did you do something? Su Chen smiled gently. Yes. Before he could finish speaking, a fragrant figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. Lele, what are you doing? He really didn't expect that this incident would have such a big impact on his sister. Brother, thank you. Su Ningdal nestled in Su Chen's arms, her voice low, but next time you must tell me in advance, otherwise I'll be even more touched. Actually, if Su Chen had told her beforehand, she might have refused to help. Don't thank me, I'm still your brother after all. Su Chen paused, then continued, Lele, you're so sweaty, aren't you going to take a shower? He hadn't intended to say much, but seeing that Su Ningyue hadn't moved for a while, he hinted to her that she was indeed feeling sticky and uncomfortable from sweating too much. Su Ningyue snorted coldly, lightly tapped Su Chen's chest, and then stood up. Of course, she understood what Su Chen meant. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she turned and left. She usually took a shower first thing after coming home, but this time she was so moved that she completely forgot. He actually looks down on his own sister. Su Ningyue muttered to herself, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen. Su Chen smiled wryly. Lele, are you angry? He shook his head, thinking that his actions just now might have really hurt his sister. By the way, I'm going to participate in the Linhai City College entrance examination selection tomorrow. During dinner, the 4 family members were enjoying a happy time together when Su Chen said, no matter what, by tomorrow, we won't be able to keep it a secret anymore, whether it's his ability or something else. This is just to let our parents know so they can prepare themselves mentally. Okay, go ahead. Su Xinghai paused for a moment, then said, no matter the outcome, your mother and I will be with you until the end. Be careful. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, surrender. Don't be afraid of losing face, there's nothing shameful about it. Lin Muyan looked at Su Chen with concern, her eyes filled with a mother's love for her child. Su Chen nodded. Su Ningyue, standing to the side, pursed her lips. Although she was a little worried about her older brother, she thought that her brother alone could make Zhao Xiaomei submit, so his strength must be considerable. There shouldn't be too much danger, after all, it's just a martial arts competition in Linhai City. Humph, let me see just how much strength you've been hiding from me. She knew that Su Chen was hiding a lot of strength, but she didn't know exactly how much. After finishing his meal and washing up, Su Chen immediately returned to his room to begin his cultivation for the day. Time is money, but money can't buy time. This is not just empty talk. Will taking too much of either Qi blood pill or Qi boosting pill weaken its effects? Su Chen took 2 pills at the same time again. Compared to the first time I took the pill, although the effects are still present, they are far less than before. However, he was not disappointed. After all, his Qi and blood foundation is now very stable during cultivation, and he has no feeling of being weak, especially after using the 9 revolutions profound technique. This feeling is becoming increasingly apparent. Its internal energy and blood are abundant, comparable to that of a large demonic beast. Let's begin our cultivation. Su Chen calmed himself down, sat cross-legged, palms up, and slowly began to circulate the 9 revolutions profound technique. At this rate, even reaching the 5th level of martial arts might only take a few days. As for whether cultivation will slow down later on, sorry, he hasn't noticed that yet. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. The next morning, Suchen slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his cultivation. The entire night of cultivation did not leave him feeling tired. On the contrary, it made him feel exceptionally well. After washing up, he prepared to go to Linhai No. 2 Middle School. All students participating in the Linhai College entrance examination selection had to first assemble at their respective schools and then proceed to No. 1 Middle School together. After all, Linhai No. 1 Middle School is undoubtedly the No. 1 school in Linhai City in terms of both facilities and strength. Therefore, at times like these, the other schools in Linhai City could only silently obey and head to the first middle school. Although they were resentful, what could they do? Teacher Wang, I'm here. As soon as Suchen entered the school gate, he saw Teacher Wang busy organizing the students participating in the selection to get on the bus. I didn't expect you to come. Teacher Wang gave Suchen a complicated look. He knew Suchen's talent, but he didn't expect him to still refuse to give up. Forget it, I have no right to stop someone who pursues martial arts, especially since he is my student. Anyway, be careful on your way there, and go register. There will be a lottery at the first middle school later. If you're lucky, you'll meet opponents of similar skill levels. After saying this, Teacher Wang patted Suchen's shoulder heavily to express his support, told him the registration location, and then left. Suchen watched Teacher Wang's retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just as he turned his head, he saw a cool and aloof figure looking at him hesitantly. His lips twitched, and he stepped forward to greet him. Classmate Morong, hello, long time no see. Suchen, it's been so long. Morong Shui replied. After returning home, Morong Shui immediately investigated Suchen's identity with Zhao Yuer. After all, Suchen not only told her his name, but also said that they went to the same school, which made the investigation much easier. However, the investigation results shocked the two of them. Sister Morong, are you sure it's this person? It clearly states that he has an F-level ability, and it's a relatively weak Spirit Eye ability. Does he really have the ability to kill a demonic beast at the 9th level of martial arts? Zhao Yuer, being straightforward, voiced her doubts. In her opinion, to defeat a 9th level martial artist of similar age, one's superpower must be at least A level or higher, and one must be quite powerful. The man before them possessed only an F-level superpower and was merely a quasi-martial artist in terms of martial arts cultivation. There might have been some improvement before, but not by such a large margin. How could an F-level ability user possibly make such a leap in such a short time? It wasn't that she didn't want to believe it, but it was just too unbelievable, making her wonder if Morong Shui had misheard the name or mistaken the person. Morong Shui pondered as she looked at the information about Suchen. If the photo in the document hadn't looked exactly like the person who saved her, she probably wouldn't have believed it. But it was clearly him. She remembered it perfectly. Spirit Eye ability. Morong Shui seemed to remember something. When Suchen made his move, were his eyes different from a normal person's? A flash of red light crossed her mind. I understand. She finally understood why Suchen's ability level was listed as F, yet his strength was so formidable. The reason can be summed up in just two words: mutation. That's right, it's a mutation. Suchen's ability must have undergone some kind of benign mutation. She'd seen ordinary Spirit Eye ability users before, and their eyes didn't change much at all. It must be that the Spirit Eye ability mutated, indirectly giving Suchen's talent a huge boost. It transformed him from someone with mediocre talent, or even someone with poor talent, into a genius who surpassed her. She also discovered that Suchen's parents were once renowned geniuses in Linhai City, but they had experienced some events that rendered them unable to cultivate. As the offspring of the two, it's not surprising that Suchen was able to develop supernatural abilities. This was the only explanation she could think of. Unfortunately, she had no idea that all of this was actually thanks to the system. I suspect that Suchen should. Morong Shui slowly revealed her guess to Zhao Yuer. That's why. Zhao Yuer, who was standing aside listening attentively, gradually changed her gaze from doubt to focus, and finally to shock. The whole process took only a few minutes. After accepting Morong Shui's idea, Zhao Yuer, an A-level ability user, did not have the same illustrious background as Morong Shui, but her thoughts were no different. She just thought Suchen was really lucky to have a superpower mutation. After all, superpower mutations are generally either S-level or A-level. No wonder he has such great strength. Thank you for that day, Suchen, Morong Shui said sincerely. Without you. She recalled that day. If Suchen hadn't come to her rescue, she and Zhao Yuer would have perished in the monster forest long ago, and would have had to watch helplessly as the monsters devoured their bodies. The more she thought about the monster tearing her apart bit by bit, the more grateful she became to Suchen. Then she thought of Zhou Yukue, who had run away. Although she confessed what had happened to her parents as soon as she got back, the Zhou family's background was no worse than the Morong family's. However, the other party only offered a meager compensation and then disappeared without a trace. Does the Morong family lack this little bit of compensation? This was blatant disrespect to the Morong family, so the Morong family immediately condemned the Zhou family's actions. Surprisingly, the eldest son of the Zhou family returned to Linhai at this time. Returning to Linhai from the capital is no small matter. It should be noted that Zhou Zhou Hui, the eldest son of the Zhou family, is a student at Beijing University and has reached the 9th level of the Great Martial Master. While his strength wasn't particularly intimidating, what truly warranted attention was his identity. "No need to thank me, I was just doing a small favor that day," Suchen said, shaking his head. To him, it was nothing more than saving Morong Shui on a whim. After saving the person, he did not expect any reward. That was just a natural reaction to complete the system task. If the monster that appeared at that time was much stronger than him, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. He can kill monsters within his capabilities, but if they exceed his strength, he can only give up helplessly. He is not a good person, nor does he want to be one. He only wanted to protect the people around him. The lives and deaths of others were none of his concern. "No, Su Chen, saving me doesn't mean nothing happened," Morong Shui said seriously. "If it's alright, could I treat you to a meal?" A hint of expectation flickered in her cold gaze. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to express my gratitude." "We'll see," Su Chen replied casually. "Let's talk about it another time." He casually declined. He wasn't stupid. He would never believe that she liked him. One of the 3 great illusions in life: she likes me. On the surface, Su Chen looks like an 18-year-old young man, but in his heart he has already entered middle age. He will never make that kind of absurd idea again. "Really? Well, alright." After being rejected, the light in Morong Shui's eyes dimmed slightly, then brightened again. "Su Chen, then I'll wait until you have time." Lacking experience in interpersonal relationships, she was completely unaware that Su Chen was actually rejecting her. Coldness is both her personality and the armor she wears to protect herself. Yes. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal to have a meal when there was time. He knew in his heart that Morong Shui was only trying to express her gratitude. After all, he appeared and saved her when her life was hanging by a thread, which is why she was grateful. As for other emotions, there probably aren't any. It would be best if she didn't have any further thoughts about him besides being grateful. Just then, someone happened to pass by. "Isn't this Su the madman? Isn't he an F-level ability user? He actually plans to participate in the selection competition?" Zhou Yukue shouted loudly, clearly trying to embarrass Su Chen. Su Chen frowned slightly. At first, he didn't immediately recognize who the person in front of him was, but after taking a closer look, he finally remembered, wasn't this the young master of the Zhou family whom he had fought before? Back then, this young master of the Zhou family tried to teach him a lesson, hoping to win Morong Shui's favor, but unfortunately he ultimately failed. How could a delicate flower in a greenhouse possibly compete with him? "Isn't this young Master Zhou?" Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" His gaze was fixed on Zhou Yukui like a sharp sword, his dark eyes devoid of any smile, as if both a warning and a mockery. "Zhou Yukui, what are you doing here?" Morong Shui stared at him coldly. When she saw Zhou Yukui, the icy aura emanating from her body gradually affected the surrounding temperature, and the air seemed to become cold. Morong Shui, it's been a long time." When Zhou Yukui saw her, he was taken aback at first, then forced to smile. "That day, I didn't mean to abandon you. I was going to find reinforcements." "That's right, that's when I went to find help." He seemed to have found a reason to justify his escape, constantly deceiving himself and trying to package his shameful act of fleeing as a legitimate decision. Morong Shui sneered, not wanting to respond to the man's words at all, but simply watching his performance with a mocking expression. "I'm serious," Zhou Yukui said anxiously. If Morong Shui hadn't returned then, he wouldn't have cared. But after abandoning the two of them, the thought of Morong Shui's stunning beauty stirred a faint sense of regret within him. But the thought of his own life made him quicken his pace unconsciously. When he heard that Morong Shui had managed to walk out of the monster forest alive, he was initially overjoyed. But then, remembering that he had abandoned the two of them, a complex emotion welled up in his heart, a reluctance to see them return alive. Morong Shui crossed her arms and silently watched Zhou Yukui's performance. She had seen through his true nature the moment she was abandoned. Such a person is neither worth getting close to, nor worthy of being a teammate. If you entrusted your back to someone like Zhou Yukui, you might die mysteriously at any time. "Young Master Zhou, she has already rejected you. What are you still doing here?" Su Chen said coldly and sarcastically, his face expressionless. If he knew that it was Morong Shui who invited him to dinner, I wonder what he would think. "You, very good," Zhou Yukui roared at Su Chen, each word dripping with rage. He was afraid of Su Chen before because none of them had awakened their superpowers yet, and Su Chen was so crazy that those who hadn't awakened their superpowers were no match for him. Su Chen is just an F-level ability user now, so what right does he have to be so arrogant? If he were to encounter Su Chen in the selection competition, he would never give him any chance to admit defeat and would make Su Chen truly understand the consequences of being too talkative. After uttering those harsh words, Zhou Yukui turned and left. He knew that there was no point in saying anything more to Morong Shui, so he simply left. Morong Shui's eyes grew even colder after hearing his words. "Don't worry, Su Chen. If Zhou Yukui dares to hurt you, I will make him pay the price." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered Su Chen's true strength, which immediately made the unattainable beauty of Linhai No. 2 Middle School look embarrassed, and her cheeks turned slightly red. What am I saying? Su Chen's strength far surpasses mine. He can single-handedly kill a 9th-tier martial artist demon beast. Why would he be afraid of a piece of trash like Zhou Yukue? Su Chen smiled gently. Thank you, Morong, he said with a smile. I thought you were always aloof, but I didn't expect you to be so easy to get along with. Ha ha ha. This was the first time he truly understood Morong Shue's personality. Although she appears cold and aloof, she is actually warm and kind at heart. Perhaps this is also thanks to the fact that he once saved her life. No, I should be thanking you. Morong Shue quickly waved her hand and said, oh right, I haven't introduced Yuer to you yet. She was unconscious at the time, so you haven't met. The students around her were stunned to see their usually aloof goddess in this state. What's going on? Isn't that Morong Shue? Why is she being so nice to Su Chen? Don't scare me. My aloof goddess will actually choose a useless person with an F-level superpower? I absolutely cannot accept this. How awful. Su Chen's existence aroused the indignation of many male students in the school. Morong Shue is the face of the second middle school and the goddess in everyone's eyes. Now she is being so nice to a useless person with an F-level superpower. This makes them feel extremely unbalanced and think that Su Chen is not good enough for her at all. Su Chen merely glanced at them indifferently and they immediately turned their heads away, not daring to meet his gaze. Although his talent at school may not have been outstanding, his previous reputation still made many people wary. I'm leaving now, let's talk again another time. Su Chen waved casually, then walked straight towards the registration point. Soon after, the school-chartered vehicle bound for the first middle school was parked at the school gate, and all the students participating in the selection competition boarded the vehicle in an orderly manner. Many high school students in grades 10, 11, and 12 who were interested in the competition took leave to come and watch, because it was an important annual selection competition. The school also provided strong support for this. Go for it, bro. Inside the car, Suning Yue gave Su Chen a thumbs up through the window. She planned to wait until her parents arrived before going over together. Su Chen nodded and told Su Ninglu with his eyes, don't worry, I'm very steady. The moment Su Chen got off the bus, he could clearly feel the gap between the two schools, not only in terms of size, but also in terms of teachers and students' qualifications. Most of the students from number 1 middle school who participated in the selection competition were at least at the 5th or 6th level of martial arts. Most of the students at the second middle school are only at the 3rd level of martial arts, and even if they awaken B-level superpowers, they are nothing more than that. Unless one comes from a prominent family, it is simply impossible to compete with the students of the first middle school. I feel like our second middle school is just like a bunch of country bumpkins. One of the students looked at the entrance of the number 1 middle school and couldn't help but express his feelings. These words stung many people like a sharp blade. Many people's expressions changed, but they ultimately chose to remain silent. TSK. How many country bumpkins are we going to get at number 1 middle school today? Do these civilians even deserve to compete with us? I find them disgusting. In my opinion, they should be disqualified from the competition. There's no point in them participating, they're just going through the motions. The mocking voices came from their mouths, not loud, but just loud enough to reach the ears of all the students. Some of the students from the second middle school were ashamed, keeping their heads down and not daring to look ahead. Principal Wang's face was ashen, and with a sudden tremor, the aura of a top-tier martial arts master instantly suppressed the entire scene. The person who had just spoken mockingly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move, cold sweat pouring down his face, and he could only stare at Principal Wang with terrified eyes. Old Wang, how can you argue with a bunch of kids? The principal of the first middle school sensed the aura emanating from Principal Wang and immediately rushed over, easily dispelling the oppressive feeling. Seeing his old friend Principal Zhang easily diffuse the situation, Principal Wang's face turned somewhat ugly, but he was helpless. They're not even students of your school yet, and they're already looking down on others. Principal Wang's face was grim. I was just teaching them a lesson. If Principal Zhang hadn't been there, he would have definitely made those arrogant students understand that words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. Never mind, it's okay. Principal Zhang adjusted his glasses, subtly changing the subject. Competition between the two schools was inevitable. For so many years, the first middle school has suppressed the second middle school, which has led some students to believe that no other school has any value except for the first middle school. Do you have any promising young talents over there? Principal Wang asked, realizing that continuing the small talk was pointless. Me? Nothing special, but I heard you produced a Morong Shue, which is truly enviable. A glint flashed in Principal Zhang's eyes. S-level superpowers, regardless of type, are worth the effort to cultivate. Unfortunately, they weren't students at their school. I should have insisted that Morong Shue choose the first middle school. However, it's not to say that their school has no geniuses. Oh, not at all. It's just an S-level ability. It's far inferior to the first middle school. The two principals were like old foxes. Neither was willing to easily reveal the genius of their school, so they inquired about each other's schools. Group B, number 3? I didn't expect to be ranked so high. lie. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Being number 3 in Group B meant that his turn to compete was coming soon. Li Mingyun? Never heard of him. I'm quite curious to see if he can pique my interest. To be honest, if the opponent is too weak, he will find it boring and would rather stay at home to cultivate. Su Chen, I'm number 1 in Group C. What about you? Morong Shui asked Su Chen as she walked over with Zhao Yuer. Group B, number 3. Su Chen? Is this the one who saved me and Sister Morong? Zhao Yuer felt the name was familiar, and then realized that the other person was her savior. Morong Shui cast a reproachful glance at her. Thank you so much for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, so I can only serve you like a slave in my next life. Zhao Yuer bowed to Su Chen to express her gratitude, but her words sounded unusually relaxed and casual. Morong Shui gently tapped Zhao Yuer's head and looked at Su Chen apologetically, while the latter helplessly covered his head. Su Chen's face was full of black lines, and his eyes twitched slightly. It seemed that this little lowly in front of him was quite interesting. Just kidding, just kidding. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yuer, and my A-level ability is Miraculous Healer. But Zhao Yuer changed her previous frivolousness, extended her hand, and spoke seriously. My name is Su Chen, Su from Su Chen, and Chen from Su Chen. Su Chen introduced himself with a smile. F-level ability Spirit Eye, don't you dare bully me. He said it casually, but it was unexpected. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer's lips twitched as they listened. Putting aside the strange self-introduction, the fact that he even claimed to have F-level superpowers was simply a lie. If he has an F-level ability, then what are they? Are they even inferior to F-level? It's good enough that you don't bully others, Morong Shui said helplessly. How could others possibly bully you? Su Chen, you're so funny. Zhao Yuer couldn't help but burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Who introduces themselves like that? With your strength, you have absolutely nothing to do with F rank. Su Chen looked at the two innocently. He had clearly awakened an F-level ability, but the system had upgraded it to S-level. How could he not believe it? Alright, let's go to the competition. Isn't Morong the first one to go on stage? Why are you still chatting here? He said it casually. Oh, right now. Morong Shui exclaimed in surprise. She had been chatting so happily that she had almost forgotten about it, but luckily she remembered in time. Then we'll be going now. She said goodbye to Su Chen. Zhao Yuer smiled and waved, reminding him to watch Morong Shui's match. Even if you don't tell me, I still have to see it. After all, I need to understand Morong Shui's combat strength. Otherwise, if I accidentally get caught off guard, I won't even have a place to cry. Su Chen sat in the B section of the arena, took out his phone, and the screen was showing a live broadcast of the C section where Morong Shui was playing. The match is currently underway. The live stream is open to everyone. This provides an opportunity for people who cannot be there in person to watch the game. Meanwhile, universities also use live-streamed recordings to select their preferred students. On the stage of Group C, Morong Shui's eyes met those of a nervous-looking man. Hello, Morong. It's an honor to duel with you. My name is Gong Jingming, and my C-level ability is Speed Enhancement. Please give me your guidance. When Gong Jingming saw that his opponent was Morong Shui, he had no intention of winning and only prayed that he would not lose too badly. Yes, Morong Shui, the land is frozen for thousands of miles. Morong Shui coldly uttered these words, and the two separated. With the referee's command, the battle officially began. Special ability, Speed Enhancement. Gong Jingming knew he needed to finish the battle quickly. He hoped Morong Shui would underestimate him so he could gain the upper hand by speed. However, Morong Shui would never underestimate any opponent. Although she did not know Gong Jingming's thoughts, she would never let her guard down. Superpower, a vast expanse of ice. As she activated her superpower, a chill immediately spread out, and her originally black eyes turned ice blue after the power was activated, exuding a powerful aura. However, Morong Shui was also aware of the vast difference in their strength. Therefore, she did not attack with all her might, but simply used her supernatural power to freeze Gong Jingming's feet in an instant, rendering him unable to move. Even with his speed-enhancing superpower, Gong Jingming couldn't dodge the attack. Is it over just like that? As expected of Morong Shui, Gong Jingming stood there, dejected. From the moment his feet were frozen, he knew he was doomed. He helplessly raised his hands. I concede. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap between people, realizing that he was just an ordinary person at the second level of martial arts. The powerful aura emanating from Morong Shui made it impossible for him to judge her cultivation level. He could only vaguely sense that if she made a serious move, he would die instantly. Perhaps, with a C-level superpower and decent academic performance, he would be more than qualified to enter an ordinary university. But who would willingly be the one at the bottom? Morong Shui calmly walked off the stage, her expression unchanged throughout, as if victory was a matter of course. Wow, that's amazing. Is this what an S-class superpowered genius is like? Damn it. I wish I had that kind of talent. Stop dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. I want to be Morong Shui's dog. Lady Morong Shui is so beautiful. The audience on stage erupted in cheers when they saw Morong Shui easily defeat her opponent, and they all raised their hands hands to applaud. Sister Morong, you're so cool. Zhao Yue immediately ran to Morong Shue's side, looking at her with admiration. One move, 10,000 miles of ice seal, crack, the battle was over. If I weren't just a support type ability user, I would love to go up on stage and fight too. Her expression was somewhat forlorn. Support type superpowers can only be used to team up with others for battles during the National College entrance examination. If no one invites you, you simply cannot participate. This is the predicament of support characters. They can only rely on their teammates to carry the team. Without teammates, you are nothing. So what if you're a support class? Morong Shui comforted Zhao Yue by patting her head. When the time comes, you'll be my support, and you won't even need to participate in this selection. You can directly take the National College entrance examination, which is an opportunity that many people dream of. Having a high-level support class also has its advantages. Wherever you go, there will always be someone willing to invite you. After all, having a support player who can heal at any time greatly increases one's sense of security. Okay, I'll definitely help you out then. Zhao Yue nodded vigorously. Morong Shui is quite capable. Su Chen watched Morong Shui's battle, made a quick comparison in his mind, and finally shook his head. After all, Morong Shui's full strength has not yet been revealed. There is no accurate data to refer to. However, he could definitely dodge her move that froze his opponent's feet. Next, Su Chen, Ma Yingzhe, please bring your two contestants to the stage immediately. As soon as the second match ended, the broadcast began. Su Chen immediately stood up and walked towards the arena. How was Morong Shui just now? With a smile on his face, Principal Wang asked the group of college admissions officers. Very good. Let's have Lin Hai University try to get it. We should keep the benefits within the family. Lin Hai? That's nothing. You'd be better off coming to our Shanghai University. The conditions are a million times better. Principal Wan watched with a smile as the many college admissions officers vied for the position, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Kyoto University wants this person. A calm female voice rang out. Why should I? The admissions officer from Shanghai University was somewhat unconvinced. They've been fighting over her all this time, so why does she have so much confidence? This person just casually said that Morong Shui is hers. Is it really because of her connection to the capital? Based on my strength, I am the strongest here. The teacher at the Kyoto admissions office exuded a powerful aura that made everyone feel suffocated. Wait, everyone, let's not hurt our feelings. Let Morong Shui make the choice herself. Principal Wang wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. On the stage, Su Chen and Ma Yingzhe stood face to face. In the distance, he saw his parents and sister sitting together in the stands, silently cheering him on. Student, you should just give up. I have a B-level superpower and the strength of a 5th-level martial artist. You can't beat me at all. Give up. Ma Yingzhe stared arrogantly at Su Chen, not taking him seriously at all. Hey classmate, it wouldn't be good if I hurt you later. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Seeing that Su Chen didn't react, he spoke again in a warning tone. Boring. Su Chen gave a slight smirk, then turned to the referee. When does the match start? He was utterly speechless when faced with such an arrogant person. I simply cannot understand where the other person's confidence comes from. Let the game begin. Friendship first, competition second. Special ability, spiritual sword. Ma Yingzhe's eyes turned cold. He summoned a flying sword and sent it flying towards Su Chen, capable of both offense and defense. Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The spiritual energy sword swiftly attacked Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm, drew his black iron sword from his waist, and with a clang, easily blocked the spiritual energy sword. What? How is that possible? That's a B-level ability. How could it be blocked so easily? Ma Yingzhe stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Since awakening this superpower, he has never encountered an opponent whose spirit sword could defeat him. When he was told that he had been easily stopped by a seemingly ordinary young man, he was surprised to find that he had been outmaneuvered. Okay, he is indeed quite handsome, but it would be easier if you used superpowers. But all the other party pulled out was a cheap knife they'd bought from who knows where. In his eyes, the black iron knife was a cheap trinket that he wouldn't even bother to accept if given to him. Is it my turn? Su Chen smiled faintly, his figure flashing like a ghost, and in the next moment he was in front of Ma Yingzhe, gently pressing the knife that he regarded as cheap against the other party's throat. How so? Ma Yingzhe found it hard to believe, but the stinging pain from the black iron knife against his throat forced him to admit it. He was instantly killed in one move, and by an unknown kid at that. I'm a B-grade supernatural aura swordsman. He collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected, muttering to himself, impossible, I don't believe it. Su Chen wins this match. The referee immediately announced the result when he saw that Ma Yingzhe was unable to resist. Su Chen deftly sheathed his sword and waved vigorously to his parents and sister on the stage. So powerful. Who is this person? Judging from the school uniform, they should be from the second middle school, right? They were able to easily defeat a B-level ability user. Is this their second high school secret weapon? They've really kept it well hidden. The dark horse really is a dark horse. The audience was stunned speechless when they saw Su Chen defeat his opponent instantly without any any hesitation or even using his special abilities. Judging from his relaxed appearance, he probably didn't even warm up properly. Look, bro, you're amazing. That's a Class B ability user. Suning waved her hands excitedly and shouted to her parents. Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun both wore smiles, but a hint of worry flashed in their eyes. How did that student do? Although Principal Wang was somewhat surprised, he mustered up his courage and asked when he saw that the school uniforms belonged to his own school. How come he didn't discover this talent before? I never expected such a surprise from their number 2 middle school. Not bad, at least it's an A-level ability. Getting into our school shouldn't be a problem. That's what the admissions office at Shanghai University said. Judging from Su Chen's aura just now, his strength is only at the 4th level of martial artist, and his superpower should not be particularly strong. Calling him grade A is actually a bit of an exaggeration. That crisp and clean knife technique looks quite good. He'd be more than qualified for a university in Shanghai. But the only way to get in is through the college entrance examination, little by little. It's not to the point that universities in Shanghai would go there specifically to recruit students. The admissions officer from Kyoto University standing nearby didn't say much, just calmly watched everything unfold. Although Su Chen was quite outstanding, he was still a little short of her satisfaction because his martial arts cultivation was too low. Compared to true geniuses, there is a clear gap in their level of understanding. She couldn't possibly dedicate a lot of resources specifically to Su Chen. We can only hope for his future performance. In the Monster Forest military region, Wang Weiguo was watching the live broadcast of the selection competition. Seeing Su Chen easily defeat his opponent, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad, this kid, but his martial arts cultivation is too low. In the martial arts hall, Lin Yuanchan watched Su Chen's battle with a gratified expression, but he was also a little puzzled as to why Su Chen's realm was still stuck at the 4th level of martial arts. Could it be that he's slacking off? As for Su Chen defeating his opponent using only swordsmanship, Lin Yuanchan understood that he was conserving his strength. Although I tried to avoid direct confrontation with that sword just now, Su Chen said, looking at the nick on the black iron blade, a crack still appeared. This black iron sword is just a small trinket worth 100,000 alliance coins, but it has accompanied him in his battles against monsters for so long. It's normal for a gap to appear now. Su Chen didn't blame Black Iron Knife but felt that Zhuo Lindian was too stingy. As the head of Xianbao Pavilion, he was so miserly in his actions. The compensation offered by a meager pavilion master is simply a joke. At the time, Wang Weiguo also felt that Zhuo Lindian was not being fair. In contrast, Wanbage stands out, with its service attitude and preferential treatment of customers reflected in the details. It is often these details that truly retain customers. Black Iron Blade, I guess he'll have to retire after the selection competition is over. Su Chen touched the black iron knife, feeling the blood on it. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he knew that if he continued to use the black iron knife, it would only slow down his progress. He's not fickle, otherwise, he would have already gotten a better one from Wanbage. However, this black iron sword could no longer keep up with his pace. Afterwards, Su Chen began watching other people's matches and surprisingly discovered several geniuses from number 1 middle school. Xia Jingye possesses the S-rank superpower Rapid Slash and is a 9th level martial artist. There were also a few A-level ability users, but he didn't pay much attention to them. A-level abilities alone posed no threat to him. Overall, the first high school clearly has far more geniuses than the second high school. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder number 1 middle school is called the strongest. Even though it's full of rich kids with a huge gap between the rich and poor, the number of geniuses here is the highest in Linhai City. After reviewing the general list of geniuses, he lost interest in staying any longer. After saying goodbye to Su Xinghai and the others, he went home to continue his cultivation. After all, this is the selection process for the entire city to participate in the National College Entrance Examination. How could it possibly end in just one day? Su Chen estimated that, based on past experience, it would take at least many more days to completely end. I remember there would be a reward from Linhai City for getting into the top 10 in the selection competition, right? It seems that in order to support geniuses, only the top 10 students in a city have a chance to achieve certain results in the National College Entrance Examination. Su Chen wasn't surprised by this. In extraordinary times, resources should be concentrated on the most talented people. Only those with greater talent can truly utilize all resources and maximize their effectiveness. The principle that martial artists must fight for victory is not just empty talk, but a real, unspoken rule. In this era, honest people are destined to be trampled underfoot. To become stronger, you must constantly compete, and compete again. System, open the character panel. Ding! Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist, rank 4, special ability, S-rank Kemui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, 200/10,000, light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000, chi and blood, 488 points, strength 1350 points, speed, 488 points. Mental strength 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique 20/1000, lightning release, Chidori beginner 300/500, Shui version body flicker technique beginner 850/1000, intermediate basic swordsmanship 1550/2000, finger pistol, max level. Points, 9,800. Only 20 points away from breaking through to the 5th level of martial artist? Su-Chen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, today I will give it my all and sprint to the 5th level of martial artist. If things continue like this, breaking through to the great martial master realm will probably be achieved very soon. However, Su-Chen was not satisfied with merely reaching the level of a grand martial master. His goal was far higher. The mere grand martial master level could not possibly satisfy his ambitions. Cultivation. Upon returning home, he remained silent and immediately went to his room to begin his daily practice. Bang! Martial artist level 5. Su-Chen smiled slightly, feeling extremely pleased. At his current rate of breakthrough, he wouldn't take too long to compete with true geniuses. After all, those geniuses' speed is far inferior to his, especially after using the 9 revolutions profound technique. The speed of cultivation has increased significantly, and the stability of chi and blood has also been greatly enhanced. At least now, with normal cultivation, the state of being weak and unstable will no longer occur. With the aid of 2 kinds of pills, his cultivation speed was simply phenomenal. However, some young masters and ladies from prominent families might use even better pills than I do, right? Su-Chen thought to himself that although the pills he used were quite good, they were still inferior to the top-tier ones. However, he didn't intend to dwell on it too much. As long as his current cultivation speed was enough for him, that was fine. The only downside was that he was almost out of pills. Su-Chen, you are number 10 in Group B today. Yesterday, a total of 256 contestants were left, with 64 people in each group, divided into 32 numbers. Morong Shui thoughtfully sent a message. As for her contact information, she asked him for it yesterday, but Su-Chen didn't expect her to be so proactive. Thank you for your help, Morong. Good luck in today's competition. After saying that, he got up to wash up and then headed straight for the first middle school. On the second day of the selection competition, contestants no longer needed to take a special vehicle and could travel there on their own. Good luck, bro. I'm not going today, Su Ning said with a smile. I'll watch you dominate on my phone. Oh, and mom and dad aren't going either. Su-Chen's face twitched, full of helplessness. He didn't know how to complain. His younger brother was not going to the competition the next day. They are truly my good family. However, he has a peaceful mindset, and these things don't affect him at all. Inside the first middle school, the principals of various middle schools in Linhai City gathered together, chatting and laughing, but most of them had grim faces. It seems something unbearable has happened to them. My apologies, colleagues. It seems that our first middle school has won the crowdfunding again this year. Principal Zhang adjusted his glasses, and his joy could be seen through the slit in his eyes. I didn't expect our number 1 middle school to have so many talented people. Ha! Just yesterday, after fierce competition, 150 out of 256 contestants came from number 1 middle school. The proportion of gifted students at number 1 high school this year is higher than in previous years. It just goes to show that the number of geniuses in all other middle schools in Linhai City combined doesn't equal the number in number 1 middle school. No wonder the other principals looked troubled. Anyone would feel uncomfortable hearing this news. Fortunately, our school still has a few geniuses holding up the rankings. Principal Wang's expression was not good, but it was better than others. There is also an S-level superpower genius, Morong Shui. That's right, as long as their school can win first place in the selection competition. Even if there are geniuses in Lao Zhang's school, the first place is enough for the second middle school. Are there no admissions officers from major universities here today? Principal Wang couldn't help but ask. They won't come until at least the top 10 are decided, Principal Zhang replied. Next match, number 10, Su-Chen vs. Jia Dai. Please come up to the stage quickly. In the distance, Jia Dai, dressed in ancient costume and holding a fan with the 4 characters, I am the only one who is supreme written on it, jumped onto the arena with an arrogant expression. Su-Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking, such a show-off? Hasn't he ever been beaten down by society? Seeing his opponent's arrogance, he realized that if he went on stage unremarkable, wouldn't he be outdone? Instantaneous movement technique. Adhering to the belief that a man's death is a boy's, Su-Chen flashed and appeared out of thin air on the arena the next second. What? That's too fast. Jia Dai's eyes widened, and he froze the moment he saw Su-Chen appear. A somber atmosphere followed. My name is Jia Dai, with the A-level ability Ling Feng in the 7th level of martial arts. Jia Dai clasped his hands in a salute. To Su-Chen, your speed is extremely fast. Although I have a wind-type ability, I was unable to catch a glimpse of you. I admire you. Even so, he had no intention of giving up. He stared intently at Su-Chen. Su-Chen, F-level superpower, 5th level martial artist. Su-Chen's lips twitched, revealing a forced smile. Oh, I see, an S-rank ability, huh? Cough, 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 cough. Jia Dai nodded in understanding. standing, only to be proven wrong. What? An F-rank ability? He stared at Suchen strangely, his face clearly saying, "Are you kidding me?" He could barely believe in a 5th-level martial artist, but he couldn't accept an F-level superpower at all. "Are we going to fight or not? Stop talking nonsense," Suchen asked impatiently. If Jia Dai hadn't been so polite and well-mannered, he would have punched him long ago. This show-off is so talkative, constantly addressing people as Your Excellency and this humble one. Does he really think he's from ancient times? I see, so you intend to conceal your strength, sir? Jia Dai nodded earnestly. I understand. Suchen drew his black iron sword and charged toward Jia Dai, his speed still so fast that the spectators outside the arena could hardly see him. Special ability, Ling Feng. Although Jia Dai's expression turned serious when he saw Suchen rushing over, he still calmly used his special ability. The sound of wind whistling arose. A gust of wind elemental energy swirled around him, slowly lifting him up and suspending him in midair. Suchen frowned. This was the first time he had encountered a flying opponent. He didn't have the ability to fly yet, so this was a bit tricky. Sir, don't blame me for being despicable, but I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to react on the ground, Jia Dai explained with a grin. Seeing Suchen frown, he felt very smug. Meanwhile, the audience outside the stadium stared in astonishment at Jia Dai, who was suspended in midair. It can even fly. Didn't King Wu not have the ability to fly before? It must be due to his superpowers, otherwise, he couldn't fly. That's an undeniable fact. Some spectators understood the principles behind Jia Dai's flight, and many contestants, witnessing this scene, had somewhat somber expressions. The difference between being able to fly and not being able to fly is like heaven and earth. This was especially evident before King Wu, who could launch attacks on the ground from the air, but not necessarily from the ground. Some superpowers simply cannot be used against airborne targets. Faced with an aerial opponent, you can only watch helplessly as they attack. The contestants from number 1 middle school seemed to be used to it, staring at the players with expressionless faces. With Jia Dai's flamboyant personality, he's probably been spotted long ago while flying in the air. Sir, I'll give you a chance. Jia Dai's lips curled up slightly, and after a pause, he continued, surrender now, and you can avoid suffering. In fact, Suchen didn't care whether he surrendered or not. He simply wanted to take this opportunity to showcase his skills and let everyone know that Jia Dai was the strongest genius in Linhai City. In the stands, Morong Shue's opponents had already chosen to forfeit due to her overwhelming strength. Therefore, she and Zhao Yue were both watching Suchen's match closely. However, this situation made even the usually calm Morong Shue frown, while Zhao Yue was so anxious that she could hardly sit still. Jia Dai is despicable, actually going up into the air. Bah! If he's so capable, let's face each other head-on. Morong Shue shook her head. Putting aside the fact that Jia Dai wasn't stupid, he was just using his own superpowers however he wanted. When it comes to a life-or-death struggle, who cares whether the other party is despicable? Brother! Su Ningdal was a little worried in the classroom, staring at the live stream on her phone, but she didn't know what to do. Zhao Xiaomei watched all this with a complicated expression. She never expected that Su Ningdal's older brother would be a student at the 2nd middle school, and they had never had any contact with each other before. As for whether Su Chen wins or loses, if possible, she certainly doesn't want him to win. Old Wang, your school's students are quite strong, but against aerial attacks, Principal Zhang said, even with the best swordsmanship, they can't possibly hit anything, can they? Principal Wang remained silent and sighed softly. It now seems the outcome is already decided. It's just that Su Chen was unlucky, otherwise, with his speed, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to climb a few more places. Alas, fortune is not on our side. However, many people still firmly believe in Su Chen's strength. A very good suggestion. Su Chen listened attentively, his eyes bloodshot, his Sharingan already activated. But I like to say no to those self-righteous people the most. As for how to take down Jia Dai, he already had a general idea in mind. Alas, sir, I have already given you a chance. Don't blame me for being ruthless from now on. A hint of joy flashed in Jia Dai's eyes. He would feel a little regretful if Su Chen had simply refused. It's a pity that they weren't able to show their true strength. No one can say for sure whether college admissions officers are secretly observing all of this. The better you perform, the more likely you are to attract their attention. Take this. Superpower. Wind Rider. Jia Dai stretched out his right hand, and a whirlwind floated in his hand, though it looked like just a small whirlwind. But once launched, they become countless incredibly sharp wind blades, guaranteed to draw blood upon impact. Don't worry, I'll control the power and try to minimize the damage to you, Jia Dai said hypocritically, then threw the whirlwind at Su Chen. The whirlwind rapidly disintegrated in mid-air, scattering into numerous wind blades. Gusts of wind howled and danced, and 7 or 8 wind blades were already close to Su Chen. Jia Dai smiled smugly. The referee was ready to make a rescue at any time, and medical personnel in the distance were also poised to go. Morong Shui on the stage did not believe that this man would stop there. Zhao Yue covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers, but felt like she was burying her head in the sand. Suning was extremely anxious, not understanding why the referee hadn't intervened. However, if the person involved does not surrender, surrender. The referee will not provide assistance unless their life is in danger. Just when everyone thought Su-Chun was about to end things there, Su-Chen chuckled softly. His Sharingan with 3 Tomo eyes silently watched the rapidly approaching wind blade, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He uttered 2 words softly, then dodged with a swift movement, followed by another, successfully avoiding all the attacks. Blades of wind struck the ground, leaving deep marks. It is conceivable that if one were hit by these wind blades, one would not only die on the spot, but would at least suffer severe cuts and bruises. He would never withstand these attacks without activating his intangibility. The spectators were shocked to see Su-Chen dodge the attack, but considering his speed, they could only accept it. That's great. Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Morong Shui stared intently at Su-Chen, anticipating what kind of attack he would launch. Last time, Su-Chen didn't reveal any special abilities at all. He dodged it? Jia Dai was not surprised. He had never expected to take down Su-Chen in one fell swoop. After all, it wasn't difficult for the opponent to dodge a simple wind blade at a speed that even they couldn't see. You can't fly very fast in the air, can you? Su-Chen's sudden remark left Jia Dai completely bewildered. What does that mean? He was stunned, and just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a roar. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Oh no! A blazing fireball shot out from Su-Chen's mouth. He had never expected that Su-Chen possessed the ability to attack aerial targets, and that it was no less formidable. He had previously assumed Su-Chen's rapid movements were speed-based, but it turned out to be a fire-based ability. Damn it, I was too careless, he cursed inwardly. Compared to the previous beginner version, this intermediate-level fireball technique is significantly more powerful, and the fireball is also much larger, making it much more difficult to dodge. I finally dodged it. That was close. Jia Dai patted his chest. I am the only one. Fan in his hand had long since disappeared. He looked at Su-Chen smugly and laughed. Sir, to be honest, your strength is indeed quite good. You even have anti-air capabilities. However, could you use that move again? I bet that attack just now consumed half of your health, right? In his view, such a powerful fire attack was definitely Su-Chen's trump card, or even a desperate move, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to unleash such power. The audience outside nodded in agreement after hearing Jia Dai's words. That's right, that terrifying attack was very likely to have exhausted his life force, but unfortunately it missed. How could this unknown kid possibly defeat Lord Jia Dai? He's an A-level ability user. Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be a reversal? I feel that Su-Chen's strength is far more than this. In the stands, the audience expressed sighs, disdain, feelings of emotion, and trust. Zhao Yue, standing next to Morong Shui, was already panicking, but she still kept her eyes fixed on the stage. Su-Chen, will you bring me a surprise? Or is this the end? She recalled Su-Chen's effortless kill of the 9th-tier martial artist Demon Crocodile, shook her head, and felt that he must still be hiding some trump cards. Zhao Yue had never seen Su-Chen's strength at the time, and only thought he was lucky, so she was extremely nervous now. Regardless of whether Su-Chen wins or loses, it doesn't matter to her. Su-Chen looked calmly at Jia Dai, then suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at, sir? Jia Dai was both surprised and annoyed that Su-Chen could still laugh even though he was on the verge of death. You've exhausted all your energy and blood. How can you still laugh? Su-Chen's every move made him unable to suppress his anger any longer, and he even subconsciously couldn't bring himself to call him Your Excellency as he usually did. What am I laughing at? Su-Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Jia Dai, you can't be flying very fast, can you? Jia Dai was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, Indeed, I don't fly very fast, but what can you do to me? He wanted to hide the fact that his superpowers were being depleted, and that his vital energy was almost depleted, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Do you really think I've run out of energy? I never said that. You're the one who's always thought that. Su-Chen smiled disdainfully, slowly raised his hands, and began to make a series of gestures. The audience fell silent, as if it were the calm before a storm. Fire release. Great fireball technique. To everyone's astonishment, Su-Chen unleashed the great fireball technique once again, and this time the fireball's power was undiminished. What? How is that possible? Jia Dai was shocked and quickly manipulated his supernatural power to summon wind elements to move to a distance. The fireball grazed past him. He wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, thinking that Su-Chen would not use the same move again this time. However, Su-Chen immediately activated his hands again, and an even larger fireball rushed straight towards him. Is his vital energy inexhaustible? Jia Dai shouted angrily. How come he has released it several times in a row, yet there is no sign of his vital energy being depleted at all? He turned to look at Su-Chen, and seeing the other's relaxed demeanor, his heart sank. Looking back at the flames sweeping towards him, he finally managed to utter, I surrender. Jia Dai wasn't unwilling to continue fighting, but rather his vital energy was nearly depleted. Seeing Su-Chen's effortless demeanor, he knew the opponent could still launch an attack. As for himself, he was already outwardly strong but inwardly weak. He knew that even if he managed to dodge the attack this time, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid it next time. I surrender. The moment those 3 words were uttered, the referee, who had been watching from the sidelines, appeared in front of Jia Dai and blocked the fireball that was about to hit him with both hands. The referee frowned, looked down, and noticed burn marks on his hand. He glanced at Su Chen with some surprise, then left the arena with Jia Dai. The winner is Su Chen. As soon as the referee announced the result, the audience below the stage stared at Su Chen with incredulous eyes. What just happened? Su Chen's blood and energy are so abundant. I really don't understand. I'm getting old. How come young people these days are so strong? Su Chen is definitely a dark horse, easily unleashing his incredibly powerful fireball technique multiple times. I wouldn't believe he's not a dark horse. The audience was abuzz with discussion, and even the students from number 1 middle school watched this scene in disbelief. How is this possible, that Jia Dai actually lost to the 2nd middle school? He was considered one of the top students at school, so how could he have been defeated in the 2nd round of selection? Whether they believe it or not, the facts are undeniable. Morong Shui raised the corner of her eye slightly. I knew it. Su Chen couldn't possibly lose so easily. As she calculated her chances of winning against Su Chen's fireball ability, she realized that if Su Chen only had this one trump card, she still had a very good chance of winning. That despicable Jia Dai, well, Zhao Yuer said with a smile, but before she could finish speaking, the people from the 1st middle school around her turned around and stared at her with fierce eyes. Morong Shui helplessly reached out and covered her mouth. After all, if Zhao Yuer is allowed to talk nonsense, who knows what kind of trouble the students of number 1 middle school might cause if they get angry. Xia Jingye, the strongest genius of the 1st middle school, frowned as he watched Jia Dai lose so miserably. In his eyes, apart from Morong Shui, everyone else in Linhai City was insignificant and posed no threat whatsoever. Su Chen, interesting, he muttered to himself, but the most he could say about Su Chen was interesting. However, he was surprised that Jia Dai lost so easily, since the other party hadn't even used his full strength. Although Su Chen's fireball technique is not bad, his superpower is S-rank Rapid Slash, and its attack power is far superior to that of ordinary superpower users. It seems that our students from number 2 middle school are still superior, Principal Wang said with a smile. His beer belly jiggled with laughter, which sounded particularly ironic to Principal Zhang. It's just that this one student performed well. Principal Zhang's face was not good, but he still insisted there are more than just one genius at 1st middle school. The thought that Jia Dai, an A-level ability user and a 7th level martial artist, had lost to a 5th level martial artist student who didn't even know what his ability was, made Principal Zhang's words particularly grating to the ears of all the principals present. Winning wouldn't have mattered, but losing this time was a huge slap in the face for him, the principal of the number 1 middle school. Principal Wang's face darkened, because what Principal Zhang said was indeed true. The 1st middle school is full of geniuses, and Jia Dai's failure will not have a big impact. There are at least 5 or 6 other strong people of the same level. Losing one is not surprising. At this moment, Zhou Yukui's face darkened, and those around him noticed this and quietly moved away. Su Chen. He slammed his fist against the wall, instantly smashing a large hole in the wall and raising a cloud of dust. He hadn't expected Su Chen to be so powerful, actually able to defeat an A-level ability user. He knew that even he wouldn't have had a chance against Jia Dai. His special ability is merely Earth Spirit Protection. He has no ability to attack aerial targets, and all his strength relies on the land. Congratulations on winning the competition, Su Chen, Morong Shui said with a smile. Su Chen shook his head. He had been watching Morong Shui from the beginning. She had stayed in Area B the whole time. What did that mean? This means that Morong Shui can either kill her opponent instantly, or her opponent simply doesn't dare to fight her. Knowing they couldn't win, they simply admitted defeat. There's another match coming up, and Su Chen's opponent might just give up after seeing your fight with Jia Dai, Morong Shui said softly. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he smiled helplessly. If only that were the case, but I don't have the same influence as Morong. He also hoped his opponent would surrender directly, which would save him trouble and give him time to focus on other dark horses. Although I performed well in my match against Jia Dai, it was just a warm-up, let alone a few more fireball jutsu. Even if Kamui attacks him a few more times, he can withstand it. After cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique, he clearly felt that his blood and chi were abundant, much more so than those of other martial artists at the same level. If it weren't for the slightly insufficient speed in forming hand seals, Jia Dai wouldn't have been able to dodge the first attack at all. Please invite Xia Jingye and Wei Xiaobei to come up on stage for a match. Upon hearing the name Xia Jingye, a glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. I didn't see anything special in Xia Jingye's fight yesterday. He planned to go over and observe further. After all, he hadn't expected Su Chen to be so powerful, capable of defeating an A-level ability user. He knew that even he himself wouldn't have a chance against Jia Dai. His special ability is merely Earth Spirit Protection. He lacks aerial capabilities and can only rely on the land for all his strength. Congratulations on winning the competition, Su Chen, Morong Shui said with a smile. Su Chen shook his head. From the very beginning, he had noticed that Morong Shui had been staying in Area B. What did that mean? This means that she either instantly kills her opponent or the opponent simply doesn't dare to fight her. Knowing they couldn't win, the opponents simply conceded defeat. There's another match coming up, and Su Chen's opponent opponent might just concede defeat after seeing your contest with Jia Dai, Morong Shui said softly. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled helplessly. If only that were true. I don't have the same influence as Morong. He also hopes that his opponent will surrender directly, which would not only save trouble but also give him time to observe other dark horses. Although the fight with Jia Dai just now was not bad, it was just a warm-up. Despite the few fireball jutsu he uses, even if Kamui attacks him a few more times, he can withstand it. After cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique, he clearly felt that his own blood and energy far surpassed those of martial artists of the same realm. If it weren't for the fact that his hand seal speed was a bit slow, Jia Dai wouldn't have been able to dodge his first attack at all. Please invite Xia Jingye and Wei Xiaobei to come up on stage for a match. Upon hearing the name Xia Jingye, a glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. I didn't understand anything about Xia Jingye's fight yesterday. He planned to observe Xia Jingye's strength again, since Xia Jingye had only overwhelmed his opponent yesterday by virtue of his superior cultivation level. Su Chen had to admit that he was indeed a 9th level martial arts master. Let's go and see Xia Jingye's battle, Zhao Yur said eagerly. We're here to gather intelligence. Fortunately, she was able to say those words without changing her expression. Morong Shui smiled helplessly, turned to look at Su Chen, wanting to ask for his opinion. Seeing him nod, she said, then let's go take a look together. Anyway, there's still some time before our competition. So the 3 of them headed towards Area A. What's even more interesting is that Su Chen, Morong Shui, and Xia Jingye are assigned to different war zones. This means the 3 will not meet before the final. Xia Jingye and Morong Shui were perhaps deliberately assigned to different war zones to avoid being eliminated early. But Su Chen knew that he was just lucky. Xia Jingye, I've always heard about your talent at number 1 high school. Wei Xiaobei's gaze was sincere. Now I finally have the opportunity to fight you. I hope you will take it seriously. Xia Jingye nodded proudly. Then let me see your strength and whether you're worth my response. If someone else said such a thing, they might find it inappropriate. But when Xia Jingye said it, it didn't sound out of place at all. On the contrary, it seemed perfectly natural. It was as if all of this was how it was supposed to be. Thank you. A hint of excitement flashed in Wei Xiaobei's eyes. I am Wei Xiaobei, with the A-level ability Great Earthquake and the 7th level of martial artist. At the first high school, although Xia Jingye was not as popular as Morong Shui, his strength was beyond question. Clang, clang, clang. Xia Jingye, S-rank ability rapid /. Xia Jingye calmly announced his ability, signaling the other party to strike first. Wei Xiaobei took a deep breath. He never thought he could defeat Xia Jingye. He only wanted to test his limits. Or perhaps, she hopes to gain the approval of the man in front of her. Since entering high school, Xia Jingye has consistently been at the top of the school, being the strongest in both cultivation and combat. As for Morong Shui, he never believed that a woman could defeat Xia Jingye. Major earthquake. Wei Xiaobei unleashed his supernatural power to the fullest extent. Instantly, the ground on the arena cracked violently, and the earth shook. Especially under Xia Jingye's feet, a bottomless crack appeared, like an endless abyss, into which one could never escape. Xia Jingye glanced at the crack beneath his feet, pushed off with both feet, and leaped lightly into the air, his expression calm, as if these attacks had not stirred the slightest ripple in him. At that moment, a pair of rock-forged hands slowly emerged from the crack and reached out to grab Xia Jingye in the air, as if to drag him into the abyss. The audience on stage held their breath, staring intently at this breathtaking scene. They didn't care who won or lost the match. At this moment, this exciting duel was what they truly wanted to see. So cool. Xia Jingye, keep it up. Wei Xiaobei, you can do it too. Su Chen stared at Xia Jingye expressionlessly. He simply did not believe that a dignified S-class ability user would be easily defeated here. Morong Shui shared the same idea. For her, breaking this move wouldn't be difficult. She only needed to use the power of ice to completely freeze the cracks in the ground. However, Zhao Yur's attitude was completely different. She looked excitedly at the two on the stage. Wow, is Xia Jingye going to lose? I knew it. Only Sister Morong is the strongest. Su Chen and Morong Shui exchanged a glance, both reading helplessness in each other's eyes. Back on the field, facing the giant rock hand controlled by Wei Xiaobei, Xia Jingye remained calm and composed, without the slightest panic. Xia Jingye, can you dodge such an attack? Wei Xiaobei felt uncomfortable seeing his expressionless face. You are in the air right now and cannot exert any force. Jumping up is a mistake on your part. He didn't expect Xia Jingye to jump up, which rekindled a glimmer of hope for him, who had previously had no confidence in the outcome of the competition. After all, how could Xia Jingye, who was in the air, possibly withstand his attack? How could one easily dodge it? He could hardly believe that he had one so easily. Could it be that Xia Jingye is actually a fraud? He muttered to himself, otherwise he wouldn't have one so easily. Xia Jingye was completely unaware of Wei Xiaobei's wild thoughts. He simply stared at the giant rock hand, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, why should I dodge? Why should I avoid it? Why should we avoid it? The seemingly ordinary sentence is full of boundless confidence. He raised his right hand, his eyes resolute, his dark pupils revealing no trace of hostility. Special ability, rapid /. Slash. At this moment, Xia Jingye finally unleashed his S-Class superpower for the first time, Rapid Slash. Everyone held their breath, afraid of missing the moment when this S-Class ability user shone brightly. An invisible slash flew from his hand, and with a whoosh, it pierced right through the surging giant rock hand. The giant rock hand was instantly cleaved in two. It should be noted that this giant rock hand is exceptionally hard, and ordinary firearms cannot budge it. However, an invisible slash could easily cleave it in two. If the attack lands on a person, its power is unimaginable. Xia Jingye didn't use his superpower before because his superpower was extremely powerful. It could kill a person instantly with a single strike, leaving no room for maneuver. This ability, which pursues maximum attack power, sacrifices other attributes, resulting in rapid slashing. After using his superpower to sever the giant rock hand, Xia Jingye landed steadily back on the arena, still expressionless, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He slowly looked at Wei Xiaobei and softly asked, "Are you admitting defeat?" These four short words turned Wei Xiaobei's originally rosy face instantly pale, and he staggered back a few steps. I tried to erase the shadow cast by those four words from my heart, but found it was all in vain. "This is an S-Class ability?" After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice. Xia Jingye's superpower shocked him countless times. He had always believed that his giant rock hand, while not guaranteed to defeat Xia Jingye, would never have imagined that it would be so easily cut in half. What was cut open was not only the giant rock hand, but also his unwavering determination to strive upwards. If Wei Xiaobei had been defeated in some other way, he could have comforted himself. After all, Xia Jingye's superpowers were stronger than his, and he also had a certain advantage in terms of cultivation level. But now, the giant rock hand was easily severed by the opponent's supernatural power. He was completely unable to say anything comforting to himself. Yes, this is an S-Class ability. Xia Jingye did not rush to win, but answered Wei Xiaobei's question. S-Class abilities are beyond your imagination. The difference between A-Class and S-Class abilities is like heaven and earth. Indeed, the gap between A-level and S-level superpowers is as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Only those who truly possess S-Class superpowers can experience the immense power contained within their abilities, far surpassing those mere A-level superhumans. This is why all top universities prioritize admitting S-level ability users, rather than A-level ability users. In their eyes, A-level ability users are just living ordinary lives at school. Unless they are exceptionally outstanding, they are not worth paying special attention to. Wei Xiaobei looked up at the gloomy sky, his mood as gloomy as the day itself. At this moment, he seemed to have become a joke. "Ha, I give up." He smiled wryly and turned to leave the competition stage. His once upright figure was now noticeably hunched over. They disappeared into the cheers of the audience on stage. Clearly, the battle with Xia Jingye dealt him a heavy blow. "Just like that, we won?" Xia Jingye said calmly. "Another boring match." He felt a gaze on him, turned his head and saw a figure staring coldly at him, expressionless. Murong Shui? A glint of fighting spirit flashed in Xia Jingye's eyes as he realized what was happening. The opponent he most looked forward to was Murong Shui, who stood before him. Murong Shui also noticed the fighting spirit in Xia Jingye's eyes. As geniuses of the same level, neither of them was willing to admit defeat and both wanted to compete to see who was truly the strongest in Linhai. Although rumors circulated that Murong Shui was the strongest genius in Linhai, she knew that those praises were only because of her beauty. She had never fought against Xia Jingye. Their eyes met in the air, sparks flying, and fighting spirit surged in their eyes. Su Chen watched as the two men's lips twitched, thinking to himself that he was the strongest genius in Linhai, but remembering that it was the system's doing, he had no choice but to shut up. "It all comes down to who has the last laugh. Of course it's me." Su Chen chuckled, then said to Murong Shui, "Xia Jingye's match is over, let's go." Murong Shui nodded, regaining her senses. "An ability for extreme attacks?" Principal Wang clicked his tongue twice, a hint of worry on his face. After all, extreme offensive abilities are usually extremely powerful, but they often sacrifice other benefits. This also means that martial artists of the same level are absolutely unable to withstand this kind of supernatural attack. After all, the strongest genius in his own school was also an S-level superhuman, so he couldn't help but worry about the outcome of the duel between Murong Shui and Xia Jingye. They were even more afraid that Murong Shui would suffer irreversible damage as a result. Although Murong Shui's superpower is S-level, 10,000 miles of ice seal is better at control. Among S-level superpowers, it can only be considered average, neither the strongest nor the weakest. The S-class ability of rapid slashing, an extreme form of attack, can be considered a superior or even a top-tier ability if developed properly. "How lucky," Principal Zhang said to the other principals with a big smile. Although Wei Xiaobei is also from number 1 middle school, Xia Jingye's performance this time is enough to attract offers from various universities. In comparison, Wei Xiaobei's defeat was somewhat understandable. Seeing his old friend's expression, Principal Zhang already knew what was going on. His lips twitched slightly, but he had no intention of flattering him. Both are geniuses at school, and at least publicly, they remain rivals. At the same time, admitting Admissions officers from various universities received Xia Jingye's performance reports and all showed great interest. Su Chen, how confident are you in facing Xia Jingye? Morong Shui asked silently as they walked down the street. She believed that her chances against Xia Jingye were roughly 40-60. She had 40% and Xia Jingye had 60%. It's easy to imagine how strong Xia Jingye is in her eyes. She's a proud person and would never easily admit to losing to someone. How confident are you? Su Chen sighed, then asked in return, and you, Morong, how confident are you? Morong Shui replied without hesitation, in a normal duel, it would be about 40-60 between us, but in a life or death duel, it's not so certain. It depends on who has the stronger trump card. The selection competition was just a small rehearsal before the National College entrance examination. She didn't need to really use all her strength, even if it meant risking her life. Given her family background, she wouldn't even consider the prizes from those selection competitions. As long as I can successfully participate in the National College entrance examination, that's enough. Who has more trump cards? Su Chen pondered seriously. His trump cards are probably Kamui and Holification. He doesn't plan to use them lightly unless it's a matter of life and death. At this stage, the power of space does indeed have a bit of a bullying feel to it. In conventional combat, he felt that he and Xia Jingye were roughly evenly matched, with him at 60% and the opponent at 40%. Roar! Of course, this is all under the premise of activating the Manjikyu Sharingan. The difference in dynamic vision between the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the Manjikyu Sharingan is quite obvious. Once activated, he can accurately predict the trajectory of the opponent's superpower, thus allowing him to dodge in advance. Thinking of the power of Xia Jingye's superpower, even Su Chen, who was usually unfazed, couldn't help but feel a little solemn at this moment. He could withstand the attack of that giant rock hand, but it was by no means as easy as the attack from his opponent. He would have to unleash the full power of Chi Dori, or directly use Kamui, to shatter it. Xia Jingye easily split the giant rock hand in two with just a casual use of his supernatural power. Such strength should not be underestimated. This deserves serious attention. But he probably doesn't take me seriously, right? Su Chen suddenly thought to himself that perhaps in Xia Jingye's eyes, he was just an ordinary person with slightly better fire-type abilities. When he and Morong Shui made eye contact just now, Xia Jingye didn't take him seriously at all. I think my chances with Xia Jingye are about 60-40, Su Chen said casually. Of course, this was before he used his divine power in his ethereal form. I'm 60, he's 40. He sighed softly. Before Morong Shui could speak, Zhao Yuer jumped up excitedly. Really? 60-40th split? Then you're even more powerful than Sister Morong? She didn't doubt Su Chen's words, but was very surprised. Then, she suddenly remembered that in the monster forest, it was Su Chen who saved them from the monster crocodile, a 9th-level martial artist, so it was reasonable that he was stronger than Morong Shui. Su Chen nodded. He was just stating the facts, based on the strength Xia Jingye revealed. That was roughly the situation. Morong Shui didn't say anything, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. If she were to encounter the demon crocodile from back then, she could defeat it herself, though not as easily as Su Chen had. At least for now, she'll have to fight a tough battle to kill the demon crocodile. Wait, I remember Su Chen was only at the 3rd level of martial artist back then? Martial artist level 3? Was that Su Chen's level back then? How come she hadn't thought of that before? A 3rd-tier martial artist killed a 9th-tier martial artist. Moreover, the opponent is a monster. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn to look at Su Chen beside her. His face showed no particular expression, only a faint smile. She felt she had a better chance of winning if her opponent was Xia Jingye, but when facing Su Chen, she felt completely insecure. Although Su Chen's cultivation level is not yet as high as hers, but he's already at the 5th level of martial arts. Previously, with his 3rd-level martial arts strength, he was able to defeat a 9th-level martial arts beast. Now that I'm a 5th-level martial artist, wouldn't I be able to at least fight against a 1st-level Grand Martial Master? Morong Shui dared not think any further. Although she usually considered herself a genius, she only truly understood after meeting Su Chen that there were real geniuses in the world who were far more powerful than her. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Perhaps this is the true meaning of that sentence. If she stays confined to Linhai City, she will never be able to compete with geniuses from all over the world. Their vision will naturally be limited to the small place of Linhai City. But she won't stay here forever. She wants to go out and meet real geniuses, to experience the brilliance of geniuses from all walks of life. At this moment, she seemed to have let go of the self-proclaimed genius in her heart. In contrast, Zhao Yuer didn't have so many thoughts. She was an optimist, her superpower was a support type, and she came from an ordinary family. She was already very satisfied with having an A-level superpower. Afterwards, Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer went to Area C together, while Su Chen returned to Area B, because their arena battle was about to begin. Yesterday eliminated most of the contestants, and today's pace of battle was noticeably faster. Those who remained after 2 rounds of elimination all possessed a certain level of skill. Of course, it's also possible that some contestants are extremely lucky. The contestant standing in front of Su Chen was someone he had never heard of. He looked like an ordinary passerby. Su Chen couldn't help but yawn, completely losing interest. "Hello, my name is Li Lu." Li Lu looked at Su Chen. Having witnessed his battle yesterday, he knew that the person in front of him was an opponent he could never defeat. In the last round of the competition, he was lucky enough to encounter an opponent who was even weaker than himself. Even so, it still took him a long time to completely defeat his opponent. Yes, Su Chen. Su Chen didn't underestimate Li Lu, he just found him somewhat boring. He sensed that the other party was only a third-level martial artist, and his superpower was probably C or B level, more likely C level. But it's still quite remarkable that Li Lu has come this far. Superpowers. Li Lu knew he had to strike first, otherwise he would have no chance later. He was already quite satisfied with what he had achieved, but human desires are boundless, and he fantasized that he could take another step forward. But at that moment, a long black knife was already at his neck. If he took another step forward, he would lose his life. Li Lu was very sensible, knowing that with a knife stuck in his neck, he had no chance of winning, so he simply surrendered. Su Chen elegantly sheathed his long sword, returned to the audience seats, picked up his phone and casually glanced at Morong Shue's match, seeing that she had also won. He was surprised for a moment. So fast, as expected of Morong Shue. By the way, why hasn't the system issued any tasks during this selection process? Su Chen suddenly remembered the system he had always forgotten. Ding! Detecting the host calling me. Task posted. Mission: a true strongman should not remain subservient to others for long. Go forth and defeat all your opponents. Goal: win first place in the qualifying rounds. Reward: advanced culinary skill. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The system heard his call and immediately issued the task. But when he saw the mission reward, his face immediately darkened. High-level cooking skills? What use is this thing to me? Do you expect me to be someone's cook? Bah! He's a genius martial artist, after all. Cooking for someone? Are you kidding me? Even if he just randomly takes on missions from the bounty hall, he'd earn more than he does as a cook, right? This is the college entrance examination selection competition in Linhai City. Although its prestige may not be as high as the actual college entrance examination, competing for first place with all the geniuses in the city is definitely no easy feat. The reward turned out to be this? Does the system think he's an idiot? Ding! Sensing the host's doubts, this system has come to answer them. To the best of this system's knowledge, the host has no culinary skills. When fighting in the wild, the host always eats dry rations. If they possessed advanced culinary skills, would they be able to enjoy gourmet meals in the wild? Or is it that the host can tolerate dry, unappetizing rations? The system's words stunned Su Chen. He suddenly realized, yeah, if I had advanced cooking skills, I wouldn't need to eat those dry rations when surviving in the wild. Thinking about it this way, it's not a complete loss. Advanced cooking skills are quite practical in life. You can cook for yourself and cook for others. You might even get praised for your cooking skills. But if I start a fire in the wild, won't it attract monsters? Su Chen suddenly remembered the dangers of starting a fire in the wild. Not only would the thick smoke from the fire drift away, attracting many people and monsters. Moreover, the aroma emitted while cooking can be smelled by monsters, making it impossible to avoid. Monsters have a far more sensitive sense of smell than humans. Damn, I really did get tricked by the system. He had long suspected that the system wasn't reliable. It turned out they had been just trying to fool him. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Having advanced culinary skills is better than having none at all. At least they're quite useful in daily life. When he got home, he saw his parents leisurely watching TV in the living room, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. Your son is fighting a war outside, and when he comes back he doesn't even cook a decent meal. He looked at Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun, this model couple, with a wronged expression. He looked up at the sky, trying to feign sadness and squeeze out a few tears, but all he saw was a white ceiling and a bright light bulb. Su Xinghai glanced at him from the sofa, casually said oh, and continued watching TV. Lin Muyun turned to look at Su Chen, a smile playing on her lips. I never expected our good son to be such a hidden genius. She and Su Xinghai had long noticed Su Chen's difference, but seeing him fight today, I realized that my previous estimates were too low. Su Chen's talent far exceeded their expectations. It was already difficult for him to break through to the martial artist level before, and it took him quite a while to reach the quasi-martial artist level. He keeps saying he's just an F-level psychic with supernatural abilities. My son is so low-key. Lin Muyun said with a hint of sarcasm. They clearly saw Su Chen using fire-based superpowers during the livestream. Fire-based abilities are simply incomparable to ordinary spiritual eye abilities. That kind of power could never be displayed by an F-level superpower. Moreover, Su Chen's perception indicated that he was only at the 5th level of martial arts. To unleash such powerful abilities at this level, it must be at least an A-level ability, and close to an S-level A-level ability. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He had long expected that this day would come once his parents discovered the secret he had been hiding. After much thought, he organized his thoughts. First of all, how could I dare to lie to you too? I'm telling the truth. Secondly, my awakened ability is indeed an F-level level spirit eye. He looked heartbroken and whispered to his parents on the sofa. There are two traps hidden here. First, he emphasized that he had never lied to his parents and that every word he said was the truth. Secondly, his awakened ability was indeed an F-rank spiritual eye that the school could verify. The kind that was awakened by the system doesn't count. That was the Manjiki Sharingan given by the system, which was called fusion. Coupled with his sad expression, he was convinced that his parents wouldn't be deceived. Sure enough, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun were stunned when they heard this and looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Muyun gave Su Xinghai a wink. The tacit understanding between the couple over the years allowed Su Xinghai to immediately understand what the other person meant. Go and ask your son if what he has awakened is indeed the spirit eye ability. Lin Muyun was willing to give Su Chen some trust, but it wouldn't be good if he lied to her. She hadn't expected Su Chen to be so outstanding. If he were just an ordinary person, the couple could still keep him safe. But now Su Chen has remarkable talent, easily defeating a 7th level martial artist with only a 5th level martial artist, and he is also an A-level superhuman. It will definitely attract the attention of those people from back then. Those people are inherently suspicious and will never let any opportunity slip by. She and Su Xinghai lost all their supernatural abilities and their cultivation levels were greatly reduced, leaving them with no possibility of further progress. They could only hide in the small city of Linhai. Isn't it just to avoid those people from back then? Even if you live a low-key life, there are still surveillance cameras in Linhai City. Then, Su Xinghai returned. He nodded to Lin Muyun and asked, Chener, since what you said is true, what exactly is your special ability? He had vaguely heard about Su Chen's special abilities, and therefore had some guesses in his mind. Su Chen first closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tadpole-shaped runes faintly visible in them. He didn't directly awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, because even with the Manjikyu Sharingan alone, his parents wouldn't recognize him. It was better to directly awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The moment he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun were shocked. They felt an evil power and involuntarily took a step back, immediately adopting a wary posture. What's wrong with you? Seeing his parents suddenly move away from him, Su Chen didn't immediately realize that it was his Sharingan that had frightened them. Normally, he didn't intentionally reveal the evil power within his Sharingan during battles. This time, wanting his parents to clearly see his strength, he unleashed the malevolent aura of his 3-Tomo Sharingan without reservation. Su Xinghai and the other man remained silent for a long while before finally letting down their guard and letting out a long sigh of relief. Is this your superpower? Su Xinghai asked knowingly. He sensed the evil power surging in Su Chen's eyes and couldn't help but say, it does look evil. It's really not bad. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his waist. Realizing he had misspoke, he quickly corrected himself. Actually, it's not entirely his fault. The evil aura emanating from Su Chen's eyes shocked even those of them who had seen a lot. They had seen many superpowers filled with evil aura, but this was the first time they had encountered such intense evil as Su Chen had seen. Not only that, this was their biological son. If they hadn't felt the resonance between their bloodlines in Su Chen's body, they would probably have suspected that the child had been switched at birth. It's really good, Su Chen answered seriously. The Sharingan's assistance was indeed powerful. Without its help, his strength would even be slightly weaker than Morong Shue's. The dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan is no accident. Any strong individual possessing this dynamic vision would experience a significant boost in combat. This ability not only grants me dynamic vision, but also an illusion skill, which is many times stronger than the F-rank spirit eye, Su Chen exclaimed. Without the Sharingan, he might have been troubled by Jia Dai's wind blades. Afterwards, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun carefully examined the Sharingan and found that although it exuded an evil aura, it would not have any additional negative effects on Su Chen, which relieved them. Chener, why don't you name this ability? Should we still call it Spirit Eye? Lin Muyun asked. Currently, Su Chen's special ability is still listed as Spirit Eye in the school's records, but it will be exposed sooner or later. It's better to give it a name in advance, since this is an unprecedented special ability. Sharingan, Su Chen answered without hesitation. He had never thought about changing his name. No matter how he changed it, nothing sounded as good as Sharingan. Sharingan, Su Xinghai muttered to himself. Although he didn't know the meaning of the name, after seeing those evil eyes, he felt that the name was surprisingly fitting. Its eyes are bloodshot, with 3 tadpole-shaped symbols encircling the center. The name Sharingan is quite fitting. But the Sharingan is an eye-based ability, so why can you also unleash fire-based abilities? Does the Sharingan have many other attributes? Lin Muyun seemed to have discovered a blind spot, staring into Su Chen's eyes with a look of confusion in them. She could barely understand the dynamic vision and illusion that Su Chen had mentioned before, because these were all related to the eyes. But that fire attribute ability was different. She saw it with her own eyes. It was a fireball spewed from Su Chen's mouth. Actually, spitting out fireballs from the mouth is quite strange in itself. Most people generate fire attribute attacks directly from their palms or around their bodies. She had never seen anyone breathe fire from their mouth like this before. Su Xinghai had the same question in his his mind, but he hadn't realized it at the time. Now, after Lin Muyun reminded him, he finally remembered it. He always felt that Su Chen's Sharingan couldn't be as simple as it seemed on the surface. He must be hiding some trump card. Once a superpower changes, it usually upgrades to S rank, or even stronger. At present, although Su Chen's Sharingan has dynamic vision and certain genjutsu abilities, he feels that these alone are far from meeting the standard of S-class superpowers. The Sharingan is of course the eye. Su Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Muyun. Why ask such a simple question? That's right. I can unleash fire-type attacks because of the power given to me by the Sharingan. This is the only explanation he can give. If he says the fireball technique was given to him by the system, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun will probably send him straight to the psychiatric ward. After careful consideration, he believed that attributing fire-type attacks to the Sharingan was the most appropriate approach. This would not only dispel the doubts of the two individuals but also allow him to attribute any new skills he would acquire in the future to the Sharingan. After all, he is the only one in the world who possesses the Sharingan, so others will only think that this superpower is particularly comprehensive. Will Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun have any doubts? They might, but after all, he is their son, so they won't say much. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun were both stunned for a moment and gained a new understanding of Su Chen's amazing ability. A very good superpower. Su Xinghai's lips curled up slightly. It seems that your mother and I won't have to worry about you anymore. Although he had previously thought that it was good for Su Chen to be safe and sound, seeing him awaken such a powerful ability filled him with pride. As expected of someone from the Su family, they are truly amazing, managing to forcibly upgrade their F-level ability to S-level. This might shock a lot of people. Lin Muyun, standing to the side, looked at the father and son and couldn't help but smile, but a hidden worry flashed in her eyes, which she hid very well and no one noticed. Okay, I'll go cook now. Lei will be back soon, she said. Not long after, Su Ninggle returned home. At the dinner table, while eating, she kept asking Su Chen about his true abilities, her eyes full of envy. Clearly, she also longed to be like Su Chen, possessing immense strength and being able to fight others with ease. Meanwhile, seeing that Su Chen remained calm throughout, she thought he was very handsome. Even Zhao Xiaomei, who used to bully her, now looks at her with envy and doesn't dare to cause her any more trouble. After dealing with Su Ninglu, Su Chen finally returned to his room, lay down on the soft Simmons bed, and let out a long sigh. The downside of revealing my strength is that Lei has become incredibly clingy, always asking me how to become stronger. He rubbed his eyes. Normally, Su Chen and Su Ninglu have a good relationship, but she wouldn't be this clingy because she considers herself the most talented in the family and has been busy cultivating, so she doesn't have much time to communicate with him. After glancing at the match chart for tomorrow sent by Morong Shui, Su Chen smiled slightly, replied with thank you, and then closed the chat interface. He knew that if things continued this way, the two might become entangled and might even develop a deeper relationship, but he wasn't interested in that. Before he had enough strength, he didn't want to expose his weaknesses, nor did he want to be unable to protect the people around him. Of course, maybe he's overthinking it. One of the three great illusions in life, you think that the person you like likes you back. Let's take it one step at a time. Su Chen shook his head. The college entrance exam selection competition is almost over. He hadn't forgotten that shortly after the selection competition ended, there would be a resource competition in Linhai City. This was something he had promised Wang Weigua before. Wang Weigua had helped him without expecting anything in return, and he was by no means an ungrateful person, so I kept this matter buried in my heart. Afterwards, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, swallowed a chi-boosting pill and a chi-blood pill, and began to cultivate according to the 9 revolutions profound technique. Speaking of which, elixirs are in short supply now. Whether it's chi-boosting pills or chi-blood pills, the stock is almost used up. However, after taking 10 chi-boosting pills, continuing to take them won't have much effect. He didn't plan to buy any more chi-boosting pills, since there was no need to continue stockpiling such pills that had limited effect on him. Soon, he calmed down and absorbed the spiritual energy contained in the air little by little into his body, transforming it into pure blood and chi. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. The nights in Linhai City are exceptionally quiet, with only those who relentlessly pursue strength continuing their cultivation. Driven by their unwavering passion for martial arts, they steadfastly continue on their path. Of course, there are also many who have long since given up on martial arts, no longer caring about it, and eventually disappearing into the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the Xianbao Pavilion in Linhai City, if anyone were to witness the scene inside the Xianbao Pavilion, they would surely be stunned by what they saw. Suddenly, the Xianbao Pavilion master, Zuolintian, knelt on one knee in front of the figure on the phone. In Linhai City, Zuolintian is one of the top figures, and with the support of Xianbao Pavilion, no one dares to provoke him easily. But now, he is kneeling on one knee in front of the image on his phone. If this gets out, out, absolutely no one will believe what they are seeing. After all, in everyone's mind, Shenbao Pavilion is a powerful force that can be compared with Wanbao Pavilion. As the head of the pavilion, how could Zhuo Lintian easily kneel down on one knee to anyone? My lord, I have made a new discovery about the Su Xinghai family. Zhuo Lintian knelt with his head almost touching the ground and said respectfully, Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun's son, Su Chen, is at least an S-level superpower genius. He watched Su Chen's matches these past 2 days and noticed this. Although the information listed it as an F-level ability, he guessed that Su Xinghai and his wife had deliberately downplayed it to conceal Su Chen's talent. The only thing that puzzled him was why Su Xinghai and his wife had gone to such lengths. If you're going to hide your talent, why does it still get exposed to some extent? This is utterly contradictory. Su Chen has S-class superpowers. The figure in the video paused slightly upon hearing this, then asked, have Su Xinghai and his wife shown any unusual behavior recently? Su Chen's talent reaching S-level did surprise the other party, but geniuses of this level are not uncommon in this world. Only truly outstanding geniuses can attract the attention of others. A genius who fails to grow up is nothing more than an ant at the mercy of others. The Su Xinghai couple seemed to be fine, Zhuo Lintian replied respectfully. His tone carried 3 parts awe, 7 parts fear, and 90 parts respect. The figure in the video stared at Zhuo Lintian, as if trying to figure out if he was telling the truth, and then said, don't let Su Xinghai and his wife's son grow up. A single, seemingly casual remark can determine a person's life or death. In his eyes, Su Chen's life or death was nothing. A single, gentle blow would be enough to kill him without a burial place. Yes, I will definitely handle this matter well, Zhuo Lintian said loudly and respectfully. Only in this way can he demonstrate his determination. Having held a high position for many years, he had long since developed the ability to read people's expressions and moods. There's also a set of speaking skills that allow you to speak to people in a human way and to ghosts in a ghost way. He was respectful to those of higher status than him, and treated those of lower status but with considerable strength as equals. He would also show equal respect to those who were of higher status but less capable than him. He treats those who are inferior to him in status and strength but have powerful backers with kindness. He would offer help to those who were less powerful or less influential than him but had exceptional talent. He would not be polite to those whose status and strength were far inferior to his, and whose talents were mediocre or even worse. This is Zhuo Lintian's way of dealing with the world, or perhaps it is also the way most people in this world deal with the world. Remember, don't let me down. After the figure in the video finished speaking, the video call ended, while Zhuo Lintian remained kneeling on one knee inside the room. After a long while, he slowly stood up, patted the dust off his knees, and showed no sign of dissatisfaction on his face. It was as if the person who had been kneeling just moments before wasn't him at all. He then left Shenbao Pavilion naturally and walked towards a dark alley in Linhai City, eventually stopping in front of a door. He reached out and knocked on the door gently and rhythmically. Thump, 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 thump. Soon, the door opened, and a pair of withered, old hands reached out and pulled Zhuo Lintian inside. A rare guest indeed. I never expected our Lord Zhuo to come to a place like this, the old man said with a smile, taking out a can of tea. Does Lord Zhuo need our assassination alliance's help? As he spoke, the old man began to brew tea. Surprisingly, although his hands were withered and aged, the hands holding the teapot remained perfectly steady. The water flowed steadily into the cup from the spout. Instantly, the room was filled with the aroma of tea. However, the room was dilapidated and did not match the elegance of the teapot at all. But neither Zhuo Lintian nor the old man cared about this. Zhuo Lintian suddenly picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. How much will you pay me to kill someone? After finishing his tea, he calmed down considerably and asked a question. The old man wasn't surprised at all. Instead, a strange smile crept onto his lips. He uttered 2 words calmly, kill whom? His tone was as flat as if he were talking about livestock. Su Chen, the son of Su Xinghai and his wife. Zhuo Lintian felt uncomfortable with the old man's tone, especially the eerie smile on his wrinkled face, which sent a chill down his spine. He just wanted to finish issuing the mission and leave as soon as possible. Su Xinghai's son. The old man lowered his head in thought, but when he heard the name Su Xinghai, he seemed to remember something, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. A few minutes later, he handed over information about Su Chen, which was filled with details about Su Chen's life, including the selection competition that had just ended that day. Su Chen appears to have an F-level superpower, the Spirit Eye, and is a 5th-level martial artist, but secretly he may possess an A-level or even an S-level superpower. The old man spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and deep, echoing in the dilapidated house. Getting Su Chen's head won't come cheap. The old man continued, his words merely an attempt to elevate Su Chen's value. As for whether his ability was A-level or S-level, in his eyes it was nothing more than an ant yet to grow. A 5th-level martial artist is nothing more than someone to be crushed in his presence. Just tell me the price. Zhuo Lintian was already prepared to be slaughtered. After all, as the head of Shenbao Pavilion, he had unimaginable resources and lucrative opportunities at his disposal. He could afford to hire someone to kill a mere martial artist. The old man smiled, quite pleased with Zhuo Lintian's demeanor. demeanor and gestured a few numbers. What? Do you think I'm stupid? Zwolintian couldn't help but slam his fist on the table, glaring at the old man. Killing a mere martial artist realm kid costs this much? Although he was considered wealthy in Linhai City, he was by no means a fool. Killing a mere martial arts cultivator costs such a huge sum of money, it's outrageously expensive. He. The old man chuckled, then continued, the Suchen you see is definitely worth this price, and besides, you're in a hurry, aren't you? In a hurry for Suchen to disappear immediately, right? Every word the old man spoke was like a sharp blade, precisely piercing Zwolintian's heart. He revealed his deepest thoughts. Zwolintian couldn't help but recall the last words that official had left behind, remember, don't let me down. Cold sweat immediately streamed down my back. He might not care about Suchen's life or death, but he would never dare to disobey that person's words. If he truly disappoints that person, his position will likely be replaced by someone else very soon. Thinking about this, he felt that the price the old man asked for wasn't too outrageous. At least he could distinguish between life and wealth. Fine, I agree. Zwolintian gritted his teeth and accepted the old man's exorbitant price. But you must kill Suchen, otherwise. He took out his phone and transferred the money to the old man in front of him. The old man glanced at his phone, nodded with a smile, and looked just like a kind old man. However, if his hands weren't stained with blood, how would he be any different from an ordinary old man? Then, Zwolintian disappeared into the night. The dimly lit alley remained as usual, as if no one had noticed what had just happened. At this moment, in the Morong family, a muscular, imposing man with a domineering air between his brows was talking to Morong Shue. Shue, I heard you've been getting quite close to a boy lately, Morong Fingba asked casually. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. He had learned through his informants that his daughter was having a close relationship with a man he had never heard of. Not only that, but what truly shocked him was that his daughter, with her personality, could actually chat and laugh with that man so easily. He knew his daughter's personality best, proud, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, difficult to approach, and always keeping people at arm's length. Morong Shue was slightly stunned when she heard these words, and then a cold aura emanated from her. Father, are you investigating me? She said expressionlessly. Although she knew that given Morong Fingba's personality, he wouldn't easily harm those around him, she was still unhappy about being investigated so casually. Morong Fingba nodded without any attempt to hide it, which was tantamount to admitting that he had investigated his daughter, and there was nothing to hide. He didn't want his daughter to be surrounded by people with bad intentions. That boy's name is Suchen, right? Morong Fingba said casually. His talent seems pretty good. When investigating Suchen before, I found out that he only had F-level superpowers, which I found strange. He simply couldn't believe his daughter would get so close to someone with an F-level superpower. After a series of battles, Morong Fingba finally confirmed that Suchen was definitely not an F-level ability user. Yes, that's right. Morong Shue was silent for a while before finally deciding to confess. He is the person who saved me in the monster forest before. As long as she reveals that Suchen is her savior, Morong Fingba will never harm her and will even treat her as a distinguished guest. Sure enough, when Morong Fingba heard this, he paused slightly and asked incredulously, he saved you? You're not kidding, are you? Are you serious? Suchen isn't just a 5th level martial artist? A 5th level martial artist can defeat a 9th level martial artist demon beast? I'm afraid they can't even break through its defenses, right? Although he knew that given Morong Shue's personality, she would never lie to him about something like this, it was precisely because of this that he found it hard to believe Suchen, a 5th level martial artist, could actually defeat a 9th level martial artist demon beast. When Morong Shue brought Zhao Yuer back, he was startled and quickly found the best support type ability user to examine them. Fortunately, apart from the obvious wounds and excessive exertion, he was not seriously injured, which relieved him. He was utterly shocked to learn that the person who saved his daughter was Suchen, a 5th level martial artist. Looking into Morong Shue's determined eyes, Morong Fingba knew that she was telling the truth. Actually, there was one more thing Morong Shue didn't say. Suchen at that time was not a 5th level martial artist as he is now, but only a 3rd level martial artist. Of course, she wouldn't reveal this. After all, it was too shocking for a 3rd level martial artist to kill a 9th level martial artist demon beast. She didn't want Suchen to get into unnecessary trouble because of her. She didn't know when it started, but she gradually became very curious about this mysterious young man, Suchen. Suchen's strength was like a thick book which Morong Shue turned page by page, initially thinking that his strength was. Up to this point, it was unexpected that the further we turned the pages, the more unfathomable Suchen's strength became. Invite Suchen back for a meal sometime. The father and daughter remained silent for a long time before Morong Fingba finally broke the silence, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Suchen was her daughter's savior, so naturally her attitude towards him would change. As the head of the Morong family, he had to express his sincere gratitude to Suchen. Upon hearing this, Morong Shue revealed a captivating smile, and her previously icy aura vanished instantly. She herself may not have realized that she would unconsciously smile whenever Suchen's good points were mentioned, but she would inexplicably become angry if someone belittled Suchen. She hadn't noticed this, but Morong Thingba, who was standing next to her, had guessed it, though he didn't say anything. The daughters of the Morong family were never used as bargaining chips in family marriage alliances. As someone who has been through it all, he knows that the true meaning of love is never in the options available. Cherishing the one you love is the most important thing. Alas, daughters are gone once they grow up. Seeing the rare happy expression on Morong Shue's face, Morong Thingba sighed softly. He never expected that his little cotton-padded jacket would be kidnapped by someone else before she even grew up. No, Morong Shue is not a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. She's more like a refrigerator. Like her mother, once you get into their hearts, you will never choose to abandon them. Morong Thingba only hoped that Su Chen was a sensible person who could bring happiness to Morong Shue. All of this depended on Su Chen's future performance. Watching Morong Shue's departing figure, he knew she was going to cultivate again, and his heart ached with a hint of pride. This is his daughter. This is the genius that Morong Thingba personally nurtured. In Linhai City, it is undoubtedly a top-tier entity. Phew, I've finally broken through to the 6th level of martial artist. Inside the room, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief, his body drenched in sweat and radiating heat. System, check the character panel, he said. Character panel opened successfully. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 6. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, 600/10,000. Light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000. Chi and blood, 600 points. Strength, 1,800 points. Speed, 600 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, 300/1000. Lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 385/500. Shursui version body flicker technique, intermediate, 0/5000. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 1805/2000. Earth release, earth flow wall, beginner, 0/100. Finger pistol, max level. Points, 9,800. After 2 days of continuous cultivation, I finally broke through to the 6th level of martial artist. Su Chen sighed. The higher the level, the slower the cultivation speed. And I've already used up all my chi boosting pills. He felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down considerably due to the effects of drug resistance, but it was still faster than others. Coupled with the fierce competition and the selection process over the past 2 days, Su Chen has truly become a dark horse. No one dared to question his abilities anymore. Moreover, through continuous combat, his proficiency with the instantaneous movement technique has been raised to the intermediate level. Originally, only one afterimage could be created for combat at a time, but now 3 afterimages can be created at once. The true form and the afterimage constantly switch, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, he never used this move in front of others. He simply relied on the speed of his body flicker technique to keep most of his opponents busy. Under normal circumstances, his speed is only 600 points, which is a standard 6th level martial artist. However, once the instantaneous movement technique is used, the speed can almost rival that of a 1st level Grand Martial Master, or even surpass it. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Su Chen relied on the speed of the instantaneous movement technique and the most ordinary swordsmanship while wielding the black iron blade. As a result, he actually managed to squeeze into the top 10 of the selection competition. Viewers often find other people's battles rough and disorganized, but watching Su Chen's battles is a real treat. With the Sharingan's enhancement, he was always able to dodge attacks accurately. In the eyes of the audience, this thrilling performance brought a unique experience and excitement. The only drawback might be that Su Chen's charm is just too great. Many of the younger girls from the 2nd middle school were winking at him from the audience, desperately trying to get his attention. Some people even dressed scantily just to attract Su Chen's attention. To this, Su Chen could only say helplessly, "With no woman in my heart, my sword is naturally divine." Unfortunately, the Sharingan was too powerful. Even from a distance, he could still clearly see those scantily clad figures. Actually, he didn't want to watch it at all. He really didn't want to at all. There was another thing that puzzled him. Morong Shue's complexion had been very poor these past few days. Zhou Yukue, who had been eliminated earlier, unfortunately lost the battle and failed to make it into the top 10. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at his unwilling expression. In other words, out of the prestigious 2nd middle school, only he and Morong Shue made it into the top 10. 6 students from number 1 middle school made it into the top 10, while the remaining 2 were from 2 other schools. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at the competition venue. Today was the day the draw would determine the top 10 matchups. Unsurprisingly, all match results will be announced today. The top 10 contestants stood on the field, waiting for the start announcement. Unexpectedly, Su Chen saw a familiar person, Lin Yuanchang. "Hello everyone. I didn't expect so many outstanding young people to emerge from Linhai City again." Lin Yuanchang looked at the contestants gently. "I am Lin Yuanchang, and I'm here to announce some things." As he scanned the crowd, his gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yuanchang to be here. It seems his status is extraordinary. Previously, he had no idea what Lin Yuanchang, the highest leader of the martial arts hall, was, but now it seemed that the other party was indeed very powerful. Greetings, seniors, everyone responded in unison. The audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting what Lin Yuanchang would say. Well, since everyone here has made it into the top 10, I'll add a little something extra as a reward. I will reward those ranked 4th through 10th with 2 million alliance coins. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of exclamations arose from the audience, clearly shocked by Lin Yuanchang's boldness. 2 million alliance coins? That's a lot of money? I dream of having a million league coins, but these players, regardless of winning or losing, start at 2 million. I'm so envious. The audience was incredibly envious. Those 2 million alliance coins were an irresistible fortune for their family. But for the players on the field, this might not be a huge fortune, because apart from Su Chen, none of the other players' families are short of this amount of money. Su Chen might have cared about those 2 million alliance coins before, but now his perspective has broadened. Besides, it's not difficult to get 2 million alliance coins by accepting bounty missions. What he was really looking forward to was acquiring something that could enhance his strength. Lin Yuanchang could tell that everyone probably didn't lack the money, so he continued. The third place winner will receive 5 million alliance coins and a high-level yellow tier weapon. The second place winner will receive 10 million alliance coins and a high-grade yellow rank weapon, and can choose any yellow rank martial skill. The first place winner will receive 10 million alliance coins, a high-grade yellow rank weapon, and a Xian rank martial skill of their choice, he announced with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in excitement, with everyone's eyes gleaming with anticipation. A high-grade yellow tier weapon can be worth tens of millions of alliance coins, all handcrafted by master blacksmiths. It's many times stronger than Su Chen's previous black iron knife, and its price has increased countless times. Not to mention yellow rank martial arts skills. Mastering one more martial arts skill means having one more combat ability. Perhaps some people nowadays look down on martial arts, thinking that having superpowers is enough, but for geniuses like them, it's a different story. They can also find time to specifically practice martial arts. However, the exorbitant price of martial arts techniques deterred them. Even those from well-off families would not easily spend money to buy martial arts techniques. Not to mention the Xian rank martial arts, which are above the yellow rank martial arts. The value of a Xian rank martial art is dozens of times greater than that of a Huang rank martial art. This is not just a difference in rank, but a qualitative leap. However, even Xian rank martial arts have their drawbacks. The time and difficulty required to cultivate it far surpasses that of a simple yellow rank martial skill. Even so, it still couldn't dampen the excitement of these geniuses. Aside from students within universities, it's virtually impossible to access martial arts techniques of the Xian rank or higher elsewhere. Even if someone learns it, they must never spread it outside the family, otherwise, if they are found out, they will face imprisonment. Xia Jingye felt a surge of excitement, thinking to himself, I must obtain this Xian rank martial skill, no one can stop me. Even he found it hard to resist the allure of Xian rank martial arts techniques. Although their family also possessed martial arts skills, the highest level they reached was only yellow rank. Compared to Xian rank martial arts techniques, the gap is obvious. He has even mastered the yellow rank martial arts passed down in his family. Don't underestimate the difference between Xian rank and Huang rank martial arts techniques. The gap becomes especially noticeable when both reach the minor mastery stage. In the future, there will indeed be many opportunities to obtain Xian rank martial arts skills in various universities, and it is not impossible that even higher-level D rank martial arts skills will be available. Morong Shui, standing beside him, was also slightly shaken. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Yuanchang. As expected of Lin Yuanchang, I didn't expect him to be so generous. These rewards must be worth hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Such a thought flashed through her mind. After all, there's still some time before the National College entrance examination. If I could learn a Xian-level martial art during this period, it will definitely become a powerful trump card in the National College entrance examination. With the powerful strength of Xian rank martial arts, there is also a chance to achieve a good ranking. Faced with such an opportunity, Morong Shui would never let it slip by easily. She glanced at Su Chen. If it were Xia Jingye, she could use all her trump cards and still have a chance to win, but she had no confidence at all against this extraordinary genius beside her. Suddenly, she sensed a strange aura, and her phoenix eyes widened involuntarily. Morong Shui looked at Su Chen in surprise and said, Su Chen, you've broken through to the 6th level of martial artist? She wasn't very confident when Su Chen was only at the 5th level of martial artist, but now that he has reached the 6th level, who knows how much his strength has improved. Surprised, she didn't even add the word classmate as she usually addressed him. Su Chen nodded indifferently, without any joy on his face, and said calmly, yes, I broke through by chance not long ago, and I'm still far from being as good as Morong. These words were not false, they reflected his true feelings. Morong Shui was already a 9th level martial artist, while he had just broken through to the 6th level, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to reach the 9th level. Morong Shui's cold face twitched slightly because she heard Su Chen's casual remark about Versailles. Knowing the difference between the two, she suppressed the urge to punch Su Chen and said quietly, "I didn't expect Su Chen to have such a good sense of humor. When I first met Su Chen, he was only a third-level martial artist, yet he was able to defeat a ninth-level martial artist monster with his third-level cultivation, and in less than half a month, she had personally witnessed Su Chen break through from the third level of martial artist to the sixth level. If word got out that this speed, it will absolutely shock everyone. In less than half a month, he advanced 3 ranks. I'm not being humorous. What happened?" Su Chen frowned in confusion, not quite understanding what Morong Shui meant. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to pay him any more attention. Who knew just how much Su Chen's strength had increased after breaking through to the 6th rank? In her previous encounters with others, she had never seen Su Chen show any sign of being disheveled. He always seemed completely at ease. It was as if they were just on a picnic, without any pressure whatsoever. Su Chen glanced at Morong Shui with displeasure, then turned his gaze to Lin Yuanchang. He knew that Lin Yuanchang had noticed something when her eyes lingered on him for a few seconds earlier. However, he thought that Lin Yuanchang was paying more attention to him for a few seconds because he saw his potential to break through to the martial king realm. As for the Xian rank martial arts, Su Chen was actually somewhat dismissive of them, but he found the 10 million alliance coins and the Huang rank weapon quite attractive. The top 3 winners will receive 10 million alliance coins and a yellow rank weapon, which is exactly what he needs right now. Actually, he wasn't particularly short of money, but this way he could justifiably hand over money to his family. What he truly lacked was a suitable weapon. Although he had the system, he didn't care too much about martial arts techniques, but that didn't mean he would easily give up first place. He was well aware of the value of Xian rank martial arts techniques. After all, getting something for free is still appealing. The audience outside the arena was so shocked that they were speechless. 10 million alliance coins, along with weapons and martial arts techniques, were things that were simply out of reach for them. Although they didn't fully understand the value of yellow rank weapons and martial arts, they understood the amount of 10 million alliance coins. Having 10 million alliance coins in Linhai City means that, as an ordinary person, one can live a very comfortable life. Lin Yuanchang smiled, his eyes slightly narrowed. All of this was within his expectations, and it was worth the huge sum of money he had invested. His gaze inadvertently fell on Su Chen. Of everyone present, only he knew Su Chen's true strength: fire attacks, lightning attacks, and spatial attacks. He listed the attack methods Su Chen had used. What a gifted kid. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a peculiar ability. As expected of abilities gained through mutation, it completely defies convention. He was quite pleased to realize that Su Chen had broken through to the 6th level of martial artist. Being able to break through to the 6th level of martial artist so quickly is not just due to talent. He's probably finished all the chi boosting pills I gave him before, right? Lin Yuanchang firmly believed that as long as Su Chen used a spatial attack, the championship would be his for the taking. However, he felt that geniuses were often arrogant and wouldn't use such a dimensional reduction attack to win the final victory. They will make all their opponents admit defeat. He was very pleased that so many geniuses had emerged in Linhai City, otherwise he would not have prepared such generous prizes. In previous college entrance examination selection competitions, the prizes were never this generous. All the contestants were eager to make it into the top 3, or even win first place, but everyone knew in their hearts that with Xia Jingye and Morong Shui around, their chances of getting first place were extremely slim. Next, we'll draw lots to determine who will face off, Lin Yuanchang said in a deep voice, seeing that the time was right. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads, having no objection to Lin Yuanchang's arrangement, and stared at their weakest opponent, hoping to draw that person. Lin Yuanchang took out a lottery box containing 5 pairs of number plates and handed it to everyone, indicating that they should take turns drawing. With Lin Yuanchang, a big shot, present, no one dared to play any tricks and obediently reached their hands into the lottery box. Holding the number 5 in his hand, Su Chen couldn't help but complain, "I didn't expect to draw the last one. My luck is so bad." He glanced at Morong Shui beside him, not wanting to run into her so soon, and asked, "Morong, what number did you draw?" If he were to encounter Morong Shui, he would apologize first, but he would never hold back and would want to let his strength speak for itself. "Number 3, what about you?" Morong Shui showed Su Chen her number 3 number card, and he also showed her his number card. Morong Shui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of losing, but rather she didn't want to run into Su Chen so soon. If possible, she wanted to persevere all the way to the final battle and fight Su Chen with all her might. The contestant who has received number 1, please come up to the competition stage immediately. A contestant who does not go on stage within 1 minute will be considered to have surrendered automatically. Lin Yuanchang reminded him. The latter statement was clearly impossible for them. Everyone who had come this far deserved the title of genius. How could they just give up the competition without doing anything? Even when faced with an opponent they can't defeat, they'll fight with all their might to step up and give it a try. With hundreds of spectators watching, no one will choose to surrender easily without doing anything. Losing face is a minor matter. matter. What I fear most is having my martial arts spirit destroyed. Su Chen didn't pay too much attention to the following matches. Among the stronger competitors recently, only Morong Shui and Xia Jingye warranted his slight concern. The others are all A-level ability users. To be honest, if he takes it seriously, he can probably defeat them easily within a few rounds. When I was a 3rd-level martial artist, I could fight against 9th-level martial artists. Now that I've improved to the 6th level, do you think I'm afraid of you 7th or 8th-level martial artists? Su Chen thought confidently. Besides, you are not as strong as the martial artists of the same level. If I hadn't deliberately held back my strength beforehand, I wouldn't have needed to fight for so long. I could have easily defeated my opponent. He remained calm and composed as always. To this day, I've hardly ever used the Manjikyu Sharingan. He only demonstrated his fireball technique, swordsmanship, and body flicker technique to everyone, revealing at most 3/10 of his strength. Soon after, it was Su Chen's turn to play. Whether they were resting after a battle or doing other things, everyone's eyes were drawn to Su Chen as he entered the arena. The reason is that Su Chen's ghostly speed is impossible to guard against, and his sharp swordsmanship combined with his ghostly movements has shocked most people. No one on the field was confident that they could react in time and counterattack him. In close combat, they have swordsmanship. In speed, they rely on the instantaneous movement technique, and at long range, they have the great fireball technique. After several rounds of competition, many people noticed Su Chen's blood-red eyes, which faintly exuded an evil aura, extremely intimidating, and made people afraid to look directly at him. No one knew what it was, but they felt that once those eyes swept over them, their bodies would tremble involuntarily. These are the feelings that the players who lost to Su Chen later described to others. Fear. Utter fear. They could clearly see Xia Jingye's strength, but they had no idea about Su Chen's strength at all. After the previous competitions, no one dared to underestimate Su Chen in the slightest, even though he came from an ordinary background. At this moment, Su Chen's opponent was just an ordinary A-level ability user who stared intently at Su Chen as if facing a formidable enemy. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His intermediate-level instantaneous movement technique allowed him to form hand seals with one hand. He held the black iron sword in his right hand and gently raised his left hand. Okay, I agree. Instantaneous movement technique. In an instant, he vanished from the spot as a blur. Upon seeing Su Chen vanish in an instant, Chen Shan immediately tensed up, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily as he desperately searched for Su Chen's whereabouts. In his nervousness, he even forgot to unleash his special abilities, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Su Chen gave a soft shout and suddenly appeared behind Chen Shan, wielding the black iron knife in his hand. Basic knife skills, chop. There are no fancy moves, only the purest slashing, simple yet containing the power of a grand martial master. Chen Shan noticed the sound of something cutting through the air behind him, and goosebumps immediately rose on his arms, reminding him that danger was approaching. Without hesitation, he unleashed his supernatural power to confront Su Chen. As long as Su Chen continues to attack, my superpower will hit him. He has to give up attacking if he wants to dodge. The outcome will either be a lose-lose situation, or Su Chen will back down, resulting in a peaceful outcome for both sides. What will you choose? Chen Shan asked with a mocking expression, staring at Su Chen wielding his sword and unleashing his own supernatural power, anticipating the other's decision. It was as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, he met Su Chen's blood-red eyes, and for some reason, his heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. Won't something unexpected happen? He thought anxiously. Su Chen remained calm, showing no change in expression even when facing Chen Shan's superpowers, and his swordsmanship never faltered. What? Are we really going to end up with both sides suffering heavy losses? Has Su Chen gone mad? At this moment, Chen Shan felt a little flustered. He had long anticipated that if Su Chen truly wanted to win the championship, he would not easily get injured. After all, injury would affect the subsequent matches, which was why he wasn't afraid of Su Chen's attacks. However, Su Chen's sword strikes did not falter in the slightest. This finally made Chen Shan panic. He absolutely did not want to see a lose-lose situation. The next second, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Facing the oncoming supernatural attack, his body dodged in a strange way, and the knife in his hand remained unchanged. It continues to approach Chen Shan. Seeing his life hanging by a thread, Chen Shan was terrified, but Su Chen's knife merely grazed past him without falling. Still alive, still alive. Chen Shan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. Su Chen's blade severed a strand of hair from his forehead, which then gently floated down in front of him. In that instant, he collapsed to the ground, his image as a genius completely shattered. Who could have imagined the immense pressure Chen Shan had just endured? It wasn't just the fear of Su Chen's approaching blade, but also the invisible oppression emanating from those blood-red eyes. That's a double blow. Su Chen wins. Seeing that Chen Shan had no intention of continuing the fight, the referee immediately announced the result of the match loudly. Su Chen nodded to Morong Shui, then ignored the solemn gazes of the surrounding contestants and walked off the competition stage expressionlessly. Peng Yuan, also a contestant, turned to Xia Jingye beside him and asked, "Jingye, do you think you could have reacted to Su Chen's speed just now?" His words were loaded with meaning. If Xia Jingye said he couldn't react, then before their duel even began, Xia Jingye had already lost more than half the battle. Xia Jingye was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It's hard to say, but I should be able to handle it. I watched Su Chen fight before, and he wasn't that fast. At that time, I thought I could still react to his speed, so I didn't pay much attention. After he finished speaking, a hint of indescribable solemnity flashed in his eyes. Cough cough cough. If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen must have made a breakthrough in speed these past 2 days, otherwise he couldn't have improved so much. Even Xia Jingye, who considers himself a genius, couldn't help but feel troubled by Su Chen's ghostly speed. This is mainly because their current attack methods are too limited and their superpower development is not yet comprehensive. Therefore, facing an opponent like Su Chen, who possesses both high attack and high agility, one can't help but feel a bit of a headache. Jingye, he's only a 6th level martial artist, Peng Yuan reminded him. If he was referring to Su Chen, who was at the 6th level of martial arts. If the opponent reached the 9th level of martial arts and was at the same level as Xia Jingye, wouldn't the chances of winning be slim? As one of the few people who could speak with Xia Jingye, he was genuinely worried about this issue. So what? Xia Jingye replied seriously. If I were afraid now, what would be the point of pursuing the highest martial arts? What does speed matter? Right now, he's just relying on his speed advantage to leave his opponents helpless. This advantage cannot last forever. But what he didn't know was that Su Chen, in order to avoid making people think he was too amazing, actually only showed a portion of his strength, less than half. If Xia Jingye knew this secret, his resolve in martial arts would probably waver. Even Morong Shui couldn't give him this kind of pressure. Meanwhile, in the VIP room in the audience area, many college admissions officers gathered together. This student is not bad. Although he is only a 6th level martial artist, his speed is amazing. He is not afraid of even a 9th level martial artist. Is his ability to increase speed? Why can he also use fire-based attacks? University professors offered various guesses, but none could offer a definitive explanation. After all, these professors are primarily responsible for student recruitment. In a small place like Linhai City, it's difficult to send out truly capable teachers. Their trip was merely to scout out promising young talents in advance. That's not a superpower, it's a martial art. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a martial art, but I don't know what level it is. A teacher from the Imperial University immediately spotted Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. Every time he prepared to accelerate, he would make a strange hand gesture in front of him. Although the teacher couldn't decipher the gesture's specific meaning, she realized it was the prelude to unleashing a body flicker technique. Of all the matches she'd watched, Su Chen was the most surprising contestant. At first, seeing his skill level, she thought he was just a B-level ability user, but as she observed him more closely, she realized he was far from simple. Whether it's his blood-red pupils, his fire-based superpowers, or his unparalleled speed among those of the same level, everything about him makes him stand out. Even his swordsmanship, seemingly ordinary, reveals a unique charm upon closer examination. She guessed that Su Chen couldn't afford any advanced sword techniques and could only use the most basic moves. After all, you could tell from his battered black iron sword. Martial arts? That's right. How come I didn't think of that? No wonder, said the teacher from the Kyoto University admissions office. If it's not a superpower, then it must be a martial arts skill. To have mastered a martial art so skillfully at such a young age, you must have at least achieved a minor level of proficiency, right? Her words made everyone present suddenly realize something, and their eyes filled with joy. They all had their eyes on Su Chen. Judging from his current performance, Su Chen was at least an A-level ability user, and his martial arts talent was exceptional. To be able to break through to the minor mastery level of a martial art at such a young age was also quite admirable. This contestant's name is Su Chen, right? The admissions officer from Kyoto University looked at President Wang. I'll make the first move. Hey, Li Hongyan, are you never going to stop? You're giving away all the good prospects? Pu Feng, a teacher from the admissions office of Shanghai University, glared at Li Hongyan, his tone filled with resentment. If it weren't for the fact that almost no other schools besides the local universities would pay attention to this small place and know that there are good talents here, he wouldn't have been sent here. He knew Li Hongyan. She came from Linhai City, and her purpose in returning this time was to take several geniuses to the capital. With her abilities, how could she be content to remain in this remote place? So what? Li Hongyan made no attempt to hide her feelings, her eyes sweeping over everyone present with a calm yet resolute gaze. I am simply stronger than all of you. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Her tone was calm yet assertive, making everyone present afraid to cross her line. This was a huge difference in their levels of understanding. Principal Wang stood in the middle, beaming, with no one daring to offend him. He had enjoyed such treatment in previous years as the principal of the first middle school, and this year it was his turn, so he was naturally overjoyed. In contrast, Principal Zhang, their competitor, didn't look so pleased. Years of teaching experience told him that unless Morong Shui or Su Chen were directly drawn into Xia Jingye's hands, the second middle school could secure 2 top 3 spots this year, and even the outcome of the first place was unpredictable. Faced with Li Hongyan's powerful aura, Pu Feng did not back down. Instead, he firmly said, "It's not us choosing the students, but the students choosing us. It's obvious that whoever has the higher leverage and can attract talent will have to rely on their own abilities." Other university teachers were also intrigued, since this meant they still had a chance to compete, rather than having no chance at all. After all, the talent of the students recruited determines their salary level to some extent. Su Chen stared at the empty number plate in his hand, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Looks like Lady Luck is on my side." With only 5 players remaining, a bye meant he didn't have to play and could easily advance to the top 3. Although it wasn't that he couldn't win, Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse this stroke of luck since he could easily get into the top 3. Apart from Morong Shui and Xia Jingye, the other two stared at Su Chen with envy, jealous of why they hadn't drawn a bye number. In the end, they just twitched their lips helplessly and said nothing more. After all, with Su Chen's strength, he could easily have made it into the top 3 even without a bye. Therefore, not only did they have no objections, but the audience outside the venue also voiced almost no opposition. In their view, the truly exciting battle should be saved for the final showdown, which would be the true end. Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun smiled when they saw that Su Chen had a bye. Making it into the top 3 was already a very good result. Whether it's fate or not, the 3 most popular contenders for the championship have never faced each other since the start of the competition. The 3 are Su Chen, Morong Shui, and Xia Jingye. Morong Shui and Xia Jingye quickly defeated their respective opponents and returned to their previous drawing positions with expressionless faces. Neither of them showed any signs of fatigue, nor did they even break out in a sweat. It was as if the battle just now had no effect on them. However, the consumption of qi and blood still exists, and as long as you rest for a while, you can continue to fight. These are pills to restore your qi and blood. Here you go. Lin Yuanchang took out 2 pills and handed them to the 2 people who had just fought. No need to rush to recover, take your time. He was worried that the 2 of them might neglect their physical exertion for the sake of the competition and overdraw their potential to recover too quickly, so he quickly reminded them not to rush. As for Su Chen, obviously not. Morong Shui and Xia Jingye took the pills, immediately sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to recover. They are determined to face the final battle in their strongest form. The 2 of them exuded an aura that they couldn't help but emanate. Lin Yuanchang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that these 2 could still unleash such an imposing aura at this crucial moment." He glanced at Su Chen in the distance, his eyes seemingly implying, "Why don't you unleash some of your power?" Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, he shrugged, and the next moment, an aura stronger than the 2 of them suddenly erupted from his body. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and a strong wind suddenly arose. Morong Shui and Xia Jingye both looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with shock. So strong. This was their only thought. Just by their aura, the 2 of them could feel that Su Chen's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing their own. The 3 men's auras clashed fiercely in midair. Suddenly, Su Chen's aura overwhelmed the 2, giving him an absolute advantage, and his presence exuded an air of arrogance and dominance. Morong Shui was not to be outdone. She frowned slightly, wanting to unleash an even stronger aura. Her pride would not allow her to give up easily. The same applies to Xia Jingye. No matter how much the 2 struggled, Su Chen still managed to overpower them. A sense of resentment welled up in their hearts. Although the audience outside the stadium was confused, the sight of strong winds blowing inside made them realize that something interesting must have happened inside. Soon after, both of them had fully recovered their energy and blood. Lin Yuanchang took out 3 lots, put them into the lottery box, shook them a few times, and then stretched his hand out into the air, indicating that the 3 people should draw lots. "Come on, let's draw lots one last time and see who's the lucky one who gets a bye," he said with a smile, as if he were watching a good show. The 3 exchanged glances. Xia Jingye drew first, Morong Shui second, and Su Chen last. The 3 people who received the tickets had no expression, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Lin Yuanchang couldn't see anything amiss either, so he said, "The 3 contestants, please turn over your slips so everyone can see them." Su Chen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he couldn't help but think, "My luck is too good. Does someone suspect I cheated?" Because the slip of paper in his hand had words on it, and by touch, he confirmed that it read bye. "Is this what it means to advance to the final 2 while lying down? I thought I'd be lucky to make it into the top 3 without even having to lift a finger, but I never expected to get a bye for 2 consecutive rounds. What other competitors struggle to achieve, I can just sit back and win." Su Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't forgotten that winning first place in the selection competition would grant him advanced culinary skills. "It seems that God is truly on my side." He looked at Xia Jingye and Morong Shui, who were expressionless. Although he felt a little sorry, the champion of the selection competition was destined to belong to him, Su Chen. Then, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the 3 slowly raised the lots they held. "Let me see. What? Su Chen got a bye? Wow, that's amazing. You must be mistaken, right? How could you possibly get a bye twice in a row? What nonsense. This screen is so big, even if I'm confused, I couldn't possibly be wrong. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me." "Fine. Fine, I'll watch it myself then. Su Chen, who had been left out twice in a row, was somewhat embarrassed and stood there with a wry smile. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's face. This kid's really lucky. He got a bite twice in a row. If I hadn't been watching, I would have suspected he was cheating. He was certain that none of the three had cheated during the draw. The entire process was under his control, and no one could have hidden it from him. Morong Shui didn't know what to say, and could only think to herself that if she wanted to fight Su Chen, she had to defeat Xia Jingye first. Meanwhile, in a VIP room in the audience, like other university teachers, Li Hongyan stood there blankly, silently sighing in her heart. Su Chen is incredibly lucky. After a while, being lucky isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, luck is also a part of strength on the path of martial arts. Go for it, Morong. Su Chen encouraged Morong Shui with a smile. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Don't lose. As for Xia Jingye, he can only say that it was none of his business. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at Su Chen. She felt that Su Chen's words carried a strong sense of boasting, which made her want to punch him. I'm usually very calm, so why can't I control myself whenever I'm around him? She shook her head. Now was not the time to think about these things. Xia Jingye, the opponent in front of her, was the one she needed to face. She knew that her father was watching her from not far away, and Su Chen was also watching her. She must give it her all. With a determined look in her eyes, Morong Shui stepped onto the competition stage. At this point, the remaining three have secured their positions in the top three, and what follows is their final showdown. Morong Shui said in a cold tone, Xia Jingye, I have long admired your name. Then he added seriously, I will give it my all in this match. If I can't hold on, I will surrender. His words were full of confidence. At first glance, it might seem like she was belittling Xia Jingye, but if you listen carefully, you can feel her sincerity. I'll return those words to you. Xia Jingye sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Normally, no one would dare to talk to him like that. I will defeat you first, then defeat Su Chen, and become the undisputed strongest genius in Linhai City. Morong Shui shook her head. If she hadn't met Su Chen, she might have been attracted by the title of the strongest genius in Linhai. But after meeting geniuses like Su Chen, I realized that he was unknown and only wanted to improve his strength. She felt somewhat ashamed. Despite Su Chen being stronger and more talented than her, he didn't care about such empty fame and focused on practicing diligently. She has always been admired by the outside world and cares a lot about these empty titles. Linhai may be small, but the world around it is vast. There are always higher heavens and more capable people. Morong Shui knew that she was just a frog in a well. Stepping out of her comfort zone in Linhai is the only thing she needs to do. Shake your head? Xia Jingye frowned, his face showing displeasure. He saw clearly the slight movement of Morong Shui shaking her head. That's what puzzled him. Logically speaking, he and Morong Shui had no apparent conflict, but behind the scenes they had already engaged in countless open and covert struggles. Why is she not reacting at this moment? At that moment, Xia Jingye felt like a clown. The things he cared about for a long time were actually meaningless in the eyes of others. With the referee's signal, the two prepared for battle. Morong Shui struck first, coldly saying, 10,000 miles. Freeze. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and layers of frost formed all around, especially at Xia Jingye's feet, or an icicle suddenly rose up. The icicle shot up from the ground, as if it would pierce him from below. However, Xia Jingye was no pushover either. The moment Morong Shui activated her supernatural ability and the ice pillar rose, she immediately sensed danger. Xia Jingye leaned to the right, muttering disdainfully, a mere trifle. Then he whispered, quick strike. With a flick of his wrists, 7 or 8 tiny slashes flew swiftly toward Morong Shui. Although the targets appeared small, once they struck her body, the damage would be considerable. Morong Shui's face was expressionless, covered with a thin layer of frost. She didn't expect to defeat Xia Jingye in one move. She merely glanced at the incoming slash. With a wave of his right hand, several icicles immediately condensed in the air. Upon closer inspection, the number of ice crystals was equal to the number of slashes. Half an hour later, that eye is amazing. With just a glance, she could accurately determine how many icicles were needed to deal with the attack. The two attacks collided, the slashes dissipated, and the ice shards scattered and exploded. Occasionally, a few ice shards would fall from mid-air and land on the stands, but no one paid any attention. Everyone was captivated by the battle between Morong Shui and Xia Jingye, their eyes glued to the screen. The exchange just now was nothing more than a simple test for them. The real contest has only just begun. Morong Shui stretched out her hand, and the ice crystals gradually coalesced in the air, eventually forming a sword. The sword is 3 feet long, completely transparent, and exudes a faint chill, just like its owner, Morong Shui, who was cold and aloof. Xia Jingye was stunned for a moment, a deep surprise flashing in his eyes. The fact that Morong Shui could conjure a sword out of thin air demonstrates that she has reached a profound level of mastery over her supernatural abilities. He admits that he cannot do that yet. Xia Jingye forced himself to remain calm and said indifferently, when did your control over your superpowers become so good? He then said with a wry smile, I'm not as good as you in this respect. Morong Shui remained expressionless, but in her heart she was thinking, is she that strong? At first, She wasn't actually interested in swords, but after seeing Su Chen wielding his sword in the monster forest, she inexplicably wanted to learn how to use a weapon. Later, with the help of a teacher hired by her father, and after repeated training, she finally mastered how to change the shape of the ice. Although his swordsmanship wasn't particularly outstanding, it was still quite good enough for his needs. Suddenly, Xia Jingye felt a chill under his feet. He subconsciously looked down and was surprised to find that his feet were firmly trapped by ice and he could not move. The next moment, hurried footsteps sounded in my ears. Seeing that he was distracted, Morong Shui immediately raised her ice sword and rushed in front of him. "Oh no!" Xia Jingye exclaimed in alarm, desperately using his supernatural ability to shout, "Rapid slash!" However, due to the haste of this attack, it did not aim at Morong Shui at all, but merely whistled past her body. Morong Shui's sword drew a long, bloody gash on his arm. If Xia Jingye hadn't used a swift slash to cut through the ice beneath his feet, Morong Shui's sword would likely have already injured him. This move should have been enough to decide the outcome. Xia Jingye was panting heavily, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. "Huff, huff," he murmured, then couldn't hide it, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, gone in an instant. "If only I hadn't been careless." He clutched his bleeding arm, but remained defiant. This woman has made him lose face. He originally wanted to defeat her in an elegant way, but this is how it turned out. A fierce anger ignited within him. "Morong, the battle has only just begun, and now I have to get serious." Xia Jingye revealed a fake smile. Then, in a chilling tone, he said, "I hope to see you safe and sound by then." Morong Shui stared coldly at Xia Jingye, maintaining a safe distance. Even if Xia Jingye launches an attack, she will have enough time to dodge. Although she currently holds a slight advantage, it doesn't mean victory is guaranteed for her. Su Chen watched as the atmosphere of the competition grew increasingly tense. He had clearly seen the murderous intent that Xia Jingye had just revealed. Getting angry out of embarrassment? Su Chen muttered to himself, what an incredibly childish display. Faced with Xia Jingye's intense murderous aura, he could only sigh that the other party had clearly not experienced the cruel trials of society. That's why he seemed so unsteady. In other words, he was like a flower in a greenhouse. He might have some combat experience, but he had never struggled on the edge of life and death. "Su Chen, do you think Sister Morong will win?" Just then, a worried voice came from beside me. "Su Chen, do you think Sister Morong can win?" Zhao Yuer asked worriedly. The intense battle between the two on stage left this support-type ability user somewhat bewildered, but she could sense that the upcoming fight would be extremely dangerous. "It's hard to say." Su Chen pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "After all, neither Morong Shui nor Xia Jingye has used their full strength in their current exchange." Seeing Zhao Yuer's lowered head, he reassured her, "Don't worry, judging from Morong Shui's performance, the two are at least evenly matched." Based on Morong Shui's original assessment of her fight against Xia Jingye, the odds of winning should have been 40-60. However, Xia Jingye's combat experience was far inferior to Morong Shui's, and coupled with his unstable emotions, the odds of winning became 50-50. "Really? Didn't Sister Morong say she only had a 40% chance of success?" Zhao Yuer looked up at Su Chen, her eyes gleaming with a desire for Morong Shui's victory. "That's certainly true, but..." Su Chen smiled without saying a word. Superfast slash. Xia Jingye stood at a distance and muttered to himself. He raised his right hand above his head, and his blood and chi surged rapidly, instantly converging in his right hand. In just a moment, he condensed a crescent-shaped slash that was 3 meters high. This aura was so strong that it made Morong Shui, who was in the distance, look solemn. She gripped the ice sword tightly in one hand, while simultaneously gathering supernatural power in the other, ready to fight at any moment. If the distance is close, she can try to get closer and interrupt Xia Jingye's moves. However, the distance between the two was too great, making it impossible for Morong Shui to quickly reach Xia Jingye and stop the attack. But she showed no fear whatsoever. The path of a martial artist is to charge forward fearlessly. The next moment, Xia Jingye's rapid slash was completed, accompanied by his arm swinging down forcefully. The crescent-shaped slash, carrying an unstoppable momentum, fiercely struck towards Morong Shui. The strike left a half-foot-deep trench in the ground. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how Morong Shui would respond. Morong Shui wanted to dodge, but realized that with her current speed, it was impossible to avoid the move. It was simply wishful thinking. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the referee on the sidelines was tense and ready to intervene at any moment. She remained unfazed. Several ice shards condensed around him, and with a soft sound, they pierced towards the source of the attack. The ice shard shattered instantly upon colliding with the slash, perhaps not even lasting a breath. Morong Shui smiled slightly. The effect was insignificant anyway, she just wanted to give it a try. Seeing that the ice was easily broken, she did not give up. Her beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her originally dark pupils turning deep blue, indicating that she was ready to go all out. In an instant, several ice walls rose out of thin air in front of him to block the attack. The sheer chill emanating from the ice walls is enough to convey their immense weight, let alone the fact that there is more than one ice wall. Xia Jingye sneered. "How can a mere ice wall withstand my strike? This is almost my all-out attack at this stage." Indeed, this move almost depleted his vital energy. He knew that if this move still couldn't defeat Morong Shui, he would be the one to suffer next. Keep in mind that he was already at the 9th level of martial arts. With his S-class superpower, his blood and energy were already far superior to those of ordinary people. In the end, Xia Jingye's strike hit the ice wall. The ice wall held for a few breaths before finally succumbing to the overwhelming force. Cough, cough, cough. It was slashed, leaving a deep vertical crack. Of course, the strike was not without its damage. Its momentum was noticeably diminished. 1, 2, 3. The 3 ice walls that Morong Shui had erected were all cleaved in two by the slash, but the power of the slash was now less than half of what it used to be. She glanced at the greatly diminished power of the slash and chuckled. The power it has now is just right. Her hands clenched tightly, her beautiful blue eyes flashing. She faced the swift attack without dodging, softly chanting, 10,000 miles of ice seal. As the sound faded, the slash stopped in its tracks. Everyone came to their senses, staring at the battle unfolding before them, exchanging bewildered glances. Because Morong Shui actually froze the slash completely, stopping it less than a meter away from her. A crescent-shaped ice wall, 3 meters high, stood majestically before her. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This move is a bit troublesome. If I don't dodge it, something bad will definitely happen. He keenly sensed that Morong Shui had great potential if she used this tactic against others. He warned himself that he must not give her the opportunity to use this move easily, and that he must use his speed advantage to dodge it. If all else fails, blurring the image is also an option. This move, 10,000 miles of frozen land, should be like Xia Jingye's slash, requiring a period of charging up. Otherwise, Morong Shui would have used it beforehand. Su Chen secretly speculated in his heart. Beside her, Zhao Yuer watched Morong Shui display her prowess on stage with excitement, as if she were there herself. Li Hongyan stared at the crescent-shaped ice wall on the stage, her eyes widening slightly, a smile playing on her lips. She immediately remarked, "Not bad, no wonder she's the girl I've got my eye on." Other university teachers twitched, unsure how to respond. If they weren't afraid to offend Li Hongyan, they would have already launched into a tirade. "Not bad? The girl you've got your eye on? Morong Shui hasn't even chosen your school yet, and you're already planning to include others in your own school, acting as if Morong Shui will definitely choose you." They could only mutter these words to themselves. If they were to actually say them aloud, Li Hongyan would definitely beat them up. Xia Jingye was not so happy at this moment. After all, his ultimate move had been broken and his blood and energy were almost depleted. Although he found it hard to believe, he still did not choose to admit defeat. Even if I've consumed a lot of my vital energy, Morong Shui probably doesn't have much either, right? He was thinking to himself. Morong Shui unleashed her supernatural abilities no less than his, and even far more often. He didn't believe that her body could still be full of energy and blood. At most, they're about the same as each other. Although Morong Shui didn't know what Xia Jingye was thinking, she could tell from the expression on his face that he was relieved. Xia Jingye's guess was correct. She did indeed have very little qi and blood in her body, but she understood from the beginning that to withstand that slash, she would inevitably have to consume a lot of her vital energy. Morong Shui gripped the ice sword even tighter. At this moment, the key to determining the winner lies in the close combat skills between the two. In order to become stronger, I have put in a lot of effort, even in close combat, Morong Shui said in a low voice. Generally speaking, many people with ranged attack abilities don't care about melee combat skills and don't bother to train them, because they felt that long-range output was sufficient. Morong Shui initially thought so too, but after experiencing the monster forest and being abandoned by her teammate Zhou Yukue, she lacked close combat ability and the pressure increased sharply, making it impossible for her to withstand the monster's attacks. That's when I finally made up my mind to start exercising. At the same time, Xia Jingye realized how the competition would be decided and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, it seems I'm the ultimate winner." His confidence stems from the fact that boys are generally stronger than girls in terms of physical fitness. In his view, a girl like Morong Shui must be spoiled and pampered, never lifting a finger. In close combat, I'm definitely no match for myself, being a boy. Isn't the result obvious now? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly be the one to win in the end. Xia Jingye smiled smugly and walked step by step toward Morong Shui. "Morong, why don't you admit defeat?" With a hint of sarcasm on his face, he said, "Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if you lost, and it would damage your goddess image." At this moment, he was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he took this opportunity to humiliate Morong Shui and avenge the embarrassment he had caused her before. In truth, Xia Jingye secretly hoped that Morong Shui wouldn't give up so easily. Only if she insists on not surrendering can he humiliate her in front of everyone and show that he is the strongest genius in Linhai City. Morong Shui was speechless. From Xia Jingye's expression, she could tell that he was determined to win. "Is it because I'm a girl that they look down on me?" She stared coldly at Xia Jingye, her gaze killing him, and said in a chilling tone, "Xia Jingye, let's settle this with our strength. Words alone won't work. Dream on if you think I'll admit defeat." Morong Shui was very proud, and she couldn't help but feel unhappy when faced with Xia Jingye's disdain. "Also, I have to remind you, if you underestimate me because I'm a girl and you lose, don't blame me. After saying that, she gripped the ice sword in her hand tightly, strode forward, her speed increasing and her aura becoming more and more powerful. Only then did Xia Jingye notice the ice sword in his hand. He had completely forgotten about it before. An inch longer, an inch stronger is not just empty talk, but a summary of experience over countless years. Xia Jingye's face immediately turned ugly. There are several reasons why he looked so unwell. First, Morong Shue's merciless rebuttal embarrassed him, leaving him with no way to back down. Secondly, his anger flared up in response to her provocative words. Seeing the ice sword she was gripping tightly only made his face darker. Unarmed, he naturally felt fear when facing Morong Shue wielding a sharp sword, and his movements became sluggish. But now, Xia Jingye has no time to think about it anymore. Morong Shue had already rushed to a spot not far from him and would pounce on him in a few seconds. He could only barely dodge, fearing that she would hit him. Getting injured as a result was something he absolutely did not want. Morong Shue's ice sword slashed across, cutting off a corner of his clothes. Xia Jingye had no reaction to this, as her fierce attack forced him to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, he didn't care about his posture at all. If he didn't dodge in time, the cold ice sword would pierce his body. Xia Jingye's expression shifted between anger and despair. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he kept thinking about how to retaliate. As Morong Shue's attacks intensified, his space to dodge became smaller and smaller, and several thin, long wounds were left on his body. Blood seeped from the wounds, gradually staining his clothes red. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a suitable solution. Xia Jingye had faced opponents with weapons before, but he always managed to win easily by relying on his supernatural abilities. Therefore, he gradually looked down on his armed opponents, believing that as long as he had superpowers, he was omnipotent. I never expected Morong Shue to be such a difficult woman, he thought to himself, filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he might have specialized in learning a weapon. Faced with Morong Shue's fierce offensive, he had no room to resist and could only dodge and barely avoid being defeated. Under constant pressure, Xia Jingye was pushed to the edge of the competition. Seeing that he was about to fall off the stage just a few steps behind him, he was very resentful. In his view, although winning over Morong Shue would be difficult, they shouldn't be so passive. He is currently facing imminent defeat. Xia Jingye's eyes turned fierce, and he channeled the last of his vital energy into a slash that condensed in the air. He suddenly swung the sword at Morong Shue. She had already anticipated his final counterattack, and with a nimble sidestep, she dodged the attack, then struck Xia Jingye off the stage with a single sword strike. Then she turned and left coldly, as if Xia Jingye was not worth mentioning at all in her eyes. Xia Jingye collapsed off the stage, unaware of what had happened, and temporarily ignored the pain beneath him. He just muttered to himself, "I lost? I could actually lose?" However, no one paid any attention to his words. All eyes were on the victor, and the loser's voice was ignored. "Awesome! Morong Shue actually won in the end. I told you Morong Shue would win, but you wouldn't believe me. Ha ha ha. Before the match, I bet 1,000 alliance coins on Morong Shue winning, and I made a small profit. I envy my older brother." Su Chen looked at Morong Shue who was walking towards him and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Morong Shue." He changed the subject, paused briefly, and continued, "Now it's just the two of us left. It seems this battle is unavoidable. The final battle will inevitably take place between him and Morong Shue. Although the two have a good relationship, it doesn't mean that Su Chen would easily hand over the championship. As a martial artist, one must have a desire to win." Morong Shue nodded slightly, her tone gentle. "Well, I don't think Su would go easy on a weak woman like me, would she?" The implication was that they hoped Su Chen would show his true strength and settle the score. If Su Chen deliberately let her win, she might not say much on the surface, but she would definitely feel uncomfortable or even disgusted by such behavior. She wanted to truly understand the gap between herself and Su Chen. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Su Chen's tone was calm but carried an undeniable firmness. He then joked, "Don't you trust me, Morong? Do you think I would hold back at such a crucial moment?" He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and besides, victory would reward him with a Shen-level martial arts skill. Although Su Chen already possesses many skills, the Shen-rank martial skill he acquired this time can fetch a good price. This is no small sum. As long as we don't let our guard down, victory is almost a certainty. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Morong Shue bowed apologetically to express her remorse. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have questioned your character." Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. "Besides, I've been looking forward to fighting with Morong for a long time." He didn't think much of Morong Shue's apology, but the viewers who were secretly observing were stunned. No one expected that Morong Shue, in private, would have such a close relationship with Su Chen, another dark horse in the competition. Those viewers who were unaware of the situation only saw the scene of Morong Shue bowing deeply to Su Chen. "What's going on? Why is my goddess Morong bowing to Su Chen? I'm devastated. My pure and innocent goddess Morong. Why? This Su Chen doesn't look like a good person. He must have something on goddess Morong. Absolutely, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Goddess Morong, if you're being coerced, blink. We'll definitely definitely come to your rescue. Su Chen and Morong Shui remained completely unmoved by the wailing of the audience. Even if they knew, the two would probably just laugh it off. I'm also looking forward to playing against Su. Morong Shui smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, then added as if remembering something, I was a bit exhausted from the match just now, so I'll head back now. See you this afternoon. Okay, see you this afternoon. Morong Shui led Zhao Yur away first, and Su Chen waved to them. Lin Yuanshine considered that the match between the two ninth-level martial artists would consume a lot of qi and blood, so he notified everyone that the match would be divided into 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, to give the contestants time to recover. Everyone agreed with this. Everyone wanted to see for themselves who would win the final championship of the selection competition. At this moment, Xia Jingye, who had just lost the game, was watching Morong Shui and Su Chen chatting happily. This was the first time he had tasted failure. From birth until now, his life has been smooth sailing, and he has been able to accomplish anything with ease. He can buy anything he wants simply by asking, and he has never tasted defeat in the face of any opponent since childhood. Among his peers, Xia Jingye appears humble on the surface, but he always considers himself a leader among the younger generation. He also firmly believes that one day he will become a true leader of the younger generation. Seeing the usually aloof Morong Shui showing a hint of tenderness towards Su Chen, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. It wasn't that Xia Jingye truly liked Morong Shui, it was just that men are naturally like that. What we can't have is always the most beautiful. He knew that from beginning to end. Morong Shui had never looked at him except when they were fighting. Perhaps it was the jealousy between men, but he actually felt an unbelievable jealousy towards Su Chen, whom he had never spoken to before. Su Chen, I want to see what's so special about you that you can attract a woman like Morong Shui. Xia Jingye slowly stood up, turned around, and walked away into the distance. In fact, he was not seriously injured, but his pride prevented him from getting up. He slowly left after most of the people had dispersed. When Su Chen returned home, he stopped cultivating and instead sat on the sofa quietly watching TV. He called this state of work-life balance. Long-term, high-intensity training is a huge burden on both the body and mind. The changes were minimal after just one afternoon of practice. At most, it only slightly strengthens the body's qi and blood. System, open the character panel. He decided to check his status again before the battle to put his mind at ease. Character panel opened successfully. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 6. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, 600/10,000. Light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000. Qi and blood, 600 points. Strength, 1,800 points. Speed, 600 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, 300/1000. Lightning release, Chidori, beginner, 385/500. Shui version body flicker technique, intermediate, 0/5000. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 1805/2000. Earth release, earth flow wall, beginner, 0/100. Finger pistol, max level. Points, 9,800. He slowly scanned the panel and suddenly noticed the earth flow wall technique in the corner. He was stunned for a moment, then a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. How could I have forgotten that this move still exists? As his skills accumulated, he would occasionally forget his own existence when faced with something insignificant. If it weren't for this sudden inspiration, I don't know how long this skill would have remained idle. Could the earthen wall block Morong Shui's ice crystals? This thought popped into his mind. Although my eyes were fixed on the advertisements on TV, my thoughts had already wandered away. He kept thinking about the possibility of using the earth flow wall to block Morong Shui's supernatural power. The final conclusion was reached. The premise is that Morong Shui's released special ability is not too powerful. Otherwise, the initial level earth flow wall will definitely not be able to block it. The numerous but weak ice spikes should be able to withstand the attack. Time flies, and it's afternoon in the blink of an eye. The sky was clear and cloudless, as if paving the way for the final battle between Su Chen and Morong Shui. Su Chen smiled, showing no sign of tension about the upcoming battle. After a relaxing afternoon, I'm in such great shape that it's enviable. Morong, have you fully recovered? You won't let me get away with this for nothing, will you? He said to Morong Shui with a smile. There was no hostility in his tone, nor any sense of distance due to being opponents. Morong Shui raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by Su Chen's words. He then smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm fully recovered. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. If she loses this long-awaited match due to poor form, she will regret it for the rest of her life. I won't lose. I won't lose either." As they listened to each other's vows, they couldn't help but smile at each other, their eyes flashing with each other's image. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two stepped onto the competition stage together. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on between these two. They actually walked onto the competition stage side by side. I had noticed the relationship between Su Chen and Morong Shui a long time ago. I thought it was just a guess, but I didn't expect it to be true. Is this match going to turn into a stage for couples to show off their love? I'm not here for a sweet show, I want to see a fierce battle. These words express the sentiments of most people. After all, people come here simply to witness the geniuses of Linhai City, or to anticipate intense clashes between superhumans. Who would want to see a young couple being affectionate on stage? Besides, these scenes can be seen on mobile phones anytime, and they're already tired of them. Only intense battles between superpowered individuals can make them feel that this trip is worthwhile. Standing on the stage was a man with a square face, a robust build, and an imposing presence. Judging from the material of his clothes and his physique, he was clearly from a wealthy family. This Su Chen, is he the one who saved Morong Shui before? Morong Fengba said expressionlessly. She had already decided in her heart that Su Chen was the one who saved her daughter. As Morong Shui's father, he understood his daughter's personality. If she didn't have feelings for him, she would never have acted so intimately. Although he knew beforehand that his daughter seemed to have special feelings for Su Chen, her behavior at the scene made him suddenly understand. Morong Shui may not have realized her feelings for Su Chen yet, but her father had already seen through her subconscious little actions. Her feelings for Su Chen were far from ordinary. What a fine young man, Morong Fengba said through gritted teeth. I never imagined that my beloved daughter, whom I've cherished for over 10 years, would be taken away by someone else. Any father would feel distressed in such a situation. Even though Su Chen's talent was enough to match his daughter, his displeasure was not something that could be expressed in a few words. Meanwhile, Principal Wang, beaming with joy, spent time with a group of admissions office staff. Many admissions officers enthusiastically introduced their school's advantages to Principal Wang. Despite knowing that Principal Wang had served as principal for many years, they still spoke enthusiastically about the preferential treatment students would enjoy after coming to their school. In previous years, only Principal Zhang of the first middle school enjoyed this treatment. This year, the outstanding performance of the geniuses at number 2 middle school has put even the first and second place positions in jeopardy. Principal Zhang looked at Principal Wang, who was being fawned over, and felt resentful. He snorted coldly and left the room. He seemed to think, out of sight, out of mind. Let your second middle school be proud this year. It's just because you were lucky to get 2 geniuses. Principal Zhang is a classic example of sour grapes. When some university admissions officers saw Principal Zhang leave, their eyes lit up and they all followed him. They cannot compare to top universities, so they have no hope of competing for true geniuses. It would be better to settle for second best. After all, the number of students at number 1 middle school is huge. Although the quality of this generation may not be as good as that of number 2 middle school, there are still quite a few talented students. At this moment, the admissions officer from Shanghai University smiled and asked President Wang, President Wang, congratulations on both of your students making it to the finals. Do you think Su Chen has a better chance of winning, or does Morong Shui have a better chance of winning? All eyes turned to Principal Wang, eager to hear his assessment of the outcome. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang stroked his chin and his stiff beard, the images of Su Chen and Morong Shui appearing in his mind. After a long silence, he finally spoke. It's hard to say. Personally, I know Morong Shui's talent better, and I've always known that she works very hard. To be honest, I didn't know there was a genius like Su Chen in the school at first. If it weren't for this selection competition, I doubt he would have ever been able to show his talent. Principal Wang gazed wistfully at the competition stage and continued, in terms of relationships, I have connections with Morong Shui's father, so emotionally, I hope she can win. However, considering his family background, I'd prefer Su Chen to win. Since discovering this genius, I've learned a bit about his family situation. Su Chen comes from an ordinary family, and it's truly remarkable that he has achieved his current level of skill. Given Su Chen's family background, if he could secure the resources of the first place winner in the selection competition, he might just soar to great heights. These resources were helpful to Morong Shui, but her family was wealthy enough to buy her better things. Of course, as the principal, Principal Wang would not show favoritism to any student. After saying all that, it all comes down to ability. No matter how much he says, it's useless. Since both of them are students at his school, he will benefit from the outcome, no matter what. In terms of background, Morong Shui should be stronger, as she has the backing of the Morong family. A teacher from the admissions office of Shanghai University thought for a moment and offered his opinion. As for Su Chen, I'm not saying he lacks talent, but his trump cards might not be as numerous as Morong Shui's, so they all understood that the admissions officer from Shanghai University believed Morong Shui had a better chance of winning. They had seen the cheap knife Su Chen used before. A knife like Pachang was simply not worthy of Su Chen's sharp swordsmanship. Some people even wanted to sponsor Su Chen and get him a better knife, but they didn't because they couldn't help the contestants during the competition. These words did not diminish their determination to recruit Su Chen. On the contrary, they strengthened their resolve to have this student. This means that Su Chen has no powerful backers and will likely stay at the school after graduation to continue to promote and develop the school. Unlike most family disciples, who have to return to their family and help it rise to prominence after graduation. Now is the time for the college entrance examination. competition, when the foundation of talented students from poor families is weakest, making this the best time to provide them with financial assistance. When he grows up, he won't care about those small resources at all. As the saying goes, it's better to offer help in times of need than to add to someone's already good fortune. In the distance, a woman stood out from the crowd. She was Li Hongyan. A bunch of idiots. I think Su Chen is hiding something much deeper than you imagine. A smile appeared on Li Hongyan's lips. For some reason, she always felt that Su Chen was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, Su Chen's crimson eyes, the flames he spews from his mouth, and even the lightning he can conjure in his hands. All of this convinced Li Hongyan that Su Chen was far from being an ordinary person on the surface. Little brother Su Chen, let me see your full strength. Li Hongyan smiled charmingly. I'm really looking forward to your performance. Please get ready, both of you. Su Chen and Morong Shui were several dozen meters apart. The distance seemed far, but for them, it would only take a few breaths to cross it. Then, Su Chen saw someone who surprised him. It seemed that the person there was to act as a referee. Ahem, I'll be the referee for the last match, Lin Yuanchang said with a smile. You won't mind if I'm an old man, will you? He came here to see which genius would win the championship of this year's selection competition. Is it Su Chen or Morong Shui? Lin Yuanchang had no prejudice against either of them. They were both geniuses in Linhai City, and he naturally wouldn't favor either side. Who would dare to look down on you? That's practically suicide. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly as he politely replied, I wouldn't dare. With you in charge, the competition will certainly receive the best guarantee. It's good that Lin Yuanchang is here, so we won't worry about accidentally using a powerful skill and seriously injuring Morong Shui. Morong Shui nodded in response. It is our honor that you could come. Lin Yuanchang smiled with satisfaction. He then continued in a gentle voice, let me briefly explain the rules of the competition. There is only one rule, friendship first, competition second. Seeing that the two were distracted, he didn't pay much attention and announced the start of the competition. Anyway, with him around, no matter how dangerous their attacks are, he can always save the day. This is the confidence Lin Yuanchang possesses as a 9th-level martial artist. Su Chen looked at Morong Shui and could clearly feel that the girl's heart was filled with a strong fighting spirit. The next moment, his pupils changed, his originally jet-black eyes turned crimson. The moment Su Chen activated his Sharingan, Morong Shui immediately sensed an eerie power. As she gazed into Su Chen's shifting pupils, the hairs on her body involuntarily stood on end. Her heart was pounding wildly, as if warning her that the boy in front of her was extremely dangerous and that she had to escape immediately. Is this the kind of pressure Su Chen exudes? She suppressed her discomfort and stared at Su Chen in shock. He's truly amazing. No wonder you're so impressive. Morong Shui hadn't expected that the mere sense of pressure emanating from Su Chen's pupils would be enough to make her tense up all over. Actually, if Su Chen had only activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, the pressure wouldn't have been so great, and she could have barely endured it. However, to show respect for Morong Shui, Su Chen activated his Manjikyu Sharingan without reservation. The difference between the 3-Tomo Sharingan and the Manjikyu Sharingan is beyond description. Anyone who is targeted by the Manjikyu Sharingan will feel their hair stand on end and shudder with fear. Morong Shui took a deep breath, slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and then suddenly opened them, her pupils showing no hesitation. Instead, there was an unprecedented determination. The land is frozen solid for thousands of miles. She circulated her chi and blood, condensing several ice shards, which swiftly pierced towards Su Chen from 4 directions, front, back, left, and right. The ice shards are extremely fast. A slight misstep can pierce the skin, and if one is struck, the pain is excruciating. Moreover, the icy chill piercing through the icicles was unbearable. Su Chen smiled faintly. Classmate Morong, these things are of no use to me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of icicles came from all directions, about to pierce him. In the critical moment, he first dodged slightly to the left, then moved swiftly to the right, and all the icicles fell into his hands one by one as he slowly but precisely dodged. Indeed, the insight in those eyes is extraordinary. Morong Shui vaguely noticed that when Su Chen dodged, his pupils actually moved slightly along the trajectory of the ice shards. She had long been speculating about the secret of Su Chen's eyes, but even now, she had not been able to fully understand its mysteries. All she could be sure of was that those eyes, besides their intense pressure, also possessed astonishing insight. As for the other abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan, she knew nothing about them yet, but her intuition told her that these crimson eyes were capable of much more than that. What's even more awe-inspiring is the power displayed by those pupils, which is enough to inspire awe. I remember Su Chen used fire attacks before, and he also has the ability to condense lightning in his hands? Morong Shui frowned. Could those eyes be related to fire attacks, or even the power of lightning? She couldn't help but wonder if all her years of studying had been so ineffective that she couldn't even analyze Su Chen's special ability. At least her grades were always among the best. Su Chen's grades have always seemed to be better than mine, right? She suddenly remembered that since entering high school, Su Chen's grades had always been consistently higher than hers. She just didn't care much about grades, so she didn't take it to heart. However, However, at this moment, Morong Shui had no time to think. She saw Su Chen make a series of hand gestures. She knew that whenever he made those gestures, it was the moment he would unleash his supernatural powers. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Chen formed a hand seal and suddenly spat out a blazing fireball from his mouth. As a 6th level martial artist, his intermediate level fireball technique has become significantly more powerful. Not to be outdone, Morong Shui quickly erected a thick ice wall in front of her. The fireball struck the ice wall, producing a sizzling sound, the sound of ice melting as it fused with fire. Countless water vapors rose from the venue, even creating a thin layer of mist. It seems that the two sides are evenly matched in the battle using the great fireball technique. Su Chen showed a slight surprise, but he knew that Morong Shui's energy consumption was definitely much greater than his own. He now has enough stamina to unleash the great fireball technique, and he could release it 10 times in a row without any problems. Although a thin mist filled the arena, which might slightly affect visibility, it was completely irrelevant to Su Chen, who possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan. He could pinpoint Morong Shui's location precisely, without being disturbed in the slightest. Su Chen slowly drew the black iron sword from its sheath, and the moment the blade was revealed, it made a crisp sound as it was drawn. The black iron sword was covered with marks left by Su Chen's countless battles, and the blade was already worn and mottled. Su Chen flashed forward, using the rising mist to quickly approach Morong Shui. Body flicker technique. Morong Shui noticed his arrival and her gaze locked onto Su Chen, who was gripping the black iron knife tightly. She immediately conjured an ice sword and held it horizontally in front of her to defend herself. Su Chen's swung blade was blocked by the ice sword, and the two swords clashed, producing a piercing sound. Not bad, it actually managed to block it, he said approvingly, then changed the subject. How about this? Morong Shui felt the ice sword suddenly sink, and almost dropped it. She had to adjust her defensive stance and slash at Su Chen's waist. Su Chen remained calm and showed no sign of panic despite Morong Shui's offensive. Relying on the advantages brought by the Manjikyu Sharingan, he easily blocked the weakest point of the ice sword with the black iron blade. Blocking this spot saves effort and puts pressure on Morong Shui. That reaction speed is really fast. Morong Shui was secretly amazed, not daring to pause for a moment, as the ice sword was unable to suppress Su Chen in a one-on-one fight. She didn't intend to continue the argument. After all, forces are reciprocal. She gripped the ice sword tightly, veins bulging, and exerted her strength again, though with little effect. But the next moment, she cleverly used the reaction force generated by the collision of the two weapons to leap into the air. Su Chen's pupils dilated slightly as he stared at the stunning figure in the air, momentarily stunned. It was during this brief moment of distraction that Morong Shui seized the opportunity, conjuring a large block of ice that descended from the sky and struck Su Chen directly. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Sensing the imposing force approaching from the sky, Su Chen didn't hesitate and quickly formed hand seals. An earthen wall rose from the ground, just in time to block Morong Shui's attack. This was the first time Su Chen had used this skill, and the effect was surprisingly good. However, since the earth wall was only a basic defense, it was basically destroyed after withstanding one attack. It's simply impossible to withstand the next attack. Seeing this, Su Chen did not hesitate and raised his hand to unleash a powerful fireball technique. He concealed himself behind the fireball like a cheetah and rushed toward Morong Shui. On the surface, the fireball jutsu appears to be his primary offensive weapon, but in reality, it's just a feint. The real killing move is the sword technique that follows immediately. As the fireball approached, Morong Shui's expression changed slightly. Without relaxing her guard in the slightest, she quickly dodged to the side. Just as she dodged the fireball, she saw Su Chen following closely behind. The moment their eyes met, Morong Shui sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. Su Chen was unwilling to let go of this golden opportunity, and in a flash, he appeared in front of her. He raised his black iron knife and swung it fiercely. Lin Yuanchang, the referee, was completely focused, fearing that the two might actually start fighting. Just as the blade was about to fall, Su Chen skillfully rotated the blade and struck Morong Shui hard with the back of the blade. The powerful impact sent her flying, and she felt that her internal organs had been damaged to varying degrees. Shui'er. Morong Fengba looked anxious, his hands clenched involuntarily, and he exuded a strong aura. This imposing presence startled the surrounding audience, who cast horrified glances at it. Fortunately, Morong Fengba was relieved to see that although his daughter was injured, she was not seriously hurt. Then he said in a vicious tone, "Su Chen, you're really something. If I were to accept you as my son-in-law, my Morong family would no longer bear the Morong surname. Every daughter is the apple of her father's eye, his precious darling." Although Morong Fengba usually seems very strict, he loves his daughters dearly. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Morong Shui's mouth, and she couldn't help but cough, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. When I opened my hand, I saw that fresh blood had been coughed up from the center of my palm. "Morong, are you alright? I'm sorry, Su Chen was filled with guilt and was about to apologize when he was interrupted. He was certain that he had no malicious intent. He was worried that using the black iron knife to strike directly would cause too much injury, so he deliberately used the back of the blade. He hadn't hadn't expected that Morong Shue's body was even weaker than he had imagined. For a moment, he couldn't accurately judge how much force to use, wanting to neither hurt her nor render her unable to resist. Fists and feet have no eyes. It's okay, it's not your fault, it's just that I'm too weak, cough cough. Morong Shue quickly waved her hand, and although she hadn't fully recovered from the battle, she couldn't help but cough a few times. How about we stop here for now? Su Chen made the suggestion. Morong Shue firmly refused, a faint smile playing on her lips, and said smugly to Su Chen, Su Chen, look at the knife you're holding tightly in your hand, there's a surprise hidden inside. Although she couldn't avoid it just now, she still wanted to leave Su Chen with a little surprise. Su Chen was stunned. He didn't immediately understand the meaning behind Morong Shue's words, but he still looked down at the black iron knife in his hand with some doubt. He seemed to see an unbelievable scene. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. Stunned, he exclaimed, how is this possible? When did this happen? I didn't even notice? The black iron knife was covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Su Chen estimated that if he swung the blade again, the black iron blade would definitely shatter into pieces. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right. Morong Shue stood up calmly and slowly explained the reason. Your knife was indeed close to cutting me, but that doesn't mean I couldn't do anything. I knew I couldn't avoid it, so I immediately started thinking about how to protect myself as much as possible. The moment your blade struck me, I used my supernatural power to condense a piece of ice on my body to block most of the damage. It turns out that this method is indeed effective, but some injuries are still inevitable. At this point, Morong Shue paused, unable to resist staring at Su Chen with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. At that moment, the force of the knife pressed against her body was not an illusion. Even as a 9th-level martial artist, she didn't sense such astonishing power. Su Chen is only a 6th-level martial artist. How could he possibly possess such power? Could it be a superpower? Morong Shue knew that Su Chen's special ability was the Spirit Eye, but how could an Eye-type ability have such powerful strength? Could it be some kind of extraordinary encounter? She guessed that Su Chen might have discovered some rare and precious treasures in the monster forest. Although I used my superpower to condense ice to protect my body, I still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if my internal organs were being churned up. This surprised me. Su Chen touched his nose sheepishly, knowing that he was much stronger than others at the same level. Despite being only a 6th-level martial artist, his strength had already reached 1,800. This strength attribute is almost comparable to that of a 2nd-tier Grand Martial Master. Then, while I use my supernatural power to protect myself, at the instant your blade makes contact, I inject a wisp of cold air into the blade, causing it to wreak havoc inside. Morong Xiefeng said it casually, as if it had nothing to do with her. Her words were clear and pleasant, and she remained patient with Su Chen, her benefactor. I see. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, giving Morong Shue a thumbs up. Morong, you've really impressed me and completely changed my perception of you. He knew that Morong Shue spoke lightly, as if there were no risks, but only she herself knew the real danger hidden within. Su Chen knew very well that it was an impossible task to accomplish both of these things in that instant. No wonder Morong Shue was able to stand up and even had the strength to continue fighting. He originally thought that Morong Shue was as powerful as he was, but now it seems that if Morong Shue hadn't used her special ability to protect her body at the last moment, she probably would have lost her fighting ability long ago. Su Chen had to admit that he had underestimated Morong Shue's determination. At least for now, his black iron sword was completely useless. My melee attacks have been restricted? A thought flashed through his mind. Outside the stadium, enthusiastic cheers rose and fell. Female audience member A excitedly shouted, Go, Goddess Morong. Who says girls are inferior to boys? Female audience member B said with anticipation, This is what a girl should be like. Girls are never inferior to boys. Male audience member A's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mom, I think I'm in love. That person is Lady Morong Shue. Male audience member B rationally stated, whether it's Su Chen or Morong Shue, they are both the pride of Linhai City. It's not surprising that the audience was so enthusiastic, because the battle was so impactful from beginning to end. A fierce clash. Ice and fire intertwined. Swords clashing. After the battle, these will become topics of conversation for a long time among the people of Linhai City. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a chill on his feet. He looked towards where Morong Shue had just been, only to find that there was no one there. While struggling to break free from the icy grip beneath his feet, he remained highly vigilant and prepared for defense. An ominous premonition spread through his mind. Fortunately, with his strength, he was able to break free of his restraints in a short time. Just as he was about to escape, Morong Shue's face was as cold as ice, her long hair fluttered involuntarily, her eyes turned azure blue, and she quickly pounced on him. He gripped the ice sword tightly in his hand. If this tactic still fails to defeat Su Chen, then the outcome of this battle is already a foregone conclusion. She had already planned it all out. At this distance, when she rushed in front of Su Chen, he would have absolutely no chance to fight back. This is her only chance. Everyone in the arena held their breath, their eyes fixed on the blue figure. It's too late. How can I dodge Morong Shue's attack? Su Chen frowned, understanding understanding her intention. This move is the key to victory or defeat. It's either win or lose. Thinking of this, he wondered when Morong Shui had activated her superpower. I never felt her release any superpower. He was somewhat annoyed. He had warned himself to be careful of her tricks, but he had still been controlled without realizing it. He watched as Morong Shui drew ever closer. Logically, he should have been nervous, but he was unusually calm. In any case, the outcome of the match was already decided. Don't blame me for cheating, he said with a deep gaze. Morong Shui was puzzled and attacked him with her ice sword, only to witness something unbelievable. Am I seeing things? She looked at the ice sword passing through Su Chen's body, full of doubt. Unwilling to give up, she tried several more times, but the result was the same. The ice sword did not hit Su Chen at all, but passed right through him. Multiple attempts were unsuccessful. Morong Shui finally lowered her ice sword, stared at Su Chen with a solemn expression, and sighed. With mixed feelings, she asked, Why can't my attacks hit you? Her spirits plummeted, and she didn't know what to say. After seeing the attack pierce through Su Chen's body, she was 100% certain that she couldn't win. It felt like victory was so close, yet so far away. Some viewers were bewildered by what they saw, while others had a gleam in their eyes. Among them was Principal Wang, who looked around with suspicion. I discovered that most people have a burning passion in their eyes. Still not understanding what Su Chen had just used, he paused, then couldn't help but ask, what was that? Why could Morong Shui's attack penetrate her? Although Principal Wang couldn't figure out the specific nature of Su Chen's move, he understood from the excited expressions of the people around him that it was no ordinary thing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for everyone present to show such shocked expressions. Hiss. Spatial ability. Your student is truly remarkable, Li Hongyan said incredulously. Even someone as knowledgeable as her couldn't help but be deeply shocked at that moment. Unfortunately, the room was completely silent, and even though her voice was melodious and beautiful, it failed to attract anyone's attention. That's a space-based ability. Everyone understands that the value of spatial abilities cannot be measured by ordinary ability levels. When used properly, it is a nightmare for monsters. So it's a spatial ability. Principal Wang responded instinctively, then his eyes widened, staring at Li Hongyan in shock. What? A spatial ability? Even the usually composed Principal Wang couldn't maintain his composure at this moment. He knew that asking such a question might offend Li Hongyan, but since it concerned spatial abilities, he had to verify the authenticity of the information as soon as possible. After all, as the martial king, Li Hongyan certainly knew more than him. If I'm not mistaken, this is definitely a space-based ability. Li Hongyan swallowed hard. She never expected that this small coastal city could bring her such a huge surprise. Originally, I was just going back to my hometown, intending to take a few talented people to better places to develop their careers. Unexpectedly, a genius with spatial abilities appeared here. Even Li Hongyan, a martial king-level expert, couldn't help but be shocked. In the capital city, a place teeming with talent and geniuses, there has never been a prodigy with spatial abilities. Yet, in this remote place where even martial king-level experts are rare, a space-type ability expert was born. The shock was indescribable for Li Hongyan. It really is a space-based superpower. Principal Wang's voice trembled with excitement. God bless Lin Hai. God bless Lin Hai. He might not be able to discern the specific ability Su Chen had just used, but that didn't stop him from knowing how precious spatial abilities were. Even if Su Chen's spatial ability didn't originate from their second middle school, but from the first middle school, he will still feel genuinely happy. Principal Wang, let Su Chen choose our school. I promise to give him the greatest possible resources. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of the spatial ability, a teacher from the admissions office of a university in Shanghai couldn't wait to speak first. They were afraid that this promising talent would be snatched away by someone else. The others looked completely bewildered. Hey, someone jumped the gun. Upon hearing the words of the admissions officer from the Shanghai universities, the others were stunned, but instantly their anger flared up. No, don't choose their school. There are already too many geniuses at Shanghai University. The resources allocated to Su Chen would be negligible. It's better to choose our school. Don't listen to their nonsense. Our Nanfu University is the best place for Su Chen. Not only is it close to home, but it will also receive full support in terms of resources. Beside him, the first to speak, a teacher from the admissions office at Shanghai University, turned pale and then green. He hadn't expected these people to snatch people away so brazenly. He could understand the desire to recruit Su Chen into their school, given that Su Chen possessed spatial abilities. But these people not only snatched students, they also slandered Shanghai University to their faces. Are our Shanghai universities really that vulnerable? The admissions officer from Shanghai University clenched his fists, looking ready to explode, but seeing that the people present were also quite capable, he ultimately restrained his anger. Hello, Principal Wang. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Longling Military Academy. If possible, I would like to have a chat with student Su Chen. At this moment, a military academy teacher with a resolute face, a steady voice, and a conspicuous scar on his neck spoke spoke up. He exuded a chilling aura. No one doubted that he was an imposter. People who graduate from military academies often carry a fierce aura because they travel to other places year-round to kill monsters, which gives them that kind of presence. Teachers from other admissions offices looked at the military academy teachers with awe. At the same level, students from military academies were far more formidable in combat. It's true that they are strong in combat. After all, those people have been fighting with monsters for many years and have developed unimaginable combat skills. This, Principal Wang wiped non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He was just an ordinary high school principal. How could he be expected to be watched by so many experts? It would be easy for him to offend people. If you rush forward without Su Chen's consent, it could very well give him a bad first impression. The military academy teacher noticed Principal Wang's predicament and said nothing more, but his gaze remained fixed intently on Su Chen on the field. Morong Shue's gaze was filled with complex emotions. Although she had some doubts, she found it hard to believe that she had come to the conclusion that Su Chen actually possessed spatial abilities. Why can't they hit me? Su Chen sighed, not expecting that he would eventually have to use the power of the Kamui Manjikyu Sharingan. Maybe it's because I have spatial abilities. He shrugged helplessly. At this point, it seems we have no choice but to reveal the secret of possessing spatial abilities. He knew that the news about spatial abilities would have a significant impact. But since it's already been used, why not be open and tell everyone? Morong Shui wasn't surprised, but she sighed somewhat dejectedly, raised her hand, and said in a flat tone, "I admit defeat." After learning that Su Chen possessed spatial abilities, she understood that the outcome of the competition was never in doubt from the very beginning. Having spatial abilities means being virtually invincible at this level. In the early stages, they were unable to compete with them, and later they were unable to capture anyone with such superpowers. Therefore, spatial ability users are considered the most untouchable beings. If you anger them, they can cause trouble anytime, anywhere, and escape unscathed. Morong Shui couldn't help but feel regret that she hadn't been able to defeat Su Chen. "Morong, you're amazing too, aren't you?" Su Chen noticed her bad mood and tried to comfort her. "If I didn't have spatial abilities, I probably would have lost that round already." His words were a mix of truth and falsehood. If he hadn't used the illusion technique, he could still have attacked Morong Shui for that brief moment, at most suffering some injury. Morong Shui shook her head, her eyes gentle but her voice cold. "No, it's because I'm not strong enough yet. I'll challenge you again when I have the chance." She knew very well that with her current strength, she couldn't possibly beat Su Chen. Her spatial abilities alone were enough to leave her helpless. "Let's congratulate Su Chen on winning the selection competition." Lin Yuanchang announced the results of the competition when the time was right. Many viewers still don't understand the final scene, wondering how Su Chen managed to dodge Morong Shui's attack. From their perspective, they didn't see the moment Morong Shui's ice sword pierced through Su Chen's body. They only thought he dodged it at the last minute. Morong Shui was about to leave when, after taking a few steps, she suddenly felt weak all over. Her legs gave way, and she almost fell over. "My legs are weak." She knew that the battle had taken a heavy toll on her body, which was why she felt so weak afterward. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught her steadily. Morong Shui opened her eyes in confusion, and what came into view was Su Chen's handsome face. Before she could finish speaking, Su Chen scolded her, "If you couldn't hold on, you should have said so. You almost fell, you know? If it weren't for me, you would have fallen to the ground." Morong Shui did not respond, but her nose twitched slightly. The scent of male hormones wafted over her, making her cheeks flush. Morong Shui's face flushed red instantly. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Su Chen. A blush rose on her face. Let me go. I can walk by myself." The two were acting very intimately, at least to onlookers. She felt all sorts of gazes coming from all directions. Morong Shui, who usually didn't care about other people's opinions, blushed slightly at this moment and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Su Chen said in a serious tone, "Morong, what will you do after I let you go? You are weak right now and can't even walk steadily. Don't be stubborn." After saying that, he helped Morong Shui slowly downstairs, intending to find her a place to rest. However, the subtle fragrance emanating from Morong Shui made Su Chen unable to stop silently reciting the heart-cleansing mantra in his mind, warning himself not to let his mind wander. "But the more I was reminded of this, the more an indescribable feeling welled up inside me. I am a gentleman, and with such trust in me, how could I possibly have any wild thoughts?" He shook his head and slapped himself hard. He felt that his thoughts were utterly despicable. Although Morong Shui blushed and dared not look directly at Su Chen, her actions just now were quite significant, and how could they escape the notice of a ninth-level martial artist like her? She stared at Su Chen's slightly flushed face, then asked in surprise, "Su Chen, what's wrong? Why did you hit yourself?" "It's nothing." Su Chen dared not reveal his true thoughts and quickly changed the subject, helping Morong Shui to the resting area. The more this happened, the more curious Morong Shui became about what exactly made Su Chen slap her. But considering that their relationship hadn't reached the point where they could confide in each other, and that it wasn't appropriate to pry into other people's private affairs, she didn't speak. "Sister Mr. Morong, are you alright? Zhao Yuer suddenly appeared and threw herself into Morong Shue's arms. You scared me to death. She glared at Su Chen. Humph, it's a good thing you helped Sister Morong back, otherwise I wouldn't have let you off the hook. In fact, Zhao Yuer understood that it wasn't Su Chen's fault. She just wanted to say a few words for Morong Shue and help her get an explanation. Su Chen smiled and coughed lightly. Since Miss Zhao is here to take care of things, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he got up and left. Seeing Su Chen walk away, Morong Shue immediately stood up as if to say something, but her body was already exhausted and she went limp again. I also heard him say, Morong, get some rest and don't worry about me. Then, he disappeared from her and Zhao Yuer's sight. Morong Shue gave Zhao Yuer a reproachful look and said softly, Yuer, you went a bit too far just now. It's normal for fists and feet to be unpredictable in a fight. It's not Su Chen's fault. Zhao Yuer immediately comforted her, saying that although Morong Shue appeared cold on the surface, she was actually very emotional inside. Having seen too much flattery, they have long since built up layers of defenses. Then, Su Chen shouldn't be angry, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuer immediately realized that she had been impolite. She remembered that Su Chen was her savior, and felt deeply ashamed. But the words have already been spoken and cannot be taken back. Seeing Zhao Yuer's appearance, Morong Shue helplessly rubbed her forehead. If only she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have done it in the first place. However, not wanting to create any rift between Su Chen and Zhao Yuer, she comforted them, saying, Don't worry, Yuer, Su Chen isn't a petty person. If you apologize sincerely, he will definitely forgive you and won't keep bringing it up. Hearing this, Zhao Yuer finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about finding an opportunity to apologize to Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of Morong Shue's resting place, he bumped into a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. He sensed something unusual in the other person's anxious expression, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the two looked remarkably alike. They passed each other without exchanging a word. For some reason, Su Chen felt that the older man had glared at him earlier. Could it be Morong Shue's father? He couldn't help but wonder. After all, Morong Shue and that person look alike, and given that she had just been injured, this speculation is plausible. Therefore, it makes sense that the other person looked anxious. Moreover, Su Chen had secretly observed the opponent's strength using his blood wheel, and it was not obvious what realm the opponent was in. So it's reasonable for them to glare at me? Su Chen couldn't help but ponder the reason why they were glaring at him. It was probably because he had injured the other party's daughter, but since the other party was an elder, they naturally wouldn't easily lose face by bullying him. He felt somewhat helpless. Does he have to give in to your daughter? It's not like they didn't hold back. To be honest, Su Chen's first impression of Morong Fingba wasn't very good, but he could understand his deep love for his daughter. Now he plans to go find Ling Yuanchang. The reason, of course, is to claim the prize that he deserves as the champion. Thump, 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 thump. Su Chen slowly pushed open the door, revealing a simple office. The furnishings were not luxurious, everything was very simple. Logically speaking, given Lin Yuanchang's status, his office shouldn't be so simple. Lord Lin, it's been a long time. Su Chen greeted Lin Yuanchang. I am very grateful for the chi-boosting pills you gave me some time ago. To be honest, the resources Lin Yuanchang provided were indeed a great help to him. Otherwise, Su Chen would probably still be at the 4th level of martial artist and wouldn't have been able to advance to the 6th level of martial artist so quickly. Lin Yuanchang nodded, stood up, walked to sit opposite Su Chen, and brewed a pot of tea. After being brewed with boiling water, the aroma of the tea fills the air, delicate and refreshing, like the first steps into the world, with a subtle yet fragrant taste. The office was instantly filled with the aroma of tea. Lin Yuanchang's expression was gentle as he slowly said, First of all, congratulations to Brother Su for easily winning first place in the selection competition. He then gestured for Su Chen to drink tea. Su Chen obediently picked up the teacup, slowly took a sip, and the tea flowed down his throat. At that moment, he felt the fragrance of tea spreading everywhere, rich and mellow, with a sweet aftertaste as if it had cleansed his soul. He looked at Lin Yuanchang in surprise. Although he didn't know much about tea, he could tell from the taste of this cup that it was by no means an ordinary or cheap product. Lin Yuanchang seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's reaction, and remained silent with a smile on his face. Brother Su, there's no need to thank me specially. You deserve it. I gave you the chi-boosting pills because I hoped you could help me find a way to break through to the Martial King realm, didn't I? Su Chen nodded, understanding Lin Yuanchang's intentions, and didn't dwell on the matter too much. Lord Lin, I've come here to. Su Chen didn't waste any words and was about to state his purpose. He wasn't afraid of others thinking he was too eager. After all, the selection competition had just ended not long ago, and he couldn't wait to come and collect his prize. Su Chen felt it would be best to get these things as soon as possible, because having them in his hands always gave him a sense of security. Besides, he didn't want to waste too much time on this anyway. Brother Su, wait a moment, let me say a few words first. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuanchang slowly interrupted him, leaving Su Chen looking puzzled. Young Master Su, please don't be so formal in the future. Just call me Director Lin. Seeing that Su Chen addressed him as Lord Lin repeatedly, Lin Yuanchang tried to find a way to get closer to him. Su Chen's lips twitched. He didn't refute Grandpa Lin, but still refused. This was clearly an attempt to build rapport, and he immediately understood Lin Yuanchang's intention. If it were someone else, Su Chen might worry that the other party had ulterior motives, but given Lin Yuanchang's reputation in Linhai City, he would never do anything bad to him. Perhaps it was just out of politeness. Since Lin Yuanchang had taken the initiative to get closer to him, Su Chen couldn't refuse. Alright then, whatever you like. You can call me Director Lin, don't be so formal. Lin Yuanchang glanced at Su Chen with slight displeasure after hearing his words. Then, he looked at Su Chen seriously and said in a slow and steady tone, Little Su, many people saw you using your space-type ability today. Su Chen nodded. I know, is it that serious? He had a premonition that once his spatial abilities were exposed, it would bring unnecessary trouble, but he felt no regret whatsoever. The path of a martial artist is to forge ahead bravely. If one is afraid of this and that, how can one become a true strongman? Lin Yuanchang suddenly fell silent. Is this unimportant? The issue of spatial abilities is no longer something that can be measured by whether it is important or not. This is absolutely extremely important. He is so old and holds such a high position that few people dare to speak to him so frankly. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. He didn't intend to blame Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was a space-type ability user. If nothing unexpected happens, once he reaches a wider world, countless people will surely fawn over him. Xiao Su, your spatial ability has been exposed. Whether it's a big deal or a small one, Lin Yuanchang said in a deep voice. He stared at Su Chen, carefully observing his expression, and found that Su Chen remained unusually calm from beginning to end, listening attentively with a tranquil mind. This made him feel utterly bored. He had hoped to see panic on Su Chen's face, but he could only leave empty-handed. So Lin Yuanchang stopped keeping him in suspense and said, First of all, I estimate that many people will come looking for you soon, probably wanting you to become their retainer or directly bind you to their family. I urge you to think this through carefully. Befriending another family means you will be subject to their control. You are still young, there is no need for you to do this. Understood, Su Chen replied. He agreed with this point. With the system's support, he no longer needed to depend on others or join other families for resources. Secondly, you may receive many university admissions officers, and you need to carefully consider which university to choose, as this will affect your future achievements. The gap between top-tier universities and first-class universities is not only reflected in resources, but also in the strength of martial artists of the same age. Compared to a 9th-level Grand Martial Master from a top-tier university, a 9th-level Grand Martial Master from a first-rate university would easily win. A positive and supportive atmosphere within a university can greatly influence a person's growth. Therefore, Lin Yuanchang solemnly advised Su Chen to think carefully when choosing a university. Su Chen suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Yuanchang, his tone sincere. Thank you, Grandpa Lin. I will seriously consider my choice of university, and I will basically not consider any others other than the 3 top universities: Beijing University, Shanghai University, Longling Military Academy. Each of the 3 universities has its own unique characteristics, but Imperial Capital University, located in the capital, is subtly ahead of the other 2. Even if he chooses an ordinary university, Su Chen is confident that he will be no less than any genius. He even believed that he could gradually catch up with them, at most just rising at a slower pace. But if you can get into a top university, why would you go to an ordinary one? A path to rapid growth is clearly laid out before you. Choosing the path of slow growth is undoubtedly a waste of time. It's good that you know what you're doing. Geniuses like you usually have strong opinions of their own. Lin Yuanchang stroked a wisp of beard on his chin, a flash of memory crossing his eyes before disappearing without a trace. Thanks to his mental strength, Su Chen was able to unintentionally perceive subtle emotional fluctuations in others. He had already caught the fleeting memory that Lin Yuanchang had just recalled. But Su Chen didn't ask rashly, because it was none of his business. Director Lin, I'm here today for the resources of the champion of the selection competition. Su Chen extended his hand and said in a deep voice. Half an hour later, Lin Yuanchang's face was full of black lines. This was the first time in all these years that he had seen such a shameless genius. The geniuses I usually encounter are all arrogant and would never take the initiative to ask for resources. They just finished the selection competition and they're already asking for resources. Ahem, Xiao Su, the selection competition just ended. How can the resources be distributed immediately? This needs to be reviewed. Lin Yuanchang glanced at him helplessly, his eyes conveying the message that there are simply no resources like you mentioned right now. Tell Su Chen to come another day. Okay, then I'll wait at home for good news. Su Chen stopped pressing the matter and, upon hearing this, turned and left without hesitation. Just tell me as soon as the resources are distributed. He's a truly unique genius. Lin Yuanchang stared at the closed door, then lowered his head to continue handling official business, the image of Su Chen's back involuntarily appearing in his mind. After only 2 conversations, he developed a strong interest in this Su Chen. His lips twitched slightly. He could only attribute this to the quirks of a genius. Moreover, all of Su Chen's actions were justified and based on evidence. As a martial artist without any powerful backing, he had to earn all his resources himself. Therefore, it is understandable that they rushed to demand the resources they had won. A concentration camp of geniuses. Lin Yuanchang was also unsure whether Su Chen could successfully break through to the 9th level of martial artist. Although Su Chen already possesses the strength of a 6th level martial artist, whether he can break through to the 9th level at that time remains uncertain. After all, the further one progresses on the path of a martial artist, the more difficult it becomes. As soon as Su Chen returned home, he felt 3 pairs of puzzled eyes staring intently at him, making him feel extremely embarrassed and uncomfortable. "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" He turned his head, looking like he was about to explode. He was met with even stranger stares in response. "Dude, are you possessed by an alien?" Su Ninggle asked cautiously. She simply couldn't believe that her usually useless brother had suddenly become a renowned genius in Linhai City. That day, Su Ningyue had heard Su Chen's name countless times at school. When she learned that he had actually won first place in the Linhai City selection competition, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Her feelings at this moment can only be described in 4 words. Upon hearing this, Su Chen wore an incredulous expression, leaning closer to Su Ningyue as he said fiercely, "He, now that you know my secret, it seems I can't let you live, lest you cause trouble." No, I'm sorry." Su Ningyue trembled like an innocent rabbit, seemingly genuinely frightened by Su Chen. However, just as Su Chen approached, she suddenly reached behind her, pulled out a pillow, and threw it at him forcefully. "Ha, you think you can scare me, Su Ninglo? Maybe in your next life." Su Ning stood there with her hands on her hips, laughing loudly. But the next moment, she saw a scene that made her feel uncomfortable. Su Chen easily dodged the pillow she had painstakingly thrown, stepped forward, and, under Su Ningyue's horrified gaze, he gently tapped his younger sister on the head, making sure the force was absolutely light. "Su Ninggle, I don't believe you for a second. You're a really bad old man." Within seconds, a large red bump appeared on her forehead. Just seeing her covering her forehead and looking so aggrieved made Su Chen feel pain. "I felt no guilt whatsoever, and even wanted to do it again." "Mom, brother, my brother bullied me." Su Ninggle ran to Lin Muyun, feeling wronged, and told her grievances. She wanted Lin Muyun to punish Su Chen properly. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Muyun tenderly touched Su Ningyue's forehead, then stared sternly at Su Chen. "Lele, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Let Mom take a good look." Her strange look had vanished without a trace. Feeling his mother's piercing gaze, Su Chen smiled brightly and immediately ran upstairs to his room. "System, where are my mission rewards?" "Mission, a true strongman should not remain subservient to others for long. Go forth and defeat all your opponents. Goal, win first place in the qualifying rounds. Reward, advanced culinary skill. Task status, completed. Rewards distributed." A white, round ball of light appeared out of thin air in front of Su Chen, making him marvel. "Does this mean I have to touch it?" He observed it carefully for a moment, then stretched out his finger and gently touched the ball of light. The moment his fingers touched it, a surge of inexplicable knowledge flooded his mind. He knew that it was transmitting advanced culinary techniques, so he calmed down and slowly absorbed the culinary knowledge that others could only master after years of hard study. "I never knew there were so many intricacies to cooking." After absorbing the nutrients, Su Chen sighed. Cooking is no child's play. Sometimes, just adding a little more seasoning can completely change the flavor. It's not impossible for them to even create culinary disasters. Culinary arts, a sophisticated skill, encompasses a wide variety of cooking methods. Take fish, one of the most common foods in our lives. For example, steaming, boiling, braising, and even grilling. There are countless ways to cook fish alone, not to mention other ingredients. Su Chen was itching to try his cooking skills himself. Just as he was about to take action, there was a knock on the door. "Dad, what's wrong?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. Su Xinghai stared at Su Chen expressionlessly, and that gaze made him feel immense psychological pressure. "Why didn't you say before that your superpower was spatial?" Su Xinghai was shocked and could hardly believe that his son's superpower had mutated into a spatial one. He clearly remembered that before Su Chen awakened his superpower, although he worked hard, his talent had always been mediocre. But once he awakened his superpower, he miraculously soared to great heights. Hearing this, Su Chen's face stiffened. Sure enough, they were here to cause trouble. "Dad, I did keep the fact that I have spatial abilities a secret from you." At this point, admitting it honestly is the wisest choice. Stubbornly resisting is pointless. "I know, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you." Su Xinghai's eyes were complicated, but his tone softened. Su Chen thought to himself, Dad really doesn't know how to talk. How should I respond? Seeing the slight embarrassment on his face, Su Xinghai didn't blame him further and said earnestly, "Your mother and I aren't upset that you kept it from us, but we're worried about you." Worried about me? Su Chen didn't care. Relying on the kaleidoscope of divine might, he could escape safely as long as it wasn't a one-hit kill. Su Xinghai could tell that Su Chen was listening attentively on the surface, but in reality, the words went in one ear and out the other. What he and Lin Muyan feared most was that that Su Chen was too arrogant, thinking that he could rule the world and no one could hurt him just because he had spatial abilities. Chunner, there are many criminals in this world. Once they find out that you have spatial abilities, they will definitely come knocking on your door and force you to join their organization and serve them. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. He knew in his heart that this kind of thing could very well happen to him. Space-type ability users have extremely high strategic value. Every organization wants to win over a space-type ability user, as they can ensure safety and efficiently transport private goods. Dad, I understand what you're saying, but I can't hide the fact that I have spatial abilities forever. It will be discovered eventually, so I might as well expose it sooner and try to get more resources, Su Chen explained in a deep voice. Although space-type ability users are rare, there must be a few who have already grown up in the populous Dragon Kingdom. Since they can do it, it's impossible for them not to grow by relying on the system itself. Su Xinghai was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with relief. Su Chen was very sensible and opinionated from a young age, and never competed for anything. At this moment, he felt old, and his son had grown up to the point where he no longer needed protection. Young eagles must eventually leave the embrace of their mother eagles. Shunner, since you have your own ideas, I won't say anymore. Just keep it to yourself. After saying that, Su Xinghai turned and left the room. Su Chen lay in bed, finally giving up the idea of going to the kitchen to cook. Putting aside how to explain his sudden mastery of cooking skills, what if we have to rely on him for cooking in the future? Wouldn't that be a loss? Yeah, it's not that I don't want to cook, it's just that I don't want mom to have nothing to do. Putting aside the idea of cooking for the moment, Su Chen began to review the shortcomings of today's battle. After each battle, he would summarize and see where he could have done better. A lack of decisiveness, coupled with carelessness, caused a slight change in what was originally a sure win situation, which was precisely the result of Morong Shue's all-out effort. Su Chen thought back. Even now, he still doesn't understand how Morong Shue managed to unleash her supernatural abilities right under his nose. Could it be that Morong Shue's control over her supernatural abilities has reached an extremely high level? Since he couldn't figure it out, Su Chen decided not to dwell on it any longer. His personality wasn't such that he would be too fixated on one thing. He swallowed a qi and blood pill, then sat cross-legged and began cultivating according to the circulation method of the 9 revolutions profound technique. About an hour later, Su Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opened his eyes, and then ran to the kitchen to wolf down 3 large bowls of rice, barely filling himself up to 7/10 full. Martial artists consume a great deal of energy during their training, which must be replenished by eating large amounts of food. No wonder some people say that practicing martial arts will ruin 3 generations. There's some truth to that. Su Chen looked at the empty rice bucket with a complicated expression, unsure of how to react. Is your appetite getting bigger lately because you've been practicing the 9 revolutions profound technique? Fortunately, with my current financial situation, I can still afford to eat like this. His lips twitched slightly. To steadily improve his strength, he needed to eat good meat, and top-quality meat required a large amount of alliance coins. To earn alliance coins, you need to keep accepting bounty missions in the monster forest. This is a continuous cycle of becoming stronger. But right now, the most important thing is to improve our family's living conditions. Su Chen took out the 2 million alliance coins he had earned in the monster forest and transferred them to Su Xinghai. He then instructed, "Don't return it to me, this is money for Leilei's body training." Su Xinghai quickly accepted the money without saying much. This is the tacit understanding between father and son. Afterwards, Su Chen returned to his room and immediately began cultivating. Aside from agreeing to the resource competition with the state of Wei, there was basically nothing else to do. He can start preparing for the National College entrance examination a month from now. During this period, all you need to do is continue to improve your skills. After swallowing a qi and blood pill, Su Chen devoted himself to diligent cultivation. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique, increasing proficiency by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique, increasing proficiency by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique, increasing proficiency by 1 point. With a clear mind, Su Chen continued his cultivation until the next day. Just as he was about to continue, he received a familiar phone call. It was Teacher Wang, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. "Teacher Wang, is there something you need that's calling me so early?" Su Chen asked respectfully. He believed that Teacher Wang must now know that he had become the champion of the selection competition. As for why Teacher Wang hadn't come to see him before, Su Chen just assumed that the teacher didn't want to bother him. "Congratulations, Su Chen." Teacher Wang's tone was sincere. Of all the people who knew Su Chen, he was definitely the most surprised. If anyone in the school knows Su Chen best, he dares to say that no one can compare to him except himself. In the past, Su Chen excelled in humanities subjects but consistently performed poorly in martial arts. Teacher Wang had hoped that a miracle would occur when Su Chen's superpowers awakened. But no miracle occurred, and his superpowers were not awakened very well. He had thought Su Chen had only participated in the selection competition because he had no other choice, but he never expected him to fight his way way to the end. It was just luck. I had a bye for 2 consecutive rounds, and I was in good form that day, otherwise it would have been difficult for me to win. Su Chan responded confidently. That's a humble lie. The claim that winning first place in the selection competition would be a piece of cake for him is just a humble statement. On the other end of the phone, Teacher Wang smiled helplessly. Could he not see through this fluke? He watched every single one of Su Chan's matches in person. In order not to disturb Su Chan's competition, he also reminded his classmates not to go looking for him unless necessary. Su Chen was the only one from the class to make it to the finals. The others were basically eliminated in the first round. Let's not talk about that now. Su Chen, are you free tomorrow? If you're free, come to the school. Teacher Wang's tone softened. Even though Su Chen's strength may far exceed his imagination now, he still regards Su Chen as his student. Come to school? What could possibly be going to school now? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't want to waste his time on meaningless things. However, since it was Teacher Wang who asked, he couldn't very well refuse. The principal wants to meet with you to discuss some matters, as well as some things with the school. They'll probably give you a reward. Teacher Wang stated the truth. Su Chen is now quite well known in Linhai City and has brought honors to the school. Principal Wang was naturally too embarrassed to say anything more. Okay, I'll go over there later. Su Chen pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and then agreed to go to the school. After all, we still have to give Teacher Wang face. As for Principal Wang's reward, to be honest, Su Chen didn't care about it. After all, the second middle school is just a public school, and it's impossible to spend too many alliance coins to reward him. It wasn't that he was greedy. He just doesn't need that little bit of money. Suddenly, Su Chen frowned. A whole night of cultivation had left him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He went straight to the bathroom and was fully dressed about 10 minutes later, heading towards the second middle school. What's going on? Why do I keep feeling like a lot of people are watching me? As he walked down the street, Su Chen immediately noticed the gazes directed at him from all directions. Hello, are you Su Chen? A female voice called out. He turned around and saw a strange girl. Su Chen nodded subconsciously. Can I take a picture with you? You were really cool in the audition. I'm a fan of yours. The girl saw Su Chen nod and excitedly spoke, staring at him with expectant eyes. Faced with such eager gazes, Su Chen had no choice but to agree. Is it because you won the qualifying tournament? Although she didn't say it explicitly, Su Chen was already certain in his heart that it was yesterday's selection competition that made him famous overnight in Linhai City. Teacher Wang, I'm here. After entering the school, Su Chen noticed that many students' eyes lit up when they saw him. Which way should I go? To avoid being surrounded, he quickly used the instantaneous movement technique to leave the spot. Being famous isn't always a good thing. This feeling made him hate being famous for the first time. Being stared at wherever he went made him feel really uncomfortable. Teacher Wang, it's been a long time. You're still as handsome as ever. After overcoming countless difficulties, he finally met Teacher Wang and immediately praised him with a smile. Teacher Wang was pleased to hear this, but she remained outwardly calm, concealing her emotions. This is an essential skill for teachers, the ability to instantly change one's expression. Only then did he notice that Su Chen looked somewhat disheveled and asked in surprise, Su Chen, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Tell me who hit you, and I'll help you get justice. He could hardly believe that the champion of the selection competition had ended up like this. Logically speaking, among his peers in Linhai City, no one could be a match for Su Chen, so how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? Could it be that someone is bullying the weak? Thinking of this, Teacher Wang's face immediately turned serious. He couldn't stand bullying the weak. Su Chen watched silently as Teacher Wang grew increasingly agitated. After a long silence, he finally spoke, explaining, Teacher Wang, I wasn't bullied. This is what happened. Also, do you really think I'd be bullied? He was worried that Teacher Wang would escalate the matter and damage his reputation in Linhai City. A long silence filled the air. Teacher Wang couldn't help but laugh out loud. She really didn't expect that Su Chen, the strongest among his peers in Linhai City, would end up in such a sorry state. If other prodigies knew, they would probably be heartbroken. Teacher Wang, remember to keep this a secret for me. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. He still had his pride. He didn't want others to know about this. Laugh if you want. He watched expressionlessly as Teacher Wang's shoulders trembled. I swear I will never tell anyone. If I do, may I be struck by lightning. Teacher Wang's heart tightened, and he quickly raised both hands above his head, extending 3 fingers on each side, and solemnly swore to the heavens. Seeing Su Chen's expressionless face, how could he dare to smile casually? Teacher Wang, I trust you won't tell anyone about this. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then said to Teacher Wang, didn't you say the principal wanted to see me? Yes, the principal is in his office. He's been waiting for you since this morning. Teacher Wang quickly replied. Teacher Wang led Su Chen to a door and gently knocked a few times. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. Not long after, a gentle voice came from the principal's office. Su Chen shrugged, his face expressionless, and calmly walked in. Principal Wang then got a real close look at Su Chen, the top genius of the second middle school, whom he had never even heard of before. He calmed his breath, remained composed and unperturbed in the face of danger. Su Chen made a very good first impression on Principal Wang. He had seen too many geniuses, many of whom became complacent after finding no rivals in Linhai, believing themselves to be invincible and thus relaxing their cultivation. Every time he tried to have a heart-to-heart talk with those geniuses, his sincere words were often ignored. Gradually, he stopped bothering with it and just let those geniuses fend for themselves. Principal Wang could only shake his head inwardly. He had no right to force others to cultivate. Hello, Su Chen. I've always wanted to meet the genius of our second high school, but unfortunately I've never had the chance. Principal Wang stood up without hesitation and warmly shook hands with Su Chen. It's all thanks to the school's nurturing. I, Su Chen, will always remember it. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that there was more than just Principal Wang in the office. There were also two men and a woman sitting next to him. He couldn't discern their level of cultivation, but he was certain they were no ordinary people. Upon hearing the phrase, all nurtured by the school, Principal Wang smiled even more broadly, his eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. This child is articulate and has high emotional intelligence. He winked at Teacher Wang, who understood immediately, tiptoed out of the office, and closed the door behind her. Few people in the school know that Principal Wang and Teacher Wang are relatives. Strictly speaking, the principal is of a slightly higher generation than Teacher Wang. However, the two never showed it to outsiders. Su Chen, I've invited you here today to discuss a few things. Principal Wang paused, gathered his thoughts, and continued. First of all, thank you for bringing honor to the second middle school. I have failed to notice your genius, which is my dereliction of duty as the principal. He couldn't imagine how Su Chen could remain at the 6th level of martial arts if he had more resources. Even if he's not a top genius like Morong Shui, he should at least be a martial artist at the 8th level. Su Chen stared at Principal Wang and saw the sincerity in his eyes. All his words came from the heart. He shook his head and pointed to the school emblem on the wall. As a member of the school, of course I should strive to bring honor to the school. Of course, if there were no national college entrance examination, he might not have wasted his time taking it. Two men and a woman nearby watched them talk intently. The three are Li Hongyan from Beijing University, Xiao Xiaoyan from Shanghai University, and Ouyang Lang from Longling University. Their purpose in coming here was to first sound out Su Chen's opinion and see which university he was most interested in. At the same time, he was also wary of the two people around him making the first move. That's right, Su Chen is right. Principal Wang's eyes were bright. Su Chen's words struck a chord with him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. As a member of the school, it is my duty to bring honor to the school. He savored this sentence and liked it very much. I decided to find an opportunity to turn this sentence into a plaque and hang it in a prominent place in the school. Su Chen, I agree with what you said. The school has decided to reward you with some resources, Principal Wang said in a deep voice. He was looking forward to seeing Su Chen's surprised expression when he heard about this resource. An investigation revealed that Su Chen's family was ordinary and not wealthy. However, both of his parents were once geniuses. Principal Wang felt sorry for Su Chen's parents' genius status, but also felt that their son had perfectly inherited their talents. He had read Su Chen's file and discovered that before awakening his superpower, he hadn't even reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. After awakening his superpower, he broke through to the 6th level of martial artist in a short period of time, which can almost be called a miracle. What will the school reward me with? It won't be something cheap, will it? Su Chen pretended to be a poor student, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. What will the school reward me with? It shouldn't be too bad, right? He looked at Principal Wang expectantly with the expression of a poor student. Although he didn't expect Principal Wang to provide enough resources to support his cultivation, he didn't want to embarrass Principal Wang in person. I can guarantee that these resources are absolutely suitable for you. Principal Wang smiled awkwardly, then looked at Su Chen with a solemn expression and made a solemn promise. Roar! He understood that what Su Chen really wanted to say was, if it's not a good thing, then don't give it to me at all. Normally, he would never make such a promise lightly, since the second middle school is a public school, and every expense is subject to strict review, with complicated procedures and extremely difficult approval processes. Principal Wang glanced discreetly at the two men and one woman on the sofa, thinking to himself, if it weren't for. Su Chen looked at Principal Wang, who remained calm and composed, with a puzzled expression, and wondered to himself, where does his confidence come from? He vaguely remembered that when the school held competitions, even if you won the championship, the reward was very small. At most, you would get a few qi and blood pills, or sometimes you would not get any qi and blood pills at all, only verbal praise. But judging from Principal Wang's expression now, it seems that he is not just bluffing. Did the school really spend a lot of money this time? Are the prizes really that generous? A sense of anticipation welled up in my heart. Without saying much, Principal Wang suddenly produced a small bottle containing liquid. Is this a storage ring? Su Chen asked in surprise. This was the first time he had seen the storage ring, and it was indeed extraordinary. The moment the storage ring appeared, he could faintly sense a spatial power. Principal Wang, is this really a storage ring? Su Chen stared at the storage storage ring on Principal Wang's finger with shining eyes. Although his divine power was so great that he didn't usually need a storage ring, having one to protect him made it more reasonable to use the spatial power of the divine might kaleidoscope. He looked down at the bottle of unidentified liquid on the table and said, "Could this be it? But this bottle looks." Su Chen did not find anything special about the liquid in the bottle. Thinking of Principal Wang's confident expression, he didn't say much and waited quietly for the other party to explain. He didn't believe that Principal Wang would send something useless. "Could I? That's right, it really is a storage ring. Aren't you envious? You'll have one someday too," Principal Wang said with a smile, glancing at the small bottle on the table, then paused. "Yes, this is it. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. This thing is very precious." Having lived for so many years, he could clearly see the doubt in Su Chen's eyes and understand it. At Su Chen's age, Principal Wang was still quietly cultivating in a remote corner, unlike Su Chen who soared to great heights. Hearing this, Su Chen no longer doubted it and immediately activated his Sharingan to carefully observe the small bottle and see what was so special about it. After observing for a long time, nothing unusual was found. At the same time, the four people in the room, including Principal Wang, changed their expression slightly when Su Chen activated his Sharingan, and all turned to stare at those crimson eyes. Those eyes were strangely captivating and unique, far surpassing any weak superpower. This was the conclusion reached by all four of them. It was their first time observing the Sharingan up close, so they naturally found it novel and fascinating. No wonder some contestants would instinctively avoid eye contact when facing Su Chen, Li Hongyan said in a low voice. Just now, when she looked directly into those bloodshot eyes, she felt a sense of fear, as if those eyes could devour her life at any moment. Su Chen did not meet her gaze, instead looking away. The other two teachers felt the same way. "I'm sorry, I don't see anything special about this bottle," Su Chen said, shaking his head. "Principal Wang, could you tell me?" At least the Sharingan failed to reveal any secrets, and the liquid in the bottle was completely normal. Principal Wang seemed to have been prepared, and said with a smile, "This is not your problem. This small bottle is actually a yellow-grade artifact." "A yellow-grade artifact?" Su Chen asked in surprise. "This small bottle is actually a yellow-grade artifact, which is completely undetectable from its appearance." Seeing Su Chen's surprised expression, Principal Wang explained with satisfaction, "That's right, this is a spirit bottle specifically used to store the liquid inside. Don't underestimate its small size, it's quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Su Chen examined the spirit bottle, or more precisely, the liquid inside, more closely. It's hard to imagine just how precious bodily fluids must be to be contained in a yellow-grade container. To use such a precious yellow-grade artifact to store it, the contents inside must be extraordinary, right? Su Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to Principal Wang, or the other three people in the room. In his memory, the second middle school rarely had anything rare or precious to offer. Moreover, from the moment he entered, he noticed that although the three people did not move, they inexplicably gave off a sense of oppression. "It's not that mysterious. It's just to prevent the liquid from leaking out, so it can be reused," Principal Wang explained. "The liquid inside is called Spirit Eye Lotus Medicine. I don't know if you've heard of it." A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He remembered that the Spirit Eye Lotus Medicine was a liquid that flowed from the roots of a peculiar lotus, and only one drop would drip out each day. Moreover, if it is not collected within 5 minutes, the medicinal properties will completely dissipate. Thus it is known as the most troublesome natural treasure. It's called Ling Mulianyao because 5 drops in each eye daily can greatly enhance vision. With prolonged use, one can immediately determine the direction of attack as soon as the enemy makes a move. More importantly, this thing is extremely rare even in the monster forest. "I'm sorry, this is too precious for me to accept," Su Chen said calmly and indifferently, uttering these words that pained his heart. He understood that using the Spirit Eye Lotus Medicine could greatly enhance the accuracy of the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he still reluctantly refused. "No one is kind to you for no reason." Su Chen knew this in his heart. Human relationships are the most precious thing in the world, and he already owes Wang Weigua, Lin Yuanchang, and others a debt of gratitude. "I don't want to incur new debts so easily. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay." After saying this, Su Chen turned and left, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control himself. It's better to avoid seeing it than to be bothered by it. No matter how much Principal Wang shouted, he did not stop. As expected of someone destined to become the world's strongest martial artist, his unwavering resolve is truly admirable. Su Chen muttered to himself with a smirk, hands in his pockets. Perhaps it was the system's awakening that allowed him to lighten the burden on his shoulders. Su Chen was once an ordinary person with average talent. Apart from being good-looking and having slightly outstanding grades, he was nothing special. "I can only work hard every day and dare not slack off at all." The remaining 4 people in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems Su Chen won't accept it easily. Principal Wang rubbed his nose awkwardly. The fact that Su Chen couldn't accept it shows that their relationship hasn't reached the point where he can give her something like that. Principal Wang thought to himself, if it were him in this situation, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist wanting to, but Su Chen Chen was able to control his desires and leave without hesitation. He was completely convinced of this. Good character, won't be easily bribed. Ouyang Lang nodded in satisfaction and said bluntly, Longling University wants him. Their Longling University specializes in training soldiers, and their requirements for ability are not necessarily based on talent. They value character even more. For example, courage. After all, we would never want someone who deserts in the face of battle. Ouyang Lang admired Su Chen's character and secretly decided to recruit him into Longling University. He firmly believes that Su Chen will definitely become a pillar of the military in the future. Arrogant. Your Longling University has absolutely no freedom whatsoever, Xiao Xiaoyun retorted. I don't believe a genius like Su Chen would go there. It's not as good as our Shanghai University, which has a free atmosphere and abundant resources. Ouyang Lang's face immediately turned ugly. Indeed, Longling University implements military-style management, which many young people do not appreciate. From 9 years of compulsory education to high school and then to university, most young people do not want their 3 years of university life to be restricted by military-style management. However, Longling University has no shortage of such students. They can't even compare to the management of my Imperial University. Li Hongyan raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. The three parted on bad terms, each leaving secretly to contact the school's higher-ups and report Su Chen's situation. They hoped to use this opportunity to secure the greatest possible resources to win over Su Chen. The real opportunity to compete for Su Chen will have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Not long after Su Chen left, he received a call from Wang Weiguo. The caller first congratulated him on winning the qualifying competition. They then brought up the matter of the resource competition and invited Su Chen to come over immediately if he had time. I have so much to do today, can't I have some time to cultivate? Su Chen couldn't help but complain. However, he readily told Wang Weiguo, tell me the location, I happen to have time to go there now. In a secluded military area outside the monster forest, soldiers were on dense patrols. The military region has a special area for receiving guests. A young man paced back and forth in the room, appearing very anxious. Commander Wang, when will the person you mentioned arrive? Zhou Yukue urged Wang Weiguo impatiently. Miss Morong and I are geniuses. If he's late, we'll be leaving now. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo's face immediately darkened and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it. After all, Wang Weiguo is the highest-ranking officer in the Linhai military region. When has he ever been threatened by an unknown junior? Oh, actually, you can't really call him an unknown nobody. After all, Zhou Yukue's notoriety had already spread throughout Linhai City. He had abducted young girls, engaged in street fights, and refused to pay his bills at meals, among countless other offenses. If it weren't for Zhou Yukue's father's connections, Wang Weiguo would never have allowed such a spoiled brat to represent the military region in such an important competition. Wang Weiguo reluctantly agreed because he owed Zhou Yukue's father a favor. It's important to understand that this not only concerns the reputation of his subordinates, but also the reputation of Linhai City if Zhou Yukue performs poorly. It seems that Wang Wei's position is likely to remain unchallenged for the rest of his life. Don't underestimate this small matter. If you're not careful, it can be blown out of proportion. Hearing Zhou Yukue's words, Morong Shue's face showed undisguised disgust as she coldly said, Young Master Zhou, please don't mistake yourself for one of us. I'm not familiar with you, and I won't leave. Nothing will happen if we wait a while. Wang Weiguo's expression softened considerably. He was glad that Morong Shue hadn't been swayed by Zhou Yukue, and that neither of them could possibly wait until they met. Miss Morong, you still won't forgive me? Zhou Yukue's face was stiff, and his eyes were filled with malice as he said hypocritically, I know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance? I will definitely make it up to you. Morong Shue refused to say another word, feeling extremely disgusted. What does it mean to refuse to forgive? She could still clearly recall the scene of Zhou Yukue decisively abandoning her and Zhao Yue and running away. If Su Chen hadn't appeared in time, she would have disappeared from this world long ago. Thinking of this, Su Chen's image reappeared in Morong Shue's mind, and her face couldn't help but feel a little hot. From beginning to end, she never had the slightest goodwill towards Zhou Yuqiu. The only reason they were assigned to the same team was because of family ties. Instead of liking her, he disliked her. Despite being clearly rejected by her multiple times, he still clung to her like a persistent leech. If it weren't for her relationship with the Zhou family and the fear of inciting hatred between the two families, she would have taught Zhou Yukue a lesson long ago. Zhou Yukue took a step back and said hypocritically, I know Miss Morong is wary of me, but I believe that one day you will forgive me. After saying that, he walked to the window, looked outside, and pretended to be sad. Morong Shue stood at a distance, coldly watching his flawed performance, feeling nauseous. You're here? Should I come pick you up? Just then, Wang Weiguo's phone rang. After answering the call, he immediately asked Su Chen if he needed to take the call. No need, I'm not a child anymore. Just tell the comrade at the door so I don't get stopped from getting in, Su Chen said with a smile. Wang Weiguo responded, but still sent his adjutant to greet Su Chen. Zhou Yukue was secretly unhappy. He was already impatient because he had been waiting for Su Chen for a long time, and being ignored by Morong Shui made him even more upset. What's even more infuriating is that he saw the kid he'd been waiting for so long being warmly received by Wang Weigua. The anger in his heart burned ever brighter. How dare they make Zhou Yukui wait so long? Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know the meaning of the sky is high and the earth is deep. Zhou Yukui was seething with anger and had already started imagining how he would teach Su Chen a lesson later. What? He can't afford to offend the other party? Impossible. There's no one in Linhai City that young Master Zhou can't afford to offend. Thinking of this, Zhou Yukui couldn't help but curl a cruel smile into his lips. He raised his head slightly, looking proudly toward the door, waiting for Su Chen's arrival. Unexpectedly, he raised his head too high, his nostrils pointing directly at Morong Shui and Wang Weigua. To them, this display was utterly disgusting. I really don't understand how Zhou Yukui, this spoiled brat, could awaken an A-level superpower. Morong Shui and Wang Weigua exchanged a glance, both revealing their disgust for Zhou Yukui. The two reached a tacit, unspoken consensus. However, Zhou Yukui was completely unaware of this and didn't think his movements were particularly awkward. The door slowly opened, and he was about to speak when he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, Su Chen? He could hardly believe that Su Chen would actually appear here, and he seemed to feel that it was too embarrassing for him to wait like this. Zhou Yukui glared angrily, his heart filled with jealousy as Su Chen won the selection competition, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He questioned in a harsh tone, You, Su Chen, why are you here? This is Wang Weigua, have you ever heard of him? If you mess with him, you can forget about living in Linhai City. Now get lost. The meaning is quite clear, Su Chen is simply not on the same level. The moment Morong Shui saw Su Chen, a smile appeared on her face, but upon hearing Zhou Yukui's words, her brows furrowed slightly, and she was about to speak. At this moment, Wang Weigua, who had been holding back for a long time, angrily rebuked Zhou Yukui, Shut up, why do you talk so much? After saying that, he immediately put on a smile, walked up to Su Chen, and said with a smile, Brother Su, congratulations. I didn't expect you to win the selection competition. Although he had been paying close attention to Su Chen's every battle, he hadn't expected that the other party's talent would be even more outstanding than he had imagined. Winning the championship with a winning streak made him even regret the resources he had previously invested in Su Chen, feeling that they were far too insufficient. After Su Chen entered, he was first subjected to a barrage of nonsense from Zhou Yukui. He intended to ignore it, but unexpectedly, Wang Weigua spoke first and gave Zhou Yukui a severe scolding. Su Chen smiled and said, It was just luck. He then turned to Morong Shui and asked gently, Morong, are you alright? Were you also dragged here by Uncle Wang to participate in the resource competition? As for Zhou Yukui, Su Chen didn't take him seriously at all. As long as he didn't provoke him, there was no need to say anything more. If anyone dares to mess with him, Zhou Yukui will have to experience the power of the Sharingan. It's almost over, Morong Shui said nonchalantly, barely suppressing her joy. Well, I'm here to participate in the resource competition. Zhou Yukui and I have nothing to do with each other. Fearing that Su Chen might misunderstand, she deliberately distanced herself from Zhou Yukui. Su Chen, you're here to participate in the resource competition too? No way. Although Morong Shui's words angered Zhou Yukui, he was even more unwilling to let Su Chen be a part of the resource competition, so he asked eagerly. Su Chen smiled amicably at Morong Shui. Then his gaze fell on Zhou Yukui, who looked like a clown, and he knew exactly what the other was thinking. Isn't it because they're afraid he'll also be a contender in the resource competition? You. Su Chen smiled dismissively. Yes. Is that not allowed? Of course not. Who do you think you are, and who do I think I am? Zhou Yuchio shouted angrily. People are fundamentally different, someone like you. He wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly noticed the unfriendly looks from Morong Shui and Wang Weigua. He swallowed his words back. Su Chen's strength is beyond doubt, and he's more than capable of participating in the resource competition. Wang Weigua saw the conflict between Su Yukui and Su Chen and reminded them in a deep voice, if you have any objections, you can have your father come to me in person. Zhou Yukui was so angry he was about to explode. He knew that Su Chen's strength had far surpassed his own by many levels, and he had even won the selection competition. He himself only made it to the second round before being eliminated. What frustrated him even more was that ever since Su Chen appeared, Morong Shui, who was originally as cold as ice, immediately became much gentler. Isn't this an obvious fact? He cursed inwardly. Su Chen, I, Zhou Yuchio, am sworn enemies with you. You wait, I'll make you regret this. He turned and glared at Su Chen, uttering harsh words. Suddenly, the world before my eyes began to distort and change. Where am I? Who is messing with me? Come out. Zhou Yukui pretended to be calm, but his legs were actually trembling and his eyes were filled with fear, because he found that his environment had undergone a complete transformation. He was originally in the Monster Forest military region, but now he was completely lost. The sky above him was still blood red, which made him feel even more afraid. Miss Morong, Commander Wang, where are you? Please save me. He couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. was. At that moment, countless sharp knives appeared from the void and suddenly pierced his body. No, no! Joe Yukue collapsed to his knees in agony, and the scene before him changed drastically once again. He returned to the reception room within the military district. Still shaken, he touched the spot where he had been pierced by countless sharp knives, only to find that his body was completely unharmed. Joe Yukue, what are you kneeling here for? Do you want to acknowledge me as your father? Su-Chen walked up to him and pretended to reach out to help him up. I don't need a son like you. You'll only cause me trouble. You did this? Joe Yukue was furious, and all he wanted to do was leave this place as soon as possible. It wasn't me, I don't have that ability. Su-Chen waved his hand innocently, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. This is clearly a lie. Su-Chen was naturally unwilling to admit that he was responsible. In the instant he met Joe Yukue's gaze, he casually created a small illusion, and the effect was surprisingly good. Joe Yukue looked up at the three people in the room with different expressions, and then looked at his own disheveled kneeling appearance, feeling a burning pain on his face. His intuition told him that Su-Chen was the mastermind, but he couldn't find any concrete evidence. Moreover, he was afraid that Su-Chen would use the same move again. Commander Wang, I have an emergency at home. Please send me the competition rules via mobile phone. I'll take my leave now. Joe Yuchio fled without looking back. Su-Chen watched his disheveled figure and felt extremely pleased. Wang Weigua didn't care about Joe Yukue's departure, but stared intently at Su-Chen, as if trying to see through everything about him. After all, given Joe Yukue's strength, it's already quite good that he didn't lose to others in the resource competition. A red light flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. Wang Weigua could see it clearly. Joe Yukue must have been done something to by Su-Chen, otherwise he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. However, Wang Weigua had no intention of revealing other people's secrets. After all, everyone has their own secrets in this world. He was quite interested in the method Su-Chen used to render Joe Yukue unable to fight. Brother Su, Miss Morone, the resource competition starts in 6 days. Wang Weigua changed the subject, his expression becoming much more serious. With your combined strength, you are far superior to the contestants of previous years. Do you have any information on our opponents? Let Miss Morong and I prepare accordingly, Su-Chen said calmly. First, figure out who your opponent is, and then formulate a corresponding strategy. This will greatly increase your chances of winning. Some people might think that doing this is despicable. To this, Su-Chen could only smile wryly and say, there are so many saints in this world. Military strategy emphasizes deception. He didn't want others to have information about his superpowers while he remained completely unaware of his opponent. Even possessing an invincible spatial ability in the early stages does not mean true invincibility. No, Wang Weigua's expression remained calm, and his tone was steady. I have no information on the other 3 city rivals. You all have to rely on yourselves now. Upon hearing this, Su-Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and stare at Wang Weigua's old face. He just wanted to give him a good beating. Uncle Wan, can you be a little more reliable? This is absolutely outrageous. They don't even have any information about their opponents. Not only did they lack the information, but they also acted with such self-righteousness. Moron Shui had long anticipated that Wang Wei would say such a thing. Logically, shouldn't the information on the competitors' opponents be prepared in advance? Wang Weigua seemed a little embarrassed and quickly explained, this has nothing to do with me. I also wanted to help you investigate, but the resource competition is being conducted secretly by the military regions of the 4 cities. The list of participants is known only to them and will never be revealed before the competition begins. It's not that I don't want to help you get more information, it's just that I'm powerless to do so. Su-Chen's face was covered in black lines, and his lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Weigua's sincere expression, he hesitated. In the end, he shut up and just sighed softly. Hey, Uncle Wang, what exactly are the rules of the resource competition? Don't tell us you don't know anything. If someone really said they knew nothing, Su-Chen would find it hard to believe. After all, the status of the state of Wei was undeniable. Wang Weigua cleared his throat. He knew nothing about what he was saying, let alone Su-Chen. He himself felt embarrassed. Ahem, I do know the rules of the competition. The competition will be held simultaneously in 4 cities, with opponents determined by drawing lots, and the final battle will take place immediately after the competition ends. There can be no pauses. The competition adopts a 3-on-3 round-robin format, with each team sending out one player in turn until they are exhausted, and then the next player takes the stage. Even cities that lose in the first round will compete for 3rd and 4th place. Wang Weigua explained the rules clearly, word by word. In essence, it was a high-intensity, relentless battle. Su-Chen's eyes lit up as he realized that this type of competition was particularly challenging. For example, one team quickly defeats the other, while the other 2 are still struggling. This means that the team that finishes the battle first can take the time to recover. Regardless of which team wins, there will be no time to rest. They must immediately face a fully recovered opponent. I believe you've guessed it. The most crucial thing in this match is whether we can defeat our opponent quickly. This way we can gain a greater advantage. The difference in strength between the 2 sides won't be too big, and winning half a game gain would be considered good. Seeing the two of them lower their heads in deep thought after hearing the rules, Wang Weigua couldn't help but sigh. This is the way geniuses think. They are quick-witted and full of youthful energy. I think I understand the competition better, but I still have one question, Su Chen asked. Will the competition be held here, or will we have to go to another city? He doesn't really want to go to someone else's territory. It would be best to play at home. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but that he was too lazy to waste his energy running that far. Wang Weigua glanced at Su Chen in surprise. Few people would care about the location of the competition. They usually gather at the military region first and then go to the competition venue together. However, this year is different. Wang Weigua's lips curled up slightly. You guys are pretty lucky. The competition was held in other cities for the past few years. This year's competition will be held in Linhai City, which means you can just come here in 6 days. No need to waste time going to someone else's territory. When you compete in other cities, you'll always suffer some hidden losses, regardless of whether you're being targeted or not. For example, traveling hundreds of kilometers will inevitably lead to mental exhaustion. Then he has to come over immediately to participate in the competition, so his condition will naturally be somewhat lacking. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since others came here on their own initiative, what reason do they have to be dissatisfied? Ding! System task. When will this cycle of revenge end? This battle is to repay the kindness shown to us by the Kingdom of Wei. Mission objective: to demonstrate Linhai's true strength to other military regions with overwhelming force. Reward: fire release, great fire extinction. Accept? Accept. Accept. Su Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. This was a special technique that Madara used against the allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Perhaps it was because of Madara that this ninjutsu was so powerful. Undeniably, its power is truly astonishing. Madara only used one move, and all the water release ninjas of the allied shinobi forces were mobilized. As expected of my good system, it's truly sensible. Su Chen burst into laughter. Wang Weigua and Morong Shui both cast strange glances at them. Since they couldn't see the system panel, they only felt that Su Chen suddenly laughed for no apparent reason. Noticing the strange looks from the two, Su Chen immediately suppressed his smile, but the slight upward curve of his lips was enough to prove how good he was at that moment. Uncle Wang, leave this resource competition to me. Su Chen patted his chest and assured him, let them see what Linhai is really made of, and witness the true strength of Linhai. With Brother Su's words, I can rest assured. Wang Weigua was overjoyed. He knew very well that Su Chen possessed spatial abilities. When someone makes such a promise, it means they are full of confidence in their ability to win. How can you not be happy? Recently, because of this matter, Wang Weigua has even sprouted a few gray hairs. Having just finished his cultivation, Su Chen was full of energy. Now that he possessed the 9 revolutions profound technique, he no longer needed to repeatedly perform the 24th set of national broadcast gymnastics to exercise his joints and gradually increase his internal energy. Actually, this set of radio calisthenics is not useless. After all, it is the result of countless revisions and improvements by predecessors, and it is suitable for everyone in China to practice. Although it is simple, it is not simple. The 9 revolutions mystic art is completely different. When cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique, Su Chen did not need to repeatedly move his joints, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground. With each breath, he allowed the spiritual energy contained in the air to continuously flow into every part of his body, giving his whole body a workout. After the spiritual energy circulates around the body once, it is gradually transformed into blood and qi stored in the body by utilizing the unique properties of the 9 revolutions mystic technique. This kind of blood and energy transformed from spiritual energy is not only much purer than that obtained through ordinary training, but it is also more durable. The transformed qi and blood circulate again within the body. This means that each cycle of practicing the 9 revolutions mystic technique is equivalent to exercising the body twice. Although it was only one extra training session, little by little, Su Chen was able to easily handle both duels between opponents of the same level and challenges against opponents of a higher level. System. Open the character panel. Ding. Character panel open. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm, martial artist rank 7. Special ability, S rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique. First level, beginner, 1200/10,000. Light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000. Qi and blood, 700 points. Strength, 2100 points. Speed, 700 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, 560/1000. Intermediate lightning release, Chidori, 0/1000. Intermediate Shirsue style. Body flicker technique, 350/5000. Advanced basic swordsmanship, 0/5000. Beginner earth release, earth flow wall, 30/100. Finger pistol, max level. What's this? Points, 9800. After 6 days of hard work, Su Chen finally raised his cultivation level from the 6th level of martial artist to the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level of martial artist artist comes at a considerable cost. Almost all of the qi and blood pills have been used up. Not a single one was left. Su Chen wasn't dissatisfied with this. After all, his body had already developed resistance to the medicine after using so many qi and blood pills. His ability to break through to the 7th level of martial artist in such a short time has exceeded his expectations. He's not in such a hurry to improve his cultivation level anymore. He thinks that as long as he can break through to the 9th level of martial artist by the time he gets to the genius concentration camp, that will be enough. As for the rest, let nature take its course. Judging from the current progress, breaking through to the 9th level of martial artist should not be a problem. It's worth mentioning that during these 6 days, Su Chen didn't just bury himself in his training, he also made a point of practicing his swordsmanship. He improved his swordsmanship to a high level. Once his swordsmanship reached an advanced level, it certainly did not disappoint him. Not only were his moves more ferocious, but he also memorized the details of various attacks. Although he is currently only a martial artist, he can confidently call himself a master of swordsmanship. Some might mock his swordsmanship for being too basic. Su Chen scoffed at this. Those people didn't understand swordsmanship at all. Very few people could reach his level of returning to simplicity. The old saying, "A tall building rises from the ground," is not just a casual remark. Unfortunately, his black iron sword was damaged in the battle with Morong Shui, losing its original sharpness and on the verge of breaking. In order to improve his knife skills, Su Chen didn't mind picking up a kitchen knife and waving it around the house. This action quickly drew curious and strange looks from her parents and younger sister. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth, something he couldn't quite put into words. The damage to the black iron sword also means that he will no longer be able to use his swordsmanship skills in the upcoming battles against the other 3 cities. Soon, Su Chen leisurely arrived at the Monster Forest military region and saw the 9 contestants from the other 3 cities. Seeing their slightly tired appearance, he secretly felt relieved. Don't underestimate this place just because you've only been here once. In this land overrun by monsters, many cities have to be self-sufficient, whether in terms of supplies or other aspects. The threat of monsters is everywhere. All modes of transportation, whether by land, sea, or air, may be attacked. Therefore, the cost of transporting goods is extremely high, and most cities have to rely on themselves. After Su Chen arrived, he ignored the other 9 contestants and only nodded to Wang Weigui. Wang Weigui nodded, indicating that he should go and wait with Morong Shui. Not far away, Morong Shui and Zhou Yukui were waiting for him. Seeing the ugly expression on Zhou Yukui's face, Su Chen immediately understood that the other party was very uncomfortable and even had the urge to fight. However, he guessed that Zhou Yukui was afraid of his Sharingan, which was why he restrained himself. Su Chen nodded amicably to Morong Shui, then stood beside her, beginning to make his own plans. The system's task requirement is to sweep across. The word sweep is hard to describe. It might mean the mission won't be completed. Is it the contestants from Linhai City who swept all the other cities, or is it him who swept all his opponents alone? He thought for a moment. Since it's a series of matches, all I need to do is not lose, right? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I'll go discuss it with Uncle Wang later. He plans to book the entire wheel race by himself. This way, they can complete the task, make Wang Weigui proud, and also let the contestants from the other 3 cities see the strength of Linhai City. It's a win-win-win situation, so why not do it? Su Chen then told Wang Weigui about this idea. Facing the other party's surprised gaze, he did not flinch at all, his eyes meeting Wang Weigui's intently. Anyway, his Sharingan has already been exposed, so it doesn't matter whether it's exposed now or later. Despite this, he remained confident. Even without using holification or kamui, he was confident he could win first place. Okay, I agree. Wang Weigui replied with a smile. There's nothing wrong with this. Su Chen has the desire to prove himself, and stopping him would only create a rift between us. Since Su Chen was confident, Wang Weigui was naturally happy to support him. Anyway, this isn't a big deal. The other 3 cities lost, so they can only blame their inferior skills, not anyone else. Moreover, those who came to Linhai City today were not the highest-ranking officers from other city military regions. At most, they were just a group of adjutants. So what if we bully them? The only option given to them is to swallow their anger and bear it silently. The only option given to them is to swallow their anger and bear it silently. It seems that Su Chen is confident. He's going to be the first to go in the gauntlet match. Is he planning to show his full strength right from the start? Wang Weigui was secretly pleased. The thought of Su Chen showing off his skills and overwhelming the people from the other 3 cities made him smile slightly. I just don't know if Su Chen can use spatial abilities. Wang Weigui had always been quite curious about spatial abilities. Those with spatial abilities will inevitably become powerful in the future. They might not even see their opponents make a move. Thinking of this, he glanced at Su Chen. He then addressed the crowd, saying, "Welcome to Linhai City. As for why we're here, I won't go into too much detail. Let's introduce ourselves first so that we can all get to know each other better." The 12 people present paused, but no one spoke first. Su Chen spoke first. Linhai City, Su Chen, Morong Shui, Zhou Yukui. Changhu City, Bu Qianfeng, Su Mei, Zhang Zhang Shangyang. Pingqing City, Yuboi, Zhang Yongchang, Aiyuanzheng. Zhengxing City, Bai Hongqua, Yu Xiangfei, Su Gaoshuang. For now, everyone had gotten to know each other somewhat. After the introductions, almost everyone was secretly observing the contestants from other cities. They were especially watching Su Chen and his group. For Su Chen and his two companions, Linhai City was their home turf, so others would naturally pay more attention to them. Morong Shui, in particular, attracted almost everyone's attention with her beauty, and people would often steal glances at this ice-cold girl out of the corner of their eyes. Morong Shui remained expressionless, showing no reaction to the gazes of others. This had long been her habit. This, on the contrary, made those who were secretly observing feel disappointed, thinking to themselves that they really wanted to win the attention of this aloof goddess. At the same time, Su Chen also attracted a lot of hostility from people. He pursed his lips helplessly. Wang Weiguo said in a deep voice, "Without further ado, I believe everyone is clear about the rules of the competition. It's very simple. It's a tournament of attrition. Now, please send one representative from each city to draw lots." Su Chen and Wang Weiguo exchanged a knowing smile and went straight up to the stage to draw lots. Linhai City versus Pingqing City, Changhu City versus Zhangxing City. Su Chen, be careful. If you can't hold on, just surrender. I'll be there for you, Morong Shui gently reminded him. Su Chen was about to go on stage when he paused, then couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, Morong, I'm not an ordinary person. You forgot I possess." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui suddenly remembered how her attack had pierced through Su Chen, and her cheeks flushed slightly. After boarding the military region's combat platform, Su Chen was too lazy to say more. His Sharingan lit up instantly, and his opponent was immediately suppressed by it. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Aiyuanzheng, Su Chen's opponent, was quite shocked. He clearly sensed that Su Chen was at the same level as him, a 7th level martial artist. How could it possibly have such strong attack power? But the facts were clear. Aiyuan was powerless to resist and was defeated. Next up were Yu Boyi and Zhang Yongchang. Su Chen held nothing back, immediately unleashing his Sharingan Genjutsu, disorienting them completely. His obvious 7th level martial artist strength was more than enough to deal with this group of naive teenagers. The three from Pingqing City had mixed feelings. They were full of expectations to bring glory to their hometown, but they encountered the monstrous Su Chen. They were defeated one by one without even having the strength to resist. Even their prized superpowers couldn't be fully utilized. Although their superpowers were considered powerful in Pingqing City, they were as easy for Su Chen as taking a walk after dinner. When the three saw Su Chen leave the stage, Morong Shui took the initiative to step forward to show her concern, and for some reason, her heart was beating very fast. Not to mention them, even Zhou Yukuei's face contorted with rage as he glared fiercely at the two of them. Wang Weiguo nodded slightly and glanced at Su Chen with satisfaction. Those qi and blood pills were indeed not wasted. The surprise Su Chen brought was quite considerable. Given his current strength, winning the championship for Linhai City would be an easy task. Seeing that the other two teams were still locked in a stalemate, Su Chen shook his head, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to quietly recover his energy. When the other two teams decided their match, they were surprised to see Su Chen sitting alone on the ground. Long Lake City is the victor. Brother Boo, look, that boy is even faster than us. Sume pointed at Su Chen, extremely surprised. And he's sitting alone, doesn't that mean he's leaning on? Bu Qianfeng's expression was solemn. He naturally understood the meaning behind Sume's words, to be able to defeat the other three so quickly, and to recover all by cultivating alone. It's very likely that even he would find it difficult to face a 3-on-1 battle alone. Our chances of winning are very slim right now, Bu Qianfeng said in a deep voice. Sume, try your best to deplete the opponent's energy. Let Zhang Shangyang and I recover as much as we can, that way there might still be a chance. Bu Qianfeng stared at Su Chen, trying to see through his trump card, but after careful observation, he found that he was only a 7th level martial artist. I couldn't help but have doubts. Could someone with only the strength of a 7th level martial artist really defeat 3 people from another city? Unfortunately, the adjutant from Pingqing City felt ashamed and left with the 3 of them. Now, even if Changhu City wanted to find out Su Chen's background, they couldn't find him. Just as Bu Qianfeng was thinking this, on the stage, Sume was suddenly struck down from the fighting platform by Su Chen's palm. Power. This guy named Su Chen is very strong. Be careful. Sume managed to say these words before collapsing and fainting. Sume can't entirely blame her for losing so quickly. She had just stepped onto the battle platform and was about to unleash her charm ability when Su Chen appeared in front of her. 2 pairs of crimson eyes met, and she felt a little dazed before a sudden pain shot through her abdomen. As if struck by steel, he was suddenly sent flying backward. A hint of sympathy flashed in Morong Shui's eyes. When she fought Su Chen, she was also tormented by his immense strength, and she felt even more pity for Sume. Su Chen wasn't surprised. Now that his strength had reached the 2nd level of the great martial master, he wasn't afraid of opponents at the martial artist level at all. It would be a waste of talent to bully Sume, who was only at the martial arts level. Bu Qianfeng and Zhang Shanyan were secretly secretly surprised. Although Sumei's strength was not as good as theirs, it would not be easy to defeat her. However, Su Chen was able to defeat Sumei instantly with just his strength, without using any special abilities. If he uses his superpowers, wouldn't they have even less chance of winning? Bu Qianfeng gave a bitter laugh. Old Zhang, I'll cheer you on. Try your best not to lose too badly. Zhang Xiangyang's face was grim. He also didn't want to lose too badly, but when he saw the monster on the stage, who seemed to have no energy depletion after fighting for so long and just stood there casually, as if he had no weaknesses, this left him completely at a loss as to how to proceed. He swallowed hard and cautiously said to Su Chen, who was less than 10 meters away, "Brother, no, big brother, could you be a little gentler later?" Faced with the choice between life and dignity, he chose to be pragmatic and follow his heart. As for whether Zhang Xiangyang is shameful or not, all I can say is, if you're so capable, come and fight him yourself. This is not a good situation. Lord Wang has been keeping a close eye on things. Su Chen paused for a moment, then smiled, looking somewhat troubled. He rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger. Zhang Xiangyang was initially a little disappointed, but upon seeing this action, his expression turned strange, and he instantly understood what it meant. Slowly extend 5 fingers. Brother, do you think this amount is acceptable? 50,000? Su Chen thought for a moment. Anyway, he was just going to go easy on her, so 50,000 was a good reward. He then nodded. Zhang Xiangyang was overjoyed. Su Chen's figure blurred, and he appeared behind Zhang Xiangyang. Zhang Xiangyang felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he had fallen into the deep sea and was filled with despair. Su Chen naturally kept his promise and did not go too far. She simply gave him a light chop to the neck. Zhang Xiangyang felt a sharp pain in his neck, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. 50,000 alliance coins in hand. This way of making money is really satisfying. Su Chen's face remained expressionless, but he was secretly delighted. 50,000 alliance coins are no longer a huge fortune for him. But that's how people are. How could they possibly look down on something just because it's not worth much? In other words, who would complain about not having enough money? Wang Weigua, the referee, twitched his lips slightly, but pretended not to see anything. In any case, Linhai City won in the end. He has no reason to cause trouble for Su Chen. Su Chen's behavior did not offend him. He understood that people from ordinary families like Su Chen, we must seize every available resource. Bu Qianfeng and the Changhu City adjutant who accompanied him felt a burning sensation on their faces. Bu Qianfeng, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Come find me after you're done fighting, the Changhu City adjutant said calmly. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared from Bu Qianfeng's sight. Bu Qianfeng opened his mouth, raised his hand, and then let it fall again. He first glanced at Su Mei, who was already unconscious beside him. Then he looked at Zhang Xiangyang, who was also unconscious on the stage. There was a long silence. He sighed inwardly, wondering if the world was being too unfair to him and if it really had to play him like this. She glanced at Su Chen with a resentful look. He silently walked onto the stage, carried Zhang Xiangyang down, put Zhang Xiangyang and Su Mei together, and then returned to the battle stage. Changhu City, Bu Qianfeng, please give me your guidance. Bu Qianfeng took a deep breath and stared intently at Su Chen. Regardless, he represents the last vestige of dignity for Changhu City, even knowing they will lose. I don't want to give up without doing anything. Su Chen's eyes held admiration. Su Chen from Linhai City, please enlighten me. Bu Qianfeng's arms swelled rapidly, and soon his clothes could not withstand the pressure and tore apart. He swung his fist at Su Chen with a powerful force. Su Chen smiled gently. Max-level finger gun attack. Su Chen's fingers moved as swiftly as a pistol, and with a thud, they met Bu Qianfeng's fist perfectly. Bu Qianfeng felt a sharp pain from the fist, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. When he looked at his fist again, a bloody hole had appeared where it had just collided with Su Chen's fingers. If a mere punch could cause this kind of damage, I would probably be dead by now if it had hit my body. Bu Qianfeng forced a smile despite the bloody hole in his hand, his face pale. He was unsure whether he was relieved that he had caught the finger gun with his hands instead of taking the hit with his body. Blood kept gushing from the wound, quickly staining the entire fist, making it look extremely terrifying. My special ability is at least A-level physical enhancement, yet I couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bu Qianfeng could hardly imagine what would happen if Su Chen were to unleash his full power. He remained silent for a moment. Su Chen did not disturb him and quietly waited for the other party's decision. Bu Qianfeng said helplessly, there's no point in continuing. I give up. After all, his right hand was no longer strong enough. With only his left hand, how could he possibly fight Su Chen? It's incredibly difficult. He knew he had overestimated himself and recognized the gap between them. At the last minute, it seems more satisfying to simply surrender. At this moment, Wang Weigua was all smiles, as Su Chen brought one surprise after another. After the match results were announced, the deputy of Changhu City immediately appeared and first helped Bu Qianfeng bandage his wounds. Then, without looking back, he left with the 3 of them. They were too ashamed to stay here any longer, as were the people in the other 2 cities. Morong Shui stared at Su Chen with a resentful look. You're really amazing. You solved this all by yourself. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. You really are something else. Su Chen could naturally hear the complaint in Morong Shue's tone and knew that he had not done things properly this time. He quickly apologized. Even without me, Morong could definitely take them down easily. I'm just worried that you're working too hard. Morong Shue turned her head away, her ears slightly red, clearly not taking the matter to heart, and only complained casually. Unexpectedly, Su Chen took it seriously. Pride, is this what tsundere is? Su Chen looked at Morong Shue, and those two words inexplicably came to mind. Seeing the two so intimate, especially noticing that Morong Shue's ears were turning red, Zhou Yukuei's anger almost exploded. He gritted his teeth but still pretended to be disdainful. I can do it too. Those people are just a bunch of trash. If I were on the field, I could easily beat them. Morong Shue frowned, and a cold aura unconsciously emanated from her. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders. It's alright, you don't need to bother with someone like that. Su Chen shook his head at her. But let me handle him. Su Chen bypassed Morong Shue, walked up to Zhou Yukuei, and revealed his Sharingan. He smiled and put his hand on Zhou Yuchio's shoulder. Young Master Zhou, do you think you're so great? Want to have a go? Don't worry, I'll stop short of defeat. The pressure on his hands gradually increased, causing Zhou Yuchio's face to turn red. He wanted to resist, but Su Chen's strength, comparable to that of a Grand Martial Master, gave him no chance at all. Simply by silently increasing the force, Zhou Yukuei was left breathless. I'm from the Zhou family. I urge you to let me go. Let me go now, and I might give you a way out. Zhou Yukuei's face turned ashen, and he shouted, trembling, Young Master Zhou, are you threatening me? Su Chen tilted his head, a hint of mockery in his voice. I'm really afraid you'll come and beat me to death. He originally did not intend to completely break off relations, but Zhou Yukuei repeatedly provoked him and never knew how to restrain himself. Su Chen knew he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, even a clay figure has a temper, not to mention that his own patience is also limited. Should we just get rid of him? This thought suddenly flashed through Su Chen's mind, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his Sharingan. His gaze gradually turned cold, and the hand on Zhou Yukuei's shoulder slowly tightened. Anyway, he has the Kamui kaleidoscope, so he can just pack his bags and leave when the time comes. The world is so big, where can't we go? Although the Zhou family in Linhai City had some connections, Su Chen didn't believe that the Zhou family in other places could have the power to deal with him. Zhou Yukuei seemed to sense Su Chen's change, and fear surged in his heart. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and the immense physical and psychological pressure made him unable to hold on any longer, causing him to collapse to the ground. No, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Zhou Yuchio cried out in terror. Su Chen, no, Uncle Su, I promise I'll never dare to mess with you again. Please let me go this time. A hint of helplessness appeared on Su Chen's face. The thought had only crossed my mind. I hadn't actually decided to take action yet. He swore he had only unintentionally revealed a hint of murderous intent. Perhaps Zhou Yukuei was too sensitive and immediately noticed something was wrong. They disregarded their dignity and immediately began to beg for mercy. Morong Shue looked at Su Chen with concern. Su Chen, killing Zhou Yukuei might cause unnecessary trouble. She didn't care whether Zhou Yukuei lived or died, but she was wary of the Zhou family behind him. If Zhou Yukuei is really killed, the Zhou family will definitely not let Su Chen off easily. And then there's Zhou Hanhuan, Zhou Yukuei's older brother, who's at Imperial University. Although he only got into Beijing University last year and rarely goes home, everyone knows he is very capable. After all, he is also an S-class superpowered genius. It's impossible to have no growth in a year. Just then, Wang Weigua, who had been watching from the sidelines for an unknown amount of time, walked up to Su Chen with a smile. Seeing the murderous intent on Su Chen's face, he couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem, Brother Su, don't take it to heart. After saying that, he pulled Su Chen away to prevent him from doing anything rash to Zhou Yukuei. Morong Shue followed closely behind. Zhou Yukuei was left lying on the ground like a dead dog, but he was secretly glad that Su Chen was still merciful. His feelings were complex and hard to describe. On one hand, she wanted to get revenge on Su Chen, but on the other hand, she was afraid of his terrifying power. If revenge fails, you will only suffer. If he doesn't report Su Chen, he won't be able to swallow his anger, which could very well lead to his martial arts career being ruined. Zhou Yukuei lingered there for a long time, his face grim. He staggered to his feet and left the place. What he was thinking at that moment remains unknown. Wang Weigua, along with Su Chen and Morong Shue, returned to the reception room. Brother Su, we really owe you a lot this time. Otherwise, we might not have been able to win this resource competition. Although Miss Morong didn't participate in the battle, I am very grateful to you for coming to help. He spoke solemnly and sincerely. Winning the resource competition brought substantial resource subsidies to the military region. It could even be said that their lives will be exceptionally prosperous this year. Su Chen neither nodded nor shook his head. His debt of gratitude to Wang Weigua was more or less over. He just smiled and said, Uncle Wang, this is what I should do. It is my duty to bring glory to Linhai. For the next month, he was able to focus on his cultivation. He knew in his heart that there were far more geniuses outside than in Linhai City. My heart is filled with a faint sense of anticipation. Uncle Wang, I didn't do anything, Morong Shui said coldly. She only stayed there for a short while, but she felt it was worth it to see Su Chen. At least she once again clearly understood the gap between herself and Su Chen. Even she couldn't guarantee that one person could handle so many people. Wang Weigua understood their thoughts and said nothing more, but smiled and said, "Alright, this time I, Uncle Wang, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, come to me anytime. I will do my best to do it if I can." Su Chen walked home with a slight smile on his lips, feeling relaxed and carefree with nothing to do. Just then, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stopped, saying calmly, "Come out." The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to carry throughout the entire alley. His only response was a barrage of dozens of poison darts. Su Chen stared at the incoming poison darts, his expression unchanged, when suddenly an earthen wall rose up in front of him. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. Countless poison darts were blocked by the earthen wall. At this moment, the person hiding in the shadows finally revealed their true colors. An old man with withered skin and a haggard face slowly walked out, emitting an eerie laugh. Surprisingly, this was the same old man that Zhuo Lintian had found back then. He, kid, you're not bad. I'm called Poison Master. Poison Master chuckled evilly. Can you give me your life? A green poisonous mist emanated from his body. Su Chen's expression remained calm, his Manjikyu Sharingan activated, his eyes fixed on Poison Master. He wondered why this great martial arts master would come to kill him. Aren't you afraid of alerting the city's patrol guards? Or is it that Poison Master is confident he can take care of himself in a short time? Although it is unclear what special effects this poisonous fog has. To be on the safe side, he activated his ethereal ability to avoid inhaling the toxic fog and causing irreparable damage to his body. Poison Master suddenly strode forward, and a pair of old, green hands slammed down. Unfortunately, Su Chen, who possesses the ability to become ethereal, has an absolute advantage from the start. Even a Grand Martial Master cannot defeat a spatial ability user. The Poison Master's palm passed through Su Chen's body, but struck his blood-red eyes. He frowned, and suddenly felt a moment of mental confusion. The next moment, Poison Master froze, looked down at his chest, and realized that he didn't know when. A pair of handprints flashing with lightning appeared on his chest. How is that possible? The information says, you only have fire-type abilities, right? Poison Master spat out blood. Why would you possess such powerful lightning-type abilities? Poison Master had been preparing to assassinate Su Chen. I didn't follow the selection process. In his view, with his strength as a Grand Martial Master, no matter how strong Su Chen was, as long as he was a martial artist, he would eventually die at his hands. Poison Master looked completely bewildered, but inwardly he was cursing Zhuo Lintian for keeping the information from him. Ugh, I'm actually going to die here. Poison Master's face was full of resentment. Young friend, I'll tell you one last time who wants to kill you. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly as he slowly approached, wanting to hear the Poison Master's last words in order to understand who was targeting him. Just as he approached, Poison Master exhaled a cloud of dark green smoke. However, Su Chen had been in a phantom state the whole time, so how could this poisonous fog that spread through the air possibly harm him? He really is a cunning old man who has lived for so many years. I almost fell for his tricks. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at the Poison Master, whose face was full of pain, and sighed inwardly. The longer you live, the more complicated people's hearts become. If it were a young person with little social experience, they would probably have been tricked by this trick and gone straight to their death. At this moment, Poison Master stared intently at Su Chen with eyes full of resentment and venom. Why isn't it working for you? Even a martial spirit would have to give way to my poison. How could a mere martial warrior like you possibly withstand it? Su Chen ignored him, silently raised his hand, and extended two fingers. His fingers easily pierced through the Poison Master's skull, leaving a sticky residue on them. Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, this was his first time killing someone, and apart from feeling a little disgusted, he wasn't really upset. Am I just a cold-blooded person by nature? He muttered to himself. However, before considering this question, he didn't forget to deal with the corpse in front of him first. Su Chen began to search Poison Master's body, but apart from a few poisons, he found nothing else. A dignified Grand Martial Master, yet he has nothing to his name? He looked dissatisfied. The poison was useless against him. Suddenly, he noticed a glint of light flashing on the Poison Master's fingers, which greatly surprised him. As if something had occurred to him, he quickly stepped forward and pried open the Poison Master's finger, discovering that he was wearing a simple ring. What is this? Could it be a spatial ring? Su Chen exclaimed. The ring seemed ordinary, but when he observed it with his Manjikyu Sharingan, he unexpectedly sensed a strong spatial force. Isn't this a spatial ring? No wonder a great martial arts master didn't carry anything valuable. He probably hid all his belongings here. By the way, how exactly do you open a spatial ring? After a moment of silence, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was his first time using a spatial ring, so it was normal that he didn't know how to open it. Someone's here. It must be the patrol guards, who noticed the battle that just took place here. Su Chen's Manjikyu Sharingan spun continuously, sucking him and the already dead Poison Poison Master next to him into the Kamui dimension. A few minutes later, several guards in uniform, carrying large swords, arrived at the place where Su Chen had left, the same place where he had fought with the Poison Master, and cautiously searched the surrounding area. "Boss, there was just a battle here." After checking the surroundings, Zhu Xuanwei quickly reported, "They must have left not long ago. We didn't even see any bodies." Captain Lei glanced at Patrolman Chu, smacked him on the head, and yelled, "You think I didn't see that? Quickly give everyone the antidote pills. There are signs of a battle here, and the air is filled with the smell of poison." Captain Lei's expression was solemn. In Linhai City, there is only one name in his mind for someone who would dare to do such a thing: Poison Master. However, the victim's body could not be found at the scene, and it was unclear how to proceed with the investigation. Captain Lei said in a deep voice, "We arrived very quickly, yet the other side still had time to clean up the scene. This is blatant provocation against our patrol and guard. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this." They had no idea that Su Chen had deliberately lured the Poison Master over on the road to find out who was behind him, thus avoiding street surveillance cameras. The Poison Master seemed happy to cooperate. Therefore, Captain Lei and his team's investigation will likely end hastily. Su Chen first used the Great Fireball technique to completely incinerate the corpse of the Poison Master. He was unwilling to leave this unlucky corpse in the Divine Might space. "Let me examine this spatial ring," Su Chen laughed, looking at the spatial ring in his hand from left to right. "Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out." Although he possessed a divine space, the spatial ring provided cover, allowing him to retrieve items with proof of identity. His lips twitched. He had been studying it for a long time without making any progress. Half an hour later, "If I hadn't sensed the spatial power contained within the spatial ring, I would have given up long ago. Could it really be like in the novels, where you have to bind someone with your blood?" Su Chen muttered to himself. The moment the thought popped into his head, he felt it was highly likely. So, without thinking, he dripped a drop of blood into it. The moment the blood fell, the spatial ring quickly absorbed it. He paused for a moment, not for any other reason than that the spatial ring seemed to have established some kind of connection with him. For some reason, he was already able to sense the items stored inside the ring. Su Chen finally showed a slight smile. What he feared most was that this thing would eventually become just a decoration. As expected, spatial rings require blood to bind them to their owner, otherwise, they are completely useless. "Although I don't understand why we have to pledge our allegiance with blood, there's no going back now." He slowly began to sense the interior of the spatial ring. The inside of the ring is not as large as I imagined. It is about 3 cubic meters in total. It's more than enough to store everyday items, but it probably won't work if you want to buy something large. Su Chen shook his head. Why should he be greedy? 3 cubic meters was not a large amount, but it was more than enough for him and for Poison Master. "Wow, there's quite a lot of stuff here." His eyes lit up when he saw it, and he looked delighted. Besides the Poison Master's everyday clothes, the spatial ring also contained many cultivation pills. Most importantly, there are also 100 spirit source stones. Spiritual source stone, as the name suggests, is a stone containing spiritual energy. It can be used for cultivation and also as currency. Spirit stones are extremely rare. It usually takes 1 million alliance coins to exchange for just one. It can be considered a top-quality hard currency, and it retains its value extremely well. Even if it's not useful in the early stages of cultivation, it's still highly sought after. These 100 spirit stones, when converted, are worth at least a small gold's worth of alliance coins, and it's the lowest possible valuation. On this day, Su Chen became rich overnight, and everyone seemed like a hidden enemy to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the Poison Master caused him trouble, nothing has affected his cultivation. However, he knew that this matter would not end so easily. Su Chen found a token engraved with the characters "wood" in the space ring of the Poison Master. No, it should be said that it was his own space ring. The appearance of this token is very significant. As expected, Zuolintian is the mastermind behind hiring the Poison Master to kill me. Su Chen remained calm and composed, taking out a pill to begin his cultivation. Strength is the most crucial factor. Without the ability, one doesn't even have the right to uncover the truth. It is worth mentioning that after half a month of stable cultivation, Su Chen's realm finally broke through to the 8th level of martial artist. He's not far from reaching the 9th level of martial arts. With only half a month left until the National College entrance examination, he was not in a hurry. At the current pace, reaching the 9th level of martial arts before the college entrance examination is not difficult at all. Just follow the steps. Since he doesn't yet have the strength to confront Zuolintian, Su Chen doesn't plan to completely break off relations for the time being. System. Open the character panel, he muttered to himself. Ding. Character panel open. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm, martial artist rank 8. Special ability, S rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique. First level, beginner, 3500/10,000. Light cloud body refining technique, beginner, 0/10,000. Chi and blood, 850 points. Strength, 2550 points. Speed, 850 points. Mental strength 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique 700/1000, lightning release, Chidori intermediate 200/1000, Shursui version body flicker technique intermediate 900/5000, basic swordsmanship advanced 500/5000, earth release, earth flow wall beginner 70/100, fire release, great fire annihilation 0/100, finger pistol, max level, but points 9800. Hao Wamia, having won the resource competition, finally came into Su Chen's arms. Yesterday, Lin Yuanchang informed Su Chen that he could collect the prize for winning the selection competition, otherwise, he would never have stopped cultivating. Having not been outside for a long time, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "The air is so fresh." As he strolled along the street, far fewer people recognized him. The internet really does have no memory. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the martial arts hall. Facing the hall, which remained unchanged, he couldn't help but smile. "When I first entered the martial arts hall and saw the lively scene inside, I was quite moved. But looking back now, I feel no emotion at all." He understood the reason for this change. The novelty had worn off. Stepping into such a bustling place for the first time, one naturally feels a sense of novelty. Approaching the receptionist, Su Chen politely said, "Hello, I have an appointment to meet with Director Lin." "Are you Mr. Su? Director Lin is waiting for you upstairs." The receptionist smiled warmly and quickly stepped forward. "Let me take you to Director Lin." Seeing her enthusiasm, Su Chen, who knew exactly where Lin Yuanchan's office was, couldn't refuse. So he followed the receptionist straight to the receptionist. Throughout the journey, the receptionist smiled broadly and tried her best to find topics to talk about with Su Chen. Each topic was cleverly timed to a point where he felt comfortable. As he was leaving, the receptionist winked at Su Chen, then pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and slipped it into his hand. Watching the receptionist sway as she slowly walked into the elevator, Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter disdainfully to himself, "How could a mere woman possibly affect my path to enlightenment?" He carefully looked left and right before folding the note in half and putting it into his pocket like a precious jewel. He muttered to himself, "As a young person who has received 9 years of compulsory education, I cannot litter." A knock sounded on the door, and upon hearing a reply from inside, "Come in," Su Chen pushed the door open and entered. Lin Yuanchang already knew who the visitor was. As soon as the door opened, he smiled and looked towards the entrance. However, what happened next stunned him, because in his perception, Su Chen's strength had already reached the 8th level of martial artist. If it were just an ordinary 8th level martial artist, he probably wouldn't care too much. But the problem was that he sensed the boy's unusually strong blood and energy. He doesn't look like someone who just broke through recently at all. This is more like a state where one has been breaking through for a long time and whose cultivation has been completely consolidated. "Director Lin, did you call me because the prizes for the selection competition have been distributed?" Su Chen said with a smile. "I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Lin Yuanchang smiled, though he was somewhat dissatisfied with the title, Director Lin. But he didn't intend to cut back. After all, the resources for the geniuses in Linhai City were his promise. "Since you've already agreed, why would you go back on your word?" "Xiao Su, check the transfer information on your phone. I already had someone transfer 10 million alliance coins. Why don't you check your phone messages? If others say that I, Lin Yuanchang, covet the money of the genius from Linhai, then my reputation will be ruined," Lin Yuanchang said half-jokingly. He was genuinely surprised that Su Chen hadn't noticed the money had already been deposited into his account. Logically speaking, shouldn't young people these days be spending all their time on their phones? Even he himself. Lin Yuanchang remarked that the birth of the mobile phone can only be described in 2 words. "I see." Su Chen's eyes lit up, but he didn't take out his phone in front of Lin Yuanchang. After all, if they were to take it out directly, wouldn't that imply that Lin Yuanchang had swallowed those 10 million alliance coins? Lin Yuanchang, who enjoys an excellent reputation in Linhai, was someone Su Chen would naturally not doubt. With a hint of apology, he said, "I've been cultivating all this time, so I didn't see the transfer notification right away. Director Lin, this is entirely my fault. I'm really sorry." Indeed, he had been so engrossed in cultivation for the past 2 weeks that he didn't even notice his phone was out of battery. If Lin Muyan hadn't discovered this a few days ago and specially helped him charge his phone, Su Chen probably wouldn't have been able to get here today. Although Lin Yuanchang found it strange that Su Chen didn't check his phone messages immediately, he didn't say anything. He simply felt that this was the humble and unassuming mindset of a genius. As for Su Chen's claim that he had been immersed in cultivation for the past 2 weeks, Lin Yuanchan completely believed him. He would never believe that one could achieve such a level of cultivation simply by drifting through life. At the same time, he felt gratified that Su Chen could maintain such a mindset. To be honest, he was a little worried before. There are concerns that Su Chen, coming from an ordinary family, might lose his way after winning the selection competition. After all, many geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom fall into ruin because of this every year. "Little Su, you are so young, yet your swordsmanship is exceptionally outstanding." Lin Yuanchan paused, then continued continued, I have prepared a sword especially for you as the reward for winning the selection competition. He stood up, walked to the wall, pressed an unknown switch, and suddenly a box popped out. Upon opening, a long knife lay quietly inside, its blade about 2 feet and 3 inches long, and its hilt blood red. The cold light reflected from the blade made Su Chen realize at a glance that the knife was exceptionally sharp. Is this for me? Su Chen asked happily. At first glance, he felt that this knife was exactly what he wanted. Lin Yuanchang nodded and pointed to the knife in the box, indicating that he could pick it up and feel it. Su Chen was excited, his eyes lit up, and he quickly took the box and slowly drew out the long knife from it. As soon as he picked up the knife, he immediately felt its extraordinary weight, but this did not make him feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he liked its calmness even more. Overbearing blade. Only then did he notice the word overbearing engraved on the hilt, and he muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchang smiled and nodded, saying, that's right, this knife is called overbearing. It is said that the person who forged it hoped that the user would be as domineering as a true swordsman. Unfortunately, this knife has been forged for a long time, but no one has ever met the conditions for its use. It's been so long that I almost forgot it existed, but seeing your swordsmanship, I suddenly remembered this sword. I think you and it must be a perfect match. Don't underestimate it just because it's only a high-grade yellow rank weapon. It was forged by Master Cheng and is comparable to a low-grade profound rank weapon. Su Chen stared in surprise at the arrogant knife in his hand. Although he didn't know who Master Cheng was, he could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of the knife from Lin Yuanchang's tone. Cough. The fact that it was merely a weapon comparable to the initial stage of the Xian rank was enough to move him deeply. Immediately, he took out a red scabbard from the box, inserted the tyrannical sword into it, and then stored it in his spatial ring. He wasn't worried that Lin Yuanchang would become greedy for his spatial ring. With Lin Yuanchang's strength, obtaining a spatial ring would not be difficult. Thank you, Director Lin. I really like the arrogant blade, Su Chen said gratefully. Although he didn't say much about the arrogant knife that Lin Yuanchang had specially gifted him, he kept it in his heart. After obtaining the arrogant blade, Su Chen followed the instructions, turning left and right until he arrived at a library. Fortunately, Lin Yuanchang had warned him beforehand, and the guards at the gate didn't give him any trouble and let him in directly. Now, he needs to choose a martial art from among them. He had previously considered selling the opportunity, but Lin Yuanchang told him that it was not allowed, so he had to give up the idea. After nearly half an hour of selection, he finally chose a martial art called Whirlwind Blade Technique. The Gale Blade Technique, just like its name suggests, is full of wild energy and sharpness. Su Chen felt that this martial art was somewhat similar to the overbearing blade, which suited him well, so he chose this blade technique. To prevent the leakage of martial arts techniques, the library strictly prohibits taking them out of the library. Therefore, Su Chen could only memorize the Gale Blade technique in the library. However, due to his transmigration and the influence of activating his Sharingan, his memory was so good that he immediately memorized the Whirlwind Blade technique before leaving the library. After leaving the martial arts hall, Su Chen pondered for a moment. It would be too boring to go back like this after coming out for so long. As he walked and pondered, he unknowingly arrived at Wanbage. He was greeted by a stunningly beautiful young lady. When the young woman saw Su Chen, she was stunned for a moment, then she realized what was happening. She then greeted him with a smile. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Su Chen glanced at the golden plaque on her chest, which read Chui Yu. He laughed and said, as expected, I was recognized. After all, I was the champion of the selection competition. He didn't feel uncomfortable about being recognized. Being remembered and receiving special treatment, from a certain perspective, Su Chen is ultimately the one who benefits. Su Chen looked at Chui Yu and stated his needs. I want to buy a piece of armor. Do you have any recommendations? Although he possesses the power of intangibility, armor is not a primary concern. But upon reflection, he realized that money only has meaning when it's spent. Leaving it idle is like collecting dust. And who knows, the armor might save my life someday. Upon hearing this, Chui Yu smiled radiantly and said, yes, sir, please come with me. I will definitely satisfy you. She treated Su Chen very well. Perhaps it's because Su Chen is the champion of this year's Linhai City selection competition, and he is highly anticipated. Or, she might earn a commission from Su Chen's purchases. In short, she was exceptionally enthusiastic. Su Chen blinked and followed behind Chui Yu. She said it would satisfy her, but he didn't take it too seriously. It would be best if you were satisfied, but it's okay if you weren't. In the end, I can also buy some martial arts equipment for my younger sister. Afterwards, Su Chen followed Chui Yu through various areas until they arrived at a place that specifically sold spirit armor. Please take a look, sir. This is a tempered outer armor, belonging to the yellow rank spirit armor, with considerable defensive capabilities. It can also withstand fire attacks to a certain extent, making it a powerful weapon against fire-type enemies. With a smile on her face, Chui Yu introduced the product with great interest. Su Chen shook his head, clearly not satisfied with this item. Chui Yu didn't care about this. After all, many customers don't immediately decide which item to buy. She needs to keep keep introducing different items until she finds the one that satisfies the customer. Then she introduced 4 or 5 more pieces of spirit armor. These were all undoubtedly excellent, but Suchin still shook his head and refused them one by one. He stroked his chin, thought carefully, and said, Miss Chueyu, I don't really like outer armor. Are there any clothes that you can wear underneath your clothes so you can't feel them at all? It's like wearing an extra layer of protective clothing. It feels like the lining of a garment. Although the armor was indeed quite good, especially the ones Chueyu introduced, which were very appealing to him. However, he always felt that the outer armor was too flashy and not as understated and comfortable as the inner lining. Chueyu looked surprised. She originally recommended the outer armor based on young people's preference for external decorations. Outer armor can also display a person's wealth. Unexpectedly, Suchen would want that kind of inner lining. Instead of wearing outer armor, you want to wear it as an inner lining under your clothes? Chueyu was taken aback. This year's champion is indeed much more composed than I imagined. Suchen stared at Chueyu in silence for a long time before asking in confusion, does the Wanbao Pavilion not have this kind of spirit armor? Then, changing to a joking tone, he said, does Miss Chueyu not want to sell to me? Or does she think I can't afford it? This statement inadvertently placed a heavy accusation on Chueyu, leaving her speechless for a moment. Nothing. Chueyu looked flustered, her heart churning with rage, wishing she could have 10,000 alpacas galloping through her mind. She admitted that she had been daydreaming, but Su Chen accused her of something serious. No, I wouldn't dare, Chueyu hurriedly explained. I really didn't mean to. She was so anxious that tears were almost falling from her eyes. If the pavilion master hears these words, she will inevitably be punished, and in serious cases, she may even lose her job at Wanbao Pavilion. Chueyu knew she was in the wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be so nervous. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips twitched. He realized he had gone too far, so he comforted her, don't cry, or I'll really complain about you. You don't want me to complain about you and cause you to lose your job, do you? If you don't want to, then hold back your tears, otherwise, he. Chueyu stared at Su Chen with a strange look, looking even more aggrieved. A few minutes later, the two returned to normal. If it weren't for Chueyu's resentful gaze, one would hardly notice anything unusual. Chueyu introduced with a serious expression, Sir, our Wanbage has 2 new products recently, which are very good. Would you like me to explain it to you in detail? Her tone was flat, but her face held a hint of resentment in her smile. Su Chen didn't pay much attention and smiled faintly. Okay, then, Miss Chueyu, please introduce me. These 2 are collectively known as the Sun and Moon Inner Armor. The Sun Inner Armor's effect is to remove the heat from the wearer's body. It also has a certain defensive capability and can withstand an attack from a level below Martial Master. Moreover, if the inner armor is damaged, it can be slowly repaired with the help of the sun's energy. The inner armor, on the other hand, can dispel the cold and needs moonlight to repair itself. Chueyu slowly explained the effects of the 2 types of inner armor. Su Chen nodded in agreement. They're quite nice, Miss Chueyu. How much do these 2 types of inner armor cost? He didn't have high requirements for inner armor. As long as it had some defensive capabilities and was comfortable to wear, that was fine. Both are 10 million alliance coins, Chueyu replied. Sir, which one would you like? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. So cheap? How could the automatic repair effect be so inexpensive? Chueyu smiled awkwardly. Indeed, logically speaking, the price shouldn't be this low just because of the automatic repair function. However, sir, please note that I meant slow repairs. Su Chen immediately understood the meaning behind it. Who the hell knows exactly how slow really is? No wonder it was so cheap. So this is where the trap was. Chueyu Aixin was aware of the shortcomings of this inner armor. She would never have revealed these flaws to any other customer. But the person in front of him was Su Chen. She wouldn't dare to be so bold as to harm the champion of the selection competition. So I can only tell the truth. She quickly added, Sir, please rest assured, apart from this, there are no other major flaws. Su Chen touched the material of the 2 inner armors with his hand, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his face. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded. Okay, I'll take this Japanese-style inner armor. For him, comfortable materials and defensive capabilities are already quite good. It's good enough as a temporary solution, and the price isn't outrageous. They've almost spent all the prize money from the qualifying tournament. Chueyu's face lit up with joy. She quickly and efficiently wrapped the inner armor and handed it to Su Chen. She wasn't afraid that the other party would simply steal her things and run away. Su Chen took the bag and pulled out a card from his pocket. That was a 10% discount card given to me when I visited Wanbage before. This is exactly what I need now. He said to Chueyu, can I try on the inner armor here? I want to feel it out so I don't have to return it if there's a problem. Upon hearing the word return, Chueyu's expression turned serious. Of course, sir, please follow me. The commission she received from closing this big deal was equivalent to her monthly salary. If the item is returned, the money must be refunded. Su Chen put on the sun armor and inexplicably felt a sense of comfort. In the sweltering summer heat, he immediately felt that the heat outside had no effect on his body. After putting on the inner armor, Su Chen did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely comfortable, as if it had been tailor-made for him. As expected of a high-priced item costing 10 million alliance coins, you really get what you pay for. He praised inwardly. The heat dissipation function alone is already very satisfying. Although the defensive power isn't particularly strong, it's definitely a pretty good inner armor. Thinking of Miss Chui Yu's strong recommendation of these two inner armors, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Welcome to come again next time, the shop owner said with a smile as he saw the customer off. Then, Su Chen suddenly remembered that he had acquired his cooking skills some time ago but had never actually used them, which made him feel a little regretful. So, he bought some monster meat and went straight home. The reason he had previously said he wouldn't cook was long forgotten. Su Chen sighed, realizing that he was the most idle person in the family these days. His parents were often away on business, his younger sister had to go to school every day, and they mostly ate dinner when they got home. In the evening, looking at himself, a young man about to graduate high school, he spent his days doing nothing, either cultivating or lounging around. He was truly a disgrace to the youth of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickened his pace in cutting the monster meat, as if only in this way could he prove to himself that he was not a good-for-nothing who lay at home all day doing nothing but eating and waiting to die. While most monster meat is nutritious, it has a strong, unpleasant odor. Only by removing this odor can its true deliciousness be revealed. Su Chen put in a lot of effort to achieve this, and fortunately, he possessed advanced culinary skills. On his first attempt at cooking monster meat, thanks to his superior skills, he successfully prepared it quite well. Looking at the dishes that looked and smelled delicious, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, almost unable to believe he had made them himself. The sheer appearance alone was enough to make them look incredibly tempting. He then prepared a few more side dishes to add color and appeal to the monster meat. I can become a master chef someday, Su Chen thought to himself with secret joy. Su's father, mother, and sister stared at the dishes on the table, dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. After eating, they could only describe it with two words. When Su Xinghai commented on his son's cooking skills, he said, "He is indeed my son. Even if he doesn't practice martial arts, he can still make a name for himself with his cooking skills." Su Ningyue stared blankly and muttered to herself, "How is it possible that my older brother's feminine charm is even stronger than mine, his younger sister's?" The family of four enjoyed the meal immensely. On the 12th day of the 4th lunar month, just before the college entrance examination, Su Chen was focusing all his efforts on advancing to the 9th level of martial arts when his phone suddenly beeped, interrupting his cultivation. He picked up his phone in confusion, thinking, who would message me at this hour? He remembered that before he started practicing, he had blocked most people's messages. Only a handful of people could contact him on his phone, and these people would only send messages when they had urgent matters to attend to. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed that the message was from Morong Shui. Clearly, she wasn't on the blocked list. Morong Shui's message read, "Su Chen, do you have time? I have something important to tell you." Su Chen's heart stirred, and he replied, "I happen to have some time now. What can I do for you, Morong?" Morong Shui replied, "It's hard to explain online. Could we meet in person to talk?" Without hesitation, Su Chen asked, "Where?" He knew in his heart that Morong Shui was not the kind of person who would cause trouble for no reason, and would never bother him with unnecessary things. Before leaving, he glanced at the system panel. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist rank 8, special ability, S-rank Kemui kaleidoscope, cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, beginner, light cloud body refining technique, beginner, chi and blood, 890 points, strength, 2670 points, speed, 890 points, mental strength, 200 points, skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, intermediate lightning release, Chidori, intermediate Shursui version of body flicker technique, advanced, basic swordsmanship, beginner earth release, earth flow wall, beginner fire release, great fire annihilation, beginner gale swordsmanship, finger pistol, max level, but points, 9,800. To avoid being accused of padding the word count, I'm now removing excessive numbers. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer sat facing each other. Sister Morong, do you think Su Chen will really accept us? Zhao Yuer asked nervously. Although she and Su Chen were barely friends, she wasn't sure if Su Chen would be willing to join them in what was about to happen. Probably. Morong Shui wasn't sure either. Su Chen's gentle voice suddenly rang out, as if it were right next to my ear. Ah, both of them were startled. Su Chen, you didn't even tell me you were coming. Were you trying to scare me and Sister Morong? Zhao Yuer complained as she looked at him. Morong Shui felt the same way. Ah, sorry. Su Chen laughed. You guys were having such a lively conversation, I didn't want to interrupt. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer were not petty people, and they forgot about it after a while. So what exactly do you want from me? Su Chen picked up the cat poop coffee on the table, took a small sip, and the bitter taste slid down his throat. He couldn't help but frown, silently put down his coffee, and muttered to himself, how can so many people like to drink this? I really don't understand. His face remained calm and composed, without any change change in expression. Morong Shui and Zhao Yue exchanged a glance, and the former took a deep breath. Su Chen, it's like this. Isn't the National College Entrance Examination coming up soon? Yes, I know, so what? Yue and I wanted to ask you, are there any teams for the National College Entrance Examination? Su Chen stared at Morong Shui's cold and stern face and fell silent. Team up? Do we need to form teams for the National College Entrance Examination? How come he didn't know anything about it? Isn't it like a selection competition, where the champion is determined by individual strength? Su Chenshan laughed. Morong, do you think the National College Entrance Examination requires forming teams? The exam hasn't even started yet. Where did you hear that from? Morong Shui and Zhao Yue stared at him with eyes that said, you're still living in the 2G era. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that he was truly confused, Morong Shui began to explain. Su Chen, you really are completely immersed in cultivation and have nothing to do with the outside world. Let me tell you about the National College Entrance Examination. The National College Entrance Examination and the Selection Competition College Entrance Examination are completely different things. If the selection competition in Linhai City is to select the strongest young man in the city in terms of martial arts skills, the National College Entrance Examination is a competition that tests both physical strength and mental strength, and neither can be lacking. Unlike the one-on-one battles in the selection competition, the National College Entrance Examination is mainly about fighting against monsters. At the same time, we must also be wary of other contestants. On the day of the college entrance examination, we will go to Nanfu City together. There is a secret realm opened up by the strong. Let us enter the secret realm to fight against monsters and compete for points. All candidates from across the country will compete for points in that secret realm. That's why many people choose to cooperate, which is why Yue and I came to you. Finally, Morong Shui added softly, these are common knowledge that everyone knows. Su Chen's face remained expressionless, but he secretly thought to himself, why didn't anyone tell me about this? In fact, his family should have known long ago that he was engrossed in his cultivation. The school assumed his family would tell him. As a result, the two sides formed a perfect closed loop. After calming down, Su Chen looked at the two people opposite him, and a sudden realization flashed through his mind. So you want to team up with me? Yes, we are all from Linhai City in the secret realm, and we can lend a helping hand whenever you need it. Morong Shui's cool and aloof face revealed a sincere sincerity in silence. There was one more thing she didn't say. After the Zhou Yukue incident, Morong Shui could no longer fully trust her teammates, but she believed in Su Chen and Zhao Yue. And me. Although I'm just a support type ability user, I won't hold you back. Zhao Yue hurriedly introduced her advantages. Furthermore, I can help you restore your energy and heal your injuries. She stared at Su Chen with expectant eyes. The three fell silent. Just as Morong Shui and Zhao Yue thought Su Chen would refuse, and their faces showed disappointment. Su Chen spoke first, his face beaming. It's an honor to have two partners assisting me. I believe we will definitely achieve good results in the National College Entrance Examination. Upon hearing this, the two, who had been somewhat disappointed, immediately beamed with joy. Of course, with my assistance, plus Sister Morong's special ability and your protection, we're sure to get a good ranking. Zhao Yue raised her chin and said confidently. Morong Shui stood to the side, smiling broadly, without interrupting, clearly in a very good mood. Then let's take Miss Zhao's good wishes into consideration. Su Chen felt no aversion towards Morong Shui and Zhao Yue. For him, forming a team was more beneficial than harmful. Morong Shui can provide remote support using ice-based abilities, while Zhao Yue can restore health and vitality. He himself is both a warrior and a mage. With their abilities, they will never hold us back. Su Chen remembered when he rescued them in the monster forest before. Even when faced with dire circumstances, they never gave up hope of survival. Except for Zhao Yue, who was in a coma. At this moment, Zhao Yue suddenly stood up, her hand hovering above the table, palm down, and excitedly said, then I wish us all the best in our college entrance exams. Let's perform a ceremony. Morong Shui blushed and looked at Zhao Yue reproachfully, just about to tell her to take her hand back. She didn't want her image to collapse instantly in Su Chen's eyes. However, a large hand covered Zhao Yue's palm first. Morong Shui was stunned, her eyes widening as she looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen noticed her strange gaze and explained with a dry laugh, Morong, you should come too. Don't let Zhao Yue's kindness go to waste. Morong Shui never expected the two of them to be so childish, but the next moment, she rolled her eyes at them, and though she was reluctant, she put her hand on them anyway. If you look closely, you'll notice that Morong Shui's ears are slightly red. Go for it! Zhao Yue shouted excitedly. Go for it! The three shouted in unison. Morong Shui suddenly realized that the three of them lacked understanding. She and Zhao Yue naturally understood each other perfectly, and could grasp each other's meaning at a glance. Therefore, she was more worried about Su Chen. After thinking for a moment, she said frankly, Su Chen, I think we need to do some teamwork training. Otherwise, once a fight breaks out, everyone will definitely be in chaos. Su Chen was about to leave when he heard this and nodded thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. For the sake of the team, team, we do need to improve our teamwork. He wouldn't be so arrogant as to think he could handle everything on his own. The stronger the teamwork among the three, the more focused they can be on the enemy during battle, avoiding misunderstandings about each other's thoughts. Teamwork is absolutely essential. Seeing that the two strongest members of the team had already made their decisions, Zhao Yue pouted and muttered to herself, "Then where should we go to practice our teamwork?" These words enlightened Su Chen and Morong Shui. The two exchanged a smile and said in unison, "The monster forest." Zhao Yuer's face showed fear. Her previous experience in the monster forest had left a deep impression on her. Even seeing how well the two of them clicked, she didn't dare say anything, but fear kept rising in my heart. Now that things have come to this, how could the two of them let her go alone? So, Zhao Yue followed behind the two of them dejectedly. Destination, Monster Forest. The group passed through the entrance to the monster forest without incident. After all, Su Chen and Morong Shui were now renowned geniuses in Linhai City. Upon entering the monster forest, the formation was adjusted. The strongest, Su Chen, led the way, while Morong Shui walked at the back of the group. Zhao Yue, as the support, was closely protected by the two in the middle. No one objected to this. After all, she knew that she was just a support character without any combat ability, and all she needed to do now was follow orders. Su Chen glanced around with satisfaction. Fortunately, there were no pig teammates who dragged us down. In such a crisis, the worst thing would be someone like that. One wrong move and you could easily be killed. If either Morong Shui or Zhao Yue is a bad teammate, he will not hesitate to quit. Friends are friends, that's true, but you should never joke about your own life. One must be a little selfish in life. Now it seems that all we need to do is observe how calm Morong Shui and Zhao Yue are during the battle. They have good mental fortitude. They knew what to do as soon as they entered the monster forest. He remained extremely calm throughout. Su Chen took in all of this. Before long, a demonic beast at the 9th level of martial arts appeared before them, its appearance ferocious and terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Yue remained calm. After all, she had two powerful figures by her side. The monster in front of me looked like a wild boar with several horns on its head. What was most unsettling was its ferocious face, which was as terrifying as a demon. The ferocious beast. Morong Shui said calmly, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. She is now a 9th level martial artist, and when facing monsters of the same level, she is no longer as helpless as before. Su Chen glanced at Morong Shui, signaling her to launch an attack, and then rushed forward himself. He drew his domineering blade with lightning speed, his movement creating afterimages as he used the instantaneous movement technique. A vast expanse of ice. Without hesitation, and without any arrogance of a genius, Morong Shui immediately used her supernatural abilities to control the monster's movements. This created an excellent opportunity for Su Chen. The ferocious beast found itself unable to move and frantically struggled, trying to break free of the ice layer imposed by Morong Shui. Whirlwind Blade Technique. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to unleash the Gale Blade technique he had learned before. The arrogant knife in his hand seemed to devour like a demon, unleashing several gusts of sword energy as swift as a whirlwind. The blade energy slashed down along the horn on the monster's head, severing its head completely. And so, the ferocious beast died here inexplicably. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 9th-tier martial artist monster. Reward, 900 points. A miraculous healer. As soon as the battle ended, Zhao Yue immediately used her special ability to help the two recover as quickly as possible. It demonstrates the demeanor of a qualified support player. Zhao Yue said enviously, "Wow, Su Chen, you're amazing. A 9th level martial artist demon beast is as easy for you as slicing melons." Su Chen shook his head and denied it. Without Morong's control, this monster wouldn't be so easy for me to slaughter. Of course, this is at most a difference of one more move. He never overlooks the efforts others make. Zhao Yue, you're amazing too. You were so eager to help us recover our health as soon as the battle was over. Su Chen praised her with a smile. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. Zhao Yue scratched her head and smiled shyly. Morong Shui nodded. Yes, Yue is very important too. She couldn't help but glance at Su Chen, wondering if even a 9th level martial artist demon beast could be killed in one move if she stood still in front of it. I'm afraid that won't work. Looking at the knife marks on the ferocious beast, she clearly understood that Su Chen had indeed made a lot of progress during this period. She smiled slightly, without jealousy, already aware that there was still a gap between herself and Su Chen. Su Chen activated his Sharingan and stored the ferocious beast's remains into his Kemui dimension. Anyway, everyone knows that he has spatial abilities. Instead of constantly hiding it, it's better to show it off openly. This way, it's convenient for me too, so why not do it? Su Chen's spatial ability drew envy from the two women. Zhao Yue looked at the spot where the hideous monster's corpse had been and couldn't help but sigh. This is a spatial ability. It's so enviable. It makes everything so much more convenient. I wish I had a space-based ability too. In fact, deep down, Zhao Yue also has a heart that yearns for battle, but the limitations of her miraculous healing skills prevent her from using them. Morong Shui, who was quietly recovering her energy, chimed in. Who wouldn't want to have a spatial ability? After all, having a spatial ability ability is like leaping into the sky. She paused for a moment, then comforted Zhao Yur, don't be too disappointed. After all, you still have A-level superpowers. Among those who awaken superpowers each year, very few possess A-level superpowers. It's already quite remarkable that we were able to awaken such a powerful ability. Hearing Morong Shue's words, Zhao Yur's inner turmoil dissipated considerably, and her mood improved significantly. Su Chen looked up at the sky, where the setting sun cast a golden glow, creating a serene and beautiful scene. However, this is the monster forest, and it is much more dangerous at night than during the day. Thinking of this, Su Chen frowned and narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that we would be in the monster forest. We didn't even pay attention to the time because we were looking for monsters. At our speed, it's probably impossible to reach the monster town before dark. He was secretly annoyed that he, who was always cautious, had actually forgotten this important time point. Considering that Zhao Yur is a support-type ability user, it seems that we will have to spend the night here. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, we might have to stay out overnight during the upcoming National College entrance examination. As for seeking refuge in the Divine Might space, that was not even on his radar. If he were to run to the Divine Might space to hide simply because he was afraid of the night, then his martial arts heart might as well just shatter. Morong Shui noticed that Su Chen was looking up at the sky and couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking, so she followed his gaze. His face immediately darkened, and he couldn't help but say to Su Chen, it seems we'll have to. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and the Divine Might kaleidoscope immediately spun, followed by the appearance of several tents. We'll spend the night here. Fortunately, he had inexplicably bought some camping gear while shopping at Wanbage earlier. Otherwise, I'd probably have to sleep on a tree trunk tonight. Morong, could you please help Zhao Yur set up the tent? I'll go gather some firewood. Morong Shue's eyes were full of surprise. Since meeting Su Chen, she has found him to be mysterious and unpredictable, with a meticulous mind. Even when he decides to enter the monster forest on a whim, he can prepare things like tents in advance. Go ahead, the environment around here is nice. Yur and I will set up our tent here, and we can signal if we encounter any danger. Morong Shui nodded and beckoned Zhao Yur to help set up the tent. Su Chen ran to the vicinity, activated his Sharingan, and carefully surveyed the area. After confirming that there were no other demonic beasts around, he didn't say anything more. Even if he were to encounter a demonic beast, he could kill it with a single sword strike. The absence of demonic beasts actually saved him a lot of trouble. While collecting firewood, Su Chen felt his vision getting blurry and instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. Although I haven't used the Manjikyu Sharingan frequently during this period, the cumulative effect has still put a considerable strain on my eyes. He knew in his heart that if he overused his Manjikyu Sharingan, he would eventually lose his sight and fall into darkness. However, Su Chen possesses a system, so his need for the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not urgent. He knew that a pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan cost as much as 100,000 system points. Although the upgrade only costs half the original price, which is 50,000 points, it is still a considerable number. He has only just accumulated 10,000 points, so he should spend them on things that can improve his combat power. He shook his head. After all, he wouldn't leave the monster forest empty-handed this time. The system's points will likely increase significantly as well. As for spending points, we'll deal with that when we get back. He smiled, put aside his distracting thoughts, and focused on collecting firewood. Su Chen returned to the location chosen by Morong Shui and the others, only to find that the two had already set up their tents. In addition, they also gathered some mushrooms, seemingly intending to use them to stave off hunger. Wait, mushrooms? Su Chen felt as if he had heard some dangerous signal, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Looking at the brightly colored mushrooms in front of him, and then at Morong Shui and Zhao Yur's expectant gazes, he didn't know what to say. Eat mushrooms, lie on a flat board. Su Chen dared not touch any of these brightly colored mushrooms, for fear that one of them might kill him. He forced a smile and praised them. You collected so many mushrooms, that's good. However, I don't really like mushrooms, so I'll pass. You guys shouldn't eat either. Although the two were somewhat doubtful, seeing Su Chen's serious expression, they understood that he was telling the truth. They tactfully refrained from saying anything more, simply assuming it was just a genius's quirk. I wonder what it would be like if they discovered that the mushrooms they picked were actually poisonous. Let's put the topic of poisonous mushrooms aside for now. Su Chen silently arranged the firewood into an easily flammable shape and set up two symmetrical stands. You guys step back a little, I'm going to start a fire. Morong Shui and Zhao Yur obediently stepped back. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Chen gently spat out a small fireball from his mouth, deliberately controlling its power to prevent the flames of the great fireball technique from becoming too intense. If the Uchiha clan knew that he used their prized fire release technique to start a fire, they would probably give him a good scolding. A small fireball struck dry firewood and instantly ignited into a blazing flame. Su Chen looked at his work with satisfaction. After all, this was the first time he had controlled firepower in this way, and his success on the first try was enough to prove that his control over chi and blood far exceeded that of ordinary people. The fireball technique is already an intermediate skill, so achieving such an effect wasn't too surprising to Su Chen. The flames gradually rose, the sun slowly set, and the moon quietly rose into the sky. Su Chen took out the ferocious beast he had killed earlier from the divine might space. Unsurprisingly, the ferocious beast will become the three's dinner tonight. Seeing that Su Chen had taken out the ferocious beast, Morong Shui and Zhao Yue did not find anything wrong with it. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd eaten nourishing foods like monster meat. Instead, they would occasionally eat a dish made with monster meat. Su Chen drew his domineering blade, first removing the hide from the ferocious beast, then selecting several pieces of the fattest and most nutritious meat to chop off. Such a large monster is definitely too much for the three of them to finish eating in a short time. Therefore, only select the best parts for dinner. Morong Shui smiled faintly. Su Chen, I didn't know you could cook. You're really multi-talented. She only discovered his skill when she saw him expertly removing the fur from the ferocious beast. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Morong Shui had never cooked at home herself, so it was possible for her to remove the hide and bones of the ferocious beast. But making a dish that satisfies you is really too difficult. Su Chen kept working, smiling modestly. I know a little bit, but I'm definitely not as good as your chef. After saying that, he picked up a clean stick, skewered the cut meat, and put it on the fire to roast. He casually took out some seasonings from his divine power space and sprinkled them on. Repeat this process for the next few pieces of meat, flipping them occasionally to prevent them from burning. The sizzling sound of the oil dripping from the roasted meat falling into the fire. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, Zhao Yue swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the pieces of meat on the fire. The hunger was almost unbearable for her. It smells so good. It's clearly the meat of a 9th-level martial artist demon beast. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Why does this taste so much better than anything I've had before? Morong Shui forced herself to look away, murmuring softly to herself. It's ready to eat. It's almost cooked. Su Chen saw that the barbecue was fully cooked and knew that the two women were starving. Let's just start eating. As he spoke, he handed a skewer of grilled meat to Morong Shui, and then another skewer to Zhao Yue. Delicious. It's simply, wow, a delicacy. Zhao Yue opened her mouth wide and took a bite of the meat. The aroma of the meat filled her mouth, and she couldn't help but praise Su Chen repeatedly. As a result, she accidentally burned her mouth. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated, and gestured for her to take her time and eat slowly. In contrast, Morong Shui ate much more elegantly, savoring the roasted meat in small bites. Surprisingly, although she ate slowly and carefully, her speed was in no way inferior to Zhao Yue, who was eating meat in large bites. Noticing everyone's gaze, Morong Shui blushed, gently tucked her hair behind her ear, and explained, "It's all Su Chen's fault. He made it too delicious." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize that her words had been somewhat offensive, and quickly added, "I didn't mean anything by it." Su Chen waved his hand, picked up the grilled meat, and silently enjoyed the fruits of his labor. To be honest, this feeling was pretty good. At least he thought the food tasted delicious. As night fell, the monster forest was shrouded in darkness, but a conspicuous red light shone from where Su Chen was. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they slumped down by the fire and gazed up at the starry sky. "It's getting late. Why don't you go back and rest? I'll keep watch. Ha ha ha." Su Chen noticed that the two of them seemed a bit tired after the meal, so he offered a suggestion. Morong Shui immediately objected. "No, how can I let you keep watch alone at night?" Zhao Yue touched her slightly bulging belly and chimed in, "Yes, let me keep watch with Sister Morong." Su Chen thought about it and knew their current condition. If they stayed here to keep watch all night, it would probably affect them the next day. He said in a deep voice, "How about this? Stop arguing. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you two keep watch for the second half." After discussing it for a moment, Morong Shui and Zhao Yue agreed to the arrangement. "If anything happens, just wake me up." After saying that, Su Chen walked straight to one of the tents and zipped it up. He doesn't plan to cultivate tonight. Boy, prepare to die. Lying in the tent, he appeared completely unguarded and relaxed, but a sliver of vigilance remained within him. In any case, he could not completely entrust his life and death to others. This doesn't mean he doesn't trust Morong Shui and the others. On the contrary, he trusts them very much. However, his long-standing vigilance made him realize that no matter where he was, he had to be fully prepared. And so, Su Chen's breathing gradually calmed down, and he fell into a light sleep. Morong Shui sat cross-legged in meditation to relieve the tension from the day. In this environment, she couldn't possibly cultivate, since she might not have time to react if there was any danger. In cultivation, one should strive for unity of mind and spirit. Zhao Yue stared at the fire with boredom, occasionally throwing in a few pieces of firewood and glancing at Morong Shui, who was sitting cross-legged, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. "This is outrageous. It's no different from me keeping watch myself." The sounds of insects chirping, birds singing, and the crackling of the fire in the forest brought her a strange sense of peace. The occasional roar of a wild beast made her nervously look around. Sister Morong is really bold. She can still close her eyes and meditate at a time like this. She knew she couldn't reach that level. Suddenly feeling something, my face flushed red and my whole body trembled. She looked at Morong Shui for help, help but saw that the other party was still sitting cross-legged and motionless. She didn't want to disturb the other person's meditation. Staring at the dark forest, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but he also felt a surge of energy beneath his body. Clenching his teeth, he comforted himself, it's just for a little while, nothing too serious will happen, right? With that thought in mind, she jogged into the dark forest. Zhao Yue felt a wave of comfort, and the scattered sounds of flowing water echoed in the darkness. A blush rose to her cheeks. Zhao Yue stood up, and a pair of bloodshot eyes came into view. She instinctively wanted to shout, but for some reason, his eyes flashed, and he lost consciousness. She looked towards the camp one last time, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Zhao Yue has disappeared? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed deeply. When I was meditating, I suddenly felt that the surroundings were unusually quiet, and I found that Zhao Yue had disappeared. Morong Shue's expression was solemn, and her tone was urgent. Although Zhao Yue is usually carefree, she would never cause us any trouble. Something must have happened. She's only a support class, so she's likely powerless against danger. Subduing Zhao Yue, a 7th-level martial artist, is no easy task. She should at least send out some kind of distress signal. It's impossible that she wouldn't react at all, right? Su Chen frowned, racking his brain to figure out what had happened. He activated his Sharingan and led Morong Shue on a patrol of the vicinity. They soon arrived at the place where Zhao Yue had the accident. These marks. Yue must have encountered danger here. Moreover, this place is not far from our tent. As a support-type character, Zhao Yue should still have time to call for help. Morong Shue looked flustered and paced around the area, trying to find any clues. She was so anxious that her thoughts were in disarray. Normally, Morong Shue believes she could face everything with a calm mind, but when her friends are in crisis, she can't stay calm. Seeing her anxious expression, Su Chen sighed softly. Morong, the most important thing right now is to stay calm. Let's calm down and think of a solution. Maybe the mastermind behind Zhao Yue's dangerous situation is still watching us in the dark. His Sharingan can sense the residual spiritual energy around him. To leave Zhao Yue, a 7th-level martial artist, with no room for resistance, they must have used a silent method. Su Chen already had a plan in mind. Do those lurking, prying eyes really think his Sharingan is just for show? Classmate Morong, let's go back and rest first. It's not too late to go find Zhao Yue tomorrow. Su Chen pondered, and a plan had already formed in his mind. To catch the mastermind behind the scenes, the only way is to use a scheme to lure them into a trap. How could you say such a thing? Now, every minute that passes, Zhao Yue's danger is increasing. Maybe she's eagerly waiting for us to come and rescue her. How could you think about going back to rest at a time like this? Morong Shue's eyes widened, her tone filled with disbelief and incomprehension, her chest heaving violently with each breath, her whole being radiating anger. She never expected that her trusted teammates would suddenly betray her at this crucial moment. The three of them had just had dinner together. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, his face expressionless, and said in a flat tone, "That's right, I think we should go back and rest first. Operating at night is extremely disadvantageous for both of us. We could very well be ambushed by the mastermind behind it all. The danger will be even greater then." Morong Shue's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing these words. Who knew if Zhao Yue would still be safe after a night? Looking at Su Chen, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. How similar this situation is. Back then, Zhou Yukue abandoned the two of them to save his own life. How is the scene any different now? Morong Shue looked up, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Her body trembled slightly, all of which showed the sadness in her heart. What's sad is that she misjudged someone again. What's sad is that she actually fell for someone like that. Sadly, she had once trusted such a person so much. As Su Chen watched the scene, a complex and indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He wanted to explain something, but felt it would be better to wait until the truth came out. Morong Shue suddenly turned to look at Su Chen, her eyes flashing with cold light, her tone sharp. Fine, if you want to rest, then rest. I, Morong Shue, have misjudged you. If you won't go to save Zhao Yue, then I will. I will definitely find Zhao Yue. She didn't look at Su Chen again, turned around and looked into the darkness deep in the monster forest, and rushed in without looking back. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled bitterly. When she finds out why I didn't go to save Zhao Yue, she'll probably want to kill me, right? After saying that, he used his teleportation technique to silently chase after Morong Shue in the direction she had left, keeping himself hidden the whole time, afraid of being discovered by her. In the darkness, he sighed deeply. Morong Shue ran through the demon beast forest, surrounded by dense jungle, yet she didn't lose her way. Actually, she wasn't entirely confident she could find Zhao Yue, but after calming down a bit, she thought of something, not exactly a solution, but the only one. She deliberately walked to a place not far from Zhao Yue's dangerous location, in order to attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. She was willing to take any risk to save Zhao Yue. Without further hesitation, Morong Shue suddenly released her aura and began using her supernatural abilities without restraint in the surrounding area. That's right, she wanted to create a commotion to attract the mastermind behind the scenes to show themselves. Zhao Yue was merely a support-type ability user, and and the fact that she suffered such a cruel attack meant that her attacker would only target the weaker. Therefore, she only needed to expend her vital energy to make herself appear weak, thereby luring the mastermind into a trap. Not far away, Su Chen watched all this, marveling at it. He thought to himself that Morong Shue's courage was extraordinary, that she could actually think of such a desperate method. This was quite dangerous, but he knew that Morong Shue must have something to rely on to do this. After all, Morong Shue's family had considerable influence in Linhai, and it was inevitable that she would have some means of self-defense when traveling. Of course, Su Chen didn't know what she was relying on, but in any case, he would definitely help Morong Shue when she was in danger. At this moment, Su Chen was fishing for the big fish behind the scenes, and Morong Shue was the tempting bait. To be honest, aside from feeling a little guilty when Morong Shue questioned him, he didn't feel much remorse for using her. Even if Morong Shue knew she was being used, she would probably accept it gladly because it would greatly increase the chances of saving Zhao Yue, and she would have no reason to refuse. After this is over, I need to apologize to Morong Shue properly. Su Chen thought of her incredulous look and her cold tone at the end, and realized that he had indeed hurt this girl. He shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. His Sharingan was already activated, and he stared intently at Morong Shue's figure as she unleashed her powers. Morong Shue stood there, breathing rapidly and panting, her entire body soaked in sweat. The moonlight shone on her face, making her appear somewhat pale, giving her a sickly beauty. My blood and energy are almost depleted. Will this cause any problems? She was unsure whether this method would work, but given the circumstances, she could only place all her hopes on it. She was confident that as long as she wasn't instantly defeated, she shouldn't face too much danger thanks to the cards she had up her sleeve. Morong Shue leaned against a tree, her expression slightly relaxed, and closed her eyes, feigning sleep. To lure out the mastermind, she had to let them see her at her most tired and relaxed. Unbeknownst to anyone, she was clutching a talisman tightly in her right hand, ready to throw it at any moment. This was a talisman of the great martial master level that her father had specially prepared for her. Once the talisman is activated, even martial spirits have to give way, while those below martial spirit level can only rely on luck. Morong Shue gripped the talisman tightly. To outsiders, she appeared exhausted, weak, and completely helpless, as if she were at the mercy of others. But Su Chen saw it differently. Just now, he inexplicably sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Morong Shue. He had never noticed any danger from her before, but this time it suddenly appeared. What does this mean? It means that Morong Shue has a very powerful trump card, and even he has to be careful, otherwise he might very well fall into her hands. Time passed second by second. The surroundings were quiet, with only a few insects chirping, and the only sound was the night wind rustling through the leaves. Morong Shue's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and she was extremely anxious. So much time has passed, why haven't we been able to lure out the mastermind? Could it be that the other party isn't here? Impossible, I clearly sensed a brief moment of being watched. Are they planning to let me go? If so, how can I rescue Zhao Yue? Her eyes widened, she gripped the talisman tightly in her hand, her face showing resentment, tears glistening in her eyes as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Such a reaction is understandable. After all, she is just an 18-year-old girl. Faced with the uncertainty of her friend's life for the first time, she was at a loss for what to do. Just as Morong Shue's eyes were gradually filled with despair, Su Chen's gaze also became solemn. A creature with light brown fur, not large in size, and similar in size to an ordinary house dog, suddenly leaped down from the treetop above Morong Shue's head, its eyes gleaming with a faint red light, and slowly approached. Sensing the whooshing sound from above, Morong Shue was startled at first, then quickly dodged, while keeping her grip on the talisman tight. She would immediately throw out the talisman if anything seemed amiss. The creature crashed down where Morong Shue had just been standing, sending up a cloud of thick black smoke. Cough 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 cough. Morong Shue dared not relax for a moment, keeping her eyes fixed on the location filled with thick smoke. Under the cover of the thick smoke, she quietly swallowed a pill to restore her chi and blood. Feeling the pill slowly spreading in her body, she felt a surge of joy. However, as the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the true form of the monster was revealed, and Morong Shue's eyes instantly became tense and uneasy. Red eyes, light brown fur, and a fox-like figure. There was only one answer in my mind: the blood fox. The blood fox, with an arrogant demeanor like a noble princess, gracefully raised her small feet and approached Morong Shue step by step. Its red, beastly eyes seemed to want to devour her completely. Morong Shue's face was pale, and she gritted her teeth as she whispered three words: Grand Martial Master. The monster before them was far beyond the level of an ordinary martial artist. Its strength had reached the first level of a Grand Martial Master. She knew in her heart that although the blood fox was good at mental attacks rather than physical strength, she could not be careless in the slightest. Seeing this monster, she finally understood why Zhao Yue had disappeared silently right under her nose. They must have been controlled by the blood fox's mental attack and lost their ability to resist. She clutched the talisman tightly, as if only in this way could she gain a sense of security. Once the blood fox gets close enough, she can throw out the talisman to teach it a lesson. Just as she was calculating, the blood fox was only a few steps away from being attacked by the talisman. The blood fox suddenly stopped, licked its fur, and stared at Morong Shui with disdain. It stood there quietly, motionless, its red eyes flashing slightly, giving Morong Shui an ominous premonition. The next moment, a faint rustling sound came from the woods behind Morong Shui. "You're?" A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she exclaimed in surprise. However, what greeted her was Zhao Yuer's empty, expressionless eyes. Morong Shui immediately understood that Zhao Yuer was unconscious at the moment and was obviously being controlled by the blood fox. Anger flared within her, and she stared at the blood fox with icy eyes. Blood fox remained unmoved, which only fueled Morong Shui's anger. Despite her depleted energy and blood, she disregarded everything and suddenly unleashed her supernatural power. Ice crystals condensed in her hand and shot towards the blood fox with a whooshing sound. Su Chen shook his head inside. At this moment, Zhao Yuer suddenly moved and rushed in front of the ice crystal, blocking the blood fox. "Yuer!" Morong Shui screamed in anguish, but Zhao Yuer didn't react at all, only letting the blood fox jump onto her head and look at Morong Shui with a mocking gaze. Morong Shui looked at Zhao Yuer with guilt. Ice crystals covered her body, and the pure white ice was quickly stained red with blood. Seeing this, she felt only anxiety and unease. If this continued, Zhao Yuer would surely die from excessive blood loss. This was an ending she absolutely could not accept. She kept a close eye on the blood fox while also keeping an eye on Zhao Yuer's condition, proceeding cautiously and not daring to act rashly. "How despicable! Are all demonic beasts as vile as you?" she shouted angrily. "Using people as shields, if you have the guts, fight me head-on." A demonic beast at the level of a grand martial master is actually afraid of a human at the 9th level of martial warrior? What a joke! She tried to provoke the blood fox into a fight. However, these words only earned blood fox an even more contemptuous smile. It gently scratched 3 wounds on Zhao Yuer's neck with its claws. "You!" Morong Shui was furious, but thankfully the wounds were smaller than those she had inflicted with ice crystals. "What should we do? The moment I make a move, that damned blood fox uses Yuer as a shield. If this continues, Yuer's life will really be in danger." Morong Shui racked her brains trying to figure out how to subdue the blood fox and rescue Zhao Yuer. However, after much thought, she still couldn't find a practical solution. Despair gradually surfaced in her eyes. For her, the current situation was almost a dead end, with no way out. Suddenly, Su Chen's face appeared in her mind. "If it were you, you would surely find a way to solve this, right?" she thought to herself. "But why am I still thinking about him? He has no intention of coming to save people." The two sides reached a stalemate. Morong Shui was worried about Zhao Yuer's safety and dared not attack the blood fox for the time being. The blood fox knew that Morong Shui possessed something that made it wary, so it dared not act rashly. However, in terms of momentum, Morong Shui was slightly at a disadvantage. After all, Zhao Yuer was injured by the ice and her strength was greatly reduced, while blood fox had no worries. If it wanted to, it could just pack up and leave. But Morong Shui couldn't. She had to find a way to rescue Zhao Yuer. Don't underestimate foxes. They are quick-witted, timid, cunning, extremely vigilant, and also greedy and deceitful. These qualities can all be used to describe the blood fox in front of us. Its eyes, in particular, possess a captivating power. Morong Shui dared not let her guard down, fearing that she might be injured by the blood fox's mental attack if she was not careful. What should I do? How can I safely save Yuer? Her heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. This scene reminded her of the helplessness she felt when facing the demonic crocodile, that feeling of having no power to resist. She knew that if she disregarded Zhao Yuer's safety and directly activated the talisman in her hand, the blood fox would definitely be in deep trouble. But she couldn't do it, and she couldn't do it. It went against her conscience. Blood fox dared to act so recklessly precisely because it saw through her hesitation. If the other party were more ruthless, they would have run away long ago. They wouldn't be here toying with her. The situation has reached a stalemate. Su Chen, who had been watching the battle closely, knew that if things continued like this, it would be difficult to determine a winner. While blood fox's attention is entirely focused on Morong, it's my turn to make my move. His Sharingan had somehow transformed into a kaleidoscope shape. In an instant, Su Chen had quietly approached, less than 5 meters away from the blood fox. Coo. Blood fox turned around sharply with the keen senses of a grand martial master, its pale red beast eyes revealing deep displeasure. It hates being disturbed while hunting, but it did not avoid it, because it thought the other party was nothing more than an ant at the 9th level of martial arts. Blood fox thought to himself, "I am invincible, do as you please." Just as it was about to unleash its renowned skill, mental attack, its beast eyes caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes. "Trying to launch a mental attack on me? Don't you even know who you are?" Su Chen revealed a hint of contempt. If he weren't afraid of the blood fox, with his excellent escape skills, he would have already made sure the blood fox couldn't find him and killed him directly. Blood fox actually dared to use a mental attack on him, so he immediately countered with an illusion spell, followed by a finger gun. The finger gun pierced the blood fox's head with ease, its power so great that it even penetrated the skull, struck the ground, and created a small hole. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a first-tier grand martial Martial Master monster. You have been awarded 1000 system points. Su Chen thought to himself, not bad. Although this blood fox is a great Martial Master level demon beast, its physical strength is far less than I imagined. Its mental strength is quite strong, so it seems to be a specialized type of demon beast. My assessment is nothing special. He was unaware that this kind of blood fox was often the nightmare of many great martial arts masters. Because Grand Martial Masters cannot control the use of their mental power, most of them can only remain highly vigilant, or even tremble with fear, when facing blood fox. The only thing worth praising is probably its ability to hide in the shadows, right? Su Chen didn't think the blood fox was completely worthless. He at least pointed out its advantages. Blood fox has been killed, but Su Chen is still facing a new crisis. He sighed softly, turned to look at Morong Shui, who was still standing there in a daze, and gently reminded her, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you worried about Zhao Yuer? Go and see her." Okay. Morong Shui responded absent-mindedly and turned to run towards Zhao Yuer. The death of blood fox also completely released the control over Zhao Yuer. Losing control, Zhao Yuer swayed and fell to the ground. What's going on? Fortunately, the ground was relatively soft, otherwise I would have fallen and bled badly. A flash of white light appeared in Morong Shui's hand, and a bottle of pills appeared in her hand. She slowly lifted Zhao Yuer's head, then took out the pill and gently fed it to her. He then placed his finger on Zhao Yuer's nose, feeling her breathing, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tada. Su Chen walked towards the two of them, unsure of what to say, and could only hide his embarrassment with a blank expression. Morong Shui's face was icy, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Her expression was indifferent, and the complex emotions in her eyes were because Su Chen had saved her once again. I owe you another favor. Morong Shui sighed silently in her heart. Su Chen forced a smile, thinking, what could you have done if I hadn't come? I never left, just to lure the blood fox. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui immediately understood his intention. Her expression changed slightly, but in the end, she simply blinked and turned away from him. Su Chen knew that Morong Shui would not forgive him easily, so he quickly apologized. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at first. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to save Zhao Yuer in the end, so I chose to keep it from you. He walked over to Zhao Yuer, checked her breathing, and found that although she was pale from blood loss, she was otherwise unharmed except for fainting after being out of control. How is it possible? He stood to the side, unsure of what to do. Morong Shui carried Zhao Yuer on her back and said to Su Chen, let's go back to the camp first. Her initiative to change the subject also shows that she hasn't completely given up on him. This incident only fueled Morong Shui's anger. It wasn't that she was unwilling to be bait, but rather that she didn't want to be used without knowing anything about the situation. Therefore, I don't want to forgive Su Chen for the time being. A hint of joy appeared on Su Chen's face, and he quickly followed, walking side by side with Morong Shui. Morong Shui glanced at him, silently rolling her eyes at Su Chen's shameless behavior. Because her body's energy and blood had not yet recovered, she walked very slowly and cautiously. Fortunately, she was also a 9th-level martial artist with good physical fitness, so she didn't find it too strenuous. Despite Morong Shui's disdainful look, Su Chen remained unperturbed, simply keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Morong Shui carried Zhao Yuer on her back and went straight into the tent, leaving behind the words, "You keep watch." After saying that, he went into the tent. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Alright, this young master is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. What's wrong with a grown man suffering a little loss? He then ran to the dying fire and added some more firewood. A person sat alone by the fire, looking particularly lonely. To Su Chen's surprise, in the middle of the night, the zipper of Morong Shui's tent was unzipped, and she came out, still with a cold expression on her face. Su Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked gently, Morong, is something wrong? Is there a problem with Zhao Yuer? Morong Shui paused, looked directly at Su Chen, and slowly said, it's already late at night, I'll take the night watch. What she said seemed to be true. Su Chen watched her movements, walked closer to the fire, and sat down calmly. Then, I'll go back and rest first, he asked hesitantly. There was no response from Morong Shui, but her silence was the best answer. He understood that her silence meant he could go back first. When he first started keeping watch, Su Chen thought he would have to stay up all night and had already made preparations. However, Morong Shui's appearance did catch him somewhat off guard, but a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Morong Shui is such a good girl. He silently confirmed this in his mind, then stood up and walked towards the tent. Morong Shui watched his retreating figure, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, lost in thought. Actually, when she first saw Su Chen easily defeat Blood Fox, she was worried about Zhao Yuer and didn't pay much attention to that scene. After taking good care of Zhao Yuer, Morong Shui began to recall the scene from earlier. The image of Su Chen effortlessly defeating the Blood Fox was deeply imprinted in her mind. Thinking of this, Morong Shui clenched her fists. Although I attracted some of blood fox's attention at the time, but his strength is obvious. Even without me, he is confident that he can kill blood fox. She wasn't jealous of Su Chen, just a little envious. All tragedies in the world stem from the inadequacy of the parties involved. If she were strong enough, she would have detected the blood fox's presence from the beginning and taken Zhao Yue away. If she is strong enough, her ice-based superpowers will not accidentally harm Zhao Yue. If she is strong enough, she can easily kill the blood fox. Thinking about all this, Morong Shue's head started to ache, her brows furrowed, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her body. A blue lotus flower quietly appeared on her forehead, between her eyebrows, and then vanished instantly. No one noticed this. Even Morong Shue herself didn't realize what had happened. She just felt inexplicably much more relaxed. Ease? Zhao Yuer's eyelids twitched slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Feeling a little dizzy, she couldn't help but cover her head with her hands and asked in a confused tone, Where am I? I remember we were on watch yesterday. She turned her head and looked around in confusion, only to see the enclosed space of the tent. There was no one else around, leaving her completely bewildered. Zhao Yue rested in the tent for a long time before gradually regaining consciousness, but she could not remember what happened last night. Forget it, if I can't remember, I won't think about it. She wasn't fixated on it. Her mind quickly shifted, and she put yesterday's events behind her. Just as a commotion came from inside the tent, Morong Shue's eyes lit up and she immediately walked in. She looked up and saw that Zhao Yue was already awake, which brought a rare look of joy to her face. This smile was quite rare for Morong Shue. Immediately, she reprimanded him with a stern face. Can't you be more careful when you're on night watch? If you need to go to the toilet, you can just tell me. Do you know how anxious we were looking for you yesterday? Morong Shue thought about it and finally decided not to mention Su Chen's matter from yesterday. What exactly happened yesterday? How come I have absolutely no recollection of this? Zhao Yue was somewhat flustered by the reprimand, and looked on with a wronged and confused expression. At this moment, Su Chen walked over and explained to Zhao Yue, Yesterday you were controlled by a blood fox using its mental power, and we didn't even notice it at the time. If it weren't for Morong constantly looking for you, you'd probably be finished by now. Morong Shue paused for a moment, glanced at Su Chen, her mouth slightly opened and then slowly closed, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing Su Chen winking at her, she ultimately said nothing, which was taken as tacit agreement. Am I being controlled by a monster called the blood fox? Zhao Yue was somewhat shocked after hearing this. No wonder she had been feeling inexplicably uncomfortable in her head. I was wondering why my head was always foggy. It turns out I was being controlled. But why do I still feel some pain in my body? Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at Morong Shue with a gloating smile. Morong Shue rolled her eyes at Zhao Yue, her face slightly flushed, and looked at her with guilt. Actually, it's... Just as he was about to tell Zhao Yue the truth, she interrupted him. Zhao Yue smiled and waved her hand. Forget it, at least I'm still alive. What does it matter if I get a little injured? She could tell from Morong Shue's guilty expression that she was injured, and that it was probably related to Morong Shue. Moreover, she felt a cold, stinging pain at the wound site, which further confirmed that the injury was caused unintentionally by Morong Shue. However, Zhao Yue believed that Morong Shue definitely did not do it on purpose. Not wanting the other person to feel too guilty, she immediately changed the subject. Then, Su Chen asked the two whether they wanted to stop their journey into the monster forest. After all, Zhao Yue was already injured, and although she woke up, her face was still pale. He guessed that she might have lost a lot of blood and needed time to recover. Morong Shue agreed with this, but Zhao Yue firmly opposed it. No, we can't let this trip to the monster forest end just because of me. Her insistence forced Su Chen and Morong Shue to temporarily give up. Over the next 2 days, the three of them fought their way through monsters. Su Chen charged ahead, unleashing his full firepower, while Morong Shue used control skills from the rear. Zhao Yue was responsible for restoring the two men's injuries and energy. As for cooking, Su Chen has taken care of it all. Perhaps due to her recent frequent consumption of monster meat, Zhao Yue, whose complexion was originally slightly pale, gradually became rosy, and her blood and energy also rebounded significantly. This put Su Chen and Morong Shue at ease. Although the blood fox incident caused some rifts in their relationship, but after spending the last 2 days together, their relationship has warmed up somewhat, except that Morong Shue still occasionally glares at Su Chen. Of course, they both kept that matter to themselves and didn't tell Zhao Yue. This, on the contrary, aroused Zhao Yue's curiosity, and she angrily denounced them for being disloyal and keeping the secret from her. Su Chen first used his divine power to teleport to the Wanbao Pavilion. The materials are all stored in his divine power space, and he is ultimately responsible for their sale. Although he knew that Morong Shue came from a wealthy family, he did not expect that Zhao Yue would entrust him with handling these materials. After all, the three of them had hunted down quite a few monsters in the forest. The space of divine power was filled with a strong smell of blood. Su Chen knew without even thinking that these things were very valuable. There are ferocious beasts, blood foxes. He then walked out satisfied, having not encountered any situation where he was cheated out of his money. The staff recognized him immediately upon seeing him. To be honest, Su Chen has been been finding his life a bit boring lately. He used to despise those brainless people who suddenly jumped out to provoke him, but now he inexplicably misses that feeling. Perhaps, people are just inherently perverse? These materials, when added together, were worth over 15 million. Tell them how much they made first, so they won't blame me. Suchin took out his phone, swiped the screen, and stopped at an app called Satellite. Without hesitation, he clicked in and saw a small group called We Are a Loving Family pinned to the top. Upon seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. In this small group chat called We're a Loving Family, there are only 3 people, him, Morong Shui, and Zhao Yuer. This strange group name was naturally chosen by Zhao Yuer, the group owner. Su Chen received a text message prompting him to sell 15 million alliance coins. He silently took a screenshot and sent it over. Su Chen, screenshot.jpg. Su Chen, we sold a total of 15 million alliance coins, and I'm planning to split it equally. What do you guys think? Su Chen, each person will receive 5 million alliance coins. Don't think that's a small amount. About several tens of seconds later, just when Su Chen thought they didn't have time to check the message, his phone rang. Zhao Yuer, Sigma, degree winky face. Zhao Yuer, so much money. Zhao Yuer, this young lady is going to be rich too. No need for my parents, I'll rely entirely on myself. Morong Shui, underscore. Morong Shui, calm down. Morong Shui, I don't think this distribution is fair. Su Chen, you contributed the most. Morong Shui, you should get more, not split it equally. Zhao Yuer, that's true, I have no objection. After a heated discussion among the 3, the distribution plan was finally settled due to the strong will of Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer. Morong Shui received 4 million alliance coins, Zhao Yuer received 3 million, and Su Chen received the largest portion, a total of 8 million alliance coins. Faced with this huge sum of money, he could only accept it with a helpless expression, as if he were carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and exhaled a deep breath. I have finally reached the 9th level of martial artist. Reaching the 9th level of martial arts just before the college entrance examination is pretty good. He suddenly walked to the window, opened it, took a breath of fresh air, and his mood immediately improved. Then, Su Chen straightened his clothes, put on a gentle smile, and pushed open the door. Su's father, mother, and sister gathered quietly together, gazing at him silently. Today, Su Chen is setting off to take the college entrance examination, and his whole family knows that they should not disturb him at this moment to avoid distracting him. They gave him unwavering confidence in this silent way. Su Chen smiled slightly, and without hesitation, stepped out of the house with a flourish. A black sedan was parked on the side of the road, understated yet sophisticated. Su Chen walked over calmly, opened the passenger door, and saw Principal Wang of the 2nd middle school sitting inside. Su, it's been a long time. You've gotten even more handsome. Principal Wang watched as Su Chen got into the passenger seat, without saying much, but after sensing his presence, his expression changed slightly. He then immediately smiled and praised her. Su Chen pursed his lips, knowing full well that Principal Wang was deliberately trying to curry favor with him. However, he likes to hear this, so I might as well say a few more words. He waved his hand modestly, saying, not at all, not at all. I'm far from being as good as you were when you were young. Ahaha, good. Principal Wang, chin in hand, started the car with a chuckle. If outsiders knew that the principal of the prestigious 2nd middle school was actually acting as a driver for a student, they would probably be speechless with surprise. Although Principal Wang's strength wasn't top tier, he was just an ordinary grand martial master. But he taught countless talented students and dedicated his life to supplying talent to the Dragon Kingdom. Even though Linhai City was a remote place, Su Chen knew that it wouldn't be difficult for Principal Wang to call back a few martial spirits. Su, I heard that you, Morong Shui, and Zhao Yuer are planning to team up, Principal Wang said. Su Chen nodded. That's true, Principal Wang. You knew about this too? Principal Wang smiled proudly. Of course, there's nothing I don't know in Linhai City. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Su Chen was a space-type ability user right under his nose. If it weren't for the selection competition, he really doesn't know how long he would have kept it from him. Principal Wang was somewhat embarrassed. Su Chen didn't pay any attention to these things. After simply agreeing with a few words, he looked out the window at the scenery, seemingly lost in thought. Principal Wang, on the other hand, focused on driving. System, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique. First level, beginner, light cloud body refining technique, beginner. Chi and blood, 900 points. Strength, 2700 points. Speed, 900 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, intermediate lightning release, Chidori, intermediate Shursui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, beginner earth release, earth flow wall, beginner fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level, but points, 25,800. His system points have now exceeded 28,000, but compared to the hundreds hundreds of millions of items in the system shop, these points are still far from enough. During the upcoming college entrance exam, I'm sure I'll encounter countless monsters waiting for me. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes involuntarily sparkled with excitement. He had long coveted the eternal kaleidoscope. Although he had previously said he wasn't in a hurry, now that the opportunity is right in front of him, exchanging it for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is definitely the best choice. Moreover, he had clearly felt blurred vision due to excessive eye strain in the past few days. Although it was not serious, it was enough to make him alert. Linhai No. 2 Middle School. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, he was met with many surprised, envious and jealous glances. Because most people noticed that he got out of Principal Wang's car. Even Morong Shui did not enjoy such treatment. I'm so envious. Principal Wang personally picks them up and drops them off. That's the treatment for top geniuses. If you had spatial abilities, someone would definitely come to pick you up. Despite these stares, Su Chen remained calm and stood there indifferently until he saw Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer, at which point he smiled and walked over. Principal Wang counted the number of people and nodded slightly. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to set off. Principal Wang, where are we going to take the college entrance examination? A voice came from the crowd. Nanfu City, Principal Wang replied. We're going to Nanfu City to take the college entrance examination. These words caused a stir among the crowd. For them, having never left Linhai City in their entire lives, everyone was thrilled to hear they were going to the bustling Nanfu City. Nanfu City. I hope they won't be too badly affected. Su Chen looked at them with pity and whispered something that was difficult to understand. Zhao Yuer looked at him with a puzzled expression, but her face was filled with an excited smile. Only Morong Shui lowered her head in deep thought, seemingly lost in thought. Su Chen's words were not unfounded. After all, Nanfu City and Linhai City are completely different. That place is known as a first-tier city, and it far surpasses Linhai City in terms of both urban development and the number of talents. Principal Wang silently observed their expressions and asked earnestly, when facing opponents far beyond your talents, can you still maintain your martial spirit? This is a hurdle. Once you overcome it, your mindset will naturally undergo a qualitative change. He was powerless and could only place his hopes on his students. Someone will come to pick us up in a little while. Please wait patiently. Principal Wang's tone changed to a stern tone when he saw that someone was getting agitated. With his extensive experience, he silenced everyone present with just one sentence. Soon after, a flying boat appeared in the distance. What's that? A spaceship? That's so cool. Was that there to pick us up? So cool. The students gasped in surprise. Su Chen raised his head slightly. The flying boat looked somewhat like the dragon boats used in the Dragon Boat Festival, but it was quite different. There were significantly more flying boats in the air, and they could even fly. That's absolutely amazing. He glanced at Principal Wang and found that the other party's expression was calm, clearly already used to it. The airship slowly landed on the playground of the second middle school. Su Chen glanced around and noticed that there were already people up there, and they were students from the first middle school. He knew this because he saw Xia Jingye staring at Morong Shui with a face full of resentment. Morong Shui's expression remained indifferent, showing no intention of looking at Xia Jingye. What surprised Su Chen even more was that the three people he had seen in Principal Wang's office earlier were now slowly walking off the airship. He thought to himself, indeed, those people are no ordinary people. Judging from their appearance, they must be teachers from the university's admissions office, right? While Su Chen was still in a daze, Principal Wang walked forward with a big smile, said something, and soon returned to invite everyone to board the boat. Su Chen observed it for a while but couldn't figure out how the flying boat got into the sky. He thought about it and figured it was a blind spot in his knowledge. Afterwards, he and Morong Shui boarded the flying boat together. The flying boat was neither as imposing as one might imagine, nor was it shrouded in ethereal mist. It simply rose into the air in an ordinary, unremarkable manner. However, such a scene still made most people excited and dance with joy. After all, humanity has always dreamed of one day conquering the sky. Su Chen stood on the edge of the airship, with Morong Shui and the other person beside him. Inside the airship, he did not feel the howling wind he had imagined. Although from his perspective the airship wasn't moving fast, that didn't mean there was no wind. He stopped, stretched his arm out of the airship, and the next moment, a gust of wind lashed against his hand. As a 9th-level martial artist, he was naturally not afraid of this bit of strong wind and casually withdrew his arm. He muttered to himself, there seems to be something like a protective shield blocking the impact of the wind. This airship isn't very big, so what exactly powers it? Su Chen was extremely curious. According to the law of conservation of mass, an airship cannot fly without energy. It must have an energy supply to propel it forward. It relies on spiritual power. A clear female voice rang out, and Su Chen felt, perhaps it was just his imagination, that the voice carried a strange allure. He turned his head and saw the same person he had seen in Principal Wang's office before. He was a little puzzled as to why the other person had spoken, but he couldn't help but ask, spiritual power? Isn't that chi and blood? Upon hearing this, the other person gave him a strange look. You don't know about spiritual power? Of course I know. Isn't it just the spiritual energy in the air? No, 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 this spiritual power isn't the kind of spiritual energy you're thinking of, she explained. Want to guess? There's a reward if you guess right. Su-Chen forced a smile, not wanting to waste time. Sorry, I couldn't guess. After saying that, he turned and left without hesitation. The woman hurriedly called out to him, and when he turned around, she was staring at him with a resentful look. Su-Chen remained expressionless, his voice calm. So what exactly powers that flying boat? The woman gave Su-Chen an answer that shocked him. Didn't they say it would rely on spiritual power? Seeing his surprise, she nodded in satisfaction. Of course it's spiritual power. It is human spiritual power. Don't you know that once you break through to the martial spirit realm, the blood and chi in your body will be transformed into spiritual power? Su-Chen's expression stiffened slightly. He truly didn't know about this matter. Chi and blood transforming into spiritual power? He'd never heard of that before. He did know about spiritual energy transforming into chi and blood, though. After all, his 9 revolutions mystic technique is about converting spiritual energy into blood and chi. It's normal that you don't know this. High schools generally don't teach this kind of knowledge. High school teachers, how could you possibly teach these things if you haven't even reached the martial spirit realm yourself? Seeing his reaction, the woman knew he truly didn't understand. Let me give you a formal introduction. My name is Li Hongyan. I come from the capital city and I am a teacher here. You can call me Teacher Li, Sister Li, or even Senior Sister Li. Like you, I am also a graduate of Linhai No. 2 Middle School. Li Hongyan smiled radiantly. If Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer hadn't already left and were wandering around the flying boat, hearing this name would probably have surprised them. Are you interested in coming to Imperial University? I guarantee that with your talent, you will definitely enjoy preferential treatment in terms of resources from Imperial University. Joining Imperial Capital University and becoming a top expert in the future is not just a dream. Li Hongyan smiled slightly and casually began to paint a picture of a bright future for Su-Chen. It certainly sounded tempting, but she didn't mention any specific benefits. Su-Chen was already used to such empty promises. In other words, he can guess what empty words the other person is trying to say just by pouting. He was inwardly disdainful, but outwardly he pretended to be flattered and hesitant, finally taking a deep breath and saying, I'll think about it. Okay, Su-Chen, think it over carefully. Don't think too long, as the number of places at Imperial University is limited. Tell me now that you can get me into the school even if I don't take the college entrance exam. Li Hongyan wasn't angry. She seemed to see through Su-Chen's hesitation and sighed inwardly. So what if you're a genius? In the end, I was won over by her words. Pride of genius? Not a chance. That's just how awesome our Imperial University is. Then I'll take my leave. Li Hongyan left her contact information, but when she turned to the other 2 admissions officers at the boat head, her eyes were full of smugness. You want to steal my students? You'd better control the airship properly. Su-Chen looked at the contact information in his hand and threw it into the flying boat without hesitation. He knew better than anyone else that as long as he demonstrated enough potential in the college entrance examination, schools would be eager to recruit him. Even if I ultimately choose a university in Beijing, I will have to wait until after the college entrance examination to secure more resources. At this moment, Morong Shui walked over with Zhao Yuer. Seeing that the 2 of them had lost their excitement, Su-Chen understood that they must have had enough fun. Su-Chen, this is what we used to sense each other's location during the college entrance examination. Morong Shui took out a seemingly ordinary black metal from her spatial ring and handed it to Su-Chen. Su-Chen was stunned for a moment, not understanding how this inconspicuous metal could sense other people's location. However, since it was Morong Shui who said it, he didn't question it much and silently accepted it. Don't think of it as too amazing. It can only sense people wearing metals within a radius of 10 kilometers at most. Morong Shui reminded her. Upon hearing this, Su-Chen suddenly realized that this explanation made sense. Don't be fooled by the fact that it can only sense people within a 10-kilometer radius. One of these things costs 5 million alliance coins. Seeing that he seemed somewhat dismissive, Zhao Yuer revealed the high price of the metal. Morong Shui glared at her. She had already told Zhao Yuer not to tell Su-Chen the price. After all, this amount of money was nothing to the Morong family, so she didn't want to care too much about it. This little gadget costs 5 million alliance coins? Su-Chen stared at the metal with suspicion, but didn't say it aloud. He thought to himself that Morong Shui had probably been scammed by the merchants, but since he had already bought the items, he had no reason to complain. Will our locations be randomly teleported during the college entrance exam? Su-Chen asked in a deep voice. Wouldn't that put Zhao Yuer in great danger? Only then did he remember that Zhao Yuer was just a support-type ability user. If you are randomly teleported to a certain place, you will have no chance to fight back against monsters. That's right, so we need to find Yuer as soon as possible. Morong Shui said earnestly. She looked at Zhao Yuer, but saw that she was still smiling and didn't take her words to heart at all. This gave her a bit of a headache. Given Zhao Yuer's personality, something bad might really happen. Morong Shui had no choice but to find Zhao Yuer as soon as possible. There seemed to be a crowd gathered at the front of the airship. Su-Chen's ears twitched slightly. He activated his Sharingan and saw that the crowd in front of him was full of panicked expressions. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew something serious must have occurred to cause such panic among the people. Let's go! There's been trouble up ahead, let's go check it out. Suchin didn't hesitate. After all, if the flying boat had an accident, it would also affect him. Anyway, he has the divine might space, so he can leave at any time with familiar people. Morong Shui, who was standing nearby, also sensed something was wrong. Without Suchin saying anything, she was already preparing to rush over to see what was going on. When they arrived at the scene, the situation was waiting for them to find out. They discovered it was a flying monster, eyeing the people on the airship with predatory intent. Suchen sensed its aura briefly, but couldn't discern the beast's cultivation level. However, judging from its aura, it didn't seem to pose much of a danger, which relieved him. It's at least a demonic beast at the great martial master level, but its strength won't be too great, just a so-so, he thought to himself. What caught his attention even more was that Li Hongyan and the other two men remained completely expressionless, as if they had everything under control. Sure enough, the next moment, one of the men glared at the flying monster. The monster immediately fled at great speed, so fast that even Suchen found it difficult to catch up. Everyone on the airship could clearly sense the aura emanating from this man. The only thing Suchen could sense was that the man's hands were definitely covered in blood, but it was probably all from demonic beasts. On the airship, some people tried to remain calm, some were pale, and some were even unsteady on their feet. Clearly, they were all frightened by the man's menacing aura. This is the aura of a strong person. Even the killing intent accumulated over a long period of time can make one's chest feel tight. Su Chen thought with a hint of envy. After all, this feeling is just too cool. He looked at the man, whose expression remained cold, and felt that his arrogance was unmatched. At the same time, Su Chen noticed that Xia Jingye from No. 1 middle school looked slightly pale under the oppressive aura of this man, but he still pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. Su Chen couldn't help but smile to himself. In the end, aura is a kind of mental attack. His mental strength was already far beyond that of his peers, and with the added boost from the kaleidoscope he was naturally fearless. He had only felt a gentle breeze pass by just now. Of course, not being afraid of the man's aura is one thing, but if you actually had to fight him, the outcome would be quite different. I'm afraid if I were to fight him, I'd have no choice but to use my Kamui kaleidoscope to make a hasty retreat, Suchen thought to himself. He was not discouraged. He glanced at the two men on the top of the flying boat one last time, and then left with Morong Shui and the other person. There's no point in staying here any longer. A few hours later, the airship passed through layers of clouds and finally came into view a magnificent city, whose grandeur could be felt even from afar. This city is far more powerful than Linhai City. Sister Morong, look, that's Nanfu City. Zhao Yuer pointed excitedly ahead. It's a big city, it looks so prosperous. Morong Shui also stared intently at Nanfu City, her heart filled with shock. High-rise buildings stand tall, streets are wide and clean, and people's faces are filled with happy smiles. In the sky, all sorts of flying boats shuttle back and forth. All of this was a scene she had never seen before in Linhai City. Even Morong Shui lost her composure like this, so how could the other companions from Africa not be tempted? Wow, look, we've arrived in Nanfu City. Nanfu City is so beautiful. I wish I could live here forever. This place is much better than Linhai City. I'd like to live here too. Everyone was deeply attracted and envious of the prosperity displayed in Nanfu City. If Nanfu City is considered a truly large city, then Linhai City can only be considered a small county town. The airship slowly sailed towards the gate of Nanfu City, queuing up to be checked by the guards at the gate. Su Chen glanced at the guards at the door, his brows furrowing slightly. Even the gatekeepers are martial spirit experts. He knew that his ability to sense the guards' cultivation levels was not special. Rather, it was because these guards deliberately displayed their cultivation levels in order to deter those with ill intentions. Such cultivation level would make someone a top expert in Linhai City, but here, they are merely an ordinary gatekeeper. Not only was Su Chen shocked, but the other students also showed expressions of disbelief. The initial joy was instantly dampened, as if doused with cold water, and everyone fell silent. In their eyes, martial spirit experts are already towering figures. Now they are just guards at the city gate, a contrast that cannot help but shock them. Su Chen closed his eyes, deliberately trying not to think about those chaotic and messy things, so as not to interfere with his focus on martial arts. So what if a martial spirit expert guards the city gate? It still cannot stop his unwavering determination to pursue the strongest. Principal Wang observed everyone with a cold eye, a complex expression on his face. Recalling his first visit here, he still found it hard to believe. Only the students who win the annual selection competition will be led by the principal to Nanfu City, so he hadn't been here for a long time. Seeing the expressions on these students' faces again, he seemed to see the same youthful vigor he once had. While they were waiting in line for inspection, a magnificent spaceship sped past Su Chen and his companions without stopping. Even the guards at the city gate smiled and respectfully escorted the spaceship into the city. Xia Jingye watched the spaceship pass by, his eyes filled with envy. When he first saw the flying boat, he thought it it was extremely rare. But once you actually get here, you realize that airships are not actually that rare anymore. I see. Compared to the spaceship from before, their airship looked like something from an impoverished region. The others present shared the same feeling, watching as other people's spaceships entered the city without having to queue, while they had to wait patiently, not daring to utter a single complaint. After all, the guards at the gate are not to be trifled with. They are all martial spirit level experts, and they simply cannot afford to offend them. You should know that they could enjoy the same treatment in Linhai City, but here they have no special privileges at all, and everything has to be done properly. In comparison, they seem like country bumpkins from the countryside. Su Chen and the other two didn't take it to heart and quickly adjusted their mindset. After all, the three of them had never enjoyed any special treatment in Linhai City. As a daughter of the Morong family, Morong Shui did not live a luxurious life from childhood and always relied on herself when she went out. Zhao Yuer, needless to say, came from an ordinary family. Su Chen and his group were randomly assigned to a hotel, and someone asked Principal Wang when the college entrance examination would begin. Principal Wang was not entirely clear about this either. After witnessing the power of Nanfu City, they stopped complaining. Moreover, they are not the only ones to suffer this treatment. Other urban students who need to take the college entrance examination also face the same fate. The benefits weren't much better. Although the hotel is only a so-so, at least it provides each person with a single room, so there's no need to worry about being disturbed. Su Chen returned to his room, sent a message to his family that he had arrived safely, and then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the 9 revolutions profound technique. Despite this, he was still more or less influenced by the atmosphere of Nanfu City, which made him even more eager to become stronger. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions profound technique. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Ding! Successfully activated the 9 revolutions mystic art. Proficiency increased by 1 point. Su Chen cultivated tirelessly until nightfall. During this time, Principal Wang and Morong Shui came to his door, but seeing the sign that read cultivating, they did not disturb him. I think I saw the character Chui on that spaceship just now. Could it be that there is a powerful family in Nanfu City as well? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. In any city, there are always some long-established families who wield immense power locally. Ordinary people without talent may never be able to break free from the existing class shackles in their lifetime. Even with talent, one may ultimately become a vassal of another family. Su Chen didn't care whether things would turn out this way in the future. He silently walked out of the room and onto the streets of Nanfu City. It was already night, but the streets were still bustling with people of all kinds. This is a sight that cannot be seen in Linhai City. Perhaps for ordinary people in this city, the night is when their real life begins. During the day, they have to return to their busy work. Nanfu City is indeed very beautiful, much prettier than Linhai City, but for some reason, he doesn't like it here. The ordinary people in this city seem to be fitted with a constantly turning gear, living at an extremely fast pace, never stopping. Life in Linhai City is much more relaxed, with less pressure, little entertainment at night, and a slower pace of life. People living in Linhai City always have a sense of belonging to their city. While Su Chen was in Nanfu City, he wasn't sure if others felt the same way, but he was certain that not many people shared this view. After wandering around for a while, he felt a bit bored and returned to the hotel. I didn't buy anything I liked on the way, I just browsed around. It must be admitted that prices in Nanfu City are indeed shockingly high. Back in his room, he intended to practice the Gale Blade technique, but looking at the room before him, his lips twitched slightly, and he ultimately gave up. This room can't withstand his haphazard practice. If he's not careful, he might lose everything. 3 whole days have passed. For the past 3 days, almost no one has paid attention to this group of students from Linhai City. No one paid any attention, they simply told Su Chen and the others to wait. Principal Wang, who was leading the team, was extremely anxious, facing the behemoth that was Nanfu City. No matter how angry he gets, it won't change anything. Fortunately, over the past 3 days, many candidates from other places have arrived to take the college entrance examination. Otherwise, Principal Wang would have been extremely anxious long ago. Su Chen calmly looked out the window at Nanfu City, thinking to himself, as expected of a big city, its arrogance is beyond my expectations. System. Open the character panel. Ding. Host character panel has been opened. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, S-rank Kamui Kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique. First level, beginner, light cloud body refining technique, beginner. Chi and blood, 920 points. Strength, 2760 points. Speed, 920 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, intermediate lightning release, Chidori, intermediate Shursui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, beginner earth release, earth flow wall, beginner fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 25,800. Su Chen glanced at the panel, then looked away. My Chi and blood blood have increased by 20 points during this period. Not bad. I estimate I'll be able to consider breaking through to become a Grand Martial Master soon. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Su Chen was a little puzzled, so he stood up and went to the door. Looking through the peephole, one could see Principal Wang and Morong Shui. He slowly opened the door and saw Principal Wang's anxious expression, and he vaguely understood the urgency of the matter. There's nothing else to do except for the college entrance exam. Student Su, you finally opened the door, Principal Wang joked. If you hadn't opened it, I was ready to break it down. Is it time for the college entrance exam to start? Let's go. Su Chen replied with a smile, knowing that the other person was joking. Principal Wang wasn't surprised. He had guessed it. Yes, come with me. After saying that, he walked ahead. Su Chen, let me tell you, Sister Morong has been cultivating every day lately and hasn't been playing with me at all. Maybe my cultivation level will increase significantly, and I'll have to cling to her coattails later. Zhao Yuer walked to Su Chen's side and whispered. But the scene wasn't deserted. Even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. Sure enough, Morong Shui blushed, walked to Zhao Yuer's side, and gently pressed her shoulder. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at her, her tone threatening. Zhao Yuer, what did you just say? Her strong reaction wasn't without reason. It stemmed from her awareness of her own limitations. Not wanting to lose face in front of Su Chen, he had spent several days cultivating diligently, but how could he possibly compare to Su Chen? Zhao Yuer looked at Morong Shui's threatening expression. Her face stiffened, and she gave a dry laugh. Turning to Su Chen, she said seriously, I was lying to you just now. Actually, Sister Morong has been playing around these past few days and hasn't been focusing on her cultivation at all. Zhao Yuer. A suppressed voice rang out. Zhao Yuer sensed something was wrong and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Morong Shui sighed, not intending to follow, but said to Principal Wang, I'm sorry, she's always been like this. It's okay. Young people should be energetic. Principal Wang waved his hand with a smile, indicating that he didn't need to worry about such a small matter. Then, led by a guard, Lin Hai and his group passed through layers of checkpoints and arrived at an underground base. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had ever seen an underground base. However, this sense of novelty was soon replaced by disappointment, as the base was very rudimentary and had almost no facilities. A large hall inside the base was already packed with students from Nanfu province taking the college entrance examination. Despite its simple appearance, the space is surprisingly large and still feels very crowded. Please all accompanying teachers, wait outside. A deep, powerful voice rang out. The speaker was of medium build, with an ordinary appearance, neat short hair, and wearing a military green uniform, giving him a clean and efficient look. After the accompanying principal and teachers left one by one, the students inside began to talk in hushed tones. Although the voices were much quieter, they were still present. Quiet! The man, unable to bear it any longer, roared and released a powerful aura that made everyone breathless. This drink worked. Under the oppressive aura, many students turned pale and stared at the man in terror. The instant that aura rushed towards them, Su Chen had already stepped in front of Morong Shui and the people beside her, blocking all the oppressive feeling coming their way. Su Chen, are you alright? Morong Shui asked anxiously. For a moment, she hadn't even realized what had happened. She only saw Su Chen standing in front of her. After everything calmed down, she looked around and found that many people were pale-faced, and some had even collapsed to the ground. She hadn't fully realized that it was Su Chen who had blocked that oppressive force. Similarly, Zhao Yuer looked at Su Chen with eyes full of worry and gratitude. After all, she was just a support-type ability user, and she couldn't possibly withstand that powerful aura. Seeing Morong Shui's tearful appearance, Su Chen was stunned. He was perfectly fine. It felt like a gentle breeze had passed by. I'm fine, but if you don't stop crying soon, it's going to fall, he said. Hearing this, Morong Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. She stomped hard on Su Chen's foot and turned her head away from him. Can I ask why you stepped on me? Su Chen's lips twitched. Although it didn't hurt, he felt confused. Any objections? Morong Shui resumed her cold and aloof demeanor, her tone indifferent and utterly calm. But the blush on her face didn't fade so easily. No objection. Thank you for the favor, classmate Morong. How dare you speak like that? Morong Shui's coldness crumbled instantly, and she became somewhat exasperated. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to speak to her in that tone, which gave her a strange feeling. She shook her head violently, trying to shake these strange thoughts out of her mind. Of course, it's because I genuinely feel this is a reward for me, Su Chen said matter-of-factly. She glanced at Morong Shui with a strange look. Isn't this a reward you're giving me to repay me? Who would want their reward to be someone stepping on their foot? Morong Shui pouted slightly, unsure of what to say, so she simply lifted her foot and put it down again, because she knew in her heart that stepping on Su Chen was tantamount to rewarding him. She absolutely cannot let herself be taken advantage of. Zhao Yuer cleared her throat and stared at the two of them flirting with an ambiguous look. Although I don't want to disturb you, have you noticed the way people around you are looking? Morong Shui then came to her senses, realizing what she had just been doing, and felt the strange looks coming from those around her. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared fiercely at Su Chen, not daring to move an inch. Su Chen's heart stirred as he looked at Morong Shui's shy and demure demeanor. Many people around him were staring at him with hostility. In fact, many people noticed Morong Shui's stunning beauty as soon as Su Chen and his group entered the venue. Moreover, Zhao Yuer next to her is also quite beautiful, only slightly less so than Morong Shui. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to get to know them. To their shock, both of these beautiful women were snuggling up to the same man. This also explains why Su Chen attracted the hostility of many people. Listen carefully, I'm going to explain the rules of the college entrance examination to you. The man glanced at Su Chen. Everyone present felt his imposing presence and was affected to some extent. But Su Chen seemed completely unaffected from beginning to end. This piqued the man's interest. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Run, and I am one of the invigilators for this year's college entrance examination. Lu Run stood on the podium, looking down at the crowd with a serious expression. No one dared to look him in the eye, and they all lowered their heads in fear. He shook his head and continued, the college entrance examination will be held in a secret location. You will each be given a special device for scoring shortly. In addition to scoring, this device can also be pressed when in danger to count as a forfeit. A commotion arose in the crowd, and suddenly a voice rang out. So how do we get points? Should we kill the monster, or defeat the other college entrance exam takers? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere froze slightly, and everyone looked at each other with a hint of wariness in their eyes. After all, we have to be on guard. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and those who want to stand out must resort to any means necessary. Killing monsters earns points. Killing a monster at the first level of martial arts earns 1 point, a second-level monster earns 2 points, a third-level monster earns 3 points, and so on. A glint flashed in Lu Run's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Moreover, defeating a fellow examinee allows you to take half of their points. An uproar erupted at the scene. This rule meant that the most dangerous thing in the secret realm might not be the monsters. Rather, they are competitors among human beings. It is not uncommon for people to resort to any means to gain profit. In addition to people from Nanfu province, there are also examinees from all over the country in the secret realm. You are all from Nanfu province, and I urge you to build trust among yourselves. Lu Run's words eased the atmosphere somewhat. After all, people tend to trust those from their own province more than those from other provinces. He continued with a serious warning. If you encounter danger in the secret realm, be sure to press the abandon button on the device. Otherwise, you might really be in danger. Think carefully, is your life more important or your future? He was speaking sincerely to everyone, as many students perish every year because of their arrogance. Any other questions? Lu Run looked around at everyone, his expression silent. There's still time. You can ask any questions you may have. If you're scared, it's not too late to withdraw from the college entrance exam now. At least you can save your life. After saying that, he ignored the changes in everyone's expressions and walked straight out of the venue. Ultimately, no one chose to quit. Those who have made it this far are considered geniuses in their own cities, and having come all this way, they certainly won't give up easily. Although no one withdrew, many people's expressions had become serious. The scattered sounds gradually disappeared, and most of the people present lost their interest in continuing the conversation. Then, a group of staff members came over with a scoring device. After explaining how to use it, he left quickly. Many people had already stood up and started talking to others, seemingly wanting to form a team. Su Chen somewhat agreed with this. In the secret realm, danger may appear at any time. If you can find a reliable partner to protect you, your safety will be greatly improved. Hello, classmates, would you like to join us? A handsome and distinguished man approached Morong Shui and her group. We have already found many like-minded friends, so our safety is definitely guaranteed. On the surface, he was inviting Su Chen and the other two to join, but his gaze kept shifting between Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer. Perhaps because of his young age, the thoughts in his eyes were too obvious and undisguised. A burning gaze swept over the two of them. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer were filled with disgust and wished they could slap each other hard and teach each other a lesson. The man's name was Cui Kuan, a member of the Cui family in Nanfu City. Thanks to his family's background, he was considered a minor genius in Nanfu City. As soon as Morong Shui entered the venue, his eyes were fixed on her stunningly beautiful face. Such a beauty is extremely rare even in Nanfu City. Even if there were any, they would mostly belong to other powerful clans. Cui Kuan knew that someone as insignificant as him couldn't afford to mess with them, so he planned to use some tricks during the college entrance examination period to win over Morong Shui by leveraging his status in the Cui family. I'm sorry, we decline, Su Chen said directly, decisively rejecting Cui Kuan's proposal. Since Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer could both notice Cui Kuan's obvious gaze, how could Su Chen, as a man, ignore it? I'm talking to these two ladies, is it any of your business to tell me what to do? Cui Kuan's face showed displeasure. He had just been rejected by Su Chen, and he had inevitably lost face. There were also some people he had just recruited standing nearby. Morong Shui glanced at him coldly and said with disgust, he can make decisions for us, so you should leave. Zhao Yuer air also carried a cold aura. Chui Kuan's expression shifted between light and dark. Finally, he gave Su Chen a gloomy glance, then awkwardly smiled and said to the two girls, "Alright then, you two can change your minds at any time. My doors are always open to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he turned his back to the three of them. "It's still early, we can't make a move here. Don't let me run into you in the secret realm." Clearly, Su Chen's attitude angered Chui Kuan. None of the three, including Su Chen, mentioned Chui Kuan. They had already formed a team before the college entrance examination. Besides, who couldn't see through Chui Kuan's little scheme? "Students, are you ready?" Lu Run's voice was calm and indifferent. He remained indifferent to the group's attempts to find partners. The rules do not prohibit candidates from helping each other, nor do they prevent them from competing with each other. Lu Run knew that many people on the field appeared friendly and courteous on the surface, but might be hiding daggers behind the scenes. He neither intended to stop it nor bothered to remind him. Only through personal experience can one truly grow. Moreover, whether they can find each other after entering the secret realm is a major problem in itself. Since everyone agrees, I hereby declare the college entrance examination officially open. Lu Run, with overwhelming momentum, solemnly and loudly announced. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone suddenly felt as if there was nothing beneath their feet. Su Chen reacted the fastest, looking down in confusion, only to find that the ground had disappeared without him noticing. Instead, a vortex appeared. He hurriedly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, hoping to escape using Kamui's power. The vortex's suction was incredibly strong, pulling everyone into it. The once bustling hall was suddenly deserted, with only a few screams echoing in the air. After being swallowed by the vortex, Su Chen felt himself being constantly tumbled, as if he had been thrown into a giant washing machine. He wanted to try to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan to escape, but he found that the surrounding spatial power was unusually dense, so he dared not make any rash moves. The power of space is no child's play. The spatial rifts created by their collisions are no less powerful than divine might. Where are you taking me? Is this the secret realm of the college entrance exam? It's so unbearable. Su Chen's face turned ashen, and a wave of nausea rose in his throat. A lush, green, and overgrown place, like a paradise on earth. A vortex appeared. Su Chen was thrown out violently. The nausea in his stomach made him disregard his appearance and he lay down on the ground, panting heavily. "Damn it, I feel like my internal organs are about to fall apart." Su Chen regained his senses, his Sharingan still open, as he warily scanned his surroundings. Although his complexion was a bit pale, it was still within the normal range. "This is the secret realm? It doesn't feel special at all." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and sensed the difference in the spiritual energy in the air. The concentration of that spiritual energy far exceeded that of the outside world. He secretly calculated that the cultivation speed in the secret realm was at least 3 times that outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 days of cultivation outside. A burning light suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Even if I only came here to cultivate, this trip for the college entrance examination will not be a loss." However, after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Putting aside whether the outside can see what's inside the secret realm, security alone cannot be guaranteed. The spiritual energy here is abundant, so the monsters here are definitely much stronger than those outside. However, the Dragon Kingdom's top leadership must have considered the special nature of the college entrance examination, so even if the monsters are strong, it won't be outrageous. As long as the students work together, they will definitely be able to cope. Su Chen picked up the medal hanging on his clothes and said, "Damn, I feel like my internal organs are about to be thrown out." Su Chen regained his senses, his Sharingan still open, as he warily surveyed his surroundings. Although his complexion looked a little pale, it wasn't serious. "This is the secret realm? It doesn't look particularly special." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and sensed the change in the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. The spiritual energy in the secret realm far surpasses that of the real world. Su Chen secretly calculated that cultivating inside the secret realm would be at least 3 times faster than outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 days of cultivation outside. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fiery light. "Even if you're only here for cultivation, this college entrance exam journey won't be too much of a loss." However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up on this tempting idea. Putting aside whether people outside the secret realm could see what was happening here, the security issue alone made him uneasy. The abundance of spiritual energy here means that the monsters here are likely much stronger than those outside. However, since the Dragon Kingdom's leadership arranged this college entrance examination, they must have considered safety and wouldn't allow the monsters to become ridiculously powerful. "As long as everyone works together, we will definitely be able to get through this." He picked up the medal hanging on his clothes and examined it closely, finding that nothing had changed. This means that neither Murong Shui nor Zhao Yue were near him. After standing there for a moment and pondering, Su Chen decided to kill the monster first. They hunted monsters while searching for them. He didn't believe the secret realm was so vast that not a single person could be found. Moreover, killing monsters can speed up the process of exchanging for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After saying that, he strode forward without hesitation. Inside a canyon, Morong Shui was in an even worse state than Su Chen when she landed. Su Chen was used to spatial power, so he recovered quickly. This was the first time she had experienced this strange sensation. She felt extremely uncomfortable and it took her a long time to recover. Morong Shui, being of good character, immediately picked up the medal and noticed a bright spot on it. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Could it be Su Chen, or Yuer? She frowned. Forehead. To be honest, Morong Shui really wanted to see Su Chen, but she knew that finding Zhao Yuer first was the wisest choice. Zhao Yuer is almost defenseless and is in great danger here. She carefully observed her surroundings as she made her way toward the light. Even when she encountered monsters along the way, she deliberately avoided them, knowing that she could kill them at any time. But things must be prioritized, and the most important one should be placed first. The medal can only display the location within a 10-kilometer radius, which is not far from Morong Shui. Although the canyon roads were rugged and difficult to traverse, and one had to evade the discovery of monsters, but she still managed to reach her destination in less than half an hour. Sister Morong. When Zhao Yuer saw Morong Shui rushing towards her, tears welled up instantly, and she was too excited to speak. Who could imagine how panicked a support-type ability user would be upon arriving in this unfamiliar secret realm? A monster just passed by her. Luckily, she hid well enough, otherwise the college entrance exam would have been over long ago. When Zhao Yuer saw the medals gleam and saw someone approaching her, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Morong Shui also showed a rare smile when she saw Zhao Yuer. She was naturally aloof, and at this moment she simply smiled gently. Now all we need to do is find Su Chen. Morong Shui's tone was cold. Fortunately, Zhao Yuer didn't wander off after being teleported into the secret realm, otherwise, there might have been more unexpected events along the way. Su Chen should have already started hunting monsters by now. We can't fall behind. Yuer, I will specifically leave some demonic beasts for you to kill. Zhao Yuer nodded. These arrangements had already been discussed by the three of them back in the monster forest. Given the current situation, she naturally doesn't feel embarrassed. Moreover, her cultivation level had also broken through from the 7th level of martial artist to the 8th level before the college entrance examination. Their strength has reached the standard of 800. He might not be able to completely contend with the demonic beasts, but at least he has a certain ability to escape, so that he won't become a fatal weakness. Zhao Yuer was very clear about her role, so whenever a battle started, she would quickly retreat to the rear and silently restore Morong Shui's health. At that time, Su Chen and his group were in an underground base. Inside a conference room, a screen on the wall was displaying real-time footage of the secret realm. If those present paid attention, they would have noticed that they were all principals or teachers from various high schools. Principal Wang was standing there, staring intently at the screen, hoping that students from Linhai City would appear on the screen. Normally, the screen does not automatically switch to the perspective of most people. It is only shown when a battle breaks out or when someone performs exceptionally well. Although Principal Wang preferred his own school students to achieve excellent results when he was in Linhai City, his thinking changed after he came here. He shifted from favoring his own school to hoping that all the college entrance examination students in Linhai City could perform well. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer have already met, which puts my mind at ease. Upon seeing Morong Shui's image, Principal Wang's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Although the scene flashed by quickly, he felt much more relaxed. He wasn't too worried about Su Chen. After all, with his spatial ability, he believed Su Chen would definitely shine in the college entrance examination. That kid who blocked my aura just now is actually a space-type ability user. How interesting. Lu Run held the college entrance examination materials of Nanfu province in his hand and flipped through them with great interest. During the college entrance examination, as an invigilator, he did not need to keep an eye on the examination room at all times, and would only intervene when a major situation occurred. He and other principals and teachers were not allowed to leave the underground base before the end of the college entrance examination in order to ensure the safety and fairness of the candidates. This is why matters related to the college entrance examination are kept strictly confidential, and no details are disclosed to the public. The geniuses who emerge in the annual college entrance examination will never be allowed to be killed by the Dragon Kingdom. The painful lessons of geniuses being murdered when college entrance examination supervision was lax in the past are still fresh in our minds. Whether after the college entrance examination or by directly entering secret areas, the evil deeds of hunting down students have occurred. These are lessons learned in blood. What terrible luck! I searched for ages and only encountered 2 monsters. What's even more disappointing is that both of these demonic beasts are only at the 7th level of martial arts. Su Chen felt a little frustrated. His luck was really bad today. He couldn't even encounter any demonic beasts. The device in his hand that records points clearly shows 14 points. A loud bang made Su Chen's eyes light up. Such a loud noise meant that someone was fighting fiercely, and it wasn't far away. I was just worried that no one would send me points, but I didn't expect them to come to me like this. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought that since the meat had been delivered to his door, he had no choice but to eat it. This is Su Chen's motto for eating meat. He silently used the instantaneous movement technique to slowly approach the battle location. Sure enough, a person was fiercely fighting a monster, and the two were evenly matched. Die, you beast! The man was wearing a tight-fitting combat suit, his face was covered in soot, and he had several wounds on his body, indicating that he had been fighting for a long time. Faced with the beast's ferocious attack, the man dared not take it head-on and retreated swiftly, his steps like the wind. Watching other people fight is quite interesting. Su Chen stood on a branch of a large tree, looking down at the battle between the man and the demon beast. The man continuously unleashed his supernatural attacks, while the monster withstood the blows thanks to its powerful body. Although the monster was covered in blood, it did not back down in the face of the man's attack. The monster roared, unleashing an even more ferocious bloodlust. Its frenzied attacks rendered the man's attacks almost ineffective. Looks like I have to fight with my life on the line. If I don't, I'll lose my old life. The man thought fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't care. With a fierce look in his eyes, he suddenly appeared above the monster, his palm instantly transforming into a sharp blade, and slashed down fiercely. Roar! The monster was powerless to fight back, its breath as faint as a thread, and it collapsed to the ground. The man was also in great pain, supporting himself on his hands and kneeling on one knee, looking completely exhausted. Seeing that the monster was about to die, he gritted his teeth, forcing his exhausted body to prepare to deliver the final blow. A long knife was suddenly placed against his neck. The man's face changed instantly as he realized the danger, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Brother, isn't what you're doing a bit unreasonable? Alright then, you can leave now, and I, Pang Yuanbao, will definitely not cause you any trouble. Despite the long knife hanging over his neck, Pang Yuanbao seemed oblivious to the danger and even tried to negotiate with Su Chen to get him to leave. This air of ignorance left Su Chen speechless, he simply didn't know how to respond. Pang Yuanbao, right? Don't you understand something yet? Your life is now completely in my hands. Su Chen spoke calmly, his control of the overbearing blade in his hand was exceptionally precise, and as long as the opponent did not move recklessly, he would not be harmed in the slightest. But if Pang Yuanbao doesn't know what's good for him, he'll have no choice but to teach him a lesson and make him bleed. Pang Yuanbao's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists, showing a hint of resentment. He turned his head to try and remember Su Chen's appearance, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Ah, big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Faced with death, Pang Yuanbao finally chose to compromise. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and held out his hand. Okay, you must have quite a few points, right? Give them all to me, I'll keep them safe for you. After saying that, fearing that the monster would waste its points, he used the great fireball technique to strike the monster hard. Instantly, flames erupted from the monster's body, and the air was filled with the faint smell of burning and the aroma of meat. What do you mean by safekeeping? I don't believe you at all. Pang Yuanbao cursed inwardly. This safekeeping is like when your parents ask you to give them a red envelope during Chinese New Year, saying they'll pay you back when you grow up. But what about when they grow up? That money is probably long gone. The knife at his neck remained taut. Pang Yuanbao knew he was bound to pay a fine to avoid further trouble today. After cursing Su Chen in his heart, he smiled and handed the scoring device behind him. Sir, the points inside are my tribute to you. I don't ask for anything else, I just beg you to spare my life. Su Chen took the scoring device without saying a word. It only had 8 points, even fewer than his own. However, something is better than nothing. With this in mind, he transferred all his points into his device. Now, Su Chen's points in the device have increased from the previous 14 points, plus the 7 points he just gained from killing the monster, plus the 8 points from Pang Yuanbao. In other words, he now has a full 29 points. This score is enough to rank among the top on the first day of the secret realm. After all, not everyone has the chance to encounter a group of monsters, let alone have the strength to deal with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have more points than him. After collecting all the points, Su Chen left immediately. He didn't take drastic measures against Pang Yuanbao, he simply eliminated him from the competition. After all, Pang Yuanbao was sensible enough not to waste too much breath. Pang Yuanbao noticed that there was no movement behind him, so he cautiously called out, "Sir, are you still there?" After confirming that Su Chen had left, he turned around and looked down at his scoring device. Looking at the lonely zero above, Pang Yuanbao felt a complex mix of emotions. After working so hard and enduring all the hardships to finally kill a few monsters, how could I be willing to let all the points I earned be snatched away by someone else? The wind in the monster forest wasn't cold, it was warm, but his heart was ice cold. Su Chen continued to flee northwards. Before entering, the three of them had discussed that if the metals didn't light up, they would head north. This would greatly increase the probability of them meeting. After dealing with another troublesome monster, Su Chen frowned slightly. He discovered that the further north he went, the stronger the monsters seemed to become. Could it be that the northern part is the central area of the secret realm, or even deeper? Or is all of this just a coincidence? Su Chen's college entrance examination score has climbed to 45 45 points. Compared to before he met Pang Yuanbao, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a monster. But now, one keeps popping up, which surprised him quite a bit. Fortunately, along the way, he relied on his domineering sword and his gale sword technique, or at worst, a powerful fireball, to easily deal with demonic beasts below the level of a grand martial master. The main reason is that Su Chen has a solid foundation, and his blood and chi are several times greater than those of others at the same level, making him more powerful. Given that his own strength had already reached the level of a grand martial master, Su Chen was not afraid even if he encountered a monster of the same level, and even wanted to exchange blows with it. With his current strength, while he wouldn't dare say he could sweep everything away in the secret realm, he would be more than capable of being invincible. Moreover, since entering the secret realm, he has hardly consumed any of his vital energy. Even after experiencing many battles, his vital energy is still incredibly abundant, making him almost like a humanoid monster. This Su Chen seems to be a very promising talent. Where is he from? We need to get to know him. Indeed impressive. Whether it's the decisive attitude towards demonic beasts or the caution towards people, they only take points and never indiscriminately kill innocents. I wonder if the geniuses in our capital can handle him. I admit Su Chen is strong, but compared to the geniuses of the capital, he's still a little lacking, isn't he? High school teachers in the capital city watched Su Chen's image on the college entrance examination screen and discussed it among themselves. They remained skeptical about Su Chen's ability to defeat the geniuses of the capital. After all, the capital was the most resource-rich place in the Dragon Kingdom, a gathering place for geniuses. Su Chen, well done. You truly are the pride of our school. Principal Wang praised Su Chen repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement. This Su Chen is from our province? That's really impressive. Talented people emerge in great numbers. Talented people emerge in great numbers. Heaven is determined to bring prosperity to our great Nanfu. Principal Wang chuckled and stroked his chin, his mood incredibly cheerful. This was the happiest day he'd had since arriving in Nanfu City. He had long known that with Su Chen's talent, he would one day make a name for himself. A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. Many of the students brought from Linhai have already encountered danger in the secret realm. Some are still struggling there, while others have already withdrawn. He could only accept it silently. He had to bear the consequences of failing the college entrance exam himself. Even if you fail the college entrance exam now, you still have the opportunity to get into university in the future. At this stage, Principal Wang values Su Chen and his two companions the most. Even Xia Jingye, who has a renowned reputation in Linhai, suffered a lot in the secret realm due to his lack of experience. Speaking of Su Chen alone, together with Morong Shui, although they were somewhat disheveled in the secret realm, they performed much better than most of the candidates from Linhai. This is why he values the three of them so much. It could be said that the honor of Linhai rests on the shoulders of these three. The medal on Su Chen's chest suddenly lit up without warning. He paused his hurried steps, a look of joy on his face. They're here. It seems we're not far from Morong Shui and the others. Following the direction indicated by the medal, he vanished in an instant. On the other side, Morong Shui and another female warrior acted in unison, their medals flashing as they headed in the indicated direction. All three were martial artists, and the medals only had a range of 10 kilometers, so their travel speed was naturally extremely fast. Upon seeing Morong Shui and the other woman, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh first. What are you two doing? Ha ha ha, how come you've gotten so dirty in just half a day? Only after Su Chen reminded them did the two women realize that they were covered in dust without even noticing. Compared to boys' casual and carefree attitude, girls are more concerned about cleanliness. Morong Shui's expression changed slightly. Knowing that she was covered in dirt, she found it hard to accept, as if every cell in her body was begging for a bath. But she was not a willful person. She suppressed the discomfort and silently endured it. She felt a little shy in front of Su Chen. Zhao Yuer is usually very easygoing, but she is also very clean. She can barely accept it now, but the weather has just changed and she's already filthy. But there are still 7 days left until the college entrance examination. Zhao Yuer felt as if her life had fallen into a dark cloud. Seeing Su Chen still smiling, she was furious. Su Chen, you didn't just sneak around all the way here, did you? Sister Morong and I were unstoppable all the way, which is why we looked a bit disheveled. She herself felt a little guilty about what she said. During the battle, apart from helping Morong Shui recover her energy and healing her wounds after the battle, she played almost no practical role. Su Chen laughed loudly. Impressive, impressive, but the knife in my hand is no joke either. After saying that, he drew his arrogant sword. The blade still smelled of blood, indicating that the sword had just been in battle. Morong Shui smelled the blood from the very beginning and was not surprised at all. Judging from Su Chen's active killing of monsters in the monster forest, it's impossible for him to suddenly change his personality in the secret realm. They might even continue killing monsters with great enthusiasm. Of course, even if he didn't kill many monsters, she wouldn't blame him. We can just kill them all together later. Su Chen deliberately handed the scoring device to Zhao Yuer to see. Look, I've killed quite a few monsters. You've got 45 points now. That's pretty much one of the top scores, right? The scoring device clearly showed 45 points. Actually, handing the scoring device to someone else is quite dangerous. If the other party has malicious intentions, they may press the call for help button at any time. The rule in the secret realm is that each person can only have one scoring device. In other words, when someone presses the button on your scoring device, it is you who issues the command, not the other person. Ha, 45 points already? Zhao Yuer was incredulous. 45 points far exceeded their combined total. She leaned closer to see the numbers on the scoring device, her eyes widening in shock. It really is 45 points. She seemed to have been hit hard, and her complexion immediately dimmed. Zhao Yuer, are you alright? What happened? Su Chen stepped forward and asked with concern, while glancing at her scoring device. The device in Zhao Yuer's hand showed a very high level of accuracy. A score of 10 is pretty good. Since she got a perfect score, Morong Shui probably got a similar score. A score of 10 is already very good. There's no need to be too upset. Seeing Zhao Yuer looking dejected, Su Chen could only comfort her. I'm just not reconciled. Sister Morong and I fought tooth and nail, and this is all we got. And you've made such a mess of things. You're spotless. I bet you don't have a speck of dust on you, right? Zhao Yuer looked displeased, and Su Chen had no choice but to ask Morong Shui for help. Morong Shui felt the intense gaze, her face flushed slightly, and she looked at Zhao Yuer, pondering for a moment. She said calmly, Yuer, let me tell you something. Don't be too sad. Su Chen will have to help us fight the monsters we encounter later. Then it will be his turn to be in a sorry state. Morong Shui's words made Zhao Yuer understand immediately, and her face gradually brightened, with a mischievous smirk in her eyes. Su Chen's lips twitched, and he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. After a brief interlude, the three began to slowly explore the secret realm. I have two plans now. Would you like to hear them? Without turning his head, Su Chen killed another demonic beast and sensed Zhao Yuer's special ability silently restoring his energy. Morong Shui was taken aback. What plan? Zhao Yuer also became curious. To determine our course of action for the next 7 days. Have you noticed that the further north you go in the secret realm, the more monsters there are, and their strength increases significantly? I suspect that continuing north might lead to the center of the secret realm. My intention is to head north, since that would allow me to hunt monsters more effectively. Su Chen pointed to the north, where the view was obscured by tall trees, making it impossible to see the specific situation. Morong Shui rested her chin on her hand, carefully recalling the events of her journey. When she and Zhao Yuer first headed north, they didn't encounter many monsters, but the further they went, the more they encountered monsters that they felt they couldn't defeat. Therefore, they spent most of their time hiding from those monsters. It's not that I can't fight at all, but the battle will be very taxing. Even if I manage to win, my internal energy and blood will be weak for a period of time. If Morong Shui were alone, she might not have chosen to head north because the points she gained from the monsters outside were already enough for her to use alone. But there are 3 of them, which means the points will basically be divided among the 3 people. This makes the points seem rather low. Let's go north. More monsters mean more points, which will be a great help for our college entrance exam. Morong Shui said firmly. Zhao Yuer didn't care at all. Anyway, she was just a freeloader and would just listen to Su Chen and Morong Shui's opinions. Su Chen has 50 points, Morong Shui has 25 points, and Zhao Yuer has 20 points. Although helping each other can earn more points, the 3 have reached a consensus that the strongest person will receive the most points, and so on. This is also to avoid creating divisions within the team. Suddenly, a beast's claw lunged at Zhao Yuer. If that claw had hit, it would have at least torn her skin apart. Su Chen immediately roared at Zhao Yuer. Whirlwind blade technique. Get back now. Su Chen swung his domineering blade down fiercely, creating a whirlwind and a flurry of blade energy. He held nothing back in this move, all to stop the monster from attacking Zhao Yuer. The fierce wind and sharp blade energy all bombarded the monster. Morong Shui was also busy. A vast expanse of ice. A massive iceberg descended from the sky, its chilling aura palpable. The chilling aura emanating from it was so intense that even martial artists could hardly withstand it for long. However, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that Morong Shui's face turned somewhat pale after using this move. This move must have taken a lot of toll on her. The mad lion roared in pain and, sensing the danger, retreated hastily. Just as it retreated with its hind legs, Morong Shui's cold mountain pressed down on it, finally saved. Seeing that the mad fawn lion was being suppressed, Zhao Yuer's legs were a little weak from the fright she had just experienced, but she still moved quickly. When the monster attacked her, she truly felt the threat of death. Zhao Yuer never wanted to experience that suffocating feeling of death again. She hid behind a tree and released a healing power to Su Chen and Morong Shui. Miraculous healing, rejuvenation. After the release, Zhao Yuer's back was soaked with sweat, and her face was filled with terror. She was clearly still shaken. She knew that Su Chen and Morong Shui were outside protecting her, but she still couldn't help feeling afraid. Without their help, Zhao Yuer might not have even had time to press the call for help button. This is the cruelty of the college entrance examination. One wrong move and you could really pay with your life. Morong Shui's cold mountain temporarily temporarily restrained the Mad Fawn Lion, but Su Chen knew the truth. Soon the Mad Fawn Lion will surely break free. This demonic beast is at least a third-level Great Martial Master, Su Chen said calmly. Grand Martial Master level 3? Morong Shui was somewhat surprised. She was actually able to restrain a demonic beast at the third level of a Grand Martial Master. However, when he thought about how he was, after all, an S-class ability user, and how that move had consumed a great deal of energy, he realized that he was still a powerful ability user. As she recovered from the energy she had just depleted, she kept a watchful eye on the mad-toothed lion beneath Cold Mountain. Just as the Mad Fawn Lion broke free, Su Chen did not hesitate. His three Tomo Sharingan eyes spun rapidly and transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kamui. Under the restriction of Cold Mountain, Shinwei successfully struck the Mad Fawn Lion, which was powerless to dodge. The power of the Kamui kaleidoscope poured down, and the great martial master's body of the Mad Fawn Lion was incredibly resilient. Monsters are no exception. However, with the support of spatial power, even a great martial master level demon beast seemed somewhat powerless. Su Chen specifically targeted the Mad Fawn Lion's cervical vertebrae and slashed down, instantly severing its head from its body. Seeing the head being sucked into the Divine Might space, he felt slightly uncomfortable. The Divine Might space was like Su Chen's other home. Throwing something like a head into it always felt unlucky. After killing the Mad Fawn Lion, his scorer immediately gained 13 points. Su Chen glanced at it with satisfaction, then looked away, a streak of blood seeping from his left pupil. He didn't care, because bleeding is actually quite normal when using the Manjikyu Sharingan. But Morong Shui and the others were not so calm. They had been staring wide-eyed in shock at the fate of the Mad Fawn Lion. Although they had seen spatial power many times, they still felt it was incredibly powerful every time they saw it. When Morong Shui and the others noticed the bloodstain under Su Chen's left eye, they immediately realized that the attack just now had not been without consequences. Although they didn't know the exact cost, the bloodstain was enough to tell the story. Su Chen's use of spatial attacks was by no means without any burden. At this moment, Morong Shui had no time to recover her energy. She took the lead and stepped forward, her pace gradually quickening until she finally ran up to Su Chen. Phew, are your eyes alright? At this moment, she shed her usual indifference, and it seemed that Su Chen was the only person in her eyes. I'm fine. It looks scary, but it's nothing serious. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart and gently touched the bloodstain under his left eye. Morong Shui wanted to examine it carefully, but was worried about making things worse, so she anxiously waved her hands and feet. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Even the high-end mighty beauty by the sea can be so nervous. Miraculous spring healing, spring therapy. Miraculous healing, rejuvenation. Zhao Yuer broke the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Two beams of supernatural light shot towards Su Chen, one to heal his injuries and the other to restore his vital energy. Su Chen felt that the soreness in his eyes had been relieved quite a bit. This made him look at Zhao Yuer in surprise. Zhao Yuer, I didn't expect your superpower healing effect to be so good. He had almost never been injured in front of the two women before, nor had he had the opportunity to experience the power of support-type superpowers. It wasn't until now that I truly experienced it. He didn't care about the specific help that support-type abilities could provide for his injuries. As long as they could alleviate the discomfort caused by the Manjikyu Sharingan, that was enough for him. Of course, I might not be of much help in the battle, but when it comes to support, I'm second to none in Linhai. Zhao Yuer proudly puffed out her thin chest and patted her chest as she spoke. Su Chen exclaimed, that's really impressive. Morong Shui had naturally experienced Zhao Yuer's recovery ability and knew that what he said was no exaggeration. But seeing the two chatting happily, she didn't know how to join in. A strange emotion suddenly welled up inside me. In a corner where no one was watching, Morong Shui gently placed her hand on her chest. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart started racing, and when she looked at Su Chen, her heart pounded even faster. This made Morong Shui's eyes widen. A gentle breeze blew by, and she seemed to understand something. That year's college entrance examination included the presence of a shy young girl. In contrast to the tranquility of the secret realm, reality has been turbulent. No way. Could it really be the legendary space-based superpower? It looks like it's undoubtedly a space-type ability. After so many years, another space-type ability user has appeared. Heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. I used to think this student couldn't compare to the geniuses in the capital, but now I can only say I'm sorry, I was too one-sided. Quickly, find out where this student is. This child is destined to be with us. What do you mean by fate? We're clearly destined to be together. Who would have thought that Su Chen's exposure of his spatial abilities would trigger such a bloody conflict? Some people lamented that since ancient times, space has been king and time has been supreme. Now that spatial abilities have emerged, will time-based abilities also appear? Such an idea is too absurd. After all, the appearance of a spatial ability user is already extremely rare. It's practically impossible for another time manipulation ability user to appear. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom who witnessed the secret scene of the college entrance examination was shocked and filled with curiosity about the origin of this space-type ability user. They wanted to know where such genius came came from. Some universities acted swiftly, and the moment Su Chen's identity was exposed, they quietly sent people to Nanfu Province. The strongest are none other than Beijing University, Shanghai University, and Longling Military Academy. Principal Wang couldn't hide his excitement. Good, this is the true power of space-type ability users. As expected of a genius who came from our Linhai, I have long believed that he will shine brightly. However, he remembered that Su Chen had not revealed his special ability until the Linhai selection competition, when he finally showed his spatial ability. His school did not provide him with any support whatsoever. Thinking of this, Principal Wang's eyes dimmed. Despite being a genius in their school, he had never received any financial aid from the school. For him, as the principal, this was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. Principal Wang, you said this was a student from your school, right? It turns out he's a space-type ability user. You really kept this from us. Chu Wenjun looked at Principal Wang with envy. He knew that after the college entrance examination, Principal Wang would be proud of his students. There's no way around it. Training a space-type ability user is just too outrageous. Although he was also the principal of a school and had been sending geniuses to the Dragon Kingdom, he was very envious of geniuses like those with spatial abilities. Principal Wang managed a polite smile, but who could understand the bitterness in his heart? If Su Chen had received help from the school, that would be fine, but in fact he hadn't at all. In a sense, it made almost no difference whether they were there or not. How could he possibly laugh? Upon hearing Chu Wenjun's words, the people around him all came forward to greet him, their faces showing friendly and ingratiating expressions. Why doesn't God send a space-type ability user to our school? Stop dreaming at your age. Talented people with spatial abilities might not appear even once in the entire Dragon Kingdom in more than 10 years, let alone one in your school. As Principal Wang listened, he felt increasingly uneasy. The only slight consolation was that Su Chen was, after all, from Linhai City. Regardless, he is the pride of Linhai City. A few years ago there was Li Hongyan, and this year there's Su Chen. He couldn't help but imagine that Linhai City would get better and better in the future, and might even rival Nanfu City. The external turmoil has not yet affected Su Chen and his group. He knew in his heart that once he left the secret realm, many people would probably come looking for him. His plan was to take it one step at a time. Mo Qianxiu, it seems you are all from the capital. Leave quickly, and I will not make things difficult for you. You won't make things difficult for me? Lu Yun, aren't you being far too arrogant? With your backing, or with those lackeys behind you? Mo Qianxiu stared coldly at Lu Yun, completely ignoring the lackeys behind her. Su Chen and Morong Shui exchanged a glance, blinked, and silently conveyed their thoughts. Zhao Yuer blinked, seemingly not quite understanding. Just as she was about to speak, Morong Shui covered her mouth with her hand. Wah! Morong Shui made a shoe gesture to Zhao Yuer, who obediently nodded. The three of them moved forward stealthily and found the source of the sound. Outside a cave, the two sides faced each other at a distance, the atmosphere so tense that they were about to explode. Rather than two groups of people, it would be more accurate to say that there was a lone man standing on the other side. He had a stern face and was dressed simply. There were 7 or 8 people standing opposite them, led by a woman in red who was glaring angrily at the man. Lu Yun sneered, pointed behind her, then pointed to the cave. We all know what's going on inside. I admit that you, Mo Qianxiu, are not someone to be trifled with. I can't beat you alone, but I have so many people behind me. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? The secret realm of the college entrance examination contains monsters, and naturally, it also hides a lot of resources. For some geniuses, the college entrance examination is just a formality. The key is to use their talent to ultimately steal points from other candidates. It's not entirely impossible. What they valued more were the resources within this secret realm. Mo Qianxiu frowned, turned his head for the first time to look at the group behind Lu Yun, his gaze lingering for a while before he said coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the talk? His body, like a venomous snake, was poised and ready to launch a swift attack. Lu Yun was right. Although Mo Qianxiu was not afraid of his opponent, the combined threat from the people behind him should not be underestimated. He still has a chance if he can surprise his opponent. Thinking of this, Mo Qianxiu's gaze toward Lu Yun gradually turned cold. Lu Yun naturally sensed his hostility, and her expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of anger, but she quickly suppressed it. She took a deep breath and said, if we continue fighting, we'll only end up hurting each other. How about this? I'll give you a portion of what's inside. A flicker of hesitation crossed Mo Qianxiu's eyes, but as if remembering something, his face immediately darkened. No, I want everything inside. Mo Qianxiu, you're asking for death. Lu Yun finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, a long whip burning with flames suddenly appearing in her hand. Mo Qianxiu moved even faster, conjuring a long sword in the air in his hand. The sword was as heavy as a giant mountain, and he slashed fiercely at Lu Yun. Surprise flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as she brandished her whip, attempting to entangle Mo Qianxiu's longsword. As expected, the flame-wrapped whip bound the longsword. I'm giving you face, all of you, get on board. Use your superpowers to deliver a fatal blow to Mo Qianxiu. Mo Qianxiu's eyes were solemn as he watched the flames spread from the whip to the sword. sword. He remained calm and, with a slight tremor of his hand, sent the flames and whip flying. At the same time, the flying sword in his hand shot out, but instead of flying towards Lu Yun, it slashed at the others. Sword control, slash. Although these people are not very strong, their gathering together will cause him a lot of trouble. Mo Qianqiu knew that it would take time to defeat Lu Yun, and that dealing with her subordinates first was the best strategy. Sword control, spirit energy slash. He let out a low shout, and his long sword emitted a sharp aura, striking at the others like a phantom. We can't stop them. Miss Lu, help! Lu Yun's face darkened, and she once again swung her fire whip at Mo Qianqiu, but he dodged with ease. Su Chen sighed. These two are quite powerful, both having reached the first level of Grand Martial Master. Moreover, their superpowers are probably quite strong. Morong, are you confident you can beat them? Morong Shui looked seriously ahead and finally shook her head. No, these two are already Grand Martial Masters. I am only at the 9th level of Martial Artist, and I am still far from being a great Martial Master. Zhao Yuer said in surprise. They are all Grand Martial Masters? Such young Grand Martial Masters? Sister Morong hasn't even broken through to Grand Martial Master yet. She pretended to be deep in thought, then suddenly a glint of light flashed in her eyes. I understand. What do you understand? Su Chen was puzzled, wondering what Zhao Yuer had figured out in such a short time. Of course, it's because they reached the great Martial Master level so quickly. Look at their clothes, they're very expensive. Their families must be very wealthy. Perhaps he's a Grand Martial Master who was built up by accumulating resources. Zhao Yuer said confidently. Su Chen nodded. He understood. Judging from the appearance of the man and woman, they were indeed from well-off families. Taking cultivation pills is inevitable, but who hasn't taken them? Moreover, in Su Chen's eyes, their strength was not weak. They were considered above average among Grand Martial Masters. He was fully capable of defeating the two of them. It would just require a few more moves. Moreover, given that the other party has family resources to support them, they will inevitably make full use of them. Most of the people Lu Yun brought had already been injured by Mo Qianqiu. The injuries mentioned here are not minor, but rather at least result in the loss of combat effectiveness. Mo Qianqiu, don't force me. Lu Yun gripped the fire whip tightly, her blood and chi surging and flowing into the whip. Spirit whip, wildfire spreads. Suddenly, the fire whip in her hand grew several times larger, and many barbs appeared on its body. The flames burned brighter and brighter. Mo Qianqiu's expression changed slightly. Lu Yun gently brought her left hand to her mouth, revealing a mocking expression. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Don't make things worse and end up not even having a chance to ask for help. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge fire whip lashed out at Mo Qianqiu like a speeding car. Mo Qianqiu felt the scorching temperature and was alert to the lurking danger. The fire whip wouldn't stop just because he stood there frozen in place. Sword control, sword, come. The long sword spun once in the air and landed steadily back in Mo Qianqiu's hand. The blade seemed to be full of vitality, trembling slightly. Sword control, break. Mo Qianqiu showed no fear and used all his strength to swing his sword to meet the oncoming fire whip. Mo Qianqiu's sword was incredibly sharp, as if it could cleave through everything in the world. The moment the sword collided with the fire whip, a deafening boom erupted. Immediately afterwards, a flying sword shot towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun knew she could hardly withstand Mo Qianqiu's sword, and estimated that he had already consumed a lot of his energy while eliminating her subordinates. Indeed, Mo Qianqiu's face was covered in sweat, his hands were trembling, and he had exhausted a lot of energy. But at this moment, she was powerless to resist the flying sword. I'll give it to you, Mo Qianqiu. I'll give you everything inside, okay? Seeing that the flying sword was only a few feet away from her, Lu Yun finally couldn't help but shout it out. I really envy the awakening of that flying sword's superpower. It's so cool it makes me jealous. Su Chen thought to himself. However, the awakening period had passed, so he could only continue to watch. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Lu. Mo Qianqiu returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute to Lu Yun, then sheathed his flying sword. He turned around, preparing to enter the cave to absorb the diamond liquid. Clap 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 clap. What a magnificent show! As expected of the genius Mo Qianqiu from the capital and Lu Yun, the fire maiden of the Lu family, a man dressed in fine clothes walked out from the depths, a dangerous smile on his face. His features were regular, but his hooked nose ruined the overall harmony, making him look cold and ruthless. This appearance is definitely not something to be trifled with. Even a child might cry upon seeing it. You are, Wei Mieching? What are you doing here? You wouldn't happen to be. Mo Qianqiu's expression changed drastically. He stared at Wei Mieching with suspicion and wariness, his hand quietly resting on the hilt of his sword. He was extremely weak at this time, and Wei Mieching's appearance was by no means accidental. He frowned, analyzing in his mind. Wei Mieching was likely already infiltrating while I was fighting Lu Yun, but he just hasn't shown himself yet. Now I'm extremely weak, and my fighting strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. I have no chance of winning against Wei Mieching at his peak. It's truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Mo Qianqiu thought helplessly. Wei Mieching's reputation in the capital had already spread far and wide. Wei Mieching gently waved the fan in his his hand, his tone indifferent. I suppose you already understand. If you leave now, you can still take the college entrance exam. He didn't take Mo Qianqiu seriously at all, just as Mo Qianqiu looked down on Lu Yun's subordinates. You, despicable. Mo Qianqiu could no longer maintain his composure and angrily rebuked him. Wei Niecheng smiled faintly and remained silent. Mo Qianqiu's expression kept changing. He turned his gaze to Lu Yun in the distance and shouted, Lu Yun, let's join forces to resist Wei Niecheng. The Vajra liquid in the cave will be split 50-50 afterwards. At the same time, his long sword flew out, carrying a fierce momentum, and slashed towards Wei Niecheng. Lu Yun had long been dissatisfied with Wei Niecheng's behavior of hiding on the sidelines and reaping the benefits. Now that Mo Qianqiu had taken the initiative to propose cooperation, she naturally would not refuse. Moreover, she could also get half of the diamond liquid, so why not? A sinister glint flashed in Wei Niecheng's eyes as he coldly watched the two's combined attack. He hissed incredulously, how dare you? The three clashed, unleashing their supernatural powers like surging waves. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun temporarily gained the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. However, the two of them at this moment could not compare with Wei Niecheng, who was in his peak condition. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun understood perfectly well. If they can't get rid of Wei Niecheng in a short time, the two of them will definitely not be able to hold on. Moreover, the current battle between the three is quite large and may attract nearby monsters. Even if they defeat Wei Niecheng, they will still be unable to escape the fate of being defeated by the monsters. This is the outcome they least wanted to see. Therefore, Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun gritted their teeth and did their best to unleash their full strength. Wei Niecheng was unable to resist. Just as he deflected Mo Qianqiu's flying sword, Lu Yun's fire whip followed closely behind. Su Chen was not surprised by Wei Niecheng's appearance. When he first saw Mo Qianqiu and Wei Niecheng locked in fierce combat, he had vaguely sensed the presence of another person. He observed the situation before him and thought to himself, there is some kind of elixir of immortality hidden here. This stuff will also benefit me. Even if I don't need it myself, I can still sell it for a good price. Moreover, they are currently busy fighting and have no time to pay attention to the situation inside the cave for the time being. My opportunity has come. Although they are blocking the entrance, I can use my divine power to teleport directly inside, which will almost guarantee success. With divine protection as his safeguard, even if he were discovered, he would have the confidence to escape. Su Chen thought to himself that he was like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind him. He thought he was clever, but little did he know that there was a slingshot under the tree. Thinking of this, he said to Murong Shui and Zhao Yur, I'll go ahead and scout ahead first. Don't worry about me. I have spatial abilities, so I can escape no matter how difficult it is. He smiled calmly at their concerns. Kamui. Su Chen searched towards the cave. Fortunately, he could still see the outside world from inside the divine might space, so he didn't have to wander in the dark. Soon, he saw the scene of the three people fighting fiercely outside from within the divine might space. He didn't stop and continued walking into the cave, where a long road stretched out before him. It looks like it was carved by hand, but the natural atmosphere makes him realize that the road was formed naturally. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, nature is truly amazing. After walking for about 3 miles, he finally saw a glimmer of light and a faint aura of spiritual energy. The cave is extremely spacious inside, a stark contrast to the narrow passage we entered through. He observed carefully, and the next moment his eyes lit up. He first used his Sharingan to check if there was any danger around him. After confirming that everything was alright, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he stepped forward. On a smooth stone pillar ahead, there is a bowl-shaped pit filled with a milky white liquid. Although Su Chen had never seen diamond liquid before, he knew perfectly well that the milky white liquid in front of him was undoubtedly diamond liquid. Apart from this bowl of diamond liquid, there is nothing else around. What else could it be but diamond liquid? He couldn't help but smile. Although the amount of diamond liquid isn't much, I'm already satisfied. He was very satisfied with this freebie. He took out several small bottles and carefully bottled the diamond liquid. The movements were skillful and swift, without the slightest delay. The fighting outside was fierce, and he didn't know when it would end, so he hoped it would be over as soon as possible. As the saying goes, do good deeds anonymously. For Mo Qianqiu and his group, the Vajra liquid might be a cultivation resource. But in Su Chen's eyes, this thing was the root of trouble, the source of their conflict. As a good young man who had received 2 9-year compulsory educations, he had already secretly vowed in his heart, we must bring these troublemakers under our control. Cough cough. It should be said that we must eradicate them completely. 7 small 50 milliliters medicine bottles were placed in front of Su Chen. They didn't seem to have a large capacity. However, it has excellent practical applications. It can preserve the medicine in the bottle for a long time, ensuring that the medicinal effect is not lost. It is known as a little medicine bottle. Su Chen found the small medicine bottle in the storage ring on the hand of the poison master when he was assassinated. I figured it wasn't a big item, so there was no harm in keeping it. Unexpectedly, it came in very handy. A slight smile played on his lips as he activated his Sharingan without hesitation, instantly vanishing from his spot. When is Su Chen Chen coming back? Zhao Yue asked worriedly. Why haven't we seen him for so long? Morong Shui shook her head. She had no idea what Su Chen had gone to do. She only saw Mo Qianqiu and the others fighting over the things in the cave. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. It can't be. The next moment, a vortex appeared beside Morong Shui. She reacted quickly and pulled Zhao Yue back a step. Looking at that familiar vortex again, she immediately relaxed her guard. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips as he slowly revealed himself. Where did you go just now? Zhao Yue observed him and found that Su Chen had no injuries and was almost the same as when he left. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. You'll find out soon enough. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun ultimately failed to suppress Wei Niecheng, who was at his peak. Moreover, during the battle, he deliberately depleted their vital energy. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun were eager to defeat Wei Niecheng, so they unleashed their supernatural abilities with all their might, wanting only to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, their vital energy and blood cannot be sustained for too long. Mo Qianqiu understood, Lu Yun understood, and Wei Niecheng understood perfectly. That's why Wei Niecheng became even more cautious. Although he was at his peak, Mo Qianqiu's strength at his peak was no less impressive. You despicable and shameless bastard, Wei Niecheng. Mo Qianqiu's face was gloomy. He leaned against a tree, barely managing to stand. Despite their best efforts, he and Lu Yun, this could only delay Wei Niecheng for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That's right. If you're so capable, wait until we recover, then fight us again and see who's stronger. Lu Yun's face was full of defiance. She tried to get up, but her body was already exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to grip the fire whip anymore. Although Wei Niecheng's clothes were somewhat torn, they were generally intact. He took out a fan, gently waved it, felt the breeze, and let out a cold snort. I'm not stupid. Who's going to wait for you to recover? Once I get the diamond liquid, you will all be completely eliminated. He walked confidently toward the cave, leaving Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun with a lonely silhouette. Even their angry rebukes were to no avail. Morong Shui watched the scene, her gaze shifting to Su Chen's cold face. Looking again at Wei Niecheng's departing figure, a trace of pity involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Zhao Yue was completely bewildered throughout the entire event. She had no idea that the people in front of her were utterly powerless to fight back. Even if Wei Niecheng still had some life force left, he couldn't stop the three of them at all. Now is the most crucial moment. She was about to ask a question when Morong Shui gently shook her head, signaling her not to speak. From deep within the cave, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Where is the diamond elixir? Who is it? Which bastard dares to steal my diamond elixir? Coward, come out if you dare. Even in the deepest part of the cave, Wei Niecheng's voice echoed outwards. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun looked puzzled. Logically speaking, if Wei Niecheng had truly obtained the diamond elixir, he should have been overjoyed. But now his voice was filled with anger. A hurried figure rushed out of the cave, his face full of anger. I ask you, was the diamond liquid really inside before? Wei Niecheng questioned. He had not seen the diamond liquid with his own eyes. He had only heard of its existence from their battle. So what if you're inside? So what if you're not inside? Although Mo Qianqiu was puzzled, he could not suppress the anger in his heart that the diamond liquid had been taken away. He naturally didn't speak with a pleasant expression, but he forgot that his movements were now restricted. Sure enough, the next second, Wei Niecheng strode up to Mo Qianqiu, stretched out his slender arm, grabbed his neck, and easily lifted him up. Cough, what are you doing? Mo Qianqiu's face flushed red, and he struggled to breathe, managing to utter a single sentence. Lu Yun stared in horror at everything before her. Having grown up in the capital and grown accustomed to a life of luxury, she could hardly tolerate being trampled on like this. I want to press the help button, but that would mean failing the college entrance exam, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she was unwilling to give it up easily. Lu Yun had no choice but to try to minimize her presence so that Wei Niecheng wouldn't notice her. Wei Niecheng's face was full of anger, and the confident look he had before was long gone. He held Mo Qianqiu in his hand and said coldly, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it. Are you sure you saw the diamond liquid inside? Ahem. Confirmed. He then turned to Lu Yun, who was trying hard to hide her feelings, and asked, and you? Ah, that's right, Mo Qianqiu, and I saw it with our own eyes. Lu Yun nodded repeatedly, like a pecking motion. Then let me ask you, where did the diamond liquid inside go? Wei Niecheng's voice was calm, but he couldn't hide the anger that was gradually building up in his eyes. He originally thought this was a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, but in the end, he was made a fool of like a clown. How could he not be furious? Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun looked puzzled. They were inside at the time, and they clearly saw the diamond liquid with their own eyes. They were also very careful with each other, which is why they specifically went outside to resolve the issue of ownership of the diamond liquid. To prevent thieves from sneaking into the cave and stealing the diamond elixir while they were fighting, they deliberately chose to engage in battle near the cave entrance. Seeing their expressions, Wei Niecheng scrutinized them intently. On the surface, there was no sign of anything unusual about Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun. Damn it, could there be a third party involved? Wei Niecheng was filled with uncontrollable anger. He had some reputation in the capital, and he could not swallow his anger after being so thoroughly tricked this time. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he pressed the distress button amidst the horrified gazes of Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun. Before the two could react, they were forcibly teleported away. Wei Mieching, facing the woods, showed no emotion on his face and said in a deep voice, "Sir, you've been watching the show for so long, and the diamond liquid has been taken away. What are you still doing hiding here?" Just as Zhao Yuer was about to step forward, Su Chen stopped her. At that moment, Wei Mieching was facing the woods where they were hiding, making it impossible for Su Chen to be sure whether the other party had discovered him. The three hid in the bushes, holding their breath, not because they were afraid of Wei Mieching, but because they didn't want to cause any more trouble. Wei Mieching frowned, muttering to himself, "Could I be overthinking it? Has the person already left?" He wasted no more time and turned to leave. Wei Mieching's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, disappearing from the three people's sight. Su Chen remained motionless, calmly gazing ahead with Morong Shui and the other person. Just as Zhao Yuer was getting a little impatient. Sa. Wei Mieching, who had already left, has returned. Damn it! That thief must have already escaped. Don't let me catch you. Wei Mieching hated the petty thief who stole the diamond liquid, but he was powerless to do anything about it. On the one hand, he had never seen Su Chen's true face, nor had he ever seen the diamond liquid. On the other hand, even if Su Chen's identity is exposed, he is no match for him. This time, he's really gone. He left filled with resentment and anger. You can speak now. That person is really gone this time. Seeing that the other party had left, Su Chen felt much relieved. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Yuer's tense expression vanished, replaced by a smile. The diamond liquid that those people were fighting over, could it be in your hands? She wasn't particularly clever, but she wasn't stupid either. During this time, Su Chen left for a while, just as Mo Qianqiu and Wei Mieching were getting very close, so neither of them could enter the cave. Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun did indeed see with their own eyes that the diamond liquid was still inside the cave. After Wei Mieching defeated the two men, he went inside, only to find that the diamond liquid had vanished. The murderer was neither Mo Qianqiu, nor Lu Yun, nor Wei Mieching. Su Chen, who possesses spatial abilities, has every opportunity to do such a thing. Zhao Yuer was about 80 to 90% certain about this guess. That's right, I took it. Su Chen made no attempt to hide it and readily admitted, while those three were fighting fiercely outside, I used my spatial ability to sneak in and get the diamond liquid. At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. Those three people were really stupid, letting me get a huge advantage for nothing. Zhao Yuer rolled her eyes, thinking, if you didn't have spatial abilities, how could you have obtained the diamond liquid so easily? Who would have thought that there would be a spatial expert among this year's college entrance exam takers? Morong Shui frowned and said, it's getting late. The most important thing is to find a place to rest first. It's not safe to stay here. That person might come back. Su Chen nodded. In his mind, finding a safe place to stay was the most urgent task. They walked and stopped frequently, not letting any of the monsters they encountered along the way escape, and their points were slowly accumulating. Su Chen scored 85 points, Morong Shui scored 67 points, and Zhao Yuer scored 43 points. There are 5 days left until the end of the college entrance examination. Once someone reaches 200 points, the scoring system will fully activate the ranking system. The official explanation is that this is to stimulate students' competitive spirit. In a valley, the ground was covered with pebbles, and it was pitch black all around. The campfire was the only source of light. It's done baking. You can eat it now. Su Chen pointed to the roasted meat on the campfire, but this time he didn't hand it directly to the two of them. Zhao Yuer, with grease on her lips and a satisfied look on her face, said, Su Chen, how come the meat you grilled is so delicious? If you ever have a wife, she'll be so lucky. Beside her, Morong Shui's face was stern, but she also showed an expression of approval. Su Chen smiled and said, we've just gotten to know each other better. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Zhao Yuer didn't press him further. She believed in her heart that such barbecue skills couldn't have been mastered overnight. It must have been a technique honed over a long period of time. Su Chen glanced at the numbers on the scoring device, but wasn't in a hurry. He secretly calculated, someone will probably break 200 points tomorrow. Once the points leaderboard is open, the college entrance examination will truly begin. The top 3 positions in the standings will be revealed periodically, which naturally brings a lot of danger. Once the leaderboard opens, many people will become anxious. Because of the college entrance examination, they may not be able to hunt monsters with peace of mind. On the contrary, they will target people, since the points on an individual often far exceed those on a monster. For those who are unscrupulous, this is definitely a time-saving and effortless shortcut. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen took out 2 bottles of Vajra liquid from his storage ring and placed them by the campfire. Take these 2 bottles of Vajra liquid. He could have kept it from others, but Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer knew that they had obtained the diamond elixir. Although they didn't know the exact amount, they would remember it. The two might not say anything, but for the sake of team harmony, he couldn't help but generously give away this precious item. Only in this way can one demonstrate their magnanimity. No, thank you. This is too precious. this. Morong Shui was surprised and quickly declined. You earned this yourself. There's no need to share it with us. Zhao Yuer looked at him with a smile. She didn't care about the diamond liquid. When Morong Shui was around, she always listened to her ideas. Although I don't understand the value of diamond liquid, seeing everyone fighting tooth and nail for it makes me think it must be very precious. Compared to Zhao Yuer's confusion, Morong Shui understood the significance of the diamond liquid much better. As its name suggests, Vajra liquid is a medicinal liquid specifically designed to strengthen the body. Unlike other medicinal liquids that are absorbed through the skin via bathing, it is ingested internally to gradually enhance physical fitness. It is hailed as the sacred medicine of the martial arts world. After taking it, your body will far surpass the level of others of the same level. Su Chen firmly refused their offer, saying, "We're teammates, let's not argue about this. Just take it. The stronger you are, the higher we will climb in the college entrance examination." Morong Shui remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded in acceptance. "Don't worry, I will definitely repay you in the future. I just don't know if this kind of repayment counts as a real repayment, or is it a marriage proposal?" System, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, S-rank Kemui kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique. First level, proficient, light cloud body refining technique. Beginner, Chi and blood, 920 points. Strength, 2760 points. Speed, 920 points. Mental strength, 200 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, intermediate fireball technique, intermediate lightning release, Chidori, advanced Chirsui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, intermediate earth release, earth flow wall, beginner fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 140,000 system points. I've been using the body flicker technique frequently these past few days, and I've finally upgraded it to the advanced level, Su Chen thought to himself, and the earth flow wall has also been upgraded to the intermediate level. However, these achievements are insignificant compared to what is most important right now. That means having a full 140,000 system points. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. Haha, 140,000 points. How am I supposed to spend them all? I can't possibly spend them all. Without a doubt, his goal was the eternal kaleidoscope he had been eyeing for a long time. However, I have no way to resist when merging with the eternal kaleidoscope. Su Chen paused, so I must have Morong Shui protect me. He turned to look at Morong Shui, only to see the two girls staring at him with strange looks. It turned out that they had been watching his loud laughter for quite a while. Su Chen, are you alright? Morong Shui asked with concern. Su Chen shook his head awkwardly, a smile on his face, but his tone was somewhat serious. I have something to ask of you. I have something important to do in a little while. Could you please stand guard outside the tent and prevent others from disturbing us? He trusted Morong Shui's character. Once she agreed, she would never easily change her mind. Morong Shui wasn't very confident in herself, but from Su Chen's tone, she sensed the seriousness of the situation. It goes without saying that this must be an extremely important matter. This elderly genius girl from Linhai City has seen countless geniuses and has gradually lost her self-confidence. This is not Morong Shui's fault. There are countless geniuses in the world, but she left her hometown 7 times to take the only college entrance examination of her life. Faced with so many geniuses, one would naturally feel lost. In Linhai, Morong Shui was undoubtedly a genius girl, but when she came to the Dragon Kingdom, which was full of talented people, she did not belong to the top group. Just then, Su Chen walked up to Morong Shui and patted her shoulder heavily. Morong Shui, what are you thinking about? Don't worry about your own lack of ability. Besides you, who else here can help me? And what about me? Zhao Yuer couldn't help but interject. Su Chen curled his lip in disdain and gave him a look that said, don't you have any self-awareness? Zhao Yuer couldn't bear this humiliation and was about to retort. Morong Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Her ethereal face, which seemed untouched by worldly affairs, became more real and less aloof. Su Chen, don't worry, leave the guard duty to me, no one will disturb you. Having said that, Morong Shui could no longer refuse and readily agreed. Without hesitation, Su Chen strode into the tent and zipped it up. He sat down cross-legged, sensing Morong Shui's presence just outside the tent, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. System, exchange for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. His voice was calm and firm. His only hope was that this fusion of the eternal kaleidoscope wouldn't be as painful as the previous fusion of the kaleidoscope. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. 50,000 system points were spent, leaving 90,000 points. Should we merge immediately? The system's voice rang in his mind, and Su Chen recalled the pain he felt when he merged with the kaleidoscope. If you want to be prominent in front of others, you must suffer in private. He gritted his teeth. System, merge. The next moment, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which was suspended in mid-air, pierced directly into Su Chen's eye. Damn it, can't you give me some time to equip myself? Su Chen cursed inwardly, but the excruciating pain in my eyes won't be relieved by a curse. A piercing pain came from deep within my eyes. Ugh! He couldn't help but let out a weak scream, and blood gushed from his eyes like a spring. We've survived this most painful period. Then, my eyes started to itch, like countless ants crawling on my skin. He knew that the power of the eternal kaleidoscope was slowly seeping into his body. Morongshue stared anxiously at the tent. She had heard that scream clearly just now. She knew without a doubt that it was Su Chen's voice. She reached out to check on Su Chen's condition, but suddenly remembered that he had instructed her to stand guard outside the tent and not let anyone in. Could he be taking the Vajra elixir? But I've never heard of taking the Vajra elixir causing this much pain. Morongshue frowned, secretly speculating. She listened carefully for a long time, but couldn't hear any more sounds, and eventually gave up the idea of opening the tent. But they remained steadfastly at the tent entrance. Tonight, only the crackling of the campfire keeps Morongshue company. Zhao Yuer had already taken the diamond elixir into the tent and consumed it. This is the eternal kaleidoscope, truly an upgraded version of the kaleidoscope. Su Chen stared blankly at the surging pupil power in his eyes. This power far surpassed that of the previous kaleidoscope, at least several times stronger. He could even sense that, although he would occasionally bleed when using the eternal kaleidoscope, his vision problems had been resolved. No more worrying about the risk of blindness from kaleidoscopes. Moreover, after becoming the eternal kaleidoscope, both the ability to observe dynamic vision and mental strength were significantly enhanced. I am invincible. This was the only thought in Su Chen's mind after merging with the eternal kaleidoscope. His pupil power grew rapidly as if it had exploded, giving him an illusion. I'm not truly invincible yet. I'm merely on the path to invincibility. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. System, open the character panel. Ding! Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, SS rank eternal kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, proficient, light cloud body refining technique, beginner. Chi and blood, 920 points. Strength, 2760 points. Speed, 920 points. Mental strength, 800 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Susanoo, intermediate fireball technique, intermediate lightning release, Chidori, advanced Shursui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, intermediate earth release, earth flow wall, beginner fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 90,000 points. After becoming the eternal kaleidoscope, my talent level has been upgraded from S rank to SS rank. Su Chen thought to himself, no wonder my mental strength has increased so much, from 200 to 800. That's practically quadrupled. Susanoo has appeared on the skill panel. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In fact, he was already able to use Susanoo during the Manjikyu Sharingan era. However, because his cultivation level was only that of a martial artist, he couldn't sustain it for long, so the system didn't display it. Now that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has been fused with the Susanoo's complete form, it has been unlocked and naturally appears on the panel. If I use Susanoo perfect form now, it probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds before it drained me dry, right? Imagining himself being completely drained, he silently reserved Susanoo as his last trump card. Speaking of which, if my superpower is upgraded to SS level, my cultivation speed should increase, right? Su Chen suddenly thought. We'll practice and see if the speed changes, but there are more important things to deal with right now. He took out a bottle of Vajra liquid from his storage ring, one of which he had already given to Morongshue and one to Zhao Yuer. You can't just be dissatisfied and then sell it for money, can you? The medicinal properties of the diamond elixir are mild, primarily intended for slow and gradual nourishment. Holding the diamond elixir in his hand, Su Chen muttered to himself, it shouldn't torment me like the eternal kaleidoscope did, leaving me half dead, right? He liked this mild medicine because he was afraid of pain. Because the diamond liquid was mild in nature, he didn't hesitate and swallowed it without thinking. He then stood up and began to practice another technique besides the 9 revolutions profound technique. That was a cultivation technique called light cloud body refining technique. Compared to the 9 revolutions profound technique, which is used to improve cultivation level, the light cloud body refining technique focuses more on improving physical fitness, striving to reach the realm of breaking through all laws with force. Moreover, while this technique trains the physical body, it doesn't result in high defense but low agility. Rather, it can improve both defense and agility. I hadn't used this technique before because I was eager to improve my cultivation level, so I had put it aside. Now that I have reached the 9th level of martial artist, and with the help of the Vajra liquid, this is the perfect time to cultivate the light cloud body refining technique and also to try out the bonus effects brought by the SS level talent. Su Chen assumed a stance, which was the first movement of the light cloud body refining technique. As the movements changed, he gradually felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. This is a sign that the diamond liquid is beginning to integrate into the body, and it is a crucial step. It depends on whether he can completely absorb the diamond liquid. Soon, a faint golden light emanated from Su Chen's body. This is not the bright, lustrous color of gold, but but rather a gold color that has naturally formed after a long period of refinement. It is difficult to detect with the naked eye without careful observation. Suchen clenched his fist and excitedly threw a punch inside the tent. The force of the punches raged fiercely inside the windless tent. The force of the punch blasted a large hole in the tent, allowing him to see the lush green forest outside. Ah! At this moment, Morong Shui noticed the movement and walked to the hole to look inside. Suchen felt a sudden surge of embarrassment, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something wrong. But thinking about it carefully, the tent is his, so what's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he straightened his back and said calmly, "Thank you for helping me keep watch last night, Morong. I'll take over tonight's watch." When he saw the faint dark circles under Morong Shui's beautiful eyes, his heart tightened. He understood that someone like Morong Shui must have been diligently guarding outside the tent last night, which was why she hadn't slept so well. He couldn't help but imagine a cold, aloof girl, expressionless and all alone, guarding his tent, with no one by her side. Morong Shui looked at him carefully, noticing the bloodstains on his face, and her expression immediately changed. "What happened to the bloodstains on your face?" She vaguely heard Suchen's painful voice last night, but it was only one sound and very weak, so she didn't pay attention to it at the time. Looking back now, it's clear that this wasn't a trivial matter, but a major problem. "It's okay, look at me, I'm a fine person, aren't I?" Suchen didn't know how to explain. Does this mean his superpower has evolved again? It's enough if people know about this once. If it happens again, they'll inevitably suspect something's wrong. Fortunately, even after transforming from the Manjikyu Sharingan to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his eyes did not change much. They remained the same windmill shape. Suchen had already decided to take the system to his grave. Morong Shui stared at Suchen for a long time, and seeing that he was unwilling to say more, she sighed deeply in her heart. At least he's alright. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep now." Morong Shui seemed a bit tired. "I don't know if it's because of Suchen's concealment that I feel disappointed, or because of genuine exhaustion." Suchen watched her departing figure and sighed softly. "I practiced the light cloud body refining technique last night, but my chi and blood didn't change much, only increasing by a mere 30 points. Suchen held a few pieces of fruit in his hand. "Take a gentle bite, and the fruit's juice bursts in your mouth." It's worth mentioning that even seemingly ordinary fruits in the secret realm contain spiritual energy. Eating it felt like eating the flesh of a monster, and it was indeed beneficial to the body. However, the real improvement is in strength and speed. Strength has reached an astonishing 3,000 points, a value that usually only a third-level Grand Martial Master can possess, he thought to himself. But I am now one step ahead. I am only at the 9th level of Martial Artist, yet I possess such powerful strength. Not to mention that the speed has also increased to 1,200 points. Without using the instantaneous movement technique, it can already rival a first-level Grand Martial Master. Suchen quietly assessed his current combat strength. The sounds of fighting could be heard from every corner of the forest from time to time. People looked at Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun, who had already been eliminated, and the discussions continued. TSK, the geniuses from the capital, Mo Qianqiu and Lu Yun, I didn't expect them to be eliminated so quickly. Indeed, both of them are renowned geniuses. At this time, the radio sounded. To compete for that diamond elixir, I was the first to be eliminated. What a huge loss. This is utterly disgrace to our capital. When Mo Qianqiu was eliminated, his eyes were somewhat confused, but fortunately, the place where he took the college entrance examination was quite secluded. At this moment, no one stepped forward to criticize the two of them. Lu Yun was also in a bad state, with her head down and tears in her eyes. She never expected to be eliminated in this way. The Mo and Lu families both sent people to pick them up. It was more of a hasty escape than a humiliating one. Throughout the entire process, they failed to demonstrate the intelligence expected of geniuses. Although their talent remained, they appeared excessively foolish. They were easily eliminated. Some people also began to recall who exactly took the diamond liquid. After all the principals and teachers had personally witnessed the existence of the diamond liquid, yet no one has ever been seen entering that cave. Wait, I think I understand now. Could it be that guy with the space-based ability? Now that you mention it, I really think it's quite possible. Damn it, who else could it be but him? Who else could take the diamond liquid without anyone noticing? Based on their years of educational experience, although they had never seen that person, they judged from some clues that the one who really stole the diamond liquid was Suchen. As expected of a space type, he's born with the potential to be the 6th-ranked person. A comment suddenly popped up from the crowd. This drew nods of agreement from everyone. Suchen would never have imagined that it wasn't Mo Qianqiu and the others who discovered his identity, nor was it something he did voluntarily reveal, but rather that outsiders guessed it based on his possession of spatial abilities. The saying goes, even the most meticulous plans can have flaws, meaning that nothing can be absolutely kept secret. Suchen, look quickly. Someone has already reached 200 points. Zhao Yuer said hurriedly as she felt the activity of the points device in her hand. We're so far behind. Suchen remained calm. The three of them would kill any monsters they encountered in the secret realm. However, they did not deliberately seek out monsters. scores, but instead adopted a non-competitive attitude. Morong is still refining the Vajra liquid. Once she finishes, we should start pushing for higher scores, Suchen said calmly. Suchen had the highest score among the three, but he was still ranked outside the top 100, with Morong Shui and Zhao Yue even further behind. To get into your ideal university, you need to be in the top 100. They are far from reaching that level yet. Zhao Yue also absorbed the diamond liquid, and naturally understood that the more strength she had, the more confident she would be. It is unrealistic to completely absorb the diamond liquid in a short period of time. She still has the medicinal effects of the Vajra elixir in her body, so she will probably have to wait until after the college entrance examination to focus on cultivating it for a while. Suchen took out the points device and carefully looked at the names on the ranking list. Wei Nieching, 200 points, ranked first. Niu Kei, ranked second. Upon seeing the name Wei Nieching, Suchen seemed to recall something. At this time, the radio sounded. Is this Wei Nieching the yellow bird from back then? He was quite far away at the time and only vaguely heard the names Wei Nieching, Mo Qianxiu, and Lu Yun. At the time, he was completely focused on how to take away the troublemaker that was the diamond liquid. It seems that Wei Nieching stole the points from Mo Qianxiu and Lu Yun, these two geniuses. Even if it's only half of what the other two have, it's still a considerable fortune, Suchen mused. No wonder he was the first to reach 200 points. To be honest, Suchen didn't think Wei Nieching, who wasn't the strongest, could hold on to these points. Soon after, Morong Shui began to absorb the medicinal power of the diamond elixir. Even while traveling, Suchen and his companions frequently heard the sounds of fierce battles between martial artists. It seems that the establishment of the points ranking list has indeed made many students feel a sense of crisis. Suchen couldn't help but sigh. Morong Shui nodded, empathizing deeply. She had even witnessed her teammates killing each other on the way. This scene sent a chill down her spine, even though she considered herself to have a keen eye for human nature. People's hearts have changed. It was rare for Zhao Yue to say such a thing. The various struggles within the secret realm made her uncomfortable, yet she adapted remarkably quickly. At this moment, Suchen paused slightly, but his expression remained calm. There's a battle going on ahead. Morong, you are responsible for holding back the opponent, especially being vigilant about their back row. Zhao Yue, you keep an eye on the surrounding situation and be ready to provide support at any time. My job is to draw attention at the front and try to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time. After Suchen succinctly assigned the tasks, the group quietly advanced into the depths of the battle. After several days of practice, they have begun to develop a tacit understanding. Although they still look immature and are far inferior to those teams that specialize in hunting monsters, they already have a certain level of teamwork. Everyone knew their position, which greatly improved combat efficiency. Soon, Suchen, who was in the lead, saw a group of people attacking another group of people. Little girls, surrender. Hand over your points obediently, and maybe we'll spare your lives, Niu Kei said with a lewd expression. The lewd glint in his eyes sent chills down the spines of the besieged girls. We will not surrender. If you're so capable, don't rely on numbers. All five of them are women, and when they first met, they formed a team with the intention of helping each other. He has never had any disputes with anyone, focusing only on killing monsters, and his points have steadily increased. However, when they encountered a shortage of points, the other party demanded that they hand over half of their points and tried to recruit them, claiming it was to earn points together, but they made no attempt to hide their greedy eyes. This made the girls realize that the other party was definitely not a kind person. Niu Kei and his gang pressed on relentlessly, their attitude hardening, as if they would not give up until they achieved their goal. He Yinxiu and the others were so angry they gritted their teeth. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Get up there and see how long you can last. Niu Kei waved his hand expressionlessly. The 7 or 8 henchmen behind him immediately launched a supernatural attack. By swallowing their points, I can steal Wei Nieching's top spot, Niu Kei thought viciously. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting go of the points from these women in front of him. Brother Niu, once they lose their ability to resist, we can, hee. One of the underlings approached with a lecherous look. Niu Kei glanced at him sideways, slapped him across the face, and scolded him sharply, you bastard. Do you want to die? Do you know how many people are watching outside? If you want to die, then die, but don't cause trouble for me. He never expected his underling to be so bold as to do such a thing in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. If you get caught, the consequences will be absolutely fatal. Even if Niu Kei had a King Wu in his family, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Fair competition is acceptable, but dishonest behavior will not be tolerated. Of course, this is only in the secret environment of the college entrance examination. The situation might be different elsewhere. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to mention the matter again. Should we save them? Morong Shui hid in the shadows, looking at Su Chen with questioning eyes. To her, whether or not to save these people was actually irrelevant. Su Chen pondered for a moment. There are currently 13 players on both sides, 5 of whom are girls still putting up a fierce fight. Ha, who's that? Su Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure and was startled. What's Zhou Yukue doing there? Zhou Yukue? Yukue? Zhao Yue exclaimed in surprise, he hasn't been eliminated yet? I thought he was out of the game long ago. Morong Shui frowned slightly. Su Chen, however, revealed a rare smile. What a coincidence. To run into an old friend here, it seems I should give him a gift. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yue felt a chill run down her spine, but then she laughed again. Zhou Yukue had wronged them before, and she hadn't had a chance to take revenge yet. Morong Shui said in a deep voice, we are only trying to gain points. We did not deliberately cause them any trouble. That's right, you're right. Su Chen made an expression of agreement. This made Morong Shui glare at him with displeasure. Su Chen observed carefully. Since he intended to teach Zhou Yukue a lesson, he naturally had to leave him until the end. Therefore, the first thing to deal with is the other people. The one in the middle is the biggest threat. We must take him out first, Su Chen thought to himself. He's obviously the leader. If the leader is defeated, all that's left is a bunch of remnants. As for the 5 girls, Su Chen wouldn't mind letting them go if they knew what was good for them. Su Chen nodded to Morong Shui, then used his teleportation technique to quickly approach Niu Kei. His figure was always with me, and with each flash he moved, he could close the distance a little. Su Chen remained calm and approached without hesitation, silently drawing his domineering blade. He knew he would be discovered in a few seconds, and he wouldn't be far from the other party. No matter how well he tried to hide it, he would eventually be discovered. As expected, Niu Kei had already found him. Niu Kei was shocked. How could anyone get so close to him? Turning his head, he saw a flash of cold light. Whirlwind blade technique. Su Chen whispered. Niu Kei was no pushover either. After a brief moment of panic, he shouted, Titan Giant Ape. His body hair suddenly increased dramatically, and his whole body swelled several times its original size, so much so that his clothes could no longer support the change. His arms became thick and heavy, and his whole body exuded a beast-like aura. 10,000 miles of frozen land, cold mountain. Morong Shui made her move, and several cold mountains descended from the sky, crashing down on everyone, including those girls. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, his eyes fixed only on Nik, who had transformed into a Titan ape. The arrogant sword swung down, splattering blood everywhere. Ah, it hurts. Niu Kei screamed in pain. Despite his massive 3-meter-tall body, he was still unable to completely withstand Su Chen's sharp blade. As expected of a yellow-rank weapon, it can easily injure even a monster-transformed superpower. However, Su Chen raised an eyebrow as he saw that Niu Kei's injured body was recovering rapidly. He remained calm and composed. Since he was thick-skinned and tough, he could only start by targeting others. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Several hand seals were made in succession. Scorching flames spewed from Su Chen's mouth, attacking Niu Kei's underlings like a sea of fire. Although it's far from being as good as Madara Uchiha, it's good enough for me. Su Chen chuckled. He suddenly raised his sword to parry. Su Chen steadily blocked Niu Kei's sneak attack. Niu Kei, resembling a Titan ape, wore a mocking expression. I can transform into a demon beast now. How can you, a fire-type ability user, possibly withstand me? Besides, your recovery ability is far inferior to mine, so just immediately prepare to die. Before long, Niu Kei froze. He had assumed that Su Chen, unable to withstand his power, should have been sent flying. But right now, Su Chen not only blocked his attack steadily, but also showed no sign of panic on his face. Su Chen said approvingly, your strength is indeed great, but in my eyes, it's like a child trying to hit an adult. Utterly boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the knife that was pressing against Niu Kei's arm and took a step back. Niu Kei lost his footing for a moment. Su Chen seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword, leaving several bloody marks. Having witnessed Niu Kei's recovery speed, Su Chen said no more. While holding the knife in his right hand, he thrust a finger of his left hand like a spear straight into Niu Kei's body. A bloody hole appeared in Niu Kei's body. Fortunately, Su Chen had deliberately avoided the heart area, otherwise, Niu Kei would already be dead. After all, it was a max-level finger gun, and with Su Chen's added power, it was no joke. Su Chen, how come it's you guys? Zhou Yukue shouted in a panic. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking the attacker's voice sounded familiar, but he didn't think much of it. However, as those around him lost their ability to resist, leaving him alone, he finally witnessed Su Chen wound Niu Quebec. At that moment, Zhou Yukue instantly understood, staring at Su Chen in horror, filled with both anger and fear. He had initially thought that Niu Kei's strength was enough to rival Su Chen's, and even planned to take the opportunity to sow discord between the two. But now it seems that this was nothing but a joke. Su Chen's strength remains unfathomable. Young Master Zhou, it's been a long time. Zhao Yue strode out from behind a tree and, before Zhou Yukue could react, suddenly stomped between his legs. Ah! The pain was unbearable. Zhou Yuchio's face contorted as he looked down at the spot where he had been stepped on, his pupils dilating. His trembling arm wanted to touch it, but the panic in his heart prevented him from moving. Zhao Yue showed no mercy, coldly saying, when you abandoned us back then, didn't you expect things to turn out like this today? Su Chen watched with great interest, but inexplicably felt a pain between his legs. Zhao Yue is really ruthless. Let me take care of you first. Su Chen turned his gaze to Niu Kei, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and said indifferently, if you don't get up, I can't guarantee I won't do the same thing to you. Nyoke trembled slightly, then returned to human form and knelt directly in front of Su Chen. Classmate, no, big brother, I shouldn't have offended you, he pleaded. Please spare my life. Su Chen threw a punch, striking Nyoke in the corner of his mouth, causing blood to gush out. Without the protection of his beast form, this punch caused Nyoke excruciating pain. Without saying a word, Su Chen picked up Nyoke's scoring device and eliminated him from the game. Nyoke was completely dumbfounded. Logically, he should have begged for mercy at this point, voluntarily contributing some points to try and continue taking the college entrance exam. But Su Chen silently punched him, then took the scoring device and eliminated him, leaving Nyoke utterly bewildered. Afterward, Su Chen walked over to the others and eliminated them one by one using the scoring device. To be honest, he wanted to complain about the device. Eliminating someone was so cumbersome. Now only Su Chen and his group, Jo Yukue, and 5 women remain on the field. Please let me go. I'll call you grandma, okay? Jo Yukue cried his heart out. Watching others being eliminated, his fear of Su Chen grew stronger. With his grades, he had no hope of getting into a good university now, so he clung desperately to his last hope. Let you go? Zhao Yuer sneered, and no matter how Jo Yukue cried and shouted, she eliminated him without any mercy. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place, Zhao Yuer said with a sigh after being eliminated. She used 2 abilities to restore her powers on Su Chen and Morong Shui. Who's the leader of you? Step forward, Su Chen said to the 5 women in a deep voice. No one responded. He said coldly, I'll count to 3. 3, 1. He Yunxiu gritted her teeth and stepped forward, trembling. I am the leader. Thinking of Nyoke and the others' miserable state, her legs trembled involuntarily, as did the others. I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over half of your points honestly, and I'll let you go. Second, if you resist us, I'll knock you out one by one and then take the points for myself. Su Chen wore a kind smile on his face, silently holding the arrogant knife in his hand. In the end, He Yunxiu and the other 4 women smiled and handed over half of their points. The 5 of them contributed a total of 100 points, plus the points contributed by Nyoke's group. Su Chen's score has climbed to 420 points, and Zhao Yuer has reached 67 points, tying with Morong Shui's score. Facing the resentful glances cast at him by He Yunxiu and the other 4 women as they left, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if urging them to leave quickly. Sister Morong, my points are the same as yours now, Zhao Yuer asked. Aren't you in a hurry to increase your points? Morong Shui remained calm, though she herself was getting a little anxious. Zhao Yuer hoped that Morong Shui's score would be higher than hers, but not too much lower. After all, she wanted to go to the same university as Morong Shui after the college entrance examination. Morong Shui shook her head, gazing into the distance with a slightly serious expression. I'm not in a hurry to catch up in points. Su Chen is already in first place. What's so great about being number 1 in points? Isn't that normal? Zhao Yuer asked doubtfully. Su Chen gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Morong Shui explained, have you forgotten that when our score breaks into the top 3, the scoring device will reveal our exact location every 2 hours? At that time, the situation became that others came to us, instead of us going to others. So I'm not in a hurry to increase my points at all. Sooner or later, someone will give me points on their own initiative. Zhao Yuer suddenly realized, and her expression changed drastically. Then won't we have to live in constant fear, always on edge, facing an attack? She simply couldn't imagine being attacked while sleeping or being ambushed while eating. This kind of life was extremely painful. Morong Shui nodded heavily, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, because the scoring device had just exposed their location, and enemies could appear at any moment. Miraculous healer, rejuvenation. Zhao Yuer also realized the danger and quickly used her supernatural ability to restore blood and qi to heal the 2 of them. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression cold and stern. He pointed a finger at the tree and coldly shouted, finger gun. Ah. A figure fell from the tree, his expression full of panic and confusion. Su Chen stepped forward calmly, while the man's eyes were filled with fear. You, how did you find me? I was clearly using the invisibility ability. Su Chen approached him, revealing his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and said coldly, under my eyes, nothing you can hide. After saying that, he was eliminated. After wiping the blood off his fingers, Su Chen stood still behind Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer, watching their surroundings warily. His tone was calm and confident. Come out, all of you. I'm right here, waiting to fight you. Countless sounds suddenly erupted from the jungle. I'm number 1 in points. Get out of the way. First place in points should be mine. You all want points, then I want those 2 pretty girls. Su Chen sneered, as if mocking the other party's overestimation of their abilities, and also as if excited about the upcoming easy win. I see. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer were pale-faced and had no idea how to deal with so many enemies, but their eyes remained firm, ready to unleash their special abilities at any moment. Under their gazes, Su Chen uttered a single word with a hint of excitement. Fight. The 2 women were completely bewildered. Many principals and teachers discussed it. Even Nyoke is no match for him? Then he's invincible in the secret realm? That's right. Even Wei Miecheng, who previously had the highest score, couldn't compete with him. It seems that, unless something unexpected happens, he will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. No one was surprised. On the contrary, they thought it was quite reasonable. After all, with his spatial abilities, he was indeed qualified to compete for the top score in the college entrance examination. Initially, people looked down on Su Chen because he came from a small town. But after truly witnessing his strength, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. And his fire-breathing ability is also very interesting. A spatial ability with fire attributes? It's really strange. And his martial arts skills are so powerful that they can easily pierce through the body of a monster-turned student. It's outrageous. How did he do that? As principals and teachers in the capital, they had naturally seen many supernatural abilities, making them far more capable than the teachers in Linhai City. They quickly recognized the eerie blood-red eyes. It was Su Chen's special ability. However, some details puzzled them. Su Chen, with his eye-like superpower, was able to make his body strong enough to penetrate the body of a monster of the same level. Even if one has mastered martial arts, it's impossible to do it so easily. Also, did you notice that students' movements were unusually swift? I guess it's another light-footed martial art technique. Isn't this a true genius? Martial arts skills require years of accumulation, and he's so young, yet he's already mastered several advanced martial arts techniques. His unique finger techniques in close combat, his agile use of light footwork, and even his knife skills when using weapons are quite impressive. Those present shook their heads. They too were unable to offer a reasonable explanation. Everyone had never seen Su Chen's special ability before. He not only possessed spatial abilities but could also control fire. If nothing unexpected happens, his superpower will also enhance his observation skills, an ability that will make him stand out in today's diverse world. At this time, in Nanfu City, Principal Wang didn't have as many complicated thoughts as other principals and teachers in Beijing. He was just staring at the screen with a mixture of excitement and worry. He knew that next up were Su Chen, who had already climbed to the top of the leaderboard, and Morong Shui. Inevitably, they will face various fierce battles. Seeing this, Li Hongyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Principal Wang. Putting aside everything else, Su Chen's spatial ability alone is enough for him to choose any ideal school. As for the two girls, Morong Shui should be fine, and Zhao Yuer also performed well, so schools should be willing to admit them as well." Even during the college entrance examination, some principals and teachers were not allowed to leave the examination room, but some people managed to do so through special channels. The information about the students in this cohort possessing spatial abilities was conveyed to some prestigious universities. So, unsurprisingly, universities have already arrived above the underground base above the examination hall. They are patiently waiting for Su Chen and his group to finish their college entrance examinations. This is precisely where the efficiency of competing for genius lies. Suddenly, Principal Wang's expression changed, and he sighed nervously. "It's here, the real crisis is here. Given the personalities of Su Chen and the other two, even if I tried to persuade them to give up because they couldn't hold on, I doubt they would agree." The next moment, he saw Su Chen's arrogant side. In the image, a pair of black, windmill-shaped patterns appeared in Su Chen's crimson pupils. He stared at the enemy before him with a hint of excitement, and coldly declared, "Fight." After the college entrance examination, Su Chen was breathing heavily. Looking around at the mess, he laughed and said, "After this, no one should dare to mess with me anymore, right?" Beside them, Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer slumped on the ground, exhausted, but their eyes held a strange excitement. In that battle just now, they defeated countless enemies and even unconsciously used their superpowers. Exhausted but unaware of the passage of time, the battle continued for a long time. "How many points do you have?" Su Chen glanced at the points device, his eyes widening slightly. "I already have 958 points, almost 1,450 points, Morong Shui answered slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuer quickly glanced at her own scoring device and exclaimed in surprise, "I have 240 points too." Based on this calculation, the three of them have firmly secured their place in the top three. The reason why Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer are not yet displayed on the leaderboard is because the leaderboard has not been updated. Su Chen pondered, logically speaking, we should be able to take the top three spots, so there's no need to rush to rack up points. There's still half the time left for the college entrance exam. It's far from over. There's no need to work hard for points anymore. Morong Shui nodded, deeply agreeing with Su Chen's words. Now that the points gap has stabilized, they really don't need to fight for points anymore. So what should we do now? Zhao Yuer asked, puzzled. A glint of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had already planned for this. We can use the remaining time to cultivate. Zhao Yuer pondered the word cultivation, looking somewhat puzzled. Morong Shui pondered for a moment and said, is it because the spiritual energy in the secret realm far exceeds that outside? She had noticed this before, but it was almost impossible to guarantee her safety within the secret realm, so she couldn't cultivate in peace. So she had no intention of investigating further. That's right. Although there are still people watching us, the remaining players on the field don't have high scores. Even if they are put together, they do not pose a threat. Su Chen had another thought in his mind. During the battle, he deliberately let some people go. go, so that they would understand the difference in strength. In this way, everyone will understand that Su Chen and his 2 companions are far more powerful than they can match. Next, we will cultivate in batches. I will cultivate first, and you will stay and watch over me. After I have cultivated for a while, it will be your turn. Su Chen revealed his plans. In fact, his original plan was to continue training until the last 2 days, and then take the initiative to seize the points of the top 3 in one fell swoop. But plans can't keep up with changes, and unexpectedly, they ran into Nyuk, who was second in points. This surge in points propelled him to the top spot. Furthermore, after their location was exposed, a large number of people sent them points. This completely ruined Su Chen's plan. That works too. Morong Shui nodded, a slight smile playing on her lips. It seems you've been planning to cultivate in the secret realm for quite some time? Su Chen didn't deny it at all. Yes, as soon as I arrived in the secret realm, I wanted to stay here and cultivate. Look, the spiritual energy here is 3 times greater than outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 days of cultivation outside. Morong Shui was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Chen to be able to calculate such a precise ratio. Even she felt that the spiritual energy in the secret realm far surpassed that of the outside world, so the cultivation speed was naturally much faster. Afterwards, Su Chen and his 2 companions found a nice cave to stay in. No one bothered them during this time, since it would take 2 hours for their location to be discovered after it was exposed. They are now far removed from the battlefield. Su Chen focused on cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique inside the cave, while Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer guarded him outside. 2 hours later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. As expected, Su Chen remains firmly at the top of the list. Morong Shui is second, and Zhao Yuer is third. The 3 of them firmly held the top 3 spots, but Wei Mieching never showed up. It seems he realized they were not to be trifled with. His score is just over 200 points, which probably caused him a lot of trouble when his location was exposed. 2 hours later, Su Chen took the initiative to come out of the cave and switched places with Morong Shui. They will continue their cultivation. In fact, Su Chen was also secretly cultivating the light cloud body refining technique outside. This technique does not require a quiet environment. By constantly moving your body, you can strengthen your physique and improve your physical fitness. How are mom and dad doing? While cultivating, Su Chen suddenly thought of his family. For some reason, an ominous premonition welled up in my heart. I'm probably overthinking it. After all, nothing bad will happen at home. He shook his head, recalling the scene of using the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to fight his enemy. It felt as easy as slicing a melon. If there weren't so many people, he wouldn't feel tired at all. No matter which angle the attack came from, Su Chen could always detect it first and easily dodge it. In his eyes, those attacks were not fast at all. They were like children trying to attack adults with weapons, completely overestimating their abilities. It's no wonder the Uchiha clan is so arrogant. Anyone would feel proud to have eyes like that. Before the battle, he was filled with excitement, but after the battle, he felt it was meaningless, because the opponent was simply too weak. In the days that followed, Su Chen and his 2 companions cultivated regularly, and occasionally someone would come to cause trouble. Neither Su Chen nor Morong Shui showed any mercy. If one comes, defeat one. If 2 come, defeat both. Su Chen and his 2 companions' scores rose slowly, probably because everyone knew that the top 3 were a group whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. So later on, fewer and fewer people caused trouble. However, it is worth noting that Wei Mieching remains firmly in 4th place, clearly not intending to compete for the top 3. Su Chen guessed that the other party probably didn't want to reveal their ranking, fearing it would cause trouble, so they deliberately kept it in this position. He didn't have much to say. If others didn't bother him, he wouldn't provoke them either. And so, the college entrance examination came to an end. Unlike other novels, there was no invasion by evil forces that hunted down the genius students. There were no monsters that the examinees couldn't possibly handle suddenly appearing in the secret realm. Basically, as long as the examinees cooperate with each other, the vast majority of monsters can be easily defeated. Novels are all fake. I thought there would be a major disaster. I was actually looking forward to it. Su Chen shook his head in boredom. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him. What a coincidence. Although similar situations have occurred occasionally in history, the number is actually very small, and the safety of most candidates has been well protected in all of them. Where did you read the novel? I saw it in a book called The Weakest Spirit Eye. Have you ever heard of the Divine Might Kaleidoscope? Su Chen explained. Ling Tong, it really suits you quite well, Morong Shui said in surprise. When Su Chen and the other 2 came out of the secret realm, they looked somewhat dazed, and then returned to the main hall of the base. There were also many candidates around who persisted until the end, while those who had been eliminated were placed in the base's restroom early on. Everyone must wait until the entire college entrance examination is over before leaving the examination room to prevent the examination slots from being leaked. Soon, all the candidates gathered again in the base hall. However, their expressions were no longer those of excitement, anticipation, and confidence, but rather silence, regret, and disappointment. Most candidates from Nanfu City did not perform perform well in the secret realm. In the entire Nanfu province, apart from Su Chen and his two companions, almost no one else could hold their own. Fortunately, the three of them were there. Su Chen calmly looked at everyone, having no intention of comforting them, and even noticed Chui Kuan. It's estimated that he was eliminated at some point in the secret realm, otherwise Su Chen wouldn't have gone without seeing him for so long. Everyone seems to be in a bad mood. It looks like the situation inside is not optimistic, Zhao Yuer said in a low voice as she moved closer to Morong Shui. Morong Shui gave her a reassuring look and replied softly, "We can't control this kind of thing. Ultimately, it's all because we lack the strength. If we weren't strong enough, we would have been surrounded and eliminated long ago when our position was exposed." Zhao Yuer nodded in deep agreement. Subsequently, the principals and teachers appeared one after another. Principal Wang was among them. His face was rosy, and the corners of his mouth were turned up almost to his ears in a smile. Seeing him with such an expression, usually so serious, made Su Chen feel a little contemptuous of him. "It's just sweeping the top 3 spots in the college entrance exam. Is it really worth getting so worked up about such a small thing?" he muttered to himself. "Crickets can become top scorers in the college entrance examination. Anyone can do it." Principal Wang, being a grand martial arts master, stood out by walking ahead of everyone else, yet no one objected. This is all thanks to the existence of Su Chen and the other two. Especially Su Chen, a spatial ability user, made almost everyone treat Principal Wang with great deference. Principal Wang walked up to the group of candidates, and when his gaze swept over Su Chen, he paused for a long while, revealing a look of satisfaction. He then said gently, "Those from Linhai City, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, many candidates from Linhai City were shocked and looked at Principal Wang in surprise. The fact that Principal Wang was able to lead the students away in front of so many principals and teachers demonstrates his high prestige. This is their opinion. However, apart from Xia Jingye, he was the only candidate from Linhai City who persisted to the end, besides Su Chen and the other two. He naturally knew that the top 3 were Su Chen and his group. Xia Jingye was shocked. He couldn't understand how Morong Shui, who was only slightly stronger than him, could achieve such a high ranking. He did not seek trouble with Su Chen and his two companions. His pride prevented him from harboring hostility towards fellow examinees from Linhai. Therefore, he never witnessed the moment when Su Chen and the other two displayed their divine power. Why do I feel like they're getting further away from me? Xia Jingye watched Su Chen and the others walk away, and this thought inexplicably popped into his mind. He shook his head violently, trying to deny it. Impossible. I've made a lot of progress in the secret realm. They shouldn't be that much stronger than me. In fact, when Xia Jingye said not much stronger than me, it revealed that he had already subconsciously admitted that Su Chen and the others were indeed stronger than him, but he himself was completely unaware of it. Stepping out of the base and onto the surface, everyone felt instantly refreshed. Although there was oxygen underground, the air lacked the fresh scent of green plants, and the oppressive feeling was even more unpleasant. Su Chen took a deep breath, preparing to resign from Principal Wan's position and find a hotel to rest. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer shared the same sentiment. They had almost no chance to shower at the base, only able to do a simple wipe down, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for the importance of the college entrance exam, they would have already come out and taken a proper bath. As for the other candidates from Linhai, they left the base early. The dormitories at the base were well equipped, providing them with washing facilities, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. Only Xia Jingye, the brave one who persevered to the end, remained at the base. "Principal Wang, I'd like to go first." Su Chen was about to speak when he was interrupted. "Hello, your name is Su, right?" The other person's tone was certain. Although it was a question, there was no doubt in it, which made Su Chen frown. "I am the director of the admissions office of Shanghai University. I have come here specifically to invite you to enroll." "My surname is Chu," Chu Hanyun said, suppressing his excitement. Taking advantage of the competition between Imperial University and Longling University to recruit this space science student to their school would undoubtedly be a great achievement. This student comes from a small place like Linhai. He'll definitely be easily fooled and confused. Ha! Chu Hanyun chuckled to himself. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond for a long time, he became a little anxious, but still said slowly, "Student Su, our Shanghai University has a limited number of places. I see that you have outstanding talent, so I will give you the opportunity to be admitted to the university through special circumstances. Moreover, you will receive a subsidy of 10 million alliance coins every year. Once you enroll, you can also choose one earth rank cultivation technique and one profound rank weapon." Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard about alliance coins, but he shook his head inwardly. 10 million alliance coins isn't much for me. I can earn it by doing more tasks. Chu Hanyun had no idea that Su Chen had been invited to the school by Li Hongyan using similar methods before, but he had not chosen easily then, so how could he be easily moved now? "Su, don't listen to that bastard Chu Hanyun's nonsense. The conditions he offered you, we can offer too, even better." Liang Jiwu's voice rang out from afar, with Li Hongyan beside him. Clearly, Liang Jiwu was the admissions director of Imperial University. Longling University can do it too. Another deep voice followed immediately. The surrounding students from Linhai were immediately shocked. They knew Su Chen was a genius, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that admissions officers from the three major universities were vying to recruit him. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Jingye smiled bitterly. The difference is not small at all. It's not even a tiny bit different. Zhou Yukue was also filled with fear and could no longer muster any thoughts of revenge. It is said that a triangle is the most stable structure in the world. Coincidentally, Beijing University, Shanghai University, and Longling University formed such a triangle. The admissions officers from the three universities stared at each other warily. Chu Hanyun, you're really shameless to sneak over here, Li Hongyan said sarcastically. Everyone had agreed to work together to offer incentives for student recruitment. Chu Hanyun felt embarrassed by Li Hongyan's sarcasm and didn't know how to respond, so she could only remain silent. Little did they know, Li Hongyan was the one who first extended an invitation to Su Chen. At the time, she was full of confidence, certain that she had successfully fooled Su Chen. She glanced at Su Chen and snorted coldly. Now it seemed that it was just Su Chen's disguise. Everyone looked at Su Chen, eagerly anticipating which school he would ultimately choose. Whether it's the top university in the capital, the diverse and slightly less prestigious universities in Shanghai, or Longling University, which is directly managed by the government and graduates can directly enter the officialdom. Each of these universities is a dream school for students in China, and now these three universities are right in front of Su Chen. Such a scene is probably a rare sight, perhaps only seen once every few years. Everyone was both shocked and expectant. All eyes were focused on Su Chen, and everyone was wondering what choice he would make. Su Chen remained silent, his lips twitching slightly. Facing the gazes of everyone, he felt caught in a dilemma. He thought to himself, these people are all smiles, but they don't say what benefits or perks they'll give me. Do they think they can just get something for nothing? If they heard this, they would definitely cry out that they were wronged. In their eyes, it seemed too vulgar to try to win over a genius like Su Chen with resources. Besides, as a space-type ability user, how could I be afraid of not receiving training at their school? Even if it means selling everything we own, we must nurture them properly. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With a smile on his face, he stepped forward and said, Teachers, I just finished the college entrance examination. Could you please let me rest for a bit? This is important. I need to discuss it with my family. Everyone suddenly realized that Su Chen had just finished his exams and they had rushed to snatch him away without considering his feelings. Li Hongyan glared at Chu Hanyun. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have rushed over so urgently. I give up. They were worried that Su Chen would be poached by Chu Hanyun. Looking back now, their actions probably left a bad impression on Su Chen. That's true, our Imperial University didn't consider this carefully, Liang Jiwu sincerely apologized. As the director of the admissions office at Imperial University, he hadn't apologized to anyone in a long time. Every year, many parents try to use connections to contact him, hoping to get their children into school smoothly with his help. Xin Dezhong simply said, in that case, Su, see you in Linhai City. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Before parting, Chu Hanyun said to Su Chen, Su, please consider this carefully. Our Shanghai University really hopes you will come. Su Chen smiled but didn't say anything more. Regardless of the salary or benefits, he wouldn't bother choosing any university in Shanghai. Little brother Su, we'll be going now. See you in Linhai City. Li Hongyan winked at Su Chen. Then, Liang Jiwu pulled him away. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Principal Wang who was still confused, and then left. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer are the same. If Su Chen hadn't been there, they would have run away long ago. He found a hotel, booked a room on a whim, and fell asleep instantly on the bed. I even forgot to take a shower. In the early morning, the sun shines brightly on the earth. Su Chen's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, yawning. This was the most comfortable sleep I've had in a while. After a quick wash, he went out to find Principal Wang. Almost no one recognized him on the street, but once his college entrance exam results are released, he will likely become a celebrity. However, unlike ordinary celebrities in Linhai City, he will be the focus of the entire Dragon Kingdom. But opportunities were few and far between. People only knew the name Su Chen and that he was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. He must keep his personal superpowers a secret and his hidden trump cards confidential to avoid being targeted. Therefore, the video materials from the college entrance examination will not be leaked. When Su Chen found Principal Wang, the latter was leisurely having breakfast. Principal Wang, when are we heading back? Su Chen asked. Principal Wang put down the fried dough stick in his hand. I'll be back at noon. He ordered another bowl of porridge, as well as fried dough sticks and steamed buns for Su Chen to eat. Su Chen didn't refuse. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so he took the food and started eating. These past few days, I feel like I'm living in a dream, Principal Wang suddenly remarked. He waved his hand. It's nothing, you can continue eating. Su Chen glanced at him with displeasure, thinking to himself that he hated riddle tellers the most. We boarded the airship again. Most people no longer feel that initial excitement and novelty. Many people people are filled with anxiety because they did not do well on the exam. Su Chen leaned against the edge of the flying boat, letting the cool breeze caress his face. He had previously sent messages to his parents and sister to inform them that he had finished the college entrance examination, but he still hasn't received a reply, which reminds him of the ominous premonition he had yesterday. Has something really bad happened? Su Chen fell into deep thought. There are only a few people who have a grudge against me. Zhou Yukue is one of them. Could it be Zhuo Lintian? Since the incident with the poison master, the other party has not bothered him again. In addition, during the college entrance examination period, his abilities were limited, and he simply didn't have the time to settle scores with others. Don't forget, the token in your hand with the characters what engraved on it is undoubtedly related to Zhuo Lintian. If they really do something to my family. Su Chen's face darkened, his heart filled with turmoil. At this moment, Morong Shui gently patted his shoulder. What's wrong? You look a little off. Did something happen? Su Chen suddenly realized that his expression had betrayed his feelings and quickly regained his composure. He shook his head. It's nothing, I'm just a little homesick. Well, to be honest, I do too, Morong Shui said in a cool tone. After Morong Shui left, Su Chen stopped overthinking. He knew he would have to go to Zhuo Lintian's place sooner or later to deal with the matter. System, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, SS rank eternal kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, proficient, light cloud body refining technique, beginner. Chi and blood, 980 points. Strength, 3,500 points. Speed, 1,500 points. Mental strength, 800 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Susanoo, advanced fireball jutsu, advanced lightning release, Chidori, advanced Chirsui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, advanced earth release, earth flow wall, intermediate fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 150,000 points. Ding. Character panel has been opened. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm, martial artist level 9. Special ability, SS rank eternal kaleidoscope. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, proficient, light cloud body refining technique, beginner. Chi and blood, 980 points. Strength, 3,800 points. Speed, 1,600 points. Mental strength, 800 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Susanoo, advanced fireball jutsu, advanced lightning release, Chidori, advanced Chirsui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, advanced earth release, earth flow wall, intermediate fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 150,000 points. Having undergone rigorous training in the special realm for the college entrance examination, his chi and blood value had increased to 980 points. If he hadn't also devoted time to cultivating the light cloud body refining technique, he would probably have already advanced to the great martial master level. With the help of the light cloud body refining technique, Su Chen's strength and speed have both improved to a higher level. To his slight regret, the medicinal effects of the diamond liquid in his body were gradually dissipating. As he continued to cultivate the light cloud body refining technique, the residual medicinal power was completely absorbed by his body. To continue cultivating the light cloud body refining technique in the secret realm, one must purchase medicinal herbs and use traditional Chinese medicine methods to brew a special body strengthening broth. It's not that you can't directly cultivate the light cloud body refining technique, it's just that the medicinal soup is made from a blend of various tonics, which can increase the cultivation effects several times over. With my current financial resources, it would be no small sum to buy these medicinal herbs specifically for strengthening the body. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Most of my alliance coins were spent on Wanbage, so I'm short on cash right now. However, the good news is that I have already leveled most of my skills to advanced levels, and I'm only one step away from the maximum level. Seeing the advanced skills on the panel, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He frowned slightly when he saw that the fire extinction skill was still at the intermediate level. It's just because of my obsessive-compulsive disorder. If it weren't for so many people in the secret realm giving me points, how could I have leveled up my skills to this level so quickly? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Now that we've left the secret realm, we can no longer enjoy the spiritual energy there, nor have we had the fun of grinding for points within it. Speaking of points, Su Chen's points have rebounded to over 100,000 system points. I have to say, this feeling is really joyful. Su Chen pondered to himself, it's a pity I won't be able to enter the secret realm anymore. I wonder if any universities have similar places where students can cultivate. He turned to look at Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer, who had taken a bath as soon as they left the secret realm. She looked much more refreshed, and her eyes held a newfound determination. Morong, Zhao Yuer, which school are you planning to go to? Su Chen asked curiously. Zhao Yuer rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. Wherever Sister Morong goes, I'll go too. It'll be good to have someone to look after me. She was very clear about her own position. As a support support player, an A-level support player might not be competitive in top universities. With her college entrance exam scores, getting into a top university would definitely attract envy, and some people might even cause trouble. In the secret realm, Zhao Yue has also grown a lot and is no longer the naive and innocent girl she once was. Following Morong Shui might be a wiser choice. Morong Shui felt a warmth in her heart, but remained calm on the surface. Because of my father, I will most likely go to Longling University. My father was also a soldier, but he missed out on getting into Longling University when he took the college entrance exam, so he chose another military academy, which became his regret. Cough cough cough. She paused, seemingly worried that Su Chen might misunderstand her as lacking assertiveness, and then explained. My father didn't force me to go to Longling University, but I felt that I should go to a military academy to train, so that I can fight against monsters on the battlefield in the future. To tell you the truth, my mother died at the hands of a monster. My father doted on me since I was a child, and although he didn't talk about it much, I could feel his pain. That's why I've always harbored a deep hatred for monsters. At this point, Morong Shui became somewhat downcast, and Su Chen comforted her. Auntie knows what you're thinking and will definitely not stop you. Morong Shui forced a smile and asked in return, and what about you? With so many top schools inviting you, which one do you ultimately plan to go to? Would you like to come with me to Longling University? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. If Su Chen agreed, they could fight side by side at Longling University. Zhao Yue glanced at Morong Shui and thought to herself, Sister Morong, your meaning is too obvious. Even I, as an observer, am tired of watching. Su Chen thought Morong Shui was worried about affecting their teammates' relationship, so he said gently, it's hard to say whether we'll go to Longling University or not, but don't worry, so what if we're not in the same school? Mr. Morong, will our relationship become distant because of this? Morong Shui shook her head. That's right, distance is not a problem. As long as the friendship remains, we will reunite sooner or later. Oh, and you too, Zhao Yue, the same goes for you. Zhao Yue was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, What do you take me for? An accessory? Morong Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly understanding. That's right, why did I think so much? She looked at Su Chen, and something became clear in her heart. A happy smile couldn't help but appear on her lips as she thought to herself, Mom, I think I've found someone I can entrust my life to. Su Chen gazed into the distance, completely unaware of the astonishing idea brewing in Morong Shui's mind. After all, his feelings for Morong Shui hadn't truly reached the level of liking her. No, perhaps it has already arrived, but he just hasn't realized it. Having lived two lives, he has never been in love, so how could he understand a girl's subtle thoughts? Morong Shui, I'm sorry, but the possibility of me choosing Longling University is the lowest among all schools. Because I have too many secrets, and Longling University's strict military-style management is destined to be incompatible with someone like me who carries a system. Su Chen shook his head slightly in his heart, not because he had any aversion to Longling University. On the contrary, he sincerely admires the soldiers who defend their country, and most graduates of Longling University also choose to join the army. However, he himself could never adapt to that militarized management environment. His heart skipped a beat when he caught a glimpse of the slight smile on Morong Shui's face. What's wrong with me? He was stunned, somewhat confused. But before he could continue to ponder, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire arc. Everyone, prepare for battle. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Li Hongyan's angry voice echoed on the flying boat. On the way back to Linhai, only she, a martial king, was protecting him. The fact that a martial king could roar like that shows that her strength should not be underestimated. Su Chen's expression turned solemn as he sensed a large number of unfamiliar auras suddenly surging nearby, indicating that there were quite a few enemies. He looked around the airship. Most of the students were panicked, standing frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Didn't you see those people attacking the airship? Why aren't you fighting? Do you want to die here? Su Chen roared. Around the airship, many people dressed in black robes appeared, riding on unknown flying machines, releasing supernatural abilities and attacking the airship's protective shield. The relentless attacks made the airship's protective shield teeter on the brink of collapse. Each blow makes the shield more vulnerable. Su Chen turned his gaze to the bow of the boat, wanting to see who was controlling the flying boat, but only saw that Principal Wang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He immediately realized that the airship was under the control of Principal Wang. Principal Wang is just a Grand Marshal Master, yet he's in charge of operating such an important flying boat. Having heard Li Hongyan's voice just now, does that mean there are no other strong fighters on the airship besides her and Principal Wang? Su Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. Principal Wang has been teaching and nurturing students for many years, and his fighting spirit is probably not what it used to be. Judging from the tension on his face, he wouldn't last much longer. Li Hongyan's whereabouts are also unknown. Su Chen hurriedly walked to Principal Wang's side, surrounded by anxiously pacing students. Cough cough cough. Su Chen, you're here. Principal Wang stared at the control panel of the flying boat, his expression calm, which reassured the students around him. Boom! The explosions outside were still deafening. A hint of wariness uneasiness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He knew that even with Principal Wang's energy support, the airship's protective shield was still a low-level airship, and its energy was ultimately limited. His face was grave, and he asked in a low voice, "Principal Wang, where is Senior Li Hongyan now?" Principal Wang's heart tightened. He glanced around and, facing the many trusting gazes, said in a deep voice, "Dear students, don't worry, everyone get ready for battle. Su Chen, come here for a moment. The rest of you, go around the airship. Once the protective barrier breaks, use your abilities as fast as you can. Got it?" The students nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone had left, Principal Wang said to Su Chen with a worried look, "Hongyan lured away 2 martial king experts by herself. I have already requested support, but I don't know when it will arrive, and it's still uncertain whether we can hold out until then. So now, we have to rely on ourselves for everything." At this point, Principal Wang looked somewhat indignant. The fact that someone came to stop them indicates that there are members of a cult in Nanfu City. Upon hearing that there were 2 martial king level experts, Su Chen's heart sank. Even though Li Hongyan has lured them away, it doesn't mean they're safe. There are still so many enemies eyeing us covetously outside. Su Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, "Who exactly are those people outside?" "You don't need to know anything else, just know that this group of people are cult members, enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, and even enemies of the whole world." Su Chen nodded as if he understood, then turned his gaze to the group of men in black robes outside, thinking to himself, wearing all black in broad daylight, they clearly want to be discovered. He wanted to complain a bit, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Su Ritian, a deacon of the Holy Church. Now I'm giving you a chance to bask in the holy light, which is to join my holy church." Su Ritian put on what he thought was a proper smile and addressed the students on the airship in a condescending tone. It was as if allowing Su Chen and the others to join this so-called holy cult was giving them immense honor. Su Chen's eye twitched slightly, his gaze filled with pity, and he muttered to himself, "There really is someone in this world named Ritian, meaning sun god? What a bizarre name." Morong Shui and the others also showed expressions of confusion. They had never heard of any holy religion either, but that did not prevent them from feeling disgusted by it. Good people may not wear their goodness on their sleeves, but they will never act without reason. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang burst into laughter. "What kind of bullshit holy cult is this? They're nothing but a bunch of rats crossing the street. They think they can win over my students? No way." Upon hearing this, Su Ritian showed a hint of regret on his face. "Sir, these brats are disobedient. Should we kill them all?" A man in a black robe walked up to Su Ritian and made a throat-slitting gesture. Su Ritian rolled his eyes at him and scolded, "What mission did the elder give us?" "It was to capture that guy with the space-type ability alive. If that kid with spatial abilities joined the Holy Church, the benefits to us would be countless. Besides, he has spatial abilities. After joining the Holy Church, his achievements will definitely surpass ours, and he might even become our superior." Upon hearing this, a hint of jealousy flashed in the eyes beneath the black robe. "Your Excellency is right, I understand. Despite their apparent devotion to the Holy Church, most of them are actually outlaws who joined the Holy Church because they couldn't make it in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter where you are, you can't escape one word: struggle. Resources must be fought for, status must be fought for, and women must be fought for too." Su Ritian changed the subject, revealing a wicked smile. "Apart from that guy with spatial abilities, the others. I haven't experienced what it's like to be a student yet, but we need to take advantage of the time while Li Hongyan is distracted by the elders to get this done quickly." The black-robed henchman also chuckled. Thinking about the methods of the Holy Sect elders, Su Ritian finally stopped hiding his strength and unleashed his full power as a martial spirit expert. Special ability, Iron Pillar Spear. He shot out a long spear from mid-air, carrying the aura of a martial arts master, aiming directly at the protective shield of the flying boat. Boom, boom, boom. The protective shield emitted bursts of white light as it was struck. Principal Wang, who was controlling the flying boat, suffered a backlash and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his already pale face turning even whiter. "Principal Wang!" The students screamed. Just as they were about to step forward to check on Principal Wang's condition, he roared, "Don't worry about me. Guard the area around the airship. I can't let something happen to me and cause a major disaster. Besides the array eye at the bow, the flying boat has array eyes in 3 other directions. Go to those 3 places quickly and infuse your chi and blood into them." No one dared to delay and rushed to the center of the formation, pouring all their energy into it. The pressure on Principal Wang was immediately relieved. With the support of many students, the protective shield, which was originally on the verge of collapse, finally regained some of its luster. Although the students present were only at the martial arts level, they managed to hold up the protective shield on the airship thanks to their numerical advantage. Zhao Yur was urgently restoring Principal Wang's vital energy. She was the only person present capable of restoring others' vital energy. They held out? Su Ritian's expression beneath his black robe showed a hint of surprise, but seeing the students on the flying boat exerting all their strength to mobilize their chi and blood, he immediately understood why the protective shield could still be maintained. "Why are you doing this? This is nothing but a desperate struggle." Su Ritian's cold voice voice rang out, echoing in everyone's ears. If there were a martial spirit expert on the flying ship, I might really be helpless. But apart from an elderly martial arts master, the rest are just a group of children at the martial arts level, yet they dare to rebel against the Holy Church. Could it be that they're tired of living? A fierce killing intent flashed in Su Ritian's eyes beneath his black robe. He paused for a moment and took out a cone from his spatial ring. The elder is truly wise and powerful. He foresaw that I would encounter difficulties and prepared this all for me in advance. Su Chen frowned when he saw the cone in Su Ritian's hand. He believed that at such a crucial moment, the other party would not waste time with something useless. In other words, the cone in Su Ritian's hand could very well pose a threat to them. He glanced around the airship. Most of the students remained calm, barely managing to hold off the attacks from the men in black robes outside, relying on their numerical advantage. On the contrary, the black-robed men outside, although far superior to the students on the flying boat in terms of cultivation level, almost all of them were at the level of Grand Marshal Master, but there were only 10 of them, while the flying boat had gathered 100 students from Linhai. Su Chen muttered to himself, his expression suddenly changing. Flying boat, array I, student, cone head. Could that cone be used to destroy the formation? He stared intently at Su Ritian, and was surprised to find that the other party actually smiled slightly at him, causing his left eyelid to twitch involuntarily. Has he already sensed something? He truly is a genius among space-type ability users. Su Ritian chuckled, his spiritual power surging within him as he tossed out the cone in his hand and whispered, formation-breaking cone. As a martial arts expert, the blood and chi in his body had long been transformed into spiritual power. Spiritual power is a higher level than blood and chi. Whether it is the use of supernatural abilities or the application of martial arts and weapons, spiritual power becomes a more powerful energy source. This is also what Su Ritian said before. If a martial spirit expert is present, the flying boat's formation will be difficult to break. With a powerful martial spirit expert in charge, even with the immense power of the breaking array cone, it's difficult to shake the formation. It's not that the formation is completely unbreakable, but rather that the presence of guardians who are also powerful martial spirits allows them to hold out longer while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. If that happens, their Holy Church's plan targeting space-type ability users will completely fail. This is bad. Everyone, protect yourselves. Su Chen's expression changed drastically when he saw the array-breaking cone hurtling through the air. He couldn't stay calm and hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Morong Shuet and others were already standing beside him. With a loud bang, the protective shield on the airship only held out for a moment before suddenly bursting open. Many students who supplied the array's core with their vital energy suffered a backlash from the shattered protective shield, resulting in a chaotic outflow of vital energy and severe mental damage. Principal Wang's situation is also not optimistic. He is at the very front of the flying boat formation and suffers the most severe backlash. At this moment, he looked anxious, staring at the dozens of figures in mid-air, and fell into deep despair. With the protective shield shattered, fierce winds raged outside, whipping against everyone. Several unlucky students even lost their footing and were blown off by the wind, their fate unknown. The airship lost control, but fortunately the automatic protection function was activated, and it is now slowly descending. Everyone, hold on tightly to anything you can grab onto. Don't get blown away by the wind. Su Chen urged urgently. Su Ritian waved his hand, and the array-breaking cone quickly returned to his hand, which he then stored in his spatial ring. He said calmly to the people around him, kill them all. Except for the space-type ability user and the ice-type ability user, do as you please with the rest. Hurry up. His words were like a death warrant, instantly igniting the killing intent of the holy cult members present. The men in black robes looked down at the students on the ground and shouted excitedly, "Ha, it's been a long time since I've killed anyone. Let me have some fun today. That girl is pretty good. I want her. I have a penchant for homosexuality. I'll leave that fair-skinned young man over there to be trained by me." All the students on the airship felt fear, anger, and resentment upon hearing these words. You can forget about it." Blood trickled from Principal Wang's lips, but his eyes remained unwavering. "If you want to touch my students, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Whether they were students of the second middle school or not, everyone was stunned by Principal Wang's words. In today's society, even parents may not be willing to give their lives for their children, yet a school principal is willing to risk his life for them. This scene moved the students to tears. Su Chen looked at Principal Wang with complicated emotions, his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. Principal Wang was already very weak at this moment, and probably couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other side. "Humph, old man, get out of my way." Su Ritian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared directly at Principal Wang. "If you want to lay a hand on Principal Wang, ask us first if we agree." A group of students, led by Xia Jingye, resolutely stood in front of Principal Wang, staring defiantly at Su Ritian and the men in black robes. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes met Morong Shue's unintentionally. She returned a cold smile. Special ability Rapid Slash. Superpower Strength. Special ability Blue's Silver Entanglement. The 100 most most outstanding geniuses in Linhai joined forces and launched a fierce attack on the dozens of men in black robes. Explosions echoed through the air. How dare ants shake an elephant? Su Ritian's expression remained unchanged. He had the entire situation under control. To him, these attacks from martial artists were nothing more than a tickle. He looked at his colleagues and felt their expectant gazes. Su Ritian raised an eyebrow, a surge of pride rising in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Colleagues, don't panic. I am a martial spirit expert. How dare a mere martial artist act so presumptuously here? Spiritual energy protection, shield." He mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, forcefully blocking all attacks. After breaking through to the martial spirit realm, the way spiritual energy is used is different from before. It no longer relies solely on weapons and other mediums to release it, but instead possesses a more advanced ability to control it. Su Chen thought disdainfully, what a damn show-off. If a martial spirit is this arrogant, what would a martial king be like? However, what I like best is beating up these pretentious bastards. He sneered and muttered a spell under his breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Chen stood in an inconspicuous corner behind the crowd's attacks, steadily unleashing the advanced fireball technique. Although the advanced fireball technique is unlikely to harm a martial spirit expert, Su Chen did not expect to directly injure Su Ritian. He was simply inspired by the other party's confident aura. The attack from the 100 students had already depleted most of the spiritual energy shield's power. The remaining protection could be completely shattered with a single powerful fireball. Moreover, Su Chen didn't just release one fireball, but 3 in an instant. This is not because the hand speed suddenly increased, but because the upgrade of the great fireball technique has greatly simplified the hand seal process, shortening it from once every 3 seconds to once every 1.5 seconds. The speed was naturally astonishing. Does our attack have no effect at all? The crowd thought helplessly as they watched the faint ripples appear on the spiritual energy shield. These students from Linhai deeply felt the helplessness brought about by being crushed by the level of competition. In their eyes, martial spirit experts were supposed to be towering figures, but this powerful being had actually taken their lives. In fact, these students were unlucky at this point. If it weren't for Su Chen, they wouldn't have encountered this calamity and might have been able to return to Linhai safely. Su Ritian remained calmly smiling, watching the students' overconfident behavior with a cold sneer in his heart. The members of the Holy Church were puzzled. Could something have broken? Su Ritian, who reacted the fastest, changed his expression and quickly grabbed the 2 people closest to him, disappearing in an instant. 10,000 miles of frozen land, cold mountain. Seeing Su Ritian trying to escape, Morong Shui immediately seized the opportunity to unleash her supernatural power, and a mountain of ice fell heavily from above his head. Su Ritian frowned. Special ability, Iron Pillar Spear. He shouted, "Break!" The other men in black robes seemed to have also noticed the anomaly, but they had no time to be shocked. In an instant, they felt a scorching heat rapidly approaching. Upon looking at it, I was immediately startled. 3 enormous flames broke through the spiritual energy shield at some unknown time and suddenly rushed in front of them. I admit my mistake. Unfortunately, Su Chen was unable to retract the flames, and their pleas were destined to be in vain. Of course, even if he could take it back, he would never forgive them. Having committed numerous evils, they deserved their fate. Su Chen was determined to send these members of the holy cult to hell. The students, led by Xia Jingye, stared wide-eyed in shock at Su Chen's imposing figure. Xia Jingye swallowed hard, his throat feeling sore and dry. Is this the true strength of the top scorer on the leaderboard, the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. With an attack like that just now, there are still people who haven't all died. Including Su Ritian, there are 10 people in total. Su Ritian just took 2 away quickly, so it's normal that I couldn't stop him. Of the remaining 7 people, 3 actually survived. And it's just a minor injury, it won't affect my mobility at all. Su Chen activated his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and clearly saw that although the 3 people had burns of varying degrees, but they can still move normally. Oh, so it's inner armor, no wonder. Seeing the shattered scales on the ground, Su Chen immediately understood and withdrew his gaze. Su Ritian's face was gloomy. If he hadn't decisively jumped off the aircraft and seized that sliver of opportunity, he also took 2 subordinates with him. Even with his status as a martial spirit, he was not immune to injury in this wave. Is this the strength of a top scorer in the college entrance examination? Su Ritian no longer underestimated Su Chen. And that girl with the S-level ability 10,000 miles of frozen land is also quite powerful. The 2 subordinates had not yet fully grasped the situation. Seeing the heavy casualties among their colleagues, they involuntarily took a step back and said gratefully to Su Ritian, "Thank you for saving our lives, sir. We will obey your orders." Su Ritian's expression softened slightly. He thought to himself, I only have 5 men left to use. 5 men are more than enough to deal with those hairless brats. But those man and woman are definitely not simple characters. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Ritian's eyes as he drew his iron spear and lunged at Su Chen, yelling, "You 5, take care of those students." Principal 1 was pleased with Su Chen Chen's strength. Despite being exhausted, he rushed forward and did his best to hold off the two members of the Holy Church. Su Chen wields the arrogant blade and uses his skills to fight his opponent. It must be said that, as a martial spirit, his physical attributes and reaction speed far surpass those of him. Fortunately, Su Chen's swordsmanship was superb, and he was able to barely withstand the attack thanks to the eternal kaleidoscope. Morong Shui stood to the side, interfering with Su Ritian from time to time. Whirlwind blade technique, Su Chen whispered. He instantly unleashed several sword energies. A murderous glint flashed in Su Ritian's eyes as he inhaled sharply. Iron pillar spear, breaking iron. The martial arts expert finally got serious. Su Chen stood still, his ethereal state making him fearless. To his surprise, the iron spear didn't thrust at him at all, but instead, Morong Shui. Su Chen shouted anxiously, a sense of helplessness welling up inside him as he felt he couldn't catch up. Morong Shui stood frozen in place. It wasn't that she didn't want to dodge, but the speed was too fast, and she simply couldn't avoid it. There's no way to avoid it. She smiled brightly, shook her head gently, and smiled calmly at Su Chen in the distance, accepting her fate. What a pity. I haven't even said those words yet. Su Chen roared, and the eternal kaleidoscope spun wildly, his internal energy surging like a turbulent sea. The benefits of cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique are evident here. The strength of one's qi and blood far surpasses that of others at the same level. Layers of qi and blood strangely enveloped his entire body. Oddly, the qi and blood, which should have been bright red, it turned into a blue color that no one in the world had ever seen before. The qi and blood gradually condensed and enveloped the entire body, except for the head and feet. Suddenly, an arm formed from qi and blood stretched out from Su Chen's waist, and the whole person exuded an evil aura. Su Chen felt his vital energy being consumed at an alarming rate, knowing that the Susanu's usage time was limited. But he didn't care, because this short time was enough. He awkwardly manipulated Susanu's arm and slammed it down on the iron spear. In an instant, the iron pillar spear was only a few feet away from Morong Shui, and Susanu's arm finally blocked the fatal blow. They successfully rescued Morong Shui, who was on the verge of death. She closed her eyes tightly, quietly awaiting death. Morong Shui, why are you closing your eyes? Do you really not want to live anymore? Su Chen shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui opened her eyes, only to find no one there. She looked at Su Ritian with a puzzled expression. She then noticed Su Ritian's shocked expression and followed his gaze. What came into view was a powerful surge of blood energy, mixed with a strong aura of evil. Morong Shui stared at Su Chen's Susanu, feeling incredulous. Most people's superpowers only have one attribute, or at most 2 or 3, and they complement each other. And what about Su Chen? His main superpower is his eyes, yet he can simultaneously possess space, fire, lightning, illusion, and this unidentified arm. The gap between people is simply too vast. She blushed slightly as she recalled her actions. I'm sorry. Su Chen shook his head and instantly manipulated Susanu's arm to slap Su Ritian, who was standing there in a daze. Su Ritian retreated hastily, and Susanu's arm slammed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to shake and making a deafening sound. What exactly is that thing? He instinctively wondered, but in his mind he thought, this kind of attack, which carries the scent of blood and qi, probably won't last long. Before Su Ritian could react, Susanu's arm struck again. He glanced at Su Chen jealously. Special ability, Iron Pillar Spear. Facing the Susanu's arm that was attacking fiercely, Su Ritian gripped the tip of his Iron Pillar Spear and fearlessly thrust it into the palm. The two collided, producing a deafening roar. Su Chen frowned slightly. After all, I am essentially a martial spirit expert. The power in Susanu's arm is much stronger than my own strength. But with the support of spiritual power, plus the power of the martial spirit itself, my Susanu was barely able to cope. He remained expressionless, but he knew in his heart that Susanu was extremely exhausted and was definitely no match for Su Ritian compared to exhausting himself. When the situation reached a stalemate, Su Chen decisively deactivated the use of Susanu. Su Ritian was not expected to see this scene. He thought Su Chen would not be able to hold on, and he was overjoyed. He gripped the Iron Pillar Spear tightly and poured spiritual power into it. To avoid killing Su Chen, he used the gun barrel to smash down on Su Chen from the sky. Su Chen imitated Su Ritian, neither dodging nor avoiding, standing steadily in place, seemingly frightened. Get out of the way! Morong Shui shouted hurriedly when she saw the Iron Pillar Spear hurtling towards Su Chen, her eyes flashing with blue light. A clump of ice rose silently from under the iron spear and stuck firmly to the spear shaft. Su Ritian's eyes flashed with disdain. With a slight tremor of his arm, the ice block shattered instantly. A mere trick, yet you dare to show off your meager skills before an expert. Morong Shui glared at him angrily. If you dare to hurt him, I, Morong Shui, swear I will kill you. Su Ritian's killing intent surged. As long as he could capture the space-type ability user alive, this ice-type ability user was nothing to him. It's not too late to deal with her after we catch the space-type ability user. Ignoring Morong Shui's roar, he slammed the iron spear with immense force towards the motionless Su Chen. Principal Wang, who was desperately trying to stop the two holy cult members, caught a glimpse of the iron spear hurtling towards Su Chen out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes widened in fury. He threw a powerful punch with both hands, trying to break free from the two black-robed members, rushed to Su Chen's side, and used his own body to block the fatal blow. Unfortunately, he was tightly bound by two members in black robes and had no way to break free. He could only watch helplessly, his heart breaking. In stark contrast, the students who had been fighting fiercely with the three black-robed members were now in significantly better condition. Although they lost several comrades, their tenacious resistance made it difficult for the black-robed members to gain the upper hand, and even continuing the fight was not a problem. Xia Jingye glanced at Su Chen from time to time, and his heart sank the moment the iron spear came crashing down. Without Su Chen's restraint, these students would have been easy prey. However, something shocking happened. The iron spear pierced through Su Chen's body as if it were air. Su Chen chuckled, "Have you all forgotten? Forgotten that I am a man with spatial abilities?" Taking advantage of Su Ritian's momentary daze, he shouted, "Chidori." Su Chen raised his hand and summoned lightning. Thunder roared in his palm, as if thousands of birds were calling out in unison, and quickly pierced through Su Ritian's body. Su Ritian was shocked and tried to dodge, but Su Chen would not let him have his way. His eyes shone with an eternal kaleidoscope of light, and the other person's expression immediately became blank. Su Chen's eyes also felt a stinging pain. This was not due to overuse of the Sharingan, but rather because of the vast difference in their levels of cultivation, and the fact that the opponent's mental strength was equally formidable, leading to a mental backlash. Taking advantage of Su Ritian's momentary daze, Su Chen thrust his arm into Su Ritian's left chest without any resistance. Su Ritian took a step back, blood gushing from his mouth, a large hole remaining in his left chest. "I forgot. The other party clearly possesses spatial abilities?" He quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his spatial ring, crushed the bottle with his hand, and several pills with shards appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen sensed something was wrong and tried to step forward to stop them, but it was too late. Su Ritian stared frantically at the pill in his hand, then swallowed it whole, completely disregarding the shattered porcelain bottle along with it. Su Chen's face was grim, and he said bluntly, "My hand just went right through your heart. How can you still move?" Su Ritian laughed loudly a few times, then said sarcastically in a deep voice, "Who said my heart is on the left side? Could it be?" Su Chen suddenly realized that he was really unlucky this time. The other party's heart was actually located on the right side. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time," he said coldly. Su Ritian's left chest wound began to heal slowly, his veins turned red, and his pupils turned blood red. If Su Chen's eyes revealed evil, then Su Ritian's eyes were filled with tyranny. Is this what power feels like? Su Ritian clenched his fist, feeling the changes brought about by the pill, but soon he felt a sharp pain. A pair of new arms had grown out from under his original two arms. These arms are completely different from normal ones, being entirely black. Su Ritian screamed in pain, completely bewildered by what had happened. That elixir was a crucial life-saving medicine given to him by the holy sect elder before his departure, but he never expected the side effects to be so severe. It was so large that even he himself could hardly bear it. What happened to me?" Su Ritian spoke in a low voice, looking up at Su Chen and the others. Su Chen looked wary, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, while Moron Shue's gaze was filled with fear. Su Ritian felt something strange in his body, as if he had two hands. He looked down and his eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Su Chen, wielding the arrogant knife, suddenly slashed at Su Ritian's neck, producing a crisp impact sound. He frowned and said, "After taking that medicine, even my physical strength has increased. I'm practically inhuman." There was one more thing Su Chen didn't say. He hadn't noticed any rise or fall in Su Ritian's chest. The Sharingan also failed to detect any signs of breathing on the other person's chest. This made Su Chen wonder if Su Ritian was still alive, or perhaps he had become a living dead. "It's all because of you." Su Ritian saw himself reflected in the small pool on the ground. His pupils were bloodshot, and his arms were pressed tightly together. When he saw Su Chen's neck, a strong desire welled up in his heart. His inner fear was mixed with deep hatred for Su Chen and the others. He believed that if it weren't for Su Chen and the others, he would never have swallowed that pill. And that holy sect elder wasn't a good person either, actually giving him this kind of elixir. Su Ritian's eyes were filled with hatred, and the changes in his body made his thoughts increasingly violent, wishing he could tear everything in front of him to shreds. Everyone stared at Su Ritian in shock. Even the members of the holy church in his own camp couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, the battle seemed to pause. Su Chen looked at him with pity, gripping the arrogant knife tightly in his hand. "Brother, how can you blame us for what happened to you? Didn't you come looking for trouble yourself? Didn't you take that pill yourself? Did we give you that pill?" He heard Su Ritian's complaints. Although the other party was pitiful at the moment, he had no intention of swallowing his anger. They were just at home when they were suddenly attacked. In this situation, whose face would look good? Su Chen wanted to try using the arrogant blade to finish off Su Ritian while he was in pain due to the changes in his body. But who would have thought that the pill would cause such a huge change in Su Ritian's body? He had grown arms, which everyone could see. Moreover, Su Chen clearly sensed from the sensation of that slash that Su Ritian's physique had improved significantly. Su Chen's words were not entirely out of anger, they were more of an attempt to win over Su Ritian. He wanted to make it clear to the other party that Su Chen and his group had nothing to do with Su Ritian's experience. Like Su Ritian, they were all victims. However, Su Ritian doesn't seem to be good at talking. He suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving only a crater in the ground. Amidst the rising dust, he roared angrily, "Die! It seems that not only has my body changed, but my reason has changed as well," Su Chen mused. He felt a gust of wind from a punch. It was Su Ritian's attack. In desperation, Su Chen could only use the overbearing blade to defend himself, but the powerful force sent him flying backward. If Su Ritian's previous outburst was a force of 1,000 Jun, then now, his power has probably reached 10,000 Jun. Faced with such power, a phrase flashed through Su Chen's mind: force breaks all laws. He said thoughtfully, but this power also has its flaws. Its fighting style is like that of a wild beast. The immense power caused Su Ritian to lose his mind. Su Chen understood that this was also his weakness and opportunity. Morong Shui shouted loudly. Su Chen's expression changed slightly, but then he seemed to remember something and stood still. Sure enough, Su Ritian launched an attack immediately afterward, swinging his forearms wildly at Su Chen, but not a single punch managed to hurt him in the slightest. Su Chen yawned impatiently. "Brother, how about we call it quits? You just leave now and I won't kill you. No matter how strong you are, who's afraid of being ethereal? Unless another spatial ability user appears, or something can manipulate spatial power, it is impossible to harm Su Chen." Of course, he knew very well that this invincible state would only last for 5 minutes. If he couldn't resolve the battle within 5 minutes, he had no choice but to accept his bad luck and retreat quickly. Su Ritian continued his attacks, a hint of human-like doubt flashing in his blood-red eyes. Su Chen's words made him even angrier. Principal Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "In my haste, I completely forgot that Su Chen is a space-type ability user. But what exactly is that strange outward flow of qi and blood?" He was referring to Su Sanu. Principal Wang didn't think much of it. After all, these were his students, and as long as their abilities weren't obtained through illegal means, it wasn't his business. Seeing that Su Ritian couldn't hurt Su Chen and that she couldn't help him, Morong Shui turned her gaze to Principal Wang's battlefield in the distance. Thinking that there is strength in numbers, they decided to work together to deal with Su Ritian later. The students have firmly gained the upper hand in the fight, and the situation is very optimistic. Xia Zhengye, in particular, would occasionally use a rapid slash move to confuse the members of the Holy Church. The ultimate attack ability is not just a name, it's a genuine display of strength. As the battle situation gradually became clearer, Morong Shui's arrival greatly reduced the pressure on Principal Wang. With Morong Shui's S-level superpower, she is capable of rivaling a Grand Martial Master at the 9th level of martial arts. Her ability to control the battlefield and her unpredictable freezing skills caused the two holy cult members a great deal of trouble. It's not that they didn't want to escape, but that even if they did, the outcome wouldn't be much better. Don't underestimate the methods of the Holy Church. An elder of the Holy Church once said that once you join the Holy Church, you can never easily leave. Once you quit, there is only one way out: death. Just as Su Chen's situation reached a stalemate, a red figure carrying a powerful aura streaked across the sky. All the members of the Holy Church exchanged glances, immediately pushed aside the people next to them, and turned to run away. But the red figure wouldn't let them off so easily, coldly saying, "Use my flames to burn away your sins." Suddenly, flames inexplicably burst forth from the bodies of the Holy Church members. "Ah!" Several screams rang out, and then they all turned to ashes, which were scattered into the sky by a cool breeze. "Hong Yen, you're here." Principal Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, those two martial kings were indeed troublesome. I spent quite a bit of time dealing with them. "I'm sorry," Li Hongyan explained. Then, she turned to Su Chen. Su Ritian continued to swing his fist, while Su Chen stood motionless, letting him throw punches. Li Hongyan frowned slightly. "A four-armed celestial corpse? A four-armed celestial corpse?" She glanced at him with disgust, then with a flick of her sleeve, a ball of flame attached itself to Su Ritian's body. This martial arts expert instantly turned to ashes and disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Chen remained silent, Morong Shui remained silent, Zhao Yue remained silent, Principal Wang remained silent, everyone remained silent. After dealing with all of this, Li Hongyan looked at the flying boat and found that the formation had been destroyed. If she wanted to continue using it, it had to be sent for repair. TSK, what a hassle. I'll use mine for now. She raised her hand, and a larger and more advanced airship landed on the ground. Dear students, we should thank Senior Li Hongyan for single-handedly drawing away the two Martial King experts and rushing back, Principal Wang said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Li, everyone shouted in unison. Li Hongyan's face flushed slightly as she said calmly, go on up, everyone, and hurry back to Linhai. Everyone, listen to my command and board the flying boat. Compared to the panic when the airship crashed earlier, the students' faces were now full of excitement. After all, they had just experienced a fierce battle with a Grand Martial Master. Although it was a case of outnumbering the weak, the experience was incredibly exhilarating for them. Inside the flying boat, Zhao Yue was busy everywhere, restoring people's energy and blood. To be honest, apart from Su Chen and others, Zhao Yuer's contribution is undeniable. She is the biggest contributor. Even Xia Jingye, who possesses S-level superpowers, is far less capable of contributing than she is. Zhao Yuer not only did her best to restore those who had consumed too much qi and blood during battle, but also treated the wounded. It's safe to say that without her, the number of students who would have died in the battle would probably have doubled. Principal Wang gazed at the beautiful scenery outside the airship and asked as calmly as possible, "Has the head count been completed? How many people are left now?" "Including me, there are a total of 78 students. 17 bodies have been found, and the bodies of 5 others have not been found and may be missing. In fact, disappearing in this desolate wilderness almost certainly means never being found again." After listening, Principal Wang remained silent for a long time, then asked with a glimmer of hope, "Could it be that you miscounted, Su Chen?" Su Chen gently shook his head. The students present suffered varying degrees of injury, some of which were extremely serious and may never have the chance to pursue martial arts again. He was speechless. Should he say, "You guys are so stupid. You've been injured so badly, and this is how your lives will end?" As for pitying them, that's simply out of the question. "I counted carefully using my supernatural abilities. There's no way I could have miscounted." Principal Wang sighed softly. In the setting sun, his back looked exceptionally old. It's a miracle that he's managed to hold on this long given his age. Given the Holy Church's attack, he probably doesn't have much time left. First, the formation backfired and went out of control, and then he faced 2 Grand Martial Masters alone. The remaining students will be even more determined to embark on the path of becoming stronger. Li Hongyan walked to their side and gently comforted them. She remained completely unmoved. This wasn't cold-heartedness, it was because she had seen too many similar tragedies. Su Chen and his group were considered lucky. A large number of them had survived. Cough cough cough. If Su Chen hadn't held off Wu Ling, most of the students would probably have been killed or injured, or even none would have survived. Su Chen turned around and questioned, "Didn't you say there would be reinforcements? Why did we hold out for so long, only to have you come back alone in the end?" Li Hongyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she couldn't help but look at Principal Wang. Principal Wang looked ashamed, tears streaming down his face, and said, "There was no support whatsoever. I made it all up." He just wanted to encourage the students to cheer up and persevere, because only in this way could they possibly wait for Li Hongyan to return. At this moment, Principal Wang kept recalling the images of his students trusting him. Seeing Principal Wang in tears, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, he understood the meaning behind Principal Wang's words. There was a long silence. Su Chen asked Li Hongyan in a low voice, "What exactly is the Holy Sect? And what is the 4-armed heavenly corpse? Their target seems to be me. No, more accurately, they're eyeing my special ability." Li Hongyan had a bit of a headache, but faced with Su Chen's seriousness, she still explained, "Given your current status, you shouldn't know these things. You should have learned about them gradually after entering the academy." She paused, then continued, "However, considering that you already have the ability to be specially recruited, as well as your spatial abilities, and the situation you encountered this time, it's okay to tell you. The Holy Church was originally called the Love and Peace Church, but they believed that calling it by its name directly was a great treason, so they changed it to the Holy Church. As their name suggests, they advocate for peace. If it were true peace, the Dragon Kingdom would naturally not say anything, but they believe that the monsters eat people entirely because of the existence of ordinary people. They believe this is a waste of Earth's resources, which is why the monsters are angry and go to eat people in order to seek revenge. If we eliminate all ordinary people and allow the remaining talented people to reproduce, the children born will naturally possess talent. In this way, a world without ordinary people will be created by them." From the very beginning, Su Chen's brows furrowed tightly. A world where only gifted individuals are allowed to exist? Discrimination against ordinary people? As someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education, I came into this world knowing that equality for all may just be a pipe dream. But he absolutely could not accept the claims of this love and peace religion. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom can't tolerate them. They deserve it. Su Chen cursed inwardly, but asked with curiosity, "Then why doesn't the Dragon Kingdom completely eradicate them? We can't find them." They never have a fixed headquarters, and communication is basically done through single-line contact. Even if the address is found, the Dragon Kingdom's experts can only reach a branch. Although they captured many holy cult members, it can only be considered a minor disturbance at most. It is said that their leader is a powerful warrior, but he has never made a move. Li Hongyan seemed unsurprised by these statements, and simply shook her head to explain. If the love and peace cult were so easily eradicated, how could it have developed to this point, still able to wantonly harm the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom? You're still young, you have plenty of time to grow stronger. Maybe in the future you'll be able to eradicate evil with your own hands. Your future is limitless, young man. Li Hongyan thought Su Chen had been discouraged when she saw him lost in thought. "So, seniorly, do you think the love and peace cult is correct?" Su Chen asked. Li Hongyan was stunned for a moment, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was around. frowned. You little brat, don't talk nonsense outside. If someone reports you, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Of course I know, but I only dare to ask such a question in front of you, Suchin said with a light laugh. Staring at the character panel on the system, his heart tightened involuntarily. After all, the Love and Peace sect has come once, and it certainly won't only come once. They might even vow to never give up until they catch them. Actually, in my opinion, this is just a difference in personal beliefs, Li Hongyan said calmly. With so many people on Earth and countless people in China, it's natural that all sorts of people and strange ideas will appear. That's perfectly normal. Suchin didn't press further, but he was puzzled as to why Li Hongyan's attitude was so calm, as if she didn't hate the Love and Peace cult at all. So what exactly is the four-armed celestial corpse that you mentioned, Senior? Suchin asked, changing the subject. A hint of disgust flashed in Li Hongyan's beautiful eyes. A four-armed celestial corpse. You must have seen it too. That guy must have taken a pill. I know. Suchin had seen it. Su Ritian had grown back 2 arms after taking the pill, and even recovered from the damage caused by the 1,000 birds. It was as if he had been given a second life. Li Hongyan wasn't angry. That kind of pill looks like a life-saving elixir in a critical moment. But in my opinion, that stuff is no different from a wicked drug. While it can enhance one's overall physical abilities, it can also gradually erode one's rationality. That guy was just a martial spirit, yet he dared to ingest that kind of evil medicine. No wonder he lost his mind so quickly. Suchin felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of Su Ritian's inhuman and ghostly appearance. Being like that is worse than being dead, isn't it? He whispered. Li Hongyan nodded in agreement. For a girl like her, 2 extra arms simply wouldn't be enough to survive. Indeed, it would be better to die, but for those who want to live, this elixir is truly a miraculous medicine. Thank you for your explanation, Senior, Suchin said gratefully, then left the front of the airship. This airship is twice the size of the previous one, so it naturally consumes more energy, and its speed, defense, and other aspects are also much stronger. Principal Wang couldn't withstand such energy consumption, so he had to let the airship's owner, Li Hongyan, control the airship. The dignified Martial King has actually been reduced to escorting Suchin and his group in a flying boat. If others knew this, countless people would be envious. However, if it were truly possible to survive with that pill, probably 80% of the world's population would not refuse it. The side effects of pills? Perhaps the higher one's cultivation level, the more rational one can maintain their composure, Suchin thought to himself. But he had absolutely no interest in that kind of elixir and didn't even want to touch it. He then went to check on Morong Shui and another person, and found that their injuries were not serious, so he didn't say anything more. The airship flew through the air, overlooking the coastal town that was all too familiar to me. Finally home. Wah! Someone shouted excitedly. Linhai, this genius is back, someone shouted excitedly. Many students gazed at the sea, their hearts filled with a surge of emotions. For them, Linhai is their true home. The battles along the way had left them physically and mentally exhausted, and now that they were back in Linhai, they felt a sense of relief. People on the street kept looking up at the flying boat in the sky, chattering and discussing it. What's that? A ship? A ship that big can fly. Short-sighted and long-haired, do they not know that those are our college entrance exam students returning? Welcome home, everyone. The airship slowly descended. Suchin glanced at Principal Wang, who was expressionless, but it was precisely this lack of expression that gave the impression that a storm was brewing. 22 out of 100 students have lost their lives, so he can't be blamed for that. Morong Shui walked up to Suchin and shared her thoughts. Someone has to take responsibility. Suchin knew in his heart that Principal Wang might not be Principal Wang tomorrow. That person won't be you, and it won't be me. It can only be Principal Wang who is leading the team. Morong Shui was speechless. Yes, the responsibility may not be Principal Wang's fault, but he is the one who must bear it. After all, she hasn't yet converted her talent into real strength, so she can't be of much help. Suchin returned to Linhai, his right eyelid twitching incessantly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. There have been no messages on my phone. Arriving at his doorstep, he nervously knocked. Mom and Dad, little sister, I'm home. After waiting for a long time without receiving a response, Suchin had no choice but to take out his keys and open the door himself. The room was empty, the layout remained unchanged, and there were no signs of a battle. The dust on the table indicated that no one had set foot in the house for a long time. Where did they all go? Suchin frowned, a strange anxiety rising in his heart. How could they leave without saying a word? She was perfectly fine before the college entrance exam. How did she suddenly become like this? He walked to his bedroom door and his gaze fell on the desk, where a letter and a jade pendant lay quietly. His eyes lit up, and Suchin strode forward. Without giving the jade pendant much attention, he eagerly opened the letter and began to read. Shunner, please forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. Actually, our family is not from Linhai, but came from afar. You don't need to know exactly where we are right now, but just remember one thing, strive to become stronger. Don't worry about our safety. We have returned to the Su family clan, and your sister is safe and sound. Remember, do not come looking for us before you reach the martial venerable realm. home. Keep a calm mind. We will not be harmed under any circumstances. I know you are exceptionally talented, a space-type ability user, so you can choose to go to Imperial University. There is an old friend of mine there. Everyone calls him Master Ching. Take the jade pendant on the table to see him. Once you show him the jade pendant, he'll naturally know who you are. For my sake, he'll definitely take care of you. Always remember, your mother and I both love you deeply. Su Chen glanced at the signature Su Xinghai at the end, silently closed the letter, and put it into his spatial ring. He picked up the jade pendant on the table, his eyes filled with a complex and unreadable expression. Why didn't they even make a phone call? Why didn't they even say goodbye? All that remains are these cold words. He didn't put the jade pendant into his spatial ring, but instead hung it around his neck. This is both a reminder of my determination to become stronger and a silent form of perseverance. Looking at the empty house, he sighed. Why didn't you take me with you? Su Chen patted his cheeks, his confused gaze focusing and then relaxing. My parents must have their reasons for doing this. In any case, I can't let myself get lost in confusion. His idea was correct. The reason Su Xinghai and Lin Muyun only took Su Ningdal was because they believed that Su Chen was already capable of protecting himself. Su Ningyue is just a martial artist, and Su Chen will soon be going away to study, so it's impossible for her to be left alone at home. How could parents not worry about their children? But children must also spread their tender wings and fly on their own. I never thought that after all this time, I would still have to go to Beijing University. Su Chen murmured softly, I never thought that after all this time, I would still have to go to Beijing University. And that Master Qing, Su Chen felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. I remember that Morong Shui always wanted to go to Longling University, so wouldn't that be? He wondered to himself. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he was extremely unwilling to be separated from Morong Shui. Zhuo Lintian's face was clouded with worry as he slumped in a chair, with his nephew Zhuo Jin beside him. Uncle, you seem to be in a bad mood. Is something wrong? Zhuo Jin asked cautiously. I'll do my best to help if I can. Zhuo Lintian glanced at Zhuo Jin and said calmly, You're probably worried about Wanbei's little bit of power, aren't you? Don't think you can hide your affairs from me. You always act tough because of my status. Have you offended someone you're afraid of? Zhuo Jin's face changed drastically, his legs trembled, and he knelt on the ground, crying out, How was I supposed to know that Su Chen's talent was so strong? Not only strong, but he's also a space-type ability user. If he had known Su Chen had this talent, how could he have dared to mock him? If he had known earlier, he would have obediently acted as Su Chen's grandson and served him. Zhuo Jin was filled with regret. He had considered taking revenge on Su Chen, but as Su Chen's reputation grew, he completely abandoned the idea. When Zhuo Jin learned that Su Chen was a space-type ability user, his first reaction was disbelief. But as time went on, he realized it was true. The word flashed through Zhuo Lintian's mind. He looked at Zhuo Jin, whose face was full of fear, and said in a low voice with a hint of coldness, What are you afraid of? Your conflict with him was resolved back then. He wouldn't even care about an ant like you. The word ant is indeed a fitting description of Su Chen now. Zhuo Jin is nothing more than an insignificant existence in his eyes. That seems to be true. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jin suddenly realized he had already received his due punishment back then, and he hadn't been arrogant and domineering these days. A genius like Su Chen had long forgotten his existence. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I'll be going now. He felt instantly relieved, and his voice became relaxed. Zhuo Lintian watched his retreating figure and sighed helplessly in his heart. Zhuo Jin, you really didn't cause any trouble, but your uncle has gotten into trouble with that genius. He secretly hired someone to assassinate Su Chen, and it is still unknown whether Su Chen has noticed. The fact that Poison Master didn't return was completely unexpected. He had thought that a Grand Martial Master could easily control Su Chen. However, there was still no news of Su Chen's death, leading Zhuo Lintian to speculate that Poison Master might have been killed by Su Chen. He originally thought that spatial abilities were just as powerful as the rumors suggested, and that the real competition was about the level of one's cultivation. Unexpectedly, the Poison Master, who was skilled in assassination, has been missing ever since. Zhuo Lintian simply didn't believe that the Poison Master had absconded with the money. He'd been in this business for over a decade, with countless assassination targets. Why would he run away so easily? If a space-type ability user is determined to kill him, even if he has powerful backers, they cannot save him. If Su Chen didn't have spatial abilities, I would have easily taken down this peasant long ago, Zhuo Lintian thought to himself. He felt that everything depended on luck. Su Chen was lucky. He awakened a spatial ability. Now, all Zhuo Lintian can do is pray that Su Chen doesn't know that he sent someone to assassinate him. If Su Chen knows that I did it, but he hasn't come to find me yet, there are only two possibilities. One is that he thinks it's better to avoid trouble and doesn't plan to cause me any trouble. The other is that Su Chen wants to do it himself, but he's not strong enough and his wings haven't been fully grown yet, so he's not in a hurry to come. Zhuo Lintian leaned more towards the second possibility. Young people, after all, always want to achieve their goals through their own efforts. However, both of these speculations are based on the premise that Su Chen was aware of the situation. If that's really the case, how can I resist? He muttered to himself. His reluctance to die caused him anxiety. Having held a high-ranking position for many years, he had long harbored a deep-seated fear of death. If possible, he would be willing to go to Su Chen and use money to buy his own life. But he knew that Su Chen wouldn't be short of money. Or rather, if Su Chen wanted money, it would be as simple as beckoning him. Space-type ability users thrive in China, attracting numerous investors, and no one wants to make an enemy of Su Chen. Right now, this matter is only known within the Linhai area. After the college entrance examination, the whole country will know. By then, Su Chen's doorstep will probably be worn down by people. Zhuo Lindian had also considered a countermeasure, planning to secretly control Su Chen's family, and had just mentioned it to that official. The official warned him, "Don't try to control the Su family. I'm just asking you to monitor them. Don't implicate me if anything happens, or you'll be the first one I kill." These few words made Zhuo Lindian turn pale on the spot, and he dared not mention the matter again. A few days later, Su Chen and his family suddenly left Linhai City. He wanted to stop them, but the official ordered Su Chen and his family to leave. Thinking back to that conversation, Zhuo Lindian's face turned ugly. "Sir, why do you want Su Chen's family to leave? What have I been monitoring for so long for?" He knew in his heart that once Su Chen's family left, his value would vanish. He had to ask for clarification. How dare a mere dog ask about its master's affairs? A red light flashed in Zhuo Jinghong's eyes, and Zhuo Lindian immediately felt a splitting headache. The two communicated solely through their mobile phones. Despite being thousands of miles apart, they could directly influence Zhuo Lindian's feelings. "My lord, I dare not do it again. Please spare me, young Master Zhuo." Zhuo Lindian knelt on the ground, his forehead slamming against the ground. The floor of Wanbage was made of high-quality material, but it was stained with a little blood. "Remember, you're nothing but a dog kept by the Zhuo family. If your master wants you dead, you have to die." After saying this, Zhuo Jinghong decisively hung up the video call. Zhuo Lindian dared not get angry, nor did he dare to utter a sound. 1 week later, joy gleamed in Su Chen's eyes as he felt the surging power within him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, I've finally broken through. In Linhai, I can now be considered a strong person." He had just achieved the rank of Grand Martial Master, and his blood and energy had broken through the shackles of the 9th level of martial artist, officially entering the realm of Grand Martial Master. No wonder everyone says that crossing a certain level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Now it seems that this is indeed true. Su Chen felt that his strength had increased several times over compared to before, and he forced himself not to throw a punch. After all, he had cleaned the house thoroughly and it was no longer the dusty place it used to be. System, open the character panel. Ding! Character panel open. Multiverse system, host, Su Chen, realm level, first stage Great Martial Master, special ability, SS rank Eternal Kaleidoscope, cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique, first level, perfected, light cloud body refining technique, mastered, Chi and blood, 1001 points, strength 5600 points, speed 2000 points, mental strength 1000 points, skills, intangibility, Kamui, Susanoo, advanced fireball jutsu, advanced lightning release, Chidori, advanced Chirsuei style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, advanced earth release, earth flow wall, intermediate fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level, points, 150,000 points. My strength has exceeded 5,000, my speed has reached 2,000, and my mental strength has also improved slightly as I broke through my realm. When Su Chen saw that the first level of the 9 revolutions profound technique was perfected, his brows furrowed slightly. It's not that you can no longer use the first level of techniques after breaking through to the Great Martial Master level, but rather that the efficiency is no longer as fast as the first level. System, how many points are needed to purchase the second level of the 9 revolutions profound technique? Ding! Purchasing the second level of the 9 revolutions profound technique requires 50,000 points. Su Chen's brows relaxed, and he chuckled. 50,000 points, not expensive, worth the price. System, purchase the second level of the 9 revolutions profound technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing the second level of the 9 revolutions profound technique, consuming 50,000 points. You now have 100,000 points remaining. The method for cultivating the second level of the 9 revolutions profound technique immediately came to mind. Su Chen stood still, closed his eyes, and carefully savored the mysteries of the 9 revolutions profound technique. Although he had only reached the second level, its profoundness made him fall into deep thought. As expected of the 9 revolutions profound technique, what kind of wisdom is needed to cultivate such an unparalleled skill? He was certain that there was no martial arts technique on earth that could compare to the 9 revolutions profound technique. Even comparing it to other cultivation methods is an insult to the 9 revolutions profound technique. He sat down cross-legged, feeling the changes brought about by the new exercise. Not only does the cultivation speed increase, but the circulation of chi and blood also improves significantly. The skill bar on the character panel has changed from 9 revolutions profound skill level 1, perfect, to 9 revolutions profound skill level 2, beginner. manner. There was a knock on the door, the sound steady and rhythmic. Su Chen initially thought it was someone knocking on the door next door, so he didn't respond. After all, no one around him knew his home address, and he never expected that someone would come looking for him at this time. Open the door, Su Chen. Zhao Yuer's clear and melodious voice came from outside the door, so loud that Su Chen inside the room could hear it clearly. Zhao Yuer? He had no choice but to open the door, revealing a smile. Miss Xiao, what brings you to my humble abode? After the door was fully opened, standing in the doorway were Zhao Yuer and Morong Shui. His smile immediately became even brighter. Morong, you've come too. Morong Shui nodded gently. Only then did Su Chen notice that her usually plain lips were now adorned with a touch of crimson. Upon seeing this, he paused for a moment, then quickly gathered his thoughts and greeted with a smile. Come in. Come in. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Do you not want us to come in? Zhao Yuer stared wide-eyed and peered into the room, trying to see what was inside. Su Chen naturally had a clear conscience and opened the door to invite the two into the house, saying, please don't find my humble abode unpleasant. Zhao Yuer gave a soft snort, changed her shoes, and then stepped into the house. Morong Shui was also well-mannered. She knew that Su Chen wanting money was a simple matter. So, what brings you here today? Su Chen picked up the teacup, took a sip, and the slightly bitter tea slid down his throat. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him. It's been a while since the college entrance exam ended. It seems that young Master Su has forgotten about us, forgotten the days when the three of us shared joys and sorrows in the secret realm. Morong Shui, with a hint of resentment, subtly retorted to Su Chen. She was a little dissatisfied. After all, Su Chen had been back for so long but hadn't taken the initiative to come to her. The college entrance exam results will be released soon, and the group will soon be separated. Who knows when they will see each other again? Even Morong Shui, who usually trains diligently, felt that she should make the most of this time. I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I forgot for a moment. Ha! Su Chen chuckled and patted the back of his head. But he was met with disdain from the two women. By the way, I just broke through to the great martial master level, Su Chen said with a smile. Morong Shui slightly raised her eyes, but didn't say anything more. Zhao Yuer gave a perfunctory response. Oh, just 1-0? Su Chen's voice involuntarily rose a little. Sister Morong broke through a long time ago. It's been several days now. She just hasn't said anything. Zhao Yuer rolled her eyes, even though she herself was only at the 8th level of martial arts. But since Morong Shui broke through, it's almost equivalent to her breaking through as well. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly as his gaze fell on Morong Shui, who was sitting upright on the sofa. The meaning is obvious. Do you really have to embarrass me? Morong Shui took a sip of tea, her voice cool and clear. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd think I was showing off too much. I'm sorry, I'll definitely tell you next time. Isn't this an implication that I, Su Chen, am showing off? In fact, Morong Shui just wanted to secretly work her way up without telling Su Chen, thinking she would give him a surprise later. Unexpectedly, Su Chen also broke through to the great martial master level. Looking at the teacup, Morong Shui's thoughts drifted back to the past. When we first met, Su Chen was only at the 3rd level of martial artist, but now he's on par with me. That's way too fast, sigh. She worried that she couldn't keep up with Su Chen's pace and was afraid that he would leave her far behind. You know, she used to be the pride of the high mountains by the sea, but now she's worried about being left behind. Really, fate is truly cruel. She had originally planned to have a good rest during the holiday, but now she has completely given up on that idea. If we continue to relax and be lazy, the gap will only widen. Although the two are now at the same level, Morong Shui firmly believes that she cannot defeat Su Chen. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer left. Just as they said, they were just checking in on Su Chen's situation. We were originally planning to go out for a stroll together, but Morong Shui suddenly turned serious and rejected the suggestion. He added, we shouldn't become lazy at the age when we should be working the hardest. After saying that, she pulled the bewildered Zhao Yuer away. Su Chen was completely baffled and sighed inwardly. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He then immersed himself in cultivation with great excitement. For some, this period of time was neither long nor short. The most anticipated event is undoubtedly the release of the college entrance examination results. Those in the know already know that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination did not come from a major city. Instead, an unknown student suddenly appeared and took the top spot. Countless people sat in front of their computers, waiting for the release of their college entrance examination results. The login page already contains the account information, just wait for the page to load. Su Chen was no exception. Morong Shui and Zhao Yuer dragged us from home to a nearby internet cafe, where we quietly waited for the college entrance examination results to be released. I'm saying, don't we already know our college entrance exam results? Su Chen said helplessly. Why do we have to do it again? You don't understand, Zhao Yuer retorted. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it won't take much time anyway, so there's no harm in taking a look, Morong Shui replied calmly. The results of the college entrance examination are completely different from those of liberal arts students. First of all, the ranking of the results of the martial arts exam is transparent and public. Aside from the fact that the super willpower achievement will not be explicitly stated. The achievement, name, and province will all be displayed. Of course, this information can be viewed not only by test takers but also by others, except that test takers will have a detailed ranking. We can watch it now, Zhao Yuer said excitedly. She clicked on it directly, and after the web page scrolled around a few times, she finally entered the page. The large ranking clearly showed Zhao Yuer's position. Third place, ha, I'm really amazing. Zhao Yuer couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Chen stood to the side, unsure of what to say. Zhao Yuer clearly knew she was in third place a long time ago, yet she's still so excited. You don't understand. Zhao Yuer noticed Su Chen's contempt. The college entrance examination is the first step to changing one's social class. For ordinary people like us, this is the best opportunity to climb the social ladder. I've even heard of people taking someone else's spot and stealing it from others, which made me a little worried. She began to fantasize about becoming a successful person in the future, and even longed for a life of extravagance and indulgence. She secretly wondered if she would be able to support a gigolo in the future. She had heard about people taking someone else's place, but it wasn't that exaggerated. At least no one would dare to take someone else's place in the top 10. After all, the top 10 students are genuinely talented. Go check it out, nobody can say for sure. Moreover, the top 10 students are highly sought after by various universities, so naturally no one dares to make any underhanded moves. Su Chen waited for a while and then opened the web page. He suspected that Zhao Yuer was just lucky to get in so quickly. Whoever finished using it first left first. Scroll down with your mouse and you'll see the section for filling out college applications. However, he doesn't plan to fill out the application now. He'll have to wait until the requirements from Imperial University are released. Su Chen believed that, given his status as a space-related major, the conditions offered by Imperial University would definitely be quite good. Rushing to fill out the form may actually lead to losses and make things worse. By the way, Su Chen, why didn't I see your aunt when I visited your house last time? Morong Shui asked in confusion. Su Chen paused slightly before replying. They just happened to have some business to attend to back in their hometown. Morong Shui nodded without doubt, and remained silent for a moment. Then, have you decided which school you want to go to? Morong Shui's purpose in calling Su Chen here today was not just to see his college entrance examination ranking. She wanted to know which university Su Chen would choose. I'll go to Imperial University, Su Chen said with a forced smile. These words struck Morong Shui like a bolt from the blue. Her body trembled slightly, but thankfully she was supported by a chair. The internet cafe was dimly lit, so Su Chen didn't notice. Zhao Yuer noticed this scene by the light reflected from the computer screen. While feeling heartbroken, she glared fiercely at Su Chen in the darkness. Unless a miracle occurs. Principal Wang was intently watching the computer screen when suddenly his eyes widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, ha 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 ha, our Linhai has produced a dragon. Although he already knew that Linhai City had taken all 3 top spots, he was still very excited. As a school principal, he had never achieved such a brilliant accomplishment. This is not only a merit, but also an honor for Linhai City. The top 3 students in the college entrance examination were all from Linhai. What an honor that is. It's as if all the most talented students in the entire Dragon Kingdom are concentrated in Linhai. The top 3 teams all live in the same city, a city that Principal Wang had never heard of before. It is conceivable that Linhai City will soon become famous throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. May God bless the Dragon Kingdom. May God bless Linhai. Principal Wang couldn't help but murmur. Still not asleep so late? Principal Wang's wife yawned and looked at her husband sitting in front of the computer with a puzzled expression. You should rest first. I'm not sleepy. Principal Wang didn't even turn his head and said calmly. Many people know that Su Chen was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. For example, Wang Weigua, who was one of the earliest investors in him, was now helplessly shouting to his adjutant, I really regret it. I regret not investing more in that kid Su Chen back then. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely give all his possessions to Su Chen. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Fortunately, I formed a good relationship with him back then. Wang Weigua remarked on how lucky he was back then. It was just a casual throw, but it unexpectedly yielded a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Get me a few bottles of good wine and some good dishes. I want to treat myself. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. Lin Yuanchang smiled. Not only the top scorer, but also the second and third place winners are all from Linhai. He wasn't surprised that Su Chen won the top score, but it was truly unexpected that the top 3 spots were all taken by Linhai. As for the pills that were first mentioned as being able to break through to the Martial King level, he never paid any attention to them. Nothing is more important than the future hope of Linhai. I remember his parents. It seems they had some problems with their cultivation. Lin Yuanchang stroked his beard as if recalling something, then called out towards the door. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving top honors in the college entrance examination. You are hereby rewarded with wood release. Once the college entrance examination results were confirmed, the long dormant system proactively issued a reward to Su Chen. Su Chen initially thought he had misheard and didn't didn't take it seriously, but then he realized that with his cultivation as a grand martial master, how could he possibly be hallucinating? System, what did you just say? He stared wide-eyed, his voice involuntarily rising a few decibels. Ding! Reward, would release. Su Chen gasped, thinking that the system couldn't possibly be indifferent to such a major event as the college entrance examination. Sure enough, the reward he had been waiting for arrived. That's would release. Hashirama Senju, at his peak, used the sage art would release, which easily subdued the Ninetales. Although Su Chen doesn't know any immortal techniques, that's not a problem at all. With the system, mastering any immortal technique is just a matter of time. Without the aid of sage mode, would release might not be as powerful as Hashirama Senju's, but it was powerful enough for Su Chen. It's important to know that even when Madara Uchiha controlled the Ninetales to fight Hashirama Senju, he didn't gain much of an advantage. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt his blood boil. When my future Susanoo is adorned with the great Buddha, those 4 words will be, who can stop me? He had a light smile on his face and couldn't help but want to share his joy, but after taking out his phone, he put it down again. Since Xiang Moron Shui confessed that he was going to Imperial University, the two have not been in contact. That's good, it gives us both some time to cool off, Su Chen sighed. The joy that had just been stirred by would release had also faded slightly. To better understand would release, he took on a mission to test it out in the monster forest. Long time no see, brother Zhao, brother Wei. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the monster forest, and as expected, Zhao Yuanshan and Wei Goen were still guarding there diligently. He held both of them in high esteem. What may seem like a simple guard post actually involves a great deal of knowledge, and only those who have experienced it firsthand understand how arduous it is. Zhao Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he walked forward with a beaming smile, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. As he spoke, he clicked his tongue in amazement. I never expected you to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. That kid Su Chen has really brought glory to Linhai. Wei Goen ran over and, after hearing Zhao Yuanshan's words, echoed his agreement. They had long recognized Su Chen's talent, but they never expected him to win the top score. They remembered very clearly that when they saved Su Chen, his strength seemed to be only around the 3rd level of martial artist. The two of them had no way of seeing through Su Chen's current cultivation level. Ha, not at all. If you hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Ultimately, this achievement is largely thanks to brother Zhao and brother Wei. Otherwise, Su Chen smiled as he took out the mission pass and handed it to the two of them. Zhao Yuanshan took the mission pass, glanced at it a few times, and handed it back. Wei Goen smiled helplessly. He had long seen through Su Chen's personality, so it was only natural that the other party would say such a thing. No, it was through your own willpower that you reached a place not far from the sentry post. That's how we were able to find you. Otherwise, no matter how powerful we were, we couldn't have saved you. Moreover, even if the people on duty were not the two of us, but someone else, I believe no one would stand by and watch someone die. A hint of seriousness appeared on Zhao Yuanshan's resolute face. Deep within the monster forest, based on previous experience, and with the confidence derived from their own strength, Su Chen already had a fairly clear understanding of the outer perimeter of the monster forest. Knowing where the monsters were and which places were too dangerous for them to mess with, they carefully avoided those areas. Wood release, wood splintering technique. A wooden spear materialized in Su Chen's palm. With a flick of his wrist, a man-eating bear at the 7th level of martial arts in the distance was pierced into its body before it even had a chance to react. With the help of the man-eating bear's blood and energy, the wooden spear exploded inside his body. The man-eating bear was unaware of what was happening. It only felt excruciating pain all over its body, and its eyes gradually lost their light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 7th-tier martial artist monster. Reward, 700 system points. Su Chen stared with satisfaction at the damage inflicted by wood release. The wood release skills gifted by the system were far more than just the simple wood release technique. It also includes various wood release techniques. Just like Hashirama Senju's ninjutsu that swept across the ninja world, he could use all ninjutsu except for sage mode. Is it because wood release is too powerful, or is it because I'm already a grand martial master? After all, with my current cultivation level, I can easily crush enemies at the martial artist level. Forget it, don't dwell on it. Anyway, wood release is awesome. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Since agonizing over it was useless, he simply moved his mind, and the man-eating bear on the ground vanished without a trace. Next, he tested other wood release techniques. Wood release, advent of a world of trees. Wood release, wood clone technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood release, wood human technique. They even included the extremely practical 3-bedroom, 1 living room technique. After the experiment was completed, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it was called the 3-room 1 living room technique. It truly lived up to its name. Ninja skills are essential for wilderness survival. System, open the character panel. Su Chen said calmly. Ding. Character panel open. Multiverse system. Host, Su Chen. Realm level, 1st stage Great Martial Master. Special abilities, SS rank Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Sharingan, SS rank would release. Cultivation techniques, 9 revolutions profound technique first level, perfected, light cloud body refining technique, mastered. Chi and blood, 1001 points. Strength, 5600 points. Speed, 2000 points. Mental strength, 1000 points. Skills, intangibility, Kamui, Susanoo, advanced fireball jutsu, advanced lightning release, Chidori, advanced Shursui style body flicker technique, advanced basic swordsmanship, advanced earth release, earth flow wall, intermediate fire release, great fire annihilation, finger pistol, max level. Points, 190,000 points. While Su Chen was still exploring the monster forest, a shocking piece of news also came from the outside world. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination is actually a student from a small city. Before anyone knew that Su Chen was a space-type ability user, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. In their eyes, how could a child from a small city possibly win the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination? Many residents of Linhai were thrilled upon hearing the news, as this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination is the pride of their city. The entire nation was in an uproar, and the citizens of Linhai were especially jubilant. The phone at the second middle school was ringing off the hook, with people calling to try and get their children into this prestigious school. Would release, cutting technique. Su Chen gave a low shout, and a wooden spike shot out swiftly, piercing through the monster's body and exploding inside. He put away the monster's corpse and smiled slightly. As expected, it's would release. Even a monster at the great martial master level can only die with resentment in the face of wood release. Moreover, the defensive power of wood release, wood piercing technique is much stronger than my earth release, earth wall, but the energy consumption is almost the same. With the addition of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Su Chen now dares to challenge even a martial spirit to see whose fist is harder. However, Su Chen's purpose in coming this time was to truly understand his own strength. Simply killing some low-level grand martial master level demonic beasts was not enough to accurately judge his level. In that case, let's delve deeper. With a flick of his finger, a map of the monster forest suddenly appeared, clearly marking the danger levels of each area. The back of the map prominently displays the 8 characters: cherish life, explore carefully. Without much thought, Su Chen immediately understood that this was simply a reminder to those entering the monster forest not to venture too far, lest they be lost forever if they were not careful. According to the markings on the map, I am currently in the east. To go deeper into the monster forest, I must travel some distance to the west. Heading west, the habitat of the martial spirit beasts is not far ahead. Unsurprisingly, the martial spirit beast is the strongest being in the beast forest of Linhai City. After all, there wasn't even a martial king level expert guarding the city of Linhai. Therefore, it is impossible for a martial king level monster to appear inside the monster forest. If a martial king level demon beast existed, the top powers in Linhai City would have been in a state of panic long ago. Su Chen noticed an interesting phenomenon. The deeper he went into the forest, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy in the air became. No wonder those high-level demon beasts choose to venture deep into this place. It turns out the spiritual energy here is more suitable for cultivation. Perhaps it's the effect of this natural green space, but to be honest, the spiritual energy here is even stronger than in Linhai City. Su Chen couldn't help but speculate, perhaps there really is a martial king level demon beast hidden inside. But then he felt it was absurd. How could a martial king level demon beast be hiding in such a remote place? It's pointless to try and dominate in this godforsaken place. With a flash of insight, Su Chen sensed someone approaching and immediately used wood release to blend his aura into the surrounding environment. Actually, he didn't know that wood release could do this before. He had a sudden idea to try it, and he didn't expect that it could actually hide his presence. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xia Jingye. However, Xia Jingye's situation was not optimistic. His clothes were scratched in many places, his hair was messy, and 7 or 8 men in black robes stood around him, staring at him fiercely. Clearly, Xia Jingye's predicament was caused by this group of men in black robes. Su Chen thought to himself that this matter had nothing to do with him, so it was best not to get involved and cause trouble for himself. But curiosity drove him to observe secretly from a corner, wanting to understand why Xia Jingye, a genius from Linhai City, was being hunted down. Unexpectedly, this action brought him trouble. Xia, why go to such lengths? The black-robed man wielding the sword said with deep resentment and disappointment, if you had just agreed to our demands, things wouldn't have come to this. The remaining men in black robes formed a circle, tightly surrounding Xia Jingye and giving him no chance to escape. Xia Jingye calmly glanced at them a few times, and seeing that they had no flaws, his heart sank. Dream on. Even if I, Xia Jingye, die, I will never submit to you. He emitted several beams of white light towards the nearest black-robed man. Although he was just a supporting character, he was still at the level of a grand martial master. Upon noticing Xia Jingye's attack, the man in black robes quickly dodged. After all, no one can fathom Xia Jingye's special abilities, and confronting him head-on could lead to irreversible consequences. A flash of white light pierced through the forest behind the man in black robes, and countless innocent trees crashed down. This terrified the man in the black robe, who broke out in a cold sweat. A great opportunity, Xia Jingye thought to himself. The leader of the black-robed men roared, since he can't be used by us, then kill him. In an instant, all sorts of supernatural abilities blossomed like 100 flowers in bloom. Su Chen was watching with great interest, completely immersed in the excitement before him. However, a question arose in his mind. Why did these people look so familiar? He felt like he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. They're actually coming this way? Su Chen stared at Xia Jingye and his group approaching him, and was immediately stunned. What a coincidence! Xia Jingye and the others approached step by step. At their speed, they would be beside Su Chen in no time. Just as Su Chen was figuring out how to escape, a man in black robes ran by, and the wind blew up his sleeves, revealing the 4 large characters love and peace. The love and peace religion? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. No wonder they looked so familiar. They were from the love and peace cult. Although he had no personal relationship with Xia Jingye, he would never stand idly by in the face of a cult. More importantly, Su Chen wanted to understand the purpose of the love and peace cult and why they had come to Linhai City, such a remote place. Special ability Bloodthorn. Superpower Mighty Vajrapam. Superpower Blazing Fire. Despair was evident on Xia Jingye's face. He was exhausted, his energy was depleted, and he had no strength left in his body. Previously, this group of people did not go all out because they were worried that Xia Jingye might join them. But now it's different. He no longer has the strength to resist. Am I going to die here? Xia Jingye felt bitter. Although he had said defiantly that he would never die, who can truly face death with equanimity? I'm a little unwilling, he muttered to himself. Just then, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar rang out above him. Are you just going to accept your fate like this? Xia Jingye suddenly looked up at the sky, which was still a clear blue and empty. He thought it was just a hallucination before he died, but the next second, the voice rang out again. Wood release, ranking technique. Suddenly, a large amount of wood emerged from the ground beneath Xia Jingye's feet and grew rapidly. In an instant, the wood enveloped him completely. Immediately afterwards, a series of attacks came, but when they landed on the wood, they only caused a few wood chips to fall. All the men in black robes were terrified and retreated to a distance, warily surveying their surroundings. What's going on? I'm still alive? During the ranking process, Xia Jingye slowly opened his eyes, but all he could see was darkness. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Jingye, who was caught in the spell of slander, probably realized that he had been rescued. I'm so lucky that someone came to my rescue in this desperate situation, Xia Jingye couldn't help but exclaim. He secretly decided that he must properly thank his savior later. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The earth trembled violently, and a giant green dragon, tens of meters long, materialized and lunged fiercely at the terrified man in black robes. At this moment, the slander spell slowly dissipated, and Xia Jingye finally had the opportunity to see the person who saved him. The next moment, his pupils dilated sharply, and he stood frozen in place. Su Chen? How could it be him? Su Chen glanced at Xia Jingye, then continued to control the wooden dragon, launching an attack on the man in black robes. In a short period of time, 3 men in black robes had died at the hands of the wooden dragon. We can't drag this out any longer, or we'll all die, one of the men in black robes shouted in terror. These words were met with approval from the crowd, who all stopped in their tracks and stared at the wooden dragon with solemn expressions. Special ability Bloodthorn. Superpower Mighty Vajrapam. Superpower Blazing Fire. With a loud bang, a large cloud of smoke rose from the scene. Is that person dead? The black-robed leader looked as if he had just escaped death, his voice filled with terror. Who exactly is that person? With such powerful abilities, it's impossible that no news of them has spread at all while they're in Linhai City. Unfortunately, these questions remained unanswered. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Su Chen stood unharmed atop the wooden dragon's head, looking down at them. Don't you know the rule that smoke doesn't cause harm? Su Chen clasped his hands together and shouted in a high-pitched voice, would release, advent of a world of trees. In an instant, countless trees sprouted from beneath the feet of the black-robed man, instantly surrounding the remaining black-robed men. What on earth is going on? The man in black robes exclaimed. Such a large-scale attack? They looked around in horror. The leader of the black-robed men remained silent for a moment, then surveyed the towering trees around them. The previous attack had proven that the wooden dragon was unharmed, and the hardness of these trees was extraordinary. His heart was filled with despair. He had only come to capture a minor genius, but he had ended up provoking such a powerful figure. If I had known there was such a powerful figure here, I would never have stepped into the monster forest. The leader of the black-robed men roared to the sky, his heart filled with anxiety. As time passed, he felt the presence of his companions gradually disappear. The arrival of the tree realm not only tightly surrounded them but also divided them into different battlefields, preventing them from supporting each other. Don't want. After a few screams, silence returned, as if nothing had happened at all. Only the leader of the black-robed men survived. His survival was not due to his own strength, but rather to Su Chen's deliberate act of leaving him alive so that he could investigate the true purpose of the Church of Love and Peace. Long time no see, Xia Jingye. Su Chen manipulated the vines to tightly bind the leader of the the black-robed men, and spoke slowly. Your special ability is in Spirit Eye? Xia Jingye stammered in shock. Even if it's a mutation, it shouldn't have a wood-type ability. Before he could finish speaking, he took a deep breath and bowed to Su Chen at a 70-degree angle. This has nothing to do with you, it's your secret. Thank you for saving me. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Jingye's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Su Chen stood there helplessly. Although he knew the other party was already exhausted, he did not expect that he would faint immediately. We still need to inform Uncle Wang. After all, he is the highest-ranking military officer in Linhai City, and capturing cult members would be a great achievement for him. Besides, there's no point in keeping this guy around. Xia Jingye has collapsed, and I can't carry him back. If it were a beautiful girl, I'd be willing to go to the trouble of bringing her back myself. But Xia Jingye, forget it. Su Chen glanced at the black-robed leader, who was also unconscious, shook his head, and his mind was in turmoil. Does this count as repaying Uncle Wang's favor? He suddenly remembered that he owed Wang Weigua a favor from Xianbao Pavilion. Although it was a small matter to Wang Weigua at the time, it saved him from a disaster. Wang Weigua arrived at Su Chen's side with a group of men. Squad leader and deputy squad leader, stay here. The rest of you, stay put and keep watch. Wang Weigua gave the order with a serious expression. Walking up to Su Chen, he smiled gently and said, "Young brother Su, it's been a long time. I never imagined that the boy from back then would grow up to be this great. Not at all, not at all. If it weren't for Uncle Wang's care, I wouldn't be where I am today," Su Chen replied modestly, pointing to the two people behind him. One was Xia Jingye, and the other was naturally the leader of the black-robed men. Wang Weigua's gaze sharpened, and he waved for the squad leader and deputy squad leader who had stayed behind to come forward. After checking the two men, he put handcuffs on the leader of the black-robed men. "Sir, it's confirmed. This person is indeed a member of the Church of Love and Peace, and he seems to be a squad leader." Wang Weigua nodded and said, "Take him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Make sure to extract all the information he has from him. This is Xia Jingye, a genius from Linhai City who was attacked by the cult of love and peace," Su Chen explained for the unconscious Xia Jingye. Wang Weigua naturally recognized him. Who didn't know Xia Jingye, the genius of Linhai City? He looked at Su Chen meaningfully, secretly wondering, Xia Jingye is a genius, so what is Su Chen? A prodigy? A monster? None of that matters. The most important thing is that Su Chen comes from their Linhai City. As for the rest, Wang Weigua simply couldn't be bothered with them. When did there become so many trees around here? Wang Weigua noticed the trees around him and couldn't help but wonder. Without giving it much thought, after the leader of the black-robed men was put into the car and Xia Jingye was also put into the car on a stretcher, he asked Su Chen, "Brother Su, do you want to go back together? I can drop you off at the entrance of the monster forest on the way." Su Chen thought for a moment. He had already tested the wood release technique, and there was nothing he needed to do to stay in the monster forest, so he might as well go back sooner. He nodded. "Yes, thank you, Uncle Wang. I was just about to head back myself." The atmosphere inside the car was silent. Many soldiers glanced at Su Chen from time to time, as this was the first time they had seen the top scorer in the college entrance examination. "I had only heard of this person before, but had never seen him in person. Now that I have seen him, I can't help but be surprised." Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable because of this, but fortunately they only watched for a while and gradually realized that the top scorer in the college entrance examination was not anything special, so they gradually withdrew their gaze. "Su Chen, why don't you consider Art Sunghai Academy? I guarantee that if you join, you'll not only have a martial arts master personally guiding you, but the academy will also provide you with all the resources you need." Li Xiaofeng enthusiastically tempted Su Chen. "Pa, your Sunghai Academy is just a third-rate school. Going there will only waste Su Chen's talent." Ma Tang sneered and spat at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng immediately blushed and argued, "That's only because our academy hasn't recruited any geniuses to train. As long as there are geniuses willing to join Sunghai Academy, the world will naturally understand the true strength of our academy." Ma Tang sneered, too lazy to continue refuting. Su Chen looked at the two of them with a wry smile. Ever since his college entrance examination results were released, various universities had been vying to invite him. Adhering to the principle that all guests are welcome, he treated everyone with great hospitality. Unexpectedly, the flow of people was endless, and this continued for several days in a row. Su Chen's smile gradually became stiff and eventually disappeared completely. "Teachers, I know your intentions, but I'm really sorry. I've already decided on the school I want to attend," Su Chen said frankly. Li Xiaofeng and Ma Tang exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing their mutual resentment. What does the name Su Chen represent? Perhaps only people in Linhai City knew it before, but things are different now. Since the college entrance examination results were released, Su Chen has been called the shining light of ordinary people. His deeds gradually became known to people. At first, Su Chen was just an F-level supernatural eye, let alone participating in the national college entrance examination. Even his ability to kill monsters was questionable. What does the F-level spirit eye ability mean? Its attack power is almost zero, though, at most, it has some ability in reconnaissance. Apart from that, it has no advantages whatsoever. However, Su Chen has earned the respect of many people by getting to where he is today with this F-level superpower. Undeterred, Li Xiaofeng continued to persuade him. Su Chen, our Shanghai Academy sincerely invites you to join us. Ma Tang was also enthusiastically recommending his own academy from the side. Perhaps they knew in their hearts that a genius like Su Chen was unlikely to agree. But then they thought that Su Chen came from an ordinary family and only achieved his current success because he was lucky enough to have a mutated superpower. Perhaps his vision hasn't reached their level yet. Now is the perfect time for them to persuade Su Chen. When those top universities come to snatch up students, those third-rate colleges will have no chance. Therefore, now is the easiest time to get Su Chen to join. Although Su Chen didn't fully understand their thoughts, he could glean some clues from their expressions. Teachers, there's no need to say anymore. My decision is made. Please leave. Su Chen gestured for the two to leave. Boom! Now that things have come to this, Li Xiaofeng and Ma Tang had no choice but to back down, seeing Su Chen's determination. Although I was unwilling, I dared not say anything more. After all, we can't get him admitted to the hospital, nor can we make enemies with him. Do you really think I would join one of these ordinary colleges? In the past few days, Su Chen has met with admissions officers from many schools. Apart from the 3 top universities, he has met with almost all the others he could. He lay on the sofa, muttering to himself, even so, they should be here by now, right? It's estimated that only the 3 top universities, Beijing University, Shanghai University, and Longling University, have come together without prior arrangement. Su Chen thought to himself that, considering his parents' influence, he had made up his mind to go to Imperial University. Adhering to the principle that it's foolish not to take advantage of a benefit, he would wait and see for a while longer, until the 3 universities competed for the same opportunity and the salaries continued to improve. Quietly choosing to join Imperial University is the wisest strategy. He smiled silently. In the potted plant by the window, an ivy was growing exceptionally well. It added a touch of vibrant greenery to the room. After successfully gaining admission to Imperial University, Su Chen began to cultivate diligently. No one in his grade could rival him. Gradually, he became dissatisfied with merely competing with his peers. Then they began to challenge the older students. As a result, no one could stop them. Unbeknownst to many, Su Chen transformed from an ordinary top scorer in the college entrance examination into a prodigy at the Imperial University of Beijing. He also found Master Qing, whom his father had mentioned in his letter, and was surprised to discover that Master Chang was the forger of that arrogant sword. Master Qing was deeply moved to learn that the knife he had forged years ago was being used by Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's youthful face, he seemed to see the figure of his old friend Su Xinghai. With Master Qing's assistance, Su Chen returned to Linhai City and interrogated Zuolintian. As a result, we didn't get much valuable information. After all, Zuolintian was only a martial spirit, and his knowledge of information was limited. Don't worry, you'll find the answer someday, Master Qing said softly. Yes, Master.